The world transformed as the heavenly Tao crafted a new realm, and all races from the heavens flocked into this uncharted territory. At the dawn of this era, each individual was granted a slice of land, where we set about constructing homes, cultivating crops, taming beasts, mining resources, and defending against threats. Every being had to toil diligently to forge their own foundation for survival. I, Luo Yu, was bestowed with the extraordinary skill, Taichu Critical Hit, enabling me to unleash critical strikes upon anything in existence. Simple actions like collecting ordinary strawberries triggered a critical hit, obtaining Zhulong fruit, or purchasing ordinary stone knives at the mall resulted in a critical hit, acquiring the Tiangong knife. Whether it was building houses, erecting bridges, mining treasures, or befriending animals, every endeavor held the potential for miraculous outcomes through these critical hits. As I navigated this vibrant world, the cat girl sought to become my cherished pet, while the elves regarded me as the reincarnation of a deity. The world labeled me an insecticide, and the earthlings whispered of my legendary status as a preaching sword fairy. While others struggled merely to survive, I constructed my own castle, embarking on a path toward becoming the ultimate power. After dinner, I walked alone along the gravel path in the small park, the resolute expression on my girlfriend's face still fresh in my mind. She was so infatuated with her idol that she seemed to forget about me entirely, which I found quite outrageous. Suddenly, a flash of golden light caught my eye, and a golden bead rolled down to my feet. Ha! I picked up the bead, curious, and was about to examine it more closely when a rumble of thunder echoed in the sky. I felt my vision dim and then brighten again, and before I knew it, I had appeared in a strange environment. What I saw was a grassland that wasn't too vast, with a small lake nestled in it like a pearl. Towering mountains encircled the area, creating a sort of natural barrier. My calm demeanor helped me avoid panic. Just as I was about to take in my surroundings, a gentle voice resonated in the sky. Hello to all intelligent races in the universe, I am the Tao of Heaven. Welcome to the new world I created. About everything here, you just need to turn on the system silently in your mind, and you will know for yourself. I wish you a happy life. As the voice faded, I realized this was not an act or a film, I had likely traveled through time. Open the system. I thought silently, and a virtual projection screen appeared in front of me. The first page that popped up was the world description. After spending half an hour reading the details, I finally understood the situation. Everyone in this world was given a survival base, and everything could be presented in the form of data. All I had to do was survive and work on becoming stronger. Suddenly, a line of prompts appeared in the lower right corner of my vision. It has been detected that you possess the Stone of Beginning and are exchanging skills. The Stone of the Beginning? I instinctively looked at the golden bead in my hand, but before I could react, the bead integrated into my body. Congratulations on obtaining the unique skill, Taichu Critical Strike. Taichu Critical Strike, your next action will be 100 times more efficient. Cooling time, 1 natural day. Initial critical hits for reward, 3 times, current number, 4 times. What an impressive name. It's the only skill I have. I felt a rush of excitement and knew that I had struck gold. Not only could I achieve a critical hit when attacking, but the skill also applied to crafting furniture, opening treasure chests, mining, logging, fishing, and more. The quality of the critical hits or the quantity depended on luck. However, there were some restrictions. It was best not to achieve a critical hit while eating, as it might lead to unexpected consequences. Additionally, buildings couldn't be critically hit either, doing so could damage the territory's protective barrier. After calming down, I looked down at my feet. Scattered around were various tools and bags of plant seeds, my starting materials. It appeared that I was the only one on this entire grassland. This suggested my initial assessment of comprehensive strength was quite favorable, allowing me to start alone. For those who were weaker, groups would form on the same plane to ensure they could survive together. There were advantages to starting alone, all resources would be mine. However, in a group, while there were benefits, there would also be drawbacks. It was a fair system. I opened the panel, and a string of data appeared. Trialist, Luoyu number, Earthsia Kingdom 23333 base score, 0 points, initially set to 0, settled at the end of each month. The higher the score, the more heavenly rewards you can earn, and the greater the intensity of your attacks. Strength, 13, average Earthman, 10, universe average, 17, physique, 14, average Earthman, 10, universe average, 18, agility, 13, average Earthman, 10, universe average, 18. I knew that the base rating was crucial for survival and growth, but at this stage, simply surviving was my most pressing concern. I controlled the virtual interface and opened the world channel, only to find it in complete chaos. What's happening? Why is everyone panicking? I want to go home. Don't panic, everyone. This is the legendary change of era. We are lucky to be here. An elf. There's actually an elf girl in my base. She's beautiful. Hello everyone, I'm from Mick Planet. Where are you friends from the universe? I'm from Skybeast Planet, and beastmen will never be slaves. The world channel had a time limit for messages. It was a complete mess of voices. After exploring the system's trading mall, virtual battle platform, regional map, and other features, I realized that time was precious. I needed to make a plan. My goal was to sow crops in the morning and build temporary wooden houses in the afternoon. The maturity period of crops here was much shorter compared to Earth. The earlier I sowed, the sooner I could harvest. Having cultivated vegetable fields during my time in the army, my planting skills were rated at LV1, which meant my efficiency would be higher than that of ordinary people at LV0. I could cultivate a rectangular vegetable field in mere seconds. Why a rectangle? It's more convenient for operations such as sowing and watering. As I thought about sowing corn seeds, an idea struck me. Didn't I have 3 chances for a critical hit? Why not give it a try? I silently muttered my intent, and a prompt appeared in my vision. Your next action will definitely hit a critical hit, increasing efficiency by 10,000%. With care, I planted a medicinal herb seed. Herb seeds can grow medicinal herbs for treating external injuries, with a very low chance of mutation. Growth period, 30 days. In a miraculous turn of events, the seeds sprouted at an astonishing rate, transforming almost instantly into a ginseng plant the size of my palm. Ginseng nourishes qi and blood, prolongs life. After consumption, grants permanent +2 strength, +2 constitution, and +2 years to lifespan. Wow! This critical hit turned a simple medicinal herb into ginseng. I ate the ginseng immediately, feeling a wave of comfort wash over me and an influx of energy. Looking at my panel again, I saw my strength had increased to 15, constitution to 16, and agility remained at 13. I was getting stronger. Riding this momentum, I decided to reclaim 3 more vegetable plots, planting corn, rice, and medicinal herbs respectively. I checked the world channel and regional channel once more. It had been a while, and many people still didn't understand the situation. Some were crying, some clamoring to go home, and others were venting their frustrations. This was just wasting precious time that could be used for early development. Next, I needed to build a wooden house. After surveying the area, I grabbed a saw and headed towards a small forest nearby. I didn't dare to venture too deep, so I focused on sawing down trees at the forest's edge. Wood +1, wood +1, wood +1. With the energy boost from the ginseng, I felt invigorated. I poured all my energy into the task and, after 3 hours, had collected 80 units of wood. I only needed 30 units to build a simple wooden house. In a normal situation, this would have taken me 2 days. I clicked on the construction page of the virtual screen and selected the option for a small wooden house. The projection of the house appeared before me, prompting me to choose a location for construction. I decided to place it near the vegetable field at the center of the grassland, just north of the small lake. Constructing a wooden house consumes 30 wood and 10 silver. Are you sure? Silver was the universal currency in the heavenly Tao world. Each person started with 100 silver, which could be used to purchase various items or to build a house. After clicking the confirmation button, a flash of light enveloped me, and a small wooden house appeared. When I walked in, I saw nothing. The house was bare. There was still a lot of wood. Luo, you spent 10 pieces of wood to make a simple wooden bed, a wooden table and a wooden chair. He moved all the tools outside in and put them away one by one. It felt like home. He looked at the time. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. After doing so much work, the energy given by ginseng was also exhausted. I was hungry. There must be fish in the lake, and there are fishing rods. According to the instructions, fishing can not only catch fish, but also catch a lot of supplies. But there is a red dot in the center of the lake. The places where the red dots are shown on the map represent fixed hostile units, which may be primitive cannibal tribes or some big beasts. There must be a fish monster in the lake. No one can fish without killing it. Unless you want to try your luck and see whether you catch fish first or get eaten by the monster first. Just now, Luo, you saw that there were berries on this small plain. If I am not mistaken, these berries are ripe and will rot if they are not picked. Pick up the basket and set off directly. He walked quickly to a bush and picked the berries. The berries were about the same size as strawberries. Because of the planting skill LV1, the berries picked would be a little better than LV0, so they would not be wasted. Working in the army to grow vegetables and produce, he did hone some skills. The first bush produced 3 berries. He took a berry, wiped it on the work clothes that symbolized his identity as an earthling, and ate it in one gulp. It's delicious. He showed joy in his eyes, and ate 2 more berries in a row. The hunger in his stomach subsided a little. Suddenly, he thought of something. If the Taichu crit was used to pick fruits, would it be possible to pick 100 at once? Or like before, what rare items would be produced? Thinking of this, his eyes looked at another berry bush in the distance. Without any hesitation, he walked over quickly, muttered a sentence in his heart, and picked the fruit neatly. 100 times critical strike is activated, the probability of producing rare fruits is increased by 10,000%. Looking at the fruit in his hand again, he found that it was not a berry, but a big red, fist-sized fruit. Julong fruit. After taking it, permanent strength +5, agility +2, satiety maintained at 100% within 3 days and resist mosquitoes and diseases. Ding, you pick natural treasures to gain planting experience, and the planting level is increased from LV1 to LV2. Good guy. He ate the fruit on the spot in great joy, licked his lips, and found that there was indeed power surging in his body, and the panel also changed. Strength, 20 constitution, 16 agility, 15 in just 1 day, he successfully reached the average level of the universe from the average level of the Earth. A few more will be the level of developed races in the universe, and quickly reach a well-off society. Although he was very full at the moment, the berries on the grassland would rot if he didn't pick them again. Because of the improvement of planting skills, it only took him 2 hours to collect all the berries on the plain, a full basket of 100 berries. At this moment, the sky has darkened. Luo Yu, who has worked all day, uses a wooden bucket to fetch water from the tributary stream of the small lake to take a bath, and is ready to go to the bed area to chat and walk. Just as he lay down on the wooden board, an alarm suddenly sounded. Alarm, a group of wild wolves in your area 9527 are coming down the mountain to find food. They will disperse and may randomly attack the survival base. Please be prepared. Luo Yu was surprised, and someone immediately exclaimed on the area chat interface that had just been opened. Nyoda, Tauran planet, what's going on? There's an attack on the first day. Alice, elves, may the great goddess protect every living being from being attacked. Nakor, cat girls meow, what should I do? The wolf is coming. Don't come to eat me, Fong Yamung, earth human, don't panic, those who have houses should hide in the houses, or climb up the trees. Don't get hurt. If you get hurt, there will be no herbs. The regional chat has exploded, and the difference between having a house and not having a house is reflected at this time. Those who are calm and composed and develop quickly may already have a wooden house, and even if a wild wolf comes, it can't enter the house. But those who were panicked and complained about the world before, if they encounter an attack, it seems that someone will be eliminated on the first night, and the price of being eliminated is death. Ah, a wolf howl came from a distance, and Luo Yu almost jumped out of the bed. It's going to die, the wolf is really coming. Quietly opening the window, 2 wild wolves were coming over in the distance, each of them was the size of a calf, sniffing here and there, and soon focused their attention on the cabin where Luo Yu was. Blue wolf, wildness 80%, active attack type, Luo Yu, earth human wolves are coming here. After simply posting a regional content, he directly exited the chat room. Good luck. Good luck. After a while, Luo Yu found that the wild wolves seemed to be unable to do anything to him in the cabin, but what made him angry was that they actually started to destroy the fields. Even if these attacking wild wolves don't eat people, they will destroy the survival base. Either destroy them or wait for them to leave on their own, it is impossible to live in peace. Luo Yu frowned slightly. It was okay for the fields to be destroyed, but the seeds couldn't be damaged. There were only a few seeds. He rushed out with a wooden stick in each hand. Ah! A wild wolf pounced on him on the spot, and Luo Yu just dodged to the side and easily avoided the attack. His agility has improved, and he is no longer the same as before. Seeing another wild wolf also pounced on him, Luo Yu directly hit it with a stick. The old people said that wild wolves are iron-headed and tofu-wasted, so this time he used a critical hit. 100-fold critical hit triggers, and your next attack power increases 100 times, bang! With a dull sound, the wooden stick hit the wild wolf's head firmly, and the iron wolf's head exploded into a ball of blood mist, and it died on the spot. Oh my! Luo Yu was also startled, and his eyes looked at the other wild wolf. The green wolf seemed to be frightened. Without any hesitation, Luo Yu stepped forward and kicked the wolf hard in the waist, knocking the beast to the ground on the spot. Then, he stepped on the wolf's head and was about to kill it, but suddenly he had an idea. Isn't there another critical hit? You can try to tame the wolf. He stepped hard on the wolf's head and shouted, "Be tamed by me, or die." Ding, 100x critical hit activated, your success rate of taming the beast increases 100 times. Xinglang was shaken violently, and after the light flashed all over his body, he completely succumbed. Successful taming, your taming level is raised to LV2, Green Wolf, male 3 years old, strength 9, constitution 12, agility 14, after being tamed, he could see the specific ability value. Luo Yu let go of his feet, and the green wolf immediately got up and rubbed his calf affectionately. Tamed animals can help fight, carry, patrol, or watch over fields. After all, there are some small animals or birds on this plain that come to steal crops. Luo Yu patted the green wolf's head and named it dumb, then looked at the other wolf corpse. There was no knife in the wooden house. Luo Yu thought of the pickaxe used for mining and wondered why he didn't use the pickaxe to kill the wolf just now. Next to a small stream that is a tributary of the small lake, he began to dissect the green wolf and threw various internal organs into the small stream, which attracted a school of fish. Many fish swarmed in and started to eat the internal organs. The small ones were only the size of a finger, and the big ones seemed to weigh 2 or 3 pounds. Luo Yu was overjoyed, but he also knew that even if he caught fish now, there would be no place to raise them, so he moved some rocks to block both ends of the stream. The water level in the middle of the two ends rose rapidly, and it looked like a small fish pond. Although I can't say that it can trap all the fish, it can definitely trap a lot of them. After cooking the green wolf, Luo Yu used a fire stick to raise a fire not far from the wooden house, preparing to dry, marinate and preserve the wolf meat for a long time. Now the raid alert is over and the area chat is active again. Alice, Elf, is everyone okay? Not Core, Cat Girl Clan huh? Fortunately, they can climb trees and can't catch me, but they ate the fruits I picked. Fong Yamong, Earth Human, is Luo Yu still alive? Luo Yu smiled lightly and responded, "It's okay, it's been taken care of." Fong Yamong, have you dealt with it? Forget it, it's fine. There must be something to trade after the attack. Let's not talk anymore. I'll go to the trading platform to take a look. Nuker, I'll go too. Alice, well, let me take a look too, Luo Yu, to help you get well. Taorun, 3 beauties, didn't any of you ask me if I was okay? Luo Yu's heart moved and he also opened the trading platform. Don't tell me, this meeting is really lively, selling everything. The prices for crop seeds, wooden swords, shovels, fishing nets, etc. were not high, and everyone had no money. But no one was selling the food. It was too precious in the early days. Luo Yu thought for a while and decided to sell the berries. After all, he was full for 3 days without eating, and the shelf life of the berries was only 3 days. If he didn't sell them, it would be wasted. Things are rare and valuable, so Luo Yu very blackheartedly marked each fruit up to 25 silver. After waiting for a while, no one cared. He simply spoke on the world channel, XX, hidden, let me go, someone is selling berries on the trading platform, go and grab them. At the same time, countless people clicked on the trading platform. It was only the first day. In fact, many people were still unclear about the concept of silver, and everyone was hungry. Not everyone can live happily on the first day like Luo Yu. In 1 second, 100 berries were snatched away, and Luo Yu had 2,500 more silvers in his account. Did I list it too cheaply? Luo Yu laughed and prepared to sell some more wolf meat, but it wasn't cooked yet. Suddenly, he seemed to find something, and saw all kinds of centipedes, cockroaches, flies and mosquitoes retreating from where he was sitting. By the way, Zhulonggua, I have the ability to shield against bugs for 3 days. After Luo Yu discovered it, he became curious and began to roll on the lawn. Wherever he rolled, the insects scurried away. Insects are also food, with higher calories than beef, and chicken is crunchy and crunchy. The opportunity was rare, so he simply stuck things like centipedes on sharp branches, planning to collect some dark dishes such as roasted centipedes and stewed spiders. Even if he didn't eat them, he could sell them on the platform. There are so many races in the world, there should be some like the chicken race who love to eat bugs, right? While rolling on the grass, I also caught 40 or 50 centipedes and other insects. It was very efficient. I was very happy when a prompt suddenly appeared. Get personal characteristics, Zerg Nemesis, 1 star, Zerg Nemesis, 1 star causes 10% additional damage to all Zerg, immune to 10% of all Zerg attacks, permanent agility +2, huh? Is there any personal characteristics? Luo Yu knew that it was difficult to obtain personal characteristics. Only by chance could one obtain these special abilities. 1 star was the lowest and 5 stars was the highest. If that's the case, let's keep going, right? After putting some wolf meat on the shelves, Luo Yu rolled around on the grass. Just as he had guessed, he could indeed upgrade. A few hours later, he directly upgraded the characteristics of this Zerg Nemesis to 5 stars. Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars, causes 50% additional damage to all Zerg, immune to 50% of all Zerg attacks, permanent agility plus 10, constitution plus 10, a look at the panel, strength, 20 constitution, 26 agility, 27 good guy. In just one day, he has reached the level of a well-off person in the universe. At the moment when he had just been promoted to 5 stars, Luo Yu couldn't hold on anymore and felt dizzy no matter how high his physique was. He went back to the cabin, wrapped the prepared wolf skin around his body, and went to sleep directly. The next morning, the warm sunshine shone on the grassland, the birds chirped. Luo Yu slowly woke up, feeling refreshed. He had a high physique and recovered quickly. If it were someone else, they might not be able to recover after a night. The World Channel and the Regional Channel were all good morning messages, and there was peace, but Luo Yu knew that under this peace, in fact, many people should have died in the attack yesterday. He washed his face by the stream and touched Da Dai's head. He looked at the system message. Sure enough, all 10 pieces of wolf meat that were put on the shelf yesterday were sold out. He sold it at a sky-high price of 80 silver. Currently, he has 3,400 silver in his account. Sure enough, the number of Taichu critical hits has also been reset, and there will be another critical hit opportunity this time. At present, there is enough food for the time being, and the seeds have been planted. Next, he needs to expand his survival base, and the first thing is the wall. The wooden wall is too fragile, and the stone wall is more secure. The system can build the wall, but raw materials such as stone bricks have to be made by yourself, which requires a stone cutter. The stone cutter can not only cut stones, but also be used as a melee weapon. Luo Yu was whimsically thinking whether he could also get a critical hit when buying things. He did it as soon as he thought of it. After silently thinking about it in his mind, he chose to buy a stone cutter for 100 silvers in the system mall. He had money to buy such things the next day. Luo Yu asked himself that he should be ahead of most people. Ding, you will get 100 times critical hit when you buy a stone cutter, and get a prop worth 10,000 silvers. Tiangong knife, sharp and heavy, a melee weapon, can also be used as a tool, slightly increasing the efficiency of cutting, digging, and other activities. A light flashed in front of his eyes, and a black long knife appeared in front of him. Luo Yu grabbed it excitedly. It was quite heavy in his hand, but because his strength increased greatly, the weight was just right. Buying things can also be a critical hit. Great! Walking to a piece of bluestone, he chopped it with a knife, and the seemingly extremely hard bluestone was split in half on the spot. Cut the stone with one knife. This would be considered a magic weapon in ancient times. Luo Yu was overjoyed. Using this thing to cut stones is a piece of cake. No problem, get to work. Because Luo Yu's strength far exceeds the standard, his stamina is long, and with the help of the Tiangong knife, he can cut stones very quickly. In just half an hour, 1,000 rectangular stone bricks had been cut out. He didn't even expect that he was so capable. I looked at the chat area and it was very lively. How was last night? Is everyone alive? I fucked the mosquito. Your ancestor, I sucked at least a pound of blood. Hungry, I'm so hungry. Naker, cat lady Luo Yu, what are you doing? Are you playing solo? Luo Yu, yes. Naker, meow, it's pretty awesome for a human to be able to attack alone. By the way, how did you deal with the wild wolf yesterday? Luo Yu, beat him to death with a stick. A lot of question marks appeared in the chat box. Fong Yameng, hey. Is it real or fake? The strong men of Dozome are so terrifying. Naker, hey, are you covered in muscles? Can you take a screenshot and send me a portrait? Minotaur, my whole body is full of muscles, little cutie, I'll give it to you. Nuker, meow, I'm sorry, I don't like Taurun. Alice, don't talk about weird topics on the regional channel. Luo Yu, have you eaten this morning? I caught some centipedes, do you want to eat them? Fong Yameng, keep it for yourself and eat it slowly. Luo Yu chatted and farted with these guys while cutting stones, and quickly became familiar with them. Suddenly, a related world news push caught his attention. Zerg 4444 sets up a stage against humans on Earth in the virtual arena, betting on the outcome, 2,000 silver, huh? Zerg? Luo Yu clicked into the virtual arena and found that the chat box on the interface where the arena was located had exploded. The Earthlings were furiously criticizing the Zerg, and the Zerg were also furiously criticizing the Earthlings. Both sides said something to each other. Luo Yu looked at the battle situation and found that the human race still had the upper hand. The combat effectiveness of human trolls should be far higher than the average in the universe. But the squirting continued, and no one dared to enter the room to challenge after the ring was set up. The arena opened yesterday, and it is estimated that some aggressive people have fought against each other. Humans on Earth are indeed inferior to most races in terms of physical fitness, and they have been labeled as soft persimmons after only one day. No, someone immediately stepped out of the ring and prepared to make money from people on Earth. People on Earth are all cowards. What's the use of scolding? Come on. Trash, Earthlings are worse than bedbugs. The dirty words kept coming, and many bloody men on Earth could no longer bear it, but even if they were willing to fight, they still had to pay 2,000 silver first. If you win, you take away 4,000, and if you lose, 2,000 goes to the winner. Not only does the winner get the gambling capital, but everyone in the audience also has to pay 10 units of silver if they want to watch, and the money will also go into the winner's pocket. It can be said that if the strength allows, the arena is a good place to make money. Luo Yu's face was slightly displeased. A group of bugs actually sat on our heads. He happened to be rich and was thinking about getting involved, but at this moment someone couldn't help it. Earth Human XX, hidden, pays silver and enters the ring. How can anyone care about money at this time? They all paid 10 silver to enter the ring to watch the fight, and Luo Yu also paid to watch the fight. After clicking in, a virtual screen appeared in front of Luo Yu. Inside the screen was an empty room of about 500 square meters. At this moment, two people were standing in the room confronting each other. That arrogant Zerg is a monster man with a pointed head and a ferocious face. The man's two arms are like a mantis's sickle, and there is a pair of thin wings on his back. At first glance, he is a mantis. Like Zerg. There is also a man on the human side, but this man hides his number and appearance. Only his strong figure can be seen, but his face cannot be seen. Of course, the two parties did not enter the ring physically, but projected virtual characters into the arena. The attribute values of this character were exactly the same as those in reality, including characteristics, props, etc., all projected. Although it was a virtual battle, the intensity was almost the same as a real fight. It's nothing more than a fight to the death inside, and the entities outside won't be hurt. Of course, except for mental trauma. 3, 2, 1, start. When the countdown ended, the mantis monster flapped its wings and pounced at an extremely fast speed. The human man screamed in fright, but he reacted by rolling over and immediately struck back with the bamboo spear in his hand. Crack! Mantis's sickle directly cut off the spear, and then with a sweep, cut the man in half. K.O. Zerg 4444 wins, took 2.3 seconds, the barrage began to flood the screen crazily, and the Zerg people mocked them mercilessly. They originally compared the human race to bedbugs, but now they directly compared them to maggots. 4444 Mantis Monster was even more arrogant. He laughed and said, "Come on, it's still 2,000 silver. Do the people on Earth still dare to come? I will kill even 100 lowly creatures like humans on Earth without fail. Human males are useless, and females are not even qualified to lay eggs for us." The humans watching the battle all gritted their teeth. It was uncomfortable for anyone to be insulted like this, but it was obvious that they really couldn't beat it. Just when many humans watching the battle felt extremely frustrated, another prompt sounded. Earth Human XX, hidden, pay 2,000 silver and enter the battle room. The light flashed in the battle room, and a man appeared. His number and face were also hidden. This man's body was not as muscular as the strong man, but he looked strong and powerful. The black long knife in his hand made people feel frightened. Needless to say, this man was Luo Yu. Bugs, you are only worthy of looking up at us humans from the bottom of your shoes. Luo Yu's cold voice echoed in the battle room, making people feel frightened. What did you say? The Mantis Zerg roared, and various Zerg barrages also cursed, and this time the human side was a little weak. Brother, everyone knows that you are full of blood, but don't spend money carelessly. We heroes don't suffer losses in front of us. Even the human side themselves did not think highly of Luo Yu. 3-2, the countdown began, and the Mantis Zerg laughed strangely. I will slowly cut you, the human beings on Earth will always be the prey of our Zerg. 1. At the moment when the countdown ended, the Mantis Zerg flapped its wings and rushed up. This time, he obviously used all his strength and his speed was faster than before. Mantises are known for their agility. This pounce has an agility of at least 20 points, which is no longer something that humans can resist. Zerg Nemesis feature activated, attack and defense increased by 50%. Just when everyone thought it was another instant kill, Luoyu suddenly jumped up, and his burst speed seemed to be faster than the flapping mantis's wings. What a high agility! Everyone watching the battle had this thought in their minds. The next moment, the long knife in Luoyu's hand collided violently with the sharp forelimbs of the mantis. Puff! The heavenly sword swept out violently, directly chopping off the front limbs of the mantis that were attacking with lightning, and then it was as powerful as a bamboo, and it slashed at the mantis man. This sword was as powerful as a bamboo, splitting the mantis man in half. K.O. Earth Human XX wins, it took 1.6 seconds. Instant kill. But the difference is that the target of the instant kill this time is the mantis Zerg. Hiss. The people watching the battle gasped, and then the human side cheered. Invincible. Who is this, invincible? Fuck, a martial arts master. He must be a martial arts master. Ah. Brother is great, please give me your name, please post photos, please date. Bugs are only worthy of looking up at the soles of shoes, handsome. So handsome. Where are those bugs who just shouted, come on, keep shouting? The entire chat room was directly flooded with human messages, either worshipping Luoyu or mocking the Zerg. Luoyu gave hope to many people. Humans can be so strong. You defeated your opponent. To facilitate entering the virtual arena next time, you can leave a code name? Then just one word, you. Immediately, Luoyu's name in the arena changed from Earth Human XX to you. You. It's the name of the Chinese. Brother you are the hero in my heart. Brother you, which area are you from? Okay, very good, you, right? We Zerg will go to call people now. Don't leave if you have the guts. Regardless of the various comments in the chat room, Luoyu directly collected the money and left. After looking at the personal account, the amount of silver reached 6,800. Originally, even if he won 2,000, there was only 5,300. The rest was the audience's entrance fee. It was a bloody profit. Let me see what good things I can buy. He opened the mall and browsed it. After looking for a while, he suddenly found that there was a small tip that had been ignored before, because the mall had been crit once before, and it could not be crit again in the mall before the end of the month. The mall will have a limit on the number of critical hits, and Luoyu is still thinking about unlimited nesting dolls. Wait a minute, this reminder, Luoyu accidentally opened the map, but found a row of small red words in the upper right corner of the map. There are 28 days left before the end of the month attack. He hurriedly clicked in to see, but his forehead was sweating. Before the end of each month, there will be a hardcore attack event. The intensity of the attack will be stronger than ordinary random events, which is the biggest threat to the trialers. Luoyu sent a regional chat as soon as possible. Luoyu, look at the map, is there a reminder of the end of the month attack? Fang Yumeng, really, fainted, what can I do, my sisters and I just built a wooden house, Alice, everyone must work hard to survive. The regional chat exploded, and everyone had a sense of urgency. While talking to everyone, Luoyu thought quickly in his heart, the construction of the wall must be accelerated, and the defense facilities of the base must also be put on the agenda. When he opened the research interface, the densely packed technologies were not unlocked. He carefully looked at the defense technology tree. In the early stage, there were traps, shooting towers, watchtowers, etc., but Luoyu's eyes were on one of the columns. Automatic crossbow can be installed in places such as walls and shooting towers, automatically load crossbows and aim at enemies, automatic. This is undoubtedly the best choice for Luoyu, who is only one person in the base, but the problem is that if you want to unlock the automatic defense technology tree, there is a pre-research option, base automatic defense core. The research funds of 5,000 silver may be acceptable, but the materials for construction also need to be prepared by yourself. 3,000 silver, 200 jade, 200 gold, and a beast soul core are also required. The price is very outrageous. Of course, the automatic defense core device is extremely difficult to damage and can be carried with you, once and for all. Originally, Luoyu was thinking of making a small ranch to increase the success rate of animal taming, or making some soil cultivation to accelerate the growth of plants. Now it seems that automatic defense technology is the top priority. Only by surviving can we have the capital to grow and develop. Luoyu engraved this sentence on the wooden table, and also engraved the next development plan on it to remind himself at all times. Goal: build a solid wall and unlock automatic technology before the end of the month to create automatic crossbows. Without much hesitation, Luoyu directly spent 5,000 silver to unlock the automatic defense core technology. There were still 1,800 silver left, so he kept it for now. Looking at the time, there were still 3 hours before dark. Luo Yu carried the Tiangong knife and the pickaxe on his back and went to the mine. The harder the stone bricks for building the wall, the better. Ordinary stones on the grassland can no longer meet Luo Yu's needs. The mine can produce hard stone raw materials such as black spot stone, and there is also a certain probability of digging out rare ores such as jade, gold, and silver. Now of course, it's time to go mining. As for the originally cut stones, you can make something else. Stone bricks are very useful. The location of the mine is close to the Purple Mountains, but it is still relatively safe. Walking into the cave, there are oil lamps sunk into the rocks on both sides of the rock wall. These are all there from the beginning, and cannot be moved and do not require adding burning materials. After a while, we reached the end of the mine, and in front of us was a rock wall emitting a faint blue light. Without saying a word, Luo Yu took a pickaxe and started digging. Nothing. Mining failed. Your mining experience increased, because the mining level is only LV0, failure is normal. Another pickaxe went down, this time a black spotty irregular stone rolled down from the glowing rock wall, which was the black spot stone. The explosion rate of this kind of stone is relatively high, but the explosion rate of rare ores is ridiculously low. Bang! Bang! Under continuous mining, hard stones such as black spot stone and granite kept rolling out. Because Luo Yu's basic attributes are high, even if the mining level is insufficient, the efficiency is still very considerable. After a while, a small hill was piled up around him. Mining level increased to LV1, finally upgraded. Luo Yu exhaled, moved his shoulders and planned to take a rest. He looked at the pile of stones in front of him and found that carrying was also a problem. At this time, he thought that he was not alone, but also had a dog. No, a wolf. After blowing a whistle, the blue wolf Adai, who was patrolling the fields, ran over quickly, rushed into the mine in a moment, and rubbed Luo Yu's pants affectionately. Adai, go and fetch 20 pieces of wood. Woo woo. The blue wolf went immediately, and his efficiency was still very high. He quickly moved 20 units of wood over. Luo Yu opened the construction interface and spent 20 wood and 10 silver to build a small cart with reins. Adai, move all these stones onto the cart, and then put on the reins and pull it home. Woo woo woo. Adai nodded repeatedly, and the wolf's tail swayed and started working immediately. Seeing its cheerful appearance, Luo Yu smiled faintly and got busy. One person and one wolf worked for 4 hours. Luo Yu felt a little tired, and after Adai finished pulling the last cart of stones, he was completely tired like a dog and lay on the ground motionless. At the end, it was Luo Yu who pulled a cart of stones, and Adai on the stones, and they went home together. After feeding Adai some meat, he went to the fish pond to catch a fish to feed it. It recovered a lot and curled up to sleep early. After all, the value of the blue wolf is not high, and it is not a coolie livestock in the traditional sense. After a busy day, Luo Yu went to the stream to wash up. Warning, the sanitation standard of the survival base is too poor, and the risk of disease is increasing. The sudden warning surprised Luo Yu. When it comes to hygiene, he is still particular about it. Could it be that I just pooped in the woods and lowered the sanitation standard of the base? I looked at the sanitation value of the base. It is currently only a pitiful 18, and 60 is barely qualified. If it can reach more than 90 points, then the creatures in the base will basically not get sick. According to the instructions, there will be other gains. In such a time when there are almost no medicines, getting sick means that you can only rely on your physique to bear it. Even if you can bear it, it will delay a lot of development time. There will be an attack at the end of the month. Luo Yu originally planned to wash up simply, but thinking of the risk of getting sick, he decided to take a hot bath. It cost 30 pieces of wood and 20 silver to build a simple bathing tub, and 15 silver to buy an iron kettle to boil water. It has to be said that such facilities are expensive. Fortunately, I earned a lot of silver before, otherwise I couldn't afford it. After a while, Luo Yu immersed himself in the bathtub naked and sighed comfortably. At this moment, there was a breeze blowing over the grassland. Looking up at the sky, the stars were dotted and the sky was infinite. How is my little sister? Come on, live on. When Luo Yu was very young, his parents were gone, and he depended on his sister Luoling. His sister was 19 years old this year and was a pretty and smart girl. Thinking of his sister's temperament, Luo Yu felt that she should not be too bad. Speaking of which, after unlocking a higher level of technology, he can find someone. He believes that one day the brother and sister will be able to meet again. Retracting his divergent thoughts, Luo Yu lay in the bathtub and opened the regional chat. Everyone was talking about the attack at the end of the month, and everyone expressed their own opinions. At this time, we could see the different response attitudes of each race to the threat. Earthlings like Fong Yumeng believed that they should try their best to unlock the automatic defense core. The elf girl believed that they should use silver to improve their shooting skills. The Minotaur preferred to enhance their physical strength, while the cat girl thought that they should set up a lot of traps and hide in the dark to wait for an opportunity. Some even thought that they could not resist on their own, so they should try their luck and draw pet eggs in the mall. If they got the best stuff, they would be invincible. There was also a most extreme one, who believed that they should fight violence with violence, build a small boat to lead the attackers into the lake, and let the attackers and the monsters in the lake kill each other. Luo Yu had naturally decided on the plan in his mind, but he also joined the discussion. As they chatted, everyone talked about hygiene and disease issues again. On this point, everyone agreed that a toilet should be built first. Luo Yu nodded secretly and made up his mind to prioritize the toilet first, and also to build a perfect sewage treatment system to improve the sanitation score first. Fong Yumeng, by the way, everyone in the world chat today is talking about how awesome Brother Yu is, how the human race is the best insecticide, etc. Luo Yu, they are not talking about you, right? Not here, huh? Did Xiao Yu beat the Zerg? The agility of the Zerg mantis is not worse than our cat race. Luo Yu, I have a lot of mantises, centipedes, scorpions and spiders. Which one are you talking about? Fong Yumeng, huh? Are you really making dark dishes? Are you going to put them on the mall to poison people? Luo Yu, chicken and bird tribes love to eat insects. Fong Yumeng made a laughing expression, and Luo Yu cleverly avoided the topic. A Yu itself has no meaning. There are so many people with the same name. Fong Yumeng also said it casually as a joke, bringing up a topic to chat. Taking a comfortable hot bath and chatting with everyone, Luo Yu felt refreshed. Tip: when you are in a good mood during entertainment and leisure, you get buff, action frenzy, 3 days, action frenzy, strength, constitution, agility plus 10%, work efficiency plus 10%. Luo Yu was stunned when he received the prompt. It seemed that there was such a line in the instructions before. If the values such as mood, entertainment value, and hygiene are rated high, there is a certain probability of getting positive buff benefits. On the contrary, if the values are low, there will be a debuff. Luo Yu, hey, I got an action frenzy buff when I took a hot bath. Knock here, hot bath. I want to take a bath too. Fong Yumeng, Luo Yu, shut up, you're making me itch. Alice, Luo Yu, in the early days of life, you must use your silver in the right place. May the goddess bless you. Elena, dark elf, yeah, you can only get close to nature by bathing in the lake. Stupid humans don't understand anything. Minotaur, it would be nice if I had a girl to take a hot bath with. Okamoto Hikawa, Earthling Yoshi, I want to take a bath with you. San. Everyone was envious and jealous. Luo Yu felt a little happy in his heart. After chatting for a while, he got up to dry off and go to bed. In the early morning, messages pop up in regional chats. Good morning everyone, I hope everyone is safe and well today. It was the third day. After Luo Yu washed up, he headed to the mine. On the way, he sang the most glorious ditty of the working people and seemed to be in a good mood. With the buff of action frenzy, how could you not do something big? After a while, looking at the rock wall glowing with blue light in front of him, he thought silently in his heart, and then swung the pickaxe down. Triggered by 100 times critical hit, your mining efficiency, rare or production rate and other values will increase by 10,000%. After digging hard, a fist-sized golden stone rolled down. What a big piece of gold! You get gold, 300 units, Luo Yu was overjoyed. With this shovel, he directly collected the gold materials for making the defense core, and there was still a surplus of 100 units. Gold is a raw material, and the mall doesn't sell it. You either have to mine, trade with other trial participants, or spend money to buy finished products from the mall, and then find a way to decompose it to get gold. These 300 golds made Luo Yu a fortune. Dai was also excited beside him, and Luo Yu smiled. He put away the gold and was about to continue working. Suddenly, the blue rock wall in front of him shook, and then a large group of golden stones rolled out. It was as big as a millstone. Fuck? Gold? Luo Yu's eyes widened, but the next moment, the gold in front of him stretched out, revealing its true face. You caused the anger of the golden beetle when digging for rare minerals. Golden beetle, wildness 85%, active attack type. Indeed, it is possible to dig up bugs when mining. The better the goods, the greater the probability of getting bugs. The two golden front jaws of the golden beetle stretched out, looking very sharp, and clamped directly at Dai. Roar! Dai roared and jumped away, then pounced directly on the beetle's back and bit it, but it didn't break the defense at all. The beetle shook its body and threw Dai off, then it clamped again and jumped away again. Luo Yu saw it clearly, this beetle has thick skin and flesh but poor agility. Dai, get out of the way, I'll do it. Dai jumped away immediately. Luo Yu, holding the Tiangong knife, went up and slashed at the beetle's front jaw fiercely. Dang! With a crisp sound, the Zerg Nemesis, personal characteristic, made Luo Yu amazing when fighting against the Zerg. The beetle's hard front jaw was directly cut by the Tiangong knife. The golden beetle was furious in pain, spread its wings and made a threatening gesture, and crawled over to clamp Luo Yu at the same time. Luo Yu originally had 27 points of agility, and with the buff, it directly reached 30 points of agility, so he easily avoided this attack. The golden beetle made an unpleasant insect sound and rushed over again, but unfortunately it was still dodged by Luo Yu. After a few missed attacks, it was so angry that it turned around and started to attack Dai again. As a wolf, Dai was quite agile. He took a bite of the beetle while dodging. It was not very harmful but very insulting. The beetle was so angry that it screamed and attacked randomly. Tame the beast. Luo Yu shouted softly and activated the beast taming skill. Failed to tame the beast, current success rate is 8%, the LV2 beast taming level is too low, the success rate is really not high, and the cooling time has reached 10 minutes. According to the instructions, the beast taming technique can only be used 3 times on the same creature. If it fails 3 times, it can no longer be continued. If you want to increase the success rate, your own beast taming skills are of course the key, and the opponent's state also has an impact. If the opponent is in a mental abnormal state such as panic, rage, and confusion, the success rate will be increased. The golden beetle in front of him seemed to be on the verge of a certain state. Luo Yu's heart moved and he shouted, Dai, follow me. The blue wolf looked at Luo Yu, and saw that Luo Yu had taken a pose, but suddenly jumped left and right in front of the beetle, and slapped a knife from time to time. This was the insult knife. After the beetle was teased back and forth twice, its eyes were wide open and it was about to go berserk. Dai also jumped up with Luo Yu. One man and one wolf jumped around the golden beetle repeatedly, and from time to time there were insult knives and provocative bites. The golden beetle spread its wings, and its antennae collapsed straight, and it was furious. Hiss! The golden beetle was so angry that it went berserk on the spot and chased and bit madly, but the agility of one man and one wolf was much higher than it. Not only could they not touch each other, but they also greeted each other with insult knives and insult bites. That was a rage. The mine was in chaos. When the 10 minutes were up, Luo Yu activated the taming skill again. Taming is successful, current success rate is 61%, success. The success rate has reached 61%, which shows how angry the golden beetle is. A flash of light flashed on the golden beetle, and the originally furious it immediately calmed down, rubbing Luo Yu's thigh with its front jaws docilely, like a sheep. What bad thoughts can a bug have? It's so good to be simple. Golden beetle, strength 16, constitution 30, agility 3, this is a typical representative of thick skin and flesh. After a slight sigh of relief, Luo Yu patted the metal exoskeleton of the golden beetle and laughed. The task of transporting or will be handed over to you in the future. The golden beetle shook its front jaws happily, but it crawled to a rock wall and started digging. Luo Yu looked curiously and saw the beetle's front jaws extended into the rock wall. After digging 7 or 8 times, it clamped a piece of black spotstone out. This is a beetle that can mine. Luo Yu was overjoyed. Not only is it a meat shield, but it is also a little miner. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. After observing for a while, Luo Yu found that the efficiency of the golden beetle was too low, at least 10 times slower than digging by himself. If the number of beetles could increase one day, then he wouldn't have to go down the mine. Now he still had to do it himself. After a brief rest, Luo Yu started digging ore again. Next, Luo Yu spent most of the day in the mine, digging out piles of black spotstones, which were all transported back by the golden beetle, while Dai continued to do his old job, patrolling. During this period, Luo Yu's mining skills were upgraded to LV2, and he relied on his own ability to dig out another ore besides stones, iron ore. Although it was only a fist-sized piece of iron ore, it was a huge improvement. With iron, you can make arrows, and with bows and arrows, you have the means of long-range attack, a huge improvement. After drinking a sip of water and checking the time, it was already 3 p.m., and Luo Yu finished today's mining work. Next, he started cutting stones. He dug 3,000 units of stones in 2 days and piled them up near the wooden house. He could basically cut out 15,000 units of stone bricks. He did it right away. The sooner the city wall was completed, the safer it would be. While cutting, there was a sudden reminder: your strength +1, current strength 21. Doing certain work may get additional attribute values. Cutting stones and mining are both laborious work. After 2 days of work, I got 1 point of strength, which was great. Cut stones until the sun went down, and take a hot bath and chat in the area as usual in the evening. Perhaps this little chat time in the evening is the only way for everyone to comfort themselves after a busy day. The seemingly peaceful life hides the huge pressure of survival. Luo Yu was awakened by hunger in the morning. The satiety effect of Zhulong fruit had disappeared, so he had to solve the breakfast problem first. He went out to look at the planting area. As soon as Dai woke up, he lay on the ridge of the field to bask in the sun. With him around, small animals such as birds and mice dared not approach the fields. The golden beetle slowly gnawed on the turf while crawling towards the mine. Its job had been fixed, either transporting or digging. Luo Yu looked at the crops. Corn, maturity 15%, rice, maturity 15%, herb, maturity 3%. Obviously, the maturity level of ordinary crops is 5% in 1 day, while the maturity level of herbs is 1%. No fresh crops are available for the time being. Luo Yu walked towards the creek. The dam that was built before was still there. This simple fish pond worked well, and there were more than a dozen big fish in it. Luo Yu caught 2, walked to the fire, lit them again, and grilled the fish. He and Dui each took 1. After eating, they were full of energy again. This time they did not go directly into the mine, but began to walk around their own territory. The purpose of walking along the edge of the mountains was to find a place to drain sewage. After walking for an hour, he finally found a place he was satisfied with. This is a small bamboo forest at the edge of the territory. Hidden in the bushes of the bamboo forest, there is a small ditch. The water must lead to the Purple Mountains. Luo Yu doesn't care where it leads. As long as it's not your own water system, that's fine. This is a good place to drain sewage. After nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu used the Tiangong knife to dig the ditch a little deeper, and then clicked on the construction interface. Simple drain outlet, 50 pieces of wood or stone, 10 pieces of silver. After confirming, with a little finger dip, a drainage outlet made of ordinary stone appeared in the dug ditch. The drainage direction is naturally outward. The next step was to dig a small ditch to accommodate the drainage pipe. This was very simple for Luo Yu. After measuring the straight line direction to his home, he started digging directly. It was completed in just half an hour. Another finger dip. This will cost 100 stones and 20 silver to make a long section of drainage pipe, which is directly connected to the drainage outlet. Finally, there is the toilet. We cannot afford to build a luxurious toilet, but we can still build a small and comfortable stone brick toilet. Choosing a place 7 or 8 meters away from the wooden house, Luo Yu spent 3,000 stones and 80 silver to build a stone brick toilet. The facilities are basically complete, but there is no water inlet, so water needs to be fetched manually. But these are all details. The key is that there is a toilet. Looking at the small toilet in front of him, Luo Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. To be honest, the defense of this toilet is much higher than that of a wooden house, and it is also a stone door. If the wooden roof cannot be used, he can hide in the toilet for a while. Smiling and shaking his head, Luo Yu opened the system data. Hygiene score, 48. A toilet can increase your score by 30 points, which can be said to greatly reduce your risk of disease. I looked at my panel data again. Trialist, Luo Yu number, Earthsia Kingdom 23333 base rating, 60 points strength, 21 constitution, 26 agility, 27 planting LV2, mining LV2, taming LV2. The base rating column was originally 0, but now it has reached 60, which makes Luo Yu overjoyed. A 60-point score proves that after the settlement at the end of the month, Luo Yu can get a reward of 600 silver. Of course, the intensity of the attacks he faces at the end of the month will also be increased because of this score. Click on it and look at the details. Green wolf plus 15, golden beetle plus 15, simple wooden house plus 10, stone toilet plus 15, bathtub plus 5. This score seems to only count fixed wealth. Things like wolf meat, dark cuisine, and vegetables from the vegetable field are not counted. In addition, Luo Yu found that he, the trialist, was not included in the statistics. It is better not to count. The intensity of the attack is less, and the chances of survival are more. After the toilet was built and the drainage pipes were buried, Luo Yu began to plan the location of the wall. The initial fence does not need to be very wide. It just needs to wrap around the wooden house, vegetable field, toilet and facilities that will be built in the future. After thinking about it, I decided to use a square of 100m*100m. As for future expansion, it can be demolished. If you have the money, you can even use the wall as a foundation to build a big castle. Luo Yu yearned for a bright future in his heart, and then began to build after withdrawing his thoughts. There are many types of fences. Luo Yu decided to make an intermediate fence first, which is 5 meters high and 30 centimeters thick. With black stone as raw material, it can't be broken by elephants and rhinos. In addition to 100 units of stone bricks, a 1-meter wall also requires 2 silver. I didn't mention it, but build it. Pointing with his fingertips, the pile of stone bricks around him quickly disappeared, but in front of him was a 5-meter high wall rising from the ground. Luo Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. He couldn't stop feeling such a sense of accomplishment with this kind of construction. However, he was soon forced to stop. The stone bricks are gone. The consumables for the mid-level fence are relatively large, so let's go mining. At night, Luo Yu, who had dug another pile of ore, was gnawing wolf meat and soaking in the bathtub, enjoying the comfort after work. Because there was a lot of inventory before, the wall was built for 50 meters in one go. Luo Yu roughly calculated that it would take about 20 days to build the entire wall. In terms of time, it was relatively abundant, but Luo Yu was still worried about himself. There is not enough silver. I spent a lot of money messing around before, but now I only have 1,400 silver left. Make money. Opening the auction house, Luo Yu put all the dark dishes on the shelves. He priced 100 units of insect dishes at 10 silver each, a conscientious price. Sure enough, 10 minutes after it was put on the shelves, no one cared about it. Is there really no such thing as the Maori Xingjuan clan? He tentatively sent an anonymous message to the world. Roasted centipedes and stewed spiders are now on the shelves. Friends from the universe with unique tastes, come and buy them. As soon as the news came out, there was an immediate response. Brother, are there any fried centipedes? Spider braised is better. I am from the centipede clan. Anyone who dares to eat my fellow centipedes will be killed by me. Luo Yu didn't care about anything he said. He started to collect the money with a smile on his face. In just a few minutes, all the dark dishes were sold, and 1,000 silver was obtained. Now there are 2,400, and the sense of crisis in his heart has eased a lot. Of course, this is just his sentimental sense of crisis. At this stage, let alone 2,400 silver, 240 is a huge sum of money. Speaking of bugs, Luo Yu entered the virtual arena. Although it was not as lively as the World Channel, there were many people. It was a pure stage for strong players. Just like playing a game on Earth, Luo Yu browsed through each room, including the room name, the profile of the challenger, and his gambling capital. Come if you are not afraid of death. 50 silver, challenge werewolf tribe, who's going to kill me? 20 silvers, challenger megatooth clan, have a good fight tonight. 50 silver, the protagonist is the ghost horn clan, the human named you, come out to Lord Chong. 1,000 silver, challenge Zerg. The room names are varied, and most of the bets are not big, less than 100, but there are 7 or 8 rooms with the same name. The human called you, come out to Master Chong. 1,000 silver. Needless to say, the Zerg wants to get back at the place. Luo Yu sneered. He didn't know why the Zerg had money, but he knew that he had to give these bugs a taste of their power. Being low-key does not mean being provoked. He directly clicked into a room, and it turned out to be another man from the Mantis tribe. This man recognized Luo Yu at a glance and shouted, "You finally came out. Today I will leave you with a psychological shadow." At this moment, many spectators rushed in. After all, the 1,000 ring was too eye-catching, and it was a grudge game. Luo Yu just sneered and waited for the start. 3, 2, 1. Both sides rushed towards each other at the same time. Both of them were very fast. It took only 2 or 3 seconds for them to cross each other. The Tiangong knife and the sickle were almost shot at the same time. The next moment, the two passed each other and stood in the same place. At this moment, the audience all widened their eyes, and suddenly there was a muffled sound. Plop. The mantis man's head was cut off, but Luo Yu was unharmed. It only takes one knife to kill you. Luo Yu's cold voice echoed in the empty room, and the audience was all in an uproar, but Luo Yu did not stop and had already left the room. This time he did not leave the arena, but entered another Zerg room with 1,000 silver. The audience followed, and the result was another knife. Cutting the mantis Zerg with one knife, cutting the giant scorpion with one knife and two. At this moment, someone understood. Weapons. The weapon in this guy's hand is incredible, it can even chop the exoskeleton of the big claw Zerg into pieces. This is a weapon with a certain grade. And I suspect it is very likely a bronze-grade weapon that surpasses the black iron grade. What bronze grade? This is at least silver grade. Since he has already made a feud with the Zerg, Luo Yu doesn't care about anything and starts to sweep the Zerg rooms in the arena. In less than half an hour, he destroyed 7 Zerg rooms. Fighting only Zerg, he has brought the feature of Zerg Nemesis to its extreme. The main purpose of coming to the arena is to make money. Some races offer higher prices, such as 1500 or 2000 silver, but Luo Yu thinks he is not a match for them. Those are the rooms opened by the champions of the Dragon Clan, Ghost Clan, and Blood Clan. You don't need to look at the people, just look at the race name to know that they are the type that you can't beat at all. Looking at his silver, it is exactly 10,000, and he also received a prompt, "Congratulations on your winning streak, your strength score has increased, and you have obtained the Black Iron Trialist achievement. Black Iron Trialist achieved, related technology chains and functions have been unlocked." Luo Yu was delighted. He had read the instructions before that reaching the Black Iron rating can unlock mercenary technology. He hurriedly exited the arena and looked at the research column. Sure enough, the mercenary series of technology was unlocked. The so called mercenary literally means mercenary. Put your information in the information column of the mercenary square and set a price. If someone else's survival base has a problem that he can't solve, then you can spend this price to hire a mercenary to help you. In other words, mercenaries can temporarily leave their own survival base and enter someone else's survival base. To register as a mercenary, you need to have at least a Black Iron rating and pay a deposit. Luo Yu carefully read the description of the mercenary system and found that this is the real way to make money quickly. There are wins and losses in the ring, but mercenaries are guaranteed to make money. The key is that the safety factor is extremely high. Yes, when a mercenary enters another survival base, he has a 5-second invincibility period, during which he will not be harmed. After judging the situation clearly, if he thinks that this task is beyond his ability, he can retreat immediately and escape back to his survival base through the space gate. But the deposit will be deducted. If it really comes to a life-and-death moment, who cares about the deposit? To unlock the technology to become a mercenary, you need 5,000 silver and a crystal stone. Silver is easy to say, but for crystal stones, you can only mine them by luck, or see if anyone is selling them at the auction house. Luo Yu immediately searched, but no one was selling this precious stone. He went to the mercenary square and looked around, but there was no mercenary. Don't worry, even if you want to register as a mercenary, you have to develop a base. When your base is absolutely safe, it is the kingly way to go out. It is worth mentioning that in addition to the mercenary system technology tree, if you want to leave the base, there are also visitor systems, life skills doctors, animal trainers, herbalists and other professions that can also enter other people's survival bases as mercenaries. Of course, it is impossible for anyone to get certified now. Before going to bed, I chatted with everyone in the regional channel to discuss survival strategies. Not to mention, Luo Yu has gained something. Fang Yumling believes that seeds should be purchased as soon as possible to plant some vegetables rich in vitamins, otherwise the human body will become weaker and weaker due to lack of these necessary elements. Luo Yu deeply agrees with this. He searched the auction and found that there are tomato seeds for sale. It is not expensive, 20 silver. In the morning, Luo Yu finished washing up, went to catch a fish to eat, and then opened up a new piece of arable land and planted tomatoes. When sowing the last seed, Luo Yu hesitated. Should I use today's critical hits for planting or mining? After hesitating for a while, he decided to use critical hits for mining. He planted the last seed in his hand and walked towards the mine. After a moment, he silently said something in his heart facing the rock wall, and then he dug a pickaxe. 100 times critical hits are triggered, your mining efficiency, rare or production rate and other values are increased by 10,000%, a flash of light flashed in front of his eyes, and Luo Yu hurriedly made way, only to see a green stone the size of a wash basin rolling out. This stone is crystal clear and very beautiful. You get Jade, 500 units, your mining skills are upgraded to LV3, Jade. Luo Yu was overjoyed, and another raw material for the defense core was available. Now all he needed was the beast soul core. Let the golden beetle carry the jade back, and Luo Yu started digging again. At the same time, he thought to himself that this beast soul core was obtained by killing a fierce beast, and it was an extremely precious thing. It may appear in the auction house, but even if it does, it will definitely be a sky-high price. I am afraid that I can't afford it at this stage. As for the fierce beast, it may appear in the sudden attack event, and there is also a chance of a big attack at the end of the month. There are only these two options at present. As for entering the Purple Mountains to actively look for fierce beasts, that is the behavior of being tired of living. Wait. What made him a little regretful was that the rare or this time did not dig out the worm, and he was still thinking about performing the repeated jump again. On this day, Luo Yu mined for another day. Because of his LV3 mining skills and action enthusiasm, his mining efficiency was very high, and he dug as much as he did in the previous 2 days. What made him even more happy was that he dug out 4 pieces of iron ore, and now he has 600 units of steel. In the evening, it started to drizzle in the sky. After dinner, Luo Yu went to the toilet and strolled on the grassland. It was not to digest after the meal, but to collect berry seeds in the bushes. There are not only grass on the grassland, but also some other crops. Alice said that her vegetable seeds and broccoli seeds were collected on the grassland. This time, it is not just Luo Yu who is collecting, I guess Fang Yameng and the others are also collecting. Got it. Luo Yu found a berry bush with green fruits. Although the berries are not ripe, the seeds in the fruit are real. After putting it away, continue to look. The setting sun cast a long shadow on Luo Yu. In the drizzle, his back looked a little lonely, but so determined. After finding 3 more berry seeds and an immature cabbage on the grassland, Luo Yu was ready to go home. At this moment, a prompt sounded. A group of migrating firebirds passed over your territory. Looking up, a group of large birds with fiery red colors flew in the distance. After entering the range of the survival base, they lowered their altitude. There is a lake here. Luo Yu knew that they were going to fish. He looked at the area and chatted, and it was indeed lively. Fang Yunmen, this flamingo is so beautiful. Knocker, meow, I want to catch one to eat. Taoran, bird meat is unpalatable, not as good as green leaves. Luo Yu, old cow, are you a vegetarian? Alice, don't catch birds too close to the lake, be careful of the monsters in the lake. Luo Yu had just seen Alice's message when a black shadow suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake, and then a huge black fish as big as a house jumped out of the lake. It jumped 5 or 6 meters and ate 2 flamingos that wanted to catch fish. Luo Yu hurriedly controlled the system to take a picture and uploaded it to the regional chat. Fang Yumeng, Alice, and others, oh my god. Monster. Luo Yu, you are not dead. Knocker, I love to eat black fish. Luo Yu had thought of many ways to eliminate monsters in the lake before, but after seeing this huge black fish monster, there was only one way left. Find a way to kill it with a long range attack. I want to fight it in a melee, IMSB. Boom. The huge blackfish fell into the lake, splashing water all over the sky. The flamingo that had been staying there took off in panic and began to flee. Just when Luo Yu thought that the bird meat was gone, a Dai made a contribution. It suddenly jumped up from a bush and pounced on a panicked flamingo. Dai, don't. Before Luo Yu finished speaking, the neck of the flamingo had been bitten off. I wanted to tame it. Seeing Dai running over with the bird in his mouth to ask for credit, Luo Yu smiled faintly, touched its head and said, pull out all the hair, and roast it for you later. Woo woo woo. Dai excitedly wagged his tail wildly. The man and the dog were walking back. Luo Yu was sharp-eyed and found 2 bird eggs not far away. Running over to take a look, the eggs were bigger than goose eggs. They must be flamingo eggs. A strange fish jumped out, and the mother bird laid eggs in advance due to stress? What a good bird. Luo Yu smiled. The flamingo here is not the cute flamingo on Earth. It is about the same size as a peacock. It is a flying bird of prey. When it grows up, it can help in battle and has a significant reconnaissance effect. The key is to try your luck with a critical hit. What if a critical hit hatches a little phoenix? He thought happily in his heart and went back to the house with 2 bird eggs. After a while, the rain stopped. Luo Yu chatted with everyone while eating roasted bird legs. Naker, meow, my sister, and I worked together to catch a flaming bird. We can eat it. Luo Yu, worked together? You have 2 cat girls? Naker, 2. Luo Yu, what do you think we are? Luo Yu, of course we are cute cat girls. Naker, That's what I said, but it always feels weird. Fang Yameng, I was lucky and tamed one. After this, there was a photo of a flaming bird, which seemed to be quite majestic. Alice, Does Mingxua have a talent for taming animals? Fang Yameng, well, she is close to small animals. The initial taming level is LV3. Everyone, wow. You can try to unlock the tamer technology, and help others tame animals to make money in the future. Life professions such as tamers and herbalists are similar to mercenaries. If others pay you, you can leave the base to help them. In essence, they are the same as mercenaries. Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, did you get anything? Luo Yu, I picked up 2 bird eggs. Everyone, if you don't know how to hatch eggs, eat them tonight. Luo Yu doesn't know how to hatch eggs, but hatching eggs is similar, just ensure a suitable temperature. He looked at Adai, who was gnawing on the bird's claws, and said with a smile, Adai, I need you. Adai, Awu? That night, Adai hugged 2 large bird eggs and fell asleep carefully. For 3 consecutive days, Luo Yu mined in the mine during the day. The cutting point had piled up a hill of stones, just waiting for Luo Yu to cut. In the evening, he would walk around the grassland, looking for seeds or newly grown plants and fruits. Now he actually had no shortage of meat, but vegetables to supplement vitamins were still in short supply. This was not just his problem. Both the regional channel and the world channel were talking about the problem of vegetables. An ordinary green vegetable had been sold for 100 silvers at the auction house. Of course, some races have a smaller demand for vegetables, such as the catgirl tribe, which mainly eats meat. Nakir has never complained about the relevant issues. The 3 girls on Fang Yuming's side also did not complain. Sometimes they had to believe in the existence of the European emperor. There was actually an apple forest in their survival base, which they had only recently discovered. As the king of fruits, apples are enough to supplement vitamins. Fang Yameng and her friends can also take the opportunity to sell them at a high price to make a lot of money. Luo Yu secretly sighed why his was a bamboo forest instead of a fruit forest. Perhaps this is life. Of course, because of the dragon fruit and ginseng I ate before, my body is full of trace elements, so there is no problem for the time being, but I must prepare for a rainy day. Crops like tomatoes and berries are far from ripe. Luo Yu thought about it, but there was no good solution for the time being. It would be a waste to use a critical hit to ripen an ordinary crop. As he walked, Luo Yu walked into the bamboo forest. The beginning of the world of heavenly Tao was spring. Now was the time when everything was revived and the flowers were blooming. The bamboos were growing rapidly. Patting a brittle bamboo, Luo Yu said to himself, keep growing. If it gets harder, I'll use you as a javelin. Wait a minute, harder? No, keep growing. A thought flashed through Luo Yu's mind. He turned his head and looked at his feet. There was a young bamboo shoot emerging. Bamboo shoots. Seeing the emerging bamboo shoots, Luo Yu was overjoyed. Although bamboo shoots are not green vegetables in the traditional sense, they are also rich in various vitamins. He immediately used the Tiangong knife to dig, searching and digging until it was completely dark. He dug 12 bamboo shoots in one breath, enough to eat for a while. That night, he cooked a pot of bamboo shoots and meat soup. The fragrance made Adai greedy. Even the golden beetle crawled over to ask for meat. Luo Yu had a very comfortable meal, which was nutritious and great. After eating and drinking, Luo Yu entered the arena, ready to make a small profit. Not to mention, relying on the talent, Zerg Nemesis, Luo Yu got another 400 silver from these aggressive Zergs tonight, and currently has 10,350 silver, which is a huge sum. Seeing that the time was almost up, Luo Yu said goodnight to everyone in the regional chat channel and went to bed early. In the morning, breakfast was still bamboo shoots and meat soup, and after eating, he went to mine as usual. Luo Yu found that it was not good for health to soak in the mine all day, so he changed his schedule, mining in the morning and cutting stones outdoors in the afternoon. Today's critical hit was still used for mining. This time, he actually dug out a piece of magnet the size of a wash basin, which was sucked on the pickaxe and almost broke off. Because he could dig out a rare ore every day, which gave him a lot of mining experience, his mining skills only came to LV4. Today, I built another 20-meter wall. I went home and looked at 2 bird eggs. They seemed to have hatched. I estimated that they would hatch in 2 or 3 days. On the 6th day, in the mine, Luo Yu started to collect ore very quickly. The efficiency of LV4 mining skills was greatly improved. Basically, he would get something with 1 pickaxe, and the chance of digging iron ore was a little higher. He silently said a sentence in his heart, and immediately there was a prompt, 100x critical hit triggered. After 1 pickaxe, Luo Yu felt the rock wall vibrate slightly, and hurriedly jumped away, but a large pile of ore rolled out, all black spot stone. Black spot stone, 100 units, good guy, it really is a 100x critical hit, right? Luo Yu's mouth twitched. It was a pity that he didn't get rare ore this time. Just when he was a little disappointed, suddenly 2 stones in the pile of black spot stones moved, but they rushed directly towards him. Digger, while this 90% active attack, Luo Yu frowned slightly, pulled out the Tiangong knife and slapped it. With the blessing of the Zerg Nemesis feature, the two diggers were slapped away like ping-pong balls and fell into a coma. Playing dead? Luo Yu sneered and slapped one of the bugs on the forehead. After waking up, the bug seemed to be afraid of Luo Yu and wanted to run, but the power suppressed it and couldn't move. Taming. With a light shout, the digger's body flashed, and it was successfully tamed. Digger, Strength 4, Constitution 12, Agility 6, Special Function, Mining. Diggers can perform mining work with low efficiency, initial mining level LV2, sure enough. Seeing the instructions, Luo Yu was delighted and tamed another digger in the same way. Because they were both in a state of panic, the success rate was quite high. You two, start digging well today. After giving the order to the two digging worms, the two worms immediately took action, digging into the rock wall with their front claws. It's much more efficient than the golden beetle. With these two worms helping to dig, the construction period of the wall can be greatly shortened. That day, Luo Yu worked hard and built the wall to 100 meters. One side of the wall was already built. At night, as usual, we soaked in the bathtub and chatted. Many people complained that they were not well fed and clothed, and had to face attacks. Such days have never happened before. This kind of words filled the World Channel and the Regional Chat Channel. Luo Yu found that there were several active names in the Regional Channel before, but they didn't appear for 2 days. Maybe they are gone. Fang Yameng, I've been eating apples for 2 days, and my mouth feels so bland. What do you guys eat? Luo Yu, do you want to eat meat? Let's exchange 1 apple for a piece of meat, how about that? Fang Yameng, huh, really? Deal. A trading interface immediately appeared in front of Luo Yu. Yumling placed 10 apples directly on the interface, and Luo Yu placed 5 pieces of wolf meat and 5 pieces of bird meat on it, and the transaction was completed. With the flash of light in front of him, 10 apples fell into the bathtub. To be honest, fruits are much more valuable than meat at this stage, and Luo Yu actually made a profit according to the market price. Oh, I'm so greedy, I won't chat anymore, my sister and I are eating meat. Fang Yuming sent a private chat at this time. The two of them are not friends, and private chats are limited. They can only chat privately for 10 minutes a day. The friend position in the Tiandao world is very valuable. It takes 1,000 silver to buy a friend position. After becoming friends with each other, the limit on the number of private chats will be lifted, and friends are also a prerequisite for visitor technology. Even if the visitor technology is unlocked, if they are not friends, they cannot visit each other's survival base. After putting away the apples, Luo Yu returned to the bathtub and checked the food he currently had. Apples, 10, wolf meat, 30, flamingo meat, 42, bamboo shoots, 11. In addition to the 7 or 8 big fish raised in the temporary fish pond, the meat reserve is about 80 units, and vegetables are 21. He needs to consume about 5 pieces of meat and 2 vegetables a day, and Adai also needs 5 pieces of meat. The 2 digging worms are small, but they also need 2 pieces of meat a day. As for the golden beetle, it eats grass, so don't worry about it. With this calculation, there are about 8 days of food reserves, but the problem is that the shelf life of meat is only 4 days, and it needs to be refrigerated. Clicking on the auction house, searching for ice cubes, I found that no one is selling them. Things like ice cubes must be very precious at this stage. In some places, when there is a special climate and hail, it is possible to collect some. Luo Yu thought about making an underground ice cellar, and tried to speak to the world. Silver buys ice cubes, and some are put on the auction house. Where can you get ice cubes in spring? Even if there are ice cubes, they should be kept for food storage. It's not your turn. The world began to mock him. Luo Yu waited for a while and found that no one put ice cubes on the shelves. He searched the system mall again, but didn't find any props that could refrigerate food. He felt a little disappointed. The system mall will sell some common items, but not key survival items. Ice is a key item. How can I effectively preserve meat? Luo Yu thought about it. Pickling meat is one way, but it only extends the time a little bit. Moreover, the temperature has risen recently, and the shelf life will become shorter and shorter. He quickly calculated in his mind, and suddenly, his eyes looked at the pile of iron ore outside the wooden house, and his eyes gradually brightened. He jumped out of the bathtub directly, put on his clothes, and spent 4 silver to make 8 units of iron ore into an iron box with a shelf in the middle. He went to the stream to get clear water and poured it into the iron box, and then put a piece of cloth in it. One end of the cloth was immersed in the water, and the other end was wrapped around the iron box. Then Luo Yu stuffed a pile of meat in it, and left a ventilation hole. This is a simple evaporative refrigeration device. Through the principle of evaporation, it can produce a cooling effect. If it can cool down, it can greatly extend the time for meat to rot and deteriorate. Luo Yu was very satisfied after placing the iron box in a cool and ventilated place in the wooden house. People are forced to do things, and the wisdom of the working people is infinite. He laughed and went to sleep contentedly. In the morning, he took a look at the wolf meat in the iron box, and there was a hint of coldness on it. Now it can be preserved for at least 7 or 8 more days. This time is enough before the summer comes. Today's breakfast is an apple and half a grilled fish. Luo Yu ate it very happily. After eating, he suddenly had an idea and thought of something. There are seeds in this apple. Plant it. Luo Yu, who wanted to go mining, walked to the edge of the vegetable field, dug a hole and planned to plant the apple core. Just as he was about to bury it, he thought of something else and silently recited a critical strike in his heart. 100x critical hit triggered, your planting efficiency increased 100x. After burying the pit, Luo Yu watched a small sapling break out of the soil, and then quickly grew larger, but in a moment it turned into an apple tree. Does this shorten the growth cycle by 100 times? Luo Yu looked at the dozen slightly green fruits on the tree, and was overjoyed. Green apples cannot be eaten immediately, but with an apple tree, he can plant an apple forest, it's just a matter of time. With a very happy mood, Luo Yu also carefully built a small earth dam around the apple tree to prevent rainwater, so as not to be drowned in bad weather one day. After doing all this, Luo Yu shouted to Adai, who was still hatching eggs in the house, "Adai, watch the apple tree, don't let the birds eat my fruit." Dai shouted in response, indicating that he knew. "You go." Luo Yu started mining again. As the saying goes, if things go well, everything will go well. This time, he actually dug out a small piece of jadeite, not much, 20 units, and 2 digging beasts came out with the jadeite. Luo Yu is an old hand at taming insects. It was not difficult to tame these 2 insects. The number of mining coolies reached 4, and his taming level also reached LV3. With 4 digging worms and a golden beetle responsible for transportation, Luo Yu no longer needs to soak in the mine cave for a whole morning like before. Now he can basically complete the workload in just 2 hours. After all, the entire base is so big, there are still many things he needs to do. After coming out of the mine cave, all the stones were cut, and the city wall reached 130 meters. Luo Yu walked into the bamboo forest and prepared to select some suitable bamboos for javelins. After an afternoon of selection and felling, Luo Yu got 20 units of bamboo, then clicked on the system and selected the weapon production page. Ordinary javelin, wood or bamboo *1, steel *5, silver *5, the iron ore he dug before was put to good use. Luo Yu directly chose to make 20 javelins. With a flash of light, the javelin appeared in front of him. He picked up one and weighed it in his hand. It felt a little light, but looking at the sharp tip, the power must be great. Of course, the premise is that the accuracy is sufficient. He looked at his shooting skills, LV3. He participated in militia training and shot targets. Although he was not a sharpshooter, he easily passed the target shooting. Ordinary people are probably LV0. He spent 10 silvers to buy a wooden target. Luo Yu practiced the technique of throwing javelins and practiced shooting skills by the way. Not to mention, after the numerical enhancement of all aspects, his hit rate is not bad. Throwing a target from 100 meters away, the hit rate reached 30%, which is indeed the level of LV3. 100 meters is a standard distance. Beyond this distance, the hit rate will decrease. The reason why he practiced javelin throwing was that he planned to shoot birds. Now that he was much stronger, he could shoot down any migrating birds. The other reason was that he was targeting the strange fish in the lake. The monster occupied the beautiful lake, which made Luo Yu hate it so much that he couldn't sleep or eat unless he killed it. After practicing javelin for an afternoon, he felt a little sore in his arms. His shooting skills did not increase, but his physical fitness increased by 1 point. Now it is 27. The sun sets again. Luo Yu has worked hard today. He is quite satisfied with his current state. After dinner, he was about to take a bath when he suddenly got a reminder, warning, the climate in the world of Tiandao has changed. There may be abnormal weather in your territory. Please be prepared. After hearing this, Luo Yu hurriedly moved the outdoor bathtub and other items back to the wooden house, and hid in the stone toilet. The toilet felt much safer than the wooden house. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded in the sky, and then Luo Yu saw a bolt of lightning strike directly down and landed on the ground by the lake. Dry thunder! Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat, and what he feared came true. At the same time, the regional chat exploded. Naker, drought thunder, my god, why is there drought thunder in our area? Nyoda, drought thunder is actually not bad. Look at the World Channel. There is a tornado next door. There are also places where hail as big as fists falls. Even if there is a house, it will not work. Luo Yu, houses are not okay? Don't say that. It's easy to start a group. By the way, drought thunder on the grass may cause burning. Everyone, pay attention. If the grassland is on fire, it will be difficult to solve it. Fong Mingxue, everyone, don't hide under the tree. Don't hide under the tree. Don't hide under the tree. Important things are said 3 times. Nyoda, don't say it, I'm on fire. My vegetable garden is over. Alice, oh, is the fire elf angry? I'm on fire too. Luo, you really said it right. Someone in the neighborhood is on fire. Boom! Another thunder sounded, and a lightning bolt struck the grassland, and suddenly sparks flew out. Luo Yu frowned slightly. Although the water source was close at hand, he didn't dare to go out to put out the fire for fear of being struck by thunder. And he thought that the drought thunder would not last too long. Indeed, the drought thunder might not last too long, but it was accompanied by strong winds. The strong winds swept across the grassland, and the flames spread instantly, turning into a sea of fire in the distance. Nyoda, wind. Ah! It's over, the vegetable field will definitely not be saved. Luo Yu, don't go out to put out the fire, you will be struck by lightning. Nakor, everyone should live well. We agreed that when we have money in the future, we will add each other as friends and visit each other. Live well. Alice, don't be afraid, pray in your heart, the goddess will bless every kind child. Fong Yaman, huh? My lightning has struck the lake, and many fish have white bellies. I really want to pick them up. Luo Yu. Shut up, you 3 are European emperors. The strong wind swept in, and the flames quickly burned a piece of grassland, but Luo Yu's face did not show much worry. Because the direction of the flames was the direction of the wall. At this time, the benefits of the wall are reflected. Do you have the ability to burn my stones? Luo Yu, fortunately, the flames were blocked by my wall. Wall? Elena, dark elf stupid human, you actually have a wall? Luo Yu, Elena, you idiot woman, I have tolerated you for a long time. If you dare to call me stupid again, I will draw a circle and curse you. He also added a screenshot of a short photo of the flames being blocked by his own wall. Elena, stupid human can't curse, I'm not afraid of you. Alice, Elena, don't say it. Nyoda, strong. Although it's only a dozen meters, it's still very strong. The angle of the photo made him think it was only a dozen meters. Zhu Lai, pig-headed human star, this is black spotstone. Luo Yu, where did you get so many black spotstones? Don't tell me you dug them yourself. Luo Yu, I love mining. Zhu Lai, I also love mining and built a wall, but this is only 5 meters high. Luo Yu, you have such high strength and stamina values. Naku air, meow meow? Luo Yu is actually a very powerful boy, right? Fang Yumeng, someone told me to shut up, I dare not speak. Luo Yu, the fire is big, let's not talk anymore. Nyoda, I'm burning too, the wooden house is going to be destroyed. Everyone, good luck to you. On Luo Yu's side, the flames did get bigger, but the wind was still blowing towards the wall. The wall of more than 100 meters completely blocked the flames at the door of the house. It seems that the vegetable field and apple trees cannot be burned. Crackle, after a short fire, heavy rain fell from the sky, and the flames were quickly extinguished, but Luo Yu didn't feel good. Even from a distance, you can see that the roof of the wooden house is leaking. Fang Yameng, it's over, my wooden house is leaking. We are too. There was a wailing in the regional chat. I'm afraid I won't sleep well tonight. Luo Yu rushed back to the wooden house and chopped the wolf skin on his body, and then placed various tools on the bed. Then he called Adai to run back to the toilet with 2 bird eggs. 1 person, 1 wolf and 2 eggs were leaning against the corner, and Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Even he felt that he was tossed enough. I'm afraid that many people will be unlucky tonight. Leaning against the wall, he fell asleep in a daze. That night he dreamed that he lived in a 3-story villa, calmly drinking coffee and enjoying the scenery of the rainy night. The next morning, the sky was clear. After waking up, Luo Yu moved his body and felt good. When he walked into the wooden house, it was indeed all wet, and there was water on the ground, which was uncomfortable to look at. Open the construction page. If you want to build a stone house, you need to unlock the prerequisite, the stone house construction outline. Stonehouse construction outline, 1000 silver, 200 iron or, base score above 100, looking at his own score, because he built a wall of more than 100 meters, his score has reached 130 without him noticing. Hey, that's enough. Luo Yu smiled and chose to unlock directly. After deducting silver and iron ore, he can see some stonehouse templates that can be built at this stage. There are ordinary stone houses, 2-story small high-rises or 3-story villas, and the prices are different. An ordinary stone house can be built with 6,000 stone bricks and 600 silver, while a 3-story villa can be built with 300,000 stone bricks and 30,000 silver, which is ridiculously expensive. Of course, the defense capabilities and comfort levels of both sides are not of the same order of magnitude. Seeing these numbers, Luo Yu's mouth twitched. Okay, I'll build the city wall first. The 4 digging worms went to dig stones again. Luo Yu lit a fire in the wooden house, grilling and driving away the moisture. Alice, is everyone okay? Did you catch a cold last night? Fang Yamun, last night, the 3 of us hugged each other to keep warm. We were afraid of getting sick and didn't dare to sleep. Finally, we couldn't stand it anymore. We used the money we earned from selling apples to improve our physical fitness. We managed to make it through. Is Luo Yu still alive? Luo Yu, I'm fine. By the way, it costs 1,000 yuan to improve our physical fitness. Is selling apples really that profitable? Fang Yamun, well, we bid 200 per apple and earned more than 20,000 silver coins. Last night, each of us improved our physical fitness by 6 points. Taorun, my entire belongings don't even have 100 silver coins. You really? I want to die. Luo Yu, Emperor of Europe. Emperor of Europe. Alice, I'm glad you're alright. Where's Kor? Is she still here? Nakr, my sister and I are fine too. We cats can curl up and hide in the mine. My sister's tail is furry and keeps warm. Fang Yamun, furry, meow, I want to touch it. Looking at the regional chat, the familiar ones are all fine. Looking at the world chat, it's a wailing. Many people are sick. Needless to say, what does it mean to get sick in such an environment? After chatting for a while, Luo Yu opened the auction house while eating grilled fish and chewing apples. Input, ice cubes. Last night, many places had fist-sized hailstones. Smart guys collected them. Sure enough, many people were selling ice cubes. In most cases, the prices at the auction house are similar. You can't sell the same item even if you market too high. The market determines the value. Currently, the minimum price of a unit of ice cube is 200 silver and the maximum is 250 silver. Luo Yu knew that this price was obviously higher than the normal price. If you put it in winter, no one would buy your ice cubes for $2. After browsing, he had a private chat with a Nanak person named Reina. Luo Yu, brother, can you exchange the 500 ice cubes you put on the shelf for something else? Reina, I only want silver, 15,000 silver, I won't sell it for less than $1. Luo Yu, go away. After throwing a trash talk, he closed the chat window directly and chatted privately with a guy named Aofu from the barbarian tribe. Luo Yu, brother, how about I exchange your 400 ice cubes for something else? Off, what do you want to trade it for? Luo Yu, what do you want? Alf, vegetables, fruits, or pets that can work. Good-looking female pets are also fine. The kind that takes human form. Luo Yu, brother, do you want to exchange some pieces of ice for a humanoid pet? Does it have to be a good-looking female? Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Off, if I have it, I'll have it. What's the point of talking about it without you? After Luo Yu thought for a moment, he replied with a slight smile, there are definitely no female pets, and I won't give you fruits and vegetables, but I can give you a hope. Did you know that there is a chance that a bird in human form will hatch from a bird egg? Off, Birdman? Do you have an egg that can hatch into a female birdman? Luo Yu, I have a flamingo egg. Brother, I am an honest person. I cannot guarantee that this bird egg will hatch into a birdman. Even if there is a high chance of hatching a birdman, it may not be a female birdman. But, here's a hope. A hope to bet against the will of heaven. Off, you, what you said seems to make sense. Where are the eggs? Let me take a look. A trading interface was sent over, and Luo Yu simply worshipped the bird's egg. Flamingo egg, about to hatch. Off, still about to hatch? Well, let's do this, I'll trade it with you for 200 ice cubes. 200? The hope of a female birdman is worth 200 ice cubes? Luo Yu, forget it, I won't change it. I hope I can keep this for myself. After saying that, he closed the transaction window directly. Sure enough, Aof immediately sent a message, 300. 300 ice cubes, this is the highest price I can give. No. Luo Yu seemed very decisive, and Alfu didn't send any more messages for a while. It's just that the barbarian bull tribe couldn't bear their temper when they heard the name. Within 3 seconds, they sent another message, okay, 400 is 400. I'll fight for the female birdman. Good guy, is this your lower body thinking? Luo Yu secretly smiled in his heart, but fell into silence. The more he behaved like this, the more impatient the other party became. He sent messages continuously. After 3 minutes of silence, Luo Yu replied, oh, I always feel that I will regret trading with you. Aofu, brother, please, I'll give you the ice cubes. Can I add a carrot? This, Luo Yu, okay, please order a deal. Soon the transaction page came over, and it turned out to be 400 units of ice cubes and a carrot. Luo Yu simply put the bird's egg on it. Deal completed. Please select the area where the ice cubes will be placed. Luo Yu was overjoyed and chose to place the ice cubes outside the house. What he saw was that 400 ice cubes were piled up in a square shape. Each ice cube was basically the size of a lunchbox. This is enough for a small underground ice cellar. Aof, brother, if I don't say anything else, I'm going to hatch the eggs. If a female birdman really comes out, I'll give you a carrot every day. Thank you, thank you. Luo Yu, it's easy to say, remember to use a soft part of your body to hatch it, don't break the egg. Aof, oh. Thank you brother, no more chatting, let's go. The chat window was closed, and Luo Yu didn't waste any time. He just picked the location and started digging. Luo Yu was very strong, and the Tiangong knife was very efficient in digging the ground. As he dug all the way, he soon dug out a passage and a square hole about 4 meters deep and about 20 square meters in area. Click on the construction page, spend some ordinary stone bricks and silver to build walls, and a small cellar is ready. After placing the ice cubes one by one and covering them with the stone cover, the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Luo Yu felt extremely comfortable in the dark environment of the ice cellar. At least 2,000 units of meat and vegetables can be stored here, so you don't have to worry about shelf life issues in summer. After climbing out of the ice cellar, Luo Yu calculated around the ice cellar, smiled and said to himself, when the time comes, build a warehouse on top of the ice cellar. It will be convenient for shading, perfect. He has already planned it. Since one bird egg was exchanged for so many ice cubes, Luo Yu saved at least 7,000 to 8,000 yuan of silver. Thinking of the situation last night, he decided to spend 5,000 yuan to add more. Fang Yamong and the others actually have the right idea. Only by having a good physique can they resist diseases, recover from injuries faster, and at the same time allow themselves to work longer. Physique is the support of everything. 5,000 silver can buy 5 attribute points. After Luo Yu thought for a while, he added 2 strength and 3 constitution. Only with high strength can you kill that strange fish with a javelin. Looked at the panel. Strength, 23 constitution, 30 agility, 27. There are still more than 5,000 silver left, so I can use them to purchase mercenary technology when the time comes. After sorting out his thoughts, the most lacking thing now is stones. Walls, warehouses, and large villas all need massive stones to support the mines where Luo Yu went again. In the dim environment, he struck with a pickaxe. Triggered by 100 times critical hit, what came out along the pickaxe was 100 pieces of black speckled stone, and this critical attack produced a lot more stones. When you are engaged in mining activities, your strength +1, pretty. Luo Yu's mouth curled up, and he gave another attribute point after holding it back for a few days. His sharp eyes swept through the pile of stones, and he found 3 digging worms. No doubt, tamed. After a series of operations, there were 3 more coolies, and this time there were 7 worms. The mining ability of one worm was almost equal to that of an ordinary human at mining level 1. This would be equivalent to 7 people working for Luo Yu for free, which was very satisfying. I mined for 2 hours in the morning, and spent another hour cutting stones to build a fence. It was already 170 meters, and the goal of 400 meters was getting closer and closer. At lunchtime, the 7 digging worms also crawled out, crying for food. After Luo Yu gave them a few pieces of meat, he found that with the increase of coolies in the base, food became tight again. This worm does not eat vegetables or grass, so I have to find a way to get some meat. I went to the auction house to take a look. The general price of meat is now much lower than that of vegetables, but it is still very expensive. Speaking of which, this auction house also has many restrictions. All the restrictions should be to avoid reselling items and avoid the emergence of merchants. Going to the auction house to buy meat now is definitely a waste. There are currently 3 ways to get food. The first is hunting. There will be small animals on the grassland, such as voles, mice, squirrels, etc. If you are lucky, you can encounter rabbits, but the chance is very small. This kind of animal is hard to find, and Luo Yu doesn't want to eat mice. The second way is to hunt, but instead of hunting mice, make bows and arrows to shoot birds. However, there are not many birds that come to this grassland for food, and it is difficult to shoot because of the small amount of meat. It is not a wise move. The third way is of course to catch fish. After finishing a pot of broth, Luo Yu walked to the stream while gnawing carrots. The dam that was built before was still there, and only 2 or 3 big fish were caught in the temporary fish pond. Xiaoyu was ignored by Luo Yu, and it was not enough to fill his teeth. If you want to attract big fish again, there won't be so many fishy things like internal organs, and this method is not a long-term solution. After Luo Yu stood on the shore and thought for a moment, he suddenly had an idea and thought of a way. Why not just dig a fish pond? For this fish pond, you can refer to the model in front of you and set up 2 dams, which serve as the water inlet and outlet respectively. The water inlet is usually opened, the fish pond is filled with water and bait is put down to lure various fish to come and make nests here. Wait 2 or 3 days to close the water inlet, open the water outlet to drain the water and put a net over the water outlet. Then you can pick up fish directly? I'm afraid it's not just fish, there will also be a lot of crabs, prawns and the like. The more Luo Yu thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. The location could not be too far from the creek, otherwise drainage would be inconvenient. After much selection, he chose a location near the creek near the wall. This place can be within the range of one's own firepower, and it is also a high low terrain with good water flow direction. It will also save a lot of effort when digging. If there is a critical attack, it can also be used as a moat, which is perfect. After selecting the location, after some calculations, we still need 2 large rocks that can block the water inlet and outlet, and a strong fishing net to prevent the fish from being washed away when the water is released. Big rocks are easy to talk about. It is very convenient to remove 2 pieces from the city wall, but as for fishing nets, the system mall does not sell key props such as fishing nets, so you have to find a way yourself. It is too much work to make a decent fishing net by yourself, and there are no props such as nylon thread and rubber thread. Something that has toughness and elasticity that can withstand the impact of water flow, and can effectively block fish and shrimps. After Luo Yu touched his chin and paced around for a moment, he suddenly had an idea and thought of something. Bamboo. Bamboo cut into thin strips has a certain degree of toughness and elasticity. After being reinforced with rattan, it can be formed into the shape of a bamboo basket and cover the water outlet. Even fish entering the big bamboo basket cannot escape. Wait a minute, it seems you don't have to make the bamboo baskets yourself, they are sold in the mall. Luo Yu hurriedly searched and found bamboo baskets of various types, large and small, and they were not expensive. The mall does not sell fishing nets, but it does hide substitutes for fishing nets. As long as your thinking does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Anyway, there are 7 bugs digging at the rocks now, so Luo Yu decided to build the fish pond first. Just do what you said, and after spending 60 silver to buy the largest bamboo basket, Luo Yu started digging with a tiangong knife. When working hard, time always flows by unknowingly. As the sun sets, Luo Yu looks at the half-dug fish pond in front of him and feels happy. It should be completed tomorrow. It's good to have high physical strength. If you work for a long time, you'll be in great shape. It was time for the daily bath again, and everyone started communicating again during the regional chat. Nyoda, what a misfortune. One fire burned down half of the grassland, and I lost half of the food. Alas! The vegetable patch will only mature in 12 days. Nakor, you have a wide range of food. If I could eat grass, my life would be much less troublesome. Alice, work as the sun rises and breathe as the sun sets. Perhaps we are chasing the true meaning of life now. Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, do you still have enough food? What are your plans for the future? Maybe Luo Yu is the only Chinese boy in the nearby area, so Fang Yameng will naturally be closer to him. The same is true for Luo Yu, and he will naturally feel like a fellow countryman. Luo Yu, we have enough food for now, and we are planning to dig a small fish pond. What about you? Fang Yameng, let's, wait a minute, dig a fish pond? Luo Yu, is it my imagination? Why do I always feel like you have endless strength, Naker? We girls in the Miao tribe all like strong boys. My sister will definitely like Luo Yu's he. Luo Yu, I'm very curious about cat girls. I want to see your ears and tail. Nyoda, do you want to see my ears and tail? Luo Yu, get out. Originally, Luo Yu was just joking, but Nakier actually sent a screenshot in a private message. On the upper edge of the bathtub where the mist floated, there were two small heads leaning against each other. One head had white ears on it, and the other had black ears on it. You can vaguely see the tail behind the head, which is also black and white. These two catgirls are taking a bath too. It's a pity that there are only ears and tail, and there is nothing Luo Yu wants to see. Naker, private chat, I'll just show it to you. Don't forward it to others, or I'll bite you. Luo Yu felt that his heartbeat was a little fast. This cat lady was a bit alluring. Luo Yu, you can bite me, please meow and bite at the same time. Meow meow, it's annoying, my sister is blushing. Naker closed the private chat, while Luo Yu laughed, feeling very happy. Regional chat was really the spice to a boring life. After chatting with everyone for a while, he entered the virtual arena. He had just entered a 100 silver battle room opened by the Zerg. The Zerg was obviously startled and shouted, "Here comes you." After saying that, he admitted defeat directly. After collecting the money and exiting the room, he saw that the room opened by the Zerg in this channel's arena was missing by more than half. It seemed that the Zerg was afraid of him. This made him frown slightly. Have you been beating the Zerg a little too harshly recently? Can you wait a few days? Forget it, you're here already, let's try another race. He clicked into a room called Xiuye. The price of the battle was not high, 50 silver. The opponent seemed to be a human race, and she was also female. There was no dialogue between the two. After the countdown in 3.2.1, they started taking action directly. Bang! At the moment when they passed by, the sword in Xiuye's hand was cut off by the Tiangong sword on the spot, but the ability she showed next gave Luo Yu a new understanding of combat effectiveness evaluation. This woman was agile, and the half-broken sword in her hand was equally good at offense and defense. Luo Yu clearly felt that his basic attributes were suppressing her, but in his eagerness, he found it difficult to win. It was not until 60 or 70 rounds that Luo Yu's physical advantage became apparent, but he took advantage of Xiuye's exhaustion and punched her in the chest. Xiuye stopped attacking and covered the hit chest with his little hand. Although he couldn't see her face, he knew that she should be relatively embarrassed and angry at the moment. Seeing this, Luo Yu hurriedly said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you, stop talking." Xiuye's voice sounded gritted, "Very good, you are the first man who can beat me. 4 days? It's still the same time in 4 days. Do you dare to fight me again? I received an invitation from Xiuye. Do you accept it?" Luo Yu could somewhat feel that his actual combat ability had improved a bit by fighting with this woman. He nodded and said, "Okay, come as soon as you come. But if you continue to care so much about your chest, I'm afraid you won't be able to win against me. You are shameless. We'll see." Xiuye exited the room directly. K.O. You win. After also exiting the room, Luo Yu did not continue to stay in the arena, but began to think. Xiuye was definitely good at martial arts just now. Even though his strength, constitution and agility were only half of Luo Yu's, he was able to deal with him for so long. If he were a Zerg with the same attributes, he would have been defeated in seconds without triggering his characteristics. Martial arts. Luo Yu hurriedly opened the system interface and clicked on the battle technology tree. Unlocking martial arts requires 10,000 silver. Only after unlocking can you learn martial arts. There are no martial arts cheats for sale in the mall. You can only fight big beasts or explode your character by fishing. Of course, auctions may also appear, but the prices will definitely be sky-high. Luo Yu knew the importance of martial arts very well. If he put a price tag on it, he would probably start with 7 figures in silver. Is that woman's martial arts inherited? Or was she picked up by bad luck? Luo Yu was confused and prepared to ask the woman again after 3 days. Thinking like this, Luo Yu got up and went back to his room to sleep. Wake up in the morning, wash up, eat, and continue digging the fish pond. Before lunch, a fish pond about 40 square meters and 1 meter deep was dug. The ditches for the water inlet and outlet were completed yesterday. Luo Yu removed the large stone bricks from the water inlet, and the water flowed from the creek came rushing over. In a moment, the fish pond was filled with water. He took out a vole he caught while digging yesterday, cut it in half and prepared to throw it into the lake as bait to attract fish. Suddenly, he had an idea. It would be great if the bait could have a critical hit. While thinking about it, he threw the 2 halves of the field mouse into the pond. Triggered by 100 times critical hit, the effectiveness of your bait will be increased by 100 times, it's really good. Luo Yu was startled when he saw a faint light flashing at the bottom of the pond. Even if the effect of the bait was increased 100 times, it would not be so fast. Wait, we will know how many fish can be attracted tomorrow. In the afternoon, Luo Yu started cutting stones. The 7 diggers dug out stones almost one after another. Luo Yu felt that he did not need to go to the mine. With the great increase in efficiency, the construction of the wall per day increased from the original 20 meters to the current 40 meters. When Luo Yu finished his busy day, another wall had been built. There are still 200 meters left. At this speed, the construction will be completed soon. When he was sleeping that night, he faintly heard the sound of fish splashing in the fish pond. Far from being noisy, the sound was pleasant to Luo Yu's ears. When he woke up in the morning, he walked to the fish pond as soon as possible. What he didn't say before, let's get started. First block the water inlet, and then forcefully remove the large stone bricks blocking the water outlet. Crash! The water was rushing along the ditch dug in advance and merged directly into the creek not far away. Luo Yu could already hear the crackling sound in the bamboo basket, which was the sound of fish falling on it. When the water in the fish pond was basically drained, the bamboo basket was already filled with fish, including yellow croaker, blackfish, grass carp, sapphire, freshwater grouper, etc. There were all kinds of fish, as well as crabs and freshwater shrimps. In addition to the ones in the bamboo basket, there were also more than a dozen fish of various kinds flapping in the fish pond. Luo Yu's face was full of smiles, and he said, "Catch them. Dumb, stop hatching the eggs and come here to help." Ah! An hour later, the ice cellar was filled with all kinds of big fish, small fish, crabs, and shrimps, all of which were meat. It was so comfortable. Now the fish pond is filled with water again and is open for business, and the effect of the 100 times bait has not disappeared yet. Luo Yu is not greedy, he just puts some aquatic products on the shelves. Sure enough, they were all sold out in a short while, and Luo Yu had 4,000 more silver. After thinking about it, he felt that power was more practical now. Your power plus 4, current, 28, beautiful. I wonder how many days that 100 times the bait can last. Thinking like this, Luo Yu happily started cutting stones. Luo Yu ordered the diggers to dig out stones from dawn to dusk, and dug a lot of black stones. There was always endless stones waiting for him. The days of infrastructure construction are always so boring, and another morning comes. The first thing he did was go to the fish pond. Good guy, he caught a lot of aquatic fish and shrimps this time. Luo Yu looked at the 100 times fish bait, and it was still glowing. Although the light was very dim, it seemed that it could last for another day. Wonderful! Not to mention, the average market price of all the items on the auction house today was a little higher than yesterday, and I earned 8,200 silver in one go. With 8 attribute points in hand, Luo Yu added 5 points of strength and 3 points of agility this time. The panel is as follows: Strength, 33, Constitution, 30, Agility, 30. This attribute is already twice the average level in the universe. Luo Yu felt like he was a bit of a master. After fixing the fish pond, he continued to cut stones. While cutting, suddenly a Dai's cry rang out in the wooden house. Luo Yu's heart moved and he hurried over. Sure enough, a crack appeared on the flamingo's egg, and the bird was about to break out of the shell. Go away, I'll hatch the eggs. A Dai was thrown aside by Luo Yu, but he saw Luo Yu holding the bird that was about to hatch and said softly, "Come on, come out quickly, little phoenix, come out quickly." As he thought about this, a prompt appeared: 100 times critical hit triggered, your hatching efficiency increased by 100 times, and there is a chance to hatch mutant creatures. The critical hit prompt appeared, and the bird egg in Luo Yu's arms cracked more and more. The next moment, a small head popped out, and then after struggling a few times, it broke out of the shell directly. Because of the critical hit, its growth rate is quite fast, and it soon grew to the size of a hen. Female native laying hens, if there is enough food, they can lay at least 3 sperm-free native eggs every day. Native chicken? Looking at the hen rubbing against him affectionately in his arms, Luo Yu's mouth twitched. The fiery bird actually mutated into a native chicken. Are you sure this is a mutation and not degeneration? By the way, if a chicken degenerates, it should be a dinosaur, right? But laying 3 eggs a day is quite outrageous. Cuckoo! The hen jumped down from Luo Yu's arms, ran out of the door and started pecking at insects. Luo Yu hurriedly ordered, "Don't leave the base, don't eat the crops in the vegetable garden." Cuckoo! The hen called out and started pecking on her own. Okay, there will be eggs every day in the future, and the nutrition will be balanced. While Luo Yu was building a chicken coop for the hen, he received a prompt: Fong Yumling invites you to join the group chat, do you accept? Group chat, this is a smaller circle than regional chat. In fact, there are many people in this area, with a minimum of 10,000 people, but these days everyone has more or less a small circle, most of them are chatting with the same tribe, and it will be faster to swipe the regional chat screen, so some people have started to set up small group chat rooms. After accepting, as expected, in addition to Fong Yamong, there are also Nakir, Nyoda, Alice, and Elena. Nakir, Luo Yu is here? Now we are all here. Nyoda, finally here. I was the only male in the group chat just now. It was quite embarrassing. Luo Yu, huh? Where's July? Didn't you invite him? Fong Yamong, we are not familiar with each other again. It's just the few of us. By the way, Luo Yu, how is the fish pond? Luo Yu, it's done. I will continue fishing tomorrow. A screenshot of the fish pond was attached after this sentence. Fong Yamong, my two sisters asked you, what is your physical fitness? Can one person dig a fish pond of this size in 2 days? Luo Yu, a little more than normal people, not bad. Fong Yamong, physical fitness is really important. My two sisters and I are both 9 points. I feel that sometimes I can't do the work. As she spoke, she sent a screenshot of her physical fitness. Naker, huh? I heard that human males only have 10 points. You three have 9 points, which is good. I also have 10 points, and my sister only has 8 points. Nyoda, I have a physique of 18 and a strength of 16. I will protect you. Naker, no need. Elena, humans are so thin. We female elves start with agility and physique of 15. Alice, are you double 20? Alice, well, more than 20. Fong Yamong and Naker, wow. The two elf sisters are so strong. Elena, Luo Yu, how much do you have, stupid human male? Luo Yu, not much, not much. Fong Yamong, how much is not much? Luo Yu thought about it. Everyone in the group is an acquaintance and they have a good relationship. It's better to reveal a little bit. I made some money and my physique has increased. He also sent a screenshot of his physique. Physique, 30 Fong Yamong. Nyoda, you are the real blood bull. Naker, you are a strong man. Alice, oh, surprised. Elena, how is it possible? Why is the physique of a mere human male so high? Fong Yamong, the three of us girls put together are not as tall as you, what an outrageous man. Luo Yu showed a little pride on his face, and laughed, it's just luck, let's get to work, let's not talk for now. Fong Yamong, wait a minute. What's the name of our small group? Luo Yu, well, your name has the word rain in it, and there are 2 elf girls, so let's call it Yuling Xiaozhu. Okay. This name was unanimously agreed upon. Luo Yu smiled faintly, and continued to work. After cutting stones for a while, the total length of the wall reached 300 meters. Looking at the wall that was about to be completed, Luo Yu couldn't wait. Go directly into the mine and start mining. With his current strength and physique, plus the LV4 mining level, his mining efficiency has soared. Before the sun sets, the black spot stone and other ores he dug out piled up a small mountain. If Adai hadn't helped to move them, I'm afraid that the golden beetle alone could not move them all. After dinner in the evening, Luo Yu lit a bonfire, cut the stones overnight, and tried to fill the last section of the wall. Finished! The wall, which was originally expected to be completed in 20 days, actually took only 8 days to complete the task successfully. The wall is 100 meters long and 5 meters high on all 4 sides. There are stone doors on all 4 sides, and there are stairs on the inside of the wall, giving people a heavy sense of security. The tall building rises from the ground. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction, looked at the time, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Hurry to take a shower and go to bed. When I got up in the morning and looked out the window, I found that the wall was erected, but the site was not as good as before. If you want a good site, go to the 3-story villa. There are all kinds of things in the dream, so now I'd better make a watchtower honestly. Let's go to the fish pond to drain the water first. Because the effect of the bait has decreased, only 450 units of fish and shrimp were caught this time. Luo Yu did not sell them. This batch will be kept for himself to eat slowly. After having a boiled egg, an apple and half a crucian carp for breakfast, Luo Yu opened the building page refreshed. 15-meter watchtower, 1000 wood, 200 stones, 100 silver. This watchtower can also be used as a shooting tower. Shooting with a bow and arrow from a high position can gain a first-mover advantage, but it is a bit expensive. There are still 1000 units of stone, but there is no wood. The only small forest in the territory was cut in half before to build various things. Wood is needed for making fire every day, and a lot of wood is also needed to make bows and arrows later. Especially in winter, you may freeze to death without wood for fire, so you have to prepare for a rainy day. Luo Yu only then discovered that wood is a relatively difficult resource to obtain on this plane. As for going to the Purple Mountains to cut wood, after paying attention to the World Chat channel and other sources of information these days, Luo Yu learned that there is a circle of air walls at the edge of the territory to block the trialists. If you want to leave on foot, you must first spend a large amount of silver to unlock technology. At the same time, Luo Yu also learned that the range of the air wall can be expanded, which means that the territory can be expanded, but it also requires unlocking technology and spending a lot of resources to expand. Don't think about these now. Wood is so precious that Luo Yu is very concerned. That small forest can no longer be cut down. He opened the auction house and prepared to buy some with silver. After a search, it was found that 1 unit of wood was only sold for 1 silver. A tree basically produces 10 units of wood, that is, a tree is only 10 silver. Everyone's initial location is a plain, and everyone can only have a forest. Wood is so precious, isn't it too cheap? But after thinking about it, Luo Yu seemed to understand. People nowadays are still worried about the problem of food. Who can build a watchtower like him? It is not yet time to use wood on a large scale, and everyone has forests at the beginning, which makes wood very cheap. At this moment, Luo Yu's first mover advantage is reflected. Without any hesitation, he directly bought 2,000 units of wood, exchanged 2,000 silver for 2,000 wood, and made a lot of money. Please select a location for wood placement. Luo Yu chose to place the wood next to a wall, clicked on the construction page, and started building a watchtower. After a while, the 15-meter-high watchtower was built. It is located at the corner where the walls on both sides meet. When you climb up and take a look, you will feel a sense of overlooking. Luo Yu felt that shooting bows and arrows or throwing javelins from this place would increase the distance and power. This watchtower cannot completely cover the defense of the base. Luo Yu's plan is to install watchtowers at all 4 corners of the wall to provide 360 degrees coverage without blind spots. At that time, things like automatic crossbow launchers can also be installed to ensure the safety of the base. At present, he still has 5,300 silver, which can be used to complete the other 3 watchtowers, but before that, Luo Yu plans to make bows and arrows. For long range there is javelin, for close combat there is tiangong dao, and for mid-range there is no doubt that bow and arrow are the best. Iron tire bow, 300 iron ore, 100 silver, 1 animal sinew. I had enough iron ore and silver for the time being, but not animal tendons. When I opened the auction house, I couldn't find them. Everyone has a need for bows and arrows, and animal tendons are also food, so they may be boiled and eaten. Where can I find a piece of beef tendon? Luo Yu touched his chin, looked at Dui who was playing with the chicken below, then looked at the golden beetle pulling the mine cart in the distance, and shook his head. These 2 goods are obviously not qualified, and they are reluctant to kill them. Just when he was at a loss what to do, the system suddenly gave a prompt. A group of wandering cattle have entered this area, and they will stay nearby for 1.2 days. Luo Yu's eyes widened. Just when he was thinking about getting beef tendons, a bison wandered over? Sure enough, Luo Yu, who was standing on the watchtower, spotted 3 white bison, wandering over from the Purple Mountains and entering his territory. Wandering bison, wild 90%, neutral creature, Fong Yamon, there is a cow. Oh, it went to my orchard. Nyota, I'm much more handsome than this bull. Damn, don't eat my grass. Alice, don't touch these bison, they will attack if provoked. Naker, it's over, my bull has gone to my vegetable patch, it's my food. Let's kill it. I'm agile enough. Elena, I advise you to think clearly. Even if you are agile enough, can your little wooden house withstand the impact of a bull's horn? Naker, oh, it seems so. After becoming a hostile unit, it cannot attack people, but it will attack buildings. That won't work either, I have to hunt it. Fong Yamon, should I try to tame it? Luo Yu, no, 90% of wild animals have a very low success rate. If they fail to be tamed, they will attack you. Fong Yamon, okay, I'll listen to you. Everyone in the chat group exclaimed. Seeing how strong these bison were, everyone seemed helpless and could only watch them gnawing on the vegetable fields and turf. This may seem like an ordinary incident, but it poses a threat to the crops in the territory. Luo Yu looked at the 3 bison wandering towards the bamboo forest and frowned slightly. Did they want to eat my bamboo shoots? Can this be tolerated? Luo Yu, I have a wall. Let me test the bison's fighting power for you first. Fong Yamong and Nakir, be careful. Luo Yu did not rush to take action, but carefully looked at the 3 bison. After observation, he found that the 3 bison included 2 cows and 1 bull. The bull was extremely strong. It was visually estimated that the weight may reach 1,500 kilograms. It was said that it was a bison, possibly the same as a rhinoceros. Some compare. Luo Yu didn't want to confront them head-on. This was not a wise move. However, although the bull was strong, Luo Yu's critical attack today was useless. He had the ability to kill with 1 hit. He looked at the javelin. The distance was a bit far, and although he could shoot it with his strength, he would definitely not be able to hit it accurately. The hit rate was even lower over there in the bamboo forest. After thinking for a while, he had an idea in his mind. After a while, Luo Yu opened the stone door to a crack and said to Dum beside him, "Enrage the 3 bison and run back." Fool, instead of showing fear, Dum let out a bloodthirsty roar, with a ferocious facial expression, showing off his wild wolf demeanor. The next moment, Dum rushed directly to the bamboo forest. Moo! The 3 bison were startled and hurriedly backed away, but Dum rushed forward and tried to bite the cow's hind legs. Moo! The bull immediately became angry and thrust its horns at Dai. If Dai hadn't been quick enough, he would have jumped away. The 3 bison were enraged and in a hostile state. The bull missed the target, became even more angry, and rushed towards the fleeing Dui. The 2 cows were also in attack mode, and 3 huge bison chased a green wolf on the grassland. Dust was flying all the way. Luo Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and saw that the distance was 200 meters away. He shouted, "Fuck me." He thrust the javelin with all his strength. Although there was no critical hit this time, the javelin was still very fast, carrying strong winds and soaring out. After all, he has more than 30 powers. But what Luo Yu didn't expect was that the javelin flew past the bull's scalp and missed. LV3 shooting is indeed not very high, and the distance is more than 100 meters, and the hit rate is only 20%. Well, the corner of Luo Yu's mouth twitched. It was already too late to shoot another javelin. He stood at the crack of the door and shouted, "Quick, Dum, come in." Dui ran very fast and swooped into the crack of the door. The next moment, Luo Yu directly closed the stone door and tied it with a wooden stick. After doing all this, he quickly ran up the wall and saw 3 angry bison running towards him. It looked like they were about to violently break open the stone door. Bang! With a roar, Luo Yu felt the entire wall shake, and then there were 2 more banging sounds, and 3 bison hit the stone door one after another. Under the huge impact, cracks appeared in the stone door, and the wooden sticks tied to the door broke directly, but the 3 bison also fell to the ground. I was immediately dizzy. Luo Yu was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. No matter how hard your head is, can you pass the black stone door? Is he dead? Just when Luo Yu was curious, the bull in the middle stood up staggeringly, rubbed his body against the 2 cows and found that they were motionless. The pair of blood-red eyes stared at Luo Yu above, his strong body standing up. The people under the stone door began to spin restlessly. Can you still get up? Strong. Luo Yu was a little shocked, but he was determined to take care of these 3 bison. Luo Yu went down the fence and took a new piece of wood to tie the stone door, then moved 2 black spots and walked up the fence again. Dizzy. He smashed a piece hard, and it hit the bull's head with a bang, making it sway for a while, but he didn't care about the cow and started to run away. Want to leave? Another piece was smashed over and hit the bull's head accurately. Luo Yu's strength value of more than 30 was fully reflected. The bison was knocked to the ground on the spot, and blood spurted out of his mouth again. But what was shocking was that the bison was so strong that it shook its head and stood up again. Ha! Luo Yu was furious. Seeing the golden beetle pulling a cart not far away, he rushed over and lifted the golden beetle up, and smashed it hard at the bull like a large stone. The shell of the golden beetle is much harder than a stone, and its body is large. It knows that its owner is using it as a stone to attack the enemy, but it is very sensible and does not spread its wings, but really treats itself as a stone. Bang! The huge golden beetle hit the bison hard, and the bull screamed and fell to the ground, spitting blood and unable to get up. Luo Yu jumped down the fence and walked in front of the bull. He patted the horns in its helpless eyes and said in a deep voice, "Tame." A flash of light, and the prompt failed. Come again, tame. A flash of light, and another failure. There is one last chance. Luo Yu can use 100 times critical strike, but it must be used on the cow. After all, cows can produce milk, but bulls cannot. If you can't tame it, just kill it and eat its meat. There is already murderous intent in Luo Yu's eyes, and the bull is more helpless. I also want you to tame it successfully, but your taming level is too low. Submit to me, or die. Tamed. A light shout, and the light flashed again. You have tamed the wild bull with a 37% success rate. It's done. Luoyu's eyes showed joy. The bull stretched out its tongue weakly and licked Luoyu's palm. Taming was successful. Warning, the bull is in a dying state. If not treated, it will die in 2 hours. Huh? Luoyu was surprised. He didn't have any herbs. He hurriedly opened the auction house to search for herbs, and found some herbs on the shelves. The unit price was 300 silver. Probably some people were lucky and dug wild mature herbs on the grassland. At this stage, herbs are life-saving things, and the prices are ridiculously high. No choice, buy it. After feeding the bull a herb, the prompt showed that it would die in 5 hours. At least it's not 2 hours. After buying 2 more herbs to feed, the prompt finally said that it would not die. The bull climbed up with difficulty and licked Luoyu with his tongue to express his gratitude. If you want it to recover its original strong appearance, it will take a few days to recuperate. After rescuing the bull, he hurried to see the 2 cows. He found that one of the cows had been hit in a bad position and was dead, and the other one was also dying. Luoyu failed to tame the cow twice in a row, and decided to use the critical hit opportunity for the 3rd time. Triggered by 100 times critical hit, your taming efficiency increased by 100 times. You tamed the cow with a 100% success rate. The cow was tamed, but it was dying. Luoyu spent another 900 silver to buy 3 herbs to revive it. The cow also licked Luoyu, looking very intimate, but also looked weak. At this time, Luoyu found that the cow's milk was dripping, so he bought a wooden barrel in the mall and put it down. He couldn't waste it, so he started to squeeze the milk immediately. Wow, he squeezed out a whole bucket of milk. Milk, 25 units. The basic calculation method of food is 1 unit equals 1 caddy, and this time he squeezed out 25 caddies of milk. I looked at the auction house. 1 unit of milk equals 40 silver. This time I actually made back the money for the herbs. Luoyu was overjoyed. In the current situation of food shortage, this cow is his money-making machine. He hugged the cow and kissed it hard. He patted the buttocks of the 2 cows and smiled. Don't eat crops, eat other grass as you like. Also don't get close to the lake, be careful of being eaten. Moo. The tamed animals can understand simple commands. The 2 cows mooed and started to eat grass inside the city wall with their tails swung. After spending 5 silver and 20 stones, I was repairing the damaged stone gate, and there was news in the group chat. Fong Yamon, is Luoyu still alive? Luoyu, the wild bull hit the stone wall and fainted. I solved it. Fong Yamon, stupid bull. Come to think of it, the cow here seems to be very close to me. Not core, huh? Close, you don't have any hidden animal taming attributes? Fong Yamon, well. I saw the panel before, it seems to have a personal characteristic. I'll take a look. Everyone, personal characteristic? God, you are really talented in this area. Fong Yamon, well, it's an animal taming aspect, 3 stars. Luoyu, I recommend trying to tame it, and run away if you fail. Fong Yamon, huh? What should I do if this cow pushes me? Luoyu, be brave. Okay. We believe you. Fong Yamon responded, stopped talking, and seemed to start trying. Luoyu, how many cows have entered your territory? 1. Everyone said it was 1, some were bulls, some were cows, but they were all 1. Luoyu frowned. He didn't say that 3 cows entered his base. After thinking about it for a while, he understood the reason. His base score was already 180 points, which should be 3 or even 5 times higher than the others, so the intensity of the event also increased. This is a snowball setting. Luoyu, who figured out the key, knew that development was the hard truth. The faster the development, the better, and the bigger the snowball rolled. Of course, you can't blindly increase the score by adding buildings. The premise of everything must be able to defend. Because today's milk was produced when the cow was injured, Luoyu thought that drinking it might be unlucky, so he put it on the auction house directly, and it was sold for 1,000 silver in a short while. The next step is to deal with the body of another cow. The automatic technology has not been unlocked, and it is impossible to make an automatic slaughter table. Luoyu can only do it himself. Fortunately, he has a Tiangong knife and enough strength. He dealt with the huge body of the cow in half an hour. It happened that the 100-fold bait in the fish pond had lost its effectiveness, so Luoyu threw the uneaten internal organs into the fish pond and used them as bait. Beef is money, and money is attribute value. Sell it while the price is high. The beef was sold out quickly after it was put on the shelf, and another 5,000 silver was obtained. Luo Yu looked at the amount of silver he had, 9,500, which was a huge sum of money. It wasn't that difficult to make money. This time he bought 6 attribute points directly, adding 2 points each to strength, agility, and constitution. He felt comfortable again after looking at the panel. Strength, 35 constitution, 32 agility, 32. Speaking of which, now that I have the tendon, I can make a bow and arrow. Without hesitation, Luo Yu chose to make an iron bow. After confirming it, a flash of light appeared in front of his eyes, and an iron bow and arrow appeared. He pulled the bowstring, and it was quite exciting. He spent 60 wood, 60 iron ore, and 60 silver to make 30 arrows. Although they were not as good as feather arrows, there was no bird feathers at this time, so he could only make do with them first. Luo Yu's current physique is thick and rough, and he no longer needs to wear special finger sleeves for bows and arrows to protect his fingers. He pulled the bow to the full and shot it out with a bang. The bow and arrow were very fast and shot directly 150 meters. This is not the limit of Luo Yu's strength, but it has reached the range limit of the iron bow. The general bow and arrow projectile limit is only about 100 meters, and the performance is not bad. At this moment, Fang Yameng in the group chat finally spoke. "Oh my god, it worked. I didn't irritate the cow the first 2 times, but I succeeded the 3rd time. Congratulations!" For a while, the group chat was full of congratulations. "Luo Yu, hurry up and milk her, there's a surprise." Fang Yameng, "Well. Without your words, the 3 of us girls might not have the courage to provoke the cow, thank you." "Luo Yu, your courage is your own, why thank me, go and get busy." Fang Yameng stopped talking. Nakura seemed to be fighting with the bison, and she didn't say anything, but Elena said, "Luo Yu, why do you know about milking? Isn't yours a bull?" "Luo Yu, there's also cows." "Nyo da, hiss. Your base score is twice as high as ours?" "Luo Yu, really? I just built some walls, I'm not sure about the details." "Elena, damn man, you're pretending. I won't lose to you." Luo Yu raised the corner of his mouth and didn't answer. "Naker, that stupid cow ran into my trap, it's dead. It seems that the cat girl has also been dealt with." Luo Yu looked at the regional chat. Unlike his small group, there was wailing in the regional chat room. Some people were hit by cows, some people's vegetable fields were eaten by cows, and some people even had their houses knocked down by bulls. Opening the world chat window again, this area is wandering buffaloes, other areas are attacked by wolves, some encounter abnormal weather, and some small lakes are flooded. Disasters continue. Everyone lives a hard life, trying to survive and become stronger. This is the meaning of life for all creatures in the universe now. Luo Yu closed the chat window and looked at the golden beetle pulling a minecart in the distance. Nothing to say, continue cutting stones and work hard for a big mansion. At sunset in the evening, Luo Yu had dinner and soaked in the bathtub. There were 2 cows and a wolf lying beside him. He felt that he had become a primitive human and regained the feeling of being an ancestor. Entering the arena, there were still 2 hours before the match with Xiao Yi. Luo Yu found that there was a Zerg Black Iron trialist who actually opened a room for 1,000. At present, in the arena, Black Iron is already considered a master. Everyone is a master, who is afraid of whom? Luo Yu paid the money and clicked in directly. Yu is here, and he is fighting with the Zerg again. Room 6363, Zerg quickly gathered to cheer for the blood spider. 6363, brother Yu is here, fans gather. For a while, the human race and the Zerg race poured into the room, and the amount of viewing was constantly increasing. In the empty room, a Spider-Man with a man's upper body and a spider's lower body was looking at Luo Yu indifferently. The overall shape of this spider was very similar to the spider spirit in A Certain Journey to the West, the kind that seduces men. Unfortunately, the guy in front of him was a male, and there was nothing to see. Luo Yu said nothing. 3, 2, 1. Start. When the countdown ended, the spider monster opened his mouth and sprayed out a white spider web, which shot directly towards Luo Yu. Ha! It was the first time that Luo Yu was attacked from a distance. Fortunately, his agility was high enough and he easily avoided it. However, the spider monster sprayed out spider webs very frequently, and more than a dozen spider webs were sprayed out in succession. A trifle. Luo Yu's agility was too high. Although he didn't have any martial arts skills, it was difficult to be hit with his agility of 32. All the spider webs were dodged. He didn't rush forward rashly, but a light flashed in his hand, and a bow appeared. Bow and arrow. He made a bow and arrow? There are no more than 10 people in the entire arena who have made a bow and arrow. He also has one? It's over. It's going to be bad. The Zerg were all shocked. This human was very fierce in close combat, and now he has a long-range attack method, which is very difficult to deal with. Swoosh! An arrow shot out. The power was already high, plus the 50% power increase of Zerg Nemesis. The speed of the bow and arrow was really as fast as lightning. The Spider-Man couldn't dodge in time, and was shot in the leg with a bang, and the leg was shot off on the spot. The Spider-Man thought Luo Yu was going to shoot the leg, and said angrily, "You dare to insult me, you are looking for death." 222. Another spider web flew out. I also want to shoot the head, but I can't hit it. Luo Yu complained in his heart, and a light flashed in his hand again. The Tiangong knife appeared in his left hand, and he cut all the spider webs in a continuous slash. Fuck! Everyone watching the game was surprised. He could cut the spider web with one hand. What a high agility and strength. Suddenly, the Spider-Man stopped spraying spider webs. His face was gloomy. Looking at the Tiangong knife in Luo Yu's hand, he was in a dilemma for a while. Have you finished spraying spider webs? It's my turn. Luo Yu sneered, drew his bow and arrow, and the arrow flew out. The Spider-Man didn't have Luo Yu's agility. After barely resisting a few arrows, he was hit by 10 consecutive arrows, breaking 6 legs in one hand. The other 3 arrows shot into his chest and he died suddenly. K.O. Your shooting level has been upgraded to LV4, it's upgraded? Luo Yu was secretly happy. He collected 1,000 yuan in gambling money and 1,500 yuan in audience viewing fees and left the room directly. After that, Luo Yu found 2 Zergs with black iron to spar with. Although he only earned 300 silver, a small amount is still meat. The time for the invitation has come. Do you want to enter the battle room to fight Xiu Yi? Confirmed. Luo Yu entered the battle room. Xiu Yi also arrived on time. She snorted coldly, how much are you going to bet on this battle? Luo Yu smiled lightly and said, silver is precious. It's just a competition. Don't get angry. Let's bet on something else. If you win, I will promise you one thing within my ability, but if I win, you have to promise me one thing, how about it? Xiu Yi instinctively hugged her chest and said angrily, dream on. I won't let you do whatever you want, watch me. The countdown was over, and the woman rushed over. Luo Yu knew that she had misunderstood, so he didn't use any weapons, and also went up with bare hands. After just a few rounds, Xiu Yi was unable to resist. Her martial arts skills had indeed improved, but she couldn't withstand Luo Yu's sudden increase in strength, physique and agility. After 20 rounds, Xiu Yi was directly pressed to the ground by Luo Yu. You lost. According to the agreement, you have to promise me one thing. As soon as these words came out, Luo Yu clearly felt the woman under him tremble slightly. Although he couldn't see her expression clearly, Xiu Yi's voice was trembling. What are you going to do? Let me go, bastard, pervert. Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you. Although Luo Yu said this, he still rode Xiu Yi and said in a deep voice, tell me, where did your martial arts come from? Martial arts, is this what you want to ask? Seeing Luo Yu nod, Xiu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, I can tell you, but can you let me get up? Sorry, I was in a hurry. After Luo Yu let go of her, Xiu Yi calmed down and said, I got my martial arts from fishing in the lake. Fishing? Luo Yu was surprised and said, could the monsters in the lake be destroyed by someone? How is that possible? Xiu Yi said unhappily, even a bronze warrior may not be able to beat that big black fish. I naturally have my own way, but I won't tell you. This, Luo Yu frowned slightly. What method can be used to fish for martial arts while being safe? Seeing that Luo Yu fell silent, Xiu Yi snorted, don't think about trying. This is my innate ability. If you try, you will die. That's all. Let's fight again in 3 days. I don't believe I can't beat you. Ha! As he spoke, he disappeared. Luo Yu also withdrew from the arena. He lay in the bathtub, looking at the starry sky, and said to himself, Fang Yaming is also, Xiu Yi is also, it seems that I am not the only one with special talents, this world is really exciting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he had infinite expectations and reverie for tomorrow and the future. When I woke up in the morning, I found 2 cows lying on the door of my house and sleeping there. There were 2 piles of cow dung not far away, which looked dirty. When I saw the sanitation score of the base, it dropped directly. There were too many animals and it was unhygienic. It was time to build a taming farm. This taming farm can not only provide accommodation for livestock, but also purify livestock excrement by itself. While improving the sanitation score, the key is to increase the success rate of taming. Luo Yu didn't know why building a ranch could improve his personal taming success rate, and he didn't need to know. The world of Tiandao was originally a magical place. The taming farm was temporarily built within the wall. It was a cheap temporary one, and a good one would be built after the base expanded. After marking out the area in a corner of the fence, Luo Yu opened the construction interface. Taming field, primary building materials 3000, silver 500. I cut a lot of stones yesterday, and with the ones left before, I could afford the 3000 stone brick materials. After confirming it directly, a pasture appeared in front of me with a flash of light. 2 animal sheds, a pile of initial fodder and other common things. The area is not large, 20 square meters. It is mainly for animals to sleep and automatically clean up excrement. I looked at the properties of the taming field. On the basis of the taming level, the success rate was increased by 10%, and the animal output was increased by 10%. In other words, the original cow produced 25 units of milk a day, but now it has increased by 2.5, and the output is 27.5. This is pretty good, and it will definitely be a big profit in the long run. I looked at the hygiene score, and it really went up. It has reached 55 now, almost passing. The base score has also increased, and it is currently exactly 200. I went to the fish pond to catch some fish. Because there was no special bait, only 30 units of fish and shrimp were produced today, and this was the result of throwing in animal entrails. It can be seen how awesome the 100x bait was before. There were still a lot of fish and shrimp left from the previous catch. Luo Yu put the remaining 200 units of fish and shrimp on the shelf, earned 1,600 silver, and put the fresh ones he got today into the ice cellar. Fresh tastes better. Then he went to milk the cow and had an idea. Can milking produce a critical hit? Wanting this, he silently said in his heart, and then squeezed hard. 100x critical hit triggered, the cow screamed in pain, and the milk flowed into the wooden barrel. Luo Yu saw it clearly. The color squeezed out this time was different from before, and it seemed to be purer. Special milk, extremely high nutritional value. Every time you take 1 unit, you can maintain 100% satiety for a day. Note, the smell of special milk is extremely attractive to living things. A total of 10 units of special milk were squeezed out, and the cow lay on the ground panting heavily. Luo Yu looked at the half bucket of milk with a look of joy in his eyes. Sure enough, it was a critical hit, 10 units, but it can be equivalent to 10 days of rations. Just as he was about to taste it, he found that Dai ran over and shook his tail wildly at the wooden barrel, as if he wanted to eat it. Is it particularly attractive to animals? Luo Yu touched his chin, and after stopping dumb from trying to eat secretly, he put the milk into the ice cellar. He has a plan. After the milk is completely frozen, he can directly turn it into milk cubes or simply milk tablets. Maybe it will work wonders at the critical moment. After breakfast, he was not in a hurry to cut stones. Instead, he purchased a batch of saplings, vegetables, and radish seeds from the auction house. Crop seeds are a little expensive, but saplings are still quite cheap. People haven't realized the importance of wood yet. After spending a total of 1,500 silver, Luo Yu bought a plowing tool in the mall and put it on the big bull, and he immediately started digging into the wasteland. In the past, there was insufficient labor, and he really couldn't do that much on his own. But now that he has a cow, he can naturally dig more vegetable plots. After planning everything, he continued to cut stones. Now even the barn is made of stone, and he still lives in a wooden house. This can't be tolerated. Work towards a big villa. After 3 days of this, it can be said that these 3 days were calm. Luo Yu worked hard and saved 20,000 units of stone. In addition, he sold the remaining milk and aquatic products. In the ice cellar, the shelf life is not long. I made more than 5,000 silver in 3 days, and now the silver has returned to the pleasing figure of 10,000. The newly reclaimed vegetable and radish fields have been successfully planted, and a batch of camphor tree seedlings purchased have also been planted at the edge of the territory. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. All the critical strike opportunities for 3 days have been saved. Today, Luo Yu came to the mine again, ready to dig a big one. After silently reciting a sentence in his heart, he swung a pickaxe. 100 times critical strike trigger, bang! A piece of silver or as big as a basin rolled down, and when he looked down, it turned out to be silver. Silver, 10,000 units, so much money. Luo Yu was happy in his heart, but the prompt came immediately, warning, you have awakened the silver-armored ladybug during this excavation. Instantly, a silver beetle the size of a calf flew out and directly hit Luo Yu. Strike a stone with an egg. Luo Yu sneered without fear at all, and directly drew out the Tiangong knife and slapped it out. Bang! With a crisp sound, the blade of the Tiangong knife hit the silver-armored ladybug, making a crisp sound like metal colliding. The silver-armored ladybug was directly whipped out and fell heavily on the rock wall. The strength is not at the same order of magnitude. Luo Yu didn't waste any words and directly performed the animal taming technique. Failed to tame the animal, ding, the animal taming is successful, you have successfully tamed the silver-armored ladybug with a 37% probability, silver-armored ladybug, strength 16, constitution 6, agility 20, special ability, swallow silver, spit out silver essence, oh my, this bug is very fierce. This attribute surprised Luo Yu a little, and it also has special abilities. But now silver is very precious, and silver essence, which is a weapon-strengthening thing, is currently not useful. Luo Yu naturally won't let this bug eat silver. It took a herb to let the silver-armored ladybug recover. This silver bug flew around Luo Yu up and down very intimately. Don't say it, it's pretty. It can fly and is quite agile, not bad. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction, but he started mining again. This took half a day, and he didn't stop until his stomach growled and he went back to eat, just in time to taste the special milk. When he entered the ice cellar, he was intoxicated by the strong milk fragrance, which smelled very comfortable. Is it this fragrance that attracts creatures? At this moment, the special milk had already frozen. Luo Yu cut off 1 unit of milk ice cubes, and after a while, he sat outside the house and started to heat the milk. This heating happened a surprising thing, the fragrance became more and more intense, and it spread out, making the whole territory fragrant. Plop! The big black fish in the lake in the distance actually fluttered, as if the fragrance also had a strong attraction to it, but the big black fish did not swim over, and it would be useless to swim over, and it might even be stranded on the shallows of the small lake. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu had a vague idea in his mind. At this time, a prompt appeared, the scent of special milk attracted a large number of stone turtles, and they will drink milk at all costs. What? Luo Yu was surprised and looked at the chat group and regional channels. There was no movement at all, which means that this attack was aimed at him alone. Attack is good, attack is both dangerous and wealth. Without attack, Luo Yu would not have developed so fast. Climbing up the watchtower, as expected, 10 turtles rushed in from the east. These turtles are very big, about the same size as those turtles that have lived for hundreds of years. Even an adult can ride on them. The turtle shell looks like a pile of strange rocks, very hideous, and it looks very hard at first glance. But its speed. Luo Yu seemed to see that these 10 turtles were trying hard to crawl over, but the speed was probably about the same as that of a normal person walking. When the turtles got closer, Luo Yu took a javelin and threw it from the watchtower. The hit rate of the LV4 shooting skill increased a bit, and this time he really stabbed the leading stone turtle with the largest body. Bang! With a muffled sound, the javelin broke into 2 pieces on the spot under the huge force, and the turtle shook its head in pain, and a crack appeared on its shell. It's really hard. Luo Yu frowned slightly, and this time he tried it out. If he wanted to kill these turtles with javelins and bows and arrows, he didn't know how much he would waste. Rush down and chop with the Tiangong knife to kill the enemy effectively. He was not in a hurry. Anyway, all his belongings were inside the wall. He wanted to see if the turtle could break the wall. After a while, the answer came out. How could the turtle break the black stone wall? At this stage, the black stone wall is like a bug, which is quite outrageous. 10 turtles were scratching the stone door, and from time to time their shells would hit it, but they couldn't even leave a white spot on the stone door. These turtles have amazing defense, but their attack power is far inferior to that of bulls. After observing for a while, Luo Yu confirmed that these turtles would not use long-range attack methods. He climbed onto the stone wall, approached a turtle and began to use the taming skill. Taming failed, success rate, 7.1%, taming failed, success rate, 7.9%. After 2 consecutive failures, Luo Yu knew that he couldn't do anything without some tricks. How can these turtles fall into abnormal state? His eyes swept over and finally fixed on the warm, special milk. A moment later, Luo Yu sat on the wall with a 4 or 5 meter long bamboo pole in his hand. A small wooden barrel was tied to one end of the bamboo pole, and the wooden barrel contained special milk. Luo Yu controlled the bamboo pole and swung it over the turtle's head. The fragrant smell of milk made the turtles drool, but they just couldn't reach it. This time, they were so anxious that they turned around and squeezed below, and their heads didn't stretch too long. This is what is called waiting to be killed. Luo Yu felt that if he took a javelin now, He could pierce the turtle's neck in one go. I can't reach it, I can't reach it. Luo Yu swung the bamboo pole and hummed a little tune, teasing the turtles happily. Suddenly, a drop of milk splashed out of the wooden barrel and fell into the mouth of a turtle. The turtle immediately squinted and wanted to taste the delicious milk more crazily. Unfortunately, they couldn't reach it. Don't enter the abnormal state yet? Luo Yu teased for half an hour, and seeing that the turtle was still trying to stretch its neck, he simply tied the bamboo pole to the wall and went to cut stones himself. 2 hours later, as the sun was setting, Luo Yu cut out a large pile of stones. He climbed up the wall and saw that the turtles below were extremely tired, but they would still raise their heads from time to time and try to reach the barrel. Fatigue state? Can't take it anymore. Luo Yu smiled faintly and used the taming skill on a turtle. Taming failed, success rate 58%, taming success rate 61%, successfully tamed 1. Luo Yu was delighted. Sure enough, the abnormal state gave a high success rate. Stone-shelled turtle, female, pregnant, strength 11, constitution 29, agility 2, special ability, strong shield. Since he could tame the first one, he could tame most of them. Luo Yu used the taming technique continuously. In the end, 8 of the 10 stone-shelled turtles were tamed, and the largest male was also tamed. His taming technique reached LV5. Unfortunately, 2 stone-shelled turtles had used up 3 taming opportunities, but they were still not tamed. Luo Yu could only chop off their heads with tears. It is said that what you eat replenishes what you eat. Tonight, I will eat turtles, so I will replenish them. It is worth mentioning that 6 of the 8 turtles are female turtles, and 2 of them are pregnant. After finishing, Luo Yu drank the milk in the wooden barrel himself. It was really delicious. After drinking it, he was no longer hungry and felt comfortable all over. You take special milk and get the action frenzy state. One day, order the stone turtles not to go to the lake, and keep them in the stream for the time being. Taking advantage of this momentum, Luo Yu began to deal with the bodies of 2 stone turtles. He was already very skilled in slaughtering, and even turtles could not withstand the sharpness of the Tiangong knife. He did it in a few operations. Looking at the harvest, he got turtle meat and 2 stone turtle shells. At this time, a piece of turtle meat was cooking in the pot, and a Dai on the side was drooling with greed, while Luo Yu was studying how to use the turtle shell. The turtle shell is indeed very hard, but it seems a bit big to be used as a shield, and it seems not to be very heat-conductive to be used as a bathtub. After thinking about it, Luo Yu still plans to fix the turtle shell on the wall. It seems to be a good cover when shooting. The turtle meat will definitely not be eaten up. While the price of meat is still high, sell it. Sell it directly. World Channel, Anonymous, turtle meat is very nutritious. 1 bite will leave a lingering fragrance in your mouth. 3 bites will make you immortal. It is now on the auction house. Don't miss it if you pass by. Come and buy it. The effect of advertising is infinite. The turtle meat on the shelves was quickly snatched up, and Luo Yu made a lot of silver. Looking at his wealth, he was surprised that he made a lot of money this time, a full 30,000 silver. Now there is enough food, and unlocking key technologies requires not only silver but also materials. The big villa lacks stone bricks. After thinking about it, Luo Yu still thinks that it is most cost-effective to use silver to strengthen his attributes. I spent 20,000 silver directly and exchanged for 20 attribute points. Luo Yu still followed the previous way of adding points, average. After adding points, the panel changed a lot. Strength, 42 constitution, 39 agility, 38 average 40, which is 4 times his initial attribute. He feels that compared with the past, he is like a kindergarten child. There are 10,000 silver left. I haven't sold the milk or seafood I squeezed out today. Don't worry, keep it. After chatting with everyone in the group for a while, Luo Yu took a shower and went to bed. In the morning, after having breakfast, Luo Yu looked at the 8 turtles. They were all basking in the sun on the shore. There was nothing else, but Luo Yu found that the stone turtles were quite gluttonous. A turtle consumes 5 units of meat every day, and the fish caught in the morning usually go into their mouths. Of course, they will also catch fish in the stream to eat, but if you want to raise them completely, you still have to solve the water monster in the lake. 42 power, you can try it. As soon as he said it, Luo Yu walked to a position 20 meters near the lake for the first time, clicked on the construction page, and chose to build a 10-meter watchtower at this place. This is the lowest level watchtower. Once the big black fish is solved, he plans to dismantle it immediately. A flash of light flashed in front of his eyes, and the watchtower was built. Then Luo Yu moved 19 javelins up. Standing on the platform of the watchtower, after gesturing with the javelin, I felt pretty good. A moment later, the air was filled with the fragrance of milk, and a silver beetle carrying a wooden barrel flew to the center of the lake. He flew very high, about 7 or 8 meters above the lake, as if he was on guard against something. On the distant watchtower, Luo Yu's eyes were fixed on the lake. Sure enough, not long after, a large group of black shadows appeared under the lake, flying quickly towards the silver-armored ladybug. Needless to say, it must have been attracted by the special milk. Fly high! Luo Yu shouted, and the silver-armored ladybug's agility played a role. It suddenly raised a distance with the wooden barrel. Almost at the same time, the strange fish jumped out of the lake and rushed up. At the moment when the strange fish left the water, Luo Yu clearly saw its hideous appearance. Its bloody mouth could swallow a cow alive, which looked very scary. Now! Luo Yu shot the javelin with all his strength. Swoosh! The javelin shot towards the black fish in the air with a sound of breaking wind. The timing was just right. When the black fish jumped to the highest point, the javelin pierced the black fish fiercely. The huge force made the javelin pierce the scales, but it was just piercing the scales. Luo Yu found that there was no blood. The strange fish began to fall and landed in the water with a bang. Boom! After a bang, the strange fish swam quickly in the water and rushed towards Luo Yu. What? The strange fish is coming towards me? Luo Yu frowned and pulled out the Tiangong knife. Boom! The strange fish jumped out of the water again, and Luo Yu could clearly see that the fish eyes of the strange fish that were looking at him were filled with a very fierce breath. This was intimidation. It was a warning of threat and killing. When it fell into the water, the strange fish swung its tail, and the water splashed more than 10 meters high, soaking Luo Yu's clothes. Dare to humiliate me! Luo Yu was furious, and suddenly picked up a javelin. Taking advantage of the moment when half of the body of the strange fish floated on the water, he threw the javelin with force. 100 times critical hit triggered. This time the javelin was like a cannonball, as if it pierced through the air and hit the strange fish directly. Bang! A ball of blood exploded, and the scales were directly shattered. The strange fish looked up to the sky and let out a shrill roar, quickly rushed into the water, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The lake was stained with blood, and the bloody ripples slowly calmed down. The silver-armored ladybug flew back to Luo Yufei and rubbed against him intimately, but Luo Yu frowned and looked unhappy. Under the 100-fold critical strike, the strange fish did not die, but ran away. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? Luo Yu pondered on the spot and came to 2 conclusions. First, the javelin made of bamboo as the main material cannot exert the full power of the 100-fold critical strike. The javelin is so hard that its damage has an upper limit. Second, there is something wrong with my throwing technique. This has nothing to do with the hit rate, but a question of technique. Luo Yu recalled watching sports games. When those athletes threw javelins, they all rotated, while he threw them straight out, a complete brute force attack. I have to study the javelin throwing method. After Luo Yu discovered his shortcomings, he sat on the watchtower and browsed them all. Don't say it, he really found what he wanted. Javelin Throwing Mastery Manual, 50,000 silver. You can throw javelins skillfully after buying and using it. Good guy, according to the instructions, you can learn it immediately, but the price? It's ridiculously expensive. In addition to the Javelin Mastery Manual, Luo Yu also found skills such as Bow and Arrow Mastery Manual and Crossbow Mastery Manual on this page, all of which are 50,000 per book, which is ridiculous. It's difficult to kill the black fish with one blow if you don't learn the javelin throwing method. Luo Yu knows that this kind of monster has a strong recovery ability, and the injury may be healed in a few days. Still have to buy it. While thinking about his own things, Luo Yu climbed down the watchtower, but left the silver-armored ladybug on it. Without Luo Yu's order, the ladybug did not move, and lay on the watchtower to bask in the sun. Beside it, the special milk in the wooden barrel was also forgotten. The milk fragrance drifted away little by little, and the whole territory was filled with a faint fragrance. In the afternoon, Luo Yu cut a lot of stone bricks, and when he was about to take a break, he suddenly received a prompt warning. A group of aboriginals passing by the indigenous tribe were attracted by the milk fragrance and were about to attack your territory. Please be prepared. What? Aboriginal tribe. Luo Yu was shocked and immediately ordered all the pets outside to return to the wall, including the turtle and the bug. He hurriedly climbed up the watchtower inside the city wall and looked around. Sure enough, a moment later, 5 aboriginals wearing tribal clothes and holding various weapons appeared from the east. They seemed to be communicating with each other while coming in this direction. The attack by the natives was one of the most serious attacks, and there were 5 of them. Luo Yu looked carefully. The 5 people looked similar to humans, and even their skin color was light white, a bit like a mix of Oriental and Western people. The difference was that their eyeballs were green and their hair was brown. There were 4 men and 1 woman among the 5 people. A strong man was holding an axe and a huge shield, and 3 strong men were holding a sword, a spear, and a bow. Luo Yu found that the man holding the sword looked good, and the clothes on his body seemed to be more expensive. The young tribal woman was also holding a bow and arrow, and her appearance was also okay. 1 tank, 2 warriors, and 2 archers? Are they here to fight the boss? The personnel on the opposite side were very well matched, and they all looked good. Luo Yu did not expect that the special milk would attract such a strong attack. If it were an ordinary person, he would have committed suicide directly. It was impossible to resist it. The 5 tribesmen came slowly, looking very cautious. It seemed that they saw such a tall wall for the first time. In addition to the bloodthirsty killing intent, there was also curiosity in their eyes. Luo Yu could choose to ride a bull and send all the animals to rush out to confront them head-on, but there was no need. The correct solution was to use the terrain advantage to kill them. Hiding behind a wooden pillar in the watchtower, Luo Yu saw them slowly coming over from the corner of his eye. He did not shoot arrows immediately, but waited for them to enter the best range. 200 meters, 150 meters, 120 meters. The 5 people entered the range of 120 meters, which was the limit of bow and arrow throwing. They did not think that they would be attacked from inside the wall at this position, but Luo Yu was not an ordinary person. 120 meters was his firepower range. The next moment, he pulled open the iron bow and aimed at the man holding the bow and arrow. Swoosh! The arrow flew out, but the 5 men didn't find Luo Yu's position, but they instinctively lay down when they heard the bowstring sound. Unfortunately, Luo Yu's strength was too great, and the arrow was too fast. With a puff, the arrow pierced into the man's chest and went straight through his body. The man spit out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Shield the sword-wielding man shouted, and the strong man raised his shield. The 3 of them hid behind the shield. Bang! When several people just dodged, an arrow shot on the shield. The strong man was startled, felt his arm sore, and gritted his teeth and said, "Sixth Prince, the strength of the man on the arrow tower is more than 30. So strong." The female archer was obviously startled, and the sword-wielding man called the 6th Prince said coldly, Kill all these outsiders." The 4 people hid behind the shield and advanced slowly. Luo Yu didn't find the angle to shoot the arrow for a while, but grabbed a javelin beside him, ready to violently pierce the shield. Just as he threw, an arrow was thrown over and flew directly to Luo Yu's chest. It was very accurate, but her bow and arrow was just a wooden bow. Facing the 15-meter-high watchtower, plus the distance of 70 or 80 meters, the bow and arrow were already soft. If Luo Yu was hit by this arrow with such high agility, he would have no chance to survive. Casually pushing away the arrow, Luo Yu stabbed the javelin. Swoosh! The javelin flew out and stabbed the shield fiercely. With a bang, the javelin was blocked by the iron shield and bounced away. However, the huge force from it still caused the strong man's palm to crack, but he could not hold the shield anymore. Black Snake! The 6th Prince shouted, and the female archer called Black Snake shot 3 arrows in a row, as if to suppress Luo Yu and prevent him from throwing javelins again in a short time so that they could reorganize their formation. Stupid! Luo Yu casually flicked the iron bow in his hand and directly blocked the 3 arrows. Then he shot another arrow, aiming directly at the female archer. A range of 120 meters can still shoot a person through the heart with 1 arrow. The arrow speed is faster within a range of 70 meters, and this female archer can hardly avoid it. Ah! The female archer screamed, and at this time, the man with the spear shouted, Black Snake. He actually stood in front of the female archer and wanted to use the spear to block the arrow. Bang! Although the spear hit the arrow was too powerful. The arrow just deviated from its original trajectory and was not completely blocked. With a puff sound, the arrow pierced the spearman's shoulder. Blood gushed out for a moment, and the man fell to the ground and lost his fighting ability. The Black Snake was still in a daze, but he had been pulled behind the shield by the 6th Prince. The strong man's right hand was broken, but this time he used his left hand to hold the shield in front. The next moment, the 3 people hiding behind the shield quickly rushed to the wall. Luo Yu's shooting level is LV4. It is difficult to stab the opponent with a javelin at such a speed. He shot several arrows in a row. Although it slowed down the opponent's advance, they were all blocked by the shield. Without skills such as javelin mastery and arrow mastery, the effect of adding a shield against a moving target is not good. Swish! The female archer shot 2 arrows while running. Luo Yu easily deflected them, snorted coldly, and got down from the watchtower and climbed up the wall to wait for an opportunity. Soon, the 3 tribesmen rushed to the front, but the problem came: how were they going to get on the wall? Bang! The strong man hit the stone door hard, and the whole person was directly bounced away by the recoil force. Prince, it's the gate of the black stone, it can't be broken. Swoosh! An arrow flew over and shot directly on the chest of the 6th prince, but this person seemed to be wearing something like a heart protecting mirror. Although he was shocked by the huge force and spurted out a mouthful of blood, his life was not in danger. Luo Yu showed a trace of surprise in his eyes, and the 6th prince gritted his teeth and said, "Black Snake will occupy the shooting point first." The strong man threw Black Snake's petite body onto the wall after hearing this, but she just stood firm on the wall and was suddenly knocked down by a green wolf. While struggling hard, she found that it was not only the green wolf that was pressing her down, but also a bunch of digging worms. Being overwhelmed by 7 digging worms and a green wolf, even if this woman was stronger than a man, she couldn't stop it. She was suppressed and unable to move on the spot. Black Snake. The 6th prince's eyes showed a furious look. Who could have thought that the other party had ambushed so many animals on the wall? How could this man have so many animals? The strong man suggested, "Prince, let's retreat. This outsider is too strong." 3 of the 5 people who came were lost. Under normal circumstances, the tribe should have fled. No! The 6th prince said angrily, "Black Snake is a rare female archer in our tribe. We can't let her be captured. That man's animals have all been used to suppress Black Snake. As long as we can get on the wall and get close to him, we will win." "Okay. As you command." The strong man skillfully threw the prince onto the wall near Luo Yu. The next moment, the prince leaned over and grabbed the hand of the jumping strong man. With a fierce pull, the 2 of them actually got on the wall directly. This made Luo Yu slightly stunned. Is this team of people elite? Does a normal tribal attack climb over the wall like this? The strong man roared, holding the axe, and chopped at Luo Yu. The axe was powerful and heavy, and the power of the chop was probably more than 25 points. It was indeed an elite. But I was fighting the elite. Luo Yu just stepped back to avoid the axe, and then he rushed forward on the spot, and the Tiangong knife in his hand suddenly slashed across the neck of the strong man. Plop! The strong man's head fell to the ground, and the headless body fell off the wall. Mad Bull! The 6th prince exclaimed, with an unbelievable look in his eyes. Seeing Luo Yu slowly approaching him, he was terrified. The man in front of him looked only about 20 years old. Why would a human have such a strong attribute value? Fear overcame the courage in his heart, and he actually jumped off the wall and started to run away. The attackers from the tribe began to flee, and you won the defense battle. You are the first human to defeat the tribal attack, and you get an extra reward, 50,000 silver. Looking at the prince who was running desperately on the grassland in the distance, Luo Yu sneered, but walked towards the Black Snake who was suppressed by Adai. When the woman saw Luo Yu coming, her eyes were full of fear. She thought she was going to die, but fortunately Luo Yu just tied her up with a rope. You captured the tribal archer, Black Snake, female tribal members strength 11, constitution 11, agility 16, shooting LV 6, this woman has good attributes? Sell her. Luo Yu secretly made up his mind, but now there is one thing to do. At this moment, the prince was running away desperately. He found that his legs and feet had never been as sharp as they are now. The speed of running away seemed to have brought his agility to the extreme. He even had an illusion that he was like a cheetah chased by a lion on the grassland. Although he couldn't beat it, he could easily escape. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound behind him. Horse hoofs. The 6th prince instinctively turned his head and saw a strong bull running towards him, and riding on the bull's back was the man who frightened him. The 6th prince was so frightened when he saw this scene that he ran in the direction he came from without looking back, and his speed seemed to have increased a bit. But the next moment, an arrow flew through the air. The first arrow flew past his scalp, and the second one pierced his thigh. Plop! The 6th prince fell to the ground, and the next moment, the sharp tip of the Tiangong knife was pointing at his throat. Prince, you are captured. The cold voice of Luo Yu, who was riding on the bull's back, sounded, and the 6th prince looked at the man in fear and could only surrender. A moment later, the 6th prince, the spearman and the archer Black Snake were tied up and thrown to the ground. It took 7 herbs to treat these 3 guys, and finally their bleeding was stopped. The strong man and the male archer at the beginning died suddenly, and their bodies were thrown into a large pit dug at the edge of the grassland and burned. Luo Yu was not so crazy as to slaughter human corpses, sell human flesh, and make human leather sofas. At this moment, Luo Yu looked at the heart mirror in his hand, and his eyes showed satisfaction. Bronze and gold heart mirror, silver. Level armor, silver. Level, his own Tiangong knife is only silver. Level, what a good thing. In addition to the heart mirror, the trophies also include an iron spear, 2 wooden bows, a shield, an axe, and a long sword. The prince's long sword also has a grade, but it has reached the black iron grade. This kind of weapon is now in short supply and very valuable. Luo Yu can make a fortune. As for the 3 captives, there are several ways to deal with them. The first is to subdue them. There are 2 types of subjugation, one is verbal subjugation. It's very simple. Just ask him if he is convinced and wants to join my territory. If he is convinced, even if he is verbally convinced, it is difficult to guarantee his loyalty in this situation. The second is recruitment. This method is similar to taming. Once the recruitment is successful, the loyalty will be full and he will obey you. Luo Yu just looked at the recruitment difficulty of these 3 people. They are all 99%, and Luo Yu's recruitment level is 0, which is almost impossible to succeed. You can try it with critical hits, but once the recruitment is successful, it will increase the attack rate of the other tribe, at least 3 times. At present, the defense is not established, so it is unnecessary. Luo Yu did not intend to recruit them. The second method was to put them on the auction house. Prisoners could also be put on the auction house for sale, but no one had put them on the auction house yet, and Luo Yu did not know how much to bid. The third method was the most direct, asking for a ransom. Luo Yu preferred the third method. He clicked on the system page, found the captive column and looked at it. 6th Prince, ransom 50,000 silver black snake, ransom 3,000 silver iron spearman, ransom 2,500 silver. As long as Luo Yu pressed OK, he could redeem them, but there was no guarantee that they would appear again in the next attack. Now was the time to use money, so he decided to sell the captives directly using the system ransom, but before that, there was still something to do. He walked in front of Black Snake, untied the rope on her body in the horrified eyes of the woman, and took off her fur tribal clothes before the woman could react. In an instant, the woman stood naked in front of Luo Yu. Not to mention, she had a good figure. As if she understood something, Black Snake closed her eyes with a flushed face, waiting for the possible attack of the storm. The 6th Prince and the Iron Spearman also stared at Luo Yu angrily. Everyone was still very clear about the consequences of female captives. However, what surprised Black Snake was that she waited for a while and nothing happened. When she opened her eyes, she saw Luo Yu patting her shoulder and said, "Next time, it won't be as simple as taking off clothes." Swoosh! With a flash of light, she disappeared directly from the spot, and at the same time, a pile of silver appeared in front of her. Next, after Luo Yu untied the rope of the 6th Prince, he put the Tiangong knife on his neck and said in a deep voice, "I'm not interested in taking off men's clothes, take them off quickly." Yes, take them off immediately. After a while, he took off all his clothes, and with a flash of light, the 6th Prince disappeared directly. The pair of silver in front of him was more than 10 times that of Black Snake. It's valuable. After redeeming the spearman, Luo Yu made a lot of silver. He didn't stop there. He put the clothes he had just taken off these people on the auction house. World, Anonymous, the animal skins I just took off the beautiful savage are fragrant and warm. They are on the auction house. Hurry up and grab them. Really? Brother, were you attacked by the tribe? Fuck, did the beautiful savage get satisfied with you? Tell me the truth. Brother, I will give you all my belongings for 2,000 silver. Can you trade me the beautiful savage? I will give you 3,000. Click me to trade. The big man who opened alone hadn't seen the opposite sex for a long time. Not to mention beautiful women, even female animals were rare. No wonder he was so hungry. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. Soon, the animal skins priced at 500 silver were sold directly. He also sold 1,000 silver from selling clothes in bits and pieces. He felt comfortable. After doing all this, it was already dusk. After Luo Yu had dinner, he soaked in the bathtub comfortably and started to consume. You purchase Javelin Mastery, spending 50,000 silver. You purchase Bow and Arrow Mastery, spending 50,000 silver. 100,000 silvers were gone. Luo Yu's body flashed, and a lot of knowledge was added to his mind. He showed joy in his eyes, nodded secretly and said, "So this is how you exert force. I was wondering why the one I threw out before didn't rotate. 100,000 silvers were spent in an instant, and I looked at my savings, 18,000 silvers, enough. For the next 3 days, the territory was calm, and Luo Yu did not take out the special milk to attract attacks. Except for using critical mining once a day, he spent almost all his time on javelins and bows. Now the shooting level has reached LV5, and because of the mastery of javelins and bows, he has a hit rate and power bonus when using these two weapons, which is almost a unique skill. On the other hand, although the 3 mining operations did not produce any special ore, the large amount of black spot stones rolled down, triggering another bug attack. At this time, Luo Yu had 10 digging bugs. 10 bugs kept mining, and a large amount of black spot stones could be produced every day. He no longer needed to spend time going to the mine. After 3 days, the number of stone bricks reached 250,000, and he was only one step away from the goal of a big villa. On this afternoon, Luo Yu stood in front of the observation tower by the lake, looking at the lake with sharp eyes, holding the iron spear in his hand, ready to strike at any time. This iron spear was modified by him, and now it has 2 more claws, which looks more ferocious. In the sky, the silver-armored ladybug grabbed the wooden barrel loaded with special milk and was luring the big black fish to pounce on it. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the calm lake suddenly rippled, and Luo Yu clearly saw the black shadow appear under the water. It seems that the smell of special milk is something it can't resist. Boom! The waves splashed, and the big black fish jumped out of the water directly, biting the silver-armored ladybug with its bloody mouth. Now! Luo Yu's eyes condensed, and he threw the iron spear with all his strength. 100x critical hit triggered. The whistling sound of the iron spear that was thrown out this time was shocking. It was not only very fast but also rotated at high speed. The power was imaginable. At the same time, a rope made of vines was wrapped around the tail of the iron spear, and the other end was tied to the watchtower. Swoosh! With the addition of 100 times the power, the iron spear almost turned into a rotating black light and stabbed the big black fish. The next moment, there was a puff of explosion, and a ball of blood mist burst out of the big black fish. Scales flew, blood mist rose, and then something incredible happened. The iron spear directly penetrated the big black fish's sturdy body, came out from the other end, and hit the lake with a bang. Roar! The big black fish let out an extremely shrill scream, and its huge body fell straight into the water. Amid the splashing waves, it began to roll and struggle violently, and suddenly broke the vine rope straight. The watchtower immediately became shaky, which was also within Luo Yu's calculations. He jumped directly from the 10-meter high watchtower to deal with the big black fish before the watchtower collapsed. Come and die. Standing on the ground, he grabbed the javelin that had been placed in advance and threw it out with force. Swoosh! The javelin shot out in a rotation. Although there was no terrifying sound of breaking wind after a 100-fold critical hit, the power was incomparable. The javelin accurately pierced into the rolling body of the big black fish. The high-speed rotating javelin was like a bomb, directly blasting a cloud of blood mist on the black fish. Come again! Continuous javelin attacks, each javelin pierced the black fish's body very accurately. Bang bang bang! The blood mist exploded continuously, and the black fish struggled more and more violently. The watchtower was completely tilted, and it was afraid that it would collapse if it was hit twice more. I have to sigh, the vitality of this black fish is too strong. It seems to know that knocking down the watchtower is its only way to survive. But this time Luo Yu is fully prepared. He directly clicked on the system interface and selected the repair interface. Repair the watchtower. The repair cost will be 10 times higher when it is damaged, and 10 silver will be required for each one durability repaired. The repair cost is frighteningly high, but who cares about your repair cost at this moment, just do it. After confirming, the originally shaky watchtower actually began to stand up again. Luo Yu saw it clearly. The durability of the watchtower was always hovering at a critical value. Durability, 18/100, durability, 19/100, durability, 18 out of 100, just destroyed and repaired again, and repaired again. Luo Yu wants to see whether the vitality of this black fish is strong or he has more money. Die! Luo Yu threw another javelin with great force. Now his hit rate was terrifyingly high. With a bang, another cloud of blood mist burst out. In order to deal with this decisive battle, Luo Yu made another 20 javelins, now a total of 39 javelins. When the 38th javelin pierced the body of the big black fish, it seemed to burst out with great force before dying. With a bang, the watchtower collapsed. Is it going to fail again? No! Luo Yu will not allow this to happen again. He grabbed the vine rope fiercely, and in an instant, the rope was straightened again. 42 points of strength burst out, and he was not dragged into the water by the terrifying force from the other end of the rope for a while. You choose to spend 12,000 silver to buy attribute points. Your current strength, 52 points, when a certain attribute exceeds 50 points, the original price of 1,000 silver points per time is increased to 2,000. Luo Yu didn't care and added 10 points of strength on the spot. He stood still and pulled with all his strength, and he actually stalemated with the big black fish. Of course, the big black fish was seriously injured, and its resistance was much smaller than before, otherwise even 52 strength would not be able to withstand it. Bulls come! Luo Yu shouted, and the big bull and the cow rumbled over. Luo Yu wrapped the rope around them. One man and two cows worked hard, and the big black fish in the lake struggled hard but couldn't escape. Moo! The big bull was angry and roared from time to time. Ah Dai was screaming beside him and bit the rope to help. Luo Yu clearly sensed that the power from the other side of the rope began to gradually decrease. Come up! He and the animals around him exerted force at the same time, bursting out amazing power. The iron spear hooked on the other side of the big black fish's belly was dragged into the fish's belly in the opposite direction under the huge force. The three hooks might be fine when they were inserted, but when they were dragged out, they could directly destroy the internal organs. After a burst of strange force pulling, a large part of the big black fish's internal organs were almost cut off. It let out a terrifying scream and died suddenly. You killed the big monster black fish monster and got 20,000 silver, beast soul core *1, wild wind sword skill *1, silver. Level martial arts, random technology unlock scroll *1, silver. Level treasure box *1, you were the first trialist in this area to kill the monster in the lake, extra reward, 20,000 silver. After a series of prompts, Luo Yu saw a lot of things in front of him. It seemed that this black fish monster should be a silver. Level big monster, and it dropped a lot of good things. After receiving the prompt, Luo Yu collapsed on the ground and breathed a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he felt his arms were numb and his palms were already worn out and covered in blood. Fortunately, he chose to weave a rope with 20 vines instead of 10 as he had planned at the beginning, otherwise the vine rope might not be able to withstand such a strange force. Fortunately, the 100-fold critical strike penetrated the fish's belly as expected, otherwise the black fish would not be trapped. To be honest, his strength is only at the black iron level at this stage, and it is not easy to defeat this silver. Level monster fish. Waving his hand, the silver. Armored ladybug flew back. After Luo Yu drank the special milk, he recovered and put the pile of things on the ground back into the wooden house. First, he had to pull up the corpse of the dead fish. After a moment, looking at such a huge corpse, Luo Yu sighed again. The ice cellar was too small and couldn't hold it. Well, let's sell it. It was not until sunset that Luo Yu had cut up the whole black fish and got a lot of fish meat. In addition, he also got hard fish bones *200. These fish bones are good materials and can be used to make weapons. Some other messy buildings can also be strengthened with fish bones. At this stage, the price of meat has dropped from the original 80 silver to the current 20 silver, because the first batch of crops is about to mature. It is estimated that after the crops mature, the price of meat will be further reduced, so it is better to sell them as soon as possible. Luo Yu put it on the shelf directly. As for the fish bones, he suddenly thought of something and opened the building page. Sure enough, some buildings can add special body materials of monsters to strengthen hardness. Now he has 48,000 silver. Stone bricks were not enough, but he can use these hard fish bones to replace some of them. He can build a big villa. Luo Yu was overjoyed and started. It took him half an hour to dismantle his wooden house and move all his things out. Then he opened the manufacturing page and directly clicked on the big villa. The 3-story villa appeared, and Luo Yu chose to confirm without hesitation. The light flashed in front of him, and the piles of stone bricks disappeared, and the huge fish skeleton also disappeared, replaced by a complete 3-story villa. Luo Yu chose a Chinese-style villa with red exterior walls. The 3 floors added up to an area of about 1,500 square meters, which can be said to be very large, and there is also a basement. With excitement, Luo Yu walked into the villa, but found it empty. There was nothing. Although the current big villa was well decorated, there was no furniture, so he had to do it himself. He looked at every room on the 3rd floor. He quickly planned the kitchen, bedroom, living room, etc., and went to the basement to take a look. It was very clean and could be used as a warehouse. When he looked at the base score, wow, it is now 500. The big villa directly added nearly 300 points, which means that the intensity of the attack at the end of the month will be a bit fierce. The hygiene score has also increased by 12 points, and now the highest value has reached 57 points, which is very good. Villa, Silver plus, area, 1,650 square meters, score plus 300, hygiene standard plus 12, positive buff probability plus 12%, yes, living in this kind of luxurious building, there is a chance to get positive buffs, and this probability has no upper limit. As long as you have money, you can increase the probability to 10,000%, and then you will be covered with buffs when you go out. As for why it is silver plus instead of ordinary silver, it is because the fish skeleton is added, which increases the rating by half. The rating represents everything, defense, comfort, etc. are all improved. Now Luo Yu hesitated again. The floor and walls are ordinary stone. Would it be better to change them to silver? It's not too luxurious, right? A moment later, on the balcony on the third floor of the villa, Luo Yu bought a chair and lay on it comfortably. From here, he looked at the entire territory. The scenery is really unique here. After destroying the big water monster, there are a lot of things to do: fishing, building bridges, exploring water quality, breeding, and other messy things waiting for me. But before that, I will study the pile of things that exploded first. He immediately opened the martial arts book, Quangfeng Sword Skill. Just like its introduction, it was a silver level martial arts, and there was actually nothing to study. Luo Yu chose to learn it directly. Quangfeng Sword Skill, silver level first level. Luo Yu felt countless information pouring into his mind, and a look of realization appeared on his face. After he stood up and waved the Tiangong sword, his strength and angle of the sword had indeed greatly improved. At the same time, he also found that only martial arts could bring out this attribute point to the fullest. If I used to be a guy with brute force, then now I am a warrior with strange power, which is incomparable. In addition, Quangfeng Sword Skill has a total of 3 levels, or in other words, silver level martial arts have only 3 levels. Every time you increase a level, the power when you use it will increase. The number of levels of gold level and platinum level martial arts after silver will also increase, and the power has increased geometrically. As for how to increase the number of levels, it is very simple: spend money. Each upgrade of the silver level costs 30,000 yuan, and it is more expensive. I have 18,000 silver now, so don't even think about it. Go back to the arena and try. Luo Yu thought so in his heart, but he used the random technology scroll. Congratulations on obtaining visitor technology. Hey, the visitor is unlocked directly? Originally, it would cost 5,000 silver in 2 special materials to unlock it, but it was unlocked on the spot, which means that Luo Yu can visit other people's territories. Even if the other party has not unlocked the visitor technology, he can go, but the other party cannot reach his base. Of course, all the premise is that the other party agrees. Visitor technology is actually very powerful, and it can save people at critical moments. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu opened the silver level treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining personal characteristics. Tamer, 1 star, wow. Personal characteristics. Luo Yu was shocked and hurriedly checked the instructions. Beast Tamer, 1 star. Beast Tamer level plus LV3, all attributes of animals tamed in the territory increase by 10%, animal output increases by 10%, and success rate of taming increases by 10%. Looking at this attribute, Luo Yu can only say 2 words: awesome. I thought I would get a silver level item, but I didn't expect to get such a powerful personal characteristic. What if it is upgraded to 5 stars? I didn't use a critical hit. Is my luck really exploded? He laughed, really happy. The silver level personal characteristic upgrade is also 3W once. Of course, you can also keep taming and increase the star level, but it will be very slow. The last is the Beast Soul Core. Without any hesitation, Luo Yu chose to make base automatic defense core. You consume 3,000 silver, 200 jade, 200 gold, Beast Soul Core *1, and the production is successful. A flash of light flashed in front of his eyes, and a small future wind magic cube slowly fell into Luo Yu's palm. This is what he has been dreaming of. Click on the building page, and sure enough, the building in the automatic defense column is unlocked. Automatic crossbow, 500 rounds wood 5,000, iron or 1,000, silver *500, expensive. Because it does not need to be loaded and automatically generates crossbows, the small crossbow requires a lot of wood. There is not even 5,000 wood in the entire base, so I can only buy it. Don't rush. After the automatic defense core is produced, in addition to the automatically fired crossbow, the automatic attack arrow tower is also unlocked. Automatic attack arrow tower, 3,000 pieces wood asterisk 30,000, iron or 5,000, silver 2,500, automatic technology is so expensive. As for the following, large automatic bed crossbow, automatic lightning tower, and other things, they are not unlocked, and there is no money to unlock them. This is too expensive. Luo Yu thought he was a little rich, but in front of these technologies, he is just a younger brother. It costs money to build an arrow tower, upgrade martial arts, upgrade personal characteristics, and build other buildings. Luo Yu needs to plan his money-making plan. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's get the bed done today. The wooden bed used to be out of place in the villa. Looking at his empty bedroom, Luo Yu plans to build a luxurious double bed. Luxury double bed, construction unit asterisk 520, wood asterisk 520, silver 520, gold 52. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. All 520, it's really a double bed. What is Tian Dao father hinting at? The construction unit can be stone, wood or other, but considering the luxury, it is definitely better to use rare materials. Luo Yu thought of one thing and planned to wait until the critical hit number is restored tomorrow before making it. I will rock on the armchair tonight. That night, Luo Yu wrapped in wolf skin and slept on the armchair. The first thing he did when he woke up in the morning was to make a bed. As for the material, of course it is green jade. Jade is a material that is originally used as a luxury to increase the score and comfort. The key is that he just has 520 jades. Isn't it a coincidence? It is worth mentioning that critical hits cannot be used on large buildings. If they become too large, they will exceed the range of the base. You choose to make a jade luxury double bed, and 100 times critical hit is triggered. The light flashed in front of my eyes, and a beautiful big bed appeared in front of me in a dazzling state. Colorful Lucky Cloud Jade Luxury Double Bed, Diamond Level Rest Efficiency increased by 60%, Disease Recovery increased by 60%, Positive Buff increased by 60%, Comfort increased by 60%, Female Pregnancy Probability increased, Diamond Level? Luo Yu was dumbfounded, and his trembling hands touched the bed surface. The soft feeling went straight to his heart. The next moment, he threw himself on the bed. Sure enough, the whole person felt like sleeping on the clouds, floating in the clouds. That feeling was really refreshing. You receive the blessing of the buff auspicious cloud, all life skill experience increases by 20%, ding, your planting skill is upgraded to LV3, this, lie down for 2 seconds and get the buff? Outrageous. Luo Yu laughed. But then again, what does this increase in female pregnancy rate mean? Bulls and cows come to sleep on my bed, and give birth to 2 calves tomorrow? Luo Yu suddenly had an idea in his mind. Of course, he just thought about it, he was in a good mood at the moment, and looked at the panel, which changed a lot. Trialist, Luo Yu, Earthsia Country 23333 base score, 700 points health value, 65 points entertainment value, 10 points strength, 52 constitution, 39 agility, 38 personal characteristics, Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars, Beast Tamer, 1 star, martial arts, first level of Gale Blade Mastery System, Javelin Mastery, Bow Mastery Life Skills, Planting LV3, Mining LV4, Beast Taming LV8, Shooting LV5. Others are fine, but this base score, 700. The intensity of the attack at the end of this month will definitely not be small, and the automatic defense facilities must be set up as soon as possible. No matter how well the base is built, it is useless if it cannot be defended. At this time, there is a prompt, abnormal weather occurs in your area, please take precautions to avoid it. Instantly, the sky is overcast, and it seems that it is going to rain heavily. Naker, it's going to rain heavily, but I'm not panicking at all, because I have built a small stone house. There are screenshots at the back, which looks like a small house. Fong Yamong, it's thundering, it's time to collect clothes. Alice, Yamong, do you have a stone house too? Fong Yamong, yes. I tamed a digger before mining, and it's good to have it to help dig. Nyo de, digger? Tamed it? You're so lucky. Elena, Alice, is your treehouse ready? Alice, yes, Goddess of Light bless me, I built the treehouse before the storm. Elena, I've already built it, Goddess of Darkness is always one step ahead of Goddess of Light, bless the elves. Boom! It started to rain heavily in the sky, and the whole world was instantly plunged into mist and rain. Fang Yamong, it's raining so hard. Luo Yu, how are you? Luo Yu, I dug a lot of stones, and I just built a small building yesterday. Everyone, building? Nakor, quick, post your building for me to see. Seeing that everyone was urging him to post pictures, Luo Yu happened to take a picture when he built the villa yesterday, so he posted it. When Luo Yu really posted the picture, the chat group instantly became quiet. After a strange silence for a while, Fong Yameng, oh my god. This is a big villa. How did you do it? Luo Yu, I love mining, and I have enough materials while digging. Not core, damn, Luo Yu, do you want to raise two cute little cat girls? Fong Yameng, didn't someone say that cat girls are not pets, but handsome girls? Elena, stupid man. Wasting so many bricks to build a villa. It's better to build a big wall with that money. Alice, a beautiful residence, but Luo Yu, we are still in the early stages of development, we must be frugal, the goddess of light bless you. Nyo did V brother, the mining you mentioned, is it really that profitable? Why don't I ship it? Everyone was shocked. They all knew that Luo Yu loved mining. Who could have thought that a villa was built? Luo Yu, don't talk about this. Look at the instructions. If you go fishing after a heavy rain, the shipping rate will double. Everyone, water monster. Don't go looking for death. Luo Yu, well, you are right, there is a water monster, I won't go looking for death. At this moment, Luo Yu was standing on the balcony drinking milk. He looked at the scene in front of him, chatting with everyone, but he was very comfortable in his heart. A Dai was sleeping on the first floor. The stone turtle had entered the lake and he didn't need to worry too much. 2 cows and a hen were in the barn and couldn't get wet. The insects were in the mine cave, so he didn't need to worry about them. Everything was under control. Shaking the milk in the cup, he smiled lightly and said, it's just abnormal weather, but wait a minute, the vegetable field. Luo Yu found that his vegetable field was in trouble under the heavy rain. Luo Yu, vegetable field. Everyone, protect the vegetable field, don't let it be drowned by heavy rain. Fong Yameng, oh. Now that you mention it, Nakor, I don't eat vegetables. Nyoda, I love to eat grass. When the rain stops, a lot of tender grass will grow. Fong Yameng, Luo Yu, vegetable shed. If you have enough materials, build a vegetable shed quickly. Her idea was the same as Luo Yu's, and he had already clicked on the building page. Simple vegetable shed, 1 meter, wood *5, iron or *1, silver *1. Fortunately, there was a warning before, and the drainage ditch was dug. Luo Yu hurriedly chose to build it. After consuming a lot of materials, the simple vegetable shed was built. In fact, it is a wooden shed. Without affecting the sunlight, it allows rainwater to flow out along the diagonal. This cannot block all the rainwater, but it will not drown the vegetables. After doing all this, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message to the chat group. I'm safe here, Fong Yameng, how about you? Okay. Fong Yameng sent a screenshot, which was also a simple vegetable shed, and it seemed to be safe. Not here, Luo Yu only cares about Yameng, and doesn't ask me how I am. Luo Yu, don't you not eat vegetables? Nyoda, but she will be jealous, ha ha ha. Fong Yameng, huh? Does Kier really like Luo Yu? Not Kier, no. I was just kidding, only puppies like him. While joking, Luo Yu found that the people in his small group were quite capable, and they had safely resolved many crises. The 2 elves have outstanding abilities, and their qualities in all aspects should be at the forefront of the universe races. Although the 2 cat girls look soft and cute, Luo Yu found that Nakir is quite aggressive and capable after communicating with them. The 3 girls on Fong Yuming's side are European emperors. Luo Yu's 1-star tamer is so powerful, and Fong Yuming is an initial 3-star. Nyoda may not be good at anything, but he can eat grass. With a good physique, even if he has nothing, a single commander can live on the grassland. On the other hand, the World Channel and the Regional Channel. Damn it, the vegetables that will be ripe the day after tomorrow were washed away by me. What a damn heaven. Alas, there is not enough iron ore to build a vegetable shed. I should have dug more ore earlier. You may not believe it, but I was blown into the lake by the strong wind, and I felt a big black shadow coming. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, brother. This intermittent storm lasted for a day. On the morning of the second day, when the clouds and fog cleared, Luo Yu didn't care about the muddy land and ran to the edge of the vegetable field as soon as possible. When he saw the status of the vegetables, they showed that they were alive, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Tip: the base is in a muddy state, the hygiene score has dropped, and the risk of disease has increased. The sudden reminder made Luo Yu slightly stunned. When he came to his senses, he found that his whole body was a little uncomfortable. Looking around, whether inside or outside the wall, the entire grassland was in a muddy state. Various insects were flying and crawling around, which looked very uncomfortable. In this case, it is indeed a hotbed for bacteria and diseases to breed. It would be strange if it could be comfortable. I looked at the hygiene score and it dropped by 20 at once. Luo Yu knew that he had to build a floor. Clicking on the building page, there are many types of floors, including wooden floors, cement floors, stone brick floors, and silver floors. Although wooden floors give people a warm feeling, they are flammable. Wood is precious, and it will be damp. It is definitely not okay. Concrete floor is not good either, too cheap, no buff. Luo Yu prefers stone brick pattern floor. Looking at the price, a unit of stone brick floor needs 4 stone bricks, 4 silver. It's expensive, let's talk about it later. Fong Yumum, oh, the hygiene of the base is so poor, there are so many bugs, everyone pay attention to hygiene and don't get sick. Nakir, we have to build a toilet. The chat group became active, and Luo Yu had breakfast and started a new day. The first thing is to milk the cows. Because the taming level has risen, there is also a tamer feature. Today, 30 units of milk were squeezed out, leaving the part for himself to drink, and Luo Yu put all the rest on the auction house. Because a heavy rain yesterday destroyed many people's vegetable fields, the price of meat began to soar again, and it can be sold for 50 silver per unit. After a few days, there is a lot of inventory, and I made 4,500 silver in one go. Next, the fish pond was drained. After a heavy rain, the water in the fish pond tended to overflow. After draining it, 25 units of aquatic products were obtained. Together with the inventory from the previous few days, a total of 75 units were obtained. After selling them, 3,800 silver was obtained. Speaking of which, have the fish and shrimp been on holiday recently? The number has obviously decreased. The money earned originally was already a huge sum, but now it seems that it is not enough. I have to find a way to increase my income. Fishing is a very good option. Now that the big monster in the lake has been killed, the beautiful little lake has finally opened its arms to Luo Yu. He walked to the lake excitedly with the boom, but found that there was no place to step. After a heavy rain, the water level rose sharply, and the rising lake water eroded part of the grassland. The group of stone turtles climbed up the shore and leaned against Luo Yu intimately to bask in the sun, but Luo Yu frowned slightly. In the chat group, he asked, "Has your lake water increased?" "Elena, stupid man, your small lake is also flooded?" "Fong Yamung, it has increased. Will the big monster in the lake come ashore?" "I'm a little worried, Nakor, what you said, what if there are a few more heavy rains? This is compressing our living space." Everyone came to a conclusion, the lake water is constantly spreading. If the big monster in the lake is not eliminated, the water cannot be controlled. The living space is getting smaller and smaller, and it will eventually be destroyed. Recognizing the seriousness of the problem, everyone seems worried. Not only their small group, but also someone in the World Channel has offered a high price, hoping to hire mercenaries to solve their own big water monsters. The problem is that most of the mercenaries registered in the mercenary square are now black iron level. Who can be capable of solving silver level monsters? Luo Yu solved the big black fish with 100 times crit, and he doesn't want to take this job for the time being. After ordering the stone-armored turtles to line up and temporarily serve as a place to stay, Luo Yu sat on the turtle's back and pondered. A new problem has arisen again. Water control. Summer is coming, and there is plenty of rain. Even if the big monster is dead, the lake cannot be allowed to flood without limit. We need to build a dam wall and raise the lake shore. In addition to being able to control water, this can also prevent the lake from being polluted by attacks. Yes, the small lake is the only source of water. If someone attacks and poisons, it will be very uncomfortable. Moreover, if the opponent dives into the lake and swims over to attack, it will weaken the power of the arrow tower in that direction, which is not good for the defense of the base. On the contrary, if a circle of walls is built by the lake, automatic crossbows are placed on the walls, and automatic arrow towers are built inside the walls, then both defense and water control can be achieved, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Click on the virtual construction page and click on the construction plan. Under Luo Yu's command, virtual cells begin to connect along the lakeside, and finally calculated data. If you want to build a flood control wall along the lake, you need 200 W stone bricks, 5 W steel, and 5 W silver for construction. Expensive. This is not something that can be solved in the short term. I'd better go fishing first. Luo Yu simply closed the construction page and cast a fishing rod. 100 times critical hit trigger, the prompt appeared. Luo Yu hurriedly reeled in the rod, but found that he had caught a metal box. Opened it and saw a scroll. Automatic catapult storage talisman, a one-time item. You can immediately get an automatic catapult after using it, huh? Luo Yu widened his eyes. Damn, he caught a catapult while fishing. He picked up the scroll and ran back to the wall immediately, found a suitable position to use it, and a beautiful catapult appeared in front of him. Automatic catapult, can automatically throw stones, effective range of 1000 meters, hit rate of 20%, automatic launch time of 10 seconds, wow, the maximum range of ordinary catapults is only 200 meters, this one is 1000 meters, it is worthy of being automatic. Luo Yu tried to launch one, and a piece of bluestone immediately appeared on the launcher, and it was smashed out with a bang. The bluestone drew an arc and hit directly on the grassland. It deviated from the expected target by a few meters, but the accuracy was still very high. The key is that it will automatically attack hostile units, what a good thing. This undoubtedly greatly increased the defense of the base. Beautiful. Luo Yu laughed and ran to fish happily again. Now after the rain, there is no hundredfold crit, but the delivery rate is still doubled. Luo Yu's hook has no bait, which shows that he doesn't want ordinary fish. He wants to fish for boxes. According to the description of Tiandao World, there is a spring at the bottom of the lake. The spring ensures that the lake is full of running water. At the same time, it will spray out some resources. You can't catch them directly by going into the water. You can only catch them with a fishing rod. It's a magical setting. Luo Yu actually understood that the efficiency of fishing in the water was too high, and some races were very good at swimming, which would destroy the balance of the world of heaven. Hard fishing depends entirely on luck, and not everyone has so much time to fish here. Fishing is suitable for 3 types of people. The first is idle, the second is very hungry, and the third is the gambler mentality. Luo Yu also fishes because of the double chance after the rain. He would rather go mining at other times. Because there was no bait, he didn't catch anything in an hour. Just when he was extremely disappointed, the fishing rod suddenly moved. Delivery! He was delighted, and after retracting the rod, there was another iron box. He hurriedly opened it and saw that it was a box of feather arrows. Feather arrows, 100, feather arrows are 1 level higher than ordinary arrows, and they were given 100 at once. Luo Yu was satisfied and was thinking about casting the rod again. Suddenly, he thought of something. The resources caught were all made of iron boxes. Didn't he dig up a magnet when he was mining? Try it? After a while, the magnet was in place, and Luo Yu cast the rod directly, no, to be exact, he hit the rod. The magnet fell into the water with a splash and sank quickly. Magnet fishing rod, the probability of obtaining a resource box is increased by 100%, sure enough, his idea was correct, and the magnet also doubled the explosion rate. After a while, the fishing rod moved. Another iron box. Boomerang, black iron 1 piece, this time, a boomerang was opened. Luo Yu tried the feel of it, and saw that the boomerang flew a circle in the air and then flew back. He almost got hit by it. He was not proficient in boomerangs, and he didn't plan to learn this thing. Sell it. Looking at the auction house, the price of weapons has come down. After all, after so many years of development, some people can still dig iron ore. With iron ore, they can make some ungraded ones. This boomerang is of black iron grade. The basic price of black iron grade weapons is about 5,000 silver. However, boomerangs are long-range weapons, so they are definitely more expensive. Luo Yu put it on the shelf for 8,000 to try his luck. While fishing, he patiently waited for someone to buy this boomerang. Sure enough, it was sold out in a short while. There are so many races in the universe, and there are always rich people who like these new things. With the silver in hand, he continued fishing. This time, he waited for 2 hours and nothing else came up. Luo Yu estimated that his box in this area was gone, and ended today's fishing. When he walked to the base, he found that the stones pulled by the golden beetle had been piled into a small hill. No problem, cut it. After a busy day, in the bathroom of the villa at night, Luo Yu looked at the surrounding walls and decided to build a bathtub. How can a luxurious bathroom not have a bathtub? While taking a bath in the original bathtub, Luo Yu flipped through the building page. Luxury bath, building materials *3000, silver *1500, iron ore *100, just like the big bed, stone is cheap, but other rare materials are expensive. Hot water can be solved. The villa has its own hot water boiler. As long as there is water circulation, hot water can be automatically generated. Luo Yu naturally hopes that the bathtub is made of jade, gold, etc. Diamond bathtub is better, but there is no such thing. Slow down first. Thinking like this in his mind, he entered the arena. This time, Luo Yu chose to fight another black iron trialer who bet 1,000. This person is from the Blood Wolf tribe. After entering the room, the two of them started fighting directly. Bang! Bang 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 bang! Luo Yu held the iron sword, black iron grade, the one given by the prince, and collided with the claws of the Blood Wolfman continuously. After more than 10 rounds, a sword chopped on the man's chest. Humans are so sharp? Is this a martial art? The Blood Wolfman showed a trace of disbelief in his eyes, but the next moment, under the hurricane sword technique, the man was chopped by more than a dozen swords and disappeared directly. K.O. After getting 1,000 silvers, Luo Yu moved to another room. That night, he fought against the Black Iron level masters 4 times in a row. Relying on the hurricane sword technique and strong attribute values, he won 4 times and earned a total of 5,000 silvers. The name Yu began to spread among the masters. At the same time, Luo Yu found that he could not enter some rooms and was blocked. Some people were afraid of him, and directly excluded his name when creating a room. He could only watch the battle, not fight. Where is the stage for the strong? A group of cowards. In the morning, Luo Yu went to the vegetable field happily after breakfast. Green vegetables, 100% maturity, tomatoes, 100% maturity, rice, 100% maturity, corn. In the chat group, Luo Yu, the vegetables are ripe. Fang Yue, thank God, I finally waited for this day. Alice, the food problem has been basically solved, and everyone can develop with peace of mind. Knocker, is vegetarian food really that delicious? Nyoda, my vegetable garden is long gone. Luo Yu happily chatted with everyone while harvesting crops. At this time, the LV3 planting skills came into play. For the same green vegetable, LV0 basically harvested 1 unit, but LV3 has a chance to harvest 2 units. In general, his harvest will be much more. After a busy morning, Luo Yu harvested all the crops. Green vegetables, 158, Chinese cabbage, 199, tomato, 146, rice, 1989, corn, 2294, berries, 308. A total of 6,000 units of vegetarian food, of which rice, corn, and potatoes are the most common staples. If these vegetarian foods are eaten by oneself, they are enough to last until winter, but if there are so many mouths in the base, it should be difficult to last until autumn. Of course, it is not necessary to eat vegetarian meals every day. Fish and meat should be combined to eat longer. The seasons of the Tiandao world are different from those of the Earth. The Earth has a quarter of 3 months, while the Tiandao world has a quarter of 1 month. After the attack at the end of the month, it will be summer soon. Another month will directly enter autumn, and this cycle will repeat. Time is not as abundant as imagined. Before winter, more vegetables need to be stored. A batch of crops came out, and seeds were also available. Luo Yu began to expand the vegetable field. The coming summer is the best season for crops to grow. Luo Yu has doubled the size of his vegetable garden. In addition, the apples will soon be ripe, and the orchard needs to be selected and developed. There are big bulls to plow the land, so there is no need to panic. After an afternoon of planning, etc., Luo Yu's planting level has reached LV4. The sun sets, and the work is over. The remaining work will be done tomorrow. I looked at the prompt on the big map. There are still 4 days before the end of the month attack. At night, Luo Yu, who had just finished taking a shower, was lying on the colorful luxurious bed, chatting with everyone. Today's critical hit was not used because the attack was approaching. Luo Yu planned to save the critical hit times. In case of a situation that he couldn't handle, it would be a hope of turning the tables. Alice, the attack will be in 3 days. Are you all ready? Fang Yameng, don't say it. I'm so worried. How can I defend against the attack? Now I have more than 40,000 silvers on hand, and I have to convert them into combat power as soon as possible. Nyoda, alas, the world is already wailing. The attack is approaching. I just saw someone commit suicide because he couldn't stand the pressure. Elena, waste, you don't even have the courage to face danger. Living is a waste of food. Alice, Elena, don't say that. Luo Yu, I offer an idea, delay time. If you encounter a tribal attack, then you should build a strong wall and clear the fields. As long as you can delay until the other side runs out of food, they will naturally retreat. Ha! That's a good idea. Do we still need to build the wall as soon as possible? Fang Yue asked curiously, and Luo Yu also gave a positive answer. Not here, Luo Yu, how do you know that the tribe will retreat after eating all the food? Hasn't it been attacked? Luo Yu, I encountered a thief before, and was stopped by my wall. Thief! Everyone exclaimed. Is it a theft? Oh my god, you really have dealt with natives. Fang Yuming said a long string of exclamation marks, and Luo Yu just smiled faintly, Lo.Ki, Lo.Ki. He changed the subject and said, by the way, it is stated that there will be a special thing before the attack at the end of the month. Everyone sees the opportunity. This may be the key to survive the attack. Okay. Everyone agreed, but Luo Yu could see that everyone was worried. Fang Yumeng decided to build the wall within 4 days, Nakir prepared to dig a trap, and everyone was thinking of ways. Luo Yu also knew in his heart that the intensity of his attack would be very high. In the remaining few days, he had to do his best to build the automatic crossbow. In the early morning, Luo Yu woke up from the luxurious big bed and found that he had an extra buff. Mining buff, your mining level increases by LV3, lasts for 2 days, needless to say, this is naturally the buff given by the big bed. After breakfast, Luo Yu began to organize his resources and prepare to make automatic crossbows. Because the diggers are mining continuously and intensively, although their level is very low, they occasionally dig out iron ore. Luo Yu currently has iron ore asterisk 2750, and another 250 iron ore can make up the iron ore raw materials needed for 3 automatic crossbows. Then there is wood. There are 966 units of wood in the base now. The wood for 1 crossbow needs 5,000, which is far from enough. I am afraid that I can't make it up by myself. No doubt, buy it. He has 35,000 silver. At present, the demand for wood is not particularly large. The price of wood in the auction house is still 1 silver. Luo Yu bought 15,000 units of wood very simply. Please choose the location to stack wood. Luo Yu chose to stack it next to the city wall. So much wood is piled up like a house. As for iron ore, since everyone's mining level is still very low and the demand is high, it would be a loss if I bought it. It just so happened that Luo Yu got the mining buff, so he dug. He came to the mine cave and dug hard. A lot of black spot stone and other types of stone materials came out, as well as iron ore. At the same time, a prompt came, your mining skill has been upgraded to LV5, with the buff, mining has reached LV8. Luo Yu dug a pickaxe and directly dug out a piece of iron ore. Iron ore asterisk 20, another pickaxe, another iron ore. Iron ore asterisk 15, great. Luo Yu was overjoyed. With his current strength and stamina, the speed of mining is very fast. After a while of digging, he directly dug 400 units of iron ore before stopping. Pushing the minecart back to the base, Luo Yu clicked on the production page and started to build crossbows. The question came again, on which side of the wall should the 3 crossbows be placed? Luo Yu thought of one thing. Every time there was an event or an attack, they came down from the east mountain, and the place to enter the base was basically the same. He guessed that it should be the only passage in and out of his territory from the Purple Mountains, at least for now. In this case, let's focus on the defense of the east. After spending 15,000 wood, 3,000 iron ore and 1,500 silver, the east wall was shining, and 3 crossbows were embedded in the protruding stone piers of the wall. The effective range of the automatic crossbow is 150 meters, that is, it needs to wait for the enemy unit to enter this range before it will automatically fire, so Luo Yu placed the crossbow in the middle and one at each of the 2 corners, just to cover the range to the maximum and form crossfire at the same time. The 3 automatic crossbows directly consumed Luo Yu's materials, but the defense of the base rose a lot. You can see from the score that a crossbow increases by 50 points, which shows its power. Limited by resources, there are only 3 crossbows at present. Make money and see how many can be made in the last few days. Luo Yu sold today's seafood and milk, and then continued to mine, trying to dig out some good stuff while taking advantage of the buff. At the end of the day, Luo Yu really dug up 400 units of iron ore, countless random stones, and a small piece of jade. He dug this out with his own strength, without using critical hits, and he felt very accomplished. At night, Luo Yu entered the arena, but found that the arena, which was originally crowded, now seemed a little deserted. The attack was approaching, and everyone was preparing overnight, even fewer people were piking. Okay, then I'll make less money. Another day passed, and when the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the balcony and sprinkled on Luo Yu's big bed, he slowly woke up. You get a buff, Beast Taming Enhancement, the success rate of the next beast taming increases by 20%, another buff appeared, a diamond-level luxury bed, sometimes it's so awesome. After breakfast, Luo Yu was about to go milk the cows when a prompt suddenly appeared, hint, a Xuanqiu beast girl is being chased by a group of tribal native soldiers. You can choose to shelter it. After choosing to shelter it, you will face the attack of the tribal natives. Enemy you may face, Archer *3, Melee soldiers *6, huh? The prompt that suddenly popped up startled Luo Yu. The special event mentioned in the description of the World of Heavenly Tao before the end of the month attack has come as expected. Fong Yameng, oh my god, special event. Mine is a supply pack. If it falls, it may damage buildings, vegetable gardens, personnel and other things. Let me choose. How should I choose? Waiting online, urgent. Alice, mine is also a supply pack. What about you? Nyoda, me too. Of course I let it fall. Anyway, there is nothing in my base. Elena, my special event is a group of lost huskies applying to enter the territory. They may cause damage to the territory. Is a husky a puppy or something? What damage can a puppy cause? Naker, hey, why is mine a geological movement? It prompts that there will be special or protrusions, which may also cause damage to the base. What do you encounter? Fong Yameng, Luo Yu, what about you? What's going on over there? Luo Yu, it's said that a small animal is being hunted and needs my protection. It may face attacks from the indigenous tribe. Fong Yameng, hiss. Natives. Refuse it quickly. No matter how cute the small animal is, it is not as important as its life. Luo Yu, I think you should all choose to accept it. The losses caused by such incidents should be far less than the benefits. Just pay attention to your own safety. Fong Yameng, okay, then I will choose to accept it. But you have to choose to refuse, safety first. Knocker, well, I accept it too. Encouraged by Luo Yu, everyone chose to accept it, and Luo Yu looked at the selection box in front of him without much hesitation. She didn't know what the Xuanqiu Beast Girl was, but the natives wanted to fight. It was a good time to try the power of the crossbow. Okay. After clicking in the air, the prompt box in front of him immediately turned red. Hint, Xuanqiu Beast Girl joins your territory and becomes an animal of the territory. Sure enough, a petite figure appeared on the edge of the grassland in the east. She stumbled towards the wall, her face full of panic and fear. Luo Yu saw it clearly. The so-called Xuanqiu Beast Girl looked like a human girl of 12 or 13 years old. She was wearing animal skins, had a pair of fox ears on her head, had long hair that looked very beautiful, and had a furry tail behind her. Unlike the human girl, this beast girl had a protruding nose, more like a fox, and had light hair on both sides of her cheeks. Xuanqiu Beast Girl, 19 years old, adult, currently in a state of panic, strength 20, constitution 18, agility 31, advanced intelligent animal, can engage in simple labor, special abilities, treasure hunting, slingshot proficiency, current hair growth progress, 57%, this attribute scared Luo Yu. This fox girl is very strong, and she also has special abilities. The key is that her hair seems to be a resource. Awesome, blood profit. Warning, a group of natives are attacking your territory. After the fox girl ran to within 300 meters of the wall, a group of armed native tribes appeared in the east, 6 men and 3 women, exactly 9 people. They ran directly to the base. Ah! The Xuanqiu Beast Girl looked like a human, but she couldn't speak. She screamed to express her fear. She looked at the wall. When she saw Luo Yu, her eyes were full of helplessness, as if saying, Master, save me. Where is your 31 agility? What are you panicking about? Luo Yu smiled in his heart, got off the wall, opened the stone door a crack, and waved to the beast girl, who rushed into the stone door with a whoosh. As soon as the door was closed, the beast girl threw herself into Luo Yu's arms and cried. This little animal smells a little, and it's soft to hold. Well, it's a little animal, right? Luo Yu patted her head and said, it's okay. Come on, follow me to the wall. Woo. The beast girl understood human language. Seeing Luo Yu turn around and prepare to climb the wall, she hurriedly grabbed the back of Luo Yu's clothes and followed him in a panic. It seemed that she didn't want to leave her master for a moment. As expected of an animal with high intelligence, the beast girl's emotional expression is much more complicated than that of a cow. Cows lick directly. In the distance, the 9 natives approached the wall quickly, but in a moment they advanced to a range of 1,000 meters. Squeak, there was a sound of wood friction, and the next moment, there was a whoosh, and a round bluestone flew out of the wall, drew an arc, and fell with a bang. The automatic catapult fired first. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone exploded 3 meters away from the group of natives. The splashed earth and stones directly blew away 2 men holding spears. Upon closer inspection, their arms and legs were blown off. Catapult! Go! The bearded man who led the 9 people shouted loudly. They didn't care about their injured companions at all and rushed towards the wall at full speed. The catapult has a minimum attack range. If the distance is too close, it will not be able to attack the target. Boom! Another stone fell 7 or 8 meters away from the people. Although the distance was far, the flying stone directly hit the thigh of a female archer, and blood flowed like a pillar on the spot, and she lost her combat effectiveness. Hurry, we're almost there, build a ladder and rush to the wall. The bearded man shouted loudly. The pace of the people became faster, but suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind. Swoosh! An arrow directly pierced the shoulder of a male archer, who fell to the ground, struggled to get up again, and rushed towards the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The crossbow arrows were fired at the same frequency. The leader of the bearded man was also injured in the arm by a crossbow arrow. He said with murderous intent, "There is a crossbow in the front, turn around from the left." Several people began to circle to the left, trying to bypass the crossbow arrows in front and climb the wall from the side. This made Luo Yu slightly surprised. These natives didn't charge hard, and it was obvious that they still had something. Unfortunately, there is also an automatic crossbow installed in the left corner. Whoosh! A sudden crossbow arrow shot out and hit a male spearman on the head. The man screamed, but still rushed 7 or 8 steps away before he fell down and died suddenly. He can still hit the head so hard, and his physique is quite high. Of the original 9 people, 4 people were lost before they even reached the 50-meter radius of the wall. The bearded man roared with red eyes, "Charge forward and dismantle his crossbow arrows." As soon as he finished speaking, a javelin shot out, pierced through his chest with a pop, and nailed him to the ground. Run! Luo Yu was about to throw the javelin again, but the remaining people couldn't hold on anymore and turned around and ran away. This team is far inferior to the elite ones that attacked last time. Isn't that okay? Tip: the indigenous tribes are on the run. It's time again for my favorite part of capturing prisoners. Silver-armored ladybug rushed out first, but in the blink of an eye, it knocked down a female spearman. Luo Yu rode the big bull and rushed out of the stone gate with Dai. As a result, the beast girl jumped on the back of the big bull and wanted to chase with her master. Is she so agile now? Why wasn't she so agile when she was just being chased? As expected, all the natives who ran away were captured, including the 2 with broken hands and feet, a total of 7 captives. Luo Yu simply redeemed the 2 captives with broken hands and feet back to the tribe, 1,000 silver per person. When he was about to click OK to redeem them, Luo Yu suddenly had an idea. Can I get a critical hit for the ransom? After silently saying this in his heart, he clicked OK. 100x critical hit triggered. The leader of the Scarsa tribe mistakenly took the soldier with broken legs and arms as his own son, and gave you all the existing silver in the tribe. You get 80,000 silver. Puff, Luo Yu almost laughed out loud. This can also be a critical hit. A flash of light flashed in front of his eyes, and the 2 disabled soldiers disappeared. Hint: the leader of the Scarsa tribe realized that he was deceived, and his hatred with you increased. The higher the hatred, the greater the probability of attack, and the intensity of the attack will also increase accordingly. He made a lot of money, but Luo Yu felt a little bad. What if he attacked every day? Now the problem comes. This Scarsa tribe has no money. As for the remaining 5 intact ones, they can't be sold. They can only wait for the tribe's silver to refresh next month or find other ways to deal with them. Luo Yu was preparing to make handcuffs and leg irons and drive the captives to mine, when suddenly a world push attracted his attention. Blood Clan, Anonymous. The special event is over. Friends who have captured native captives can privately message me. The price is negotiable. Someone is collecting captives. Dragon Clan, Anonymous. The Blood Clan is going to drink blood again? Disgusting race. Holy Light Clan, Anonymous. The Blood Clan are all devils. Don't make deals with devils. Blood Clan, Anonymous. We have all been teleported to this ghost place by the Heavenly Tao. What devil is not devil? You holy people have the ability to stop killing. Ghost Clan, Anonymous. A bunch of idiots. At this stage, we are just starting out. How many people's base scores are enough to be attacked by the tribe? Why don't you say that the Imperial warriors are coming to attack? A war of words has been triggered in the world. This kind of war of words often occurs, especially when powerful races quarrel for a long time. Races such as humans and orcs basically dare not speak. The strong and the weak are clearly distinguished. Luo Yu directly clicked on this Blood Clan and opened the trading interface. My fellow Blood Clan member, I have 5 natives, 3 men and 2 women. How do you take them? Ha? Are you a human? Do humans have this ability? The Blood Clan member seemed very curious, and Luo Yu replied, just lucky. Blood Clan member, although the human race is a weak race, I won't cheat you. The ransom for the natives is only 1 or 2,000. So, I'll give you 2,000 per person, and I'll take all 5. Luo Yu, 2,000? Go away, why should I trade with you for such a small amount of money? Bold. You are talking to me with an attitude? The Blood Clan member was furious, and Luo Yu didn't tolerate him and closed the chat window directly. Having just made a huge sum of money, Luo Yu didn't care about a few thousand. It was not impossible to keep the captives from mining. After interrupting the conversation, Luo Yu also sent a world. Earth Human, Anonymous. This Blood Clan member is not sincere in trading at all. He is deliberately provoking a war. Don't pay attention to him. For a while, the war of words in the world became more intense. This Blood Clan is different from the old man from the barbarian Bull Clan. He is quite stubborn and refused to send another trading window. After a stalemate of 5 minutes, he finally couldn't help it and sent another window. Blood Clan, forget it, I never bully others with force. Forget about your disrespect to me just now. Human boy, I'll pay 3,000 per person. If you want to sell, sell it. If you don't want to sell, forget it. 10,000. Luo Yu replied calmly. What? You dare to cheat me? Luo Yu calmly replied, Sir, listen to me. What I said is that male captives are 10,000 each and female captives are 20,000 each. Blood Clan, huh? Do you know that we Blood Clan need women to neutralize the blood in our bodies? Luo Yu, isn't that enough? 30,000. Luo Yu opened his mouth directly. 2 female captives are 30,000 each. If you want to buy them. If not, I will keep them for myself to play with slowly. I'm telling you, I won't sell them for less than a copper coin. Fuck you, Blood Egg, you are greedier than the gluttonous evil ghosts in hell. RNM, buy or not, don't waste my time. The Blood Clan closed the chat window in anger, but he seemed to need these captives very much. After a while, he sent a trading window again. I don't want to waste time talking to you, let's trade. After saying that, he actually put 90,000 silver coins on the table. He really seemed a little impatient. He must be in urgent need of them. Thanks to his wealth, Luo Yu thought that this person must have killed the big black fish and got a great benefit. Luo Yu didn't waste any words and directly put the 5 captives on the shelf. Transaction successful, you get 90,000 silver, you traded the captives as commodities, angered the Scarsa tribe, and the tribe's hatred towards you increased. In a flash, the 5 people disappeared. Vampire, human bug, I remember you, just live in an ignoble existence, don't let me locate your base. Luo Yu, idiot, you'd better not let me find the location of your base. I'll let you clean your own blood. Both sides said a harsh word each and cut off communication. In fact, it's just trash talk. Whether they are mercenaries or visitors, they need the other party's consent to enter the other party's base. At this stage, there is no possibility of attacking each other with open technology. Luo Yu made a huge sum of 170,000 yuan in one breath. This attack was really a bloody profit. Start the automatic arrow tower. Luo Yu took advantage of the very low price of wood and bought more than 60,000 pieces of wood in one go, and piled it as high as a hill inside the wall. Next is the iron ore. There is currently no iron ore in the base, and making an automatic arrow tower requires 5,000 iron ore resources. I went to the auction house to search again, but unfortunately the quantity was too small, and the price was very expensive and very uneconomical. Are you going to dig it yourself? There will be an attack in 3 days. Is it enough to dig that much iron ore? Luo Yu hesitated. By this time, the people in the group had basically solved this special incident and started chatting again. Fong Yaman, 3 supply packages, a long bow, a box of automatically recovered arrows, and a hand crossbow. It's a pity that we 3 girls can't pull the long bow. Nyota, why do I only have a supply package? I gave you a piece of crystal stone. Why do I need this? Luo Yu, Jingshi? Take a screenshot and let me see. After Nyota took a screenshot, it turned out to be a crystal stone. This is the prerequisite for unlocking mercenary technology. Luo Yu thought about it and was about to say something, but Naker said, oh, the geological movement here spit out a large piece of iron ore, just like a hill. I don't want iron ore. I want stone bricks, a chunk of iron ore. Luo Yu's heart moved again. Elena, the 3 huskies are very cute. Why are they said to be in danger of tearing down the house? Alice, hey, are you all so good? My supply package gave me an automatic defense core. Is this of any use? Everyone? Fong Yaman, oh my god, automatic core, you must be so lucky. Alice, Yumong, do you want to exchange? Exchange your longbow and automatic retrieval arrows for my automatic core? Good or good? Well, I feel like you, Sister Alice, are at a bit of a disadvantage. Fang Yumeng was a little embarrassed, but Alice said, bows and arrows are the life of our elves. I still feel embarrassed, both sides get what they need, and there is a greater chance of improving the survival rate. Naker, that's great. I can't use all the iron ore. I want to replace it with stone bricks to build a beautiful wall. Luo Yu, how many units of iron ore do you have? Ha! By the way, Luo Yu loves mining. Nakir sent a screenshot to the group. A huge piece of iron ore suddenly appeared on the grassland. It looked like there were at least 10,000 units. Luo Yu, if you sell 10,000 units of iron ore on the market, you can sell at least 10 W of silver. You've made it. Nakor, someone has to buy it. Luo Yu, can I exchange 5,000 iron ore for the stones you cut? Okay, I'll give you 50,000 stone bricks, let's trade. Everyone, 5W. Luo Yu, you really like mining so much. Luo Yu, labor is the most glorious, I love labor. The trading window was sent over, and the two of them traded immediately. Naker, oh my god, it's a black stone brick. It's great. Kiki, in this way, we have enough stone bricks to build the wall, and we are not afraid of attacks. Thank you Luo Yu. Everyone, black stone bricks? Alice, Naker, you should be nicer to Luo Yu in the future. Black stone bricks are not easy to cut. Nuker, yeah, I understand. Luo Yu secretly laughed in his heart. It was not easy to cut, but he had a Tiangong knife, which made it very fast. Luo Yu, stop talking about this. Kor, move the iron ore back quickly. If the attack comes, they may be moved away for you. Naker looked very happy. Nyoda, I also want to exchange. Luo Yu, old Nyo, your crystal stones are also expensive. What do you want to exchange for? Arms. Nyoda said simply, weapons such as axes, shields, bows and arrows, and I also want food. I have eaten half of the turf. When it comes to other things, Luo Yu may be in a bit of a dilemma, but he just has weapons such as axes, shields, and bows and arrows. The two waves of attacks gave a lot of weapons. Luo Yu directly sent a trading frame and placed an axe, wooden arrows, shield, javelin, 500 meat and 500 vegetarian food on it. Luo Yu, are these enough? Nyoda, that's enough. There is also a javelin, which is great. I used to be able to throw javelins, but now I don't panic anymore. As he spoke, he placed the crystal essence stone on the table. Transaction successful. Looking at the crystal stone in his hand, Luo Yu smiled. In this way, mercenary technology can be unlocked. Luo Yu, old Nyo, the value of my things is actually not as good as your crystal stone. Let's do this. I will give you another 5,000 silver, and you can buy whatever you want. Nyoda, Luo Yu, you are really a good person. I will take care of you as my brother. Luo Yu, you're welcome, we are all brothers. After giving 5,000 silver to Lao Nyo, Luo Yu started operating while chatting with everyone. The first thing to do is to buy an arrow tower. Auto.attack arrow tower, 3,000 pieces wood asterisk 30,000, iron or asterisk 5,000, silver asterisk 2,500. The effective range of the arrow tower is 200 meters, and the length of Luo Yu's wall is 100 meters. In other words, as long as the arrow tower is placed in the center store, it is enough to cover the entire base. The distance of 150 meters outside the base is also the range of the arrow tower. Moreover, the arrow tower does not fire one arrow at a time, but 5 arrows at a time, in waves. After all, it is an arrow tower, which is much more powerful than an automatic crossbow. Luo Yu chose to place the arrow tower behind the big villa. As the light flashed in front of his eyes, the arrow tower stood up with a rumble. It is 20 meters high. Although it has a wooden frame, the outer layer is wrapped in iron sheets, which makes it look a bit intimidating. Luo Yu felt a sense of security in his heart. The arrow towers are good. If possible, just build a few more arrow towers to deal with attacks. Everyone in the chat group has gotten what they need, and Luo Yu will also start his day's work. First, release the water to harvest aquatic products, and then milk the cows. Due to the animal taming level, you can now squeeze out 35 units of milk in one breath. Woo chirp. Xuanqiu beast mother seemed to want to drink milk. For such a cute little animal, Luo Yu naturally let her drink enough. Looking at the cute little animal gurgling and drinking milk, Luo Yu smiled and said, "Give you a name, let's call you Xiaokong from now on." Wu.Chiu, Xiaokong called softly, with a smile on his face, very cute. This is the little animal that a tough man should raise. As an animal with high IQ, Shao Kahn can basically do other basic labor except that he can't speak. Mining, planting, irrigation, hunting, and even fishing are all possible. And unlike the fixed life skill level of insects, Shao Kahn's skill level can be improved. Although it is LV0 now, it will always be upgraded as the proficiency increases. But it won't do high-level labor, such as medical treatment, cutting, and production. After drinking milk, Shao Kahn took the initiative to run to the vegetable field, carrying a wooden bucket and started watering. Looking at its life skill experience, it turned out that its planting experience was improving. Luo Yu smiled faintly, clicked on the technology interface, and directly chose to unlock the mercenary technology. Mercenary technology unlock, silver * 5000, crystal stone * 1. After clicking OK, there is another prompt. You can go to the mercenary square to level up your personal information, and after paying a certain percentage of the deposit, you can accept tasks or be invited by others. Luo Yu clicked on the mercenary square. You are a black iron. Level warrior. Do you want to pay a deposit of 5,000 to register as a mercenary? Note, if you fail the mission or give up the mission voluntarily, your deposit will be confiscated. Luo Yu did not rush to register, but browsed the mercenary square. First, there was the mercenary mission registration column. There were already some mercenary information, not many, less than 100. Black iron. Level mercenary, Iron Clan, male mission price, 10,000 per time, current mission times, 0 times, success rate, 0%, Black iron. Level mercenary, Wing Clan, male price, 15,000 per time, current mission times, 0 times, success rate, 0%. Except for the mercenaries of powerful races such as the Dragon Clan and the Angel Clan who have reached a higher level, the others are basically black iron. Level, and the prices are similar, more than 10,000 and less than 20,000. Luo Yu browsed another column again, which was the mission list. Human, anonymous, female, posted a hiring task. I hope someone strong can protect me and help me get through the month. End attack. I will give you 2,000 silver. Wolf, Noika, female, posted a hiring character. Are there any mercenaries of the same tribe? Come and help me get through the month. End attack. The reward is 2,000. If you want to do something, please chat with me privately. Rabbit, anonymous, male, compared to the number of mercenaries, this task list is already thousands of pages long, but the prices are mostly below 3,000. This is also normal. Those who have money don't need protection, they can just buy various defense equipment. Those who don't have money can't afford too high a price. After a preliminary understanding of the mercenary business, Luo Yu chose to pay silver and become a glorious mercenary. His information was immediately posted on the wall, but Luo Yu chose to remain anonymous. Black Iron Mercenary, anonymous, human, male currently not accepting tasks, a very simple message. Luo Yu currently has no plans to go on a mission unless he first safely gets through the month. End attack before considering other things. After exiting the mercenary square, he turned his gaze to Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn's attribute values were actually quite strong, and she finished watering quickly. She wanted to follow Luo Yu to the mine, but was assigned other tasks. Fishing. Although she was not hit twice by a critical hit, one of Shao Kahn's special skills was treasure hunting. Luo Yu carefully read the description of the skill, treasure hunting. When engaged in digging, fishing, searching, exploring and other work, there is a chance to touch the treasure chest. Let her try fishing today. Time flowed slowly, and soon the sun set. Ah Dai, who was lying next to the vegetable field, yawned out of boredom. When he saw the stone door being pushed open, he immediately ran over. He knew that his master was coming. Luo Yu touched Ah Dai's head. Today's work was successfully completed. Not bad. He dug a lot of stones and iron ore, but the digging worms had not appeared in the past few days. Should they wait until next month to refresh together? Now that his mining skills have risen, he needs the golden beetle and the bull to pull the mine cart together to meet the transportation needs. Wu.Chiu. Shao Kahn ran to Luo Yu holding a treasure chest, chirping as if to ask for credit. This box is different from the iron box Luo Yu caught before. It has patterns and looks a bit more advanced. Treasure chest found by Xuanqiu Beast Girl, sure enough, it's out of the box. Luo Yu touched Shao Kahn's head and hurriedly opened the treasure chest. Strength enhancement scroll, strength +3 after use. Beautiful. Luo Yu's body flashed, and his strength became 55 points. Now it costs 2,000 silver to click on strength. Shao Kahn earned 6,000 silver with this box, which is quite comfortable. In addition to the exclusive treasure chest Shao Kahn got, she also caught an ordinary iron box. Luo Yu was slightly stunned after opening it. Cobra egg, fertilized, huh, there is such a thing? Luo Yu looked at Ah Dai, who actually ran away. After a slight surprise, he decided not to let Ah Dai hatch the eggs. The temperature is now more than 20 degrees, and the egg can be hatched even if it is left there. After Luo Yu placed the snake egg in an empty room in the big villa, he had dinner with Shao Kong. Now they eat barbecued food, and there is no stove or cooking table. After eating barbecued meat and fish for so long, it is a bit boring. After the attack is over, let's make a cooking table. Luo Yu made up his mind secretly. This cooking table can make high-grade food, and eating high-grade food has a chance to get buff gain, and even add attribute points. You know, it is a bit difficult to add attributes now, and according to the Heavenly Way explanation, after all attribute points reach 100, you can no longer use silver points, and can only increase them through other methods. This cooking is one of the ways. The reason why you can add attributes now is because the Heavenly Way gave you a way to survive in the initial state. Otherwise, there are so many creatures in the universe, and many of their attribute points are very poor. How many can survive the first wave of attacks? After dinner, Luo Yu soaked in the bathtub as usual, chatted with everyone for a while, and then entered the arena. Today's rooms are even fewer than before. Even Xiao Yi didn't come to challenge, everyone put their energy into the attack that was about to come. He randomly found a few people to PK and earned less than 1,000 silver. After Luo Yu left the arena, he made a new discovery. In the not-so-big bathtub, a soft, white body leaned against him. Woo! Shao Kong rubbed Luo Yu's chest with her little head, looking very intimate. This, Luo Yu felt a little bit overwhelmed, but his reason told him that Shao Kong in his arms was an animal. That being said, the touch from the girl was so gentle. She's an animal. You can't do weird things to animals. Luo Yu thought so in his heart, but his hands uncontrollably embraced Shao Kong's small waist. Woo! Shao Kong called out softly, as if blushing. Fuck, why are you blushing? Don't act like a girl. Luo Yu couldn't stand it anymore, but everyone has talents, and his talent began to show. When I was young, I often heard my grandmother chanting Buddhist scriptures. I could recite them by heart. When Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva reached Prajnaparamita, he summoned the 5 aggregates to be empty. Color is emptiness, emptiness is color. Luo Yu meditated, while Shao Kong was happily playing with water. After meditating, he really suppressed the evil fire in his heart. It's okay, after all, they are not the same species, and there is reproductive isolation. It would be better if it was Fang Yaman who took the Mandarin duck bath. Thinking like this, Luo Yu was about to have sex, but found that he didn't know what Fang Yaman looked like, so he gave up. You are intimate with Xuanqiu Beast Girl and get the buff, planting skill +2, lasting for 1 day. By the way, Beast Girls are high-level companion animals, and there is a chance of getting buffs if you get close to them. I only agreed to get into the bathtub with Shao Kong in order to strengthen myself. Yes, this is for survival. The last feeling of guilt disappeared from Luo Yu's heart, and he chuckled. Come on, Shao Kong, let the master see if there are any lice on your tail. You must wash it well. After playing with the little fox girl for a while, Luo Yu went to sleep on his luxurious bed. Shao Kong followed him into the room, rolled up into a ball and lay down on the soft, animal bed, in the corner, and fell asleep comfortably. That was the place where Ah Dai originally slept. Yesterday, Luo Yu made a small wolf nest for Ah Dai next to the vegetable field, and planned to let him guard the vegetable field 24 hours a day, so this place happened to be free. After a while, seeing Shao Kong already asleep, Luo Yu suddenly thought of something. Does the buff probability of the luxurious king bed have any effect on Shao Kong? Thinking of this, he got out of bed and carried Shao Kong to the bed, sleeping together. Just sleep, nothing else. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Yu didn't get the buff himself. After all, the 60% chance could not be triggered every day. He turned to look at Shao Kong and was slightly startled. I noticed that her hair had become very long. Shao Kong gets the buff, hair growth progress plus 300%, lasts for 1 day, no wonder my hair suddenly became so long. What kind of buff is this? Luo Yu checked the hair growth progress and found that it had reached 100% after 1 night. Speaking of which, he happened to have the beast taming buff, which would increase the output of animals, so he directly cut off the pile of brown hair with the Tiangong knife. Ah woo, Shao Kong felt unwell and woke up. She was shocked to see Luo Yu pointing a knife at her, thinking that her master was going to slaughter her for meat. Woo chirp, that pitiful little look really made me feel pity for him. Knowing that Luo Yu was cutting her hair, he giggled affectionately against his master. Hair of Xuanqiu Beast Girl *130, originally there were only 100 units, but as the beast taming level increased, some more were given. After looking at the attributes, this hare is incredible. Her defense and toughness are very strong. The protective gear made from her hair is at least bronze level, and most importantly, it can also protect against cold and heat. The highest comfortable temperature is +10, the lowest comfortable temperature is 0.10, this attribute is awesome. A normal person may suffer from heatstroke when the temperature is 40 degrees Celsius, but if you wear underwear made of hair, you will only get heatstroke when the temperature is 50 degrees Celsius. The same principle applies to keeping out the cold. It is a magical tool to resist heatstroke and hypothermia. Shao Kong, it's going to get hot soon, let's get a bald head, okay? Luo Yu wants more hair. As for whether a bald head is cute or not, it seems insignificant in the face of resources. Woo! Shao Kong seemed to have spat at his master lightly, and ran out of the villa with a smile. Are foxes also afraid of bald heads? Luo Yu also laughed and was in a good mood. As before, Luo Yu started to study Shao Kong's hair after doing the things he had to do every day. His upper body had a goggles for defense, but his lower body was a pair of ordinary pants. He wanted to take advantage of the buff's duration to harvest Shao Kong's hair and use it to make a pair of pants to deal with the upcoming attack. My tailor skill is LV0. It would be difficult to make this large section of hair into pants. If I want to successfully make clothes with a relatively low tailor skill, I will need some assistance. He looked at the build page. Sewing table, iron or *500, wood *500, silver *100, sewing table design drawing *1. It's easy to say otherwise, but this design drawing is difficult to produce. It can only be produced from boxes caught by fishing and supply packs from special events. After checking the auction house, I found 2 sewing table design drawings, both with the price of 10W silver, which is outrageous. World Channel, Human Race, Anonymous 1W receives a sewing table design drawing, which is quite fast. After waiting for a while, no one came to buy. When Luo Yu was about to give up, someone suddenly sent a transaction box. The man said simply, 5W, as you have seen, the price of this thing in the auction house is 10W. Luo Yu, if you buy a design drawing for 100,000 yuan, you are crazy about money. 10,000 yuan is the price. When more people attack in Fisher, this kind of blueprint will soon become worthless. This, 2W cannot be missing. Seeing such recovery, Luo Yu raised the corner of his mouth and insisted, 1W, I can only give out so much. I will attack soon. Do you want silver or this picture? Think clearly. 1.5W. This is my final bottom line. The man's reserve price was lowered again, and Luo Yu waited for a while before replying, 1.1W, let's trade. After saying that, he directly put 1.1W of silver on it. Seeing Luo Yu's straightforwardness, the man hesitated for a while and put the drawing on it. After Luo Yu confirmed that it was this drawing, he clicked on the transaction. The transaction is successful, you get the sewing table design drawing *1, buy, and good luck getting through the attack. After Luo Yu said a polite word, he closed the chat window and got the drawings. Walked to the first floor of the villa. There is no dedicated workshop yet, so let's put the sewing table in the living room for now. After a series of operations, a beautiful sewing table appeared in front of my eyes. Sewing table, consumes fuel, can be upgraded, improve the efficiency and success rate of clothing production, and have a chance to make high-quality items. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. This type of workbench can be upgraded. The upgrade does not use silver, but the workbench upgrade coupons given by fishing. The higher the level of the workbench, the better the quality of the things made. There is no doubt about this. As for fuel, it is naturally wood. I don't know what the principle is inside, but it consumes wood to operate. Luo Yu was delighted. After reading the instructions, he directly put 10 pieces of wood in and prepared to start making. In fact, the production process is very simple. Just put the materials into the material box of the sewing table, and then follow the instructions that pop up. It's not the kind of serious sewing operation. Human pants, raw materials *200, good guy, the pants require a lot of hair. Let's wait until Shao Kong's hair grows out tomorrow. In the following time, Luo Yu did not go mining, but went to dig traps. Shao Kong went fishing like yesterday, hoping to catch something good. At the easternmost part of the territory, Luo Yu directly dug a big pit at the place that might be the only entrance. There were pointed bamboos standing in the pit. If you fell into it, you would be stabbed into a hornet's nest immediately. It was just a bit of useless bamboo. For a whole day, Luo Yu dug more than a dozen pits. On the one hand, he could consume the opponent's combat power, and on the other hand, he could slow down the opponent's advancement speed, providing more output time for the arrow tower and automatic crossbow. After digging the pit, it was already evening. The little fox girl caught another iron box today. This time, she actually opened a fried chicken. The key is that this fried chicken is still black iron grade. After eating barbecue for so long, Luo Yu felt that fried chicken was so delicious for the first time. It was worthy of being black iron grade fried chicken. After eating it, it also gave a buff. The success rate of recruiting prisoners increased by 10%, lasting for 3 days. At night, the atmosphere in the chat group was a little depressed. In 2 days, there will be an attack. Life and death are uncertain. The next morning, after Luo Yu finished his daily tasks, he cut Xiao Kong's hair and just collected 200 units. Just do it. When operating the sewing machine, he chose to use a critical hit. 100 times critical hit triggered, the system prompt appeared, and the next moment, the whole sewing machine flashed, and a pair of pants was slowly pushed out from the delivery port. Pants made of small airbags, platinum level defense plus 50%, resistance to cold and heat increased by 50%, platinum level pants. Luo Yu was overjoyed, and immediately took off his work pants and put on the platinum pants. The first feeling was that it was so comfortable, and the lower body felt very refreshed. In this way, the defense of the lower body is as solid as a rock, and it feels very safe. Luo Yu is very satisfied with his pants, and today is also a passionate day. The trap is almost done. What we have to do today is to dig a moat. Luo Yu plans to dig a moat along the wall to delay the attack of others while making the attack of the automatic defense weapon more durable. At the same time, a stone turtle is raised in the moat as an ambush to attack the invading enemy. This is a big project, but Luo Yu's strength and stamina are no longer what they used to be, and there is Xiao Kong, who is also a good hand at digging mud. The two worked for a full day and a half and finally dug the moat. The moat is 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide, and simple suspension bridges are built at the gates. Standing on the watchtower and overlooking everything, Luo Yu feels that his base now has a bit of a city. After entering the Tiandao world for a month, Luo Yu still feels quite accomplished to be able to build a building of this scale. At night, Luo Yu, who had taken a bath, lay on the big bed and chatted with everyone, while the little fox girl beside him went to bed early, and she was also exhausted. Fong Yamon, will the attack come tomorrow morning? Will it start at the same time? I'm so nervous that I can't sleep. Elena, don't be afraid, at most it's just some natives attacking, it's nothing. Nakor, today I repaired the last section of the wall, praying that tomorrow's enemies won't climb over the wall. Alice, may the goddess bless everyone. Nyoda, after eating the food given by Luo Yu and holding the axe given by Luo Yu, I am now full of energy. Luo Yu, everyone go to bed early, get ready for tomorrow's battle. Fong Yamong, Luo Yu, aren't you nervous? Luo Yu, it's okay, it's a blessing, not a disaster, it's a disaster that can't be avoided. After facing it bravely, you will find that everything is not as difficult as you thought. Luo Yu, Fong Yamong was silent for a while and replied, well, it will happen, the three of us have already thought about it. If we can survive, we will first unlock the visitor technology to come and see you, our fellow countrymen. Luo Yu, huh? Are you three coming together? I'm afraid I can't handle it alone. Fong Yamong, why handle it? Hey, what are you thinking about? Luo Yu, I said I'm a shy person and not good at dealing with girls. What do you think I said? Fong Yamong, you, bully people. Big pervert, wait for us to come, the three of us will beat you together. Alice, Yamong, Luo Yu is a good boy, don't bully him in the future. Elena, Alice, don't you see that these two human races are talking about something strange? Strange things? What strange things? Alice didn't understand. Nakir sent a string of smiley faces, and the originally depressed atmosphere in the group was relieved at once. Fong Yamong also understood at this time that Luo Yu deliberately told some jokes to amuse herself, and found that her nervous mood really dissipated a lot. Fong Yamong, Luo Yu, don't die, wait for us to teach you a lesson. Luo Yu laughed, if you have money, you should build the wall first. In this atmosphere, everyone fell asleep one after another. The first ray of sunlight in the morning sprinkled on Luo Yu through the windowsill. He sat up reflexively and looked at the prompts at the first time. After finding that there was no attack prompt, he hurriedly got out of bed to wash and eat breakfast. The 4 stone doors in the base were closed, the suspension bridge was retracted, and all animals, including the digging worms, were all retracted into the base. The stone turtles were hidden in the small lake, ready to give the enemy a fatal blow at any time. Luo Yu stood on the observation deck and looked into the distance. Shao Kong beside him had a slingshot on his waist and a short sword on his back. He also looked around nervously. Suddenly, a prompt appeared, an unknown force swept the entire Tiandao world, and various indigenous creatures began to gather and prepare to launch an attack. Here it comes. Luo Yu was shocked. The prompt appeared, but he didn't know which wave of attack this area was in. He just turned this thought in his mind, and immediately another prompt appeared. Warning, various indigenous creatures in this area will immediately launch an attack. Please be prepared. The first wave. Their area was actually the first wave to be attacked. 10 seconds later, the alarm sounded again. The nearby Skasa tribe army began to attack your territory. They seem to have adopted a smart tactic. Looking forward, sure enough, in the east of the territory, there appeared a large group of natives, both men and women, all holding weapons. 5 of the natives actually rode mounts, wild boars. Luo Yu judged the number of the other side at a glance, 40 people. This month-end attack actually came with 40 people, and there were mounts. The intensity was very strong, which made Luo Yu's heart skip a beat. Looking at the base score, it is now exactly 800 points. According to current speculation, one more attack unit should be added for every 20 points, and the mount should be considered a weapon unit, not a separate attack unit. Of course, the Tiandao world description mentioned that each attack has a special algorithm, but in general, the higher the score, the more people come to attack. Luo Yu saw clearly that the leader of this group of indigenous tribes was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man rode a wild boar, with a scruffy beard on his face and a silver cape on his body, which made him look very conspicuous. Could he be the chief of the tribe? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man also looked in the direction of the watchtower. The two of them met in mid-air. Luo Yu read murderous intent and contempt in his eyes. He seemed to be confident about conquering his territory. Luo Yu sneered, "What can 40 people do? Kill them all. Follow the original plan, move forward." The middle-aged chief shouted, and the 40 people were divided into 4 teams. 3 of the teams began to make a detour. They were going to attack the wall from 4 directions at the same time, making it difficult for Luo Yu to take care of both ends. The man in charge of the front wall was a strong man. This man was very tough and roared directly while riding a wild boar. "Kill!" The natives in his team screamed and rushed towards the front wall waving their weapons, but not long after they rushed out, the ground under their feet suddenly collapsed, and the strong man and the pig fell down. A sharp scream sounded, and a man and a pig were stabbed into a hornet's nest by bamboo. "Be careful, there is a trap!" The tribal chief shouted loudly, and the people who were rushing wildly immediately slowed down and began to look at their feet vigilantly. "Come on, explore slowly and move forward, and see how long you can hold on." Luo Yu sneered, picked up a javelin and waited in his hand, ready to strike at any time. At the same time, the regional channel exploded. "Okamoto Hikawa, it's over. I'm afraid I can't stand the attack of 4 natives. Zhu Lai, you are fine. Mine is a herd of crazy cattle. There are 20 bison. It seems that the base will become a ruin." Iron Mantis, the tribal archers are so annoying. If you have the guts, come and compete with me in speed. The regional chat exploded, and the small group was in chaos. Fang Yameng, oh my, the tribal attack, 7 people, and 2 archers. I hope my automatic crossbows will be more powerful. Luo Yu, how many crossbows did you make? Fang Yameng, 5 crossbows, no wall, all installed on the roof. Luo Yu thought of Fang Yameng's previous statement that there were 40,000 silvers. It turned out that all of them were used to buy automatic crossbows. Naker, why are there so many crazy seagulls here? They can fly. My wall is useless. I'm done. What should I do? Elena, hush, the hunt in the dark has begun. Alice, poor natives, please forgive my bow and arrows. I just sent you to see the great goddess. Nyota, your base score is too high, and the attack intensity is high. My base has only 1 wooden house, so only 2 crazy elks came. Should we win? Probably. Luo Yu saw the situation of everyone. Don't think it's easy to say. To be honest, it's all very dangerous. The situation on his side is also very dangerous. There are too many people on the other side. On the grassland, the tribesmen approached Luo Yu's base little by little from 4 directions. 3 traps on the periphery were discovered, but one was stepped on and another native was killed. There are 38 people left. The other side has not yet entered his range. Luo Yu on the observation deck scanned the entire grassland with a cold expression. The chief's 10 men included shieldmen, archers, and melee fighters. This configuration was the same as the elite configuration of the prince that day. The other 3 directions were explored and advanced like scattered soldiers. Luo Yu found that in each team of 10, there was a person carrying a pickaxe. Engineers. They want to dig through the wall to get in. This surprised Luo Yu, but he thought about it. There are many natives with high mining levels. Mining level and strength value affect the speed and efficiency of mining. If there is a mining level above LV10, a hole will be made in his wall soon. On the contrary, if someone with a low mining level comes to dig, it will only be a waste of time. Luo Yu has made up his mind that he must not let the 4 archers get close to his wall. He must find a way to snipe him from the outside. As the 4 native teams began to get closer and closer, at a certain moment, they entered the range of the automatic catapult. Whoosh! A stone was blasted out, and the man who was walking in front and carefully exploring the ground in the east was hit on the head and was smashed into a piece of meat paste by the stone. There are 37 enemies left. Catapult. The chief who saw this scene from afar frowned. The trebuchet was far enough. But he did not order a quick rush to the city wall, because you don't know how many traps are buried on the seemingly flat grassland in front. Whoosh! Another stone fell, but this time it hit nothing, which made the cautious natives slightly relieved. However, soon another stone fell, and this time the target was to go around the chief's team in the west. They were a team of 5 people, and there were 2 teams in total. The stone drew an arc and hit a team directly. Be careful! Someone shouted, and the shield man gritted his teeth and held up the shield to meet it. Bang! With a dull thud, the shield was smashed by the stone. The shield bearer spat out a mouthful of blood, his arms were bloody, and he fainted on the spot. Killed another 1, 36 left. The squad lost its shield and scattered on the spot, continuing to advance in a scattered manner. Luo Yu on the watchtower showed a sneer. Smart tactics? Can it be as powerful as my catapult? Swoosh, boom. There was another explosion, this time the catapult hit the north. A female archer saw that the stone was actually hitting her, and she reacted very quickly and jumped into the water to avoid being hit by the flying stones. However, after this jump, she regretted it. There was a big turtle hidden in the water. The turtle stretched its head very long and bit her ankle, dragging her into the water. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get out. It was too late for the male soldiers not far away to rescue her. There were 35 left. Don't worry about her, everyone stay away from the lake. The chief shouted loudly, and he looked at Luo Yu with murderous eyes. After the stone-armored turtle drowned the female archer, it did not kill her. Instead, it carried the female archer into the moat as Luo Yu had told it to do before, and then threw her under the wall. Then, a silver-armored ladybug flew out, grabbed the drowning female archer, and dragged her into the wall. Inside the wall were bulls, cows, wild wolves, and insects waiting for her. If she didn't wake up, it would be fine. If she did, she would die. All this seemed very coherent, and the animals cooperated very well. They had either practiced countless times or were repeat offenders. Thinking of the 2 groups of his tribe that had been killed in this base before, the chief thought that the possibility of a repeat offender was higher. Shao Kong, go tie up that woman. Woohoo! Shao Kong shouted and hurriedly climbed down the watchtower. Boom! There was another bang, and the stone splashed by the catapult broke the arm of a spearman, and the man lay on the ground screaming in pain. There are 34 left. The traps and catapults on the periphery alone have killed 6 enemies. Chief, give the order to charge, you can't stand being hit by the catapults. No! The chief gritted his teeth and said, you can see the stones coming when you look up, but you can't see where the trap is buried when you look down. Falling into the trap will definitely kill you. The chief rejected this proposal, and the group of people continued to explore carefully. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu showed a sneer on his face. In fact, there was no trap in front. If the trap was too close to the base, would his people leave? Bull and cow beetles are a bit stupid. If they fall into it, they will be doomed. Boom! Boom! Pieces of stone flew out and hit the group of people. If they were lucky, they would be splashed with mud. If they were unlucky, they would break their hands and feet. If they were unlucky, they would be smashed into meat patties. When the natives rushed into the 200-meter range, only 28 people were left. Chief, we were deceived. There are no traps on this road. Asshole! The chief roared in anger, charge, break the stone door and cut this scum into pieces. Kill! Almost everyone in the 4 teams roared and rushed towards Luo Yu's base. After being frustrated for so long, they were finally able to gallop on the grassland. This is the way warriors fight. The group quickly advanced to a distance of 150 meters. Just when their morale was high, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air. Swoosh, 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 the arrow tower and the automatic crossbows fired almost at the same time. The spearman who rushed to the front in the north was shot to the ground by a row of arrows shot from the arrow tower and died on the spot. The east direction was within the firing range of the 3 automatic crossbows. Swoosh, swoosh. 3 crossbows shot out and went directly to the 3 soldiers. The male spearman dodged, but the 2 archers were shot and bleeding. Bows and arrows, it's the arrow tower and the automatic crossbow. The chief's eyes showed shock. He originally thought it was a watchtower, but he didn't expect it to be an arrow tower. Shield. Be careful to dodge. He shouted loudly and hid behind the shield at the first time. It's said that everyone should pay attention to dodge, but most of the natives' agility obviously can't dodge the shooting of arrows and crossbows. Swoosh, swoosh. Another row of arrows nailed one person to death. The arrow tower was too abnormal. The shooting speed was fast and it was shot out in rows, which was difficult to dodge. There are 25 left. 23. 22. Under the repeated shooting of the arrow tower and the automatic crossbow, the natives suffered more casualties. They had a strong will to fight, and continued to charge forward fearlessly, and soon rushed to within 100 meters. Luoyu found that a native with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks was extremely flexible and had dodged 6 or 7 crossbow arrows. This person attracted the firepower, causing the threat of the people behind to decrease, and then speed up. He snorted coldly and drew his bow and arrow. Bang! The iron bow trembled, and the arrow shot out. The man who was still jumping back and forth suddenly heard the sound of breaking wind, and it was too late to dodge. The powerful feather arrow went straight through his chest, and the man died on the spot. Then, the crossbow arrows began to attack other targets, but others were not so agile, and 2 more people died immediately. There are 19 left. Logically speaking, with such a huge loss, these natives should have fled, but because Luoyu and the Skarsa tribe had a high degree of hatred, the other side fought to the death. At this moment, the enemies on the east side had been completely eliminated. One of the crossbows installed on the east wall had lost its function. The other crossbows installed in the corner of the wall were shooting towards the south and the other towards the north, still attacking the enemy. The catapult was still whistling, mainly bombarding the enemies in the north, and the arrow tower was currently suppressing the enemies in the south. Luoyu found that his base was facing a defensive blind spot. The enemies on the west were not attacked by anyone and were approaching quickly. To the west, it was the team where the chief was, and they were their real elite. He picked up a bundle of javelins, took the bow and arrow and rushed directly to the west wall. At this moment, there were still 7 people attacking from the west, all hiding behind a shield and approaching quickly. Looking at the distance, there was only 50 meters left. You can avoid death by holding a turtle shell? Luoyu sneered, and threw the javelin in his hand violently. The powerful force with the sound of breaking wind shot directly towards the shield. Bang! With a bang, the shield was pierced on the spot, and the shield-holding man was pierced to death by the javelin. The chief and others were about to stare out of their eyes. The power was definitely more than 40 points, and the man's javelin throwing technique was too amazing. It pierced the shield directly under the rapid rotation. Scatter! This man is a javelin master. The chief shouted loudly, but Luoyu did not stop his hands and fired arrows continuously. Puff puff puff, 3 consecutive arrows shot out. Luoyu was a man with bow and arrow mastery. These 3 arrows killed 3 soldiers directly. 2 of them were archers. The original team had 7 people, but Luoyu quickly reduced the number to 3. Is the bow and arrow so strong? Chief, this place is too hard, we can't beat it. Let's retreat. Sure enough, the losses were too great, and the people on the opposite side finally began to retreat. No! The chief roared, this man has a deep hatred with our tribe, and he must be killed. Wasp, release the insects. The woman called Wasp took out 2 pottery jars from her chest, and after opening them, a group of wasps flew out of the pottery jars and flew directly towards Luoyu. Ha! I was wondering why the chest was so majestic, it turned out to be a hidden weapon. Luoyu sneered, drew out the Tiangong knife behind him, and prepared to use the Quangfing knife technique to kill these wasps, but something surprising happened. After the wasp flew within 3 meters of Luoyu, it turned around and left. Zerd Nemesis. This passive skill worked, and the bugs dared not approach Luoyu. Chief. This man is weird. The woman called the wasp cried out in horror, but the next moment, a javelin flew over and hit her chest with a bang. Because it was hit with the handle of the gun, it did not penetrate, and the woman spurted out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. However, after just such a delay, the chief and another strong man holding a sword were only 30 meters away from the wall. Breaking open the stone door, the chief roared, and his mount, the big wild boar, howled and charged towards the stone gate, apparently intending to ram it head-on. Boom! With a muffled sound, the big wild boar slammed into the stone door, and its two fangs flew away. At the same time, the big wild boar's brain burst open, and it died suddenly. On the other hand, there was only a crack on the stone door. A big bull can't knock it away, but a big wild boar can knock it away? The strong man beside him hurriedly advised, "Chief, that is a stone door made of black stone. It cannot be opened. Let's go." The chief was so angry that he spurted blood when he saw the sudden death of his mount. Crossbows, arrow towers, black stone walls, turtles in the water, flying insects in the sky, it doesn't matter if the Lord is strong, javelins and bows and arrows are also unique. Is this a base for outsiders that has been developed for a month? He felt like his brain was buzzing and his whole body was about to fall into numbness. "Chief, let's go." The strong man pulled the chief and was about to leave, but when he suddenly woke up, he gritted his teeth and said, "Get on top of him, I will kill him within 20 meters. The strong man was startled, but the chief said so. As a loyal guard, even if he died, he would push the chief to a distance of 20 meters. "Kill!" He roared and rushed over quickly, and was greeted by a bow and arrow. Puff! The bow and arrow shot into his thigh, but he gritted his teeth and rushed forward another 5 meters. Puff! Luo Yu no longer showed mercy this time, and shot 2 arrows on the same calf, directly breaking one of the man's legs. Boom! The strong man fell down suddenly, turned to look at the chief, and said sadly, "Chief, it's 20 meters away, okay, you are a real warrior." The chief roared loudly, "Boy, die!" Whoosh! He shook his hand and threw out a dart. The dart was extremely fast and pierced Luo Yu's throat like lightning. Sure enough, anyone who can be a chief has special abilities. At this moment, Luo Yu showed his agility to the fullest. The strong wind sword technique swept out and knocked the dart to the ground with a bang. But what he didn't expect was that after this dart, there was another dart. And this dart was pointed directly at the vital part of his lower body. This is a chain dart. This chief is so awesome. At this time, it was too late for Luo Yu to block anymore. He could only react instinctively and turn sideways. Thanks to his quickness in exploding, the dart did not hit his thigh directly, but flew past his thigh. "Humph, ha ha ha." The chief laughed and said, "Boy, you are dead. My dart is coated with the venom from the viper's fangs. If you scratch your skin, you will die. You are done." The chief's face was full of ferocious expressions, a ferocious expression of revenge. "Are you scratched? Who told you that I was bruised?" Luo Yu pointed at his pants and sneered, "I'm sorry, my pants are platinum grade." "You can't even break them. White, platinum level? Do you still have platinum level pants?" The chief stared at Luo Yu's thigh with wide eyes. When he found that it was intact, he spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. "Impossible, why?" He looked in disbelief, but the next moment, he felt a pain in his throat, and an arrow had pierced his throat. Nothing is impossible. Amidst Luo Yu's ridicule, the chief fell to the ground, ending his sturdy life. No, the chief is dead. The moment he fell to the ground, the natives began to run away. Congratulations on repelling the attack of the indigenous tribe. Rewards will be distributed at the end of the month. You will receive rewards, 8,000 silver, 800 iron ore, 800 wood, 800 meat, 800 vegetarian food, and a bronze treasure chest *1. You kill the tribal chief and receive an additional reward, bronze level equipment treasure box *1. The chief of the Skatha tribe will be elected in 3 days, and the hatred between you and the tribe will increase. Continuous prompts appeared, and Luo Yu successfully withstood the attack at the end of the month and received a large number of rewards. These are development materials rewarded by heaven, but to be honest, apart from the bronze level treasure box, other things are really not too precious to Luo Yu. Of course, this was only the first month of attacks after all. Now is not the time to think so much. After jumping off the wall, Luo Yu directly opened the stone door and shouted, "Come out all of them and hunt them down." Big Bull and Dumb rushed out in a hurry, but when it came to capturing prisoners, Shao Kong was the most efficient. Although her slingshot has a range of only 20 meters, it is so powerful that a single stone can knock someone unconscious. Combined with her high agility, it is simply ruthless. Among the 8 natives who tried to escape, except for one who was unlucky enough to step into a trap and died, the other 7 were all captured alive. The second wave of attacks started 3 hours later, while the attack by 40 people on Luo Yu's site ended in less than an hour, which can be said to be very fast. These people rush quickly and die quickly. After taking a look at the situation in the group, no one spoke. They were probably still dealing with the attack. The same was true for the regional channel. Only a few people spoke, and they were all last words. Some people couldn't stand the attack and should have died. Luo Yu prayed silently in his heart for a good journey and began to clean up the battlefield. First, the captives, all those with broken hands and feet, were sold on the spot as ransom, a total of 6 people, earning 7,500 silver. There were 9 people with intact body parts. After all of them were tied up, they were treated with herbs to prevent them from dying before they were sold. As for the herbs, because they had been harvested in a wave, there were still 50 stalks, which were enough. All the corpses were dragged by Dai and thrown into the cremation pit. The blazing fire was the torch of glory for the victors and the destination for the losers to sleep forever. The world of heaven is actually very cruel. Shao Kahn collected the weapons, clothes and resources on them and piled them up inside the wall. Good guy, you don't know until you see it, you will be shocked. A total of 14 steel spears, 5 steel short swords, 8 wooden bows and short bows, 500 arrows of various types, and 30 animal skin clothes were obtained. In addition, there are silver *6,000, herbs *62, dried meat biscuits and dry food *3,100, jade *120, and gold *200 carried by the natives. These spoils are dazzling, and these are the real benefits of surviving the attack. There is no special warehouse built yet, and it is easy to age under the sun, so all these messy things are put in the basement. After doing all this, Luo Yu looked at the time. It had been 2 hours since the first wave of attacks began. The group was still quiet. Everyone must have been concentrating. Silence is good. Luo Yu was really afraid that someone would suddenly come out and say a last word. That would be too sad. He walked to the 9 captives. Now they had all been treated for their injuries and would not die for the time being. Unfortunately, there is no prisoner room built at present. Without a prisoner room, this group of people can stay in the base for a maximum of 3 days. According to the description of the Heavenly Tao world, the absence of a prison will cause the captives to run away after 3 days. In simple terms, they will escape from prison. In the state of prison escape, all restraints will disappear, and they will actively attack buildings and animals, causing losses to the base. If there is a prison, the probability of captives running away can be reduced. Luo Yu already has a plan for dealing with captives. First, check the attributes. If the attributes are really good, the various skills are very high, and there are excellent personal characteristics, it is better. If the captive is a young and beautiful woman, and there is no physical disability and a good mental state, it can be considered for recruitment. After recruitment, this person will become a member of the base. However, because they are natives and not trialists, even if they are successfully recruited, the authority they have in the base is very low. The Tiandao system can forget about it, and various animals will not obey their commands. To put it bluntly, they are just coolies or soldiers, not base controllers. The real controllers are still trialists, just like the 3 people on Fang Yuming's side, who all have control over the base, but there is only one person in charge. As for why it is women, the personal abilities of the Tiandao world are all digitized, and the data on the bodies of men and women are not as obvious as the innate differences. As long as they develop well, women's abilities in all aspects can also exceed those of men. Therefore, female members can also be used as coolies, and young girls are pleasing to the eye, so why not? In fact, the most important thing is that non-controller base members will increase the base score, and the increase is a lot, which will increase the intensity of the attack at the end of the month. If the attributes are not good, the benefits are not as good as the risks. In addition, animals can also be coolies, and animals do not increase the score, so it is clear which one is more cost-effective. Looking at the 9 people in front of him, 6 men and 3 women, Luo Yu checked their attributes one by one. The natives of the tribe generally have higher skills in planting, hunting, and digging, but not so good at sewing and making. Sure enough, these 9 people are also like this. None of their attributes really satisfy Luo Yu. Only a 23-year-old woman is okay, that is, the woman with a can of wasp stuffed in her chest. She looks okay and has a 1-star insect control trait. She can be put on the auction house for a higher price. As for recruiting, it does not meet the standard in Luo Yu's mind. Yes, captives can be put on the auction house. I guess after the attack at the end of the month, there will be many people selling captives. When I looked at the auction house, I found that some people had already put captives on the auction house, and there were quite a few. It seems that some naturally strong races have also survived the attack and are selling captives for money. This is good. There is a reference price, and the market determines the price. After studying it, Luo Yu priced the 9 captives according to their attributes and put them on the auction house. The most expensive one is naturally the beautiful young female captive, priced at 20,000 silver. A young strong man is priced at 15,000 silver, and as for the others, most of them are around 10,000 silver. This is the current market price. The listing only takes screenshots of their attributes and the captives themselves remain in place. Luo Yu estimated that they would not be sold so quickly, and he happened to have materials, so he considered building a prison. Opening the construction page, Luo Yu first spent 5,000 silver to unlock the prison construction system, and found that this prison is quite particular. It is divided into 5 levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, luxurious, and extravagant. The higher the level, the lower the probability of the captive going berserk, and the greater the success rate of recruiting captives. A primary prison only needs some 2,000 materials, which can reduce the probability of prisoner escape by 30% and increase the recruitment success rate by 10%, which is average. Intermediate level reduced by 50%, increased by 20%. Luo Yu's goal is to build a high-level prison, reduce the risk of jailbreak by 70%, and increase the success rate of recruitment by 30%. High-level prison, building materials *200000, silver *20,000, iron or *10,000. Wow, it's expensive. Let's build a primary one first, and upgrade it after a few days when the materials are ready. After confirming, a small prison appeared in the southwest corner of the base. Luo Yu threw the group of people into the prison. The ropes on the group of people were untied, but handcuffs and leg shackles appeared automatically on their hands and feet, which was very convenient. There are no single rooms in the primary prison. Everyone is in a large room. There is nothing except a compartment toilet. Luo Yu found his conscience and spent some stone materials to build 9 single stone beds. He also put some dried meat biscuits next to each stone bed, which was considered completed. After slamming the prison door, Luo Yu left directly. He didn't want to see them. He looked at the chat group again and found that no one was talking. The regional chat channel has become lively now. I survived, but I broke a leg, these damn tribes, bastards. Brother, unlock the disability healing technology, there is still hope. No need, I'm from the Centipede clan, my legs will grow on their own. Get out of here. Is Fin Lao San still alive? No more. I saw him say before that the wooden house was demolished by 2 bears. The people should be gone now. Oh, let's go. Although the regional chat group has become active, it is obvious that many people are gone. Luo Yu finally couldn't bear the worry in his heart and sent a message in the group chat, I'm safe here. Is everyone okay? Fang Yameng, Luo Yu. You're okay, that's great. I dare not speak for fear of disturbing you. Naker, hey, I don't dare to speak either. Woo woo, I feel relieved. Elena, the darkness has swallowed up those stupid natives. Alice, Goddess bless you, everyone is fine, that's great. Seeing this, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that everyone was fine. The reason for not talking was the same as himself, for fear of disturbing his friends. Fang Yameng, gu, everyone is not injured, I have herbs here. No. Everyone said almost in unison. Luo Yu realized something was wrong. Luo Yu, Lao Nyo? Where is Lao Nyo? As soon as this statement came out, the chat group immediately became quiet. No one spoke, and everyone felt an ominous premonition in their hearts. Until after waiting for a long time. Nyoda, it smells good, the meat of the elk smells so good. I haven't eaten meat for a month. It would be better if there was wine. Luo Yu, come on, trade, and give you some too. Everyone, you will die if you speak too early. You scared us to death. Nyoda, I eat meat. I'm a little drunk for a while. Get lost. Although everyone was scolding him, they were relieved. In the first month of the attack, no one was lost. That's great. Fang Yameng, by the way, I captured 2 captives, what should I do? Luo Yu, are you also in a tribal attack? How do you deal with the captives? Luo Yu, your 5 automatic crossbows didn't kill anyone, you must have been lucky. As for the captives, don't feel any psychological burden, just sell them. Fang Yameng, well, it's a pity that they are 2 male captives. If they were female, you could try to recruit them. One of my sisters used to work in the human resources department. By the way, did you open the treasure chest as a reward? I got 2 identical design drawings. Design drawings? Everyone was very curious. Fang Yameng took a screenshot, and Luo Yu looked at it and showed surprise in his eyes. Design drawing of Warfog diffusion box, knocker, what is this? I gave you 2 at once? Fang Yameng, it seems to be used to release Warfog and hide the buildings inside the wall. The construction materials are so expensive, 500 gold alone. Elena, 500 gold? You should burn the drawings. Knocker, put it on the auction house quickly, maybe someone will take advantage of it. Nyoda, even if it is put on the auction house, I don't think anyone will dare to buy it at the price. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. If some of his internal equipment and buildings were hidden in the fog, the other party would not know how many arrow towers and catapults there were, which could cause a large number of casualties on the other side in an instant. Luo Yu, well, I'll help you get one. I happen to have 3 female captives here, how about exchanging with you? Fang Yameng, hey, really? Luo Yu, you're such a good person. Good person? Luo Yu, you're sending me a good person card? Fang Yameng, no. Oh, no, hey, what's wrong with sending it to you, huh, trade quickly. A trading box appeared. Luo Yu first removed the 3 female captives from the auction, and the little bit of deposit he lost didn't matter. Click on the base items and put the 3 female captives on the trading box. Fang Yameng, hey, all 3 are quite young, and their attributes are not bad. Luo Yu, I seem to have taken advantage of you again. Luo Yu laughed in his heart. Captives can be captured casually, but this kind of design that only comes from the treasure chest is very rare, so he must have taken advantage of it. It must be said that Fang Yuming's hidden skill should be European Emperor. Luo Yu, well, it seems that you have taken advantage of me. No, I have to take advantage of you in the future. Oh, okay, there will be something in the future. Halfway through the words, Fang Yuming reacted, Luo Yu. You are lewd. The sisters all laughed at me. Oh, my face is so red, you are annoying. As she said this, she put the design drawing up. Luo Yu, I mean taking advantage of resources, what do you think I am talking about? Fang Yameng, you know what you are talking about, Transaction completed. Warfog diffusion box design, iron ore asterisk 10,000, silver asterisk 10,000, gold asterisk 500, jade asterisk 500, facing the detection of hostile units and neutral units, the base will be shrouded in fog. The higher the level of the diffusion box, the better the fog effect. The attributes are very good, but the price is outrageous. Fang Yameng, oh, I'm prompted to build a prison. I have just enough resources. I won't talk to you guys for now. Everyone is busy with their own things now. Luo Yu clicked on the mercenary square and put himself on the shelf. Black Iron Mercenary, human, male mission price, 15,000 per time, current mission times, 0, success rate, 0%, the mercenary square became lively now. Luo Yu looked and found that many people were already on the mission, but the first wave of attacks was about to pass, so the possibility of receiving the mission was relatively small. Wait, maybe someone will hire him. Taking advantage of this gap, Luo Yu planned to open the treasure chest. A bronze.level random treasure chest, a bronze.level equipment treasure chest, Luo Yu silently said in his heart and opened the random treasure chest. 100x critical hit trigger, you open the treasure chest and get the item, giant octopus egg, platinum level, giant octopus egg, incubation temperature 0.100 degrees, current incubation progress, 80%, Luo Yu's eyes widened. He was given an octopus egg, and it was a platinum.level octopus. He roughly knew what a giant octopus looked like. When the time came, he would keep it in the lake and use it to resist the enemies in the north. Luo Yu put the octopus egg in the bedroom and prepared to try the critical hit hatching again. After reciting it silently again, the prompt appeared again. 100x critical hit trigger, you open the equipment treasure chest and get the equipment, portable storage bracelet, diamond level, WTF? Luo Yu was dumbfounded. He was given a storage bracelet. Is there such a thing in the world of Tiandao? Looking at the unremarkable silver bracelet on his wrist, Luo Yu hurriedly clicked on the details. Portable storage bracelet, internal space 1000 cubic meters, no living creatures, no owner's items, 1000 cubic meters is 10 meters long, wide and high. The area is not bad, but there are still restrictions. Luo Yu directly put the Tiangong knife, bow and arrow, and javelin in. With a flip of his hand, the Tiangong knife appeared in his palm. With another flip of his hand, the Tiangong knife disappeared and a javelin appeared. Wonderful, really wonderful. Luo Yu was overjoyed. This is too powerful. He hurriedly looked at the score of the base. It didn't increase. Fortunately, the equipment category didn't increase the score at present. Just when he was happy, a prompt came. The first wave of attacks ended, 4 hours, the survival rate of all the attack trialists in the Tiandao world, 59.772%. The second wave of attacks began. The data is simple, but the facts are cruel. Almost half of the intelligent creatures failed to resist this attack and died. This does not include those who were injured and disabled. The Heavenly Dao world did not give a report on the disability rate, but it is obvious that the number must be very terrifying. Of course, in the Heavenly Dao world, there are billions of lives in the heavens and all realms. Even if half of them are lost, the remaining ones are still incalculable. Luo Yu sighed secretly in his heart and prayed that his sister was safe. Speaking of which, the second wave of attacks has already begun. Why didn't anyone hire me? Is it because I am a human being that they discriminate against me? Since no one is hiring now, he might as well eat. Among the previous trophies, I got one love dish given to her fiancé by the princess of the Skasa tribe. Unfortunately, the princess's fiancé was beaten into a sieve by the arrow tower, and Luo Yu happened to have a taste of this dish. I picked up a chicken leg and ate it. Not to mention, it tasted great. This is the most delicious chicken drumstick Luo Yu has ever eaten. No, the most delicious food. While Luo Yu was enjoying his meal, he said vaguely, this princess, well, her cooking skills must be above LV10. Well, next time, come and attack and capture her alive. While Luo Yu was thinking about the princess, the system prompt came, you eat the love bento and get the buff. Charm is invalid. For one day, the princess's loving dishes have a certain chance of making the loved one immune to the charm of the opposite sex, a beloved one? It's a pity that this box of food cannot make the one you love invulnerable. After eating the delicious love bento, Luo Yu was in a good mood. He began to put some commonly used things into his portable space, such as tools such as picks and hemp ropes. Just after I finished cleaning up, another prompt appeared. You are hired by the dwarves and are being teleported. Please be prepared. If you do not accept the employment task, you can cancel it midway, but the 5,000 deposit will be forfeited. Luo Yu was slightly startled. Someone really hired him at a price of 15,000. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ended, Luo Yu felt that the world was spinning in front of him, but he appeared in a strange place. Here is a stone house. The door of the stone house is open. The bodies of 2 dwarf males are lying on the ground, while another dwarf is dying on the bed. He looked at Luo Yu and said eagerly as if he had seen a savior, help me, I'll give you the money, help me. Luo Yu's eyes narrowed when he came back to his senses. He was invincible within 5 seconds, but he could not attack. This gave the mercenaries time to react. In addition to the dwarf, there are 2 natives in the room. These 2 natives are different from the Skada natives who attack their territory. Their eyes are red and the status bar is floating above their heads. Controlled. 5 seconds later, Luo Yu turned sideways and easily dodged a thrusting spear, and then struck out with the Tiangong knife. The shoulder of the native in front of him was chopped off directly, and Luo Yu slashed the other native in half with another knife. Help me, the male dwarf called for help. Luo Yu walked to him and took a look and found that there were blood holes in both legs of the man. His aorta was punctured. The bleeding could not be stopped and he could no longer survive. He glanced at the indigenous people outside who were still climbing the wall, frowned and said, what's going on? Why are so many indigenous people attacking? We were wrong, the dwarf man coughed up blood and said, in order to show off on the regional channel, we included ourselves in the base score. We didn't expect that the gold level soft armor we built before would attract so many enemies. Save me, the dwarf man was still calling for help, but Luo Yu frowned. He did not expect such a situation. He frowned and said, send me the prompts during the attack, and I will study it. Luo Yu was the last straw for this dwarf tribe. Hearing this, he reluctantly sent a screenshot of the message bar. Gold level soft armor *2 has attracted the attention of the night butterfly Banshee, and she will lead her slave soldiers to snatch it. It turns out that the attack was triggered by a certain item. The intensity of such attacks will increase, but there will not be so many people. Luo Yu thought and came to a conclusion. The 3 dwarves have poor attributes, but their forging level is high, and their life skills will also increase their personal scores. High forging makes their own value become very high. Then the character calculation mode was turned on, which made the attack so intense. There are at least 20 or 30 indigenous slave soldiers outside, and they don't have defensive equipment such as arrow towers. It's strange that they can block them. Save me, the dwarf man extended his hand to Luo Yu, but the next moment, his pupils suddenly widened and he breathed his last. Tip: all the trialists in this territory have died, and all items in the territory will be changed to a neutral state. You can choose to exit the mission and return to your base, or you can continue to stay in an unfamiliar territory to repel attacks. Maximum stay time in neutral base, 6 hours, huh? There is such a thing. After reacting, of course Luo Yu chose to stay and looked at the 3 dwarf corpses. Sure enough, just like Tian Dao explained, the body of the trialer began to dissipate after death, leaving behind the base core and some of their own precious things. Luo Yu grabbed this base core bead in his hand on the spot. This is a good thing. After using it, it can increase the area of his base, land fertility, aquatic product abundance and other hard indicators. Although it is only a small improvement, it is always a process of adding up to a small amount. He directly put the base core into his portable space, and then grabbed the 2 pieces of golden soft armor left by the 2 corpses in his hands. Soft armor. The soft armor belongs to the master. Give me the soft armor. An indigenous soldier controlled by pounced directly on Luo Yu, but his head was chopped off with a knife. Luo Yu looked around the stone house and found a few pieces of gold and jade on the bed, as well as scrolls left by 3 dwarves after their death. There were also some other resources in the house. No need to say, take them. You get 3 forging skill scrolls, 20 gold, 60 jade, 1 bronze mirror. After sweeping away everything in the stone house, Luo Yu rushed out of the stone house, but found that all the natives had already climbed over the wall, and about a dozen people were rushing in this direction. On the wall stood a charming woman who looked about 18 or 19 years old, wearing black clothes and with a pair of black wings on her back, looking at him coldly at the moment. Is this Night Butterfly? Luo Yu looked around the whole place. There were 2 stone houses here, a small banana tree growing in the vegetable garden, and a trembling wildebeest lying not far away. He rushed directly into another stone house without any hesitation. This seemed to be a forging room, with various tools placed in a mess. Luo Yu directly collected a pile of resources on the table. You get iron essence *200, silver essence *100, weapon embryo *2, you get steel forging table *1, golden soft armor. Give us the golden soft armor. When Luo Yu was sweeping, the native slave soldiers had blocked the gate. 2 native slave soldiers rushed in first, but were killed by Luo Yu one by one. The next moment, he swung the Tiangong knife in his hand continuously, and he cut a gap in the stone wall on the spot. The Tiangong knife is actually a stone-cutting knife, and ordinary stone houses cannot stop Luo Yu at all. He rushed out of the forge and rushed directly into another stone room. Storehouse? There was a hint of surprise in Luo Yu's eyes. There was a large amount of iron ore pile in the warehouse, as well as daily necessities such as fishing rods and wooden barrels. Fishing rods are a good thing. Everyone is given a fishing rod at the beginning. You can't even buy them. There are many benefits to having more fishing rods. You get fishing rod *1, you get iron ore *5000, tip, your storage bracelet occupancy rate, 70%, please organize it as soon as possible to avoid liquidation. Fortunately, I used a critical attack to get the storage bracelet, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take away so many resources. After looting the warehouse, Luo Yu wanted to leave, but found that the entire stone house had been surrounded. A charming female voice sounded outside the house, mercenary, you can't return to your base in combat. Give me the gold soft armor, or I'll kill you. Yidi's voice was quite pleasant, but Luo Yu didn't panic at all. It is true that he can run away after 5 seconds of break-out time, but with these natives, it is impossible to stop him. And he still has a chance to hit critically, so there's nothing to be afraid of. He sneered, sorry, I never give away what I have to others. If you want soft armor, it depends on whether you have the ability. After saying that, a javelin suddenly appeared in his hand and he threw it violently. A slave soldier who rushed forward was penetrated through the chest on the spot. At the same time, the javelin still had its remaining power and nailed another slave soldier, blocking the door to death. Luo Yu took advantage of the momentum and rushed out of the stone house. But the slave soldiers were not vegetarians. 4 archers shot at the same time, and 4 bows and arrows shot towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu's agile figure all dodged. At the same time, the storage bracelet on his wrist flashed with light, and an iron tire bow appeared in his hand. Bang 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 bang. Being proficient in bow and arrow, he shot 4 arrows in a row and killed 4 archers. This is a storage bracelet. Good, I'm more interested in you. Yidi licked her lips, and Luo Yu also sneered, I'm also very interested in you. Don't let me catch you, otherwise your life will be worse than death. Okay. Yi Dai sneered, then let's see who catches who. Go on, kill him. More than a dozen melee slave soldiers rushed towards Luo Yu at the same time. At this moment, Luo Yu launched the violent wind sword technique. There was a loud crash, and the first 4 slave soldiers who rushed up were killed directly. At the same time, Luo Yu's thigh was also scratched by a spear. Seeing this scene, Yi sneered and said, "A mere human race can't kill you." She thought Luo Yu was injured, but after Luo Yu hacked 2 more slave soldiers to death, she discovered that Luo Yu was not injured at all. Is his lower body so hard? No, pants, these are gold. Level pants. While she was shocked, Luo Yu had already used the strong wind sword technique to break through the encirclement and rush towards the vegetable field. I saw him yanking it hard, uprooting the banana tree directly, and then put it into the bracelet. You get a small banana tree. *1 Banana trees are good things. Although he doesn't like bananas very much, Shao Kahn should like them. Take it back and plant it. That's my favorite banana, leave the tree alone. Seeing this scene, Yi was furious and flapped her wings, but a pink airflow rushed towards Luo Yu. Night butterfly itself has little fighting power, but the powder on its wings has a control effect and is a chemical attack. Luo Yu was hit by the pink airflow and was slightly startled. Tip: you have been attacked by a charm and are currently immune. Good guy, love will make great achievements. Luo Yu pretended to stumble for a few times, then shook his head, took out his bow and arrow and started shooting, killing 3 more natives. As a result, only 4 natives were left. Let's see how long you can hold on. Yi got angry and flapped her wings quickly. Luo Yu's whole body was wrapped in the pink air current, pretending to be swaying, as if he was about to die. Good opportunity. Hurry, capture him alive, I want this slave. The 4 slave soldiers directly put down the iron spears in their hands and pounced on Luo Yu with their bare hands. But the next moment, Luo Yu suddenly regained his clarity and used the wind sword technique again. Because they even threw away their weapons, 4 slave soldiers were hacked to death on the spot. Ah! Yi screamed and saw Luo Yu rushing toward her, so she quickly flapped her wings and flew up. Ha! Can you fly? Luo Yu was surprised, and he suddenly fell to the ground with a sudden thought. His body was motionless, but he murmured, Yi Dai, come here, Yi Dai, Cole. Yi breathed a sigh of relief in midair, and then hummed proudly, no man can resist my butterfly powder. It's a pity that you didn't get out of the battle in the end. Yi Dai slowly landed and looked at the storage bracelet in Luo Yu's hand, with a look of greed in his eyes. She was about to pick up a short knife and cut off Luo Yu's hand directly, but the moment she bent down, Luo Yu suddenly rose up from the ground and threw Yi Dai to the ground. Ah! Yi Dai struggled hard in panic, flapping her wings, but she couldn't fly after being knocked down, and the butterfly powder seemed to have no effect anymore. It's useless, your tricks don't work on me. Pa. Luo Yu slapped Yi Dai's face twice in a row. The girl's body trembled and she didn't move, but her tears flowed down. That pitiful expression was really pitiful. Tip: you are under the charm attack, currently immune. It's a pity that Luo Yu, who was in love at the moment, has become a steel straight man. Tricks like crying and wiping tears to pretend to be pitiful are completely ineffective on him. Looking at the beautiful woman with 2 slap marks on her face, Luo Yu sneered and took out the hemp rope to tie her up. In order to prevent the girl from flying away, she tied up her 2 wings. Yi Dai stopped pretending and gnashed her teeth and said, You unromantic man, what kind of binding method is this? It hurts me. What binding method? Of course the people of Yazhou use the Yazhou binding method. He found a piece of sackcloth to cover Yi Dai's mouth, and Luo Yu carried her on his shoulders and walked towards the wildebeest. The wildebeest looked at Luo Yu in fear, but Luo Yu said gently, Come with me from now on. The wildebeest was originally tamed, and although it is now in a wild state, it still instinctively retreats because it misses its former owner. Dare to refuse me? Luo Yu punched out and knocked the wildebeest to the ground. After Luo Yu collected the scattered spears, daggers, wooden bows and other weapons, he made sure that nothing was left behind. He dragged a horse's leg and chose to return. The world was spinning in front of his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he had already appeared in his own territory. Throwing Yi Dai on the ground, Luo Yu took a deep breath of the familiar air, his eyes full of joy. This trip was a big harvest. Task completed, you get 15,000 silver. Although all 3 dwarves died, Luo Yu also caught Yi Dai, and the mission was considered completed. Because he is now a black iron. Level mercenary, he can't take other tasks on the same day, so he has to sort them out. The first is Yi Dai. He found that Yi Dai, who fell to the ground and was looking at him in horror, was not a unit that could be recruited, but an animal. It was an animal like Shao Kahn, but the wisdom form attribute was top. Level, basically no different from a trialist. Luo Yu walked up to the girl and said calmly, Be tamed by me, or die. I will not surrender, just kill me. This made Luo Yu slightly stunned. The night butterfly that was so charming before was so tough now. Taming. Luo Yu silently thought in his heart and used the taming skill. Failed to tame the beast, success rate, 1%, what a low success rate. This night butterfly is currently a wild animal. If you don't tame her, you won't even have a place to sell her. It would be a pity to really kill her. He looked at Yi Dai, who looked stubborn, and after a moment of silence, he grinned and said, "Very good, you are very stubborn. Come to think of it, you are an animal, right? Animals naturally have their own way of punishing." Luo Yu suddenly attacked and tore the woman apart. Under her horrified eyes, he said coldly, "There is a bull in my territory. It likes female animals like you who are delicate and tender. Where is my precious bull? Come here. Moo." A cow moo came from a distance, and the bull ran all the way. Looking at the bull running, Yi Dai's face turned pale with fear. As an animal with top intelligence, she naturally understood what Luo Yu wanted to do. The old cow that was harmless to humans and animals in her eyes was now a bull demon. "No, don't let it come over. I was wrong, kill me, I have never experienced such a thing, please, kill me immediately." Yi Dai's tears rolled down, and Luo Yu was stunned when he heard it. From what he said, this Yi Dai is still a rookie. After taking a look at her state, she was indeed in a state of panic. Taming. Luo Yu used the taming skill again. Taming failed, current success rate, 19%, is this the only success rate in an abnormal state? Is it so difficult for top-level intelligent animals? Okay, you forced me to do it. Luo Yu silently said in his heart, and then shouted again, "Taming. 100 times critical hit triggered, you have successfully tamed." The bull braked suddenly and stopped in front of Yi Dai. At this time, he licked Luo Yu's hand affectionately with his tongue, and Yi Dai was radiating light all over his body, with an unbelievable look in his eyes. You can actually tame me? What level of taming skill do you have?" "This, our night butterfly clan cannot be tamed." Night butterfly, top intelligence, 20 years old, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 35, can fly, special ability, charm. Night butterfly's butterfly powder has a charm effect, which can charm hostile units into our own units, and the effect lasts 29 days. Taming, LV7, production, LV2, tailoring, LV3, planting, LV8, shooting, LV9. Looking at night butterfly's attributes, Luo Yu was secretly surprised. Although the three basic attributes seemed to be just like that, her special skills and her life skills were still quite powerful. At this moment, Night Butterfly sat on the ground in a daze. After the shock, Luo Yu said calmly, "What do you mean, don't you know how to call me? What about pet etiquette?" Night Butterfly's delicate body trembled, and tears of humiliation were left on her face. Tamed animals cannot resist their masters, and their loyalty and intimacy are automatically full. Even if Yi Dai is unwilling, she cannot suppress the emotions in her heart. She instinctively wants to obey the man in front of her, and even wants to have intimate interactions with him. Yi Dai kneels on the ground in humiliation, crying and saying, "Meet the master." Her face is red and her eyes are filled with tears. She is humiliated but has to obey. This expression is amazing. Luo Yu reached out and patted her head, laughing, "Very good, from today on, I will call you Xiao Dai. Your first task is to help me sort out the spoils." "Clothes?" Xiao Dai blushed, hugged her chest and gritted her teeth. "Give me clothes immediately." "Ha?" Luo Yu frowned and said, "Don't you know how to ask the master?" Xiao Dia's body trembled, lowered her head, but trembled and said, "Please. Master, please give me clothes, that's better." Luo Yu took off his coat and put it on her, smiling, "Except for mine, the others are clothes of the dead. I don't think you want to wear them? Okay, put on mine and follow me." As he said that, he turned and walked towards the villa. Holding Luo Yu's blue gown and looking at his back in a vest, Xiao Dai felt her heart beating fast. This guy is handsome, and his muscle lines are pretty nice. "Oh, what am I thinking about?" Xiao Dai blushed and hurried to catch up. Next, there was some work to do. First, Luo Yu planted the banana tree. Sure enough, Xiao Kong seemed to love bananas, and clapped his hands happily when he saw the banana tree. After the three of them came to the basement warehouse, Luo Yu shook out all the things in the bracelet, and sorted them out with the two pet girls. He didn't use the iron spear, dagger, wooden bow, etc., so he put them all on the auction house. At this glance, Luo Yu found that the price of weapons was a little higher than usual, because today was an attack, and many people were facing a situation of insufficient weapons, so they were all buying. Luo Yu was soon snatched away after he put them on the shelves. He made a lot of money just from these broken weapons. He also discovered that many people were in urgent need of money to buy weapons, and they needed to sell off items when they needed money urgently. Things that were very expensive before were now dropping in price. For example, luxury goods such as gold and jade, which were originally priced at 1,200, now fell to 1,150. Some were too eager to sell them, and even the price was as low as 1,130. Buy a lot. Luo Yu directly bought 1,000 gold, 1,000 jade, and 8,000 iron ore, and directly gathered all the resources needed for the Warfog diffusion box. Maybe this is called making a fortune from war. Next are 3 forging scrolls. If nothing is mentioned, just use them. You use the forging scroll, and the forging skill is upgraded from LV0 to LV2. You use the forging scroll and the forging skill is upgraded from LV2 to LV4. You use the forging scroll and the forging skill is upgraded from LV4 to LV5. The experience given by the scroll was very high, and Luo Yu felt a lot of knowledge pouring into his mind. With a forging level of LV5, he could already try to forge black iron. Level equipment. He looked at the forging furnace placed not far away and began to think about it. Because this forging furnace generates high temperatures, it requires a special forging room and the building needs to be replanned. After a while, Luo Yu came outside the big villa, took out the base core, and chose to use it. The moment he used the core, there was suddenly gentle light in the sky scattered in his territory, and the transformation began. Luo Yu looked at all this magic and sighed in his heart. This world of heaven is really magnificent. When you use the base core, your territory area will increase by 10%, land fertility will increase by 10%, and aquatic resources will increase by 10%. Luo Yu looked around and found that his territory had indeed grown larger, and the land area had expanded. The small lake was still the same small lake, and it seemed that it had not become larger. This is good, otherwise this 10% area will be diluted a lot by the small lake. He looked at the girl next to him and asked curiously, Xiao Dai, what is in these purple mountains? Xiao Dai snorted lightly and didn't even speak. Crack! Luo Yu slapped the woman's little butt. Xiao Dai exclaimed and said with a red face, they are all mountains, continuous mountains, I don't know anything else. Pets will not lie to their owners. Luo Yu nodded. After retracting his divergent thoughts, he was ready to build a fog of war box. A moment later, on the roof balcony of the villa, Luo Yu placed the iron box in the small attic with the window open. There was a faint mist emanating from the small window in the attic, and then the mist disappeared in Luo Yu's eyes. Yes, the fog of war is only effective on enemies, not on creatures in the territory, and it will not affect sunlight or anything else. The fog of war has spread to the entire base. The current recognition rate in the fog, 30%, with a recognition rate of 30%, you can only see an outline. You can upgrade it later. Upgrade to reduce the recognition rate to 0%, then it will be perfect. After doing all this, before he knew it, it was already sunset time. Luo Yu looked at Xiao Dai and said, you take some dry food and throw it into the prison. Yes, Xiao Dai flapped her wings and flew to the prison, while Luo Yu began to prepare dinner. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened. In the bathroom, Luo Yu lay in the barrel and began to implement his big plan. Add attributes. Yes, at the end of the day, Luo Yu found that the benefits of improving personal strength at this stage were very high. The main reason is that he has martial arts, which allows him to fully unleash the power of his attribute values. If his attributes are high, he can defeat attacks by himself just like chopping melons and vegetables. After looking at the wealth, it has come and gone. The base currently has 70,000 silver. Currently his strength is 52, constitution is 39, and agility is 38. I haven't mentioned anything yet, but first raise your constitution and agility to 50. You consume 23,000 silver to improve your physical fitness and agility attributes. Looking at the virtual operation page in front of him, Luo Yu continuously clicked on the plus behind the power. You spend 2,000 silver to upgrade your strength by +1. After continuously tapping his strength to 60, he spent another 16,000 silver, with 3.1 W left. Luo Yu continuously clicked on agility and physical fitness, plus. Finally, the agility and constitution were also raised to 60. Don't order it anymore, keep it for later use. As a result, his panel changes as follows. Trialist, Luo Yu number, Earthxia Kingdom 23333 base rating, 800 points hygiene value, 30 points entertainment value, 20 points strength, 60 constitution, 60 agility, 60 personal characteristics. The health value has dropped a lot, because there are a lot more prisoners in the base, and there are 2 more animals, Fluttershy and Wildebeest. In addition to the previous reign, there are still a large number of piles of clothes of the dead that have not been sold. causing the health value to drop to critical point. If you go down any further, you'll get sick. Luo Yu is not worried that he will get sick, but is worried that the animals, captives, or his two little cuties in the base will get sick, which is very troublesome. The entertainment value increased by 10 points. Because there are more Xiao Dai, according to the Tiandao world description, cute little animals such as Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong can provide people with entertainment. One adds 10 points of entertainment value. There are many benefits to having a high entertainment value. The first is that everyone is in a good mood and it is not easy to get sick. The second is that you can get some weird random buffs. Sometimes, some strange buffs will affect the battle situation. For example, the Iron Man buff of Love Bento is quite powerful. At this time, a prompt suddenly came. The attacks at the end of this month have all ended, and the survival rate is 47.168%. Summer is officially coming tomorrow. Please make preparations for summer, Alice. It's over. Many innocent creatures have disappeared. Pray for them. Elena, Alice, you'd better pray that you don't die in the attack at the end of summer. Fang Yameng, summer is here, and food storage is a big problem. Is everyone ready? Nakor, it's hard to store food without ice. I think we should find a way to get rid of the big monster fish in the lake in the summer, so that we can get more aquatic products, and we can also fish for good things. Nyoda, I don't care. There are grasses all over the summer, and food can be found easily. Luo Yu, with the arrival of summer, autumn will not be far away. Reclaim more land and make physical reserves for winter. Fang Yameng, yeah, and there is plenty of rain in the summer, but the ground will be very bad. Everyone should pay attention to the sanitation. Everyone in the group is talking about the future and is full of expectations. Yes, after this attack, everyone has built up confidence and sees the hope of becoming stronger. Although the world of Tiandao is cruel, it can really become stronger. Who doesn't want to become a strong man standing at the top of countless races in the universe? Even Luo Yu hopes that he can become a king-level mercenary one day. What a great thing that is! Luo Yu, Fang Yameng, have you tried to recruit those 3 captives? Fang Yameng, one has already been recruited. The success rate is 70%. Everyone, Luo Yu, he can train animals, recruit, and is a lucky guy. 3 of them actually appeared in the same base. Is there a bug in the sky? In the morning, Luo Yu, who had just woken up, habitually pushed away Xiao Kong, who was resting on his arm, and looked at the prompts at the first time. Sure enough, 2 captives were sold. The 2 strongest male captives were sold, and 30,000 silver was obtained. He was secretly happy in his heart, but now he found that Xiao Dai was curled up at the end of the bed, hugging one of his legs. Didn't she say she wanted to sleep on the mat last night? Why is she here again? Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart, gently rubbed her belly with his feet, and Xiao Dai woke up immediately. She opened her eyes and blinked. After realizing her current state, she quickly let go of the calf she was hugging and said with a red face, I don't want to sleep with you, but because you have tamed me. There is nothing I can do. I can't control myself. No, I'm not taking the initiative to sleep with you. Luo Yu said with a smile, your face is so red, why are you so shy? Was that slutty look before pretending? Are you actually a pure little cutie? When did I become slutty? Xiao Dai was very dissatisfied, but Luo Yu waved his hand and said, okay, your butterfly powder is stuck on the bed, clean the sheets later. As he said that, Luo Yu carried the confused Xiao Kong to wash up. Butterfly powder? Damn it, I put away my wings, didn't he notice it? After Xiao Dai snorted angrily, she also hurried to catch up. Breakfast was still milk and eggs. Luo Yu and Xiao Kong were very happy to eat, but Xiao Dai seemed a little difficult to swallow. I'm going to the grassland. Looking at Xiao Dia's back, Xiao Kong was curious, but Luo Yu understood that he was going to the grassland to find flowers. Although Xiao Dai can eat grains, the most ideal food for her is nectar. Night butterflies are actually a kind of pampered animal. Alas, it's not easy to keep a pet. Luo Yu sighed lightly, and after breakfast, he went to the prison. There were 4 male captives left, and Luo Yu took them out directly. Didn't he raid the base of the 3 dwarves before? He got a lot of tools, just for them to work. You 4, go to the mine to dig. Luo Yu snorted, work hard, and you will have food to eat after digging. If you don't work hard, you will be stabbed to death. Do you understand? The 4 captives were not strong, and they were handcuffed and shackled, so they couldn't resist Luo Yu. Hearing this, they went to the mine honestly. As for Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai, there happened to be 2 fishing rods, so they were let go fishing. Standing on the wall, Luo Yu scanned the entire territory and began to plan the next action plan. The most urgent task now is to improve the sanitation level of the base, at least to restore it to 60, to avoid diseases. The fastest way to improve the sanitation level is naturally to lay the floor. With the abundant rain in summer, if the floor is not made, the whole base may be soaked in mud. Luo Yu first completed the daily work, collecting eggs *3, milking cows *38, collecting aquatic products *50, collecting ripe apples *2. These items are the current fixed daily income of the base. Luo Yu is now very skilled in doing these jobs. He can finish all the work in 1 hour, and it is only 8 o'clock in the morning. His eyes looked at the piles of animal skins and clothes, which were marked on them, clothes of the dead. Wearing these clothes will increase the risk of disease, and you may also get some debuffs, which cannot be sold. This is also the reason why Luo Yu did not wear gold soft armor. Both pieces are clothes of the dead. If you want to purify them, you have to rely on purifying water. Purified water is a rare item that comes out of a box. It is a pity to burn the clothes of the dead. After studying it, Luo Yu came up with a solution. The sewing technology tree has a recycling workbench, which can recycle things like clothes into raw materials, but it will lose 70% of the raw materials. Fabric recycling workbench, fabric recycling design 1, raw materials 3000, iron or *1000, silver 500. Luo Yu hurriedly searched for the design on the auction house, but found none. World Channel, Human Race, Anonymous, collect a fabric recycling design, and chat with me for a price. Luo Yu used his only world-speaking opportunity today, and before long, a trading window popped up. Zerg, 4444 despicable human race, I have what you want, and the price is 200,000 silver. I won't sell it for a penny less. This 4444, Luo Yu's face showed a strange look. Isn't this the mantis monster that was so arrogant back then? Why is it still so arrogant now? Luo Yu, this thing is only worth 10,000. I'll pay 20,000, and I'll double the extra to buy you a coffin. Zerg 4444, what did you say? You humans, besides being foul-mouthed, what else do you have? I might sell it to others for a little cheaper, but I'll double it to the human race. 40,000, forget it. This guy seems to be very determined. After being killed by me, he must have hated the human race. According to Luo Yu's temper, he would have directly XED the trading box, but this blueprint is really needed. At this time, he thought of something, but he raised his mouth and put 40,000 silver on it. Idiot bug, trade. Zerg 4444, aren't you a tough talker? Why did you buy it again? Human garbage is garbage, worse than stink bugs. I, Master Bug, will get this money to increase my attributes and go to the arena to beat you rubbish to death. As he spoke, he clicked the button. After Luo Yu silently said something in his heart, he also clicked, trade, 100 times critical hit triggered, transaction successful. When the prompt came, Luo Yu was secretly happy, and the design was in hand. On the other side, Zerg 4444 was stunned. Why is it 400 silver? You lied to me? Bastard, why did you only sell it for 400 silver? Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart and replied, I only put 400 silver on it, are you blind? By the way, you bugs have so many compound eyes, it is normal to see a few more zeros. I suggest you poke out the extra compound eyes so that you can see the numbers clearly. Bye. He directly XED the transaction box and blocked Zerg 4444, not giving the other party the opportunity to curse in private chat. World Channel, Zerg 4444, what the hell, Terran Anonymous, you are a scumbag and a liar. World Channel, Terran Barjov, these bugs have started again, right? Who are you, you shoe-bottom monsters, scolding? Who is Terran Anonymous? Explain clearly. Terran Anonymous, Terran Anonymous? You are firing a map cannon? I will kill all Zerg Anonymous with one knife. The quarrel started on the World Channel, and Luo Yu lost interest after watching it for a while. He was secretly happy, this deal was a critical hit, and it was a great scam. On the basement floor of the villa, Luo Yu opened the building page and directly built a fabric recycling workbench. A flash of light appeared in front of his eyes, and the workbench appeared. The principle of this workbench is very simple. As long as the useless clothes are thrown in from the feed port, it won't take too long for the raw materials to come out from the discharge port. A moment later, Dai held a pile of clothes of the dead and piled them in front of the workbench, and Luo Yu began to try. After a buzzing sound from the workbench, a piece of animal skin tribal clothing disappeared, and what appeared at the discharge port was, deerskin *10, cotton *10, great. Luo Yu was very satisfied. The dead had a lot of clothes, so he just threw them in and it was done. After half a day, Luo Yu finally finished the work. There was no clothes left of the dead, but there were a lot of fabric raw materials in the box at the original place. I looked at the hygiene score of the base, and it really rose by 5 points, which was very good. He spent some time to sort out the various fabrics. After counting, he got a total of 503 deerskin, 721 cotton cloth, 460 thick fur, 777 ordinary leather. All of these can be used to make clothes, bedding, and sofas. The key is that Luo Yu also has a sewing table. It would be a waste to sell the raw materials without processing them. Luo Yu's tailoring skills are very low, but Xiao Dai has LV3, so he can do it. Of course, Xiao Dai is fishing now, so he will do it tomorrow. After leaving the villa, Luo Yu looked at the various stones piled on the open space, cheered up, and started cutting stones. Making floor tiles requires a lot of stones. At dinner time, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong also came back. They each caught 2 boxes, a total of 4 boxes. After Luo Yu opened it, 3 boxes were filled with basic resources such as iron ore, but 1 box gave seeds. Cotton seeds *100, he was thinking about whether to plant some cotton, but this time he didn't have to think about it, because the big bull could plow the land tomorrow. After dinner and a shower, Luo Yu lay on the bed and entered the arena. Trash of the human race, do you dare to fight with Grandpa? This type of room appeared again. Sure enough, the quarrels during the day still needed to be resolved in the arena at night. Luo Yu was short of money, and these zergs were sent over? He went directly into a zerg room with 2,000 silver. Here comes you, our insecticide. Come on, you, kill this centipede. Everyone rushed into the room again. Luo Yu's opponent was a centipede man, who looked very domineering and very large. From the appearance, he looked a bit like the centipede spirit in the cartoon. He grinned and said, if I was afraid of you before, it's different now. I spent a lot of silver to strengthen your attributes. From today on, I will drive you out of the arena. 3, 2, 1. Start. Bang, 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 bang. Luo Yu rushed forward, using the Kuangfeng sword technique, and the Tiangong sword in his hand slashed wildly. The centipede man's shell could not withstand Luo Yu's quick sword at all. K.O. time taken, 3.8 seconds instant kill. Which bug can hold on for 5 seconds against Brother Yu? Not bad, this time it lasted 2 seconds longer than last time. The bugs can add more attributes, maybe it can last 2 more seconds? Brother Yu, I'm your super fan, can you add me as a friend? I'll pay for the friend fee. Brother Yu, come on, drive the bugs out of the arena. My brother Yu has worked very hard. Don't you know how much sweat he has shed behind the scenes? Don't ask so much of him. The human race said all kinds of things on the public screen, and the Zerg race ran away in shame. The centipede man was cut into pieces, and Luo Yu didn't want to stay any longer, so he left the arena directly. You get silver *2900. Another room was destroyed, and 1,000 silver was obtained. Luo Yu didn't want to stay any longer, so he left the arena. It's not that Luo Yu doesn't want to fight more and earn more money, but if he fights more and becomes famous, people will be afraid of him and automatically block him when they check into a room, so no one will come to fight him. Lying on the bed, Luo Yu looked around and saw that Xiao Kong had already curled up and fallen asleep, while Xiao Dai was lying on the soft mat on the ground, also drowsy. Luo Yu thought that he would let her start sewing tomorrow, and sleeping on the big bed would give her a chance to get a sewing buff, so he said, Xiao Dai, come here, sleep on the bed. Ah! Xiao Dai's face turned red, and she got up and slowly climbed onto the bed. Under Luo Yu's gaze, she seemed to have a premonition of something, and even her neck turned red. She leaned on Luo Yu's shoulder stiffly, stammering, I know, you bastard. Even if you get my people, you can't get my pa. Luo Yu slapped her little butt and said unhappily, what nonsense are you talking about, go to sleep. Ah. Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, rubbed her shameful parts, and looked at Luo Yu again, but saw that the master beside him had closed his eyes and fell asleep, and soon he fell asleep with even breathing. Ah. Xiao Dai opened her mouth, hummed after reacting, turned over and didn't want to see Luo Yu, but because the big bed was too comfortable, she fell asleep after 10 seconds. Waking up in the morning, Luo Yu got a buff. When building, material consumption is reduced by 5%, lasting 10 days, awesome. After 2 days of holding back, I got such a good buff. Let's go. Turning his head to look at Xiao Kong, she didn't get the buff this time, but Xiao Dai got the buff. Tailor LV +3, lasts for 1 day, sometimes, you have to sigh at luck. If everything goes well, isn't that luck? After waking up the 2 girls, they assigned the work while eating breakfast. Xiao Kong, go to the fish pond to collect aquatic products, and then go fishing. Wu Chiu. Xiao Kong called softly. She is good at this kind of simple work. Luo Yu looked at Xiao Dai and said, Xiao Dai, you have high skills in animal taming and sewing. Go to milk the cows and collect eggs first, and then go to sew clothes. I'll draw a sketch for you, and you just follow this style. But Luo Yu's fingers were stained with milk and he began to paint. After a moment, Xiao Dai blushed and spat, Master, this bra, can you sell it? Aren't you ashamed? Luo Yu said seriously, when we came to the heavenly Tao world, everyone wore the same style of clothes. I asked Fang Yamong indirectly, and it seems that women don't have this thing. It can definitely be sold. Make 10 pieces first and I'll sell them. Got it. Xiao Dai muttered, such a shameful thing, it would be strange if it can be sold. After breakfast, everyone got busy. Luo Yu pushed the work of milking and fishing to the two little cuties, and he felt much more relaxed. Summer is here. The time that is really suitable for outdoor work is early morning and evening. Today is the 3rd day of summer, and it is a bit hot at noon. The first thing Luo Yu has to do is to hatch the egg of the giant octopus. Holding the egg and walking to the lake, Luo Yu silently said a sentence in his heart, and there was indeed a prompt. Critical hit, the growth efficiency of the giant octopus increased by 100 times. The egg in his hand began to change rapidly. Luo Yu hurriedly put the little octopus in his palm on the ground. The little octopus on the ground rubbed Luo Yu's calf affectionately with its tentacles, and its body shape was still changing. Hint, the growth process of the giant octopus is beyond common sense and mutates, mutated form, black magic octopus, diamond level. At this moment, the little octopus has grown to the size of a room, and it is still growing. After a moment, Luo Yu was shocked when he saw the black octopus that was as big as 2 rooms. Black demon octopus, diamond level, juvenile, intermediate intelligence, male strength 108, constitution 155, agility 69, special skill, lightning whip, quickly slaps and causes powerful damage. At this moment, one of the tentacles of the black demon octopus gently wrapped around Luo Yu's calf, as if it was very sticky. Indeed, the suction cup was sticky enough, and Luo Yu spent some effort to pry it apart. Go to the water, don't get sunburned. If there are hostile units, we will see the situation. If we can catch them, we will catch them. If we can't catch them, we will beat them. The giant octopus nodded and jumped into the lake with a bang. Luo Yu was still very shocked. The big black fish was only silver level, but this big octopus reached diamond level. Moreover, octopuses are amphibious, so Luo Yu felt that the defense of the north could be handed over to it. It's a pity that it's in the juvenile stage. If it's an adult stage, it's scary to think about it. I'll try to hit it another day to see if it can induce birth. At the same time, Luo Yu was secretly glad that the animals in the territory were not counted in the score. Otherwise, the value of these animals in his home was ridiculously high, and who knows what kind of attack would be attracted. After standing there and thinking for a while, Luo Yu thought of something. The land by the lake is fertile, but Luo Yu didn't dare to plant outside the wall. But now there is a big octopus, it's another story. Plant a large area of cotton. If the enemy attacks from this direction, they will definitely attack the cotton. At that time, the octopus hidden in the lake will use a set of lightning whips. Great! Luo Yu laughed and called the big bull over to cultivate the land in a relatively high place by the lake. Cotton was decided to be planted here. This is uphill, the lake water can't flood it for a while, and it is within the attack range of the big octopus. In this way, the defense of the north and the planting of cotton are basically solved. Splash! There was a sound of water, and a grass carp weighing 3 or 4 pounds was thrown onto the shore. The giant octopus waved its tentacles at Luo Yu in the lake, trying to please its master. Yes, the giant octopus can provide aquatic products every day. His own aquatic production has increased by 10%, so he can use the giant octopus to catch fish for himself. Luo Yu nodded repeatedly, and planned to fill the pond when he had time in a few days. The mud from draining and filling the pond would lower the hygiene standards. Now there is a giant octopus, and there is no shortage of aquatic products. After a while, Luo Yu slowly cut the stones that were transported in a steady stream while operating the construction interface. I had decided to make floor tiles before, but after clicking on them, I found that there are many types of floor tiles. There are those that increase the aesthetics, the entertainment value, and the score. There is a kind of floor tile that makes Luo Yu tempted. Strict advanced defensive floor tiles increase aesthetics, entertainment value, and defense. The so-called defense refers to the defense under the ground. This floor tile can prevent digging from the ground upwards. Mining skills below LV20 cannot dig this floor tile. Even if someone really digs a hole in the ground and wants to dig in, and he has a mining skill above LV20, he can dig it, so there is no need to worry. Defense floor tiles are different from others. They can be repaired. You dig a pickaxe, and I repair it. As long as there is enough silver, it can't be dug through. However, the cost of 1 square meter of this floor tile requires 30 stone bricks, 10 iron ore, 10 silver, and 1 gold. The area within Luoyu's current wall is 10,000 square meters. Minus the 2,000 square meters of vegetable fields and orchards, it also requires 240,000 stone bricks, 80,000 iron ore, 80,000 silver, and 8,000 gold. A huge sum of money, a real huge sum of money. And if you really want to lay this kind of floor tile, then you need to move the vegetable field outward as a whole, open up a new vegetable field, and block it with a wall, which involves the issue of base expansion. Luoyu thought for a while and decided to lay this kind of defensive floor tile. You can't be greedy for speed and cheapness, and then ignore the defense of the base. He concentrated on cutting stones. No matter when, stone bricks are always in the greatest demand. For 3 whole days, Luoyu was cutting stones. Because there were 4 captives and 11 digging worms, the supply of stone brick raw materials was sufficient. Luoyu also mobilized the stone turtle to transport stones, which made his overall stone cutting efficiency very high. The critical strike opportunity for these 3 days was not used. In the afternoon of this day, Luoyu finished cutting the stone and saw that the stone bricks had reached 25W without realizing it. One of the raw materials for defensive floor tiles has been completed. In addition, 5,000 iron ore has been dug up these days, which is not bad. After drinking a sip of water, Luoyu looked at the location of the stone gate. The stone turtle and the golden beetle were still carrying stones over continuously. The more stone bricks, the better. Luoyu was ready to cut, but Xiaodai flew over. Master, the clothes you ordered are finished. These days, Xiaodai has basically adapted to her role, and it is quite smooth to call Luoyu master. Luoyu came to the basement and saw that 10 bras were completed, which looked good. He didn't waste any words and put them on the auction house. The price came to an outrageous 2,000 silver per piece. World, human race, anonymous. The first hand-sewn women's underwear in the Tiandao world is available. All sizes are available, a total of 10 pieces, first come first served. What? There are women's underwear. Oh my god, it really is. That's great, no need to worry about sagging. Sisters, this is really what we want. The World Channel was immediately in an uproar, and 10 women's underwear were directly snatched away. Oh my god, is it so easy to sell? Luoyu obviously underestimated the determination of women to buy underwear. Half an hour later, the World Channel once again launched a wide discussion on the first batch of underwear. Elf, anonymous. Hey, I bought a piece of underwear made by the human race, and the effect is really good. Dragon, anonymous. Really? It's a pity that I didn't get it. Is the underwear seller still here? Do you have any high-grade underwear? Just name the price. Blood, anonymous. Give me 2 high-grade ones, I will give one to my wife and concubine. Bull Demon, anonymous. The one who said he would give one to my wife and concubine, dare to reveal his real name in the world? Elf, anonymous. Find an elf partner who can give me underwear. I am male, and I hope you are too. Looking at the wide discussion in the world, Luoyu discovered a huge business opportunity. Women's money is easy to make. He looked at the pile of materials and began to make women's underwear by himself. Because there is a sewing machine, and Xiaodai has already made a sample, although Luoyu's tailoring level is not high, he only needs simple operations. Of course, due to the level limit, the probability of failure will be very high, even if the quality of the clothes made may have problems. Xiaodai looked at Luoyu's operation and asked curiously, Master, can you make clothes as a man? Luoyu said with a smile, Why, do you look down on me? Yeah. Xiaodai nodded and said, It's not that I look down on you, your tailoring level is too low, you will definitely fail. Oh? Luoyu smiled and said, If I make high-grade clothes, will you kiss me? Ah? Xiaodai blushed, and then said in disbelief, You? High-grade? Master, if you want to make high-grade clothes, let alone kiss you, I am willing to kneel down and lick your fingers. But if you can't make it, you have to find nectar for me. Okay. Luoyu laughed and said, Watch it. As he said, he silently said in his heart and put the materials into the feed port. 100-fold critical hit triggered, the sewing machine immediately emitted light, and under Xiaodia's stunned gaze, a piece of underwear with white light slowly fell out of the outlet. Silver-level women's underwear, increased comfort, increased defense, and increased shaping ability, you have made silver level underwear, and your tailoring level has been upgraded. Current level, LV2, white, silver level. Xiao Dai widened her beautiful eyes, but Luo Yu laughed. It's done, I'm rich. He directly put it on the auction house and bid 30,000 silver. Yes, 30,000, the price of this piece of underwear is about the same as a house. At this time, the world's women's underwear is still hot, and someone immediately discovered it. Oh my god, silver level underwear. Yeah, I saw it too, and the shaping ability increased. Oh my god. Shaping. What a powerful function, woo, I can't afford it. The world was amazed. 10 seconds after it was put on the shelf, the silver underwear was sold directly, and Luo Yu made a lot of money. 30,000 silvers, according to the current price, can buy 15,000 iron ore. Isn't the iron ore resource here? Luo Yu immediately opened the auction house and bought all the cheap iron ore. After spending 30,000 silvers, the base now has a total of 25,000 iron ore. Looking at the extra pile of iron ore in the basement with joy, Luo Yu was about to make persistent efforts. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Xiao Dai, who was blushing beside him. What did some people say just now? I don't know how good you are at gambling. Xiao Dai's delicate body trembled, and after gritted her teeth, she actually knelt down and gently sucked Luo Yu's finger. After doing all this, she hurriedly got up and said, I'm going fishing. As she said that, she ran out directly. You didn't cheat? Luo Yu didn't expect her gambling character to be so good. He looked at his fingers and felt his heartbeat speed up. This Xiao Dai is a bit tempting. In the following time, Luo Yu used both critical hits to make women's underwear. Unfortunately, his tailoring level was too low, and both times he produced silver level products. This time, he sold one for 40,000 yuan and one for 50,000 yuan. He was a profiteer, but they were still sold out as soon as they were put on the shelf. Women's money is really easy to make. With the 90,000 silver earned, he bought iron ore again. Soon the basement was full of iron ore. Seeing that the price of iron ore rose in a short period of time because of his sweeping, Luo Yu stopped and continued tomorrow. 2 days later, Luo Yu sold 2 more women's underwear and earned 90,000 silver. Now many wealthy women wait at the auction house at 1 p.m. every day, hoping to buy silver level underwear as soon as possible. Unfortunately, they are destined to wait in vain. Luo Yu has no materials. Of course, Luo Yu's tailoring level has been raised to LV4 by working hard to make underwear during this period. On this day, Luo Yu has collected enough iron ore and stone bricks to build floor tiles, and has saved a lot of silver. The problem is that there is a lack of gold. 8,000 gold is the real huge sum, and it is also the problem. There are only 1,800 units of gold in the base now, because everyone wants to try to unlock the automatic defense technology. Gold has become more and more precious, and there is no gold to sell on the market. Luo Yu planned to go to the mine, spur his captives and try to dig gold, but when he arrived at the mine, he found that the captives were gone. He saw the message prompt, Zenton, anonymous, bought all your captives, you get 50,000 silver, for captives were sold for 50,000 silver, which can be said to be a huge sum of money, but Luo Yu seemed a little embarrassed at this moment. What should I do if the coolies are gone? Well, of course, I will continue to capture. Now 80,000 needs to be used to build floor tiles, and 5,000 is for backup. With the remaining money, Luo Yu began to increase his attributes. Click the plus after strength, agility, and constitution 5 times in a row, and 30,000 silver is quickly used up, and Luo Yu's panel also changed. Trialist, Luo Yu, Earthsia Country 23333 base score, 800 points health value, 35 points entertainment value, 20 points strength, 65 constitution, 65 agility, 65 personal characteristics, Zerg Nemesis. Today's critical hits have been used up. Luo Yu plans to do it tomorrow and start mining now. Bang bang bang. Luo Yu in the mine quickly dug. Reminder, your mining level has been upgraded, currently LV6, after a crazy digging. Due to the current mining level upgrade, the probability of digging out iron ore has increased a lot. Of course, LV6 is not that high, and it is mostly stone bricks. After a busy day, before dinner, as usual, he opened the boxes given by Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai when they went fishing. A few days ago, a lot of food was opened, and Luo Yu hoped that he could have a good luck today. There were 3 boxes in total today. The first 2 boxes gave food again, but when the third box was opened, Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Automatic shooting crossbow. With a touch of his fingertips, the mini automatic crossbow in front of him quickly grew larger. It was indeed the same as the one on the wall. What a good thing! Luo Yu was very satisfied and installed the automatic crossbow on the west wall. There was no conversation overnight. The next day, Luo Yu ran to milk the cow. 100 times critical hit trigger. After a while, the cow felt that her body was hollowed out and lay softly on the ground to rest, while Luo Yu picked up a small bucket of special milk and placed it on the watchtower. After a while, the whole base was filled with the fragrance of milk. He cut stones while waiting for the attack to come. In the afternoon, the sun was getting stronger, and the temperature felt about 30 degrees. Luo Yu, who had eaten lunch, was taking a nap in the big villa. Suddenly, a prompt came. Warning, a group of soldiers from the Skasa tribe were attracted by the smell of milk and began to attack your territory. The prompt came. Luo Yu jumped up immediately and rushed directly to the watchtower. I saw 10 people slowly approaching this direction from the east. These 10 people did not look like ordinary soldiers, but the elite and a team of 5 people was exploring and moving forward. The 10 people who attacked this time were exactly 5 men and 5 women. They looked towards the base at the same time, but found that the entire base was shrouded in fog and could not see the situation inside at all. The group looked at each other, and one of the female archers whispered, "Captain, we can only vaguely see the city wall of the opposite base. What should we do? Or, let's not look for the source of that fragrance, let's retreat." "What are you panicking about?" The leader this time was a middle-aged strong man, who said in a deep voice, "It's okay if you can't see it, we attacked this territory not long ago. The front defense of the territory is very strong, on the contrary, the south and north are relatively weak. In addition, according to intelligence, there is a very precious Xuanqiu beast girl in the territory. The new chief has coveted this beast girl for a long time. If you can catch it, it will be a great achievement." The eyes of the attacking tribal members lit up when they heard it. Xuanqiu beast girl is very precious. It is the favorite companion pet of the chiefs of various tribes. If you can catch it, you will definitely be reused. Let's bypass the front. Your team will attack the north, and we will attack the south. Be careful of the traps on the road. After the leader's arrangement, the two teams immediately moved slowly in the north and south directions, and Luo Yu saw all this. If they attacked from the front, Luo Yu's plan to capture more prisoners might fail, because these people could not stop the bombardment of catapults and automatic crossbows. But if they took a detour, it would be another story. He looked at Xiao Dai beside him and whispered, "Do you have enough butterfly powder? How many people can be hallucinated?" For the battle, Xiao Dai was not afraid at all, but said excitedly, "If it is to control, then only one person can be controlled at a time. If it is to make them fall into a state of chaos, 2 people can be disturbed at a time." "Very good." Luo Yu nodded and said, "You and Xiao Kong will follow me to rush out later, and we will capture them alive." Wu chirp. Xiao Kong called softly and clenched the dagger in his hand. Xiao Dai also nodded, and her eyes became cold. The first team had detoured to the north. The group of people carefully explored forward. The male spearman suddenly found something and whispered, "There is a planting area by the lake, which seems to be planted with cotton." "Okay, destroy the cotton field immediately." The attack was mainly about destruction. These natives immediately went over when they found the exposed target and started setting fire directly. Just after a cotton seedling was lit, a black shadow suddenly appeared from the lake. With a whoosh, the strong man holding a shield and setting fire was directly rolled up by the black shadow. Everyone only saw a huge black tentacle dragging the strong man and sinking him into the water. Strange, monster? Intelligence shows that the monster here has been destroyed. The remaining 4 people were all stunned, but the next moment, 4 tentacles rushed over at the same time like lightning. The 4 people were dumbfounded and could not react at all. They were swept into the water on the spot. The 5-man team almost went into the water instantly. After struggling in the water for a few times, they drowned and fainted. Prisoners. 5 elite native soldiers were captured directly. Luo Yu saw all this and his eyes showed great joy. After all, it was a diamond-level monster. Even if it was young, it was still very fierce. Because of the wall and fog, the 5-man team attacking the south did not know what happened, and they were still carefully exploring the traps that might appear on the ground. Luo Yu jumped off the city wall with the 2 little cuties. The next moment, he rode on the bull, while Xiao Kong rode on the tamed wildebeest, opened the city gate and rushed out. Xiao Dai was even more straightforward. She flew out of the watchtower and saved the time to get down to the ground. The 5-man team that was exploring suddenly heard a sound. They looked up and found that the stone gate was opened and 2 cavalrymen rushed out from it. The middle-aged captain was very calm and shouted, "Archers, aim and shoot." The two archers, a man and a woman, immediately drew their bows and arrows, but before the arrows were fired, they suddenly smelled a fragrance. Then all kinds of hallucinations appeared in their minds, and they fainted on the spot. This was the abnormal state caused by Xiaodia's butterfly powder. The middle-aged captain looked up and found a beautiful girl with wings floating in the sky. Night butterfly? My God! There is a night butterfly here? This man was obviously stunned. In this moment of stun time, the big bull and the wildebeest had already rushed to the front, and a stone with a sound of breaking wind was about to hit his forehead. Bang! With a muffled sound, this man had stars in his eyes and fell directly to the ground, fainting. Xiaokong's strength is very strong, proficient in slingshots and explosive power. The first reaction of the remaining two melee spearmen was to run away, but they were caught up by Luoyu, who chopped them with the back of his knife and knocked them to the ground one by one. The attack of the elite soldiers of 10 tribes was solved just like that. And all of them were captured. A moment later, the 10 people were stripped down to their underwear and thrown into prison, officially becoming glorious captives. Now the captive market has flourished. Luoyu will not redeem them back to the tribe, let them work first. Anyway, there is enough food for the time being. After checking the attributes of the 10 people one by one, Luoyu discovered that the middle-aged captain had a personal characteristic: minor. Mining output rate increased by 25%, rare mineral output rate increased by 10%. After seeing this, I found that this characteristic is very powerful. In addition, there is also a female archer who has a personal characteristic: stable quality. When engaged in construction, production, windblade, forging and other work, the quality of the produced items is increased by 20%. This is a magical skill for handicraft masters. However, apart from their personal characteristics, the other attributes of these two people are very rubbish. The female archer has pockmarks all over her face and is ugly. The middle-aged man also has a rebellious characteristic, which makes him prone to rebellion. Luoyu really doesn't want to recruit these two people. There is no way. Let's just hold on for now, maybe there will be some way later. The next day, these 10 people started mining and working. Now there is not enough gold, but the number of stone bricks is a bit too much. Luoyu is going to move the vegetable garden out as a whole. The location has been chosen, not far to the north of the main base. The north is the direction of the small lake, which is easy to irrigate, and the distance from the main base wall is only about 10 meters, which is within the range of firepower. Luoyu started to build the wall directly. The vegetable field does not need a mid-level wall, but only a 2-meter low-level wall. In addition, iron spikes are placed on the wall to prevent climbing. The current automatic crossbows and other equipment are not enough. If the materials are sufficient, Luoyu plans to install automatic crossbows on this vegetable field and orchard to expand the defense range of the base and enhance firepower. Because the materials are sufficient, the vegetable field wall has been erected in just a moment. While letting the big yellow cattle plow the land, Luoyu began to transplant the vegetables carefully. Fortunately, the planting level has been improved now. As long as the movements are light enough, it can still be done. This is a long process. Luoyu worked for 2 days. After 2 days, this vegetable field and orchard covering an area of 2,000 square meters was finally completed. Although some seedlings died, Luoyu was very satisfied with the result. There is a separate drainage ditch in this vegetable garden, so there is no need to worry about the vegetables being drowned. I looked at the base score and it increased by 150 points. A separate, walled vegetable garden is still very luxurious. Look, the score has reached 950 points, and the hygiene value has also increased by 10 points. It's beautiful. In the past few days, 10 captives and a group of bugs have been mining. A lot of various stones have been dug out, and there are also a lot of iron ores, but there is still not enough gold. Luoyu has been mining and collecting. At present, the base has a reserve of gold of only 3,000, and there is still a shortfall of 5,000. I looked at the food reserves. In the past few days, because of the 10 captives, the food reserves have been consumed very quickly. The seafood, milk, and eggs sent by the big octopus are not enough. Luoyu also paid some wild boar meat to make dry meat patties. This won't work. The captives must be sold as soon as possible. Just when I was thinking about whether there are people in the world who buy captives at high prices, the chat group became lively at this time. Alice, I fished and found a box, which gave me a scroll of personal characteristics transfer, which should be used to transfer the personal characteristics of the captives to yourself. I don't have any captives, do you need any? No, Dad, what are captives? Can they be eaten? Fang Yaman, all my captives have been recruited, so there is no need to transfer their personal characteristics. By the way, Luo Yu seems to have captives. Is Luo Yu here? Luo Yu was happy at this moment. Isn't this what he needs? Luo Yu, I am interested in the scroll. Alice, what do you want to exchange for? Alice, no, I'll give it to you. May the goddess bless you to become stronger and stronger. She directly sent a trading box and put the scroll on it. Luo Yu, I don't have anything I want. You trade it. This, how can I be so embarrassed? Luo Yu knew that the most difficult thing to repay was favors, so he put his iron bow on it very simply. Here, I'm not good at using bows and arrows, so I'll give it to you. Alice, iron bow. Luo Yu, thank you. Luo Yu, no, I have to thank you, you are the kind goddess in my heart. Alice, Luo Yu. Don't treat me as a goddess. Transaction successful. You get a personal characteristic transfer scroll *1. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Luo Yu went straight to the captive with the minor characteristic. Click to use. The scroll released a ray of light, and after circling around this person for a while, the next moment, this guy fainted in the mine. Looking at the scroll in his hand again, it has changed. Minor characteristic scroll. After use, you can get the minor characteristic. Very good. Luo Yu was overjoyed and used it on the spot. Sure enough, his personal characteristics have added another column of minors. Next, he plans to do it himself and dig to see what good things he can dig out. Fang Yaman, I made some money from opening boxes recently, and I'm thinking of buying some female captives to recruit. Do you have any suggestions on attributes and ages? Everyone seems to be very interested in this topic. Alice, Elena, and Neko all want female captives to help them build their bases. Nyoda also wants them, but not necessarily for building bases. Seeing that Luo Yu did not participate in the discussion, Fang Yaman asked curiously, by the way, Luo Yu, did you recruit any captives last time? Or did you sell them all? Luo Yu, I sold all the last ones, but I encountered a special incident these days and captured a few more prisoners. Nakor, huh? I heard that a single special incident is very dangerous. Luo Yu, you are very powerful. Fang Yaman, are there any single incidents? I thought they were all dealt with together in one area. Elena, Luo Yu, how many female prisoners did you capture? Luo Yu, you may not believe it, but there are 5 men and 5 women. One of them has a good characteristic. I will find a way to collect her characteristics. I will sell the other 4 to you at a low price. As he said that, he posted screenshots of the appearance, figure, and attributes of the 4 female prisoners in the group. Fang Yaman, awesome, you actually captured so many prisoners in one go. I want to visit your base when I have time. Alice, Naker, Elena, you choose first. Naker, actually, the age and attributes of these 4 are similar. I will choose the female archer. As a result, Naker and Alice asked for 2 female archers, and Elena and Fang Yaman asked for 2 female spearmen. Just met their respective needs. Luo Yu really sold it to them at a low price, only 10,000 silver per person, which would be at least 13,000 per person on the market. The deal was done, and Luo Yu still had 6 captives left. The girls in the group started recruiting new people for the territory, and Nyoda whispered, Luo Yu, if the characteristic problem of the woman you left behind is solved, can you give her to me? Luo Yu, no problem, but I don't know if this female captive meets your aesthetic standards. Wait for me to collect another scroll later, and I will sell this female spearman to you for 5,000. Nyoda, it doesn't matter. My aesthetic standards are different from yours, humans and elves. If you don't like it, I will definitely like it. Brother, you are really my brother. If you have any problems in the future, just say a word, and I, Lanyo, will go through fire and water without frowning. Luo Yu smiled and replied, that's what you said. After chatting with Nyoda for a while, Luo Yu scanned the auction house and found that no one was selling the characteristic transfer scroll, but he frowned slightly. There are so many people in the Tiandao world, it is impossible that Alice is the only one who touched the scroll. There must be stock. I guess she doesn't want to sell it. Luo Yu knew that if he wanted to get what he wanted, he had to pay a corresponding price. What he could trade now was women's underwear. Aren't the critical hits of the past 2 days useless? World Channel, Human Race, Anonymous accept customized silver.level women's underwear, only in exchange for personal characteristic transfer scrolls, some private chats. This world news immediately caused a small sensation. What? This human race can make silver.level items? The one who makes silver underwear, are you male or female? Can we be friends? I don't want silver, just ordinary ones. Can you customize one for me? I'll pay. At the same time, Luo Yu also received a lot of private chats, saying all kinds of things, asking for a relationship, flattering, wanting to be friends, but there was no scroll he wanted. Just when Luo Yu was disappointed, a private chat caught his attention. Human race, anonymous, I have the scroll you want. Let me ask you first, can you really make silver level underwear stably? Luo Yu sent a trading box over, and sure enough, the other party put up the scroll he wanted. Luo Yu was delighted to see this. After X.ing the transaction box, he sent a screenshot of the silver underwear he had made before. Stable silver, we are all human race, you can rest assured of the credibility. Okay, then let me ask you again, are you male or female? Luo Yu, is there any difference? Yes. Answer me quickly. Luo Yu fell into silence after seeing this. After thinking for a while, he understood. The girl on the other side must be a shy girl. Custom-made underwear requires reporting the size, and she probably doesn't want men to know. Luo Yu wanted the scroll very much, and said without much hesitation, I am a woman. Ha! It's good to be a woman, I don't want to tell the size to a man. Wait a minute, how do you prove that you are a woman? Send me a screenshot. Sure enough, the woman on the other side was unwilling to do this kind of transaction with men, and was also very vigilant. Luo Yu secretly rejoiced at his answer. As for the screenshot, Shao Kahn, come here. Wu chirp. Shao Kahn, who came over jogging, hugged Luo Yu's arm and rubbed his little head affectionately. Shao Kahn, come on, stretch out your hands. Xiu? Shao Kahn showed curiosity on her face, but she still stretched out her white hands obediently. Luo Yu took a screenshot and sent it to her. Wow, your hands are so beautiful, small and delicate, you should be a girl of 16 or 17 years old, right? Luo Yu, well, sister, don't talk about this, tell me your size, so I can hurry up and make it. The other side fell into silence, and after waiting for a long time, the girl on the other side said shyly, F. Luo Yu was a little confused for a while. Well, it's F. It's weird. So, I feel uncomfortable without a bra. This time Luo Yu came back to his senses. Wow, it's F. Grade, very heavy, she really needs a bra. Luo Yu, this. I don't know what the size of F. Grade is, how about you take a screenshot and show it to me? Screenshot? Isn't this just, in any case, it's not allowed. Even if they are all girls, it's not allowed. Hey, sister, let me find something for you to refer to. Hearing this, Luo Yu thought it was a pity in his heart. After a while, the other party sent a screenshot, but it was a small watermelon. Luo Yu, I see, okay, I know, let's contact each other at this time tomorrow. Okay, let's contact each other, bye. After the private chat, Luo Yu frowned slightly. Now he remembered that to make such a large bra, he had to spend 1.5 times more fabric than usual. Add money. After a while, Luo Yu used the clothes of the captives to recycle raw materials. The clothes of the living can recycle 20% more raw materials than the clothes of the dead. Not long after, Luo Yu got a lot of cloth and started to work on the sewing table. In fact, it was not difficult. It was just to scale the bra sample to some sizes. Seeing that it was almost done, Luo Yu chose to confirm and silently recited in his heart. 100 times critical hit triggered, the sewing machine began to flash, and the next moment, a large purple bra appeared at the outlet. Gold. Level women's underwear, increased defense, increased shaping effect, increased comfort, special function, maximum comfortable temperature plus 60%, minimum comfortable temperature 0.60%, oh my god, it's actually gold. Level. Luo Yu was surprised. The basic properties of this purple bra are similar to those of the silver one, but it has special functions of heat insulation and cold protection, which are very practical functions. Should I give her the gold one? No, it seems that no one needs such a large bra. Just when Luo Yu was hesitating, a prompt appeared, your tailoring level is insufficient, and this gold. Level women's underwear has a defect. When the right connection is attacked, it will release weak energy and reduce the defense of the item at the same time. Sure enough, the problem of skill level has appeared. Tip, your tailoring skill has been upgraded to LV5. Luo Yu looked at the bra in his hand, and there was indeed a defect on the right side. This point is very small and can't be seen without careful observation. That's all, the flaws don't outweigh the merits. Overall, this gold. Level bust is still very impressive. Each person can only post to the world once a day, and can only chat privately with non-friend characters for less than 10 minutes. I can't contact the big-breasted girl now, let's talk about it tomorrow. Luo Yu is now a man with the characteristics of a minor. While it's dark and there's still some time, why not do it yourself? He went to the mine and dug vigorously with a sudden roar. The eyes of the 5 male prisoners beside him widened. Fierce. This lord is really good at mining. You get iron or *50, you get copper or *10, you get silver *60, you get gold *8. The beeps kept ringing, and Luoyu found that he was producing less mining stones, but more other things. Digging like crazy. I haven't had such fun mining in a long time. It feels so good to sweat profusely. Luoyu was immersed in the joy of mining and couldn't extricate himself. After digging wildly for a while, Luoyu stood up to take a rest, glanced at the prisoners around him, and said calmly, "See, you have to do the same thing as me in the future. Is the one of you who is grinding and chirping still a man?" Several prisoners lowered their heads, and the strong prisoner laughed dryly and said, "Lord, your strength and level are too high, let's learn." Puff. A golden spear suddenly penetrated the man's chest, and everyone in the mine was stunned. Tip, your crazy digging has angered the golden scorpion king Kostya, who will lead the swarm to attack your territory. Extreme joy brings sorrow. Luoyu dug too hard and discovered a big incident. The golden spear was slowly pulled out of the strong man's body, and immediately, a huge golden scorpion slowly appeared on the rock wall of the mine. Ah! Several prisoners screamed, and Luoyu shouted sharply, "You and the digging insects retreat first, and I will stop the insects." The captives and diggers ran quickly after hearing this, and Luoyu also retreated slowly. After a while, the huge golden scorpion king appeared. Luoyu held the Tiangong knife and his eyes were full of shock. Is this scorpion king's shell made of gold? Golden scorpion king Kostya, gold level. The shell made of pure gold is hard and tough, has great strength, and the scorpion tail is highly poisonous. This introduction made Luoyu's eyes show greed. The room-sized scorpion king did not take action immediately, as if he was waiting for his younger brother. A large group of small scorpions crawled out around the rock wall. The big ones were as big as calves, and the small ones were about the size of wild dogs. There were at least 50 or 60 of them densely packed, and they were all golden scorpions. Hiss, roar. The roar of a scorpion sounded, and the little golden scorpion rushed towards Luoyu. With 2 bangs, Luoyu launched the wind sword technique and split the little scorpion that rushed forward in half. Humph, how dare a group of insects run wild in my territory? The next moment, he struck out again, and there was a sound. The tail stabbed by the golden scorpion king was blocked by the Tiangong knife. However, Luoyu felt numbness in his arm and knew that he was absolutely weak in terms of strength. Putting aside the little scorpion for the moment, this scorpion king is at the gold level, and his current strength is at the most bronze level, so he may not be able to withstand it. Swish swish. The scorpion king's tail stabbed Luoyu continuously. If he hadn't been very agile and dodged quickly, he might have been gone. With the small scorpions rushing towards him, Luoyu gave up the idea of killing these insects in the mine, turned around and ran. Roar! The swarm of insects chased after them, and the speed of the golden scorpion king surprised Luoyu. Shout I, help me! Luoyu rushed out of the mine and shouted for help. Shout I actually realized something was wrong when she escaped from the prisoner and came closer. When Luoyu just called for help, she swooped down, hugged her master, flapped her wings and started fighting again. Flying up. The golden scorpion king's big cock almost wiped Luoyu's shoes and pinched him, which really made him break out in a cold sweat. Xiaodai in midair looked at the furious golden scorpion king with lingering fear, and asked with concern, "Master, are you okay?" "It's okay, thanks to you." Xiaodai, fly back to the base. We rely on defense facilities to block the insect swarm. Good. Xiaodai is also good at agility, and her flying speed is no less than that of birds. In just a moment, she carried Luoyu and flew up to the observation deck. At this moment, the golden scorpion king has already rushed towards the base with the scorpion group like a tide. Boom! The trebuchet fired first, and a stone hit a scorpion the size of a calf, cracking its skull and killing it on the spot. Almost at the same time, the automatic crossbow arrows were fired, and the crossbow arrows shot out in a whoosh, but the effect of the crossbow arrows was not as crisp as that of stones. The scorpion's shell is very hard, and although the crossbow arrows can cause damage, they are very limited. Seeing this scene, Luoyu's eyes turned cold and he fired a javelin. Puff! The javelin killed a small scorpion on the spot. Luoyu did not stop, and fired his javelin continuously, with almost no miss, but he killed 10 small golden scorpions in a matter of seconds. It's just that there are too many scorpions, and they are not afraid of death and are fast. In a short time, they have rushed within 100 meters. Swish swish! 3 more javelins were fired, and Luo Yu once again killed 3 small scorpions, but he had a vague premonition that something was not good. There were only 30 javelins, but there were at least 40 scorpions in the swarm now, plus the huge ones. The Scorpion King. Suddenly, his base seemed to be in danger. The scorpions continued to approach quickly, but when they reached the moat, they did not dare to move forward. Including the Golden Scorpion King, this group of scorpions dared not cross the river, but just bared their teeth and claws on the other side of the river. Scorpions are afraid of water. This discovery made Luo Yu very happy. The entire base, including the newly opened vegetable garden, is within the moat. If the scorpions dare not go into the water, then they can't come over. Taking this opportunity, Luo Yu threw all the remaining javelins out. He did not attack the Scorpion King, but attacked the small scorpions. A large number of small scorpions were stabbed to death by javelins. The Scorpion King roared in anger, but he didn't dare to go into the water. Boom! The catapult was still firing stones tirelessly. A stone hit the Scorpion King's head, but it didn't have much effect. There was not even a white spot left on the Scorpion King's hard shell. It roared continuously, obviously furious. Luo Yu was not in a hurry at this time. He sat on the observation deck and waited. The javelin was gone, and the iron bow was replaced by Alice, but the catapult, arrow tower and automatic crossbow were still firing. The scorpion group could not cross the moat, which was equivalent to a living target. I will exhaust you to death. Swoosh, swoosh, bang. The catapult killed several more small scorpions, and the arrow tower and automatic crossbow continued to shoot arrows. As time passed, all the small scorpions died. Now there is only one Scorpion King still waving his claws, and he is so angry. The attack of the insect swarm is not like the tribe. The tribe will run away when they see that it is not going well, but the attack of the animal will not. It is either you die or I live, there is no escape option. There is no retreat, it is so unreasonable. Bang! Ding ding ding, the trebuchets and arrows focused their fire on the Golden Scorpion King, but the Scorpion King was too hard and did not seem to be harmed. Luo Yu tried to use the animal taming technique remotely, reminding that animals that were not under control could not be tamed. It's not easy to be stuck in the base like this. We have to find a way to kill this Scorpion King. Luo Yu first took out the automatic defense core, and after a few operations, he turned off the automatic shooting function of the arrow tower and crossbow arrows, wasting arrows. These arrows require wood and iron or as fuel. Glancing at Xiao Dai and Shao Kong beside him, Luo Yu pondered for a moment and then said, Xiao Dai, you go and use it as bait to lure the big scorpion to the lake. Our big octopus will deal with it then. Ha! Xiao Dai said dissatisfied, Master, are you going to let such a cute girl be used as bait? Luo Yu rolled his eyes and said, You are the only one who can fly. If I can fly, I will go by myself. Go quickly, and when it's done, I'll reward you with being able to hold my arm and sleep at night. Oh, Xiao Dai whispered, I don't mind hugging my arms or legs. Can you buy some flower seeds to plant? I like the pollen of peonies or fluorescent flowers. Okay, I'll plant a garden in our backyard then. Go quickly and be safe. Luo Yu agreed wholeheartedly, and a smile appeared on Xiao Dia's face, and she chuckled, This is what you said, don't lie. Shao Kong, let's go together. Woo! Shao Kong called softly, and Xiao Dai hugged her and flew up, flying towards the Golden Scorpion King. Stinky Scorpion, come after me. Xiao Dai shouted softly in mid-air, but the Golden Scorpion King simply ignored her. His eyes stared straight at Luo Yu, exuding hatred. Xiao Dai used the butterfly powder charm again. A scorpion would naturally not be charmed. She was at a loss for what to do and looked at Shao Kong. It's up to you. Shao Kong was held in her arms, but her hands were still free to move. She immediately took out her slingshot and fired a stone. Bang! The stone hit the Golden Scorpion King's eye accurately, causing it to roar in pain. Bang! Another stone was fired, and the other eye was also attacked. This time, the Golden Scorpion King was completely offended, and it directly chased Shao Kong angrily. Xiao Dai spread her wings and flew towards the lake with Shao Kong in her arms. The Golden Scorpion King chased after him, but he stopped not far from the lake. It didn't like water, and it felt the danger and didn't dare to step forward. Sara, shoot it. Bang bang. Shao Kong's slingshot is really accurate. He shoots it into the eyes again and again. Who can withstand it? The Scorpion King is in a state of rage. I saw the Golden Scorpion King rushing towards Shao Kong desperately, bursting out at his ultimate speed. The scorpion tail swept out directly. Xiao Dai was so nervous that she dodged the scorpion's tail. Wagging kill at the critical moment. At this moment, the Scorpion King was at the edge of the lake. In the next moment, 3 black shadows shot out from the small lake. The tentacles of the black devil octopus were wrapped around the 2 big claws of the scorpion and the terrifying scorpion tail. Pull it. As a result, the golden scorpion king was not pulled. Although the black demon octopus is a diamond-level monster, it is still in its infancy and has limited power, while the golden scorpion king is an adult gold-level monster. The strength of the 2 sides seems to be evenly matched. One pulled hard, the other stepped back, and for a while no one could do anything to the other. Seeing this scene in the distance, Luoyu directly opened the stone door and lowered the suspension bridge. Ainio, come on! The big bull rushed out with a rumble. This big bull was more than a ton in size, and its attack power was extremely fierce. After a run-up, it slammed its head on the Scorpion King's butt. Almost at the same time, Shao Kahn's slingshot was launched again, and a stone hit Scorpion's eye accurately. The Scorpion King relieved himself in pain. At this moment, the huge scorpion was dragged into the lake with a roar. I saw the Scorpion King struggling in the lake, but it was afraid of water. How could it be the opponent of the big octopus in the water? After struggling for about a minute, the Scorpion King stopped moving. Done. Luoyu quickly ran over and asked the big octopus to throw the Scorpion King up. A moment later, looking at the motionless golden Scorpion King, Luoyu's eyes showed helplessness. The Scorpion King's 2 big claws and scorpion tail were torn off by the octopus in the water. At this moment, it could no longer survive. It's a pity that there is no chance to tame it. Even if it is tamed, it will not be saved. Luoyu inserted the Tiangong knife into the Scorpion King's mouth and stirred it several times, killing it. Bang! After the death of the Scorpion King, there are reminders. You kill the Golden Scorpion King and get gold.level random treasure box *1, gold level equipment treasure chest *1, Golden Scorpion King's egg *1. Note, the Scorpion King's treasure chest cannot be stored for a long time and will automatically decompose if not used within 24 hours. Shipping. Luoyu was overjoyed. Although it couldn't be saved for a long time, that is to say, he could only choose 1 treasure box to use critical strike, but this was already a huge gain. Woo! Shao Kahn hugged Luoyu's arm happily, and Xiao Dai was also smiling. Luoyu touched the heads of the 2 cuties and said, "You go prepare dinner, and I will cook this monster." Fluttershy giggled, "Don't forget the garden, the garden." While saying this, he picked up Shao Kahn and flew to the base. Luoyu was not in a hurry to decompose the body of the great Scorpion King, but first chose to open the equipment treasure box. Use today's 100-fold crit, and save tomorrow's crit for opening a random treasure box. You open the gold.level equipment treasure box and get the item, Yang Double Blade, gold.level, can be advanced. The light flashed in front of his eyes, and a pair of beautiful double blades, 1 black and 1 white, appeared in front of him. Luoyu was overjoyed. He had the Quanfeng sword technique, and the double blades were even better. The Tiangong sword was actually silver.level, and it was not a weapon specifically used for combat. This pair of gold.level double blades had explosive properties and was simply the most suitable combat weapon for Luoyu. After picking it up and waving it in his hand, Luoyu frowned slightly. This pair of double blades was so heavy, he didn't have enough strength, and it was a bit difficult to use it. I have to add some strength later. Luoyu thought so in his heart, but he put the double blades, another treasure box, and the insect egg into the storage bracelet. These 2 things will be operated after the critical hit times are restored. Let's cook the Scorpion King and the small scorpions first. This operation took 6 hours. When Luoyu finished all this, it was already 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. Although it was tiring, the harvest was still very explosive. Total gains, gold *7038, scorpion meat *26506, and a recyclable biological equipment. Scorpion King's tail needle, silver level, contains highly toxic neurotoxins, hard and extremely sharp. Luoyu quietly put away the poison, and prepared to use it as a spearhead to make a spear or a lance, the kind that can kill people by scratching the skin. Speaking of which, the materials for the floor are all ready, and we can start. But the scorpion meat has exploded, and we have to deal with it as soon as possible. Luoyu put 10,000 units of scorpion meat on the shelf for sale first. It is not expensive, 1 unit sells for 5 silver. After doing all this, he was not tired, but full of energy. Nothing else, happy. He went to the bathroom to take a shower, ate the meat and milk that Xiao Dai had heated up, and went to bed comfortably. At this time, the 2 little cuties had already fallen asleep on the bed. Without them today, Luoyu was afraid that he would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with the Scorpion King. What a capable girl. She held the two girls in her arms, one in each hand. Xiao Kong rubbed Luo Yu's arm comfortably, while Xiao Dia's eyelashes fluttered slightly and her face turned red. After a while, Luo Yu fell asleep comfortably. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Yu got a buff, sleep effect increased by 50%, lasting for 3 days. In other words, he used to sleep for 8 hours to feel comfortable, but now only 4 hours is enough. This means that Luo Yu has 4 more hours of work time. The old workhorse buff is better off not having it. After breakfast, he started to build defensive floor tiles. Clicking on the construction page, Luo Yu walked on the muddy land, and with excitement, he clicked to lay the floor tiles one by one. You build a strict advanced defensive floor tile, which costs stone bricks *30, iron or *10, silver *10, gold *1. You build, the floor tiles are pure white with golden patterns on them, which are very beautiful. Every time a floor tile is laid, the score of the base increases. It took Luo Yu a whole morning to lay the entire wall with floor tiles, including the first floor of the villa, which was also paved with this kind of floor tiles. If the previous base was like a village with a little money, now it is completely like a castle where nobles live. Silver and gold floor tiles, beautiful big villas, tall and tight walls, cute little animals. If the villa is replaced with a palace, and add gardens and fountains, it is simply the residence of the emperor. Wonderful, really wonderful. Luo Yu was in a very good mood. Because of the beauty of the base, you get a buff, action frenzy, one day, another buff. This is the benefit of beauty. Luo Yu looked at the score and was shocked. The base score has reached 3,400. It was 800 before, and it soared by 2,600 after the floor tiles were laid. The rewards will be increased at the end of this month, but the scale of the attack. It seems a bit cruel. While Luo Yu was happy, he was also alert in his heart. He had to strengthen the defense. The more arrow towers and crossbows, the better. Speaking of which, he promised Xiao Dai to build a garden before, and he couldn't break his promise. He clicked on the construction page again, and there was really a garden option. He planned to build a luxurious garden, which was more suitable for floor tiles. Luxury garden, stone bricks *10, soil *50, silver *10, jade *1 per square meter, with built-in fluorescent flowers. The price is a bit expensive, but it is far less than floor tiles, and you don't need to build a lot, just build a circle around the villa. There is a lot of soil outside and underground. After a series of operations, the light flashed in front of him. The soil began to be laid on the floor tiles, and then there were flower beds with emerald patterns everywhere, just around the villa, leaving 4 entrances in the southeast, northwest, and northeast. There are advantages to being expensive. There are fluorescent flowers in the small garden. This kind of flower has a fragrance and has the effect of lighting at night. This time, the base score was increased by 400 points. Wow, it has reached 3,800 points now. This kind of luxury items are not necessities of life. Compared with living buildings, the score increases really fast. Fluorescent flowers. Xiao Dai flew back after smelling the fragrance with a face full of excitement. Master, you really built a garden. It cost a lot of money. Did I make excessive demands? Looking at Xiao Dia's touched expression, Luo Yu laughed and said, "It cost a lot of money. How do you say I should thank you?" Xiao Dia's face turned red, and she quickly flew to Luo Yu, kissed his cheek gently, and said with a red face, "In the future. If you want to kiss me in the future, I can satisfy you. Oh, hate it, I won't tell you anymore." Xiao Dai ran away with a red face, sniffed gently in front of a fluorescent flower, and the light pollen was inhaled into her small nose. The beautiful girl showed an intoxicated look on her face. Luo Yu touched the kissed cheek and sighed in his heart, "What a lovely girl. If only there was no reproductive isolation." Silver was earned quickly and spent even faster. Luo Yu looked at it and found that only 22,000 yuan was left. He was quite straightforward and spent 20,000 points of strength to make it easier to use the moon and sun double blades. There were only 2,000 yuan left, and the scorpion meat had not been sold yet, so he was quite poor. A look at the panel showed a big change. Trialist, Luo Yu number, Earthsia country 23333 base score, 3,800 points hygiene value, 78 points entertainment value, 20 points strength, 75 constitution, 65 agility, 65 personal characteristics, Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars, Minor, 1 star, Beast Tamer, 1 star. Walking on the beautiful floor tiles, Luo Yu weighed the double swords in his hands, familiarized himself with the weight, and thought about the future development of the base. The current base score is too high, and strengthening defense is still a top priority. This is the first priority. Second, you need to find a stable source of income. Selling eggs and milk is actually not stable, and as the number of creatures in the base increases, it is best not to sell such conventional food. Mercenaries make money quickly, but they are uncomfortable if they can't get any tasks recently. He has a sewing table and a forging table, and it is still the most stable to rely on such manual skills to make money. This requires a spacious workshop that can add various gains, and it is also necessary to expand the cellar and build a separate warehouse. Only with money can you click on attributes and do all this, but you are still short of money. Seeing that the time is almost up, Luoyu came to the villa and prepared to trade with the big dot-breasted woman. After a while, the trading box popped up. Humanly Curson, sister, is the one I customized, ready? It turns out that the busty girl is called Lee Curson, but she is not anonymous. Luoyu naturally remained anonymous, and he directly pulled up the bra. Lee Curson, hey, purple, looks so beautiful. Wait a minute, it's actually gold underwear, my god. Lee Curson sent a string of exclamation marks. Luoyu replied, lucky to make gold, one characteristic scroll, I'm afraid it's not enough. Lee Curson did not raise any objections. Okay, I'll give you another 30,000 silver, this is all my belongings. I didn't expect this to be a little rich woman. Luoyu, okay, happy cooperation, let's trade. Lee Curson, yeah. Happy cooperation. Transaction completed, you get white silver asterisk 30,000, personal characteristic transfer scroll asterisk 1. After getting the things, Luoyu naturally had no interest in chatting with Lee Curson. She sent another message, sister, I don't know your name yet? If there are good things in the future, let's exchange again. Luoyu, my name is Yu. Save the chat records and we can contact each other again. Lee Curson, you? Oh, it's Sister Yu, that's it. Goodbye. After the conversation, Luoyu was in a good mood and found the female captive directly and transferred her, stable quality, characteristic to himself. Stable quality, when engaged in construction, production, sewing, forging and other work, the quality of the items produced will be increased by 20%. Luoyu likes this attribute very much. According to the agreement, he and Nyoda opened the trading box and traded the female captive to Nyoda, and got another 5,000 silver. No, I have money again. Luoyu thought that today's critical hit had not been used yet, and there happened to be a gold level random treasure chest, so he opened it. 100x crit trigger, you open a gold level random treasure chest and get items, lightning collection box and lightning rod design asterisk 1, what the hell? Luoyu is shocked. The lightning collection box is a prerequisite for unlocking the lightning technology tree. This thing is not available in the system mall. Only fishing or airdrop supply boxes have a very small probability of appearing. It's out now? A 100x crit gold level box, it's awesome. Luoyu couldn't laugh when he saw the materials needed to make it. Lightning collection box and lightning rod design, copper or asterisk 20,000, gold 20,000, silver 100,000. A huge sum of money. This is not the technology that should be owned at this stage. He looked at the thunder technology tree again. After making this box, he could unlock defensive weapons such as lightning towers, as well as terrifying things such as electric grid traps and thunder bombs. The most amazing thing is that after unlocking it, not only can the base have various thunder facilities, but individuals can also unlock thunder skills. After being in the Tiandao world for so long, Luoyu has basically figured out some of the world settings. This is essentially a world of swords and magic, where survival and becoming stronger are eternal themes. Thunder is actually an elemental force. In addition to thunder and lightning, there are also elemental forces such as wind, fire, and water that can be controlled by people, but it is too difficult to unlock them. As for the technology that humans previously had, Luoyu currently does not know how to obtain high-tech products. At most, he can only survive by using some scientific knowledge. Speaking of the lightning tower, Luoyu is 100% sure that the natives wearing animal skins and holding shields will definitely not be able to withstand lightning attacks. The key is to look at the description. The lightning tower can also be air-to-air. After it is built, even birds in his territory cannot fly over it. Luoyu wants it very much, but it is expensive, so he can only accumulate it slowly. Now he is going to build another arrow tower to increase the defense of the base, and then build a workshop. Automatically attack arrow tower, wood asterisk 30,000, iron or asterisk 5,000, silver asterisk 2,500, silver is not a problem. A lot of iron ore was dug before, so it is not a big problem. The key is wood. The arrow tower needs too much wood. You can buy it once or twice, but it is not a good idea to buy it all the time. He plans to plant trees. There are many benefits to planting trees. First, it can supply base defense equipment. Second, it can keep warm in winter. Third, it can effectively prevent soil erosion. Don't underestimate the problem of soil erosion. Luo, you saw it clearly during the last thunderstorm. A lot of mud and sand were filled into the small lake. In the long run, the bottom of the small lake will be raised. In the season of high water level, it will definitely flood. After figuring out the joints, Luo, you plan to build a circle of small forests around the small lake at a distance of about 100 meters. It can prevent soil erosion, set traps in the grove, or simply tie automatic weapons to the trees to completely strengthen the defense in the north. Luo, you began to check the description of the Heavenly Tao world and prepared to find a favorite sapling to plant. Not to mention, after checking, he found a kind of fragrance leaf tree, which seems to be quite suitable. Fragrance leaf tree, growth cycle 60 days, wide and fragrant leaves, can be eaten as vegetarian, nutritional value 0.1 vegetarian, each adult fragrance leaf tree produces wood *60, the nutritional value can be ignored, but the output of wood is a little more than the average, but the growth cycle is a little longer. But the fertility of the land in his territory is high, which offsets it, and it is decided that it is this kind of fragrance leaf tree. Luo, you began to sweep the saplings of the fragrance leaf tree at the auction house. At this stage, the wood is not expensive, and various saplings are only 20 silver each. He bought 500 directly and piled them all by the lake. The saplings had to be planted as soon as possible, so Luo, you started digging. Xiao Kong, who was fishing by the lake, also came to help. The master and servant began to plant trees along the lake. Luo Yu was immersed in the pleasure of planting trees. Every time he planted a sapling, he felt that his territory had more vitality and was very happy. While digging, Xiao Kong suddenly chirped and called. Luo Yu went over to take a look and found that Xiao Kong had dug a treasure chest. You get the exclusive treasure chest of Xuanqiu Beast Girl *1, yes, this girl will produce an exclusive box in various ways every once in a while, which can produce good goods. Xiao Kong's treasure chest was opened by herself. After opening it, Luo Yu was slightly stunned and found that it was a small bottle. Returning to the origin liquid *3, colorless and tasteless, within 2 hours after taking it, it can forcibly return the attributes of the user to 10 points, and seal the grade in all special skills. Good guy, a bottle of poison was opened. By the way, this thing seems to be useless for fighting attacks? Xiao Kong always gets some strange things. Gently touching the cute little head, Luo Yu put the Guiyuan liquid into the bracelet and continued to work. Your planting level has been raised to LV6, after planting 500 trees in one go, the planting level has been raised. Looking at the saplings along the lake, Luo Yu felt satisfied. Before winter, this place will become a forest, and the area between the forest and the lake will be a planting area for crops such as cotton. It is windproof, rainproof, and convenient for irrigation, perfect. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and the moon was in the sky. Xiao Kong hugged Luo Yu's arm and called softly. This girl was hungry. Looking at her face full of mud, Luo Yu felt gentle in his heart and laughed. Little cutie, let's take a bath together and eat after we are clean, okay? Woo, Xiao Kong, who understood human words, actually blushed at this moment. Luo Yu naturally didn't care whether she blushed or not. It was the owner's duty to help the pet take a bath. He picked up Xiao Kong and walked towards the big villa. Half an hour later, Xiao Kong ran out of the bathroom with bare feet and giggled. She said she was taking a bath together, but in fact, the bathtubs used by Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai were separate from Luo Yu's. Luo Yu just helped her clean her body. After taking a bath, Luo Yu looked back at the 2 wooden barrels in the bathroom and thought to build a big bath as soon as possible so that everyone could take a bath together and save water. After finishing his daily work, he would sleep with peace of mind. Lying on the big bed, Luo Yu hugged one of the 2 little cuties and fell asleep soon. In the morning, Luo Yu, who was full of energy, found that Xiao Dai in his arms was looking at him with a flushed face. Luo Yu pinched her belly and smiled. Xiao Dai, you don't have any abdominal muscles. You can't be soft. You have to work hard to exercise. You haven't seen it, how do you know I don't have abdominal muscles? Xiao Dai muttered softly, and Luo Yu had already got up. Today is also a day full of energy. After breakfast early in the morning, Luo Yu found that the remaining male captives had been sold, and he had 50,000 more silvers, which was comfortable. I went to the taming farm to check the cow's condition. Xiao Dai was milking the cow. The cow was still producing milk, but it didn't seem to be in good condition. It should be that the body was hollowed out after a wave of special milk was squeezed. The plan of using special milk to attract attacks will be discussed later. He looked at Xiao Dai again, thinking to himself, this girl is an adult, we are all animals, will she produce milk? Thinking of this, he carefully checked Xiao Dai's attributes and found that Xiao Dai did not have this function description, probably not. I looked at Xiao Kon's attributes again, and there was no description, and I couldn't help but feel disappointed. There is an introduction on the attributes, which is roughly a human-shaped creature. Except for some strange ears, tails and wings, the rest of the body structure is roughly the same as that of humans. Speaking of which, the area has been calm for a long time during this period, and everyone has lived a very comfortable life. Luo Yu is looking forward to some strange events. At this time, he started to buy wood again. The price of wood has started to rise. It was originally 1 silver, but now it has risen to 1.5 silver. Luo Yu estimated that as the trees in other territories were cut down, the price of wood would rise again. He looked at the silver he had, and now he had 87,000. He could take advantage of the last low price to buy a wave of wood. He directly spent 45,000, bought 30,000 wood, and started to build an arrow tower. Because there was a buff that saved 5% of the construction cost before, which could save 1,500 wood, which is why Luo Yu was in a hurry to build it. The buff lasted for 10 days, and it was all money as the days passed. This time, he did not set up the arrow tower in the center of the base, but chose to set it up at the corner where the east and south walls meet. The effective range of the arrow tower placed in the middle of the base is actually 150 meters, while the effective range of the arrow tower close to the wall has reached 200 meters. The location of this arrow tower can basically cover the east and south defenses, which was planned by Luo Yu before. He really wanted to build another arrow tower and put it at the junction of the north and west walls. In this way, the firepower can cover the entire base. The key is that even if it is an arrow tower on the east side, it can still shoot at enemies within 50 meters in the west. This is the great thing about the arrow tower. The range is long enough and the firepower covers all directions. Unfortunately, the money is not enough again. After building an arrow tower, the defense of the base has been strengthened. According to Luo Yu's habit, after building a defense facility, he has to build a living facility. Of course, it is a large bath, which saves water. But before that, he has to use up today's critical hits. Walking to an open space outside the city wall, Luo Yu took out the Golden Scorpion King egg from the storage bracelet and silently said a sentence in his heart. 100-fold critical strike triggers, the growth efficiency of the Golden Scorpion King's egg increases 100 times, the egg in his hand trembled slightly, and Luo Yu hurriedly put it on the ground. After a while, a palm-sized golden scorpion crawled out. The little scorpion grew rapidly, and in just a moment, it was the same size as a calf. In this way, the growth process did not stop until the golden scorpion was about the same size as a cow. The golden scorpion came very close and rubbed Luo Yu's arm with its head to show intimacy and submission. Golden Scorpion King, Intermediate Intelligence, Juvenile, Gold Level Strength 86, Constitution 120, Agility 47, Special Ability, Seeking Gold. Golden Scorpion King will bring you a piece of gold every once in a while. The description of this scorpion also includes the scorpion tail attack, the large claws sting attack, etc. The attributes are quite good, especially the ability to find gold, which makes Luo Yu excited. Who can resist the temptation of gold? Unfortunately, the scorpion did not mutate. It seems that even if it is 100 times critical, it may not be able to mutate 100%, just like being a tailor. Sometimes it is gold level, sometimes it is silver level. Luo Yu knows that there is a chance inside the world of heaven, depending on luck. Hey, this scorpion actually has LV10 mining skills. After Luo Yu carefully checked the attributes, he found that the scorpion's mining skills are quite powerful. He immediately took the golden scorpion into the mine, patted its big head and said, dig hard for me. The golden scorpion was not vague. The two large claws inserted into the glowing rock wall of the mine and started digging directly. It took only a few times to take out a fist-sized piece of gold. You get gold *60, I'll go. Dig again. Dig to death. Luo Yu simply supervised beside him. You get 100 silver, 30 copper, 90 iron, etc. The efficiency of the gold scorpion mining is really high, and it produces less stones and more rare minerals. It is worthy of the LV10 mining skill. One worm of the Scorpion King can match the mining efficiency of 5 captives. Invincible. Suddenly, Luo Yu received a prompt. The Golden Scorpion King mined too much and angered the giant centipede. A big centipede crawled out from the rock wall of the mine cave, baring its teeth and claws. Luo Yu saw that the centipede was not afraid, but secretly happy. He was not afraid of insects at all as he had the nemesis of the Zerg. He took out his double knives and was about to attack, but the golden scorpion king was faster. Its two golden claws clamped the centipede, and the poison needle pierced the centipede's exoskeleton, directly poisoning the centipede to death. Then, it stopped mining and started eating directly. Well, intermediate wisdom is not as good as advanced and special wisdom. In many cases, it will act according to instinct. Let it eat if it wants to eat. Half of a big centipede was eaten, and the remaining half was eaten by those digging insects. Golden beetles and silver-armored ladybugs also came to eat. For a while, the mine cave was full of insects. Luoyu found that the bugs dug out by the golden scorpion king could be eaten on the spot, saving a lot of meat, but the problem was that it was difficult to increase the number of bugs. After thinking about it, Luoyu found that it was actually nothing. If he really wanted to increase the number of bugs, he could just move the scorpion king away. If he used 100 times crit to dig, the chance of finding a worm nest was not rare. After thinking it through, there was nothing to worry about. Eat hard, and you can eat all the bugs. Maybe you can even raise goo. After a while, Luoyu found another problem. Because the Scorpion King was very efficient, the big bull and the golden beetle that were originally responsible for pulling the minecart were not efficient enough. Many stones and the like would accumulate in the mine, causing greater inconvenience, and the mineral resources of this month were consumed faster. Yes, the mine is like a small lake with a monthly resource limit, such as 100,000 units. These 100,000 units can be stones or gold. What you get depends on your mining level and luck, but it cannot exceed the upper limit of 100,000 units. Luoyu had used the core of the base, so the resource limit was 10% higher. In the past, there were so many bugs mining, and there was no problem with the resource limit. Now Luoyu roughly calculated that according to the mining method of the Golden Scorpion King, the ore vein would be exhausted in 15 days. In the next 15 days, a group of bugs will watch the show here and eat white rice? This Golden Scorpion King eats a lot of meat in one meal. It is difficult to increase the upper limit of the mine in a hurry. After thinking about it, Luoyu thinks that the Golden Scorpion King should be given something else to do. The vegetable field is guarded by Adai, and there is a big octopus in the small lake. Let the Golden Scorpion King mine in the morning and carry ore in the afternoon. After finishing the work, he will go to the small forest to eliminate pests. With its intelligence level, it can only do these simple things. After walking out of the mine, Luoyu looked at the road from the mine to the base. Because it has been pressed by the mine cart for a long time, two-wheel marks have been pressed out. The whole road is bumpy, which greatly reduces the transportation efficiency and is laborious. To get rich, build roads first. Luoyu kept the road building in mind and planned to do it when he had time. In the afternoon, Luoyu was still cutting stones at his usual pace, and suddenly a prompt came: your product was photographed, and you received 50,000 silver, huh? All my scorpion meat was bought? At a glance, all the scorpion meat on the shelves before was sold out. I don't know which big guy has a unique taste and made a lot of money again. Luoyu was happy and stopped cutting stones. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands and prepare to build a big bath. Clicked on the building page, looked at various baths, and finally decided to build a luxury bath. Luxury bath, building materials 5,000, jade 1,000, gold 1,000, silver 20,000, expensive. This is really expensive. Even if the buff is saved by 5%, it is still very expensive. Buildings like baths are not like beds that can trigger critical strikes. There is no shortcut to go, and there is no way to get expensive. Luoyu gritted his teeth. He had the materials and buffs. Let's do it. You choose to spend 4,750 stone bricks, 950 jade, 950 gold, and 19,000 silver to make a luxurious bathroom. Are you sure? Confirm. After clicking, the light flashed in front of my eyes, and a beautiful large bathtub appeared in the bathroom. A thin layer of light yellow jade was laid on the edge and bottom of the bathtub, inlaid with gold patterns, and a silver pipe was connected to the hot water tank in the bathroom. Hot water was slowly injected into the bathtub. A faint mist rose, and it was enjoyable just to look at it. Luxury bath, gold level fatigue relief speed increased by 40%, cleanliness increased by 40%, positive buff acquisition probability increased, comfort increased. Looking at the panel, number, Earthsia country 23333 base score, 4,550 points hygiene value, 90 points entertainment value, 30 points strength, 75 constitution, 65 agility, 65 at his sword from the original 3800 to the current 4550. I spent so much money on the Arrow Tower, 150, and this bath, 600. The sanitation score has reached 90 points, the sanitation is very good, it is very comfortable to live in, and the entertainment value has increased by 10 points. After all, bathing in a bath is also a form of entertainment. It would be a shame not to take a bath in the newly built luxurious bath. Luo Yu took off all his clothes and leaned comfortably in the bath. In the mist, he really felt comfortable all over, and his fatigue was swept away. He even wanted to sleep. However, when he was half asleep and half awake, a prompt came: due to the recent significant improvement in the sanitation of your base, your territory has been favored by mysterious power and gained a buff effect. Harvest blessing, all crops in the territory will mature immediately. Surprise, big surprise. He knew that the territory would get buffs when the sanitation value and entertainment value were high, but he didn't expect it to be a group buff, and it was a harvest blessing. All crops matured immediately. There were so many crops in his vegetable garden. How many days had the cotton been planted? How long had it been planted for so many saplings? This harvest blessing is really worth it. At this time, Xiaodai rushed in quickly and said in surprise, "Master, when Xiaokong and I were fishing by the lake, we found that all the fragrant trees had grown taller. And when we came back, we saw that all the flowers in the garden were in full bloom, so beautiful." Luo Yu said calmly, "Isn't it just a blessing for a good harvest? Why are you making a fuss?" Ah! Xiaodai was obviously stunned, and then she found the big bath in front of her. Wow! What a beautiful bath! Master, are you taking a bath? You want to take a bath too, right? Luo Yu laughed and said, "I'll take my time to take a bath later. Bring my clothes here, let's go to the vegetable garden." Oh, Xiaodai walked towards Luo Yu with a red face, handed him the clothes, and ran out in a hurry. I ran to the vegetable garden and saw that everything was ripe. All the crops in the whole vegetable garden were ripe, including rice, corn, potatoes, green vegetables, and tomatoes. Luo Yu was so excited that he almost cried out, and Xiaokong beside him clapped his hands happily. Because it has been a while since the last time the vegetarian food was ripe, some guys didn't plant enough and had eaten it all, so the price of vegetarian food has risen again. This wave can be said to be a huge profit. A real huge profit. We have to harvest and plant a new batch of crops quickly. Such mature crops are likely to attract the peeping of various small animals. If there are too many small animals, Dai can't take care of such a large vegetable field. To avoid losses, harvest them immediately. At present, Luo Yu's planting level is LV6, Xiaodai is LV8, and Xiaokong has reached LV5 because of watering and planting trees these days. In addition, Xiaokong has a buff given by the diamond bed. The crop harvest increases by 10% no problem. The master and servant will work together to harvest this side first. Xiaokong, Xiaodai, get to work. The two little cuties were also full of excitement, and immediately followed Luo Yu to work. The attribute values of the three were very high, and the planting level was also good. The amount of crops harvested was a little more than usual. Especially Xiaodai's planting level of LV8, harvested the most. The three stayed in the vegetable garden until after 9 o'clock in the evening, and finally harvested all the crops, and a new round of seeds had been planted. Because of the fertility of the land, the crops in Luo Yu's base will grow 10% faster than others. After summing up, a total of 35,000 units of vegetarian food were harvested today. It was hard to imagine that this vegetable garden could receive so many vegetables before. The fertility of the apprentice has an impact, and the high planting level is also a reason. Xiaokong's planting level has been upgraded again, reaching LV6, and Luo Yu's level is also fast. The current average price of vegetarian food is about 10 silver, which is 70 to 80% more expensive than meat. This wave made 350,000 silver on the spot. The base had stored about 2,000 units of vegetarian food before. Luo Yu took out the vegetables that had been frozen for a long time, replaced them with 5,000 units of fresh vegetables and put them in the cellar, and then put all 32,000 units of vegetarian food on the auction house. Although the temperature of the cellar was lower after the floor tiles were installed, it was not completely able to keep the food fresh. These must be sold, otherwise they will rot. World, anonymous human, oh my god, someone has put more than 30,000 units of vegetarian food on the shelves, everyone hurry up and grab them. Facts have proved that advertising is still very effective. Luo Yu, who was soaking in the bath, watched his wealth increase rapidly, and his heart was simply full of joy. In front of the beating silver, the exquisite bodies of Xiaokong and Xiaodai who were bathing together were not attractive to him. Of course, the main reason was that they became pets. The attraction of pets in Luo Yu's eyes was definitely far less than that of normal women of the same race. However, in a moment, the vegetarian food on the shelves was sold out, earning a full 320,000 silvers, a huge profit. Thinking that he could harvest cotton and a lot of wood tomorrow, Luo Yu was so happy that he hugged Shao Kong beside him and kissed him hard. He was so happy. Woo woo, Shao Kong called out, but she didn't resist at all. She was often hugged as a pillow when she slept at night, and she was used to it. But Xiao Dai, who was far away from Luo Yu, was immersed in the water and didn't dare to get up. That night, Luo Yu dreamed that he was sleeping on a pile of silver. He was very happy at first, but suddenly he thought that his original bed was many times more valuable than the silver bed, and he woke up in shock. Luo Yu sat up and looked down, and found that the diamond-colorful cloud bed was still there, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Unable to sleep at this time, Luo Yu walked to the window and looked at the sky. The night was as dark as ink, and the stars were dotted. It would be nice to have a glass of red wine. He was thinking about whether to build a grape rack and make wine in the future. Suddenly, his eyes focused and he found something. There seemed to be two shadows hesitating by the moat outside the wall. Is it a person? Luo Yu was surprised. The moment he found the two black shadows, a prompt appeared. The blessing of the harvest attracted thieves from the nearby tribe. Congratulations on discovering them, thief incident. It is mentioned in the description of the Heavenly Tao world that there will be no prompts for thief incidents. The system will only respond after they are discovered. Good guy, I really ran into it. Luo Yu put on his clothes and quietly jumped out of the window. At this moment, the two thief shadows looked at each other, but they jumped at the same time, actually skipped the wide moat directly, and lurked towards the base. The arrow tower and crossbow arrows did not react at all, as if they had merged with the moonlight. The two people were very agile, and they climbed over the 5-meter-high wall with their combined strength, but the moment they landed, they ran into Luo Yu head-on. Bang! Luo Yu turned the Yang double swords in his hand, and used the back of the sword to slash one by one, knocking the two people unconscious directly. The thief has been subdued. Luo Yu's strength is too strong, it's just that simple. This is a pair of male and female thieves. Luo Yu dragged them to the prison and searched their bodies for a while, but he found a lot of good things. A fist-sized piece of gold, 3 exquisitely crafted bracelets and rings, and a book. Hidden art, silver level, a special skill. After learning it, you can enter the hidden state at any time. In the hidden state, you will not be discovered by building type defense facilities, and the chance of being discovered by creatures is reduced by 50%, huh? There is such a thing? Luo Yu showed a hint of joy in his eyes. If you want to say what is the most precious thing in the world of Tiandao, it is of course skills. As a mercenary, the more skills the better, and here it comes. He chose to learn it directly, and Luo Yu gained a skill on the spot. This hidden art is also the same silver level as the wind sword technique, which can be upgraded to the 3rd level at most, but because it combines with your own agility to reduce the chance of being discovered, it actually has a high growth potential. As long as your agility is high enough, you will not be discovered. In fact, all such skills must be supported by basic attributes. If the strength is high enough, even the silver level wind sword technique can defeat the gold level or even platinum level martial arts. 2 more captives came. I looked at their attributes. They were all agile and did not have many good personal characteristics. Luo Yu didn't know where the secret books on them came from, nor did he want to know. As usual, the men put them on the shelves and sold them, while the women kept them and sold them to people in their own group. Heaven is ruthless, but people are kind. When the rewards are similar, companions are given priority, and Luo Yu still has this point. In the early morning of the next day, Luo Yu spoke in the group chat while having breakfast. Luo Yu, I encountered a thief incident last night and captured a female prisoner. Which one of you wants to buy it? Elena, I don't need them anymore. I find these natives useless and a waste of food. Alice, I don't need it yet. Naker, I don't want it either. The one before has not yet tamed Meow Meow, and is still short of the last bit of resistance. Nyoda, I want it, but I have no money. Fong Yumung, yeah, you're welcome then, Luo Yu, let's deal. I don't know since when Fong Yumung became the rich little girl in the group. The transaction box opened, and when Luo Yu put the picture of the female captive on the shelf, Fong Yumung smiled and said, she looks good, Luo Yu, don't you want the female captive? Not interested? Luo Yu, interest? Which aspect do you mean? Fong Yumung, oh, that's about doing coolies. What do you think I'm talking about? As she spoke, she placed 1.5 W silver. The market price of female captives with poor attributes but decent looks is generally around 1.6 or 1.7. Fang Yumling did not seem to rely on acquaintances to occupy Luo Yu. Of cheap. Seeing this, Luo Yu smiled faintly. After clicking OK, he replied, "Oh, I thought you were talking about the common interests of men, Fang Yumling. What do you guys have in common? Is it playing games? I'm still a child, I don't understand." Goose goose goose, the transaction is successful, you get 15,000 silver. Luo Yu also had a smile on his face. Chatting with everyone to relieve his boredom was really a good way to relieve loneliness. It's breakfast time, and everyone is chatting about one thing or another. Naker, everyone, summer is here, can autumn be far behind? After winter, our food source is likely to be only aquatic products. Is it time to deal with the big monster in the lake? Fang Yumong, is it finally coming? I'm also thinking of a way. Do you think it would be a good idea to save money and build an arrow tower by the lake to shoot it to death? Isn't this a stupid idea? Elena, well, big black fish will not let you come in vain. It feels a bit stupid, Fang Yumong. Okay, Alice, I thought of a way. Please read Article 822 of the Instructions for the World of Heaven. After everyone checked it, they found that this article is about team formation. Tian Dao World has a team formation function. The premise is that one of the visitor or mercenary technologies is unlocked. If you team up to kill the big monster, it will be revealed. There will be more things than a single person can explode. Of course, it is definitely not as high as a single person's income, but it is a way. Fang Yaman, huh? Sister Alice, are you saying that we should try our best to unlock the visitor technology first, and then form a team to enter someone's base and work together to kill the blackfish monster? Alice, well, that's it. Luo Yu was also a little excited about this plan. The things big blackfish exploded were pretty good. People in his own territory were killed. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could go to someone else's territory to share a piece of the pie? His own big blackfish can only be regarded as a regular shipment, but Luo Yu watched the world and chatted, but after a powerful race killed the big blackfish, it exploded. Various characteristic scrolls, technology unlocking designs, and even base cores were revealed. When everyone was discussing it, Luo Yu was envious. No, here's the opportunity. Luo Yu, I agree. Let's have a gay interview together by the way so that we can get acquainted with each other again. Elena, what is a face base? Fang Yamong, goose goose goose. Over breakfast, the small group decided on the next plan, and everyone was gearing up. Luo Yu took Xiaokong and Xiao Dai to collect cotton and cut down trees. Making money was important. The cotton fields around the lake have harvested 20,000 units of cotton, which can be directly used to make clothes. If there are enough animal skins, they can also be made into luxury carpets together with the animal skins. This luxurious carpet is also a good thing. 2 days passed quickly after harvesting cotton, cutting down trees, planting cotton, and planting trees. Luo Yu finally finished the work, with 20,000 yuan of cotton and 30,000 yuan of wood. This number of wood is just enough to build an arrow tower. Get started! According to the previous plan, this time the arrow tower was built at the junction of the north and west walls. In this way, the 3 arrow towers almost covered the entire base. Together with 5 automatic crossbows and a catapult, Luo Yu believes that the base's defense strength is quite strong now. But it's not enough. If he built a wave of defense facilities according to the previous rhythm, Luo Yu would have to build buildings to increase his score. However, the luxury baths and high-end floor tiles would increase his score too much. Luo Yu would have to build another wave of defense facilities. Peace of mind. Development is the last word, but safety is the prerequisite for development. Taking advantage of the previous blood gain, Luo Yu simply stopped doing nothing and built 2 more arrow towers. Isn't it just money? I have money. Luo Yu spent 13W of silver on buying materials such as wood and iron ore, plus the silver needed for construction. In this way, an arrow tower was erected in the 4 directions of the base, southeast, northwest, and the entire base had strong firepower. Especially within a range of 50 meters, arrows rain down like rain. After looking at the current base's rating, the 3 arrow towers cost exactly 5,000 once built. In terms of base wealth, there is still 21W of silver. Food, scorpion meat * 16,000, other meat * 2,000, aquatic products * 2,500, vegetarian food * 5,000, milk * 150, eggs * 30. Resources, iron ore and wood have been used up, gold * 3,700, jade * 1,250, copper ore * 588, stone bricks * 80,000. Animal, blue wolf *1, mutant chicken *1, giant octopus *1, golden scorpion king *1, bull, cow, digging worm *11, stone turtle *8, silver ladybug, golden beetle. Companion pets, Schwancho beast girl, night butterfly. This is basically the wealth that the base can move now, and it is not counted in the score. Luoyu does not need to look at the data of the rest of the buildings. In addition to the defense facilities, there are only villas, toilets, walls, cellars, and a fog box. In addition, the reason why Luoyu did not sell the remaining scorpion meat is not that he kept it for food, but for the animals. He, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong do not eat insect meat. Looking at the arrow towers erected on all sides, Luoyu felt a sense of security. Thinking that the critical hits of the past few days have not been used yet, he will not consume silver first and digest the critical hits once. Walking to the grassland, he took out the snake egg he had obtained before, and Luoyu silently said in his heart, 100 times critical hit is triggered, the growth efficiency of snake eggs is increased by 100 times, just like before. The snake egg in his hand began to crack, and after a moment, a big snake appeared in front of him. Red dot scaled python, bronze level, adult strength 50, constitution 75, agility 21, this critical attack has also mutated. Although this is just a bronze dot level python with not very good attributes, it has a special ability, producing scales. The scales of the red dot scaled python will peel off every once in a while, which can be collected and used as materials to make clothing, etc. Needless to say, when making fabrics such as clothes and pants, adding snake scales will definitely increase the upper limit of quality. After sending the big snake into the small lake to keep company with the octopus, Luoyu began to add his own attributes. Attributes are king. With one passive operation and one operation after another, the panel changes greatly. Number, Earthxiao Kingdom 23333 base score, 5000 points hygiene value, 90 points entertainment value, 30 points strength, 90 constitution, 90 agility, 90. This wave directly spent 13W of silver to make his attributes very beautiful. After taking out the Yang swords and wielding them, Luoyu felt refreshed and his whole body was full of strength. The arrow tower was completed, the attributes were increased, and a big snake was obtained. Today was a fruitful day, but Luoyu did not relax his demands. We must carry forward our fine tradition of continuous fighting and continue to cut stones. One day passed quickly. On the second day, Luoyu heard a cracking sound while cutting stones. He hurried out and took a look, but it was the mine cart that fell apart. The big bull looked at Luoyu innocently. Black spots and various ores were scattered on the ground. Luoyu sighed softly and patted the bull's head to comfort him. The minecart finally completed its mission gloriously and retired. Having said that, the road from the base to the mine really needs to be paved, otherwise the transportation cost will be too high. Clicking on the construction page, Luoyu looked at the various road surface options. Unfortunately, he did not find commonly used road surface options such as cement roads and asphalt roads. There are mixed floor tiles and paved floor tiles. After thinking about it for a while, Luoyu decided to lay tight fireproof paving floor tiles. This is considered very advanced for making roads. It can prevent fire, rain, excavation damage, corrosion, etc. It can be said to be a once and for all option. Luoyu has plans to lay out several roads along the base in the future, but now he will lay out the mine roads first. Tight fireproof paving floor tiles, consumption per square meter, stone *10, iron ore *3, silver *1. The luxury floor tiles used for the interior of the base are definitely not qualified, but used for the main road, it is a luxury. He started to click and build it piece by piece. It should be about 3 meters wide in the horizontal direction, as long as it can allow the minecart to walk widely. In the end, he not only paved all the roads from the base to the mine, but also paved them all inside the mine. He spent a lot of materials on all this, and it is much more comfortable to walk up to it. Luoyu bought another minecart to pull ore for the big bull. Sure enough, the big bull walked excitedly on this new road. His steps were much lighter, and he even made a cow cry, calling the cow to come with him. Look how happy they are. Standing on the wall, Luoyu looked at the newly built stone brick road with a smile and was very satisfied. However, he suddenly thought of one thing: if he could leave, the enemy could also leave. This road is so well built, doesn't it increase the opponent's movement speed? Moreover, my arrow tower and catapult don't recognize the road. The arrow tower is just that. The catapult smashes at the enemy, doesn't it also smash my own road? Don't you have to spend money on repairs then? Thinking of this, Luoyu started to use his little brain again. It's definitely not possible to dig traps on both sides of the road. Bulls, scarabs, and scorpions are all notoriously stupid, and they will definitely step on them. He flipped through the mall interface, building interface, and defense interface, and began to look for a suitable method. Needless to say, he actually found a way to kill two birds with one stone. Luo Yu first spent 1W of silver to unlock automatic trap technology, and then clicked on an interface. Automatic ground thorn trap. When an enemy unit walks on the ground thorn, it will be attacked by a 20 cm long ground thorn. Friendly units and neutral units cannot be triggered, and the trap covers a radius of 2 meters. This trap is good. Friendly and neutral parties will not trigger it, so your family will not be in danger. If it were paved on this road outside, wouldn't the enemy fall to the ground immediately if he came over and took 2 steps? After being stabbed, the ability to move is basically lost, and other natives will definitely not dare to come over again and stay far away from here. It can not only capture prisoners, but also cause large scale damage to the road surface by catapults. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Luo Yu discovered the treasure and thought about setting up such traps around the wall, but after carefully reading the instructions, he found that the trap was triggered by a mechanism and could only be placed where floor tiles were laid. There are no floor tiles in the circle outside the wall yet, so take your time. After looking at the types, there are 3 types: iron, silver, and copper. The power of the 3 types is the same. The iron one is the cheapest, the copper one can conduct electricity, and has miraculous effects when combined with lightning technology. But copper is too expensive, and copper ore is currently in short supply. We will wait until it becomes available in the future. Iron stabbing people will cause tetanus, and Luo Yu wants prisoners. Treatment of tetanus will cost more medicinal herbs, and the probability of being cured is not small, which is not good for making money. As a lord, you have to consider everything. The silver one is a bit expensive, but it is the most suitable at this stage. Silver automatic ground spike trap mechanism, silver *5000. Automatic technology is so expensive. Luo Yu first built one and buried it not far from the entrance of the mine, covering a range of 2 meters. Which means that as long as the enemy enters the 2-meter range, the ground spike will automatically move, shuttle through the stone bricks, and stab the enemy. Expensive has its advantages, otherwise how can it be called an automatic mechanism ground spike? The distance from the base to the mine is about 1,500 meters. Luo Yu spent 50,000 silver and built 10 mechanisms, burying one every 150 meters. The things are good, but with the current financial resources of the base, this is all they can do. My goodness, after all the spending, only 20,000 money is left. This money, it is always short. He looked at the cow and found that the cow's condition had recovered a lot recently. He would empty it again in 2 days. Thinking this in his mind, Luo Yu looked at the base rating. With a lot of floor tiles and traps, it has reached 5,500. It's actually okay. This wave doesn't add a lot. After a while, Luo Yu took Xiaodai back to the basement of the villa, pointed to the pile of cotton, and smiled faintly. Xiaodai, sewing is left to you. Just make women's underwear. The fabrics are all here. You can use them as you see fit. Well, okay. Xiaodai nodded gently and said, Master, I want to transplant some fluorescent flowers from the garden to make this place more beautiful, and also provide lighting. The light from the torch makes my eyes uncomfortable. Luo Yu nodded and said, You reminded me of this. Well, I'll let you arrange the transplantation as well. Do whatever you like. You can bear with working here for a while. Later, we'll build a special workshop filled with flowers, okay? Xiaodai chuckled and said, I remember. Master, you must not break your promise. Luo Yu nodded slightly, but he remembered the lighting in his heart. The next day, Luo Yu used 2 critical strike opportunities in a row and sold 2 silver underwear. The 5 ordinary underwear made by Xiaodai also sold very quickly, earning a total of 75,000 yuan. It can be said that he made a lot of money. However, now there are competitors in the auction house. Seeing that underwear is so easy to sell, people who meet the requirements also start to sell, but only 1 or 2 pieces appear occasionally. Making underwear requires materials. How many people have a fabric recycling station or a large amount of cotton at this stage? In general, Luo Yu is still in a relatively monopolistic market position. After breakfast, Luo Yu did not cut stones as usual, but studied lighting. The entire base is basically dark at night, and the same is true in the villa. The weak torch lighting makes it like a haunted house, which is uncomfortable and not conducive to some work or activities at night. Electric lights definitely do not exist. If candles are used for lighting, there is no essential difference from torches, which is a change of soup but not medicine. After studying for a while, Luo Yu had a plan in mind. Unlocking luminous plants is the right way. The fluorescent flowers sent by the flower bed can also glow by themselves, but its light is relatively dim. Luo Yu wants it to be like a fluorescent lamp. The amount of money to unlock the luminous plant is 5W silver. Fortunately, no other special design drawings are required. Luo Yu gritted his teeth and chose to unlock it directly. The technology tree of luminous plants has been unlocked. After checking again for a while, he took a fancy to a plant called Manluo burning light flower. This Manluo flower emits white light, and the luminous coverage area is basically 10 square meters. With a brightness of 60%, this 60% brightness is much stronger than the 20% of fluorescent flowers, but it is not so bright that people can't open their eyes. The brightness is just right. The rooms in the villa are very large, generally more than 30 square meters, that is, 3 pots in one room are enough. It's just that the technology has been unlocked, but the seeds of a Manluo flower require 1,000 silver, which is quite expensive. Luo Yu spent some stone bricks to make flower pots and bought a Manluo flower seed for 1,000 silver for experiments. By the way, there is one more critical hit. How about trying to induce birth? Will it not mutate into a man-eating plant? Luo Yu thought so in his heart, but silently said a sentence. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly came. Announcement: a group of cats appeared in the nearby area, you can try to tame them. Prompt: 15 cats are about to enter your territory. Ding. Trying to critically hit for you. Luo Yu was stunned when he saw the prompt. I want to critically hit the Manluo flower. What are you critically hitting? What do you want to do? Ding, it is detected that this incident is not a malicious incident. The critical hit is successful, and your event has a critical hit effect? Just when Luo Yu was shocked, another prompt came. The 15 cats who were originally going to enter your territory felt the pressure and turned away, and a King Sabero entered your territory. Oh my! Luo Yu rushed out of the villa quickly, jumped onto the city wall and saw a woman over 1.8 meters tall, with blonde hair, wearing animal skins, and fair skin coming from a distance. Unlike human women, this tall woman has a pair of animal ears on her head, and the golden tail behind her is obviously a tiger tail. Ginger Sabero, juvenile, diamond level, top intelligence strength 279, constitution 261, agility 308, humanoid beast girl, can change into golden tiger form when necessary. Looking at this attribute introduction, Luo Yu felt his scalp tingling. When he heard a Ginger Sabero, Luo Yu thought there might be a monster, but when he saw this tall and plump tiger girl in the distance, Luo Yu was really shocked. Speaking of which, they are all beast girls. The attributes of Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai at home are compared with this guy. Cute. Cute attributes. This is still a child. Luo Yu knows that some special races have a long lifespan. Even 50 or 60 years old is considered a child. I don't know how terrifying this guy will be when he grows up. On the other side, the group began to communicate. Fang Yumum, oh, 2 tabby cats came to my base, so cute. Knocker, hey, your base score is very high. I have one here. Meow, not as cute as me and my sister. Alice, I have one here too. Kittens can drive away snakes and rats in the house. This is a welfare event. Nyoda, why do you all have one? I don't. Elena, your base score is too low. Didn't you read the instructions? The lower the base score, the lower the probability of welfare events. But it may not be a welfare, you have to tame the cat to say it's a welfare. Fang Yumum, I have tamed it here. Oh, so cute. Luo Yu, your score is high. How many cats came? Luo Yu, well, just one. Fang Yumong, oh? It shouldn't be. Luo Yu, it's really just one, a tigress. Elena, nonsense, are the cats on your side bigger? Luo Yu looked at the chest of the tiger girl who was walking over, and replied, it's okay, after all, it's not an adult. Fang Yumon, you are joking again. Remember to take a screenshot after taming it so that everyone can cloud pet the cat together. I'm going to tame another kitten, no more chat. Everyone went to tame cats, but Luo Yu. Looking at the tiger girl walking slowly, he showed a bitter smile in his eyes. Fortunately, the tiger girl is not an attack unit, but a neutral unit, which will not trigger the automatic defense weapon. She walked in front of the stone gate and seemed to want to jump onto the wall, but at this time, the stone gate opened. Luo Yu went to meet him and said with a smile, I am the lord of this place. Lord Jinja Sabru has come to my humble home. I am sorry for not welcoming you. Please come in. Tiger Nyang glanced at Luo Yu and said proudly, your territory looks good. I will go in and take a look. As she said that, she walked directly into the stone gate. Looking at the back of this woman, Luo Yu began to think in his mind. This kind of incident usually lasts for 2 or 3 days. Should he let her stay for a few days and send her away, or take the risk to capture her? Walking into the base, the fog of war in Tigress's eyes dissipated. She looked at the beautiful floor tiles, the artistic oriental villa, and the beautiful flower bed in front of her, and couldn't help but admire it. Wow, so beautiful. Luoyu smiled lightly and said, if you like it, you can stay for a few days. Ha? Cough cough cough. The tiger girl hurriedly withdrew her smile, coughed lightly and said, I say this out of politeness, but in fact it's just so. Sundara? Luoyu frowned slightly when he heard this. Being arrogant is not a good character. Before reaching the door of the villa, Tigress couldn't wait to push it open, but after glancing at Luoyu, she still said proudly, open the door and show me your building. Luoyu was secretly unhappy with the fact that I was the one to blame him, but he couldn't afford to offend him now, so he would just make do with it for now. After entering the villa, she found that the interior was not as gorgeous as she had imagined, which made Tigress look disappointed, and she looked at Luoyu with a hint of disdain. The only floor tiles in your territory are pretty. She sat on a wooden chair in the living room and said calmly, human boy, go get some tributes. Tribute, Luoyu felt happy and nodded, I just harvested special ingredients here. You will definitely like it. Wait a moment. Oh? The tiger girl's eyes showed joy, she nodded and said, go ahead, if it's delicious, I might leave something for you. Luoyu snorted softly in his heart, reincarnated and walked out of the villa. In the cellar, Luoyu took out the special milk left last time, poured it into a wooden cup, and then took out a small bottle from the storage ring. Guayuan liquid, colorless and odorless. Within 2 hours after taking it, it can forcibly reduce the user's attributes to 10 points, and seal the grade in all special skills. A drop of Guayuan liquid dropped into the milk, and Luoyu chuckled. Diamond level, right? The attributes are over 300, right? Pretty proud, right? We'll see. After a while, Tigress took the cup and sniffed it gently, her eyes becoming even more joyful. Special milk is very attractive to living things, and diamond grade is no exception. Well, it looks good. Don't you have a collection too? Gurgling, she drank the whole cup of special milk, and after letting out a sigh of relief, she showed an intoxicated look on her face. It tastes good, very good. Go and bring some more. If you make me happy, I will leave some hair for you. As she spoke, she vaguely felt something was wrong. Ha! My power, returning liquid takes effect, the target object's attributes return to 10, all skills are sealed, and the effect lasts for 2 hours. At this moment, the tiger girl suddenly stood up. With her top-notch wisdom, she immediately understood what happened. How dare you plot against me? She let out a tiger roar and rushed directly towards Luoyu. Unfortunately, in Luoyu's eyes, 10 points of agility was no different from slow motion. Luoyu directly stretched out a hand and strangled her neck on the spot. No matter how hard the tiger girl struggled, she couldn't break free. But Luoyu smiled ferociously and said, what? Is this the only thing a diamond-level beast mother can do? Fool, the tiger girl let out a deep roar from her throat, with 2 small tiger teeth exposed on her lips, and said through gritted teeth, despicable human race, don't think you have one. Transformation. She wants to change into the golden tiger form. But, nothing happened. Well. Change. Not a trace of movement. Ha? My talent has been sealed? What did you make me eat? There was a look of disbelief in Tigress's eyes, she couldn't use her biggest trump card. Bang! Luoyu threw Tigress directly to the ground, and then wanted to step on her face, but she rolled over instinctively and dodged it. After all, it was diamond level, and his instincts were still very strong. Luoyu couldn't even hit it with 90 points of agility. The more you resist, the more excited I get, no, the more I want to tame you. Luoyu chuckled strangely and said, you think the soles of your shoes are dirty, so just take them off for me. The next moment, Luoyu took off his shoes and accurately stepped on Tigress's face. At this moment, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong also ran over. Dumb and other animals all rushed into the big villa to help. Luoyu said, there is a saying in my hometown, a tiger will be bullied by a dog when it falls flat. Have you seen my big dog? He likes beasts like you with tender skin and tender flesh the most, doesn't he, Dumb? Ouch. Dumb shook his tail and shook his head very honestly, saying that he only liked female wolves, not tigresses. What the hell? Luoyu was angered by the honest dog and shouted, where's the big bull? Let him come over. My big bull is the one who likes beast mothers the most. If you don't want to be tamed by me, then don't blame my big bull for being rude to you. Why haven't you come yet? The big bull is here. Xiao Dai looked at the trampled tigress with some fear, and whispered, "Master, the big scorpion has blocked the door of the villa, and the bull can't get in." "Ha! Who let it block the door?" "This idiot scorpion." Luo Yu was furious, stepped on the tiger girl's head and said, "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. Do you want to surrender? Tell me." "Fool," Tiger Nyang gnashed her teeth and said, "Let me go if you can. If I'm in the best condition, I'm not afraid of all of you coming at me together. You're still a tough guy." Luo Yu frowned slightly, because a critical hit can only have an effect on the same object once, and Tiger Nyang appeared because of a critical hit, so critical hit taming is no longer effective for her. This is also the reason why Luo Yu took action directly instead of choosing to wait until the critical hit number is refreshed tomorrow. The drug effect lasts for 2 hours. If you can't tame it within 2 hours, you can only kill it. Maybe killing Tiger Nyang will explode a lot of things, but the benefits are definitely far less than taming. According to Tiger Nyang's temper, threatening and beating is probably ineffective. With a try.and.see mentality, Luo Yu directly used the taming technique on Tiger Nyang. Taming failed, success rate 48%, so high? Seeing this success rate, Luo Yu was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed when he reacted. Yes, because the Guiyuan liquid also seals the grade. If it was originally diamond grade, it would be almost impossible to tame it, but now the grade is sealed, which means it is ordinary grade, not even black iron. If it weren't for her top wisdom and strong subjective resistance, the success rate would probably be more than 80%. Thinking of this, Luo Yu had an idea. 48%, right? Then as long as she enters a special state such as panic and fear, the success rate will skyrocket. Tigers are very majestic animals. It may be difficult to scare them, but Luo Yu came up with an idea. After a while, the beast girl was tied to a rectangular wooden table in a big letter shape. Luo Yu said calmly, "I will give you one last chance to tame it, otherwise, you will be miserable." Tiger girl seemed to blush a little when tied in this position, but she still showed her 2 tiger teeth very stubbornly and said coldly, "The poison you gave me must have a time limit, and the drug effect is so strong that the time will definitely not be long. You scumbag, either kill me, or wait until I recover. I will let you know the fate of offending me, King Saberu." "You still dare to be stubborn." Luo Yu snorted coldly and directly tore off the animal skin coat on the woman. At this moment, she was only left with a simple animal skin bra and animal skin miniskirt. As if she realized something, Tigress burst into tears and roared, "I won't surrender. Even so, the proud King Saberu won't surrender. I must step on you and make you my slave for life." "Really?" Luo Yu chuckled, "Then let me see how strong your feet are." Luo Yu grabbed her little feet and started tickling them. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, whether it was a human or an orc girl, they couldn't stand the crazy tickling of their soles. Tigress burst into laughter and struggled hard, but she was tied tightly and her struggle was ineffective. "Don't ha ha ha, stop ha ha ha." She laughed so hard that tears came out, but Luo Yu didn't stop at all. It was impossible for him to stop before there was no abnormal status prompt. "Shao Kong, Shout I, you guys come and tickle her too." "Yes, chuckle," Shout I giggled and stepped forward to pinch the tiger girl's waist. The lethality of the waist is no less than the soles of the feet for some people. The tiger girl laughed even louder. The naive Shao Kong took out a piece of dogtail grass from somewhere, and used it to tickle the tiger girl's armpits. "Good boy, this is going to kill her." The tiger girl laughed and screamed. "This taste is definitely very exciting." After a while, there was finally a prompt. "King Sabel is in a state of collapse." Luo Yu was happy in his heart and glanced at the tiger girl. She had rolled her eyes. "Tamed." With a light shout, a light lit up on the tiger girl. "You tamed King Sabel with a 99% success rate." This success rate. What a state of collapse. Not bad. Next time there are beast girls who are stubborn, you can learn from today's experience. King Sabel, child current hair growth progress 27%, special ability 1, coercion, all enemy units and neutral units with a grade lower than King Sabel will be oppressed by the momentum, and the comprehensive ability will be reduced by 10%, special skill 2, tiger roar. All enemy units and neutral units with a grade lower than King Sabel will have a greater chance of entering a state of panic after hearing the tiger roar, special skill 3, race favored by heaven, land fertility in the territory plus 10%, aquatic products plus 10%, mineral vein limit plus 10%, life skills, sowing LV3, planting LV3, mining LV8, forging LV13, this, not to mention the terrifying data, just these talent characteristics and life skill levels are too terrifying. This tiger girl shouldn't appear at this time. Monster, a real monster. The base score is 5,500 points, 100 times is 55W, which should appear at the level of 550,000 points, and Luo Yu feels that it may not only be a 100-fold critical hit, but it may be a critical hit with a very low probability, 200 times critical hit, or even 300 times. Resisting his excitement, Luo Yu looked at the bound tiger girl with a smile in his eyes. His attitude towards enemies and his own people is completely different. Since he has tamed her, she is his own little cutie. After untying the rope on the tiger girl, Luo Yu took the towel handed by Xiao Dai to wipe her tears and saliva from the corners of her mouth and said with a smile, "Are you okay? Do you want to eat herbs?" "Oomph, asshole, I hate you," the tiger girl snorted weakly and fainted directly. Luo Yu laughed and said to the beast girls and animals around him, "Okay, it's okay. Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong stay, and the others can go." Dai, the big scorpion, the silver armored ladybug, the golden beetle and other animals all left, and Luo Yu picked up the tiger girl and said, "Let's go, she is sweating all over, let's wash her together." Half a day later, the tiger girl woke up slowly, she blinked her eyes, and found that she was lying on a comfortable big bed. Ah! She sat up immediately after reacting, and looked down. The animal skin she was wearing was gone, and now she was wearing a bra that she had never seen before. Women's underwear? Did he help me change clothes? Tiger girl blushed, but thinking of everything that happened before, she sighed softly again. After hesitating for a while, she got out of bed and put on the clothes Luo Yu prepared for her, and left the room. A moment later, in the open space in the base, Luo Yu was cutting stones. Seeing Tiger Girl coming over, a smile appeared in his eyes. When it was close, Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Are you awake? How are you? Are you okay?" Tiger Nyang said angrily, "Humph, despicable human race, even if you tame me, I will not obey." Pa! With a crisp sound, Luo Yu slapped her little butt and said unhappily, "You must call me master in the future, understand?" "It doesn't hurt at all," Tiger Nyang blushed a little. She had recovered her attribute points and was thick-skinned and tough, so Luo Yu really couldn't beat her. "Call me master." Luo Yu gave the order, and Tiger Nyang's body trembled. She said very aggressively, "Master, pets cannot resist the orders of their masters. They can only die if they are told to die." "Very good." Luo Yu smiled and handed the Tiangong knife to Hunyang and said, "Come on, the job of cutting stones will be handed over to you from now on." "No, who will work for you?" Luo Yu dragged out his voice. Under his gaze, Hunyang immediately calmed down and said hurriedly, "Don't make me do anything weird, just cut it." She started to cut, and it must be said that the efficiency was outrageous. It took Luo Yu about 20 seconds to cut a stone into 10 units of stone bricks, while Hunyang only needed 5 seconds. High strength and high manual skills, that's awesome. Finally someone took over the job of cutting stones. Luo Yu smiled and said, "From now on, you will be called Xiao Jin. You must be obedient, otherwise I will tie you up and tickle you again." "Don't." Xiao Jin waved his hands hurriedly and said humiliatingly, "Please don't treat me like that. I will be obedient, master." Not only was his body tamed, but it seemed that his heart was also tamed. Luo Yu was in a really good mood today. After handing over the stone-cutting work to Xiao Jin, Luo Yu found himself relaxed. He returned to the villa and started to make manluo flowers. Didn't you think about hitting manluo flowers before? The number of critical hits just refreshed, so give it a try. In his room, Luo Yu silently said a sentence in his heart and watered the manluo flower seeds in the flower bed. 100x critical hit triggered, the growth efficiency of the manluo flower has mutated, and you get the Shining Amon Luo flower. Shining Amon Luo flower, gold level illumination range 100 square meters, greatly increased room beauty, increased chance of obtaining positive buffs, increased sleep and work efficiency, and the fruits produced by the Amon Luo flower can increase the planting level. Current fruit growth progress, 1%, another gold level. This is the benefit that the stable quality feature brings to Luo Yu. Now the chance of gold is obviously higher than before. Looking at this beautiful pure white flower in front of him, it is as pure as a lily. Luo Yu feels that his soul has been healed, so beautiful. After reading the instructions carefully, this flower recognizes its owner. It can not only emit light, but also actively adjust the brightness, and only Luo Yu can adjust it. Just touch the leaves lightly. It is very convenient, much better than electric lights. I looked at the score of the base, it has not changed, and plants are not currently included in the score calculation, which is very good. This shining amanro flower must be placed in the bedroom. After all, everyone sleeps in bed. The chance of getting buffs increases, and it can also improve work efficiency, right? Next, Luo Yu began to arrange the manluo flower in the whole villa. This flower grows very fast. It can sprout and bloom white flowers in 2 or 3 days, producing lighting effects. One flower costs 1,000 yuan, and one flower must be placed in each room, including the corridor, living room, kitchen, toilet, bathroom, etc. Luo Yu spent a total of 24,000 silver and some stone materials to decorate the whole villa and water it. Next, just wait for 2 or 3 days to decorate the villa brightly. Unfortunately, the huge amount of money originally earned has now gone out, and there is only 20,000 silver left in the base. Let's keep making money. After lunch, Luo Yu inspected his territory and found that the growth of plants had accelerated. Even the fragrant leaf trees that had just been cut down began to grow again. The resource limit of the mine cave has increased. After communicating with the giant octopus and the big snake, he learned that the aquatic products have also become much more abundant. After looking at the base data, the overall area of the base has increased by 10%. The only regret is that these additional data are added to the original data, and there is no superposition effect. The snowball is not rolling as fast as expected. However, Luo Yu is still very satisfied. The changes brought to the entire territory by Xiao Jin's appearance are obvious. Now Luo Yu does not need to cut stones. Standing on the watchtower and overlooking the entire base, his eyes finally fixed on the vegetable field. At present, the fertility of the entire territory has increased by 20%. You can plant one more new crop, and then build a grape rack to make rational use of space. Walking into the vegetable garden, the grape rack is easy to say. Just use a simple wooden awning. It can be covered with grapevines to increase the rainproof effect. Open the auction house and search for grape seeds, but I didn't find it. No, I saw someone selling it in the world before. Luo Yu directly opened the world chat channel, and the human race, anonymous, said, collect grape seeds. If there is a price, please chat privately. Immediately, someone chatted privately. Aquatic, Galb 1,000 per seed, I have 3. Luo Yu, 500, this grape has no grade, it's worth 500. Galb, 600, really brother, you can see it's not for sale at the auction house. Luo Yu, that's because no one will grow grapes at this stage, it has no nutritional value, it's better to grow more vegetables with that effort, there is no market for grapes at present. 500, trade. Luo Yu directly put 1,500 silver. Galb knew that the other party was smart, so he didn't bargain anymore. Transaction successful, you get 3 grape seeds. Galb, brother, since you are collecting grape seeds, it seems that you have enough vegetables. I still have seeds of a special plant of the first generation, do you want them? Luo Yu, oh? Put them up for us to see. Red mushroom cloth seeds, slow growth, soil fertility must reach more than 150%, and red mushroom cloth can be obtained after harvesting. Luo Yu knew that red mushroom cloth was a high-grade cloth, one of the best materials for making high-grade clothes, but the soil fertility requirement was very high. It actually required 150%, and the current territory of his own family was only 120%. Who could achieve this? Luo Yu replied, red mushroom cloth is a good thing, but the planting conditions are too harsh and difficult to achieve. How do you plan to sell it? Galb, I have a total of 30 seeds, 1,000 each. Red mushroom cloth can only be opened from a box. It is a rare thing. If you miss it, it will be gone. 1,000? You might as well just go and rob. Luo Yu replied, in this case, I will definitely not give you money, but I can consider exchanging it with something else. Galb, what do you plan to exchange it with? Luo Yu, what do you want? The other party thought about it and replied, stone bricks, do you have a lot of stone bricks? Hearing this reply, Luo Yu smiled in his heart. At this stage, it can be said that stone bricks are most in short supply. Everyone wants to build a wall, but stone bricks cannot be put on the auction house. They can only be bought by the world, which makes it difficult to set a price. Others are in short supply, but Luo Yu has so many. He put out a unit of stone bricks and said, black spot stone bricks, I won't make money from you. 500 stone bricks in exchange for 1 seed of yours, it's very conscientious. This, the other party fell into deep thought. To be honest, it is actually not cost-effective. After all, stone bricks are renewable resources, and this seed. But considering that there will be another attack in more than half a month, if the wall is not built well, life may be lost. Gorb gritted his teeth and said, okay, that's it. Luo Yu was delighted and directly put 15,000 units of stone bricks on it. The transaction is successful, you get 30 red mushroom seeds. Galb, brother, where did you get so many stone bricks? Share your experience? Luo Yu, I said I like mining, do you believe it? Gulp, excuse me, goodbye. After the conversation, Luo Yu showed a hint of joy in his eyes. With Xiao Jin here, stone bricks can be cut out continuously. Although red mushrooms cannot be planted now, Luo Yu believes that this thing will become his cash cow in the future. Putting the seeds into the storage bracelet, Luo Yu began to study how to increase the fertility of the land. At this time, Xiao Dai flew over. After landing, she smiled and handed a scroll to Luo Yu and said, "Just now I caught a box while fishing. I opened it and found this scroll. I give it to you. Cooking table production design drawing, huh? Not bad." Luo Yu showed joy in his eyes. Now the meat is grilled and the vegetables are boiled. Although salt can be bought in the Tiandao World Mall, it still needs to be salty. Besides, eating barbecue all the time is not good for the body. Finally, there is a cooking table. Luo Yu smiled and said, "Very good. As a reward, come here and let me kiss you?" "Ha? Kiss? You can kiss me if you want, I can't resist you." Xiao Dia's blushing face is so cute. Luo Yu pinched her tender little face and laughed. "Go, keep up the good work and try to give me a few more design drawings." Xiao Dai blushed. Seeing that Luo Yu's attention had shifted to the scroll, she couldn't help but complained in a low voice, "Do you like me or the design drawings?" Touching the place where she was pinched, she smiled again and flapped her wings and flew out of the vegetable garden. Cooking table production design iron ore *2000, stone bricks *2000, silver *1000. Fortunately, it is not very expensive. Luo Yu walked into the kitchen of the big villa. After a fingertip, a beautiful cooking table appeared. There were 3 different pots on it, as well as various small equipment for convenient cooking. It was pretty good. Cooking station, to improve the nutritional value, cooking speed, deliciousness, and appearance of food, fuel is consumed, the fuel is wood. After a look, the fuel consumption is quite high. Wood is always very useful. The cooking station comes with a recipe list. Simple cuisine, basic ingredients *10, nutritional value, primary, shelf life 10 days, food poisoning probability 20%, attribute point acquisition rate 0%. Exquisite cuisine, basic meat *10, basic vegetables *10, nutritional value, intermediate, shelf life 10 days, food poisoning probability 10%, attribute point acquisition rate 2%. Luxury cuisine, basic meat *20, basic vegetables 20, basic dairy products, eggs 20, nutritional value, advanced, shelf life 10 days, food poisoning probability 0%, attribute point acquisition rate 5%. March cuisine, basic meat 15, basic vegetables 15, basic dairy products, eggs *15, nutritional value, intermediate, unlimited shelf life, food poisoning probability 0%, attribute point acquisition rate 2%. There are all kinds of food, and the description is quite detailed. The so-called nutritional value is actually very important. This is not only a question of whether you can eat enough, but also affects the acquisition of personal attribute values. After the attribute value reaches 100 points, it can no longer be increased by silver. At this time, it is a very good way to increase attribute points by cooking with high nutritional value. At first glance, the acquisition rate is not high, but you can't resist eating it every day. In addition, it is introduced in the detailed description that high-grade cooking will also affect a person's skin, appearance, etc., and high-grade cooking can also add strange buffs. Nutrition is really important to every creature. To make high-level dishes, not only materials are needed, but also the cooking level must keep up, and it is best to have personal characteristics such as chefs. Luo Yu's cooking LV1 is the highest in the entire base. LV1 can only make simple dishes, and because of the low level, even making simple dishes may cause food poisoning. There is no way, after all, he is the only serious person in the entire base, including Xiao Jin, and the 3 girls are essentially animals. The 3 of them used to live in the wild. Except for Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, and Xiao Jin are probably the kind of carnivores who eat raw food. Of course, they have top wisdom and can learn, and the cooking level can be slowly improved. After thinking for a while, Xiao Dai was mainly responsible for sewing and didn't have that much time, Xiao Kong was planting and fishing, and Xiao Jin was cutting bricks and forging. The 3 of them had their own things to do, so they could only do it themselves. After taking some ingredients, Luo Yu put all the ingredients into a big pot and operated the button on the cooking table. Like a sewing machine, it started to work by itself. However, this process requires people to click and operate continuously, and it cannot be left hanging there to cook automatically, otherwise it is easy to fail or make poisonous food, wasting ingredients in vain. The level of LV1 is really not flattering, and the cooking speed is slow. Luo Yu spent a full hour to make a simple dish. Looking at the square box dish on the stove, Luo Yu felt that it didn't look good and didn't dare to eat it. Ah Dai, ah Dai. Woo ah. Ah Dai ran over quickly, and Luo Yu said with a smile, "Come, dear, I'll give you the food I made by myself." Ah woo. Ah Dai was overjoyed and started to eat. After a while, a prompt came, "Unfortunately, your pet Adai has food poisoning after eating simple dishes. The movement speed will be reduced by 50% within 3 days." Looking at Adai rolling on the ground with stomachache, Luo Yu was afraid that he would not be able to hold it in the kitchen, so he threw him out of the window. Sure enough, Adai went straight to the toilet. The stone toilet he built before was already in use. It was said that the probability of poisoning is only 20%? Is it successful? Looking at the experience bar of his cooking, he had to make at least 10 dishes to upgrade to LV2. It wasted time again, and the dishes were still poisonous. Who can stand this? At this moment, Luo Yu had an urge to give up. Wait a minute, I remember that the princess of the Scarsa tribe can make dishes with buffs. Her level must be very high. Luo Yu thought of this princess in his heart and began to think about how to get this chef. Looking at the beautiful cooking table in front of him, there was no choice but to continue. It's good to gain some experience. Luo Yu spent the whole afternoon in the kitchen. When it was time for dinner, he finally made 4 dishes and prepared them for everyone to eat together. The atmosphere at the dining table in the big villa was a bit solemn. Xiaojin said in a deep voice, "Master, we all saw what happened to the stupid dog during the day. That is to say, if we eat the food in front of us, we may also be poisoned, right?" "Wu Da Qiu," Xiaokong called softly to express his fear, and Xiao Dai pushed the lunchbox in front of him far away, clearly not wanting to eat. Seeing the expressions of the 3 girls, Luo Yu snorted coldly. The probability of simple dishes being poisonous is 20%. I made a total of 5 servings. The poisonous one during the day has been eaten by Adai, and the remaining 4 are definitely not poisonous. Trust me, eat it, it's safe." "Really?" Xiaojin said angrily, "It's because I believe in you that you tied me up and tortured me. Also, don't think I can't count. 20% means that each serving has a 20% chance, not that one of the 5 servings is poisonous, and the other 4 are definitely not poisonous." Luo Yu said angrily, "What attitude do you use to talk to your master?" Xiaojin snorted without daring to refute. Luo Yu touched his chin and said, "Actually, what Xiaojin said is not unreasonable, but you don't eat it after it's made, isn't that inappropriate?" Xiao Dai said, "Master, I have a way to test whether it is poisonous without harming the members of the territory." "Oh? Tell me about it." Luo Yu became interested, and Xiao Dai whispered, "Isn't there a person named Nyoda in your group? Pack a little for each portion and let him try it first. If it's not poisoned, doesn't it prove that it can be eaten?" "Xiao Dai, where did you get the devil from?" Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Xiao Dai looked pure and cute, but she was a girl with a bad personality. Food poisoning is not a joke. Once attacked during the poisoning period, it is likely to cause a relatively large impact. In the end, Luo Yu still caught the silver-armored ladybug. It is not very useful at this stage, and it doesn't matter if it is poisoned. After the 4 dishes were tested for poison, it turned out that Xiao Dai's portion would cause food poisoning. The last 3 dishes were shared by the 4 people. As for the silver-armored ladybug, it has strong immunity and will be fine after a day or 2 of rest. At night, in the misty bathroom, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong were playing in the luxurious bathtub. Xiao Jin had a bad attitude just now and was punished to help Luo Yu massage his arm. Now he was blushing and pinching his master's arm very reluctantly. As for Luo Yu, he was lost in thought. 5 dishes, 2 of them were poisonous. This probability was a little high. There must be something wrong. He carefully read the information on food poisoning and finally came to a conclusion. Not only the cooking level will affect the probability of food poisoning, but also the cleanliness of the kitchen and the cleanliness of the ingredients. Water. Luo Yu found the key. In the past, grilled meat was not clean, but high-temperature sterilization had never caused food poisoning. The vegetables were all boiled, and the boiled water was also very effective in sterilizing. However, cooking is very particular, such as how well done, how many auxiliary materials to add, etc., which tastes good but is not necessarily truly hygienic. Therefore, putting these uncleaned ingredients directly in will increase the chance of food poisoning. In addition, there is no special person to clean the kitchen and even the entire villa, which will gradually lead to a decline in the hygiene score, and then affect the chance of food poisoning. The world of heaven is indeed linked together. If any link goes wrong, it will cause difficulties in survival or even death. Imagine if a single person eats poisonous food at the beginning, and then an attack comes, the consequences are really unimaginable. The chance of food poisoning must be reduced to the minimum. Luo Yu thought about it again and again. At this stage, when there are only a few intelligent creatures in the base, it is impossible to send someone to clean. If you want to significantly reduce the chance of food poisoning, you need a kitchen sink and a cleaning table. This requires unlocking another technology, the water circulation system. Speaking of which, except for a hot water tank in the bathroom of the villa, there is actually no water circulation in the base. Even that hot water tank requires Luo Yu to add water manually. Pre-unlock of water cycle technology, hydraulic cycle design, 5,000 silver. Money is easy to talk about, but this design. I clicked on the auction house and found that there was one for sale, priced at 200,000 silver. So expensive. Luo Yu frowned slightly, clicked it and prepared to contact the seller, but found that there was no such person. He was surprised, and then understood. The seller was dead and could not be contacted, but his design was still on the auction house. In this case, the design will exist until the end of the month. If you buy it, it will belong to you. If you don't buy it, it will be automatically deleted by the Tiandao world. This dead ghost is gone. Why is he listing it at such a high price? Silver is not paper money. Luo Yu cursed in his heart, thinking that if he continued to shout in the world, he might be able to receive a low price. Evening is everyone's bath time, and it is also the most active time for several channels. Most of the world is selling and collecting things, while the regional channels are just chatting. Now everyone has small groups, and the regional channels are mostly trading things. The group is also quite lively now. Elena, I didn't expect a cat to sell for 30,000 silver. Nyode, of course, this is a companion pet, which adds 1 point of entertainment value. Now everything in the world that can add entertainment value is very expensive. Alice, it's like this. If the entertainment value of the territory is low, according to the world of heaven, it will cause the mental and physical state of the trial to become depressed, and the attribute value will be randomly deducted. On the contrary, high entertainment value can gain attribute points. We use silver to add points. 100 is the limit. Then we have to rely on other methods. Everyone should start preparing for the rainy day. Nyode, don't mention it. I was deducted a little agility the day before yesterday. Fortunately, I got some strength when I was farming. It was so miserable. Fong Yamun, my 2 cute little cats are 1 male and 1 female. I hope they can give birth to many cats. Not here, Yuming's luck is always so good, but my sister and I are both cat girls. The cats don't increase the entertainment value of our territory, so we can only sell them. Fong Yamun, alas, is there such a setting? It's quite reasonable. By the way, Luo Yu, didn't you say that the tigress came? Don? Luo Yu glanced at the 40 points of entertainment value of his base, and felt a little proud. Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, and Xiao Jin each added 10 points of entertainment value, plus the luxurious bathing pool also gave 10 points, so his number is definitely the leader. Luo Yu glanced at Xiao Jin, who was giving him a massage, and replied, "It's done, but he has a bad temper and loves me and gets upset." Fong Yamun, really? Your taming skills are also very high. By the way, I'm wondering if I should register as a tamer? This incident reminded Luo Yu that there are many benefits to registering as a tamer. After a brief exchange with everyone, Luo Yu opened the professional certification page and clicked on the taming column. The benefit of registering as a tamer is that you can have one more chance to tame wild animals, and you can summon your own animals to your side at any time. Whether in the arena, mercenary missions, visitor visits, or even in the territory, as long as you have a thought, you can immediately summon your pet. The premise is that the summoned pet must have a grade, like the big bull in Adai can't be summoned. Is this a bit like Pokemon? Or the summoner in the game? It's actually quite powerful. In addition, another benefit is that after becoming a certified beastmaster, you can go on missions like a mercenary and help others tame wild beasts to make money. Now there is a shortage of money everywhere, and Luo Yu will not miss any opportunity to make money. Certified Beastmaster, Beast Tamer LV6 or above, with beast taming related characteristics, 10,000 silver, and at least tamed one graded animal. After Luo Yu tamed Kinjsabel, his beast taming level was raised by 1 level, just LV6, and the Beastmaster characteristics also changed from 1 star to 2 stars. Not to mention, he met all the conditions for certification qualifications. After clicking on certification, Luo Yu saw a badge of a spirit tamer in front of him, and the purple one was quite beautiful. After putting the badge into the bracelet, Luo Yu sent a message, "I've done it." Fong Yameng, me too. Oh, with this badge, I feel closer to the little animals. Alice, the tigress that Luo Yu tamed is a great animal. Yameng, what great animal is yours? Fong Yameng, little cat. Among the cats that came to the base before, there was a black iron grade female cat with enhanced reproductive ability, which is amazing. Cluck cluck, I'll give you a kitten in the future. Everyone, you are really lucky. Luo Yu really has no money this time. It just so happens that he has been certified as a beastmaster and plans to go to the arena to make some money first. Clicking on the arena, it is still as lively as usual today. This time Luo Yu did not choose the ordinary field, but directly entered the black iron level arena. Because there are not enough bronze level masters now, the bronze field has not been opened yet, and the black iron field is already the highest level. There are more masters and more spectators here. Making money comes quickly. Some of the rooms at the front of the black iron field are rooms opened by strong races such as the Dragon Clan. These races seriously discriminate against other races, and many of them block the races they consider to be inferior from entering the room. For example, some blood races block the human race and sub-human races, and some dragon races even block the blood race and elves. The contempt chain is serious. After Luo Yu flipped through a few pages, he did not plan to fight in the ring this time, but planned to open a room and become the champion. Use room, human race sincerely invite you to compete, 2,000 silver per hand. The price of 2,000 silver is actually just average in the black iron field. As soon as the room was opened, someone came in immediately. There are very few races such as the human race who are not strong in the flesh who open rooms in the black iron field. In everyone's eyes, these people open rooms to give money. The man in front of him is a two-headed snake. As the name suggests, this person has two snake heads on his human body. He holds a machete in his hand and drags a terrible tail behind him. He looks very ferocious. One of the heads laughed strangely. This is the first time I run into a human in the black iron field. I'm so lucky. Boy, I'll swallow you and let you taste what it feels like to be in my stomach, ha ha ha. The old sarcasm is weird. In this kind of fighting arena, no one will be polite. If they can hit their opponents, they will definitely spare no effort. Luo Yu laughed and said, "You can swallow me, but I want to swallow the head on the left. He is more handsome." What? You said he is more handsome than me? The head on the right of the two-headed snake man was furious and roared. Others say that the right one is more handsome than the left one. Are you blind? Bullshit. The left one is more handsome than the right one. This is recognized by all the races in the heavens. What did you say? You're looking for a fight, right? The two heads actually quarreled, but they didn't know that the countdown had ended. Luo Yu jumped up and cut the two-headed snake man in half with one knife. He laughed and said, "Let's go back and fight. Whoever is stronger will be more handsome." K.O. You defeated your opponent in 1.2 seconds, you received 2,000 silver, you can choose to rest for 5 minutes before the next round. Sometimes, money is so easy to make. Through this game, Luo Yu also realized a truth: one head is enough, two heads are stupid. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and this time, two people entered his room. Two male elves, one big and one small. The big one looks about 20.4 or 20.5 years old, very handsome, and the small one is about 16 or 17 years old, very cute. Luo Yu frowned and said, "One of you two is a beastmaster?" Beastmaster? The cute male elf, who was about 16 or 17 years old, smiled and said, "Brother of the human race, have you not read the instructions? The arena is also calculated according to the territory. If there are multiple trial participants in the same territory, one can come in, or all of them can come in. There is such a thing, two elves, isn't this a rip-off?" Luo Yu frowned slightly, but after thinking carefully, it was indeed true. The world of heavenly Tao is generally calculated according to the territory. So it seems that it is more cost-effective to open more people. The boy took out a bow and arrow, while the young elf took out a long sword. One seemed to be for close combat and the other for long-range combat. Brother of the human race, we are both black iron level. If we count separately, you have no chance of winning. How about surrendering? Come and kiss the back of my hand and surrender to me, and I will take half of your money? Luo Yu said angrily, "Shut up, you little demon, I would rather die than surrender." Little, human? Demon? The corner of the pretty boy's mouth twitched, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and the young man's eyes also showed murderous intent. The pretty boy said coldly, "Very good. You have successfully aroused my anger, humble human. I will make you regret what you said just now. 3, 2, 1, start." Swoosh. The sound of breaking wind sounded, and a high-speed arrow shot towards Luoyu. Luoyu slashed out with the Tiangong knife in his hand, blocking the arrow, but almost at the same time, the male elf holding the long sword rushed over. Just as Luoyu was trying to resist the sword-wielding elf, 2 more arrows flew over. 3 consecutive arrows. Luoyu's eyes condensed, and he directly launched the Quangfing knife technique, blocking the 2 arrows on the spot, and at the same time, the long sword stabbed by the male elf was also dang, and was swept away. The male elf retreated 3 steps, his arms trembling slightly, and looked at Luoyu with disbelief in his eyes. What a great strength! The man shouted and rushed over again, but Luoyu was faster, and he moved sideways to avoid an arrow. The next moment, the Tiangong knife slashed directly at the young elf. Dang! There was another muffled sound, and the young elf barely blocked a knife. Before he could react, a black long knife suddenly appeared in Luoyu's left hand, and he slashed back. Puff! The young elf was hit by the knife, and the breastplate on his chest could not block it at all, and was directly cut open. The black long knife left a terrible blood mark on his body. The man was shocked and said, "What grade of weapon is this?" After the voice fell, without waiting for Luoyu to reply, the whole person disappeared. For a while, only the young elf and Luoyu were left in the empty room. Swoosh! Another arrow shot, but no matter how many times it shot, it was lightly deflected by Luoyu. The young elf looked at Luoyu, who was walking slowly, and fear appeared in his eyes. "You, don't come over," he cried out in fear, but Luoyu suddenly jumped up and grabbed his neck. Luoyu patted his lower abdomen lightly with the Tiangong knife, and smiled faintly. "Little handsome boy, your archery is good. Remember to fight again next time. I like your silver." After speaking, he directly used his palm to twist the little handsome boy's neck. "K.O. you get 2,000 silver in 10 minutes, I earned 4,000 silver. Luoyu thought that opening a room to fight might make money faster. After a while, someone else came in, this time it was the Blood Wolf clan. "K.O. you get 2,000 silver Tengu clan, Zerg clan, all KO. Reminder, you have reached the upper limit of the number of victories today, and you can no longer earn money. This is the rule of the arena. You can lose countless times a day, but you can only win 5 times. You can continue to compete if you exceed the limit, but you can't make money." In one night, Luoyu earned 10,000 silver, thinking whether to open a higher amount tomorrow. These guys, they say they are black iron level, and they claim to be high-end races, but they can't even force out his identity as a beast master, a bunch of trash. Luoyu thought so in his heart, but he left the bathroom and went to bed. Now there are 3 little cuties besides himself on the big bed, but the big bed is really big, so it's no big problem to squeeze a few more. After a quiet night, Luoyu woke up in the morning and ate breakfast while browsing the mall. It was still eggs and milk in the morning, so there was no need to worry about poisoning. As for browsing the mall, Luoyu planned to buy a bow and arrow directly from the mall to enhance his combat effectiveness. Ordinary weapons are sold directly in the mall. With his current strength and bow and arrow proficiency skills, ordinary bows and arrows are actually a bit difficult to use. But the best bow and arrow in the mall is the iron bow. What can I do? Just thinking about buying it, Luoyu suddenly thought of something. The number of critical hits in the mall this month has been refreshed, and you can use critical hits to buy an iron bow. Do it as soon as you think of it, Luoyu silently said in his heart. You buy an iron bow, 300 iron or 100 silver, 1 animal tendon, 100x critical hit triggers, you get the weapon, Yangyu Bao, gold grade, huh? It's gold grade again. Luoyu was overjoyed. He got a gold one after a critical hit before. He thought it would be silver this time, but it turned out to be gold. It must be the feature of stable quality that worked. A red longbow appeared in his hand. He waited and pulled the bowstring. It felt perfect. He took out a feather arrow from the storage bracelet and shot it once. With a whoosh, the arrow's effective straight line range was 300 meters. This is comparable to a small sniper rifle, right? The effective straight line range of ordinary bows and arrows is up to 100 meters. After all, it is gold grade. This bow and arrow, combined with feather arrows, is a weapon for long-range sniping. After putting it in the storage bracelet, Luoyu drank up the milk and prepared to build a house. Now that the number of stones has increased, he plans to build a workshop. Standing on the balcony of the villa, I was planning the location of the workshop, when suddenly, a prompt appeared. Alert, a mysterious force swept through your area, and the wolves in the nearby mountains were in a violent state and would attack your territory. The attack is coming. Luoyu was not surprised, but smiled. The intensity of the animal attack was far less than that of the tribal attack, so he was not panicked at all. Alert! Wolves have entered your territory. Number 110, Wolf King 1, Black Iron level. The number of wolves surprised Luo Yu slightly. Sure enough, a large number of wolves appeared in the east, and with a sharp howl from the Wolf King, all the wolves rushed towards the wall with a howl. Even from a distance, Luo Yu could see the bloodthirsty light in the eyes of the wolves. Fong Yamon, wolves. 13, my god. Nakor, wolves can't jump over the wall, right? Alice, everyone focus on fighting the enemy, don't get hurt. Looking at the group, everyone was attacked. Luo Yu habitually stood on the observation deck, but at this moment, he saw Xiao Jin jumping over the wall and roaring at the wolves. Roar! The roar of a tiger startled all the beasts in the mountains. This roar scared Luo Yu. It was hard to imagine that such a pretty girl would roar like this. Tiger roar skill activated, causes 69 wolves to enter a state of panic. Pressure skill activated, reduces the overall ability of the wolf pack by 10%. With a roar, most of the wolves rushing over from a distance began to shrink back in place. Xiao Jin turned her head and glanced at Luo Yu on the observation tower. Seeing the surprise in Luo Yu's eyes, she showed a hint of pride on her face. The next moment, something even more shocking happened. Her body shape changed. Her limbs became stronger and hair began to grow on her face. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jin turned into a golden tiger. A golden tiger about the size of an elephant. Roar! The tiger roared again. Xiao Jin rushed down the wall as if to slaughter someone. However, before she landed, her huge body began to shrink rapidly and disappeared the next moment. A golden light flashed on the watchtower, and a naked Xiao Jin appeared next to Luo Yu. She hugged her chest with a red face, and said angrily, Master, what are you doing? Why did you lift me? Transformation state. After becoming a spiritual controller seriously, Luo Yu had much stronger control over his own animals. Luo Yu could easily contact Xiao Jin's transformation and summon him back. Looking at Xiao Jin, who was furious at this moment, Luo Yu said with a smile, You are too powerful, the bloodthirsty aura in the eyes of the Wolf King is gone. Do you know how much meat and skin I lost when the wolves ran away? As he spoke, he took off his coat and put it on Xiao Jin. I didn't tell you earlier. Also, the clothes are too small. Xiao Jin snorted, because his clothes were not enough to cover him, but he instinctively hid behind Luo Yu to cover up his shame. Luo Yu looked back and smiled in his heart. Sure enough, he had nothing to wear after he burst out of his clothes. However, he said angrily, Don't transform, don't change. Do you know how much the clothes cost now? It's so big, so it takes a lot of fabric. Xiao Jin snorted and hid behind Luo Yu without saying anything. Because of the fog of war, the wolves could not see Xiao Jin on the watchtower. Although the coercion effect was still there, most of the fear effect disappeared and they pounced on him again. Several wild wolves immediately rushed onto the stone road outside the wall and immediately triggered the ground spike mechanism. Puff! The ground thorns came out and stabbed a bloody hole in the hind leg of a wild wolf on the spot. Puff puff puff! Several ground thorns kept poking out and shrinking. 5 or 6 wild wolves lost the ability to move and lay on the ground and howled. They are not stupid, and they immediately did not dare to go near the stone brick road. The wild wolf in front was quickly hit by the catapult, and the stones were thrown out one by one. The wild wolf's reaction was very fast, and its agility was good. However, although they were able to avoid the bombardment of the stones, they could not avoid it. Flying pebbles. Many wild wolves were hit by pebbles and lost their ability to move. But, this is just the beginning. Once within the shooting range of the arrow tower and crossbow, the real nightmare begins. The arrow towers at the corners of the east wall opened fire first, and rows of arrows were shot out. In the fog of war, the arrows were not immediately visible, and they were caught off guard, and they immediately shot down 2 wild wolves. The shooting speed of the arrow tower was much faster than that of the catapult. Another row of crossbow arrows knocked down 3 wild wolves, but the wolves became more bloodthirsty and charged harder. The wolves advanced 20 or 30 meters, and the crossbows on the city wall opened fire. Swish, 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 crossbows, arrow towers, and catapults were attacking there. Arrows were flying and stone fragments were exploding. Wild wolves fell in droves, but they were wild animals after all. They were really not afraid of death and would not fight until the last moment. Will not back down. After advancing a little further, the central arrow tower opened fire. Rows of arrows were shot out, and the wild wolf fell faster. Finally, after the remaining 30 or 40 wild wolves rushed into the 50-meter range, the arrow towers in the southwest and northwest corners of the base opened fire. 50 meters was a death line. It was really a rain of arrows from the sky. Rows of people fell down without taking a step forward. Ouch! The last Wolf King looked up to the sky and let out a howl, unleashing his strongest potential. He even rushed under the wall despite the rain of arrows, and then jumped up. The fog of war finally dissipated in the eyes of the Wolf King. The Wolf King, who struggled to jump onto the wall, saw clearly the human base in front of him. He saw the cows and hens in the wall and licked the corners of his mouth. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the tongue that licked the corner of the mouth had not been locked back, but Shao Kong punched it in the head. Xuanqiu Beast Girl was not weak at all, and she punched it so hard that stars appeared in its eyes. The Wolf King, who was about to fight back, suddenly found a golden whip coming across and struck him with a snap. Before falling into coma, it saw a huge golden scorpion baring its teeth and claws. The next moment, the Wolf King fell off the wall and fainted. You successfully defended the territory and eliminated the attack of the wolves. Luo Yu didn't even do it himself, he got it done easily. Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, you place these wild wolves separately, put the alive ones together, and pile up the dead ones. Luo Yu began to direct, and the three of them took action immediately, but before that, Xiao Jin went to the basement to find clothes to wear. A moment later, Luo Yu was treating the Wolf King at the base animal training ground, applying herbs to his wounds. The Wolf King still has a level, much stronger than Dumb, so being able to tame him is the best thing. When you treat the Wolf King, your medical experience will increase, and your medical level will be raised to LV2. With continuous treatment, medical experience increases rapidly. Don't underestimate the medical level. If the level is high, the treatment effect will be greatly improved. What kind of surgery is also very dependent on the medical level. At this moment, the Wolf King had woken up in a daze, but he could not exert any strength. He turned his head and looked at the man who was treating him, but he did not show much hostility. The attack is over. According to the instructions of Tian Dao World, the mysterious power that caused them to go berserk dissipated, and the wild wolves were all transformed into neutral units. Seeing the wounds on his body being healed one by one, the Wolf King felt grateful to this man. Animals have feelings too. Tip: the Wolf King is grateful for your treatment and hopes to join your territory. Do you accept it? The sudden prompt made Luo Yu slightly stunned. He had thought of taming it with a critical hit, but he didn't expect it to surrender on its own initiative. It was mentioned in the Tian Dao World description that when treating certain creatures, there is a chance that the other party will join. The more times you treat, the better the effect, and the higher the taming level, the greater the chance. Many times, when you encounter a powerful animal that is difficult to tame, you can beat it half to death first, then treat it continuously. If it is not triggered, beat it half to death again and treat it again. This way you can tame it. Of course, the premise is that you can eat this animal steadily, and you don't kill it directly, and you have to have enough herbs. After accepting, the Wolf King's body flashed with light, and it has become an animal in the territory. Iron Wolf King, Black Iron level, Adult Strength 25, Constitution 28, Agility 28, Intermediate Intelligent Animal, Special Skills. The Wolf King can control the wolf pack and increase the taming level for the owner. The Wolf King's owner's taming +1, and the taming-related personal characteristics +1 star. Hey, it's actually a special auxiliary skill. Luo Yu looked at his skills, and the taming level had indeed reached LV7, and the tamer characteristics had also reached 3 stars. Not bad. In fact, for a wolf, its attributes are not bad. Unfortunately, the Wolf King is not like Shao Kong and Xiao Dai, who are highly intelligent beast girls in human form. It has reached its peak and has no room for growth. Luo Yu gently touched the Wolf King's head and smiled. From now on, you will be called a Tai, and rest assured to recover. Woo! The Wolf King cried out, and fell on the haystack again, and fell into a deep sleep. There are new members in the base, and Luo Yu is still very happy. He walked outside the wall, where there were wolves, alive and dead, and they had to be dealt with. In the open space outside the wall, Xiao Dai said, Master, 36 wild wolves were killed, and 74 survived. Sister Xiao Jin is treating them. Luo Yu looked at Xiao Jin, and saw that she was using cloth and cotton to make simple bandages. The treatment speed was very fast, and she could stop the bleeding simply. At a glance at her medical level, wow, LV11. Medical levels above LV10 can be treated with simple hands without using herbs. After a while, all 74 surviving wild wolves were treated and transformed into neutral units, and some of them were even tamed. Walking in front of Luo Yu, Xiao Jin said, What are you going to do? Luo Yu smiled faintly, Of course, tame them all and sell them for money. You watch them first, and I'll deal with these dead wild wolves. Xiao Jin nodded, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. Luo Yu looked at her and laughed. Xiao Jin, well done, hard work.
Well, it's good that you know.
Although she said this, there was a hint of smile in her eyes. No matter whether she admitted it or not, she was already a pet after all, and pets would be happy from the bottom of their hearts when praised by their owners. Luo Yu saw her expression and laughed in his heart. Having said that, Xiao Jin was still very majestic. As long as she stood there, the group of wild wolves would tremble in their calves and dare not move at all. Next, Luo Yu got a mine cart and took all the wolf bodies to the lake for processing. The fur was peeled off, and the wolf meat was pulled back by the big bull. Naturally, Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai carried it into the ice cellar. As for the internal organs, they were all eaten by the big octopus, big snake, and big scorpion. There was no waste at all. They loved to eat this stuff. While processing, he chatted with everyone in the group. This small group is still quite fierce. The wolf pack did not cause any harm to everyone when it went down the mountain. Instead, it was more like a wave of benefits. However, there was a lot of grief in the regional channel. Many people were injured, and some people should be dead. Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, how many wild wolves have you tamed? Luo Yu, I haven't started taming yet. I'm processing the bodies of wild wolves. Fang Yameng, thank you for your hard work. I have tamed 3 wild wolves here, and there are 6 unconscious ones. I will continue to tame them when they wake up. The combat effectiveness of the base has greatly increased, hee hee. It can be seen that she is very happy. Nyoda, can you afford to raise so many? These tamed animals can be sold at the auction house. The price of animals is very high now. Would you consider it? Fang Yameng, I don't want to sell them for the time being. I still have some meat at home. I can still afford to raise them. The more wolves there are, the more we can feel at ease. By the way, Luo Yu, what are you going to do? Luo Yu, there is already a tigress at home. Let's sell all the tamed wolves. By the way, is there anyone in our group who needs them? Sell them at a low price. Nakor, I'll reserve 2. Elena, yes, I'll also order 2. Alice, then I'll do the same. Nyoda, I don't have money. Luo Yu, wouldn't you have money if you sold the captives I gave you at half the price? Nyoda, no, she cooperated with me. By the way, Luo Yu, when I mentioned you to her, she said she didn't remember anything about your territory. Luo Yu, when she was cooperating with you, you mentioned me to her? Fang Yameng? What are you talking about? Alice, it's like this, no matter it's a captive or an animal, as long as it's not a trial participant, once it's sold, all memories of the previous territory will be automatically cleared. This is a confidentiality measure in the world of Tian Dao. Luo Yu knew about this when he sold the captives before. While chatting with everyone and working, he quickly dealt with all the bodies of the wild wolves. Another day passed, and at this moment, the sun was setting. Luo Yu walked to the open space outside the wall, looking at the injured wolves in front of him, ready to tame them. Everyone's energy is limited, and using animal taming techniques to tame animals also requires mental and physical strength. There are so many wild wolves in front of him, and Luo Yu alone doesn't know when he will be able to tame them. Neutral animals will leave the territory on their own, so it is better to tame them as soon as possible. He called Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong to his side. These 3 have good taming skills and can share Luo Yu's pressure. At the same time, he called the Wolf King. With him, the success rate of taming is higher. Xiao Jin, roar like a tiger and put them in an abnormal state. Cute tiger? Ah woo. Ah woo. Xiao Jin called out and chuckled, is that so? Luo Yu nodded repeatedly and said, cute, that's it, come and ah woo a few more times for me to hear. I wanted to tease my master a little, but I didn't expect that this guy like me to yell like that. Hate, Xiao Jin blushed, and couldn't stand it, so he chose to roar seriously. Sure enough, the wolves were so scared that their legs and feet were shaking and they all entered a state of fear. It was easy to deal with them next. Just tame them one by one. You tamed the wolves with an 83% success rate, you tamed the wolves with a 79% success rate, your taming level has been raised to LV8. In 3 hours, all 74 wolves were tamed, not one less. Wolves are not blue wolves like Adai, and their abilities are slightly worse than Adai. The price of animals with attribute points of around 10 in the auction house is around 2,500, but because wolves have decent IQs and can do a lot of things after being tamed, the price fluctuates around 3,000. No problem, sell. Luo Yu soaked in the bathtub comfortably. The luxurious bathtub was awesome. He was dizzy because of the many times he tamed them, but after soaking in the bathtub, his fatigue was immediately restored. You get a buff when you take a bath, fatigue is reduced by 100%, good guy, it was fully restored immediately. If the wild wolves had not been tamed, he could have stayed up all night. The situation in the bath was the same as yesterday. Some played in the water, some were shy. Luo Yu ignored the three beast girls and said in the group, I have tamed a lot of them. If you said you wanted to buy wild wolves before, click me to trade. Knockover was the first to pop up the trading box, and put 6,000 silver and said, Luo Yu, I want a male and a female, okay? Luo Yu smiled faintly and replied, if I give you all this price, can we still call each other friends? 4,000 is fine, I'll give you a handsome male wolf and a beautiful female wolf. Well, Knockover said obediently, thank you, my sister and I are grateful to you. Luo Yu, you're welcome. When we meet in the future, can you let me pinch your ears? Knockover, oh. I can only pinch the ears, not the tail, is there any saying about the tail? Luo Yu laughed and clicked OK. Transaction successful, you get 4,000 silver. After that, he sold Alice and Elena 2 wolves at the same price, one male and one female, and the ones sold to them were relatively healthy, and the ones with better attribute values after checking. Fang Yumeng was also greedy, and when she asked Luo Yu if he had any more, she also bought 2. She seemed to have 11, right? Her base has a tendency to transform into a zoo. Nyoda has no money, but Luo Yu still generously gave him a male wolf. Although it limps a little, it will be fine after being raised. Good friend, you can take proper care of it. Nyoda is not a person who takes advantage of others, but he gave Luo Yu a few broccoli seeds, so that the variety of vegetable garden can be more abundant. There are 65 wild wolves left. Luo Yu put all of them on the auction house, and started to sell them for more than 3,000 each. Now everyone's animal training level is not high, and pets are really easy to sell. But in a moment, they were all sold out. 20W silver, Luo Yu made a full 20W silver in this wave, which made him very happy, and he hugged Xiao Kong and kissed him hard twice. The water cycle design is 20W, and it just happened to be earned now. Maybe this is God's will. Since it is God's will, then don't wait, just buy it. You spent 200,000 silvers to buy a hydraulic cycle design *1. After getting the things and unlocking the technology, many buildings were unlocked. Luo Yu was confused by the dazzling array of options in front of him. There are really many water storage towers, water pumps, water pipes, cleaning tables, water discharge devices, etc., and you need to design the official road direction yourself. It looks very complicated, but fortunately, the required materials can basically be built with stone bricks. It's already late today, Luo Yu is a little sleepy, and he doesn't plan to study it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. He fell asleep in a daze holding Xiao Kong at night, and woke up in the morning of the next day with full energy. You get buff when you sleep, heat resistance, maximum comfortable temperature plus 10 degrees, with a faint smile. Luo Yu didn't eat breakfast immediately today, but got up to practice a set of wind swordsmanship. Before going to bed yesterday, I happened to see someone in the world brushing, saying that martial arts can also be upgraded through continuous practice. Luo Yu's wind swordsmanship is actually only the first level now. He planned to take 15 minutes every morning to practice a set of gestures, which could not only exercise martial arts, but also strengthen his body and get himself into shape faster. Such a good activity, why didn't he think of it before? After breakfast, he had to start building a water circulation system, and the first step was naturally the water source. This was simple, a pipe directly from the underground to the small lake would be enough. The water in the small lake was very clean, and it was not a big problem even if it was directly drunk. Moreover, because of Xiao Jin and the use of the base core, the purity of Luo Yu's small lake was 120%, and there would be fewer parasites. It was quite good. With the water source, the second step was how to pump the water up. Clicking on the building page, Luo Yu studied several water pumps. Thunder electric water pumps were not worth thinking about at the moment. Although the thermal water pump was cheap and had a stable water pumping capacity, it needed to burn wood, which was equivalent to burning money, so there was no need to think about it at this stage. Luo Yu fixed his eyes on the wind power water pump. Wind-powered water pump, 10,000 stone, 500 silver, 500 iron ore, requires natural wind. After carefully reading the instructions, the wind-powered water pump belongs to the human-type water pump. When there is wind, the water pumping volume reaches 1,000 liters per day, that is, 1 ton, and when there is no wind, the water pumping volume is 0. Luo Yu had previously counted it, including bathing, drinking, flushing toilets, etc., and now the base needs about 600 liters of water per day, not counting irrigation.
One wind-powered water pump is definitely not enough.
Luo Yu looked at his materials and planned to build 4 first. Walking to the small lake, he directly set up 4 wind-powered water pumps in the shallow water area of the lake, just like a large windmill made of stone bricks, and the 4 water pumps have been slowly turning. At a glance, Luo Yu found that the wind-powered water pump has another advantage. Although it is not small in size, it is built directly in the lake and does not occupy land area. Looking at the current water pumping volume, because the wind is small now, the water pumping volume of each water pump is only 100 liters.
After getting the water pump, the next thing is the water storage device.
Buckets and water tanks have limited water storage capacity, so Luo Yu plans to build a water tower and an underground water storage tank. The water tower must be placed inside the base, and it is best to be far away from the toilet in the animal training field to avoid being accidentally contaminated. Choosing a location in the southwest corner of the base, Luo Yu first removed the high-grade floor tiles and started digging a pit, preparing to build a water storage tank first. Underground water tank, stone bricks *50,000, iron ore *2,000, silver *500, water storage capacity, 32 tons. Luo Yu dug the pit deeper, and after digging, he also used high-level defensive floor tiles to build a circle. Although it is very expensive, it can prevent digging, and the floor tiles can also insulate heat and cold, preventing water from deteriorating or freezing. After a series of operations and clicks to build, a large water tank appeared in the beautiful pit, and there was a small staircase for walking up and down. The stone support column was enough to support the weight from above, and Luo Yu felt very satisfied. Another part of the stone was spent on making a stone cover, which was tightly covered on the pit, leaving a small door leading to the bottom, and it was completed. He laid the high-level floor tiles that were transferred before again, and no one would have thought that there would be a large water tank underneath. Such facilities are better placed underground to avoid affecting the overall appearance of the base. Next, Luo Yu began to build water pipes. The water pipes are simple, especially the one inside the base, because the floor tiles have been laid.
The advanced defense floor tiles are movable and can be loaded and unloaded.
Just click and swipe. The water pipes outside the base need to be laid by digging official roads. It took a while to connect the water pipes to the 4 wind-powered water pumps.
Luo Yu checked the status of the water tank. Sure enough, water was being injected. This proves that the water circulation system he envisioned is correct and effective. Although I am not a major in civil engineering, I still understand some basic things.
The materials such as stone bricks and iron ore saved these days are enough, and there are more than 10,000 silvers.
Let's make persistent efforts.
There are many types of water towers: small, medium, large, beautiful, luxurious, and extravagant.
Luo Yu naturally hopes to build a luxury water tower, but the building cannot be critically hit.
At present, it is better to build a beautiful one first, at least it will not lower the overall tone of the base. Beautiful water tower, 30,000 stone bricks, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 silver, 100 jade, water storage capacity, 16 tons. After clicking OK, a silver water tower appeared in front of me, about 4 meters high, with some jade carvings on the surface of the water tower, which looks pretty good. The pipes of the water tower can be directly connected to the water tank below.
After the pipes are connected, water will be filled immediately.
It happened that the wind was a little stronger at this time, and the 4 sharp water pumps could pump 800 liters of water per day. The water tank plus the water tower now have a total water storage capacity of 48 tons, which is enough for the time being. If it is not enough, just build a water tower, which does not take up much area anyway. After doing all this, Luo Yu immediately built a water pipe to connect to the big villa. Of course, the water pipes for the kitchen and the water pipes for the toilet and bathroom are separated by valves. Beautiful water outlet valve, iron ore 300, silver 300, gold *10. The water outlet valve is something like a faucet.
No need to say, just build it and it's done. Next is the kitchen sink and cleaning table that Luo Yu has been thinking about. The cleaning table is an automatic workbench.
Placing it in the kitchen can automatically increase the cleanliness of the kitchen, and the sink is naturally needless to say. Beautiful kitchen sink, iron ore *500, stone brick 500, silver 500, gold *30, kitchen cleanliness plus 20%, the probability of food poisoning is reduced. Advanced kitchen cleaning table, stone bricks *2000, iron ore *500, silver *500, gold *30, jade *50, kitchen cleanliness plus 50%, food poisoning probability reduced. After spending a lot of materials, the kitchen was finally decorated. This time, the probability of food poisoning will be reduced a lot. After a series of operations, the iron ore stored in the base was used up, more than half of the stone bricks were used up, and there was not much jade left. A lot of gold was saved last time, and there is still stock. After doing all this, Luo Yu looked at the base score, 7200, and the highest value of the hygiene score reached 98 points. Because the hygiene score is always floating, it is closely related to the cleanliness of the base. Yesterday, so many wolves were killed, and the score dropped suddenly, but it rose again after cleaning. Therefore, the hygiene score is generally calculated according to the highest value. The current highest value of the base is 98, and the current hygiene value is 80, because no one has cleaned the base for a long time, and there is dust. In general, the hydraulic facilities still added a lot of scores, especially Luo Yu built a beautiful type. Compared with the ordinary type, the score of the beautiful type is much higher. But it's okay, if the base score is not high, there wouldn't be so many wolves coming yesterday, and he wouldn't make so much money. The score is something that can be confident in defending against attacks, the better the better. After half a day, the water cycle was finally fixed. The kitchen, several toilets, bathrooms and other key facilities in the villa have been installed with water valves, so we can rest assured. Of course, Luo Yu was not idle, and he was still studying various buildings for water circulation. There are also automatic spraying devices for irrigating farmland, water vapor fans for adjusting temperature, etc. There are many equipments, and there is one thing that makes Luo Yu quite excited. Frozen condensation box. This thing can be used to make ice cubes, but it needs to unlock another major category in water circulation technology, frozen technology. It's helpless without drawings. Take your time. After looking at the time, it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and everyone made do with barbecue and a meal. In the afternoon, Luo Yu started cooking. After making 5 simple meals, Luo Yu's cooking level finally rose to LV3, which was not easy. With great confidence, Luo Yu asked Dai to test the 5 foods for poison one by one, and sure enough, none of them were poisonous. After the kitchen's cleanliness was greatly improved, the effect was immediate, and Dai kept shaking his tail when he saw it. How happy! Cooking food without poison is much more comfortable to eat than barbecue. While eating, the originally slightly dim restaurant suddenly lit up, and it turned out that the mango flowers were finally ripe. The mango flowers in each room began to bloom, and the whole villa was lit up for a while. Luo Yu and the 3 little cuties were so happy. Tip: flowers are blooming, your territory is favored by nature, the plant growth progress this quarter is plus 100%, and the natural mortality rate of plants is reduced by 100%, sure enough. Hard work will eventually pay off, and it's here. Good things happened one after another, and Luo Yu was overjoyed, not to mention how happy he was. The next day, everyone continued to work hard. Luo Yu looked at the data. He had obtained wolf meat *30000 and wolf skin *10000. It was a very large number. The ice cellar was full again. It was summer now, and meat was not suitable for storage. The current price of meat had fallen to 3 silver coins, which could be said to be the lowest in history. The temperature outside was already 34 degrees, and it was still rising. Luo Yu came to the ice cellar to check the status of the meat. Even with the high-grade floor tiles for insulation, the temperature of the ice cellar was gradually reaching above 0 degrees. 0 degrees is the freezing point. Above 0 degrees, the ice will slowly melt. Under the vicious cycle, the temperature of the cellar will gradually rise. Then, in such hot weather, within 3 days, all the meat will rot. Eating rotten meat is likely to cause food poisoning, and the stench reduces the hygiene value. It cannot be sold or eaten, and the loss is indescribable. Fortunately, there are high-grade floor tiles, otherwise, I am afraid that the ice will have completely melted. According to the previous base construction logic, Luo Yu should build defense facilities to offset the threat brought by this part of the score after building a wave of hydraulic buildings, but now it is obviously not possible. Luo Yu estimated that at this temperature, the cellar can still last for 3 or 4 days. He had to find a way to reduce the temperature of the cellar to below 0 degrees before the ice melted. The first thing is to block the sun and avoid direct sunlight. Luo Yu plans to build a large warehouse above the cellar to block the sunlight and also to store some things. I looked at the building page and found that the warehouses are divided into ordinary, intermediate, advanced, deluxe and luxury categories. The deluxe warehouse is too expensive, so the advanced warehouse is better. I will upgrade it when I have money. Advanced warehouse, stone bricks asterisk 150,000, iron ore asterisk 5000, silver asterisk 10,000, gold asterisk 200, automatically classify items, the corrosion of stored items is reduced by 100%, the heat and cold insulation effects are increased by 20%, and the insect and rat prevention effects are increased by 50%, the iron ore is gone. It will take about 4 or 5 days to dig out 5,000 units of iron ore. It's not urgent, so I'll collect it. I looked at the silver and found that there are still 15,000 left, which is just enough to buy 5,000 iron ore at the market price. After collecting a wave of iron ore at the auction house, I was out of money. I didn't have a penny left, I was as poor as a ghost. So the problem is, there is enough iron ore, but there is no silver to build a warehouse. Fortunately, there is a lot of inventory at home. Luo Yu directly put 10,000 wolf meat on the shelf, and the market price is 3 silver. Even if he has no money, he can't sell it at a low price. Luo Yu can sell some good things to his companions at a low price, but if he puts them in the auction house, he will feel at a loss if he loses a copper coin. It's so real. Yesterday and today, there are still 2 critical hit opportunities that have not been used. It happened that a lot of wolfskins came to the house, and Luo Yu planned to make 2 critical hit wolfskin clothes. Came to the basement is now blooming with vines and fluorescent flowers, which is much more beautiful than before. Xiaodai is making women's underwear, and has made more than a dozen pieces, all in a basket on the side. Yes, I still have a lot of underwear to sell. I don't panic if I have women's underwear in my hand. Put all the women's underwear on the shelf, priced at around 2,500.3000 silver according to quality. It has just been put on the auction house. Luo Yu hasn't started advertising yet, and it's sold out directly. Another 35,000 silver in hand, comfortable. Just thinking about making women's underwear, he suddenly thought of Xiao Jin. Although she found some clothes to wear after her clothes exploded once, they were the clothes left by a female captive who was sold before, too small and torn. Thinking of this, Luo Yu decided to spend more cotton wolfskin to make a set of clothes for Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong, the 3 beast girls, already have their underwear, so the women's underwear made is still for them first. Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong have their own clothes, and next, make a jacket for Xiao Jin. After sending Xiao Dai to go fishing, Luo Yu walked to the sewing table. The sewing table for clothes like pants and jackets comes with samples, so just choose it and it's done. Silently reciting in his heart, Luo Yu clicked on sewing. 100 times critical hit triggered. A moment later, the light at the delivery port flashed, and a beautiful blue wolfskin jacket appeared. Silver wolfskin jacket, defense increased, heat insulation, your tailoring level has been upgraded to LV6, this time, a silver one was produced, which is a bit of a pity, but the tailoring level has been upgraded again. The next one was going to be a pair of pants, but Xiao Kong suddenly rushed in, holding a box and whining at Luo Yu. Did you pick up a treasure chest again? Luo Yu's eyes showed joy. The treasure chest had been opened, and inside was a black bracelet with many small empty slots on it. Lord's bracelet, gold level. After wearing it, all resources of the territory belong to plus 5%, and can be used to inlay various cores. After the core is inlaid, the quality of the buildings and items belonging to it will increase by 5%. For each technology core inlaid, the resources of the territory belong to will increase by 1%. Wow! Luo Yu opened his mouth, and his eyes showed shock. Xiao Kong's box actually gave him a top-quality one. Indeed, Xiao Kong's description says that the better her mood, the higher the entertainment value of the territory, and the greater the chance of finding a box, but it doesn't say that gold-level items can be opened. And this bracelet is definitely the best among the gold-level ones. I hurriedly checked the overview of the base. Sure enough, the data such as resources and fertility increased from the original 120% to 125%. This small 5% represents a huge number. In addition, the durability of the walls and floor tiles, the power of the arrow tower, crossbows, and catapults have all been improved. Luo Yu was overjoyed and hurriedly put on the Lord bracelet and took out the automatic defense core. As soon as he touched the bracelet, the core was automatically embedded in the bracelet. The territory resources increased from 125% to 126% on the spot. It's amazing. At present, Luo Yu still has the water circulation technology core, the visitor technology core, and the mercenary technology core in his hand. Install them on the spot. The current total number of base resources, 129%. Wonderful, really wonderful. Luo Yu happily hugged Xiao Kong and kissed him hard. Wu Dachu Shao Kong also seemed very happy and naturally hugged Luo Yu's neck. This bracelet was a timely rain. The original resources in the mine were only 30%, and the 9% increase would make the Scorpion King happy for a few days. After hugging Shao Kong for a while, Luo Yu found that Shao Kong's hair had become very long again. He used scissors to cut Shao Kong's long hair into shoulder-length short hair and smiled, "Such short hair is suitable for you. You get the hair of Xuanqiu Beast Girl *200, the taming level is high, and he is a tamer, so he gets more hair." Wu Dachu. Shao Kong likes her master to cut her hair very much, and she hugs Luo Yu tightly. Send her out fishing again, Luo Yu thought. Xiao Jin appeared in front of him. This was to use the Beastmaster's summon to forcibly pull her over. "Xiao Jin, try this dress on." "Ha? Silver-level equipment, is it for me?" After Xiao Jin put it on, Ying Ying turned around, her eyes showed joy, and she seemed to like it very much. She looked at Luo Yu and smiled softly. "You understand a lot, not bad. I will temporarily admit that you are my master." "You admit it with just a piece of clothing?" Luo Yu laughed and made another ordinary-level pants for her to wear. Xiao Jin's face was full of smiles, and it can be seen that she is very happy. "Come here, your hair has grown too, let me help you cut it." Oh, Xiao Jin is a golden tiger, and all cats like to be stroked by their owners, and she is no exception. What's more, Luo Yu is the owner. Even if she doesn't admit it, she still wants to interact intimately with her owner deep in her heart. You get 200 hairs of King Saberu. Before, when they took a bath and slept, they got a buff that increased the progress of hair growth. The growth progress was 200%. It would be a waste if they didn't get it. Holding the long golden hair in his hand, Luo Yu found that Xiao Jin's hair had higher defense than Shao Kong's, but its heat insulation and cold resistance were a little worse. Luo Yu asked curiously, "Xiao Jin, can't beast girls like you produce milk? Why didn't I get a reminder of the progress of milk production?" Produce milk? Xiao Jin's face immediately turned red, and she stammered, "How can I produce milk if I have no experience in this area?" Asshole. Porn. Really? Luo Yu laughed, "I thought your size should have this function." "You have this function." Xiao Jin blushed and hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Perverted master. I won't pay attention to you." As he spoke, he ran out of the door. Luo Yu laughed loudly. Sure enough, a cute pet adds 10 points of entertainment value. Occasionally teasing your own cute little one is also an entertainment activity, which makes you feel happy. After Xiao Jin left, Luo Yu summoned Xiao Dai again and harvested a wave of her hair. Xiao Dia's hair is black, and she has special abilities that can resist ordinary mental attacks. For example, the chirping sounds of some special races are attack pollution. This function is actually quite useful. It is also 200 units. In this way, Luo Yu already has 600 units of special hair. There is still one critical hit opportunity. It's time to make a stylish coat for myself. Luo Yu's plan is to equip his whole body with special hair from inside to outside, starting from the outside. The pants already have platinum pants with Xiao Kong's hair. Luo Yu took a deep breath, put all 600 hairs into the sewing table, and started to work. 100 times critical hit trigger. After a while, the discharge port actually flashed with colorful light. Luo Yu was overjoyed when he saw this light. Diamond grade. Use the best hair plus 100 times critical hit to make a diamond grade coat. This is a purple coat with light gold patterns, pink outlines and black collars, which represent the colors of Xiao Jin, Shao Kong and Xiao Dai. The style is very good. Looking. Shining diamond jacket, increased defense, clothing comfort plus 100%, maximum comfortable temperature plus 30 degrees, minimum comfortable temperature 0.30 degree, 50% immunity to mental attacks, global working speed plus 100%, special ability, purple light barrier, form a purple barrier around the body, resist 3 attacks, and the charging time is 60 seconds. Your tailoring level is increased to LV7, this attribute. Luo Yu was stunned. He knew that this dress might be very perverted, but he didn't expect it to be perverted to this extent. Those basic attributes are needless to say. The purple light barrier is not that useful for the time being, but the global working speed plus 100%, this is too scary. Take mining as an example. Originally, under the influence of strength and mining LV, a piece of ore was produced in 3 seconds, but now it is 1.5 seconds. Cutting stones, planting, milking, sewing, etc., all work and labor, the efficiency is doubled. Terrible clothes. As soon as Luo Yu put on the coat, he felt much more comfortable. At the same time, a purple halo appeared around him, indicating that the shield was automatically activated. It is recorded in the description of the Heavenly Dao world that shield.type props are usually belts, and they are very precious. I didn't expect that this coat also has a shield. In other words, if I get a shield belt in the future, I will have 2 layers of shields. Invincible. The style of the clothes is beautiful, but the shield is too cool. The whole person is emitting purple light. After thinking about it, Luo Yu temporarily closed the shield. Don't be so cool if there is no danger. Keep a low profile. Let's keep a low profile. Luo Yu left the basement and came to the stone-cutting field of the base. At this time, Xiao Jin was absent-mindedly cutting stones. When he saw Luo Yu coming, he was stunned. When he got closer, Luo Yu said with a smile, "Why are you looking at me with your straight eyebrows and eyes? Is there something on my face?" Xiao Jin blushed slightly and said, "I just think you look better than before." Beast mother is honest. Luo Yu laughed loudly, took the Tiangong knife from Xiao Jin's hand and started cutting the stone. Sure enough, the speed was twice as fast as before. "Ha! Your clothes." Xiao Jin touched Luo Yu's clothes and said in shock, "My god, diamond.grade. You made diamond.grade clothes with our hair." Luo Yu laughed and said, "Just lucky. Xiao Jin, you are also beautiful with short hair." Xiao Jin's eyes showed a hint of joy when he heard it, but he said indifferently, "Oh, didn't you cut the sheep's tiger hair? You have to thank us. I want to eat yesterday's food in the evening, and then I want the milk from last time." "Okay. There are still some milk slices, just take them out if you like." "Yeah." When Xiao Jin smiled, he would show 2 sharp tiger teeth, but at this time, he looked very cute. In the evening, everyone gathered together to eat Luo Yu's food. Food poisoning incidents have not occurred for 2 days. It seems that the effect of improving the hygiene of the kitchen is still quite significant. It was another morning, and the first thing Luo Yu did when he got up early was to check the system prompts. Sure enough, the wolf meat sold yesterday was almost sold out, and 30,000 silvers were obtained. With the money from selling underwear, the base now has 65,000 yuan. He took another look at the temperature forecast for today, which was above 35 degrees. He didn't have time to eat breakfast, and after a simple wash, he prepared to build a warehouse. Advanced warehouse, stone bricks *150000, iron ore *5000, silver *10,000, gold *200, click the build button, a large amount of materials disappear, and a loft appears above the ice cellar instead. This is the advanced warehouse. Because it is advanced, the appearance is okay. From the outside, it doesn't look like a warehouse, but more like a house of a wealthy family. After entering the warehouse, it is empty. There is nothing on the upper and lower floors except some built-in shelves. Luo Yu didn't care about moving the goods at this time, but entered the cellar as soon as possible. Sure enough, the temperature in the cellar began to drop. The temperature of the cellar had reached 4 degrees, but once the warehouse was built, it completely blocked the sunlight, and with its own insulation function, the temperature of the cellar dropped directly below 0 degrees in a short while. A large amount of meat and vegetables were saved. With a heavy sigh of relief, Luo Yu patted the pile of frozen wolf meat in front of him, and thought of another thing in his mind. I have seen before that someone in the world has opened a scroll of item stacking technology, which can stack item units. It is a bit similar to the technology of space folding. I don't know how many things are needed to unlock it. If there is stacking technology, then my cellar is definitely enough. After leaving the cellar, Luo Yu began to move the goods. First, the large amount of fabrics such as wolf skins and cotton piled up in the basement are placed separately. Then metals such as iron ore, silver, and jade are placed separately. After that, various labor tools, various captured weapons, etc., are placed on the shelves and placed wherever they should be. All these things make the warehouse well organized. Only when the placement partitions of the warehouse are planned first, the automatic sorting function of the warehouse can work. The automatic sorting function of the advanced warehouse is actually very powerful. If it is an ordinary warehouse, you have to move the goods into the warehouse and put them away, but after you plan various storage areas for the advanced warehouse, you can throw the goods at the door and they will automatically fly to the corresponding storage area. Similarly, when you want to take out any goods, just click on the nameplate at the door of the warehouse, and it will automatically fly out after confirmation, which saves manpower and labor costs and is very convenient. In the world of Tiandao, each race has its own advantages. The only fair thing is time. When you are sorting the warehouse, others plant a few more trees and make a little more money, that is an advantage. Over time, the gap will emerge. Luo Yu deeply understands this truth, so he will never make manual things that can be automatic.
This is one of his codes of conduct. I looked at the current base score and it has reached 7,600 points. The attack intensity at the end of the month will be quite strong. Since the freezing problem has been initially solved, we will strengthen the defense facilities to offset the threat brought by this part of the score. In the previous wolf attack, most of the wild wolves were shot to death on the way to charge. This was certainly due to Xiao Jin's pressure, but the firepower of the base must be said to be quite good. On the contrary, the Wolf King actually jumped onto the wall at the last moment. This is not the first time that a creature has climbed over the wall, which sounded a warning to Luo Yu. There are three options in front of us now. First, find a way to make iron spikes on the wall, but it is not easy for me to move around. Second, raise the wall, which requires a lot of stone stacking, and the setting of the world of heaven, on the basis of the original building, it costs several times to strengthen it. Whether it is to strengthen the height of the wall or upgrade the intermediate wall to a high-level wall, it requires a lot of resources to support it. I am afraid that this month will not be possible. The main reason is that there are not enough stones. Even if the mine produces all stones, it may not be enough for stacking. Another point is that the reinforced buildings cannot be upgraded in the future. If you want a high-level wall, you have to demolish and rebuild it. This is a huge project. It is not good. The third option is also the one that Luo Yu prefers. It is to lay floor tiles on the periphery of the wall and place ground spike traps. Floor tiles consume less stones, while ground spike traps consume silver. In addition, this can increase the beauty of the base and not affect the line of sight. In addition, floor tiles are fireproof, etc., which is better than raising the wall. After careful consideration, Luo Yu thought it would be better to use fireproof floor tiles. Tight fireproof paving floor tiles, consumption per square, stone *10, iron or *3, silver *1. The floor tiles outside the wall do not need to be laid too much, 3 meters wide is enough for the time being. After calculation, a total of 120,000 stone bricks, 36,000 iron ores and 12,000 silver are needed, which is acceptable. At present, the base is short of stone bricks and iron ores. Today is the 12th day of summer. We will try to complete this project before the 20th day. Thinking of this, Luo Yu was about to go to the mine to help, and suddenly a prompt came. Warning, the Skarsa tribe launched a targeted attack on your territory in revenge. Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu was stunned and looked at the group and regional channels. It was calm. It seems that he was the only one attacked. This tribe has a high hatred and there is revenge. The animals scattered outside were called back to the base as soon as possible. 5 minutes later, a large group of tribal soldiers were found in the east. The total number of people from the Skarsa tribe participating in the attack this time, 51, they seem to have adopted a smart tactic. This is an ordinary attack, which is far less intense than the one at the end of the month, but it will also cause some trouble. This type of incident is generally not directly fatal, but it will consume the base's defense power and create strong conditions for the end-of-month attack to directly destroy the base. Of course, 51 people placed in someone else's territory are 4 or 5 times stronger than the end-of-month attack. Luo Yu's base score is very high. On the watchtower, Luo Yu and the 3 beast girls looked into the distance, and Xiao Jin said disdainfully, "Let me rush out, it will take less than half an hour to kill them all." Luo Yu looked at the group of natives who were slowly advancing, and said unhappily, "Don't show off, you can't do it. A group of people surrounded you, and there are archers. What if you get injured? We are the defending party, don't worry." Oh, Xiao Jin nodded, knowing that he was reckless. Indeed, the value of 300 plus is very strong, but being besieged is still unstoppable. After observing for a while, Xiao Dai hurriedly said, "Master, they are digging a pit." Luo Yu looked carefully and found that 2 natives were digging a pit at a high speed. It was outside the range of the catapult. It seemed that the people of the Skarsa tribe had a deep understanding of the catapult in Luo Yu's territory. Earthwork excavation. No wonder the prompt adopted a smart tactic. These natives are quite smart. Luo Yu smiled faintly. If it was before, he might panic and dig directly into the base. The wall would be useless. Once someone appeared inside the base, so many arrow towers and crossbows would shoot at home. Although they could eliminate the enemies at home, they might accidentally hurt people. Accidentally hurting buildings, animals, etc., and it would also attract all firepower, giving safety to the enemies attacking from outside. However, he had laid defensive floor tiles before. In the distance, 2 natives with high mining skills were digging rapidly, and they seemed to be digging very deep. They should want to dig into the base from under the riverbed of the moat. Moreover, the Tiandao world has very few restrictions on earthwork excavation. The excavated soil disappears directly without accumulation. It can be said that earthwork excavation is a relatively conventional attack plan. There are 51 people on the opposite side, 2 are digging, and the rest are guarding the entrance of the cave and setting up a formation, ready to fight Luoyu and others who may rush out. Generally speaking, if a lord sees someone trying to dig a tunnel to attack, he will definitely take the initiative to stop them. But Luoyu was not in a hurry at all. He just watched their earthwork from the watchtower and had lunch with the 3 little cuties. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second until it was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, there was a sound in the floor tiles under the east corner of the base. Tip: the enemy is digging your defensive floor tiles. The current durability of the floor tiles, 99%, 98%, 97%. You can really get around the moat, but the moat is still too shallow. Luoyu was thinking this in his mind, and the durability of the floor tiles was decreasing little by little, but at this speed, it would take more than half an hour to break through the floor tiles. Luoyu knew this, but the other party didn't know it would take so long. According to common sense, the floor tiles can be opened with just a few clicks, and the soldiers guarding the entrance of the cave began to drill into the hole. Seeing this scene, Luoyu showed a smile in his eyes, and started to repair the floor tiles with a slight operation. Current durability, 95%, current durability, 100%, the speed of repair is far greater than the speed of damage. This floor tile is used to prevent holes. In other words, the group was trapped beneath their own territory. This is easy to handle. Luoyu looked at Xiaojin next to him and said, "When it's time for you to appear, go move some rocks to plug the hole over there." Xiaojin immediately followed the instructions, jumped off the watchtower, ran to the cave with 2 big rocks in his arms, and blocked the entrance on the spot. Now, the 51 people underground will face hypoxia. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the people under the floor tiles were banging on the floor tiles like crazy, but their damage speed was far inferior to the repair speed, so it was useless even if they went crazy. After another minute or so, Luoyu felt that there was no movement below. Xiaojin on the other side stood on the 2 rocks blocking the hole and shouted loudly, "Master, they are all down there. You must be suffocating due to lack of oxygen, right?" Luoyu smiled secretly in his heart and replied loudly, "Here he comes." After a while, Luoyu, Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, Big Scorpion and other animals came to the entrance of the cave. They moved away the 2 stones blocking the door and found that a lot of people were blocked at the entrance of the cave and they were all motionless. "I fainted from lack of oxygen." Luoyu laughed, and he and Xiaojin started to take one out and tie the other. Even if they woke up, they would have no fighting power, so it was easy to do it. After all the natives were tied up and thrown into the minecart, the system prompt came, "Congratulations on defeating the revenge of the Skatha tribe. The Skatha tribe's hatred towards you has increased because you will attack people this time. All prisoners, territory information will not be leaked." After all the prisoners were put in prison, another prompt came, "Warning, because there are too many prisoners in the prison and the prison level is low, the threat of prison escape has greatly increased." Looking at the prisoners lying on the ground in a mess, Luoyu felt that once these people recovered, they would definitely go berserk as soon as possible. After all, these people look weak now, but they are not missing hands or feet. After checking their health status, almost all of them were in a dizzy state, and the recovery time was about half a day. There is operating time. First thing, take off your clothes. It was routine practice to strip off the prisoners' clothes, recycle them when they should be recycled, and sell what could be sold. Moreover, stripping prisoners of their clothes can reduce some chances of escaping. Luoyu and the 3 beast girls took action together and spent 10 minutes pulling off everyone's clothes. As for the distinction between men and women, they don't exist in Luoyu's eyes. Good guy. After the stripping, more than 50 people were naked, and the scene was very spectacular. Luoyu took continuous photos and screenshots and saved this spectacular scene. If there is a chance in the future, he would send it to the new leader of the Skasa tribe. At this time, the 3 beast girls, including the green wolf Og Dai, the wolf king Og Tai and other intelligent animals, began to carry various trophies such as clothes and weapons. Just go to the warehouse and you're done, it will be sorted automatically. Luoyu began to check their attributes one by one. Most of them were garbage. Among them, 2 men and 2 women had special personal characteristics and could be kept temporarily. The others were all sold. World, anonymous from the human race selling a large number of captives with intact hands and feet and healthy body and mind, no matter male or female, 20,000 per person, large quantity is enough. Come and trade neatly and sincerely, please don't bother me with bargaining, price asking reporters. As soon as the news came out, it can be said to have stirred up waves. Now the price of captives has been rising. 2W is indeed the market price, but physical health is not necessarily the case. Many captives have injuries after being captured in wars, which will affect their working speed, and some even have their brains damaged. Affects intelligence. Intelligence is a very critical attribute. As soon as Luo Yu posted this message, someone immediately sent it to the chat window, and at the same time many people were chatting with him privately. Luo Yu said to these private chatters to wait a moment, but the person at the transaction window simply asked, "How many do you want, male or female?" Elf, male anonymous, they are all natives, right? 2 men and 2 women, no more than 40 years old. The indigenous people are called the indigenous people, and they are an independent race. Although they are similar to the human race and the elves, their skin color and body structure are slightly different. Therefore, it is now recognized in the world that the indigenous people do not belong to any branch of the Trila race. Known as the native tribe, they are a branch of the demi-humans. Most of the prisoners Luo Yu captured this time were under 40 years old. Hearing this, he directly released 4 prisoners, and the other party also simply put 80,000 silver on them. The transaction is successful, you get silver *80,000, the next trading partner is the Bear people. They also want 4 captives, but they need 3 females and 1 male. Luo Yu doesn't care what they want so many female captives for. Just sell them. His captive business is very prosperous, and the transaction speed is also very fast. In 10 minutes, he sold all the captives, leaving only the 4 captives with special personal characteristics. Looking at the silver, he made 94W. Yes, he made 94W in one breath, not counting the clothes and various weapons taken from the captives. This is simply a blood profit. Consume. Consume hard. Luo Yu's first choice is to fill up his attribute points, add all attribute points to 100, and then the attribute points obtained will be the most cost-effective. Now there are 90 points in 3 items, and he directly points to, plus, for a while, and all of them have reached 100. Don't look at the Fierce Edition, but there are still 88W silver. Luo Yu's second consumption item is the ground spikes. The spikes on the stone brick road outside the base were relatively sparse, so Luo Yu chose to increase the density. If the opponent dared to walk onto the stone brick road, he would be immediately greeted by a barrage of spikes. The price of a silver spike was 5,000 each. Luo Yu bought 20 at once and placed them all on the stone brick road. Now it's enough, the ground road and the mine are completely safe. There are 78W silver left. The next consumption item is to add attributes. But this time, it's not to add my own attributes, but the attributes of Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai. Xiao Jin's attributes can't be clicked, but the attributes of these two have to be clicked. First, enhance the combat effectiveness of the base. Second, the higher the attributes, the higher the work efficiency. Third, as a tamer, Luo Yu can summon them at any time. These 3 are almost Luo Yu's personal property. He can take them everywhere and help Luo Yu fight at any time. How can he not make their attributes look better? The attribute values of the beast girls slowly increase with age, which does not conflict with the attribute values that Luo Yu added to them with silver. Xuanqiu Beast Girl, 19 years old, strength 20, constitution 19, agility 31. Xiao Kong's initial attribute physical strength is 18 points. Now after more than a month, the physical strength has increased by 1 point. Luo Yu was also very straightforward. He spent 8W silver and clicked all her attribute values to 50. Xuanqiu Beast Girl, 19 years old, strength 50, constitution 50, agility 50. Yidi, 20 years old, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 35. Xiao Die's basic attributes are even worse, so click on them. After spending 93,000 silvers, Xiao Die's attributes all became 50 points. It would take 2,000 points to click on it again, but Luo Yu is not rich enough for that. Master. Xiao Dai, who felt the changes in her body, rushed over and threw herself into Luo Yu's arms. Xiao Kong also hugged her master excitedly. Hint, Night Butterfly's attributes skyrocketed, her bloodline evolved into Charm Butterfly. Xiao Die's body glowed, and she showed a look of surprise on her face. She rolled up and was wrapped in a butterfly cocoon. Luo Yu opened his mouth, but before he could come back to his senses, the prompt came again. Hint, Xuanqiu Beast Girl's attributes skyrocketed, her bloodline evolved into Jinyue Beast Girl. Xiao Kong's body glowed, and unlike Xiao Dai, she completed the evolution immediately. There was no change in appearance. Luo Yu hurriedly checked the attributes.
Jinhua Beast Girl, top intelligence strength 100, constitution 50, agility 50, special abilities, treasure hunting, enhanced, slingshot mastery, combat mastery, mountain mineral resources in territory plus 5%, current hair growth progress, 12%, wow, intelligence has evolved to the top, strength has increased to 100, treasure hunting skills have been enhanced,
and combat mastery has been added.
The most amazing thing is that the mineral vein has increased by 5%, which can only be described in one word, strong. Master, Wu, Shao Kong hugged Luo Yu's arm affectionately and rubbed his little head against it. Although he still called Wu, at least he could say simple words.
Master's call is very smooth, cute. Luo Yu had indeed seen relevant content when reading description of the Heavenly Dao world before.
Animals have a certain probability of evolution.
The conditions for this evolution are very random and relatively demanding.
I didn't expect that his two little cuties would succeed in one go. After a while, Xiao Dai began to break out of the cocoon. With a bang, the white jade cocoon shattered and turned into light and dissipated.
Xiao Dai flapped her wings and flew around Luo Yu.
She knelt down in front of him with a smile and said softly, "Thank you, Master, for spending a huge amount of money to help me evolve.
Xiao Dai will serve you wholeheartedly in the future and follow you forever."
Charming butterfly, strength 60, constitution 60, agility 70, flight speed increased, special ability, group charm. Charming butterfly powder can have an effect on all enemies, reducing their mobility. Bright and beautiful, overall beauty of the territory plus 10%, entertainment value plus 10, recruitment success rate, taming success rate plus 10%, medical effect plus 10%.
If Shao Kong is a typical warrior, then Xiao Dai is an auxiliary. A group charm is already a bit powerful, and the bright and beautiful feature is even more outrageous. The aesthetics and entertainment value affect the chance of getting positive buffs.
Recruiting, taming, and medical treatment are also very good attributes. As long as Xiao Dai stands there, the entire base will be slightly improved.
Luo Yu happily picked up Xiao Dai.
Okay, it's really great. 17W silver is not a small amount, but Luo Yu feels that it is a blood profit. After interacting with them for a while, he sent them to continue carrying and working. Luo Yu looked at the silver and found that there were 61W left.
It is still a huge amount of money.
Luo Yu can choose to strengthen his martial arts, but then he thought that he had 3 cute little guards and could summon big scorpions, big octopuses, and big pythons at any time.
What martial arts do you need?
The proficiency of the wind swordsmanship can be accumulated slowly through daily morning exercises, so there is no need to increase it for the time being.
What needs to be increased now is the level of the Beastmaster.
At present, his animal tamer is 2 stars, and the upper limit of the great animals he can own is 10.
The upper limit of 1 star and 2 stars is 10. The great animals owned by the base now are Mutant Chicken, Wolf King, Red Scale Python, Black Magic Octopus, Silver Ladybug, Golden Beetle, Golden Scorpion King, Shao Kong, Xiao Dai, Xiao Jin, a total of 10. Reached the upper limit.
If you want to increase this upper limit, you have to increase the level of the animal tamer.
3 stars can increase the upper limit by 5 more.
According to the Heavenly Dao World description, this upper limit is set to prevent the animal tamer from owning too many great animals, thereby destroying the balance in the arena. To be honest, Luo Yu felt that he might, probably, or perhaps, have already destroyed the balance.
There are too many animals. The star level of personal characteristics can be improved by repeated actions over time, or by spending money. 2 stars to 3 stars, 30W. Okay, it's expensive. But Luo Yu does not intend to recruit natives.
Anyone who is judged by the world of heaven is human rather than animal, unless the attribute value is really good, try not to recruit. People always have 7 emotions and 6 desires. The wealth of the base is unevenly distributed, the mood is bad, the resistance is relatively weak, and there is a chance of rebellion.
What if you go out to do mercenary tasks and rebel?
Although the probability is very low, it is still troublesome.
Moreover, people will covet wealth.
Luo Yu has the magical skill of 100 times crit, and he is not willing to let others know. And these troubles animals will not have. What humans can do, top-level intelligent beast girls can do too, and they won't rebel, have super strong immunity, won't be affected by mood, don't care about wealth distribution, and will always be happy as long as their masters are around.
How wonderful!
These companion animals were originally prepared by the Heavenly Dao World for Lone Rangers. To be honest, Luo Yu has the magical skill of 100x critical strike, but he doesn't want others to know about it. After figuring out the key, Luo Yu simply chose to upgrade Beast Tamer from 2 stars to 3 stars. You spend 30W silver to upgrade personal characteristics, Beast Tamer 3 stars, the upper limit of the grade of animals owned is increased to 15, and the output of all animals owned is plus 30%. Looking at the personal attributes, this 3-star Beast Tamer is not strong. The strong one is the evolved version of the Beast Tamer, Beast King. The Beast King characteristic can increase the comprehensive combat power of animals, which is very outrageous. After the Beast King, there is the Beast God, which is even more outrageous. It will take a long time to upgrade. After the huge amount of money was spent, there were 31W silver left, plus the previous savings of the base, a total of 36.5W. Next, according to the previous plan, first build the floor tiles outside the wall, then lay the ground spikes, and then build various buildings. For example, the workshop needs to be built, and the prison needs to be strengthened. Just now, the system prompted that there is a high probability of rampage, which scared Luoyu so much that he sold all the captives on the spot. He originally planned to let them work for a few days, and cleaning is also good. By the way, there are not enough stones now, so go dig stones. Luoyu went directly to the mine. After various things were added, the resource limit of the mine was increased. The current limit has reached 134%, and it can still be mined for a while. Thinking that it has been a long time since he used critical strikes to mine, Luoyu silently said in his heart, and then dug with a pickaxe. 100 times critical strike trigger, bang. A piece of white metal the size of a human face rolled out, and the Scorpion King next to him immediately wanted to pick it up and eat it. Luoyu was quick to kick the Scorpion King away, and picked up the metal and took a look. Platinum * 1000, this is a piece of platinum. No wonder the Scorpion King was so eager to eat it. It is gold level, and it seems that there is a slight chance of evolving to platinum level after eating platinum. Platinum, like diamonds, is a luxury item. Gold level equipment can be upgraded through forging. Other equipment may not be upgraded, but the Lord's bracelet on Luoyu's hand is no joke. This upgrade wave can be upgraded. Unfortunately, upgrading gold level equipment requires a forging level of LV15 or above. Even Xiaojin is only LV13, and an advanced forging table is required. Currently, the base has a primary forging table, which needs to be upgraded. Speaking of which, he has not unlocked the forging technology at all. Keep it, and talk about it later. Luoyu put the platinum into the bracelet and turned on the mining mode for the first time in a long time. The golden Scorpion King beside him seemed to be inspired. One person and one scorpion dug quickly, and various mineral resources kept rolling out. Iron * 15, iron * 20, iron * 8, copper * 6, black spot stone * 1. Luoyu found a problem. He had reached the LV7 mining level without realizing it. With the miner personal characteristic, he only dug out iron ore or copper ore, but fewer stones. The Scorpion King beside him also had this problem. In other words, although the wealth from mining increased, the output of stones, which is the most basic for base construction, was not enough. That's a problem. If there is a problem, it must be solved. There is no way to escape. Luoyu stopped mining and touched his chin to think. If you want to increase the output of rocks, the easiest way is to let the bugs with low mining levels dig there. Basically, they dig out stones, but the total resources of the vein will still be consumed. The more stones you dig, the less other resources you have. The more other resources you have, the less stones you have. In terms of income, iron ore, copper ore, and silver ore are definitely the most profitable. After thinking for a while, Luoyu thought that getting stones outside the mine was the right thing to do. He flipped through the system interface and finally found a solution. Quarry can continuously produce various types of stones, does not consume mineral resources, but it is difficult to collect stones, and there are various unknown risks. Although this building has many limitations, it can initially solve the dilemma of fewer and fewer stones. We will talk about it later when we have core drilling technology. The aesthetics of the quarry is greatly reduced, and it must not be built in the base, so it is built next to the mine. This building does not require basic construction materials and can be built directly with silver. 5W silver is still a little expensive, but don't worry, you have money. After Luoyu clicked OK, a small hill appeared on the other side of the mine, which was uglier than the ugly mine next to it. After entering the small hill from the cave, I found that it was pitch black inside. It was actually hollow, and pillars supported the quarry one by one. There is a square hole on the ground. This hole is the place for quarrying. Just dig it directly. Luoyu tried it and swung the pickaxe, but even with his mining level, the efficiency was still very slow. It took him 10 minutes to dig out a piece of black spotstone. This is when he has the global working speed plus 100% attribute. If someone else comes, I am afraid it will take about half an hour to dig a stone. The efficiency is so low, and the environment is too bad. Luo Yu muttered to himself, and suddenly there was a prompt warning. Due to the vibration caused by excavation, part of the structure on the top of the quarry fell off. Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu hurriedly ran out of the cave. Sure enough, more than a dozen stones fell down. If you are unlucky, you will be hit. Is this the unknown risk? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. This is to kill people. He made up his mind that he would not allow any normal person or animal to enter the quarry, so he would let the worms do the digging. At the command, 11 digging worms entered the quarry from the mine and slowly started digging. Luo Yu estimated the speed. A worm could dig out a stone in about an hour. According to working 15 hours a day, he could earn 165 black spot stones a day. These are not included in the consumption of the vein. According to Xiaojin's stone cutting ability, a stone can cut out 15 units of stone, and a total of 2,475 black spot stone bricks can be produced a day. This calculation is not bad. Of course, Luo Yu knew that all this was an ideal state. Working in the quarry could cause sudden death for no reason. Thinking of this, Luo Yu told the Golden Scorpion King beside him, "Don't eat any of the bugs dug out of the mine, whether they are centipedes or digging worms. Catch them, understand? Let me tame them. If you dare to eat them again, I will fry you and eat you." The Golden Scorpion King felt the threat from his master and nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. After nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu stopped mining and returned to the big villa to cook. Luo Yu had a great harvest today. He went to the arena to make some money in the evening. He hugged Xiao Kong and slowly fell asleep. Morning, another beautiful day. Luo Yu looked at the rising sun outside the window, feeling very happy. It's just a little hot. It seems like it hasn't rained for a long time. With this thought in his mind, he was about to get out of bed when a reminder suddenly came. Tip: there are flying objects flying towards your territory, please avoid them. Types of flying species you may face: airdrop supply boxes. Oh? Luo Yu hurriedly called all the animals outside. Sure enough, an unknown object fell from the sky a minute later. The speed was not very fast, but it would still cause harm to people or animals if it really hit people or animals. Bang! With a muffled sound, the box fell into the cotton field. The airdrop supply box caused a fire. Please put it out as soon as possible. A flame ignited in the cotton field, and the big octopus extinguished the fire with a mouthful of water. Luo Yu and others hurried over to take a look, and saw an iron box lying quietly in the pit. It's a pity, it's just one. Luo Yu secretly thought that it was a pity that the airdrop supply was not calculated according to the territory score, but all depended on luck. Just because he didn't know what was inside, Luo Yu didn't use critical strikes. According to the nature of the Tiandao world, once there is such a welfare incident, he may be unlucky next. Just keep the critical hits. When he opened the tin box, he saw a scroll lying inside. Auto catapult upgrade scroll, huh? You're lucky. Luo Yu's eyes lit up, and he found a usable one. At this time, the world, regional chats and groups have become lively. Nyoda, 2 dromedary camels came to my territory, there is meat to eat. Fang Yameng, I airdropped a box, and inside was a ball of platinum. Alice, I'm here to remind you about animal migration. You can hunt and tame them, or you can watch them leave. You'd better try to tame them. Naker, the ground here is uplifting again, and a bunch of silver mines have appeared. Could it be that the crustal movement is more intense under my territory? Everyone, it's good to be intense. You're so prosperous. Naker, probably, maybe 50,000 silver, so visitor technology can start. Elena, yes, have all your visitors been unlocked? The more I look at the big monster in the lake, the more I dislike it. Everyone started chatting, and Luo Yu also chatted with everyone, and learned that Fang Yameng and Elena had unlocked visitor technology. Nakor should get a piece of money soon. While chatting, he walked to the catapult and used the scroll. There was a flash of light, and the catapult in front of him began to change. It became smaller in size, but its various structures looked more exquisite. Automatic trebuchet, enhanced version. The speed of launching stones is increased by 3 times. The stones will explode, but a certain amount of stone bricks will be consumed. The instructions are quite simple, but the content is rich. The attack speed of the catapult is tripled, which is equivalent to 2 more catapults. In addition, the stones have an explosion effect, which greatly increases the power, but the disadvantage is that it consumes stone bricks. After looking carefully, the consumption of stone bricks is not much. If you throw 10 stone bricks at a time, the catapult will automatically search for stone bricks within a range of 5 meters and load them. If there are no stone bricks, it will not continue shooting. Originally, Luo Yu might have been worried about the problem of stone bricks, but now that the quarry has appeared, don't panic. The defense was slightly strengthened, because the territory's resources were in a bottleneck period again, and Luo Yu couldn't make anything, so he simply started doing chores. The first thing is to carry the stone bricks and place them next to the catapult, and then start cleaning. He cleaned the villas, warehouses and other places, while the 4 shackled prisoners cleaned the floor tiles and walls outside, taking advantage of the time to do a general cleaning and improve the hygiene score. General cleaning cannot be completed in one day. After dinner, Luo Yu was soaking in the large bath and was about to enter the arena when he suddenly discovered a transaction message in the world. Leopard Clan, anonymous, 2 scrolls of personal characteristics, in exchange for a silver dot level or above armor. Luo Yu's heart moved, and after sending the transaction frame, he said, "What kind of armor do you want?" Leopard Clan, anonymous, as long as it is silver level or above. Luo Yu put the gold soft armor on it. Is this gold dot level 1 okay? Hey, gold level. You actually have such awesome stuff. The man looked surprised, but then noticed something and said, "The deceased's clothes? Brother, wearing the clothes of the deceased will bring disaster. The price of your things has dropped." Luo Yu had already thought of this level and replied, "Don't make it so serious, it's just that there may be debuffs occasionally. This clothes can save lives at critical moments. And as long as there is purifying water, it can be purified. After this round of airdrop supplies, I think there must be a lot of purified water. You should think carefully about whether you want to trade or not." This Leopard Clan is obviously tempted. Gold level armor is really a life-saving thing. Seeing that the attack is approaching, staying alive is the right thing to do. Besides, what this human race said seemed to make sense. If he really wanted to receive the purifying water, he might even make a profit. After thinking for a while, the Leopard Clan replied, "Okay, let's do the deal. The transaction is successful, you get a personal characteristics transfer scroll *2. After closing the transaction box, Luo Yu's eyes were filled with joy. He had a diamond jacket. He no longer needed the armor, and he didn't want to go to the trouble of getting purifying water. It would be better to directly replace it with the urgently needed scroll. Clicking on the captive page, the 2 male captives have the chef trait and the winemaker trait respectively, and the chef is a 2-star one. Nothing is said, just transferred directly. With a flash of light, the 2 scrolls disappeared, and Luo Yu gained 2 more characteristics. Chef, 2 stars cooking speed plus 100%, chance of food poisoning reduced by 20%, food delicacy plus 20%, positive buff, chance of obtaining attribute points plus 20%, winemaker, 1-star wine brewing speed plus 50%, success rate plus 50%, positive buff, attribute point acquisition probability plus 10%, leaving aside the winemaker, the chef trait is a good thing. Currently, Luo Yu is responsible for cooking in the base. It originally took 1 hour to make a simple meal. The chef feature saves half the time, and the global work speed plus 100% saves half the time. A meal only takes 15 minutes. Time is money. Now that the characteristics have been obtained, the 2 male prisoners have no use value and will be put on the shelves directly. But in a moment, he sold it on the spot, making a profit of 40,000, and the silver returned to 35.50000. Luo Yu took a look at Thunder Technologies resources. Copper *20000, gold *20000, silver *100,000, it's still not enough. Luo Yu is not worried about silver and copper mines, but 20,000 gold is a huge sum of money. The Scorpion King will bring back 100 units of gold every 4 or 5 days, but he can't resist the demand for so much gold. If you buy gold, you will definitely not do it. It would be too wasteful. He had an idea and thought of a feasible solution. Arena, Black Iron Field. Use room, human race. If you don't accept life and death, just do it. 100 golds for a handful, come if you have the guts. You don't have to bet on silver in the arena, you can also bet on other things. 100 gold is equivalent to more than 10,000 silver, and the gambling capital is still very large. Luo Yu is not the first to bet on gold. Many people who have mined gold or even platinum have bet there. This time, someone didn't enter the room immediately. After Luo Yu waited for about 10 minutes, someone finally came. Appearing on the opposite side was a tall bear tribe, whose appearance looked a bit like Thunder Roar from the League of Legends.
He waved his paw and said solemnly, "This is the first time I have seen a human race dare to bet on gold. Very good, you are very brave. I have exactly 500 gold. Do you dare to raise your bet?" The special events during the day seem to have made many people rich. With the attributes of Luo Yu's equipment, I wouldn't be afraid to bet 5,000, let alone 500. Of course, he can't be too active, pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, and play the long game to catch the big fish. After a pretentious hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, 500 is 500. Tip, the bet in this room is changed to 500 gold. 500 gold was really a large amount, and many spectators immediately came to the room. Everyone saw that there was nothing wrong with the powerful bear tribe, but on the other side was a human tribe. Is this human race crazy? Bet 500 gold with Brother Xiong? It's normal. There are a lot of people who want money and go crazy in the arena. Hey, I've heard of this guy. He seems to be good at dealing with the Zerg." Everyone was whispering for a while, and the bear tribe man said coldly, "I am very grateful that you gave me the money. Don't worry, I will give you a happy, quack, quack. 3, 2, 1, start." When the countdown ended, Luo Yu waved his hand immediately, and the light flashed in front of his eyes, and a huge wild wolf appeared. "Hey, Beast Master. Good guy, it turns out he's a Beast Master. No wonder he's so brave. But even if you are a Beast Master, it is useless to rely on a wolf." Wolf King Itai showed a fierce look, and the bear tribe man smiled strangely, "Then I will kill this wild wolf first." He roared and rushed forward, and Wolf King Itai also howled and rushed forward. The man punched Itai. The strength of the bear was no joke. In terms of attributes, even the Wolf King was far inferior to this bear tribe man. Just as he was about to hit Itai's head with a punch, an arrow suddenly shot out. Almost instinctively, the bear tribe man turned sideways when he heard the sound of the bowstring, barely avoiding the flying arrows, but he didn't expect that one feather arrow would be followed by two more. Puff! With two muffled sounds, the feather arrow pierced directly into the chest of the bear tribe man. 3 arrows in a row. This human is still an archer. The audience marveled in admiration, but this bear tribe man was extremely fierce. He pulled out the arrows from his body and rushed towards Luo Yu with a roar. But at this moment, Itai rushed from behind and bit him hard on the arm. The bear tribe man was in pain and tried hard to throw Itai away. The teeth of the Wolf King were no joke. Even if he was thrown away, he would still carry him with him. "Come down with 2 pieces of meat." Ah! The bear tribe man groaned in pain. Although the arena would not actually be harmed, the pain response was still the same. Puff, puff, puff. Another 3 arrows were fired in succession, and these 3 arrows pierced the man's back. This man was really very fierce, and he rushed towards Luo Yu regardless of it. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu showed a smile in his eyes. He didn't shoot the arrow with all his strength, otherwise with such a high attribute value and the power of the Yang Yu Bao, 1 arrow could kill him. What we want is a narrow victory. If he is crushed, who will fight him in the future? Act! Seeing the Bear Clan man punching him, Luo Yu rolled to avoid it. The next moment, Itai pounced on him again, knocking down the Bear Clan man. Whoosh! An arrow shot out and pierced the man's throat. The man opened his mouth and looked at Luo Yu with a trace of resentment in his eyes, as if to say, "Just wait for me." The next moment, he died suddenly and disappeared into the room. K.O. You win. It takes 1 minute and 21 seconds, you get 500 gold and 920 silver for watching the battle. This human boy actually won. I'll go, the Beast Master and the Archer are so powerful. Yes, this is a new genre, and the ideas are there. Brother Yu is so handsome. Do you still remember me? I'm your little crush. For a while, everyone was talking about it. Luo Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and pretended to be relieved. Looking at him, he looks quite thrilling. The Beast Master is not invincible. Luo Yu's expression fell in everyone's eyes, and everyone came to a new conclusion. Sure enough, someone immediately took the bait. A woman from the Snow Leopard tribe entered the room and said coldly, "Others are afraid of your wolf, but I am not. It's still 500 gold, let's get started." Luo Yu also sneered, "Okay. 3.2.1 starts." The countdown ended, and the Snow Leopard woman suddenly pounced on him, so fast that even Itai couldn't react. It looked like her agility was at least 60. But in Luo Yu's eyes, she was not so agile. 60 points of agility was a bit like slow motion. At the moment when the woman suddenly jumped up, he suddenly waved his hand and summoned again. A flash of light appeared in front of him, and a hen appeared. The Snow Leopard woman was sprinting at full speed, and suddenly a hen flew in front of her.
The distance was too close for her to react, and she crashed into the hen. The hen died suddenly and disappeared, but the snow leopard woman also stumbled and fell to the ground. A Tai, who was chasing behind her, pounced on her back and bit her neck fiercely. Luo Yu also took advantage of the situation and stabbed the woman's ribs with a bow and arrow. Blood was flowing everywhere. Before disappearing, the snow leopard woman said sadly, "Do hens also have grades?" Luo Yu smiled and said, "Yes, my hen lays eggs very fiercely. In my eyes, it is beautiful." "Beautiful? Is the chicken beautiful?" The snow leopard woman opened her mouth, with a very unwilling look in her eyes, but still disappeared. K.O. You won the victory in 12 seconds, you won 500 gold and 1650 silver for watching the game. The audience was all in an uproar. Fuck, this guy actually has a first-class hen. Chicken, you are so beautiful? Do you like singing, dancing, rap and basketball? That one upstairs must be a human race, you're exposed, ha ha ha. It turns out that hens can also be used as hidden weapons, learn from it. Although it won't hurt in reality, does it really not affect egg laying? Everyone was talking, everyone had a new understanding of the Beastmaster, and for a while, no one dared to challenge him. The gambling capital is too expensive, and the hidden hen weapon is a bit weak. Luo Yu waited for more than 10 minutes and no one came. He knew that the pretentious race did not bother to fight against his human race, and similar races could not afford the money. Forget it, that was it for today. It would be great if I could earn 1,000 gold every day. Luo Yu secretly smiled in his heart. After exiting the arena, he clicked on the warehouse overview and saw that there were now 3,500 gold. Keep up the good work tomorrow. In the mist-filled bath, Xiao Dai walked up and sat next to Luo Yu. She blushed slightly and said, "Master, you can take us with you when you go to the arena to fight, we can protect you too." Luo Yu laughed and said, "Why kill a chicken with a cattle knife? Besides, I can't bear to have you three cuties fighting with others." As soon as these words came out, the three beast girls all blushed. Xiao Dai thought of something and chuckled. "I still remember one day, some people shouted Xiao Dai to save me. Are you reluctant to let go now?" Ha! Ha ha, Luo Yu laughed awkwardly. How come Xiao Dai has such a good memory? In the morning, the first thing Luo Yu did when he woke up was to look at today's buff. Sure enough, with various blessings, today we have the Action Fever buff, and the Rare Item Production Rate Increase buff. The fishing for the second buff was good. Luo Yu went fishing after having breakfast. I haven't been fishing for a long time. As soon as I sat on the bluestone by the lake, I immediately felt something. The sun is dazzling and the temperature has reached 36 degrees, which is very hot. Luo Yu was wearing insulated clothes and pants and was not afraid of the heat, but Xiao Kong beside him. Turning around, I saw a trace of sweat on Xiao Kong's face. She had been fishing under the sun these days, so it must be very hot. The originally supple skin has also turned a bit darker, but there have never been any complaints. Not only her, but also Xiao Dai often comes to fish. The two of them are really good, but if they change people, they will just give up. Luo Yu secretly thought that he was careless, and said softly, "Xiao Kong, I'm going fishing today, you go and clean up in the villa." Woo! Xiao Kong was very obedient, and after calling out softly, he ran to clean up. Luo Yu fell in love with this little cutie more and more, and at the same time, he thought to himself that this was not going to work, and Xiao Kong had to have a comfortable place to fish. He flipped through the building page and finally locked on 2 buildings. Advanced Fishing Pier, Fishing Efficiency plus 30%, Rare Item Acquisition Rate plus 30%, Entertainment Value plus 5, Elegant Lake Pavilion, Fishing Efficiency plus 10%, Rare Item Acquisition Rate plus 10%, Overall Aesthetics of the base increased, Entertainment Value plus 5, these 2 buildings can be combined and superimposed. They look pretty good. And the building materials are the same, stone brick asterisk 20,000, wood asterisk 10,000, silver asterisk 5,000, jade asterisk 200, gold asterisk 200, it's a bit expensive, and unnecessary buildings like this will greatly increase the base's score, but Luo Yu thought of how Xiao Kong was sweating just now, so he still chose to build it. Not only Xiao Kong, but I will also go fishing often in the future. I don't want to be as tan as a charcoal. I have saved a lot of stone bricks these days, use them. Timber, buy. There was a flurry of operations and a flash of light before my eyes. First, a fishing pier that extended into the small lake appeared. It extended about 10 meters into the small lake. A beautiful small pavilion appeared at the end of the pier. This is a typical Oriental Lake Center pavilion. There are stone furniture such as stone tables and benches in the pavilion. Sitting in the Lake Center pavilion on a hot day will give you a cool feeling. The sunshade effect is very good, quite good.
Luo Yu took a look at the base score. Good guy, he got it to 8,800.
One building was actually given a score of 600, which is almost the same as a large villa.
Sure enough, the rating given for building such unnecessary luxury buildings is too high. Throwing a rod, fishing.
Luo Yu sat on a stone bench in the shade of the lake pavilion, fishing and thinking about how to offset the threat posed by this part of the score. Previously, I wanted to lay floor tiles with hidden thorns, but the project was not completed yet. Now the score has been increased to 1200. Even with the enhanced catapult, I still have to find ways to strengthen the defense.
How about spending money to build another arrow tower?
Luo Yu was thinking this, and suddenly realized that he had caught something.
How long has it been? Is it a minute? Is it so exciting after the fishing efficiency increases? When I closed the pull, I saw it was a tin box.
Yes, I have buffs, the acquisition of rare items is increased, and the efficiency and buffs are superimposed.
This is not a box.
Before opening the box, Luo Yu hesitated for a moment. It seemed that there was no disaster after the special event.
Let's use the crit.
He muttered something silently in his mind. Triggered by 100 times critical hit, after getting the prompt, Luo Yu opened the box and saw that it was a scroll.
Automatic axe catapult production diagram, wood * 2000, stone brick * 2000, sinew of silver. Level animals * 1, gold * 200, huh? It's a defensive weapon.
Luo Yu was delighted, as he had these materials. After the death of the Golden Scorpion King, he gave a golden. Level tendon that was still in the ice cellar. Luo Yu kept it because he knew it would be useful sooner or later. Now it's in use. Just when I was thinking about strengthening the defense, the blueprint came. I just don't know if this thing is strong or not. After clicking to build, a large stone crossbow flashed in front of me, and a small stone axe was placed on the stone crossbow instead of a crossbow arrow. Automatic axe catapult, a defensive building for close-range killing, with strong power and high hit rate. Stone bricks need to be placed at the location to automatically generate stone axes for firing, and the range is relatively short. Tip: because you used the tendons of gold. Level animals to build the flying axe launcher, the range of the flying axe is plus 10 meters, the killing power is increased, and the current range is 20 meters. Please select a location. Wow, it's actually a killing. Type defensive building. The original 10-meter range is indeed a bit short, but 20 meters is not bad. Luo Yu looked at the stone axe on it. Regardless of whether it is sharp or not, if you are hit by this thing, you will die suddenly, right? This is used to deal with shield soldiers.
Arrow towers and crossbows are not good for dealing with shield soldiers, but flying axes hit them accurately. What a good thing!
After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to install it on the front wall.
In the center of the east wall.
For stone bricks, just stack some and put them on the wall. The defense was stronger again, and the long-standing problem of shield soldiers was solved.
Luo Yu was relieved.
In fact, he knew that he didn't have to worry so much.
The base was not only defended by automatic weapons.
The real strength was himself and the animals. However, he always felt that it was a failure to fight with the animals. When the attack came, he sat in the villa and drank a little wine, relying on the base's automatic defense to easily kill the attack. That was the upper-class life of the Lord. Let's keep up the good work. After dinner, Luo Yu sat in the pavilion in the middle of the lake to fish. He saw that the air on the lake was a little distorted, which was definitely very hot. The human body can withstand a temperature of about 38 degrees Celsius. If it is exposed to the sun above this number, it is easy to get heat stroke. Because of his clothes and pants, Luo Yu's comfortable temperature has reached 78 degrees Celsius.
The temperature resistance is above 85 degrees Celsius. He can't feel the heat, but it is really hot now. It hasn't rained for about 7 or 8 days, right? Luo Yu had an ominous premonition in his heart and said in the group, "It's so hot and humid today, how is your heat prevention work going?"
"Fang Yameng, don't mention it, I can't do anything. My sisters and I are hiding in the house and dare not go out. Other base members are not allowed to go out to work at noon. Alice, our treehouse is more heat-resistant, and everyone should be prepared for heat stroke." "Luo Yu, I heard that although there is no system prompt, I feel something is wrong.
There may be a risk of drought.
Food storage, human heat dissipation, and vegetable garden irrigation will soon have problems.
I remind everyone should dig cellars immediately and buy ice blocks for insulation."
"Naker, I agree. In the previous special events, hail fell in many areas, and the current price of ice blocks is not outrageous.
Nyoda, I don't know if it's outrageous, but I don't have money. Alas, I really want to destroy the monsters in the lake, so that I can soak in the water and avoid the summer comfortably. Luo Yu, indeed, this is also a way. How are your visitor technology unlocked? Fang Yameng, I've done it. Naker, I've done it too. The last wave of special events made everyone make a lot of money.
As a result, except for Nyode, everyone in the small group has done it.
Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, after I entered your number, it actually prompted that it would take 10,000 silver to visit your territory. How high is your territory score?
Luo Yu smiled in his heart when he saw this.
Visitor technology is not something that can be visited casually.
Even if the other party agrees, the party with a low base score has to spend money to visit the party with a high score. Because this is a study tour, you have to pay tuition. The specific tuition fee is divided into different levels. Luo Yu's territory is definitely rated much higher than Fang Yameng and the other three, so it costs 10,000 silver, which is the upper limit. The real difference may be much greater than 10,000. He smiled and replied, I like mining, and I make more things.
Everyone, mining, is it really that profitable?
Everyone made an appointment to prepare for 2 more days, and after the next wave of events is over, they will go to Fang Yuming's territory to meet, one by one. As for the issue of how to distribute after the boss battle, we will talk about it later.
Now, according to Luo Yu's idea, everyone buys ice first.
Luo Yu also started buying ice, because it is summer, even though hail has appeared in many places before. The price of ice is still a little expensive.
300 silver per unit.
Luo Yu had money, so he bought 100 units of ice at once, spending 30,000 silvers, and hurriedly put them into the ice cellar. The temperature of the ice cellar plummeted, and it felt like it was below -5 degrees. At this time, the friends also started digging the cellar, and Luo Yu did not disturb them and continued fishing. Not to mention, after the fishing efficiency increased, it seemed that more boxes were obtained.
Luo Yu got another box at sunset, and after opening it, it was a palm-sized piece of gold. He was lucky. He looked at the amount of gold in the base, 3,800, and the increase in this number still made him quite satisfied. Because the cooking speed is now greatly accelerated, dinner is done in more than an hour. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone finished a busy day and sat at the table to eat.
After taking a bite of tomato, Xiao Dai reported, Master, I have stored 12 more women's underwear these days.
You can sell them when you have time. Oh? I'll sell them right away.
Luo Yu directly opened the warehouse and put the women's underwear on the shelves while eating. It was sold out just 5 minutes after it was put on the shelves. He made another 36,000 silvers. It was comfortable. While eating, he suddenly received a prompt, due to the improvement of the hygiene standards of the territory, you have been blessed by the heavens and gained physical fitness +2, here it comes.
Luo Yu was overjoyed when he saw the prompt.
The higher the values of hygiene, beauty, entertainment, etc., the more likely you are to get attribute points or buffs. Attribute points after 100 cannot be added with silver, which shows how precious these 2 points of physical fitness are.
I looked at the hygiene value.
The highest value was still 98.
The current value is 95.
The effect of cleaning these 2 days has come out.
He looked at Xiao Kong and smiled as he picked up a piece of meat for her. Little cutie, come on, eat more, you will grow meat.
Xiao Dai coughed lightly and said nothing, just pushed the food box towards Luo Yu.
The expression on her face was obvious. Master, I want some too.
Luo Yu laughed and picked up another piece of meat for Xiao Dai and Xiao Jin.
A bowl of water should be evenly balanced.
After dinner, the 3 little cuties washed the dishes together, while Luo Yu went to take a shower first.
The old rules, enter the arena to make money.
Still betting on gold, not much, 100 gold, whoever is willing to take the bait.
Not long after the room was opened, someone came in immediately.
The one who came was a tall bear tribe man. He grinned and said, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yesterday I cheated my brother of 500 gold, today I want you to spit out double.
1,000 gold, dare you to gamble again.
Good guy, Big Bear appeared, it turned out to be revenge.
Luo Yu was overjoyed, but he was embarrassed.
He hesitated and said, I know what you mean, but I only have 1,500 gold in total.
Isn't this 1,000 gold too big to bet on?
Big?
I'll give you a bigger one.
The bear tribe man grinned and said, what a coincidence, I also have 1,500 gold.
The strong man from the bear clan said with a cruel smile, stop talking nonsense, I will go all.in today, kick you out of the golden PK game, and give you a quick gambling.
For a moment, the bear tribe who came to the room to watch the excitement applauded one after another. Those who were watching the excitement did not think it was a big deal, and all the other races also started booing. As for the human race, they all advised Luo Yu not to be impulsive. There is no need for such things.
What impulse? Luo Yu just deliberately raised the stakes.
Today he planned to help this Bear Clan brother pay some IQ tax.
He pretended to be irritated and shouted, "Okay, let's see if you kick me out of the golden game, or I will kick you out. Come on, come on."
Luo Yu raised the bet on the spot, and the Bear Tribe man also wished for it. Tip: the room bet is changed to 1500 gold. For a time, the spectators cheered one after another, and a large number of spectators poured into the room.
Not to mention the gold, the audience fee alone should not be underestimated. 3.2.1, start.
Without any nonsense, Xiongdi rushed directly to Luo Yu. This first step started very quickly, and in terms of agility, it was far better than the previous Xiong air.
A tie!
Luo Yu shouted softly, and Wolf King Atai appeared and pounced on him on the spot.
Savage impact! Bang! With a muffled sound, Xiongdi's shoulder directly collided with Atai's.
The difference in strength knocked Atai away on the spot, while Xiongdi rushed towards Luo Yu with all his strength. Luo Yu took out his Yangyu Bao and was about to shoot an arrow.
Unexpectedly, Xiongdi seemed to be prepared. Don't even think about it.
He actually pulled out a small stone axe from his waist and smashed it at Luo Yu.
Although Luo Yu dodged, he had lost the opportunity.
The next moment, Xiongdi had already rushed into his face.
Chicken!
Luo Yu shouted softly again, and the chicken hidden weapon came out again. The hen chicken spread its wings and flew towards Xiongda's face, trying to grab Xiongda's cheek.
The speed of the turkey is actually not bad. Xiongda was also startled when he suddenly appeared. However, this person was extremely fierce. Instead of instinctively avoiding the turkey, he opened his big mouth and bit the turkey. On the body.
The chicken's claws left scratches on his face, but he was also bitten to death.
Go to hell! Xiongdi punched Luo Yu hard. It was too late for the Wolf King to come back to help.
It was even impossible to draw an arrow at close range. Luo Yu was about to be hit by a punch, but at this moment, something suddenly happened. The light flashed. A big red snake suddenly appeared, its tail swept across, and it collided with the bear's big fist.
Bang!
Xiongda was swept back half a step by the snake's tail, with a look of shock in his eyes.
Not only him, everyone was shocked. Bronze level.
This man has a bronze level serpent, my god.
Is this the killer move of the Beast Master? It's terrifying. Everyone was stunned. Xiong Damong reacted quickly.
The python in front of him was as thick as a bucket and at least 10 meters long. He knew the consequences of being entangled by a python and quickly backed away. But at this time, the Wolf King had climbed up and bit Xiongda's arm fiercely. He swung it violently but didn't shake it away. The next moment, he felt a pain in his chest. Puff puff puff. 3 more arrows were fired in succession, and 3 feather arrows pierced into Xiongda's chest. In anger, he pulled out the arrows and bit Atai's neck as well. A wolf and a bear actually started biting each other, but there was also a big snake. The giant red scaled python was at the bronze level. It wrapped violently around Xiongda's waist and bit him on the neck. Xiongda wanted to push the giant python away, but he couldn't. There was a look of despair in his eyes, and he looked at the human race not far away who was holding a bow and arrow, his eyes full of resentment. Fooled! This human race has a trump card, deliberately irritating itself and stealing its own gold.
This is an actor. Whoosh! An arrow pierced his eyebrow.
Xiongda opened his mouth and said with difficulty, "This matter is not over." As the voice fell, the person's body disappeared.
K.O.
You defeated your opponent in 3 minutes and 29 seconds, you get 1500 gold and 2610 silver, this time, gold has reached 5300 and silver has reached 40 W.
What a profit!
The audience in the room stared at Luo Yu one by one, with a chill in their hearts.
They discovered that the most powerful thing about the Beast Tamer is that you never know what monsters he will summon.
The human race codenamed Yu below actually has bronze level ferocious beasts.
You know, the bronze field is not open yet. How terrible.
For a time, no one dared to fight him. Luo Yu waited for a long time and found that no one came to fight. It seemed that the red scaled python was too powerful.
Okay, quit and go to sleep holding our little cutie.
Another morning came, and Luo Yu woke up and immediately checked his status and the system prompts from last night. Tip: the diamond. Level bed brings you attribute improvements, your strength +1, current, 101. Tip: the hair growth progress of Shao Kong, Shao Dai, and Shao Jin is +50%. After a good sleep, you will gain a little strength, and you will earn your attributes while lying down. Your little cutie's hair will grow long again, and they will be comfortable.
Today is another day in a good mood.
After having breakfast, Luo Yu went out and found that the temperature in the early morning had reached a terrifying 37 degrees.
It was only around 7 o'clock in the morning.
Under direct sunlight, the space outside seemed to be distorted.
At 8 o'clock in the morning, the system prompt appeared, warning, due to the interference of mysterious forces, the entire Tiandao world is invaded by heat waves, the temperature will continue to rise, the heat wave will last for more than 10 days, and the summer will be extended. Please do a good job of heatstroke prevention and cooling down, heat wave.
Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself that it was bad.
After the special event, a crisis event really occurred. In the 5 minutes after the prompt appeared, the temperature soared to 40 degrees, and it continued to rise.
The world was in mourning, and the regional chat was also shouting that it was over.
40 degrees. A little outdoor work will immediately cause heatstroke.
This temperature is a great threat to warm-blooded and moderate races such as humans and orcs, not to mention some races that don't like high temperatures. For example, the water race, the beautiful ice race, the snow race, or races that are not good at resisting heat. It is simply fatal.
The small group also exploded. Naker, oh my god, the heat wave is killing people. Fang Yamun, fortunately, I listened to Luo Yu and built an ice house. By the way, can the ice house withstand it?
Elena, it probably can't withstand it. We have to think of other ways. Alice, I hope every living being can survive this catastrophe safely. Nyota, I am thick-skinned and not afraid of the sun, but I am afraid that the grass will die of drought. Luo Yu looked at the price of ice at the auction house, which soared 20 times in an instant. He said in the group, even if ice is placed in an ordinary cellar, it can't block such a high temperature. I tell you, to build a warehouse, Luo Yu shared his personal experience, and everyone expressed their opinions. In the end, it was concluded that not only the floor tiles and warehouses should be insulated, but also an insulation layer should be laid. The best raw materials for this insulation and sun protection layer are actually cloth, fur, and the like.
This small group reacted very quickly. While cloth and cotton have not risen in price, they immediately bought a wave. Luo Yu is not a stingy person.
After the last harvest blessing, his cotton has a lot of inventory, and he sold some of them at the original price.
Including wolf skin, laying on the roof for insulation has a miraculous effect. For a while, everyone was preparing. Luo Yu checked the situation of his own cellar.
The temperature was also slowly rising, so he still had to prepare. In fact, for ordinary people, this preparation process is at risk of heatstroke, but Luo Yu is not afraid. He quickly spread the wolf skin on the roof of the warehouse, and suddenly had an idea to pour water on it with a wooden barrel. After the wolf skin absorbed water, the insulation effect was better, and the temperature of the cellar began to drop again. He nodded slightly, and at this moment, a prompt appeared.
Warning, your companion pet Shao Dai has signs of mild heatstroke.
Shao Dai was working in the basement at this time, holding her forehead with her hand and seemed a little dizzy.
Luo Yu rushed to support her and asked with concern, how is it?
Master.
I'm fine. I just feel a little dizzy.
Shao Dai is very cold resistant, but poor heat resistant, and the highest comfortable temperature is actually only 36 degrees. Now the temperature outside has soared to 42 degrees. Although the big villa has a good insulation effect, the temperature inside is already 36 degrees.
No wonder Shao Dai has heatstroke.
If you have heatstroke, taking herbs is useless. It can't be cured if the temperature is not lowered, and it will become more and more serious. Warehouse Luo Yu ran into the warehouse with Shao Dai in his arms. The high-level warehouse's insulation effect, the wet wolfskins, and the slight cool air coming out of the cellar, the temperature of the entire warehouse is now 25 degrees. After sitting there for a while, Shao Dai recovered a lot.
She exhaled and said, Master, it's too hot today. I won't go anywhere.
I'll sleep on the floor in the warehouse. Indeed, this temperature really doesn't allow you to go anywhere. Luo Yu looked at the status bar of Shao Jin and Shao Kong.
Shao Jin's highest comfortable temperature is 300 degrees.
She can swim comfortably in boiling water.
The lava bath is about this kind of animal. Don't worry about her. Shao Kong's maximum comfort temperature is 65 degrees. He is also an outrageous little cutie. Now he is happily fishing in the pavilion again. Don't worry.
It's a pity that the diamond clothes and platinum pants are bound to me, so Xiaokong can't wear them. Otherwise, if I take off one and give it to her, she can basically bear it for a long time.
I looked at other animals again. The big octopus and the big snake are fine in the water, but the bull and the cow, the two stupid wolves, the hen, and a large group of insects can't bear this high temperature. Luo Yu hurriedly gathered all the animals that couldn't bear it in the warehouse to cool them down before they got heat stroke. These animals gathered in the warehouse and were obviously relieved, but the problem arose again. There were too many animals, and they were not small in size. They would emit a lot of heat by themselves, and the temperature in the warehouse rose. It's close to 30 degrees again. And now, the temperature outside has reached a terrifying 45 degrees, and it's just 10 o'clock in the morning. I looked at the World Channel and the Regional Channel, and there was a lot of grief. Many people have already got heat stroke. Maybe some poor races will be extinct in this heat wave. It's okay in the small group. After all, everyone has an ice cellar. If they can't hold it anymore, they can hide in it for a while. Fong Yameng, is everyone there? It's 45 degrees outside. This is not a solution.
When I was browsing the buildings just now, I saw the entertainment room.
There is an indoor swimming pool inside. The swimming pool can cool down and escape the heat. People and animals can hide in the entertainment room to avoid this disaster. And the entertainment room will be built sooner or later. I think it's feasible. While the price of building materials such as wood has not increased, everyone should make a decision. Seeing Fong Yuming's proposal, Luo Yu's mind was a little bit, and he clicked on the building page. Entertainment rooms are like other buildings. There are many types. Among them, high-end entertainment rooms have swimming pools, but they need a water circulation system.
Of course, there is no water circulation system, but the swimming pool needs to be artificially filled with water, and it is dead water. The hygiene standards will be reduced over time, and it is easy to get water poisoning when taking a bath. Advanced entertainment room, building materials *100,000, wood *20,000, silver *5000, gold *200, jade *200. This kind of thing is very expensive, and the higher the score, the more serious the attack. No one in the group spoke, and everyone was weighing the pros and cons. Elena was the first to say, Luo Yu, what do you think?
Alice, well, Luo Yu, you decide. Unconsciously, this small group often revolves around Luo Yu.
After thinking for a while, Luo Yu replied, building an entertainment room is indeed a feasible way to solve the threat of heat waves. If the swimming pool can be filled with water, with the special layout of the entertainment room, it is equivalent to a large evaporative cooling pool, which can effectively cool down. As for the water cycle, I think it's not so important now. There is always a way to fill it with water. Now there are two problems. First, materials. Do you have enough materials? Second, making this kind of luxury building will greatly increase the score. I expect it to increase by 800 points. According to last month's experience, there may be 40 more attack units at the end of the month. Are you confident that you can resist? Everyone fell into silence. Alice said, looking at the instructions of the heavens, the summer will be extended. The attack at the end of the month will come later this time. If we can survive this heat wave, it may not be an opportunity. I think there will be a way by then. Fong Yameng, well. Although I can't guarantee that I can survive the attack, the heat wave is right in front of us. If we can't protect the animals at home and the members of the base, there is only one way to die. We have no room for hesitation. Everyone agreed, and the final conclusion was, don't be afraid of attacks. The rest is the problem of building materials. Luo Yu said, stone bricks cannot be purchased directly at the auction house, but they can be exchanged for things. Wood can be bought directly. As for gold and jade, can you get this number? Luo Yu had secretly planned to lend out some gold, but what he didn't expect was that everyone said that gold and jade were in stock. And the one with the largest inventory is Nyode. He listened to Luo Yu's words in mind all day long. He leveled up and produced a lot of rare metals, but because he didn't build anything, he kept them all. Luo Yu smiled and said, we are all rich people. If the silver is not enough, I have a way. The heat wave will subside a little at night, so we will take advantage of the night to kill the monster in the lake and build a recreation room based on what it explodes. It starts tonight, what do you think? Everyone, that's it. First stop tonight, Fong Yuming's territory. It was still early in the evening, and Luo Yu was not afraid of the heat, but the dazzling sunlight still made it difficult for him to open his eyes. He ran to the sewing table and made a bamboo hat, so he could work in the sun. Fang Yamlin was right, the entertainment room still had to be built, and it had to be built well.
Luo Yu decided to build the entertainment room next to the big villa.
Advanced entertainment room, building materials asterisk 100000, wood asterisk 20,000, silver asterisk 5,000, gold asterisk 200, jade asterisk 200, the building material is naturally stone bricks. 10W stone bricks are currently not enough, so take precautions first. The price of wood in the auction house was 1:2. Luo Yu spent 4W of silver to buy 2W of wood, piled it in the warehouse, and then went to the mine. Now only Luo Yu, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Kong can move normally. Xiao Jin still cuts rocks, and Luo Yu takes Xiao Kong to the mine to mine. At present, there are still some resources in the veins, and they may face more severe challenges in the future. No matter what the consideration is, resources should be accumulated as soon as possible. After digging for a whole day, Xiao Kong's level was low and a lot of stones were produced, while Luo Yu mined mostly iron ore, copper ore, etc., because his mining efficiency was too high, and his experience points were there. Soaring, I upgraded my mining to LV8 today, and got 2 burrowing insects, all of which were domesticated, and I also received a 1-point increase in strength. After Xiao Jin finished cutting all the stones, he looked at the inventory and found that there were 8W. He would be able to collect enough stone bricks for the high-end entertainment room tomorrow. There is still 18% of the mineral vein resources left. If it were not for the continuous increase of resources, this would have been hollowed out. In the evening, the temperature dropped slightly, but the temperature outside was still a terrifying 42 degrees, and the temperature inside the villa dropped to 33 degrees, which was finally safe for people to stay. Everyone took a bath together, and Xiao Dai went to bed early. Seeing that it was almost time, Luo Yu was thinking about activating the guest function when the prompt came.
Fang Yamong invites you to enter her territory. There is no additional fee for your visit. Do you want to go?
After Luo Yu chose OK, another prompt popped up. Please designate the temporary person in charge of the territory after you leave. Xiao Jin, I'll come as soon as I go. I'll leave this to you. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Xiao Jin nodded and said, I know, if you encounter any danger, just call me.
No fool will attack during a heat wave. There is nothing to worry about.
Luo Yu smiled faintly, and the next moment a light door appeared in front of him, and he walked directly in. The world was spinning in front of his eyes, and when Luo Yu came back to his senses, he was already in an unfamiliar base.
Luo Yu? A nice female voice sounded.
I looked carefully and saw a group of girls in front of me.
Yes, a bunch.
Although they have never met, Luo Yu knows who they are. The long-haired woman standing in the middle, who looks about 20 years old, has a pure and beautiful appearance, must be Fang Yamong. The girl in her mid-20s next to her should be the HR manager mentioned before, a girl who recruits individuals. Another girl with a ponytail looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, so she was naturally another girl from their territory.
The other ones are easier to identify.
The pretty girl with a cat and a cattail is Naker. She has fair skin and long white hair.
The one who is as beautiful as a goddess must be Alice.
Elena is undoubtedly the short-haired elf girl with slightly dark skin, handsome appearance, and heroic appearance. A smile appeared on Luo Yu's face, and he said with a faint smile, we are all here.
Sure enough, we are all very beautiful girls, just as I imagined.
No matter which race a woman is, she will be happy when someone praises her beauty. The girls in front of her blushed slightly.
Fang Yamong chuckled and said, before, we were all guessing, well, could a man who loves mining be a huge muscular man? Only when you meet you will you know that you are quite handsome.
Luo Yu chuckled and said, is that so?
I'm so sorry for being so handsome. I disappoint you.
Ha?
Lost, disappointed?
Fang Yuming's face turned red after she reacted, and she hurriedly explained, that's nonsense.
I didn't say I like muscular men. Her reaction made everyone chuckle.
A joke brought them closer. There were so many good-looking girls in front of them smiling at the same time, like beautiful flowers blooming in the dark night.
It was really eye-catching.
Of course, it's all eye-catching, now there's business to do. I checked the temperature and found that even though it was already past 7 p.m., it was still a very hot 39 degrees. Fortunately, there was no direct sunlight. He smiled lightly and said, let's go, let's get started. Saying that, he walked forward first. When these girls passed by Luo Yu, they looked at his profile with different expressions. Alice had a gentle smile on her face, Nakir blushed a little, Fang Yaming had a faint smile in her eyes, and Elena was surprised.
I didn't expect this stupid man to look good. Alice looked at Luo Yu's back and chuckled. Is it just that he looks good? I feel relieved to see Luo Yu in person. Reassured? Yes. Humph.
Elena snorted lightly, and seeing that Fang Yaman, Nakir and others had caught up with Luo Yu, she and Alice also walked forward.
Luo Yu visited Fang Yuming's base along the way.
It was a small high-rise with a loft, a small garden in front of the door, the floor was paved with ordinary stone bricks, and the wall seemed to be an intermediate wall, both 50 meters long.
There are 6 automatic crossbows on the wall.
A large number of animals in the animal farm are lying there motionless.
It is too hot and they sweat all over when they move.
The vegetable garden is outside the wall, and a large orchard in the distance is very eye-catching. It can be said that it is a comfortable small base. It is quite good to be able to develop into this in less than 2 months. Naker wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed slightly. Yaman, your home is so beautiful.
What's the rating? 1,600 points. Fang Yaman smiled lightly and said, what about you?
Nakir said with envy, my family only has a score of 1,000.
Looking at the area chat, everyone is hovering around 600 points. You are really a little rich woman. Alice said softly, Yuming's territory is developing very well. Elena and I both only have 1,200 points.
The voice of this white-haired elf sister is really gentle, and she is also incredibly beautiful. In Luo Yu's eyes, Fang Yuming is already a first-class beauty, more beautiful than the stars on TV, and she is pure natural, that kind of healthy beauty. But compared with Sister Alice, she is still slightly inferior. To put it bluntly, although everyone is of different races, there is no hindrance to the conversation with each other at all. This is the magic of the world of Tian Dao.
Fang Yuming asked curiously, Luo Yu, what is your territory's rating?
I tried to visit your territory, but I was prompted to pay the highest end visit fee, seeing that the eyes of these beautiful girls were all focused on him.
Luo Yu smiled lightly and said,
a difference of 1,000 points in ratings requires a maximum fee of 10,000 silver.
Ha? So your rating is going to be close to 3,000? Naker exclaimed slightly, and the other girls also looked at Luo Yu with admiration.
Even Elena, who had always been dissatisfied with Luo Yu, had a hint of admiration in her eyes.
Luo Yu didn't answer but smiled secretly in his heart. Am I going to tell you that my score is 8,800? What should I do if I scare the beauties? He changed the subject, looked at Naker and smiled lightly. Kur, you seem to have promised to let me touch your ears before?
Nakor's delicate body trembled when she heard this, her face turned red and she said,
meow meow? Here? Now. At least don't do it now, okay? I'm covered in sweat, why does this sound so weird? Fang Yuming pulled Nakor behind her, looked at Luo Yu and said with a half-dot smile, oh? Luo Yu, what agreement did you make with Kor? Let's talk about it, okay? Pressure. Invisible pressure.
This pressure comes not only from Fang Yuming, but also from Alice and Elena.
Luo Yu was stunned and said amusedly, why are you looking at me like that? You don't want to touch Kor's furry ears?
When the girls heard this, they all looked at Naker's ears, and their eyes showed excitement.
Meow meow, what are you going to do? Feeling threatened, Nakir hurriedly ran to Luo Yu.
After everyone looked at each other, they all laughed again. Although it was the first time we met, everyone seemed to have known each other for a long time, and the atmosphere was very good.
Chatting with friends all the way, it seemed that he could no longer feel the high temperature.
When he came to the small lake, Luo Yu stopped his smile and said in a deep voice, you can't come any closer.
Everyone stopped instinctively. Alice walked to Luo Yu's side and said softly, Luo Yu, you take charge. The girls all nodded. In this case, Luo Yu also did his part and nodded, okay, but before that, we have to form a team first. Clicked on the team formation interface, and after a few operations, a prompt came, you have successfully formed a team with Fang Yuming, Nakir, Alice, and Elena. Tip, the maximum number of people in a team cannot exceed 10 people, the current number of people in the team is 5. As for the other 2 girls in Fang Yuming's territory, they stay in the house. Although they have physical fitness, they have no fighting ability at this stage. It is so hot, so they should stay at home. After forming a team, you can see a brief description of the team members. Luo Yu's description is, Beast Controller. Fang Yuming is also a Beast Controller. Nakir's description is Agility Warrior, and the 2 elf girls are Accurate Archers. It seems that it only describes the opponent's areas of expertise, without any specific attribute points or equipment. Fang Yuming said, my strength and agility are both at 35 points. I can be considered a melee fighter. You don't need to treat me like a girl. Luo Yu nodded slightly and said, well, then I'll treat you as a man. When Fang Yuming heard this, she was stunned and rolled her eyes at Luo Yu. Luo Yu looked intently at the lake in front of him and said in a deep voice, first, we need to lure out the big black fish. As soon as she finished speaking, Elena took out a medicinal herb and said, I planted this before, but it mutated when it rained and turned into a beast. Attracting herb. It has been tested before and it is useful for the black fish monster in the lake. It can be lured to the shallow water area on the shore. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces showed joy. Luo Yu was still thinking about using special milk, but it seemed that he didn't need it anymore. He smiled and said, very good, the next step is to tie the big black fish to the shore and not let him escape easily. Seeing the girls all looking at him, Luo Yu knew that there was nothing they could do, and said calmly, I will take care of this. Yu Meng, you build a simple watchtower on the shore to tie up the black fish. Just dismantle it when it's used up. You won't lose much material. Good. Fang Yumeng nodded seriously and said, I listen to you, where should we build it? Luo Yu said simply, it's right here. Let's start building. However, in a moment, a simple watchtower was built. Luo Yu took out the wisteria prepared in advance. In his own territory, the big black fish was tightly tied to the wisteria by the woven wisteria. This is a good thing that has been tested in actual combat. Then he took out the modified hook-claw spear and tied it to the watchtower with wisteria. He looked at the two elf girls and said, Alice, Elena, when the big black fish appears, you will find a position to shoot arrows on the left and right, and shoot its eyes first. To destroy the water monster, you are the main output. Alice nodded seriously, and Elena moved her arms and said, it seems that you have thought of everything, so let the killing start quickly. The dark elves are indeed bloodthirsty. Luo Yu put a label on the beautiful Elena in his heart, turned his head and looked at the cat girl and said, Kor, after trapping the big black fish, I will let Yumeng build a simple floating platform on the water. Do you have the confidence to go up with me to kill the monster? Kor giggled and said, I spent a lot of money on agility, but it's almost 50. I should ask you this question. Fang Yumeng raised her hand and said, I will go with you too. Luo Yu looked at Fang Yumeng, and he had to say that this was a brave girl. Okay. Together. After the distribution, Luo Yu looked at Elena and said, give me the animal-attracting grass. Yeah. Elena nodded, and after taking the precious animal-attracting grass from the elf girl, Luo Yu walked directly into the water to prepare for placement. He found that the lake water was a little hot. The temperature was too high, causing the surface temperature of the lake water to rise. After placing the animal-attracting grass on a raised bluestone on the shore, Luo Yu came back and said in a deep voice, hide each other. After that, he climbed up the watchtower directly. For a while, the lakeside became quiet, and the air seemed a little tense. The animal-attracting grass worked very well. After a while, a huge black shadow emerged in the center of the lake in the distance, exactly the same as the big black fish in his territory before. But Luo Yu found something unusual. Now the speed of this black fish seems not to be as fast as that in his territory, and the scales on the surface are no longer pure black, but slightly gray. Water temperature. He immediately figured out the key point. Because the water temperature rose, the big black fish seemed to be weakened. Then I thought of another thing. The heat wave seemed to be a terrifying and high-risk event, but it also had opportunities, which was a great opportunity to eliminate the water monster in the lake. At this moment, the girls below were breathing rapidly and looked a little nervous. Everyone knew that whether the first wave could tie up the water monster was the key to this battle. Unconsciously, everyone looked at Luo Yu who was standing alone on the watchtower. At this moment, Luo Yu held a hook-claw spear and looked at the black shadow in the lake with a serious expression. Seeing the black shadow getting closer and closer to the shore, at a certain moment, its upper part finally emerged from the water. At this moment, Luo Yu flashed the shape of the skeleton when decomposing the body of the big black fish in his mind, and then saw the opportunity and threw the spear down. Javelin mastery, with the blessing of 102 points of strength, the spear rotated at high speed and stabbed the big black fish. Puff! A ball of blood exploded from the back of the big black fish. Although it did not use 100 times critical strike, Luo Yu's strength today was definitely not comparable to that day. In addition, the scales of the big black fish were softened by hot water. This time, the spear penetrated deeply into the body of the big black fish, and the barb was hooked on the fish bone fiercely. The big black fish immediately struggled violently in pain, and blood spurted out of its mouth. This time it was severely injured. The girls below were a little dazed, shocked by the crazy beast in front of them, and also shocked by Luo Yu's strength and throwing techniques. The high-speed rotating spear and the large ball of blood that exploded brought them a shock to their hearts. Don't stand there, Alice, Elena, shoot arrows. Yumeng, repair the watchtower immediately. Luo Yu's light shout woke everyone up from a dream. Fang Yumeng hurriedly clicked on the building page. After successfully clicking on the repair, she saw that the durability of the watchtower was recovering, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Swoosh! 2 arrows shot out from the left and right. The 2 elves took action, and the arrows actually shot into the eyes of the big black fish at the same time. Blood flowers burst out again, and the big black fish screamed and rolled, but because the spear hooked deep into the body had hooked the fish bones, it could not break free at all. The big black fish was blind, and it couldn't break free. Luo Yu ignored the shaking of the watchtower and threw the javelin in his hand again. He had dissected the big black fish and knew its weaknesses. This javelin pierced the side of the black fish's body, which was a weak point attack. Roar! The big black fish roared wildly, blood spurted violently from its mouth, and the watchtower's durability dropped rapidly under its strong struggle. Fang Yumeng shouted loudly, Luo Yu, the speed of repair seems to be slower than the speed of destruction by the big black fish, what should we do? Luo Yu quickly climbed down the watchtower and shouted loudly, the big black fish is blind and has no target to attack, Yumeng. You immediately build a simple floating platform, we will kill it close to it. Be careful not to be swept by its tail. Okay. Fang Yumeng nodded repeatedly and immediately opened the construction page to start building a simple floating platform. The so-called simple floating platform is a platform floating on the water, which is more stable than a raft and is very cheap. At this time, Elena and Alice were still shooting arrows. The arrows they shot were accurate and fierce. The gills and eyes of the big black fish, which had no scales, became the focus of attention. The arrows caused great damage to the black fish. In just a few seconds, a circle of floating platforms appeared in the waters around the big black fish. Nakor was the first to rush up and shouted, Monster, die! The short sword in her hand slashed across the side of the big black fish, leaving a terrible blood mark on its body. According to what was discussed before, don't be greedy for output, and retreat directly after a hit. Nakor jumped from a floating platform to the safe floating platform behind, licked her lips, and showed excitement on her face. The reason why Luo Yu issued a melee instruction was because the big black fish was blind and could not attack accurately. The weather was so hot, and repairing the watchtower also cost money, so it was better to fight quickly. At this time, Fang Yumeng also rushed up, jumped on the floating platforms, held the long sword in both hands, and chopped the big black fish's head with a strong sword. In terms of strength alone, she was higher than Nakor. This sword had great lethality, leaving a deep blood mark on the big black fish's face. The big black fish roared. Although it was blind, it instinctively opened its bloody mouth and bit Fang Yumeng. Luo Yu was startled and rushed to rescue, but Fang Yumeng was very flexible. She jumped backwards like Nakir and jumped onto the floating platform behind, leaving the big black fish empty and only splashing water. Good guy, this girl has a talent for fighting, not simple. Roar! The furious big black fish struggled violently, but at this time, Luo Yu rushed up and chopped it with the Tiangong knife in his hand. Puff! A ball of blood burst out, and this knife almost cut off half of the big black fish's head. This was not over yet. Luo Yu hit back again, and the power of 102 made the Tiangong knife wrapped in the sound of breaking wind, and the half of the fish head was completely cut off with a puff. The big black fish's body stiffened and stopped moving. It was directly chopped to death by Luo Yu. For a while, the whole audience was quiet. The girls looked at the big black fish and then at Luo Yu. They all opened their mouths with unbelievable expressions in their eyes. Seconds. Luo Yu chopped off the fish head with 2 cuts. My God, what a great strength! Fang Yumeng beside him reacted and said in shock, Luo Yu, your strength, how much? Luo Yu shook the Tiangong knife in his hand and smiled faintly. It's a little higher than you, it's okay. Higher, a little higher? Nakor's mouth twitched, and she said strangely, at least 50, right? Almost twice as high. Well, that's about right. Luo Yu smiled faintly and didn't say much. Your team killed the black fish monster in the lake and won 40,000 silver, Beast Soul Core *2, Jingfeng Sword Skill *1, Silver. Level Martial Arts, Team Technology Sharing Scroll *1, Silver. Level Equipment Treasure Box *2, Personal Characteristics Scroll *1, as the prompt appeared, the floating platform where Luo Yu and Fang Yumeng stood flashed with light, and various props appeared. Luo Yu knew that the income from killing monsters in a team would be higher than that from an individual,
but he didn't expect to give so much. Of course, these have to be divided, and single kills don't need to be divided, so there is still a difference in income. Victory! Victory! Naker cheered on the floating platform, and for a while, everyone's face showed a smile. After a while, everyone worked together to drag the body of the big black fish ashore. Luo Yu suggested that Fang Yameng keep these things first, and it would be the right way to work together to decompose the big black fish and store them well. The weather is too hot. If such a large corpse is left outside, it will rot in less than 2 hours. Everyone agreed with Luo Yu's proposal and began to divide the work. After living independently for so long, they are still very skilled in slaughtering animal corpses. But Luo Yu is still the fastest. The overall work speed is plus 100%, and the cooking level has risen again. The efficiency of slaughtering makes the girls stare. Nakir asked curiously, Luo Yu, what did you do before? How come you know everything? Not only can you, but you are also very good at it. Fang Yameng added. While Luo Yu's hands were still working, he smiled lightly and said, I can't say I'm good, but I have learned something. Modest. Fang Yameng and Nakir said in unison. Luo Yu said with a smile, why? Even if you say I'm good, you won't get any benefits. The girls all laughed lightly, and the atmosphere became cheerful. With a group of people working together, they finished the work in just 15 minutes. Although the cellar of Fang Yuming's space is not as well insulated as the one in Luo Yu's house, there is no need to worry about the problem of rotting in a short time. After a while, everyone sat in the living room. The spoils were placed on the table. The girls were all happy. Fang Yuming smiled and said, let's work out a plan. How to divide it? After the voice fell, everyone looked at Luo Yu. Luo Yu smiled and said, everyone has a big monster in their territory. Silver, beast soul core and a martial arts book should be fixed. In this way, these 3 things are given to the lord of each territory. The lord only takes these 3 things, and the remaining boxes and scrolls are distributed to those who come to help. How about it? Nakir raised her hand first, and Fang Yumling followed suit. Alice and Elena had no objections, and the distribution plan was decided. Fang Yuming said, I'll take 1 beast soul core, and you guys will share the other one. Everyone nodded. Indeed, there might be 1 or 2 beast soul cores. This thing is not only used to unlock automatic core technology, but can also be embedded in other buildings and equipment. In addition, for the tamer characteristics, the beast soul core can be used to greatly increase the experience value of the characteristics. Alice said, well. Luo Yu contributed the most this time, you choose first. Luo Yu smiled lightly and said, no hurry, let's open the scrolls and boxes first, see what comes out and then distribute it. Yumeng, you open it. Fang Yumeng nodded and whispered, your name Yumeng is getting more and more fluent. While talking, he opened the technology scroll, and the result was the technology shared by the team, sealed meat block production scroll. If you want to say the most valuable thing in this round, besides the martial arts book, it is this shared technology. According to the Tiandao world, this kind of shared technology scroll will only appear when forming a team to fight monsters, and the chance of explosion is very low. In addition, the technology that the shared technology scrolls usually give is not very awesome, and more basic technology is given. But even so, it is also very valuable. Fang Yumeng clicked on the learning, and everyone immediately had the sealed meat block technology. This sealed meat block is actually canned meat, which is made of meat and iron ore. It can be made by hand or on the cooking table. He smiled and said, this technology comes at the right time. The weather is hot now, and meat cannot be effectively preserved. As long as the heat wave continues for a few days, it will lead to a serious food shortage. Canned meat has a long shelf life and is a hot commodity in the market. We will definitely make a lot of money by then. As soon as these words came out, the girls' faces showed a look of sudden realization. Nakir clapped her hands and was very happy, and the other 3 also smiled. Fang Yumeng chuckled and said, what a good business opportunity. Clear thinking, no wonder your base score is so high. It seems that we have to work hard to make canned meat these days. She is the easiest one. There are so many members in the territory, just assign someone with a good cooking level. Luo Yu was also ready to go back to make canned food, and he would talk about it later. 2 treasure chests gave out 2 silver equipment, a pair of silver daggers, and a pair of stockings. No one expected that a pair of silver-level white stockings would appear. Naker, Alice, and Elena had never seen this thing before. The personal characteristic scroll was the miner's characteristic. Everything is here. Everyone looked at Luo Yu. Luo Yu smiled and said, I'll give you all the equipment, just give me the beast soul core.
Ha! Everyone was slightly stunned. Alice asked curiously, Luoyu, don't you like mining? Why don't you choose a miner?
Elena also frowned slightly and said, although I can't beat you for the time being, I'm not a woman who needs you to be humble. Everyone knows that personal characteristics are the most precious things. Luoyu smiled and said, I have the minor characteristics, and the silver equipment is not suitable for me.
Anyway, it's not just Yu Ming's family, so it's fine, you guys hurry up and choose. Everyone thinks Luoyu is at a disadvantage, but in fact Luoyu really doesn't want anything.
Besides, he chose the Beast Soul Core to unlock the luxury taming field building, and then there will be a taming technology core, which is the most perfect when embedded in the Lord's bracelet. As a result, Nekora chose a dagger and Alice chose white stockings.
This beautiful female elf must look good in stockings, right? What's annoying is that she's still wearing pants. She should wear a miniskirt. Send her a pair later?
Luoyu is looking forward to seeing Alice wearing stockings.
The minor trait was given to Elena.
She was not comfortable, but she wanted to get rich by mining like Luoyu.
Everyone got what they wanted, and everyone was happy. At this time, Nyoda in the group couldn't help but speak, Luoyu, what are you doing? Are you all alive?
Why did I get a technology for no reason?
The people in the room looked at each other and smiled. It is now 9 o'clock in the evening.
The temperature has dropped slightly, but it is still maintained at 39 degrees.
Luoyu said, now it is impossible to move normally during the day, and you can only go out a little at night. Do you still have the strength? How about going to Lao Nyo's place?
Although they were all sweating, they decided to keep working hard and try to kill more big black fish tonight.
Nyoda does not have visitor technology and cannot invite, but everyone can choose to visit.
You choose to visit Nyoda's territory and are waiting for the other party to agree. Soon the other party agreed, and the light flashed in front of them, and everyone appeared in Nyoda's house. Nyoda is a bull-headed man in the ordinary sense, the kind with a strong bull head. At this time, he looked at the large group of beauties in front of him and was dumbfounded. Luoyu said with a smile, Old Nyo, I know they are beautiful, so you don't have to write it all on your face, right?
Ha 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 ha. Brother, I'm so happy to see you. Nyoda laughed and gave Luoyu a big hug.
Brother, there are all beauties in the group, we are lucky. Fang Yameng and Elena rolled their eyes at the Minotaur, Nakir spat lightly, and Alice always had a gentle smile on her face.
Luoyu smiled and said, okay, it's very hot, let's hurry up and work.
Nyoda's territory can be said to be bare, except for a stone house, a vegetable garden, and a female member, there is nothing.
This female tribal captive was sent by Luoyu, but she obviously didn't remember Luoyu.
The memory of the previous territory was cleared. According to the previous distribution, everyone immediately hunted by the lake. Fortunately, Nyoda had some inventory from mining, so he could build the arrow tower and floating platform, otherwise it would be a bit troublesome. Sure enough, the big black fish appeared in a moment, and Luoyu once again showed his powerful javelin throwing skills, hitting the target with one shot. The big fish struggled violently in the lake, and everyone followed suit and easily caught the big
black fish. Nyoda was still quite impressive.
This guy might have sold all the resources he got to buy attribute values. His physique reached 50 points, and his strength also increased a lot. Looking at his sturdy figure, he looked a bit like a tank. In fact, this is also a way of thinking. Now the character can be locked and not counted in the base score. Put all the resources on yourself. The territory score is low and the attack intensity is also low, so it is naturally easier to get through. With Nyoda's current strength, I am afraid that the natives within 10 are not his opponents. After a while, everyone gathered on the shore to divide things. It seems that the strength of the big black fish's shipment is also related to the territory score.
Nyoda's territory gives a lot less things.
In addition to the must-have Beast Soul Core, he didn't even give a martial arts book.
Not to mention sharing technology and characteristic scrolls, there is nothing at all. This is too poor.
The only acceptable thing is that they were given 2 crystal stones, which can be used to upgrade the animal training ground. Luoyu and Fang Yameng are animal trainers, and each of them got 1 crystal stone. The rest was divided randomly.
The girls didn't seem to want to stay in Nyoda's territory any longer.
The environment was really bad, especially the sanitary environment was very bad. They felt sick if they stayed for a while.
Luoyu asked Nyoda to build the base well, and he would support them if they needed anything. Then everyone went to Nakor's territory together. At 11 o'clock in the evening, a group of people appeared in Kor's territory. Kor's territory looked much more comfortable.
The general layout was the same as Fang Yuming's, but there were fewer vegetable fields and orchards, and more fish ponds for aquaculture. After all, cats love to eat fish. It's still the old way: build a watchtower, and leave the beasts to go. Everyone was already familiar with the route, and killed the big black fish within 10 minutes of its appearance. Unfortunately, there was still no shared technology this time, but a martial arts book was given, called Hidden Blade Sword Technique, which looks quite suitable for Kur. The martial arts of this big black fish seem to be related to the attribute values of the territory lord. The higher the attribute value, the higher the aspect. Everyone gradually understood one thing in their hearts. In fact, this black fish is both a threat and a benefit for the initial development of the territory. It's time to divide the spoils again. Because Luo Yu and Fang Yamen took the most precious crystal stones in Nyoda territory, they simply didn't want the boxes this time. There were only some silver equipment, a cooking table design, and a chef characteristic scroll. Luo Yu already had these, and finally distributed them to Alice. After everything was done, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Luo Yu didn't feel tired, but the girls were already a little bit overwhelmed. After all, they worked and fought continuously for 5 or 6 hours in high temperature. Even if they had some physical attributes, they couldn't bear it. At this time, Luo Yu was sweating profusely, and he could see some cute outlines. Well, I vaguely saw. Taking his eyes away from Alice, Luo Yu coughed and said, "That's it for tonight. Everyone go back and have a good rest. We'll gather at 7 p.m. tomorrow night." The girls all nodded. Although they looked tired, their eyes were filled with excitement. It was exhausting for the whole night, but the harvest was also very obvious. Almost everyone had a piece of silver equipment and unlocked technology. Fang Yamen, Nakir and Nyoda also earned their own beast soul cores and a lot of silver. It was really a big profit. That's it, let's disband, have a good rest, and pay attention to avoiding the heat during the day. After hearing Luo Yu's words, everyone nodded to show that they understood, and then said goodbye to each other and went home. Indeed, everyone was tired. There was another round of dizziness in front of him, and Luo Yu returned to his territory. At this time, the territory was quiet and everyone had fallen asleep. Looking at the status of the animals, no one had heatstroke. Luo Yu was satisfied and walked quickly to the bathroom. After taking off his clothes and pants, he comfortably immersed in the warm bath, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with their territories, the environment of his home is really comfortable. The luxurious bath can quickly relieve fatigue, and Luo Yu is really comfortable all over. But after taking off his clothes and pants, the heat insulation effect was gone, and he felt hot. Wearing clothes and pants is very comfortable, but taking them off will make you hot. The world of Tiandao is really a magical place. I checked the world and regional channels, and there are still people complaining. Many people have heat stroke. If those who have heat stroke do not find an effective way to cool down, and do not have the attribute of physical fitness in the early stage, I am afraid it will be difficult to survive the heat wave. Though the girls in my group look delicate and pretty, they all have physical fitness points, some with 20 points and some with more than 30 points, so that they can fight in the high temperature at night. If they had less than 10 points of physical fitness at the beginning, they would have died long ago. With a slight sigh, Luo Yu summarized his gains for the night: a beast soul core, a crystal stone, and a canned meat technology. The market price of the beast soul core is 50,000, and the crystal stone is 80,000. Canned meat technology can be said to be a money-making technology at this stage, which is immeasurable. A huge profit. If you want to develop quickly, it is still fastest to fight the boss. When Luo Yu returned to the room, he found that Xiao Dai was not there. He checked her status and found that she was sleeping in the warehouse. The temperature in the villa at night was about 30 degrees. She must be uncomfortable. Luo Yu hugged Xiao Kong and thought to himself that he had to make insulation equipment for Xiao Dai tomorrow. Thinking of this, he slowly fell asleep. In the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth, Luo Yu got up refreshed. Tip: you get a buff when you sleep. Efficient sleep. Sleep efficiency increased by 50%. It was this old ox buff again, plus the fatigue-relieving effect of the big bed and the luxurious bath. Luo Yu slept for 4 hours and was still full of energy. When he finished washing up, the sun had risen completely. He looked at the temperature. It was 41 degrees in the early morning, and 37 degrees indoors. It was so hot. The more Luo Yu washed up, the more he sweated. Then he remembered that he didn't wear a coat and pants, which had no heat insulation effect. He hurriedly put them on to make his whole body transparent. At this time, Xiao Kong got up in a daze to wash up. Her hair had a heat insulation effect. She had a haircut a few days ago, But because of the hair growth progress, her hair was over her shoulders again. While she was confused, Luoyu took out the scissors and skillfully cut her hair into a short haircut. You get 58 pieces of Jinhua Beast Girl's hair, woohoo! Shao Kong rubbed Luoyu's arm affectionately with her short hair. She must be cool with short hair. Yes, that must be the case. 58 units of Beast Girl's hair are enough. Now there is no need to make clothes with all Beast Girl's hair. Just a little bit of insulation effect will be enough. He walked to the basement to operate the sewing machine and recited in his heart. 100 times critical hit triggered, the light flashed at the delivery port, and a piece of underwear that fit Xiaodia's size appeared. Silver. Level women's underwear, clothing comfort increased, maximum comfortable temperature plus 10 degrees, minimum comfortable temperature 10 degree, shaping effect increased. This time the critical hit did not produce gold, but it was enough. After a while, he woke up Xiaodai, who was sleeping on the floor in the warehouse. Looking at her dazed state, Luoyu said seriously, "Xiaodai, take off your clothes." What? Xiaodai was no longer sleepy when he said this. She instinctively hugged her chest and said with a red face, "Master, please don't do it here, at least in the room. What are you thinking? I asked you to put on this underwear." Ah? Xiaodai was slightly stunned and reacted. The master made heat-insulating underwear for her. She didn't avoid Luoyu much. Anyway, she was used to seeing him when taking a bath. She just turned her back and put on the underwear. The heat insulation effect appeared, 10 degrees. The effect was immediate. Xiaodai exhaled slightly, smiled and said, "Thank you, master, I have many masters. You can go back to the big bed tonight." "Yeah." Luoyu nodded and said with a smile, "There is fat on your belly, pay attention to exercise." Woo! No. Xiaodai blushed a little, she also thought that she had eaten too much food recently. Getting back to the point, Luoyu said, "Xiaodai, since we are not afraid of the heat, you should continue to make clothes. I guess the weather is hot during this period, short skirts and vests should be easy to sell, come on." "Good." Xiaodai said seriously, "I must make a lot of beautiful clothes for the master to sell." She looks very motivated, so the beast girl will not have too many negative emotions. She will do whatever she is asked to do, and she is always enthusiastic, which is good. Today's temperature is hotter than yesterday. After Luoyu finished his daily morning work, he had breakfast at around 8 o'clock. At this time, the temperature has reached a terrifying 44 degrees. It's still morning, it's life-threatening. The animals hid in the warehouse and couldn't move. Luoyu knew that the temperature would rise again, and he had to build the entertainment room as soon as possible and move the animals to the entertainment room. Without the body heat emitted by the animals, the temperature of the warehouse will drop, so as not to threaten the safety of the ice cellar. In the morning, I went to the mine with Shao Kong. A large number of stones were pulled back by Luoyu himself. In the afternoon, the number of stone bricks finally reached 10W. Enough! Standing in an open space not far from the big villa, Luoyu decided to build the entertainment room here. Advanced entertainment room, building materials *100,000, wood *20,000, silver *5000, gold *200, jade *200. Click on the building page, drag the virtual form of the entertainment room, and after confirming, a large amount of materials in the warehouse disappear. A blue-black 3-story large building appears in front of the flashing light. The overall size of the building is about the same as that of a large villa. Luoyu excitedly pushed open the door and walked in. The first floor is indeed an indoor swimming pool. The floor tiles of the swimming pool are all the tight defense tiles before. The original floor tiles have been moved there and do not need to be rebuilt. Now the entire first floor only has a swimming pool, which is empty without even a chair. There is no water in the swimming pool, and the water circulation system needs to be filled with water. When I walked to the second and third floors, I found that it was just a rough house with nothing in it, and I had to arrange the layout myself. Luoyu had a plan in mind. On the second floor, he would manually make a billiard table, a chess table, etc. to exercise his wisdom, and then make some dartboards to exercise shooting skills, and then put some bookshelves and so on. On the third floor, he would make a sandbag and some messy fitness equipment, mainly for strength and martial arts training. Of course, the ground is still a rough floor now. First, it needs to be polished, and then carpets and so on are laid. Speaking of carpet technology, we haven't studied it yet, so let's take our time. Now what we need to do is to fill the swimming pool with water. Click on the water circulation construction page. The water pipe is easy to say. Just pull a water pipe from the villa, but to keep the swimming pool with running water, there must be a drainage pipe to go out, and this pipe cannot be the same as the current pipe. If it is connected to the sewage pipe, it will be directly discharged outside the territory.
The water for the swimming pool is still taken from the lake. Luo Yu does not want the lake water level to drop too quickly. It is definitely not okay to connect it to the domestic water pipe, it is dirty. Finally, Luo Yu decided to connect the pipeline back to the lake and build a one-way valve. After working out the problems of the water pipe and valve, Luo Yu went outside and started to build it. The direction of the water pipe, the ups and downs, the location of the valve, etc., all had to be designed well. If there was a problem in one place, the water might not flow. An hour later, the temperature in the area where Luo Yu was located reached the 46 degrees mark. The world channel was completely blown up. The temperature in some areas reached 50 degrees. Some people were already on the verge of heatstroke, especially some races whose body temperature could not be constant. Without sufficient physical attribute support, they really couldn't stand it. The snow clan directly chose to hibernate in summer, digging a deep hole to bury themselves. The temperature underground was still a little lower. As for developing territories, it was no longer important. Indeed, the heatwave brought a strong impact to the entire Tiandao world from the beginning. The development of most territories has stagnated, and the situation will only get worse in the future. Humans performed well. Although they were not as strong as most races, they were not so easy to die because of the constant temperature. Humans had a lot of knowledge. For example, a simple cellar, many races could not figure it out, and they could not even think that digging a cellar could keep the temperature down, but it was very simple for humans. In addition, the means of evaporative cooling were also outstanding. Some people even made simple cooling fans, relying on natural wind to drive water vapor to cool the room. Although some humans suffered from heatstroke, their performance was really good. This improved the position of humans among the myriad races. Probably upgraded from a low-level race to a slightly higher-level race than a low-level race. At this moment, Luo Yu stood in front of the swimming pool, watching the clear water flowing into the swimming pool quickly from the 4 outlets, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it was done. The swimming pool in the high-level entertainment room was not actually very big, far less than the luxury or extravagant entertainment room. The water was quickly filled, and there was an outlet at the critical point of the water level control, so there was no need to worry about the water overflowing. The pressure of the water inlet is directly supplied by the wind pump in the small lake. As long as the water pump is running, water will be continuously injected into the swimming pool, and then discharged back to the small lake through the outlet, which is a good water circulation system. Although it has not been disinfected, this living water is much cleaner than the water in most swimming pools on Earth before. Sure enough, as described in the description, through the special structure of the high-end entertainment room, the swimming pool is similar to a large evaporative cooling pool, which has a certain cooling effect. I looked at the temperature in the entertainment room, 27 degrees. You know, the outdoor temperature is now 46 degrees. The effect is very good. Luo Yu touched the water temperature and it was also in a comfortable range. He directly called a group of animals to come to the entertainment room to make a nest. The insects don't like water, so they stay on the second floor for the time being. Animals such as the wolf king, Adai, the big bull, and the cow jumped directly into the swimming pool and swam comfortably in it. Among them, the big bull has the best water quality and is a diving expert. Why didn't I find that it has this potential before? It won't be a buffalo, right? Xiaodai and the other 3 also ran over, wearing a small bra and panties, and jumped into the swimming pool to play in the water. Unfortunately, there was no swimsuit for them. Xiaojin is a tiger, and she likes to stay in the water the most. It is estimated that she will spend most of her time in the water except for cutting stones and sleeping. Luo Yu himself did not go into the water, and he felt embarrassed without swimming trunks. He estimated that many races would choose to soak in the water to resist the heat during the heat wave, and there should be a large market for swimsuits and swimming trunks. He will get them later. I looked at the base score, and this wave directly reached 10,000 points. It was exactly 10,000. And the advanced entertainment room directly gave it a score of 1,200. Hint, you are the first lord in this area to achieve a score of 10,000, and you will receive an additional reward, random scroll *1. Oh? There is such a benefit? Luo Yu's eyes flashed, and a scroll appeared. After clicking it, the prompt appeared again. You get the design of the drug production station *1. Drug production station can produce simple medical kits and other primary drugs, requiring sterile materials 5,000, silver 50,000, gold *200, huh? What is sterile material?
He showed curiosity in his eyes, and after carefully reading it, he had a preliminary understanding of this thing. Sterile materials are composed of silver and a basic material. For example, silver and stone bricks are sterile stone bricks, and silver plus iron ore are sterile iron blocks.
This is a kind of thing that greatly improves the hygiene value and slightly improves the quality.
It is generally used to build medical rooms, sterile beds, sterile floors, etc., to increase the efficiency of disease recovery and the success rate of surgery. To make sterile materials, you have to unlock sterile technology first. The materials to unlock sterile technology are easy to find, except for a bottle of purified water, which is not considered for the time being. After Luo Yu put away the scroll, he looked at the happy animals in the swimming pool with a faint smile in his eyes. The swimming pool is completely running water, so there is no need to worry about the water getting dirty.
Just let them play happily and work hard after the heat wave is over. He came to the warehouse. Because the animals left the warehouse, the temperature of the warehouse has now dropped below 28 degrees. The ice cellar is no longer a threat for the time being.
He took out some wolf meat and aquatic products from the ice cellar, put them into the storage bracelet, and went directly to the kitchen. Sealed meat can, basic meat *10, vegetables *5, iron ore *2, primary nutritional value, shelf life of 1 year, 20% chance of food being poisonous, 0% attribute point acquisition rate, sealed meat can decay and deteriorate speed 300%, canned meat is a good thing. Although its nutritional value is as expensive as simple dishes, look at its shelf life and the speed of deterioration. This is simply the perfect answer to food storage in summer. Luo Yu has every reason to believe that canned meat will sell very well. Let's do it. He directly clicked on the cooking table page, put the ingredients in and started cooking.
Luo Yu's cooking level is now LV4.
It takes 30 minutes to make a can of canned meat on the cooking table, but he has diamond clothes that increase the global working speed by 100%, which only takes 15 minutes. Coupled with the chef's characteristics, the cooking speed is increased by 100%, and it only takes 7.5 minutes to make a portion. Coincidentally, Luo Yu got an action frenzy buff while taking a bath or sleeping, and his work speed was increased by 50% within 3 days. The kitchen sink and cleaning table also have a slight cooking speed boosting effect.
It takes less than 4 minutes to make a can of meat.
He moved a stool and started working directly. Soon the first canned meat came out. Now he didn't have to worry too much about food poisoning. He tasted it himself and it was pretty good. After all, it is the chef's characteristic. The deliciousness increases and the good taste can retain repeat customers.
Luo Yu laughed and continued to operate.
Until dinner time, Luo Yu was making canned meat, and made 105 canned meats in one go.
This continuous operation has reached LV5 in cooking. Don't rush to sell now. Only when the heat wave lasts for another day or two and everyone's food has gone bad and rotten can you make more money.
At the dinner table, Luo Yu was chatting with the 3 cuties while paying attention to the World Channel and Regional Channel. Today's average temperature has reached 47 degrees, which is already a killing temperature.
The entire world of heaven is filled with mourning. Someone has discovered a clue. It won't rain during a heat wave.
The ground is dry and cracked after being exposed to the sun for a long time.
A drought is coming soon. This means that crops cannot withstand it. Summer is the best season for crop growth.
Without the wild growth in summer, there would be no harvest in autumn. Once there is a drought in the summer and there is no harvest when the temperature drops in the fall, the winter will be very difficult. Everyone has realized the importance of storing food and started to prepare for a rainy day.
Luo Yu was keenly aware that someone was setting the pace in the world and deliberately driving up food prices. Although the food crisis is a fact, the most important thing at the moment is to spend money on how to cool down, rather than thinking so far. Even if there is a food crisis, it will have to be winter. There will be various events in the world of Tiandao.
There may be some animal migrations and the like.
A wave of hunting will be enough.
There is no perfect path.
Maybe someone is setting the pace, or maybe it's a chain reaction of the heat wave.
Luo Yu didn't care, and he also felt that this rhythm was comfortable, which laid the foundation for selling canned meat.
Alina invites you to visit her territory. Do you agree? When the gathering time came, Luo Yu and Xiao Jin made an explanation and went directly to Alina's territory.
His vision went dark and then brightened, and he appeared in a strange place.
Fong Yamong and the others arrived. After Luo Yu greeted them, they looked at Alina's territory together.
Ordinary floor tiles, walls, etc. are similar to Fong Yuming's.
The difference is that Alina lives in a treehouse. There is a big tree in the center of her territory, and the house is on the tree. This tree is not planted, but built. It is integrated with the treehouse, just like a villa. Just click on the construction page. As a group of people walked on the way to the lake, Fong Yumeng looked at the cracked ground inside. It's so hot and drought has started again. I don't know how many people will say. Alice lowered her head and lowered her eyebrows, praying softly, may the goddess of light bless every living creature. Luo Yu's eyes fell on the vegetable plot planted by Alina. The vegetable plot also showed signs of drought, and the color of one piece of land seemed to be different. Alina, this black land seems quite special? Hearing Luo Yu's words, Alina explained, this is cursed black soil. Crops cannot be grown. Plants growing on the black soil will mutate. My beast. Attracting grass is the mutation. Oh? Luo Yu became interested and walked with everyone to the cursed black soil. He looked at the row of black grass planted on it and asked curiously, why does it look like poison? It's a poisonous weed. Alina said helplessly, this is called heartbroken grass. I don't know what it mutated from, but from the description, it is quite poisonous. Visitors could not see the detailed information description, so Luo Yu was curious, send me the description. Alina sent the instructions to everyone. Broken heartgrass, it is highly toxic and can be made into poison, venom, and poison pills. A single plant of broken heartgrass can instantly poison a creature with a constitution of less than 30. Good guy, it's extremely poisonous. Luo Yu smiled and said, this thing is pretty good for dealing with attacks if you use it well. Can you give me one of these little things and I can take them back and plant them? Alina nodded and said, if you need one, just dig one out. Be careful not to get poisoned. There were 30 or 40 broken heart plants here. Luo Yu took out his Tiangong knife and carefully dug out a few. He wrapped them in cloth and handed them to Fong Yumeng, Nakir, and Alice. I thought Alice would not want this thing, but she took it happily. Alice is kind but not pedantic. She uses bows and arrows to resist attacks, and uses poisonous weeds to resist attacks. She is neither evil nor evil, just a tool. While talking, a woman's scream suddenly came from the wall. Everyone was startled. Elena sighed and said helplessly, one of the 2 members recruited before accidentally ate something from the black earth. The spirit leaves are addictive. Now that the spirit leaves are gone, she sometimes goes insane. Everyone frowned slightly when they heard this. The spirit leaf is one of the medicinal herbs in the world of heaven. It is used with other medicines to relieve pain. If eaten alone, it will become addictive. Fong Yumeng said, I have read the explanation that the mental leaf can be withdrawn. Let's find a way to help her get through the withdrawal period. How to spend, Elena said helplessly, it's no use even if I tie her up. She'll run around and smash her when she has a fit, but she'll be fine after letting her vent for a while. Drugs are very harmful. Everyone was frowning for a while, and instinctively looked at Luo Yu. When encountering difficulties, asking Luo Yu for solutions has become a habit of the small group. Luo Yu looked at the screaming woman climbing up the wall in the distance, and said seriously, it's actually quite simple. Cut off her legs and she won't run around. Keep her in bed first, and when the withdrawal reaction is over, install a wooden leg or get a crutch. After the advanced medical repair surgery is unlocked, you can try to regenerate the broken limbs. Cut off the legs? The girls all stared at Luo Yu with wide eyes. Although it sounds logical, they always feel that something is wrong. Luo Yu pointed at those spirited Yi Xiaomyo and smiled, Elena, do you mind giving me some spirit leaf seeds? Elena nodded without hesitation and said, you can dig it yourself. By the way, Luo Yu, if I cut off her legs, will she die from excessive blood loss? Luo Yu dug a few spirit leaf seeds and said, herbs can stop bleeding. But it's hot now and the wound is easy to rot. Wait until it cools down before you do it. Okay. Elena nodded and wanted to discuss medical issues with Luo Yu again. Fong Yumeng hurriedly said, stop. Don't discuss this anymore. I feel a chill on my spine in this hot day. We're at the lake, let's get started. After hearing Fong Yumeng's words, everyone turned their eyes to the lake. The hunt began. 15 minutes later, Luo Yu and the others were excited when they saw the big black fish corpse and a pile of messy boxes in front of them. Your team killed the lake monster and triggered the burst reward with a 1% chance, get 100,000 silver, get 4 beast soul cores, get 1 moon. Chasing arrow technique, silver. Level martial arts, 1 mind storm orb, silver. Level item, 2 team technology shared scrolls, for silver. Level equipment treasure chests, 2 personal characteristic scrolls, this time it was a big explosion. Given a lot of things.
Just when everyone was excited, the small lake in front of them suddenly surged, and then a prompt appeared, warning, because your team has been hunting monsters in the lake continuously, it has aroused the anger of the Blue Crab King. It will attack you on behalf of the Black Fish Ghost. Boom. A huge blue crab suddenly emerged from the lake, as big as 2 rooms, and its terrifying claws looked very powerful. Blue Crab King, Gold Level, Intermediate Intelligent Creature, Hostile Target. The huge Blue Crab King jumped directly onto the shore and rushed towards Luoyu and others quickly. The Gold Level boss suddenly appeared, and it was going to kill people. The girls all gasped, and Luoyu reacted suddenly and shouted, "Quick, Elena collected the things, let's retreat." Elena and others were startled and quickly retreated. Alice drew her bow and arrows while retreating, and 2 arrows shot out, aiming directly at the eyes of the Blue Crab King. Ding ding! With 2 crisp sounds, the Blue Crab King's eyeballs were retracted into the shell, and the arrows hit the shell without leaving even a white dot. What a high defense! Everyone's heart sank. Luoyu shouted, "Alice and Elena, spread out, occupy the high point and shoot its eyes to hinder its movement. Yamong and Kor follow me." Under Luoyu's command, the 2 elf girls quickly dispersed. Elena jumped onto the wall, and Alice jumped onto a small tree, and they whizzed out arrows, only shooting the eyes. The Blue Crab King was able to retract his eyes, but his movement was still hindered. Luoyu knew that Elena's territory did not have any powerful automatic weapons, so the team could only kill the boss by themselves. He whispered, "Yamong and I will attract its attention directly. Kor, go around behind the Blue Crab King and attack when the time is right. Remember, don't attack its hard shell, attack the joints. Eating crabs often also gives you experience. The joints are the weak points." Okay. Nakora took advantage of the Blue Crab King shrinking his eyes and flexibly went around its back. Luoyu looked at Fong Yamong and said, "You will scout for me, I will go first." Without waiting for Fong Yamong to answer, he rushed up with the Tiangong knife in his hand. Try its outer armor with the Tiangong knife first. At this moment, the Blue Crab King suddenly sprayed a stream of water. This boss can actually attack from a distance. Be careful, Luoyu! Fong Yamong screamed, but at this moment, a circle of purple barriers suddenly appeared around Luoyu, and the water column hit the barrier and was directly bounced off. Then, the purple barrier also disappeared. The purple light barrier resisted the external attack, the remaining number of times, 2 times. Ignoring the prompt, Luoyu's Tiangong knife slashed fiercely at the joint of the big claw of the Blue Crab King. Dang! With a crisp sound, the Tiangong knife cut a gap in the joint of the claw, revealing the white crab meat inside, but this did not cause much damage. The Blue Crab King was angry and clamped directly with the iron claw. Luoyu was very agile and easily avoided the attack. He unfolded the Quangfing sword technique and slashed directly at the joint of the iron claw. For a moment, the heavy knife light suppressed the Blue Crab King. The friends looked at Luoyu in shock. What a fast knife! What a strong man! It was just suppression, but Luoyu knew in his heart that the Tiangong knife was not actually armor-breaking. The Blue Crab King's attack method may not be very good, the iron claw swings slowly, and the power of the water column sprayed is just so, but the defense is off the charts. His own trump card, Yang double swords, were only gold grade. They could break defenses but would definitely be damaged. Gold grade weapons would cost a lot of gold to repair, which was a huge loss. Even when we fight a boss, we have to be economical. Ha! Naker rushed up, and the silver double swords chopped on one of the legs of the Blue Crab King, which was directly bounced back. She is not yet a mature assassin, and now she is only qualified to give the boss a scraping. No, it can't even be considered scraping, it can only be considered a bath. After Luoyu dodged the Blue Crab King's iron pincer attack, he shouted, "You can't fight hard, Kor, retreat." After that, he turned around and grabbed Fong Yamong and ran away. This run made the Blue Crab King a little confused. He didn't know who to chase while waving the iron pincers. Luoyu pulled Fong Yamong back and shouted, "Elena, let someone get some wood, we will burn this crab to death." Okay. There are 2 members in Elena's territory, one is going crazy, but the other is normal. After receiving the instructions, she immediately ran out of the fence with a large pile of wood and started to light a fire in a panic. At this moment, the Blue Crab King seemed to have found his target and rushed directly towards Elena. "Ha! Are you coming for me?" Elena dexterously began to move in the other direction, but the Blue Crab King refused to let go and still pursued her. Luoyu originally thought that the wise Crab King was going to put out the fire in that direction, but in the end he ignored the female member who started the fire and chased Elena. Could it be that its primary target is the local lord? No, if that was the case, we should have chased him from the beginning.
After Luo Yu thought quickly, he suddenly thought of something. Animal. Attracting grass. She must have been attracted by the beast. Attracting grass on Elena's body.
He let go of Fang Yuming's little hand, ran towards the vegetable garden, and said loudly, Elena, just hold on, Alice will take cover, I have a way to deal with this boss. Elena nodded cautiously after hearing this, without saying a word, and always maintained a safe distance with her agility.
Of course, Alice's bow and arrows pierce the eyes from time to time, which is also the key to being able to fly a kite.
In the vegetable field, Luo Yu wrapped his palms with cloth and started digging for the heartbroken grass. Fang Yamon, who was chasing after him, seemed to understand, and took out a handkerchief to help dig together. The two of them quickly dug out 10 pieces of heartbroken grass.
Yamon, give it all to me. Fang Yuming's pretty face was covered with sweat.
She carefully handed the heartbroken grass to Luo Yu and said with concern, be careful.
Don't worry.
Luo Yu smiled slightly and then ran to the body of the big black fish by the lake.
Ha! I thought I was going to stuff it directly into the boss's mouth. You have a good brain.
Fang Yamon immediately understood Luo Yu's idea with a faint smile in her eyes.
Running to the big black fish, Luo Yu didn't care about anything and stuffed 10 heartbroken grasses into the mouth of the black fish.
He knew that crabs were very resistant to poison when eating rotten meat. In order to avoid the situation where they were not killed by the poison, he silently said in his heart, you used heartbroken grass on the corpse, and it is taking effect. 100 times critical hit triggered, the toxicity of heartbroken grass increased by 100 times. In just a few seconds, the huge body of the big black fish became darker, but because it was originally very black, you couldn't see it without looking carefully.
In fact, it was already black to purple, and it was highly poisonous.
After doing all this, Luo Yu quickly ran to Elena and shouted, give me the beast. Attracting grass.
I know what to do. Watch me. Elena was a stubborn girl. She rushed to the body of the big black fish and threw the beast. Attracting grass accurately into the mouth of the black fish. The blue crab king chased after it and was attracted by the beast. Attracting grass. He immediately used his big claws to reach into the mouth of the big black fish to eat it. The beast. Attracting grass and a large amount of poisonous meat were eaten.
The blue crab king stiffened, his eyes widened, and the next moment he lay on the ground motionless. Everyone received a prompt at the same time, your team killed the blue crab king, bang. A scroll fell out from the body of the blue crab king.
Another shipment.
Everyone looked at each other and walked to the front of the blue crab king. Fang Yamon looked at the body of the blue crab king, which had begun to turn black, and whispered, this heartbroken grass is so poisonous.
Not here, it's terrible.
It was poisoned to death in an instant. I didn't expect it. The girls all seemed to be a little frightened, and Luo Yu picked up the scroll and smiled. Maybe one thing can defeat another. The bodies of the big black fish and the blue crab king must be dealt with as soon as possible.
The meat is poisonous. It's better to burn it.
The girls nodded and took torches.
After a while, the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue.
It takes a lot of time to burn such a huge corpse into ashes.
Just burn it slowly.
After a while, everyone gathered inside the wall of Elena's territory and began to distribute supplies. The big black fish produced a lot of goods, but the blue crab king actually produced a scroll.
Luo Yu opened the scroll and saw, unlocking scroll of thermal energy supply technology, shared. This is actually a shared technology scroll, and it is energy-related. Energy-related technologies are all expensive to unlock. Just look at the lightning collection box and you will know that gold is calculated in tens of thousands of units.
Luo Yu chose to use it on the spot, and everyone received a prompt at the same time, unlocked thermal energy supply technology. Wow! Nakir cheered, and Fang Yamon and others were also full of excitement. After a simple look at this technology tree, the first building that can be built is the thermal energy collection panel, which can collect heat and convert it into energy, and can be used to replace the burning of wood to generate kinetic energy.
This is very useful and can be said to be a necessity of life.
The cooking table, forging table, sewing table, hot water tank in the bathroom, etc. in the base all consume wood to work. Now with this technology, wood can be greatly saved. Thermal energy collection panel can be laid on the roof like solar energy, or it can be placed on the ground.
Anyway, it can be laid anywhere where there is thermal energy. There are many ways to collect thermal energy, but the efficiency is different. Of course, the construction cost is also a little expensive. Naker chuckled and said, don't we have to burn a lot of corpses after we deal with the attack? Build an incinerator and then lay the heat collection plate inside, and the heat will roll in. Everyone nodded.
In this way, the corpses can also play a role in the residual heat.
This is a good suggestion. As for morality, everyone may still have some for people of the same tribe or fellow trialists. There is no morality or immorality for these natives who come to attack. Whatever is cost-effective is done. Forget about other ethics and morals. Although the Blue Crab King only gave one thing, it was a scroll unlocked by advanced technology. It was really 1 for 10, no, 1 for 20. The next step is to distribute the things that the big black fish dropped.
There were a lot of things that dropped a lot. The final distribution plan was, Elena took 50,000 silver, and the remaining 50,000 was divided by Luoyu, Fang Yamon, Alice, Naker and Nyoda, 10,000 each. Although Nyoda didn't come, Luoyu suggested that he still give him a share.
Nyoda was very grateful in the group, needless to say.
For Beast Soul Cores, because Luoyu had already been allocated one, and he wanted something else, so the 4 girls each got one, just right. Beast Soul Cores are also quite expensive in the market now, starting at 50,000. The moon-chasing arrows naturally belonged to Elena, and as compensation for the Beast Soul Core, the Mindstorm Orb was given to Luoyu. Mindstorm Orb, after use, it emits a Mindstorm aura, which can make all neutral creatures and hostile units near the territory go crazy and then attack the territory. This is one of the technologies in the category of the Raid Summoner, an item that attracts raiders indiscriminately.
Luoyu plans to do it when he has time and make a fortune.
The 2 team technology scrolls were naturally used directly. You unlock technology, carpet laying, you unlock technology, city wall construction. The 2 newly unlocked technologies made everyone smile.
Luoyu wanted carpet laying before, and now it is unlocked directly. Then city wall construction is also a very practical technology.
Although it is also classified as low-level technology, the prerequisite for unlocking it is to build a high-level wall of more than 1,000 meters. Now you can directly skip the step of high-level walls and try to build city walls. This involves expanding the area of the base, which is a big project, so put it aside for now. Finally, there are 4 silver treasure chests and 2 feature scrolls, one for each person. Luoyu asked for a feature scroll, and after using it, he found that it was a feature upgrade scroll below LV3.
No problem, it was used directly on the feature, Chef.
Your chef characteristic is upgraded to 3 stars, 3-star chef characteristic, cooking speed plus 150%. The longer Luoyu lives in the Heavenly Dao world, the more he understands the importance of efficiency.
Time is money. In other words, before I knew it, I became a chef. I am really versatile. The things that came out of the boss battle this time really made everyone make a lot of money. Although the girls were all sweating now, their little faces had a slight blush due to happiness and excitement. The group of beauties in front of me are really, quite attractive. Naker suggested, it's 10 o'clock in the evening, do you want to keep up the good work? Everyone looked at Luoyu. Luoyu looked at the current temperature, which was 40 degrees. He mused, the temperature should be even higher tomorrow.
If it can be solved as soon as possible, let's solve it as soon as possible.
Let's go, let's keep up the good work.
Everyone nodded excitedly, and a moment later, a group of people appeared in Alice's territory. The overall layout of Alice's territory is similar to Elena's, but unlike Elena's territory, which is slightly dark, it gives people a warm feeling.
Alice is a very rare light elf in the elf family.
Now that there was no animal attracting grass, Luoyu took out the milk tablets made from special milk, and followed the same routine as before. Everyone was worried about whether the milk tablets would work, but it turned out that Luoyu had never let them down.
The big black fish swam over quickly, attracted by the milk tablets.
Still following the previous routine, everyone quickly solved the big black fish after a quick operation.
There was no big explosion this time, and what came out was similar to Fong Yuming's territory. Just as everyone was preparing to distribute supplies, another reminder came. Due to the attraction of the special milk and the fact that the team received a large number of item rewards continuously, it attracted the attention of a group of greedy badgers nearby, and they will attack the territory. Number of badger beasts, 62. Everyone who saw the prompt was slightly startled, and then, a large group of badger beasts about the size of native dogs appeared in the east of the territory. Everyone climbed up the wall one after another and looked at the badger beast running towards them. Luoyu smiled lightly and said, seeing that the badger beast has no claws, this thing must be very capable of digging. They can be tamed and used to dig moats or mines. Let's try to catch them alive. Fong Yumeng asked curiously, what are you going to do? Luoyu pointed to the gate of the wall and said, open the gate a crack, come in and knock one out, and that's it. With so many of us here, we are not afraid that the badger beast here can turn the world upside down.
The girls nodded one after another.
After everyone got off the wall, they opened a gap in the door. Sure enough, the badger beast immediately ran towards the gap.
The first strong badger beast rushed into the gap and was directly hit in the head by the wooden stick in Luo Yu's hand, and fainted on the spot.
Kor and Fong Yumeng hurriedly threw the unconscious badger aside.
The next moment, another badger rushed in, but this time it was knocked to the ground by Elena's stick. These badger beasts didn't know how to be afraid at all, and then they rushed in one after another.
Unfortunately, it was useless. It received 7 or 8 blows in 1 second and fainted on the spot.
These badger beasts look strong, and their combat power is about the same as that of green wolves, but a whole team of people are here, and they are here to deliver.
10 minutes later, all 62 badgers were knocked unconscious.
Luo Yu and Fong Yumeng, the trainers in the small group, began to tame them one by one, while Elena and the other 3 assigned the big black fish to explode.
Rewards. This time Luo Yu was assigned a silver level treasure chest, and when he opened it, he found a pair of shoes.
Silver flat shoes, increased movement speed, increased comfort, reduced foot diseases, and reduced knee wear rate. Not bad, very agile, it automatically adjusts the size after putting it on.
This time, I have decent equipment from head to toe, and it's comfortable. 2 hours later, all the badgers were tamed. Luo Yu's taming level reached LV8. With his own hands, the animal output could be increased a lot. Of the 62 badgers, Luo Yu, Fong Yumeng, Elena, Alice and Nakir were allocated 12 each, and the other 2 were given to Nyoda, Earth Badger Beast, Intermediate Intelligence, Strength 14, Constitution 9, Agility 15, Special Ability Digging and Mining. The little thing looks ugly but has good attributes. It can attack on this hot day and seems to be quite heat-resistant. Good. Now that the bugs are less able to move under the heat wave, the quarry is empty, perfect for this little thing to dig up. 15 points of agility is much higher than that of a bug, and it is not easy to be hit by stones falling from it. In this way, all the big black fish in the territory of the small group have been solved, and everyone has obtained a large amount of silver and miscellaneous wealth. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as earned with blood. Finally, everyone clarified the plan, and it became a consensus to cool down the entertainment room, and it is best to implement it immediately to avoid heatstroke. It's so hot. It was very late at this meeting, and everyone said goodbye and went back to their homes. Before leaving, they made an appointment to help each other. If one party is in trouble, everyone will support them. It was already past 2 o'clock in the middle of the night when he got home. Luo Yu settled the 12 badgers and went to the bathroom to take a nice bath. The luxurious bathroom is great. After taking a bath, fatigue is almost gone. Tip: your agility +1 when taking a bath. Back in the room, Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin were already asleep, while Xiao Dai slept in the entertainment room. Luo Yu hugged Xiao Kong, yawned, and fell asleep slowly. In the morning, he was woken up by the heat. Looking at the temperature, it was already 45 degrees at 6 o'clock in the morning, which is not enough to survive. He hurriedly put on his clothes and pants, and felt a little more comfortable after the insulation effect took effect. While washing, Luo Yu was thinking about the next action plan. Now that there is an advanced entertainment room, the base score has skyrocketed. According to the previous plan, defense facilities should be built to buffer the threat brought by this part of the score, but the raw materials and stones for construction are not enough at this time. We have to wait for the badger beast to dig, and it is better to purchase a batch of wood and keep it for the spare arrow tower. In addition, Luo Yu has made up his mind and plans to let the insects move when it is a little cooler at night. He looked at a bunch of insects crawling around in the entertainment room and eating white rice without working, which really made him feel uncomfortable. In other words, the biggest threat at present is the heat wave. Although the entertainment room has been built and people and animals are no longer threatened by the temperature, some crops can't stand it. Luo Yu walked to the balcony and looked at his own vegetable garden. The air seemed a little distorted under the heat wave, and some of the leaves of the vegetables in the vegetable garden had turned yellow. Even though Xiao Kong often watered in the hot sun, the water evaporated too quickly. He couldn't water there every 10 minutes. If there is a problem, it must be solved. Luo Yu flipped through the buildings under the water circulation technology tree. When he saw the automatic irrigation device, a smile appeared in his eyes. Automatic irrigation device can automatically detect the moisture content of the land. When the moisture content is lower than 30%, it will automatically irrigate the area and improve the fertility of the land.
Iron ore asterisk 500, silver asterisk 500, beast soul core asterisk 1, automatic coverage, 200 square meters. Many items with the word automatic can be built with beast soul cores.
This thing is very useful.
The range of 200 square meters is not bad, and it can save Xiaokong a lot of irrigation time, which is equivalent to saving precious labor costs.
It's decided to be you.
The vegetable garden covers an area of 2,000 square meters, and the effective planting area is actually only 800 square meters.
Where is the other ground? For beast soul cores are needed.
Luo Yu has one in his hand now, and the other 3 can be bought.
I looked at the warehouse. The base currently has 455,000 silvers, which is still a lot of money. I opened the auction house because many people have recently understood this point. If you want to resist the heat wave, water is the key.
Everyone was teaming up to kill the boss to unlock the ownership of the lake. There were also many beast soul cores for sale, and the average price at the auction house was 50,000 silver per core.
Luo Yu simply bought 3 directly.
15W was gone, and 3 cores appeared with a flash of light in front of his eyes.
Putting on a bamboo hat, Luo Yu started to build without even having breakfast.
He first built 4 automatic irrigators, which looked like an enlarged version of a sprinkler head, but with beast soul patterns engraved on it, which was pretty good and high-end. Click on the placement, and the 4 irrigators were installed in various parts of the vegetable garden to ensure that all crops can be effectively irrigated.
The next step is to lay the pipeline.
The irrigator can automatically pump water, but the object needs to be a water storage device. It cannot be pumped directly from the lake, but from the water tank.
This is a concept of building pre-construction. Luo Yu directly connected a pipeline to the water tower. After the water was connected, the automatic irrigation mechanism was immediately triggered.
4 irrigation devices began to spray water, and the water splashed 4 or 5 meters high, evenly irrigating every piece of land within the range, and the originally dry land immediately became moist.
This is the so called long drought and sweet rain.
Luo Yu faintly saw a rainbow appearing in the water, which was very beautiful.
He smiled.
Although he spent a lot of money, he finally saved the vegetable field. He also sighed slightly in his heart. If he hadn't taken the Dead Ghost's water cycle technology map without hesitation for 20W, he didn't know how much he would lose in the face of this heat wave. And now many people in the world are collecting this design map, and some people even offer 30W.
It's a ghost to receive it. Luo Yu thinks that this design map is worth at least 50W in the current environment.
Tip: your vegetable garden score has increased greatly, and it has been blessed by a mysterious power. The growth rate of all crops in your territory is plus 200%, which lasts for 15 days. Good guy, it's another growth rate buff.
I got one before, and this one I got now is double.
Luo Yu looked at the growth progress of the crops. With the increase in soil fertility, the overall growth progress reached a terrifying 329%, 3.3 times. Generally speaking, the growth rate of ordinary crops is 5% per day under sufficient light, and the growth rate of herbs is 1%. Now Luo Yu's vegetables grow 16.5% per day and can mature in 6 days.
This speed is simply outrageous. This batch of crops is almost mature and can be harvested the day after tomorrow. Luo Yu is in a good mood. This wave of money is worth spending, very worthwhile. By the way, the prompt just now was the vegetable garden score, right?
Luo Yu hurriedly looked at the panel number: Earthsia Country 23333 base score, 12,000 points health value, upper limit 98, current 83 entertainment value, 80 strength, 102 physique, 102 agility, 101.
The panel has changed a lot. The entertainment value was originally only 30 points. Xiaodai added 10 points after evolution. The pier in the lake pavilion added 10 points in total, and the advanced entertainment room added 30 points. The entertainment value of 80 points has reached the threshold for obtaining attributes. As for what buff you can get, it depends on luck.
Speaking of which, the hygiene score of the base has dropped again.
There is no way. The animals have left the taming field and made nests in the entertainment room. If Xiaodai hadn't cleaned the entertainment room before going to bed every day, the score would have been even lower. These are all details. The key is that the base score has reached 12,000. Luo Yu always feels uneasy if he doesn't strengthen his defense. There should be no attacks during the heat wave.
Hurry up and make money, build arrow towers, and make crossbows.
The more the better.
Luo Yu sent 12 ground badgers to the quarry to dig stones, while he went to the mine to dig. After spending a morning in the mine, he dug out a lot of iron ore, copper ore, and other ores.
He went to the quarry to take a look.
Yes, the digging efficiency of the ground badgers is much higher than that of the digging worms. The efficiency is about 4 times, which means that 660 hard stones of various types can be produced every day. After Xiaojin processed and cut them into stone bricks, he got about 9,900 stone bricks. 10,000 stone bricks, this accumulation speed is satisfactory.
Now the problem is that the big bull is avoiding the summer heat, and no one comes to pull the minecart.
Luoyu called Xiaojin over and told her to pull the minecart back and cut stones. Xiaojin nodded obediently and walked back with the minecart pulled by one hand. After all, beast girls are animals, and animals don't have any negative emotions. Even though Xiaojin is a top-level wisdom, diamond-level boss, she still pulls the cart, without any emotion.
Instead, she thinks that Luoyu asking her to do more is a sign of closeness. Animals just need to follow their masters. They will feel uneasy without their masters. Xiaojin's efficiency in pulling the cart is much faster than that of the big bull. It can be pulled back in 1 minute.
Now, the problem of transporting mineral resources has been solved.
After lunch, I looked at the temperature. It was 50 degrees, which was scary.
The world channel was full of grief, and there were fewer people speaking in the regional channel. They didn't want to move in the hot temperature, and even communication became difficult. Fang Yameng, I used various methods to exchange the silver I got before for resources, and the entertainment room was built. The water in the swimming pool is a little shallow, but the temperature has dropped to 30 degrees, which can escape the heat.
I'm happy.
She also attached a screenshot.
Her entertainment room is exactly the same as Luoyu's.
They are both high-end entertainment rooms, but the water level of the swimming pool is very low, about 20 centimeters. After all, there is no water circulation system, so people have to fill it up little by little. Fortunately, she recruited a lot of coolies. At this moment, she and 2 other base members were sitting in the swimming pool to escape the heat, while other base members and animals were lying by the pool to cool down.
Speaking of the swimming pool, the topic was immediately opened.
Not only Fang Yameng, in addition to Nyode, Alice, and the others have also built a high-end entertainment room and attached screenshots.
Everyone is very capable. Luoyu, are you soaking in the water without wearing swimsuits?
Fang Yameng,
you have too many questions. Don't ask. Nakor, what is a swimsuit?
Fang Yameng,
Kor, don't ask him, he is deliberately teasing us,
Luoyu, what do you mean by teasing?
I care about you.
Kor, I will design a band-aid swimsuit for you later, okay?
Alina, what is a band-aid swimsuit?
We have similar body shapes, can we both wear it?
Fang Yameng, Luoyu.
What are you talking about?
Nakor, okay, Luoyu is going to give me clothes to wear?
Looking forward to it. Luoyu can already imagine Fang Yameng's little face full of blushes, and she is embarrassed to explain.
Luoyu, okay, I'll give you one each later.
Fang Yameng, Luoyu. If you dare to give me a band-aid swimsuit, I'll beat you up.
Luoyu, ha 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 ha.
At this time, Luoyu also lay in the swimming pool to cool down, and by the way, he teased the girls in the group a little, and his life became happy. In the afternoon, Luoyu started to make canned meat in the kitchen again. He was always paying attention to the world channel. Now some people's vegetable fields have withered on a large scale due to drought. No hurry, wait a little longer, and start selling canned meat when the drought becomes more serious. In the afternoon, he made another 120 canned meats, and his cooking level will soon be improved. It's comfortable. During the bathing time in the evening, Luoyu entered the arena to earn some gold, but found that there were no people in the arena. Everyone was dealing with this heat wave, and there were no people even for PK. I opened a gold gambling game and waited for more than 10 minutes but no one came in. It was boring. After exiting the arena, Luoyu found a prompt, you take a bath for fun, get strength +2, this time it is given by entertainment value, 2 points of strength directly, comfortable. Clicking on the auction house, Luoyu began to buy wood and planned to build defense equipment.
At present, there is an automatic axe thrower on the east side, that is, the front side. Luoyu thinks that the front defense is enough. There is a small lake in the north, and there are big octopuses and big snakes in the small lake.
There is no need to worry for the time being.
The west belongs to the rear area. If you want to get to the west, you must go around from the north or south.
It is impossible to go around the north. In other words, as long as the defense of the south is strengthened, it can prevent the enemy from going around to the rear from the south.
It is equivalent to killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
If you want to completely block the entire attack route in the south of the base, the easiest way is to build a wall. A wall extends directly from the base to the edge of the base, and various defense equipment is placed on the wall. In this way, it can basically resist the enemy's detour attack. Because the territory has expanded by 29% with the help of various things, the distance from the base to the south wall to the edge of the territory is 3.87 kilometers. The total length of the square base wall is only more than 600 meters. It also includes the wall of the vegetable field. This is too expensive. I can consider it later. I definitely can't afford it now. How can I have a perfect defense without consuming a lot of materials? Luo Yu pondered alone in the bathroom. After thinking about it, he came up with a solution. Build a bunker. The current bunker technology has not been unlocked, but a small section of the wall can be used as a simple bunker with automatic crossbows on it. The effective coverage range of the arrow tower and automatic crossbows on the south is 150 meters, that is, a section of the wall can be built at a position of 140 meters, and automatic crossbows can be placed on it. The best range of automatic crossbows is within 100 meters. You can build a wall every 100 meters and put crossbows on it, one by one, until the edge of the territory. If the enemy wants to take a detour, they must pass through the range of the crossbows. If you attack and dismantle the automatic crossbows, you will be shot at by the adjacent crossbows. If you don't dismantle them, you will also be shot at. In this way, can't the entire south be blocked? The entire south is blocked, and the north is basically blocked by the small lake. The enemy is coming from the east, which means that the entire west of the base will be in a very safe state. The defense on the west can be partially withdrawn, and then the large area of the territory on the west can be used to grow crops, trees or graze, and there is no need for a wall. After figuring out the joints, Luo Yu showed a look of joy on his face. He calculated again that the distance from the southern wall to the edge of the territory is 3.87 kilometers. To completely block it, 38 automatic crossbows need to be built. Automatic crossbow, 500 rounds wood * 5,000, iron or * 1,000, silver * 500, a total of 190,000 wood, 38,000 iron ore, and 19,000 silver are required. Currently, the territory has 305,000 silver and 23,000 iron ore, which is definitely not enough now, but this is not a project that can be completed overnight. Luo Yu plans to sell canned meat tomorrow to see how much he can earn. The night passed quickly. Luo Yu woke up in the morning and was sweating all over. He saw that the temperature had reached a terrifying 49 degrees. It was 49 degrees early in the morning, which was unbearable. After putting on clothes and pants, he felt much more comfortable. He checked the World Channel and was still the same, complaining. Many people said that they were on their deathbed. Before they died, they wanted to confess, curse the heavens, sigh about life, and say all kinds of things. The heat wave is really terrible, and I don't know how long it will last. Of course, these voices are just the wailing of the weak. The mainstream voice of the World Channel is still doing business, collecting this and that, all of which are things to deal with high temperatures. After breakfast in the morning, the group became active. Nakir, I spent a whole day making 10 canned meats. Can we sell them? Fang Yameng, I made some too. Elena, I looked at the World Channel and the Regional Channel. Now the vegetable fields are basically withered. If there is no place like an ice cellar to store meat, it will basically rot. Now the batch of canned meat we have on hand should be easy to sell. The girls in the group had listened to Luo Yu's words and bought ice cubes before, and after the high-end entertainment room was built, it was built directly on the ice cellar. The food stored in the ice cellar is no longer threatened by high temperatures, and they killed a large black fish before, so they got a lot of fish meat to make canned meat. Now, the time has come for this small group to get rich. Alice, is Luo Yu here? You decide when to sell it. Volume 2 Luo Yu replied, I also think the time is ripe to make money. We have to set a unified price first. The food will go rancid in 10 days at room temperature, but at the current high temperature, it will go rancid in only 2 days. Now a simple dish with a shelf life of 2 days on the market has been sold for 1,000 silver, and it is still priceless. Fang Yameng sighed, yes, the food crisis under drought is so terrible. The price is already comparable to when everyone first entered the world of heaven. Luo Yu, how much does our canned meat cost? Double it. Luo Yu said simply, a portion of 2,500 silver. The group was silent for a while. Naker said cautiously, Luo Yu, are we too evil-minded? A portion of 2,500 silver. Why do I feel like my hands are shaking? Alice, Luo Yu, what do you think? Tell everyone in detail.
Luo Yu, the nutritional value of a portion of our canned meat is the same as that of simple cooking. If you eat it, it will last you a whole day. Now hunger has begun to sweep across the world of heaven. 2,500 silver can buy a hope of survival. I think it is impossible to refuse to a person who will starve to death at any time. We may have saved one person's life for only 2,500 silver, not at all black-hearted. After talking, everyone felt that Luo Yu's proposal was very reasonable, and finally they all agreed with the price. Nothing is said, just put it on the shelves. Luo Yu has a total of 235 canned meats. There is no rush. He will put 100 on the shelves first to test the water. Fang Yameng, has everyone put it on the shelves? I'm here to spread the world. After getting everyone's affirmative reply, Fang Yameng first sent a message to the world. Human race, anonymous, the newly baked canned meat, with a shelf life of 15 days due to the heat wave, has been put on the auction house. It's as fast as I can to survive. As soon as the news came out, it exploded instantly. Oh my god, someone is finally selling canned meat. I was thinking someone must have unlocked the relevant technology. I'll go, 2,500 silver apiece. Is your food made of gold? It's too expensive. I will starve to death without buying your cans. If you don't buy it, will you starve to death? Can you eat silver? There are all kinds of things in the world, but these are not important. What is important is that all the canned meat on the shelves were sold out within 10 seconds. Fuck, you guys are too fast, that's not the case. Is that canned meat seller still there? Does he have any goods? Chat with me privately. Hungry, I'm so hungry. At the same time, Luo, you got a tip. You sell canned meat and get silver. 250,000, 25W silver. A wave of fat. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Luo Yu's mouth, and the girls in the group were happy. Not core, you got 25,000 silver, huh, feel good. Fang Yameng, I'm thinking about building an arrow tower. I have money to build it. Elena, it is true that the arrow tower needs to be decorated, but now we should focus on making canned meat. Nyoda, I also made 2 canned meats for 5,000 silver. This is the most money I have ever had. Alice, after you have money, everyone should have more personal attributes and ensure their own strength. Luo Yu, great, Sister Alice has a clear mind. Personal strength is also very important in the Tiandao world. I recommend balanced development. The group was filled with laughter, and everyone had decided to mobilize all their efforts to produce canned meat and take advantage of this wave to make a lot of money. They are not afraid of heat either. The temperature in high-end entertainment rooms is guaranteed and they can work during the day. Seeing how happy the members in the group were, Luo Yu had a heartfelt smile on his face. Small groups in the Tiandao world are actually very important. When various incidents occur one after another, small groups can help each other and greatly improve the efficiency of survival. Moreover, if there are any bosses that we can fight together in the future, there will be more shipments. Luo Yu also sincerely hopes that this group of people will become more powerful. The people in the group have sold out all the canned meat, but he still has 135 servings. After looking at the auction house, it turned out that someone had followed suit and put canned meat on the shelves. It was not just Luo Yu and his small group who had unlocked the sealed meat block production technology. Since they broke it out from the black fish boss, others could also break it out. Come out. The main problem is that canned meat is made from meat. Do they have an ice cellar to store the meat? Luo Yu can produce continuously. The canned meat that followed the trend and was put on the shelves at the auction house was directly priced at 3,000 silver. There was a lot of criticism in the world, but despite the criticism, you still have to buy it. Luo Yu knows the rules of the market. If this batch of canned meat in his hand is also marked with 3,000 silver, then the next batch of canned meat that follows the trend may be priced at 3,500. Capital is always greedy and can make more money, and has no conscience at all. However, this will make the market unbalanced. Vicious price inflation will cause consumers to rebound, and it will also exceed their bottom line of price, making them unable to sell. After Luo Yu thought for a moment, he put 20 canned meats on the shelf, priced at 2,500 silver. The world reacted immediately. That conscientious merchant worth 2,500 renminbi is selling canned meat again. Conscience. The 20 canned meats were sold out on the spot, and Luo Yu put 30 canned meats on the shelves in batches this time, all for 3,000 silver. Damn profiteers, we don't buy the profiteers' canned meats, we buy the conscientious merchant at 2,500. Yes, we don't buy the profiteers' stuff. You keep it for yourself. Sure enough, the market responded immediately, this is the consumption rebound.
But the conscientious merchant at 2,500 won't stock up. Luo Yu won't stock up until the 3,000 canned meats are sold out. He kept producing new canned meats in the kitchen while waiting for this batch of canned meats to be sold. It took more than an hour, and finally it was sold out. This time it took a little longer. It seems that the price of 3,000 is basically the limit. Looking at the auction house again, some people who followed the trend sold the price to 3,500 silver. The world was full of curses, and it was really a curse on people, planets, and even the galaxies they once lived in. Some people even started to criticize the Milky Way, where the Earth is located, and said that all creatures in the Milky Way are hybrids. Luo Yu's forehead veins jumped. He put another 30 canned meats on the shelf, this time for 2,500 yuan, and added a sentence in the product description: "I'm selling you canned meats at a low price. I'm from the Milky Way, please don't insult our kind and lovely Milky Way creatures." The conscientious merchants in the galaxy have restocked again. I'm sorry, we shouldn't have cursed the galaxy just now. Long live the galaxy, those creatures in Taurus are the real bastards. What does that have to do with us Taurus? The boys in the galaxy are all very sweet, and the girls are all very beautiful. Find a team from the galaxy, and you can also be partners with each other. I'm a male, and I hope you are too. For a while, the World Channel was filled with voices praising the galaxy. In this praise, Luo Yu happily collected money, and then put 3,000 canned meat on the shelves. After jumping back and forth, Luo Yu sold all the canned meat, with an average price of 2,800. He earned a total of 378,000 silver from 135 canned meat. Adding the previous 250,000, this trip made a total of 628,000 silver, and the base now has 933,000 silver. A huge sum. A huge sum of nearly 1 million. Luo Yu looked at the string of numbers on his account, and he was so happy. Spend it immediately. According to the previous plan, Luo Yu started to buy wood to make automatic crossbows. Why crossbows instead of arrow towers? Because arrow towers are too big and easy to be destroyed. The current market price of wood is 2.5 silver to 1 wood. It takes 190,000 wood to build 38 crossbows. Luo Yu was straightforward and bought 200,000 wood in one go. 500,000 silver was gone in an instant. Good guy, this money came and went quickly. Next is iron ore. A total of 38,000 iron ore is needed. The base has 23,000, and 15,000 needs to be bought. The price of iron ore has not increased, and the selling price is still 2:1. Luo Yu simply bought 20,000 iron ore, which is only 40,000 silver, not expensive. All the materials for making automatic crossbows are complete. Luo Yu put on a sun hat, walked out of the south gate, and began to build a wall every 100 meters. This section of the wall is 1 meter long and 5 meters high, which is just right for crossbows. Rather than a wall, it looks like a square stone pillar. The stone pillars spread all the way to the southern border of the territory. There are exactly 38 stone pillars, with 38 automatic crossbows placed on them, which completely block the entire south. This wave has increased the score by 1,900 points in total. Don't underestimate the increase. The crossbows actually only have 50 points, but the defensive effect they bring can at least offset 300 luxury points. Using defensive weapons to increase the score is the safest score. After all this was done, it was already evening. Luo Yu stood on the watchtower, looking at the stone pillars in the south, and a sense of security came to him. He hoped to launch an attack now to test the effect. Anyway, the crossbows can be loaded and unloaded. If the effect is not good, they can be put back on the wall. After having dinner with the 3 little cuties, they ran to play in the water, and Luo Yu continued to make canned meat. At this time, everyone in the group was working overnight, and no one wanted to miss this opportunity to make a lot of money. Luo Yu worked until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and rushed out 150 canned meats overnight, which was a big profit again. After taking a shower to get rid of his fatigue, he lay down on the big bed, and a prompt came: "You get physical fitness +1, the diamond bed is comfortable." He slept slowly and woke up in the morning. Another prompt appeared: "You get action frenzy buff, global work speed +50%, agility +5, lasts for 3 days, huh? This buff again?" Luo Yu looked at his status bar. He had gotten action frenzy before. Now the 2 frenzy effects are superimposed. Now his global work speed is +200%, and cooking efficiency is 300%. This speed is so fast. Get to work. But before working, Luo Yu first had to sell the canned meat that he rushed out overnight yesterday. Still following the previous operation, the average price was 2,800, and 150 canned meats were quickly sold out, earning another 420,000 silver. I spent so much money yesterday, and I looked at the balance, 820,000. There are so many races and creatures in the world, and there are still many rich people. After Luo Yu had breakfast, he started making canned meat early in the morning, and the girls in the group also started working there with great enthusiasm. Unlike Luo Yu, there are at least 3 people in their territory. Although the efficiency is very slow, it takes more than an hour, nearly 2 hours to make a canned meat by hand, but there are many people. And with the improvement of proficiency, the speed is blessed. As for the possibility of food poisoning due to insufficient cooking level, it's not for me to eat, so I can only put my conscience under my armpit at this juncture. No matter whether you are poisoned or not, it's better to be poisoned. Lying in bed and not moving will generate less heat. Everyone is working hard, and Luo Yu didn't ask the little cuties to help, because there is no need at all. His efficiency is too high. He produces 1 can of meat in 3 minutes and 20 cans in an hour, just like an assembly line. Luo Yu himself feels that his speed is a bit outrageous. At this time, Xiao Jin is pulling a mining cart outdoors to cut stones. Xiao Dai is afraid of heat and can't do anything but soak in the swimming pool. Xiao Kong doesn't fish anymore. She runs back and forth between the kitchen and the warehouse to help Luo Yu prepare ingredients. Today, the temperature outside has reached 52 degrees. Because of the heat, the air outside has been distorted. Luo Yu is always paying attention to the system interface, staring at the temperature of the warehouse, cellar and entertainment room. Fortunately, everything was still safe, especially in the entertainment room. Even in such a situation, the temperature was still maintained below 30 degrees, which was very strong. In the kitchen, Luo Yu habitually went to take the ingredients handed by Xiao Kong, but he touched something hard. You get Xiao Kong's treasure chest *1, Luo Yu was slightly stunned, and Xiao Kong called out Wu Qiu and rubbed Luo Yu's hand affectionately with his little head. You said you were tripped by something when you were walking, and you looked down and saw it was a treasure chest? Wu Qiu, Wu Qiu. Xiao Kong nodded happily. Little cutie, you always give me something new. Luo Yu picked her up and kissed her, but found that Xiao Kong was covered with sweat. Yes, Xiao Kong's highest comfortable temperature is 60 degrees, and it is 52 degrees outside now, and it is directly exposed to the sun. Even she is sweating profusely after running back and forth. Luo Yu gently wiped the sweat off her face and said softly, "Take a rest and go play in the water with your sister Xiaodai." Wu Qiu, Xiao Kong shook his head and hugged Luo Yu's arm to indicate that he would not go and would stay with his master. Alas, my little cutie. Luo Yu liked Xiao Kong more and more in his heart. He would open the box first to see what the little cutie brought him. There were still 3 critical hits left, Luo Yu silently said in his heart and opened the box. Triggered by 100 times critical hit, you get attack summoner, animal, *1, gold level, 1. Time prop, huh? Is it an animal attack summoner? There was a smile in Luo Yu's eyes. During this period, he was making canned meat crazily. The meat was consumed very quickly, so he could just summon it to replenish it. This would be the hottest time in the afternoon. It would be good for you to summon animals to attack under the high temperature. Most animals would not have the strength to charge. After touching Xiaokong's head and asking her to go play in the swimming pool, Luo Yu climbed up to the watchtower with the attack summoner and started clicking one by one to install some of the automatic crossbow arrows originally installed in the southern territory on the front wall. Animals are not tribes. They only attack the front, so just strengthen the frontal defense. Seeing that it was almost done, Luo Yu clicked to use it. You use the attack summoner, please select the attack difficulty. You can choose the difficulty of the raid summoner by yourself, including 5 difficulties, easy, normal, hard, extremely hard, king, and hell. If you choose wrong, the base may be washed away. Luo Yu thought for a moment and chose extremely difficult. After all, in addition to a large number of defense equipment, the base also had the boss Xiao Jin. Mainly because only on extreme difficulty and above, animals with different ecology will appear, rather than a single species attacking. Different ecological animals may bring together the beast girl. It would be great to catch a beast mother. After clicking OK, the prompt came immediately, your territory has been attacked by various animals, the total number, 278. This number of attacks is calculated based on the calculation. Attacks outside the end of the month usually have a unit score of 200. Luo Yu's base score is 13,900. Generally speaking, normal attacks will result in 69.5 units. But now that the extremely difficult mode is selected, the attack intensity is 4 times the original, which is calculated to be 278. Luo Yu activated the Beast Master trait and directly summoned Xiao Jin here. At this moment, she had just come out of the swimming pool, all wet, and said a little shyly, "Master, why did you call me all of a sudden?"
I didn't even wipe it off. Luo Yu looked Xiao Jin up and down, and chuckled. I haven't paid attention to you for a few days. Xiao Jin, has your physique improved again? Your chest defense seems to have strengthened a bit? Chest defense?
Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment, then he hurriedly blushed and protected his chest, and softly spat, "Disgusting, master."
Luo Yu laughed loudly.
The beast girls had added entertainment value, so of course they had to entertain them. At this time, a large number of wild animals appeared on the edge of the territory. Take a closer look: tigers, leopards, jackals, rhinos, elephants, zebras, giraffes, centipedes, scorpions and everything in between, rushing towards the base.
Oops, animal attack.
Xiao Jin took a deep breath and was about to let out a cute tiger roar, but Luo Yu waved his hand and said, "No rush, let's check the situation first."
Meng Hu's roar reached his throat, and Xiao Jin almost couldn't hold it up after hearing the words.
A large number of animals rushed over in the distance, and the ground was shaking. The momentum was very alarming.
Luo Yu could see clearly that there were high-level animals among them. There are elephants and rhinos that are black iron level.
This group of animals rushed forward, but they had just traveled 203 meters before many animals fell to the ground and fainted.
It's too hot, I'm suffering from heat stroke. Luo Yu laughed again when he saw this scene.
It was the hottest time in the afternoon, and the temperature was approaching 54 degrees. Except for some animals with extraordinary talents, ordinary animals simply could not withstand such high temperatures.
Every 200 or 300 meters, a group of animals fell down.
By the time the group of animals rushed into the range of the catapult, only about 100 were left.
Boom!
The catapult began to roar, and the upgraded catapult's second burst also contained explosions. The giant desert centipede that charged the hardest was directly hit in the head by the second burst, and it seemed to explode into several sections.
It's so powerful.
Luo Yu was also surprised by the power of the improved catapult.
Bang bang! 2 more stone blasts knocked the desert scorpion, which was relatively heat-resistant, to the ground. As a result, it was trampled to death by the black iron level rhino that caught up from behind.
Soon the beasts rushed into the attack range of the arrow tower and automatic crossbows, and more than 100 beasts fell in rows under the rain of arrows. When they rushed 50 meters, the arrows were whizzing like rain.
Most of the animals fell on the charging road.
Only the black iron level rhinos and elephants still had fighting power. However, they are also covered with various arrows and look like hedgehogs. As for the big tiger that Luo Yu thought was the biggest threat before, looking at its thick fur, it must be a creature from the cold zone. It was too hot and he fainted very early. He would have probably died from the heat.
Different ecologies are like this. Bang! With a muffled sound, the automatic axe launcher fired, and a stone axe spun and hit the rhinoceros.
The axe hit the rhinoceros head and face directly. The stone axe broke into pieces, and the rhinoceros screamed and fell to the ground.
Even the big rhinoceros was knocked down by an axe. The power of this stone axe made Luo Yu overjoyed. But after all, it was a black iron level animal with rough skin and thick flesh. The rhinoceros shook its head and got up again, and jumped over the moat with a roar. Unfortunately, another flying axe came, hitting it this time and knocking it over again. Luo Yu was afraid of being crushed to death, so he said to Xiao Jin, "Go and capture the rhinoceros and elephants alive." Okay.
Xiao Jin jumped down from the observation deck and jumped in front of the black iron rhinoceros.
The rhinoceros didn't know Xiao Jin existed in the fog of war.
Now, it suddenly saw the legendary King Seberu, and it was so close that it was really scared and trembling. Xiao Jin just punched him and knocked him unconscious on the spot.
Then, she did the same thing and knocked over the black iron elephants, dragging their legs into the wall. Congratulations on successfully resisting the attack of the beast tide. Is it over? Luo Yu smiled. More than 200 beasts didn't even touch the city wall before it ended. It was not satisfying at all.
I should have chosen the hell mode to increase the crit by 100 times. Of course, the most regrettable thing is that no beast girl participated in this beast tide. What a pity. The attack summoner orb in his hand had broken. Luo Yu smiled faintly, and after getting off the watchtower, he began to deal with the follow-up.
The first thing was of course to tame these 2 black iron level animals.
With a 3-star trainer, LV9 taming level, the blessing of the taming field, and the fear state that Xiao Jin brought to these two animals, it was not difficult to tame them all. After using herbs to treat them, Luo Yu checked their attributes. Savage White Rhino, Black Iron, Male, Adult Strength 41, Constitution 49, Agility 23, Giant Elephant, Black Iron, Male, Adult Strength 50, Constitution 56, Agility 21. The attributes of the two Black Iron animals are not bad, and herbivores have a relatively small demand for food. There are grass all over the ground, so they eat slowly. In addition, because of their thick skin and flesh, they are somewhat resistant to heat, which allows them to act as porters in heat waves. Both elephants and rhinos can go to the lake to make nests and play in the water, which will not bring a hygienic burden to the base, which is good.
Luo Yu began to check if there were any living animals.
After a thorough inspection, most of them were dead, and even if they were alive, they only had one breath left and could not be saved. The weather was too hot, and the animal mortality rate was extremely high. They had no grade and low constitution, so there was nothing they could do.
Luo Yu had to slaughter more than 200 animals before they completely rotted.
He called Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong, who also had the ability to slaughter and could move in high temperatures. In addition, he asked the healed rhinoceros and elephant to carry the animal carcasses to the slaughter site by the lake. Now they could only race against time with the heat wave and try to slaughter more meat. Fortunately, the sun was about to set. It must be said that Luo Yu's slaughtering efficiency was really amazing. The slaughtering efficiency was also linked to cooking. With 300% efficiency, more than 100 strength and a sharp Tiangong knife, it was terrifying. In the end, it became Xiao Kong constantly carrying meat to the ice cellar, while Xiao Jin helped to carry the animal carcasses to the lake, and Luo Yu was slaughtering all by himself. 2 hours later, the animal carcasses began to rot, and Luo Yu stopped slaughtering. Not all of them were slaughtered, but the remaining ones were the carcasses of insects, which were thrown directly into the incineration pit and burned after they began to rot.
After this wave, 30W meat was obtained, and the warehouse was full. No longer have to worry about the raw materials for canned meat.
After doing all this, Luo Yu jumped into the small lake to swim, but he was almost steamed. The water temperature on the surface of the small lake was a bit high under the heat wave, and the big octopus and the big snake had already hidden under the water. Finally, he washed off the bloody smell on his body. Luo Yu thought he could build an automatic slaughtering table that could automatically slaughter animals, but unfortunately there was no design drawing. After having dinner with everyone in the evening, Luo Yu started to make canned meat without stopping. Before 12 o'clock, he put 100 canned meat on the shelf, and the average price was still 2,800, making a profit of 280,000 silver. Now the silver has reached 1.1 million.
Wow, this time he really got rich.
After taking a bath and going to bed at night, Luo Yu lay on the bed and resisted the sleepiness to start adding attributes to Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai.
Xiao Jin can't use silver to increase attributes, but the two of them can.
The Beast Girl can be inseparable from Luo Yu, and their strength is also their own strength.
Now I have money, add it.
Originally, their attribute values are Jinhua Beast Girl, Strength 100, Constitution 50, Agility 50. Matey, Strength 60, Constitution 60, Agility 70. Now it takes 2,000 silver to click, and the two little cuties need to click 210 times in total to reach 100. After clicking randomly, plus, a total of 42W silver was spent, and the remaining silver in the base was 68W. Jinhua Beast Girl, Strength 100, Constitution 100, Agility 100. Matey, Strength 100, Constitution 100, Agility 100.
Full. Their attributes are all 100.
In addition to their own growth, they will rely on the buffs they get randomly, just like Luo Yu, to obtain attribute points. Of course, most of the buffs they get are hair growth progress, milk production progress and the like, and rarely get attribute points. It is worth mentioning that the improvement of physical fitness can also increase the highest and lowest comfortable temperatures. Although it is not so obvious, it is also effective.
In the heatwave environment, it is still necessary to add some physical fitness.
After adding points, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief and fell asleep soon. In the morning, he got up and checked the prompts as usual. You get physical fitness +1 while sleeping. After putting on clothes and performing a set of wind swordsmanship, Luo Yu was thinking about preparing breakfast, and another prompt came. Your wind swordsmanship has been upgraded to the 2nd level, and the power has increased, finally upgraded.
Persistence is victory. Luo Yu was in a good mood and went to work. Today's temperature is the same as yesterday, 51 degrees in the morning.
Although it has not dropped, it has not risen either. This made everyone feel relieved. It seems that the temperature has reached its peak, and the heat wave will enter a stable period and recession period next. But it was also very hard to endure. Luo Yu still worked hard to make canned meat today, and the group was very active. Everyone counted the money until their hands cramped, and they were very motivated. Hint, someone in the mercenary square hired you to eliminate the big black fish in the territory. The commission is 5,000. Do you accept it? No, Luo Yu directly refused and clicked on the mercenary square, temporarily changing his information to, do not accept any tasks during the heat wave. I make tens of millions a minute, and I will go with you to hunt big black fish? Unless you are crazy. Luo Yu raised his lips and was about to continue making canned meat, but another prompt came, your water storage is insufficient, and the kitchen sink, cleaning table and other items cannot continue to work. What? No water? He hurriedly checked the water tank. Sure enough, both the water tank and the water tower were empty, and there was really no water. Look at the working status of the water pump, 40 liters. A wind-powered water pump can only extract 40 liters of water per day now, there is no wind. The importance of water to the base is self-evident, especially for a base like Luo Yu. Without water, many things cannot be done. After the automatic sprinkler was installed, the water consumption was too high. There was no natural wind during the heat wave. He hurriedly clicked on the hydraulic circulation technology to see if there was any way to solve it. The lightning water pump technology was not unlocked, and there was no wind now, so the fire-powered water pump could only be used. Fire-powered water pump, burn energy to extract water, daily water extraction, 500 liters, daily energy consumption, 100. Materials, stone 2000, silver 300, iron ore 300, the cost is much cheaper than the wind pump, and the daily pumping volume is also constant, but you have to burn wood. The current market price of 100 wood is 250 silver. Luo Yu calculated in his mind. In the case of a heat wave, the 4 sprinklers will spray 8 tons of water every day, plus the amount of water pumped to keep the swimming pool running is about 2 tons, plus the current large amount of cooking, cleaning the table and sink requires 1 ton of water. Adding the water for the bath, toilet and daily drinking water, it would take about 0.5 tons, a total of about 12 tons. No wonder all the water in the water tower was used up. Now there is no wind, the wind pump is just a decoration, and 24 fire pumps are needed to keep the water supply automatic. I looked at the stone bricks available in the territory. 37,000 stone bricks can make 18 fire pumps, but burning wood every day is equivalent to 4,500 silver. It's outrageous. Luo Yu didn't want to burn wood in his heart. Difficulties appeared again. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Luo Yu suddenly had an idea and thought of a solution. Oh, right, our small group has unlocked the heat supply technology. With this money to burn wood, I might as well make a heat collection board. Hurry up and open the technology tree, heat collection board, stone bricks *1000, silver *1000, copper ore *1000, beast soul core *1, heat absorption conversion rate, 0.1000 energy units per day. The so-called energy unit is easy to understand. The energy generated by burning 1 unit of wood is 1 energy unit, that is to say, this energy collection board can convert up to 1,000 units of wood per day. Of course, just like a wind pump needs wind, this board absorbs heat and gets hot. If you say this thing is expensive, it's okay, but the material requires a beast soul core, which is outrageous. A broken board actually needs a beast soul core. What kind of high-tech is this? Luo Yu rolled his eyes, but thinking that this kind of 1.4. all energy board seems to be a very advanced thing, he was speechless for a while. Okay, I need to revise the personal description in the mercenary square. Human Anonymous, Black Iron helped to eliminate the big black fish for free, but a contract must be signed. After the elimination, the beast soul core belongs to me. This price is a bit exaggerated, equivalent to a 50,000 appearance fee. It depends on whether the other party is willing. For now, it is better to spend money to buy the beast soul core. Clicking on the auction house, Luo Yu spent 100,000 to buy 2 beast soul cores, and then walked to the roof of the villa. He planned to place the thermal energy panel on the roof, just like solar energy to absorb heat energy. Before clicking to build, he tentatively said a sentence in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. The thermal energy collection panel you clicked to build has been upgraded and changed to powerful thermal energy absorption platform. It really worked. The thermal energy collection panel is not counted as a building, but it is counted as furniture.
Furniture can be critically hit. There was a flash of light in front of my eyes, and a large stone bowl appeared. Various wonderful runes were carved in the stone bowl. It looked like a high-end product. I hurriedly checked the instructions. Powerful thermal energy absorption platform, thermal energy absorption conversion rate 500.10000 energy units per day. This thing is not 100 times more effective than the energy board. It may be the limit of thermal energy furniture that can be crit at this stage, but even if it is not 100 times more effective, it is ridiculously powerful. It can deliver 500 units of thermal energy at least every day, and the upper limit is 10,000. I looked at the current status of the thermal energy absorption platform. Heat output, 3000. It is full of power in the heat wave. 3000 thermal energy output per day can be used to operate 30 fire pumps at the same time. When Luo Yu saw it, he was simply overjoyed. There is also a beast soul core, and he hurriedly set it in his mind again. Tip: energy furniture can only trigger a crit once a year. Failed. Energy furniture can only crit once a year, which is greater than the limit of the mall crit. It is also possible that the unlimited crit of energy furniture will lead to an excess of energy in the base, and the excess energy will attract very powerful higher beings to attack. It seems to be a restriction, but it is also a kind of protection. Then make an ordinary energy collection plate. With a flick of his fingertips, an ordinary black energy plate was successfully made. It was a rectangular black stone plate with patterns carved on it, which looked quite simple. Thermal energy collection plate, current output thermal energy 500. The power of 500 really can't be underestimated. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu looked at the score of the territory, which soared by 2400. Among them, the ordinary thermal energy collection plate scored 400 points, and the powerful absorption platform scored 2000 points. 2000. This is too scary. Luo Yu's heart trembled slightly. We have to think in a positive direction. The intensity of the attack has increased, but the harvest after resisting it has also increased. 20,000 silver will be given more at the end of the month. Well, it's worth it. He comforted himself in this way and began to divert his thoughts. This is not the time to consider the attack, but to use the thermal energy as soon as possible. It is best not to place the fire-powered water pump outdoors, as it is easy to break down in wind and rain. He plans to build a water pump room. As for the location, build it near the water tower. It is better to place the hydraulic facilities there. Clicking on the construction page, Luo Yu flipped through the workshop page and found the ideal building after flipping for a while. Hot-resistant room. The internal environment is rough, which can effectively resist the heat emitted from the inside, so that the wall will not melt and the building will not collapse. Stone bricks *5000, silver *500, heat-resistant materials *500, copper and iron can all be counted as heat-resistant materials, which means there is only a little more iron ore. Luo Yu directly chose to build it. There was a flash of light in front of him, and a stone bungalow that looked very ordinary appeared in front of him. If the outside looks ordinary, the inside is really rough, just a rough house. Let's plant some flowers to increase the beauty. Now Luo Yu can't care so much, and he started to build a fire-powered water pump directly. After continuous clicking, a small boiler-like building appeared in front of him, arranged very neatly. Luo Yu built 16 fire-powered water pumps in one go. Fire-powered water pump, daily pumping volume 500 liters, current power 0, of course, it is zero power without fuel. Luo Yu first built a pipeline, and a water pipe was passed from the water pump room to the small lake. This pipeline is separate from the wind-powered water pump. Although it costs more stone, it avoids the territory being cut off from water after a water pipe is damaged. Then, use another water pipe from the water pump room to the water tank and water tower next door, so that the water is connected. Next is energy. Energy pipeline, per meter silver *10, iron ore *10, copper ore *10. Energy pipelines are expensive, but all energy can only go through energy pipelines, so let's build them. An energy pipeline runs directly from the roof of the villa through the wall, then to the underground, and finally to the pump room, connected to each thermal water pump. It took a lot of resources, but the energy was finally connected. The moment the energy was connected, the thermal water pump started working immediately. Each unit has a full power 500 liter efficiency. Luo Yu can even hear the sound of water flowing from the water tower next door. Of course, the current water pumping capacity is still not enough for the base to use, mainly because there are no bricks to continue to build fire-powered water pumps. At present, the badgers are digging in the quarry during the day, the bugs are digging at night,
and Xiaojin is cutting them. About 15,000 bricks are produced every day, and it will be done tomorrow. Finally, the pumping problem was solved. Luo Yu took advantage of not having to make canned meat now and ran to the vegetable field to start harvesting vegetables. Vegetables mature faster with sufficient water irrigation, and they can be harvested today. Picking fruits and vegetables, harvesting rice when it is time to harvest, sowing after harvesting, and being busy until dark. Only he can harvest vegetables in such a high temperature. If it were someone else, he would have heatstroke and fall to the ground in 10 minutes. This wave, including all apples, bananas, berries, rice, corn, potatoes, green vegetables, cabbage, tomatoes, etc., a total of 40,000 units of vegetarian food were harvested, which is basically the highest output of the vegetable garden now. After putting all of them into the ice cellar, Luo Yu found that the ice cellar was about to burst. The more things there are, the more heat will be generated, which will cause the overall temperature of the ice cellar to rise. Fortunately, the temperature is still at a safe temperature and the ice will not melt. Luo Yu also thought about taking some water and putting it in the ice cellar to make ice cubes, but unfortunately it cannot be frozen. The freezing point of water is below 0 degrees, which refers to the temperature of the water rather than the temperature of the ice cellar. Luo Yu has probably done some calculations and wants to freeze the water in the ice cellar. The temperature must be at least below -8 degrees. This is not possible at present. The freezing technology has not been unlocked, so it can only be done this way for now. Standing in the ice cellar and thinking about it, Luo Yu felt that the reason for the temperature of the ice cellar to rise again was not only because there were more things, but also because of frequent entry and exit, which caused the loss of cold air. Just like the refrigerator at home, it is difficult to cool if it is turned on and off frequently. He began to think about the solution, and after thinking for a while, he really found a solution. The ice cellar is under the warehouse. As long as the ice cellar is affiliated with the warehouse, can't the automatic storage function of the warehouse be used to put or pick up goods? In this way, there is no need to frequently enter and exit the ice cellar, just operate at the door. Turning over the building page, Luo Yu quickly found the method of building association. The system-built buildings and the buildings built by himself can be easily integrated with only 10,000 silver. Luo Yu pointed his finger and the integration was completed immediately. In the future, Xiao Kong only needs to throw the meat into the warehouse to transport it, and it will automatically teleport to the ice cellar. Advanced warehouses are so convenient. I walked to the nameplate at the door of the warehouse and operated it. I found that the total capacity of the ice cellar was 30 W food units, and now it has reached 29 W. Among them, 24 W meat and 5 W vegetarian food. It is really on the edge of bursting, and it must be consumed as soon as possible, especially meat. At present, the price of meat is still rising, from the original 2 silver to the current 10 silver. The reason why it is so different from canned meat is that it cannot be preserved. Looking at the time, it is now 7 o'clock in the evening, which is the most active trading time. Luo Yu asked himself that it is impossible to make all the meat into canned meat before the heat wave ends, so he simply put 40,000 meat on the shelf to test the water. That is the market price. He himself is having a pleasant bathing time. An hour later, the meat was sold out, and Luo Yu made a huge profit of 400,000 silver. For others, the heat wave is a disaster, but for Luo Yu, it is simply giving money away. It's so comfortable to soak in this big bath. Luo Yu leaned against the edge of the bath happily, looked at the 2 beast girls who were playing in the water and said, "Xiaojin, Xiao Kong, come and massage my arm." Wu chirp. Xiao Kong ran over immediately, and Xiaojin blushed and spat, "Perverted master." Enjoying the massage service of the beast girl's little hands, Luo Yu was enjoying it, and the prompt came, "You are doing entertainment activities. Because the entertainment value of the territory is high, your strength +2, current, 106, sure enough, the entertainment value of the beast girl is not added in vain, and letting them massage is an entertainment activity. The attribute points are added while lying down. Speaking of which, this entertainment value plus attribute points is still a bit fierce. You can consider increasing the entertainment value a little more." While thinking about this, Fang Yameng spoke in the group. "Fang Yameng, I just got a box while fishing, and opened a blank technology sharing scroll." She sent a screenshot. Team shared technology scroll, blank team members can copy their own unlocked technology to the scroll. After using it, all team members will obtain the technology. The person who shares the technology has a 10% chance of inheriting certain attributes, life skills, personal characteristics, etc. from the team trialer. Luo Yu, hey, this is a good thing for win-win.
Alice, Luo Yu is right. If you put it on the auction house, it should be able to sell for a good price. Fong Yumeng, automatic defense technology has been unlocked, right? I don't seem to have any technology to share with you, Naker, Luo Yu must have it. He is the best. Fong Yumeng, come on, Luo Yu, trade, give you the scroll. A trading box came directly. Fong Yumeng put the blank scroll, and naturally clicked to confirm. The market price of this scroll can be sold for at least 300,000. Is she giving it to herself for free? Do you trust me so much? Luo Yu muttered to himself, but did not refuse, and directly chose to confirm. Transaction successful, you get, Team Shared Technology Scroll, blank, Elena, Luo Yu, have you unlocked the mercenary technology? Alice, Luminous Plant Technology is more practical at this stage. Nyoda, I want visitor technology. Everyone expressed their opinions, and Luo Yu had a faint smile on his face. Since there was such a good opportunity, he must copy the most practical technology. After all, he did not pay in vain, and there was a chance to get a reward. Luo Yu, I'll copy a technology, which is quite practical, but it's more expensive. Fong Yumeng, everyone has made a small fortune. You said that and I'm looking forward to it. Luo Yu did not keep it a secret, and directly clicked to operate. You copied the hydraulic circulation technology on the scroll, are you sure? After clicking to confirm, Luo Yu directly chose to use it. Luo Yu used the team technology sharing scroll, and all team members obtained the hydraulic circulation technology. Everyone was stunned when they saw the prompt, and it took 3 seconds to react. Fong Yumeng, oh my god, water recycling technology. Water recycling technology that even 500,000 people in the world can't get. Alice, Luo Yu, thank you. The goddess of light will always bless you. Alina, well, I admit that you are a pretty good man. Naker, you are worthy of being the man that my sister likes. My sister likes you very much. Nyoded, brother, thank you for your kindness. The reaction in the group was within Luo Yu's expectations. He smiled and replied, what are you doing? Isn't it just a technology that uses water? Don't get excited, it's no big deal. Everyone, Fong Yumeng, damn it, he pretended. Luo Yu could imagine how excited the girls were now. Now it was his turn to get the benefits. He silently said in his heart. You have shared technology and started to randomly inherit various abilities from team members. 100 times critical hit triggers, inheritance success rate increases by 100 times, you get animal taming experience from Fong Yumeng, animal tamer personal characteristics plus 1 star, current characteristics, for stars, the upper limit of great animals is increased to 20, you get shooting experience and sewing experience from Alice, shooting level plus 4, current shooting LV 12, sewing level plus 3. Current tailoring level LV10, you get fighting experience from Elena, new personal characteristics, fighter, current characteristics, 1 star, you get jumping and running experience from Naker, agility plus 10, current agility 111, you get physical experience from Nyodit, physical fitness plus 4, current physical fitness, 108, all inherited successfully. A series of system prompts shocked Luo Yu. This wave of his own surge in all aspects. He also got a fighter characteristic, and the power of all martial arts increased by 10%. A real surge. And essentially he didn't pay anything. Massive profit. Fong Yumeng, Luo Yu, how much experience have you gained from us? Have you upgraded your life skills? Luo Yu, not bad, a little bit. Nakor, Luo Yu is so good to us. If my sister was a human girl, she would definitely marry him. Fong Yumeng, who would marry him? She looks younger than me. Alice, Yumeng, Kor is talking about her sister? Fong Yumeng, huh? Yes, it's her sister. I mean Luo Yu looks small. Luo Yu, I just look younger, but I'm not small at all. Fong Yumeng, huh? Why do I sound weird? Luo Yu, you're starting again, right? Alina, start what? What riddle are you talking about? Nakor, I know, this is called starting to drive on their earth. Luo Yu, it's late at night, is the midnight god of cars setting sail? Fong Yumeng, hate it, drive slowly by yourself, goose 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 goose, it's always so happy to chat with everyone. Luo Yu was in a very good mood after making a lot of money just now. He really didn't expect that critical hits could be used to increase the success rate of inheritance. It's so comfortable. Late at night that day, the wind became stronger, and the wind pump that was crawling like a turtle finally started to turn. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Yu found that there was no buff today. After all, the base's various items were not high, and it was impossible to have buffs every day.
He looked at the temperature and found that the temperature in the morning had dropped a little compared to the original, reaching 48 degrees. After 2 days of the highest peak, the heat wave showed signs of subsiding. Although it was only a little, everyone saw the dawn. There is hope to have the motivation to live, and canned meat is easier to sell. After selling canned meat all morning, the base's silver reached 1.3 million. Luo Yu thought of adding entertainment equipment yesterday, so he walked towards the entertainment room. At this time, the animals in the entertainment room were playing in the water and sleeping, and it had become a barn. Luo Yu drove all the insects to the first floor, and spent some time with Xiao Dai to clean the second floor, and then prepared to lay carpets. Carpets do not increase entertainment value, but they increase beauty and comfort. Now these two data are hidden data and have not been activated yet. If you want to activate them, you need to unlock the relevant technology. After activation, these two data will bring various benefits to the base like entertainment value and hygiene value. To unlock beauty, you need a 100,000 silver and a sapphire, and comfort requires 100,000 silver and a ruby. Gems can only be mined or given in random boxes. Although it has not been unlocked, it still needs to be done. Only after the carpet is laid can things be placed on it. After thoroughly cleaning the entire second floor, Luo Yu asked Xiao Dai to clean the third floor, and he stood there and clicked on the furniture page. Carpets are divided into many varieties, and like other things, they can be upgraded on the original basis. Luo Yu plans to build high-end carpets that can increase beauty and comfort at the same time. Comfortable and beautiful high-end carpet, per square meter various furs *90, cotton, cloth, *30, silver *30, gold *3, one word, expensive. Being expensive has its advantages. The more expensive it is, the higher the various values added. The higher the value added, the higher the chance of getting buffs. Click on the high-end carpet column, choose blue as the color of the entertainment room carpet, and choose a simple plaid pattern. After clicking OK, a small piece of carpet appears in front of you. This is 1 square meter. The entire second floor of the entertainment room is 300 square meters, and a total of 27,000 furs, 9,000 cottons, 9,000 silvers, and 900 golds are needed. Originally, there was definitely not enough fur, but the previous wave of animal attacks just gave a lot of animal furs, and the furs of those huge animals like giraffes were so much. Silver and gold are available, but cloth is not enough. Cotton is cloth, and the cotton harvested in the world of Tiandao is presented in the form of cotton cloth. Xiao Dai used up a lot of cloth to make underwear before, and Luo Yu also planned to sell swimsuits after selling canned meat, which requires a lot of cloth. Speaking of which, the cotton planted by the shore should be ripe, right? When I walked to the lake, I saw that it was really ripe and could be picked. This wave of cotton was planted around the lake, and the planting area was very large. Luo Yu and Xiao Kong began to collect and sell. He worked very efficiently and finished everything in half a day. Including yesterday's planting activities, the current planting level has reached LV8. It has reached this level without realizing it. He collected 30,000 units of cloth in one go, which is considered to be a complete mess. Even if cotton is highly fertile, it will take autumn to mature. This is the last batch of cloth before autumn. Let's get started on the carpet. Back in the entertainment room, Luo Yu began to lay the carpet. This time he did not use critical strikes. Carpets need to be laid 1 square meter at a time. It does not make much sense to critically strike 1 square meter of carpet. After a while, the carpet was laid, and the entire second floor of the entertainment room was brand new and looked much more beautiful. But compared with such a beautiful blue carpet, the rough finished walls seemed out of place. Since it was done, Luo Yu simply decorated the walls. Still on the furniture page, he liked the high-end wall interior. Beautiful wall interior, per square meter stone bricks *10, silver *10, jade *3, gold *1, the price is much cheaper than carpets. After all, it is just decoration rather than adding something new. The materials are all there, let's decorate it well. After a while of operation, the walls of the entire second floor were also decorated. The newly decorated walls were beautiful and clean, and there were patterns on them, which looked good no matter how you looked at them. This is a bit like an entertainment room. Looking at the base score, the carpet and walls are for enjoyment, and the score is increased a lot, directly 1700 points. Now the overall score of the base has reached 19,000 points, Fang Yameng and other friends are only about 2,000 points now, they are all doing well. The average level of the universe is only 1,000 points, a difference of 19 times. Luo Yu is very satisfied with the development of his territory.
After a while, Luoyu, Xiao Kong, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Dai took off their shoes and stood on the carpet with bare feet. The three little cuties walked around on the soft carpet and looked very happy. As top-level intelligent animals, they can also get attribute points from the increase of various values of the territory like Luoyu, so they are happy when the territory is beautiful, which is a kind of joy from the heart. At present, the entire second floor is decorated very beautifully, but it seems a bit empty. Hurry up and decorate it. The first is the dartboard. Flexible and beautiful dartboard, building materials *200, cloth *200, iron ore *100, animal feathers *100, shooting level can be improved during entertainment value +5, all materials are available, and Luoyu directly chose jade for building materials. Jade is originally used for decoration, and a lot of mining has been dug out, so use it. Click OK, and the dartboard appears on a wall, with a small table next to it, and the table is full of small darts. The three little cuties immediately started playing happily. Continue to build entertainment furniture on the furniture page. Horseshoe nails, building materials *100, cloth *50, iron ore *100, entertainment value +5, horseshoe nails are used to play with rings. When you were a child, you wanted to take away small toys, and when you grow up, you want to take away the female stall owner. This kind of ring. Luoyu also built a chess table, a poker table, and a mahjong table. These are all entertainment values +5. Because they are all made of jade, they will increase some beauty and comfort. In fact, no one plays chess or mahjong with him, it is just there to increase various values. If Fan Yameng and the others are not afraid of spending money to visit one day, he can open a table with them. Finally, Luoyu built a jade billiard table in the center of the entertainment room. This cost him a lot of resources, entertainment value +10, very happy. He looked at the panel, and it has changed a lot recently. Number, Earthsia Country 23333 base score, 20,000 points health value, upper limit 98, current 95 entertainment value, 115 strength, 106 constitution, 108 agility, 111 life skills, shooting LV 12, taming LV 9. Martial arts, wind blade, double, stealth personal characteristics, Zerg nemesis, 5 stars, miner, 1 star, tamer, 4 stars, chef, 3 stars, brewer, 1 star, fighter, 1 star. The entertainment value has reached 115 points, which means that there is a good chance of getting a buff when you are entertaining. A bunch of entertainment facilities also made the base score reach 20,000. Luoyu was wondering if there would be any special rewards for a score of 20,000, and it really came. Tip: you are the first trialist in this area to reach a score of 20,000, and the extra reward, personal characteristic upgrade scroll, below 3 stars, *1, another scroll. Luoyu directly chose to use it, and upgraded his miner level to 2 stars, increasing the probability of shipping a wave of rare minerals. Xiao Dai ran to Luoyu excitedly, holding his arm and giggling, "Master! Let's move the big bed here, okay? It's beautiful and cool here. Sister Xiao Jin, Sister Xiao Kong, and I like it here." Luoyu smiled lightly and said, "If you like it, I will build a few animal cushions later, and you can sleep here at night." "No," Xiao Dai blushed slightly and said, "We want to sleep with you." Looking at the shy and serious little look, Luoyu sighed from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Dai is so cute. Luoyu hugged her and said with a smile, "Can I kiss you?" Ah, he kissed Xiao Dia's face without waiting for her consent, causing her to giggle and blush even more. Tip: when you are doing entertainment activities, you will get +1 agility, puff. A kiss adds 1 agility point, a high entertainment value is good. Luoyu almost laughed out loud, and after letting Xiao Dai go, he happily went to the kitchen. Interacting with the little beast girl makes people feel happy physically and mentally, but making money is more important. While making canned meat, Luoyu checked the status of the water tank. Hey, the water storage capacity is 28% after spraying water? Was it windy last night? The 28% water storage capacity is close to the safety line. Luoyu originally wanted to build some more fire-powered water pumps, but now it seems that they are not needed for the time being. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Now Luoyu doesn't need to concentrate on making canned meat. He can do something else. He is thinking about something at this moment. Xiao Dia's unintentional words just now reminded him. The entertainment room is so beautiful, but there is no decoration in the big villa. There is no bedside table in his room. It's time to decorate it. Keeping this in mind, Luoyu began to think about the defense of the base again. He always felt that he had missed something, but suddenly he couldn't remember it. When working, time always flows quickly. After lunch, Luo Yu put the 80 canned meats made in the morning on the shelves, and they were quickly sold out again. 224,000 silvers were obtained, and the total amount of silver reached 15,24,000, which was really a huge sum of money. Now it is not the money that limits the development of the base, but the stone bricks. Stone bricks cannot be put on the auction house and cannot be traded with silver. Although it is still possible to obtain stone bricks from other trial participants through barter, this method still has many limitations. There are many restrictions in the world of heaven. This stone brick restriction clearly shows that we are unwilling to allow some powerful beings to develop too rapidly and thus deviate from the overall laws of the world of heaven. There are always places where stone bricks are useful in the territory. Luo Yu was thinking about how to increase the amount of stone bricks obtained. At this time, a prompt suddenly came. The agreement signed by the Snow Leopard tribe, woman, hires you to destroy the big black fish. Do you accept it? No, because he already had a powerful thermal bowl. Luo Yu directly chose no. I will make millions per minute, killing snakehead fish with you? Go aside. Unexpectedly, another prompt came. The other party is willing to add, sapphire crystal, what? Luo Yu was shocked when he saw the prompt and actually added this thing. Is he so rich? Sapphire can unlock beauty. Immediately, he thought of a fact. In the current heatwave, there are very few mercenaries who can move freely, and the other party has no choice in hiring him at such a high price. How many mercenaries can go on missions in temperatures close to 60 degrees Celsius? Since he had sapphire, Luo Yu chose to accept the task. A light door appeared in the kitchen. He did not rush to enter, but made some preparations. Just in case, I put 2 small ice cubes in the storage bracelet to prevent heatstroke, and put 4 automatic crossbows in case of emergencies. After getting ready, he walked in. After his eyes were spinning, he had already appeared in a strange place. 2 private houses, a fence that is still under construction, and some simple vegetable gardens. This is the complete picture of this territory. I can't say it's bad, but there is a slight gap compared with Fang Yameng and the others. At this moment, Luo Yu's body was exuding an invincible light for 5 seconds. In front of him was a white leopard-headed woman. This snow leopard girl was not the kind of leopard-eared beast girl she imagined, but a pure orc like Nyoda. Although he has a very good figure, he really doesn't match Luo Yu's aesthetics. Compared with her, Naker is the type of orc that Luo Yu likes. But besides the snow leopard woman, there were 2 men with red hair in front of them. These 2 men looked similar to humans. Martian? Also a mercenary? Luo Yu frowned, and the other 2 were slightly startled when they saw Luo Yu. They looked at each other with a ferocious look in their eyes. After calming down, the long-haired young Lai Martian man frowned and said, Leopard Mother, do you know the consequences of hiring 2 groups of mercenaries at the same time? Ah, the snow leopard woman seemed very anxious. She said urgently, 3 eldest brothers from the human race and the fire tribe, my brother has suffered from heatstroke and needs the cool cold water at the bottom of the lake to cool down. I beg you to destroy the water monster as soon as possible. My brother can't hold it anymore, please. Luo Yu glanced at the snow leopard woman, and then looked at the bungalow. Through the window, he could indeed see a snow leopard boy lying on the bed. It seems that this woman is not lying. But the consequences of hiring 2 groups of mercenaries at the same time are very serious. Indeed, mercenaries cannot attack their employers, otherwise they will be judged to have failed the mission and be teleported away on the spot. Then their personal behavior will be recorded by the mercenary square and they will become our ed.name mercenaries. Who in the future will hire someone with a red name who attacks their employer? Reputation is too important for mercenaries. But mercenaries have no agreement with each other and can attack each other. If you kill another mercenary in the employer's territory, the other mercenary will not actually die, but the other mercenary will be judged to have failed the mission, and there is a chance that the items he carried will be revealed. It's a bit like killing people and selling goods. Because of this benefit, it would be easy for 2 groups of mercenaries to get into a fight if they collided. And this employer's behavior of hiring 2 groups of mercenaries at the same time will be recorded by the mercenary plaza, causing a fight. Who will dare to take over his mission in the future? The snow leopard girl in front of me seems to be too anxious, and she has given everything she has just in case, regardless of the consequences. Luo Yu withdrew his eyes and looked at the 2 Lai Martians lightly. After making eye contact with the short-haired man next to him, the long-haired Lai Martian man chuckled and said, You're all here, the servant of the human race is here. Friends, let's cooperate with each other. Come on, I have beads here that can lure the big black fish. Let's get started. The long-haired man took out a red bead. Seeing this, the snow leopard woman breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you guys, I'm very grateful. Let's go quickly." Luo Yu glanced at the red bead in the man's hand, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The four of them walked to the lake. The long-haired man placed the beads on a piece of bluestone, turned around and looked at Luo Yu with a smile. "Friend, we are all black iron level mercenaries. We can learn from each other's experience. What are you going to do?" "Do?" Luo Yu chuckled and said, "This is easy, I will teach you some experience now." He walked up with a smile, and suddenly thunder struck out, slashing horizontally and vertically with the Tiangong sword, knocking the two Lai Martian men to the ground. "Human, you!" Shocked, both of them had disbelief in their eyes. Luo Yu sneered, "What are you? You just want to pretend to be friendly and then attack suddenly. As soon as I see that you two are not good people, you will gain the advantage if you strike first, and suffer disaster if you strike later. Don't you Martians understand this principle? Human race, you fucking wait for me. Ha? Not convinced?" Luo Yu sneered, "An ant-like race dares to steal my business? I'm waiting for you in the black iron field, room number 9527, come if you have the guts." As soon as the voice fell, the Tiangong knife chopped out and killed the two people. Their bodies disappeared, and some things were left at the same time. You defeated the trialer during the mercenary mission. The other party was also a mercenary. Your behavior will be recorded but will not affect your reputation. However, as a punishment, you will not be able to accept any mercenary missions within 10 days. There is a penalty for killing people and stealing treasures. The Tiandao world does not advocate such uncivilized behavior. Look, you can't accept missions for 10 days. Luo Yu ignored the prompt and picked up the things that the other party exploded. The short-haired man exploded a black iron level dagger, garbage. The things dropped by the long-haired man. Ha! Core. Territory core. Luo Yu was shocked. This turned out to be a territory core, a good thing that can increase territory resources after use. It seems that what he thought was right. He walked quickly to the red gem that he had placed before, picked it up and took a look. Random attack summoner, gold level, can randomly attract attacks, can be used in any territory, number of uses, 2/3. This is a rare gold level attack summoner. This one looked a bit similar to the one he used before, so Luo Yu's vigilance instantly increased, and he would kill without thinking. This thing can be summoned to attack after being used in other people's territory, because it is random in nature. If the attack is weak, it will provide benefits to others, but if the attack is strong, it can take away other people's bases in one wave. When the time comes, everything will be converted into neutral resources, so won't we be able to plunder them as much as we want? Presumably these two fierce Martians used this thing to destroy someone's territory, which allowed Luo Yu to get the core of the territory. Seeing as these two fierce Martians were able to accept the mercenary mission again and came to the territory of the snow leopard women, this kind of behavior should not trigger the punishment mechanism. Good stuff. Luo Yu happily put the beads into the bracelet, and then looked at the snow leopard woman. At this moment, the snow leopard girl was looking at him blankly. Luo Yu said calmly, "You see, you hired two groups of people, this is the consequence. But don't worry, since I'm here, I will naturally do the work for you." "Ah, okay, thank you, brother." The snow leopard woman's voice was trembling. Luo Yu knew that she was afraid of him, so he threw a piece of ice in his bracelet to her, waved his hand and said, "I don't need your help, go back to the territory to take care of your brother." Ice. The snow leopard woman was extremely surprised. Under Luo Yu's gaze, she knelt down and said gratefully, thank you very much." Seeing Luo Yu nod, she quickly ran towards the bungalow. Luo Yu withdrew his gaze from the girl and looked at the calm lake in front of him. He did not take out the special milk to attract the monsters, but pointed it out with his fingertips. Boom! The big octopus and the big snake were summoned by Luo Yu. "Go and kill the water monster in the lake for me." The big octopus waved its tentacles, and the big snake roared and swam directly towards the center of the lake. At the same time, the big black fish in the lake felt a huge threat and faced the two monsters summoned by Luo Yu. There were huge waves in the lake, and the three water monsters started fighting fiercely, but they stopped after a while. The big black fish is at the silver level, and although the big octopus is a juvenile, it is still at the diamond level. There is a huge level difference between the two sides, and with the help of the big snake, the big black fish has no chance of winning. Not even capable of hurting them. After a while, the big octopus threw the body of the black fish onto the shore. Luoyu waved his hand and the two water monsters he raised disappeared. This is the benefit of the animal master. Even if you are in a different place, you can summon your captive animals at any time, and you can also send them back to your territory at any time. After the big black fish was dealt with, Luoyu collected all his things and walked towards the bungalow. In the room, Luoyu threw all the messy things that Blackfish exploded on the table, and immediately received a system prompt: you have completed the mercenary mission and obtained Beast Soul Core *1 and Sapphire Crystal *1, got the stuff. At this moment, the snow leopard woman placed her younger brother in a bathtub filled with cold water from the bottom of the lake. In addition, the boy had Luoyu's ice on his head. It seemed that the symptoms of heat stroke would be relieved a lot. Human brother, thank you. The snow leopard woman was grateful from the bottom of her heart, but Luoyu asked curiously, where did you get this sapphire? The snow leopard girl explained, the special event before the heat wave, the special event in my territory was the geological uplift, and I found this sapphire in the upturned black stone hill. Oh? Geological protrusion? Luoyu asked curiously, so, you should have a lot of stone bricks? The snow leopard woman nodded and said, my brother and I cut a lot of stone bricks. My brother wanted to build the wall as soon as possible and started working before the sunset, but he got a heat stroke. Currently, we have 180,000 stone bricks stored in our territory. If you, my benefactor, need it, I can give you some. There's no need to give it away. Luoyu smiled lightly and said, 100,000 stone bricks are enough to build the wall. I will buy the remaining 80,000 stone bricks. Yes, it's an acquisition. Stone bricks cannot be put on the auction house, but they can be traded on the spot. Visitors, mercenaries, etc. can trade with the Lord. The snow leopard woman was not only grateful to Luoyu, but also a little scared. Seeing what Luoyu said, she didn't dare not listen and could only nod in agreement. Luoyu smiled and said, I don't think silver is what you are in short supply now. Your Beast Soul Core was also given to me as a reward, and the automatic defense core cannot be unlocked for a while. In this way, I won't let you suffer any loss. I will exchange the 80,000 stone bricks with you for 4 automatic crossbows. Yes, a hint of surprise flashed in the snow leopard woman's eyes. Indeed, silver cannot be converted into immediate combat power immediately. Having 4 automatic crossbows will make people feel more at ease. These 4 automatic crossbows were also brought out by Luoyu as a precaution. No, they had become trading supplies. Having everything he wanted, Luoyu smiled lightly and said, okay, it's almost time for me to leave. By the way, if your brother gets heat stroke again next year and you happen to have some rubies or something, you can come see me again. Bye. The snow leopard woman didn't know what to say for a moment. When she saw the light door appeared, she saluted directly and said, goodbye, my benefactor. If my brother and I are still alive next year, we will definitely look for you again. Luoyu smiled faintly and walked into the light door. The next moment, he appeared in the kitchen of his territory. You have completed the mercenary mission. The current number of completions, 2 times, the current success rate, 100%, the number of times and the success rate are both guarantees of credibility. The first thing he did after returning was to take a shower. The sanitary environment of the territory of the snow leopard siblings can only be said to be below average, so taking a shower will make things clearer. After stripping himself clean, Luoyu was thinking about jumping into the bathtub, but then he thought that it would be better to take a shower first after returning from an unfamiliar territory to wash away the dirty bacteria and insects on his body. The shower has not been built yet. There is a shower in the water circulation system. Just connect the water pipe and install a valve. The shower is just a small thing, and the advanced version of the shower is not expensive. After a simple operation, when he was about to confirm, Luoyu silently said in his heart, 100-fold critical hit trigger, the shower you built is changed to colorful shower head, diamond level after use. It can wash away all the dirt on the body, greatly reduce the chance of infection, relieve fatigue, increase beauty, comfort, hygiene value. Another diamond level shower head is out. Luoyu happily took a shower, nothing else, just comfortable. Looking at the score, a diamond level shower head only scored 500 points, which is acceptable. After a while, he soaked in the bathtub, clicked on the system interface, and first used the territory core. After clicking OK, a prompt came: you use the base core, your territory area increases by 10%, the fertility of the land increases by 10%, and the aquatic resources increase by 10%. The area has expanded again, and the current territory resources have reached 139%, and the mineral resources have reached 144%. Awesome. This base core is the most awesome thing. Luo Yu also has a random attack summoner. Next time he goes on a mercenary mission, he can use it directly if he doesn't like the Lord. Next, Luo Yu opened the technology interface. Aesthetics value unlocked, silver *100000, sapphire crystal *1. After clicking OK, a prompt appeared saying that the unlock was successful, and the aesthetics value appeared on Luo Yu's panel. Base aesthetics, 188. Wow, the value is close to 200 as soon as it appears. I think so. There may not be many buildings in my territory, but there are a lot of vines planted in the villa, entertainment room and warehouse, and there is also a gold level amanro flower in the bedroom. These flowers provide a lot of aesthetics. In addition to the garden, floor tiles, and various buildings, aesthetics were taken into consideration when they were built. There were also carpets, walls, jade to build entertainment facilities, etc., which resulted in the aesthetics directly exceeding the entertainment value. Luo Yu looked at the aesthetics list in detail, and found that the buildings actually did not add much. The base had a large number of high-grade floor tiles, which added a lot. Then Aman Luo Hua added a wave. The fire water pump room, the simple prison, the quarry, the mine, and the bugs crawling everywhere also deducted some aesthetics. It was not until the end that Luo Yu understood why the territory's aesthetics was so high. It was still because of the beast girls. Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin each added 20 points of aesthetics, and Xiao Dai added 25 points. Just the three of them added 65 points of aesthetics, which led to the high aesthetics of the territory. Hint, because the beauty of your territory has been blessed by the mysterious power, your shooting level +1, current LV 13, your strength +2, current 108, what does beauty have to do with shooting? Give me some cooking level. Luo Yu laughed, so beast girls are really the best companion animals. It does not count towards the score, has no emotions, adds entertainment value and beauty. Luo Yu estimates that after the comfort value is unlocked, it may increase the comfort. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. At that time, he was still careful. He should have chosen the Beast Tide of Hell difficulty. There must be beast girls in Hell difficulty. After taking a shower, Luo Yu was refreshed and started to make canned meat again, and he still had to make money. Another day passed, and Luo Yu woke up in the morning and got a buff. Carving inspiration. When carving artworks, there can be a quality bonus, and this kind of inspiration is relatively rare. It's a pity that he hasn't unlocked the art technology tree yet, so it's useless now. After checking the temperature dropped to 46 degrees in the morning. It finally cooled down. It seems that the heat wave is going to subside. The world is full of joy, and the regional chats are also active. The heat wave has lasted for 7 or 8 days. If the temperature does not drop, everyone will die. Luo Yu knows that the current canned meat is the last wave of explosive profits. In the morning, he put 100 canned meats on the shelves, and the average price is still 2,800. As a result, it is a bit difficult to sell this time. Everyone knows that the heat wave is going to subside, and starvation will only take 1 or 2 days. When it returns to below 40 degrees, meat can be preserved for a long time, and food will not be as scarce as it is now. In the afternoon, Luo Yu put another 100 canned meats on the shelves. The average price this time is 2,500, but it is becoming more and more difficult to sell. At dinner time in the evening, the group held a meeting. Fang Yamun, canned meat has been making huge profits recently, and many people in the world are selling it. Today's price has fallen so much that it seems that the price above 2,000 can't hold up. Knocker, yeah. It's hard to sell today, but I can still make money. Alice, Luo Yu, what do you think? Luo Yu, I agree with Yamun. Once the price collapses, those who have inventory will sell it in large quantities. The collapse will be an avalanche, and the price will fall by 1,000 miles. The price is very likely to fall below 1,000, or even below 500. I think we should take advantage of the high price and sell all the canned meat on hand. Nyoda, I agree, Luo Yu is definitely right. Fang Yamun, Knocker, Alice, and Elena agree. They all agreed to Luo Yu's proposal and immediately sold the remaining canned meat in their hands. Elena, let's put it on the shelves now. How much is appropriate? Luo Yu, if we put it too low now, it will accelerate the collapse. Let's put it on the shelves at 2,400, all of them. Everyone put all the canned meat on the shelves, and Luo Yu also put the 100 canned meats that he made in the afternoon on the shelves at a price of 2,400. After selling for a while, none of them were sold, and everyone was frowning. Fang Yamun, did we put it too high? How about 2,000? The other girls also became worried. Luo Yu, don't worry, no race is not greedy.
and those who buy canned meat now are not necessarily hungry. Alice and the others didn't react for a while, but Fang Yameng understood something.
Luo Yu, are you saying that there are unscrupulous merchants who will hoard goods? And finally cut the wool?
Luo Yu, bloody history. The more drought and food shortage there were in history, the more full the warehouses of grain merchants were.
Greed is everyone's original sin. Food is rare in the world of heaven. Who doesn't want to make more money if it can be traded twice?
Only by knowing how to make choices can you go further. As if to confirm Luo Yu's words, all the canned meat on the shelves at 2,400 in the small group were swept away at the same time.
Looking at the price of canned meat, the lowest price was marked as 2,500.
Some big guys or some wealthy small groups don't want the price of canned meat to collapse now, so they are buying low-priced goods.
Naker, Luo Yu is right. This is the last chance to shear the sheep. No one wants to let go. Elena, Luo Yu, why do you know all this?
Alice, may there be more kindness and less greed in the world.
Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, you were not a capitalist before, were you?
Everyone was chatting in the group.
Luo Yu looked at his wealth.
After selling the last batch of canned meat, he currently has a total of 202.6 W silver.
Millionaire?
This wave of profit is really a pot of water. At night, it was Luo Yu's favorite bathing time again. The three little cuties took a shower under the diamond dot level shower head, which improved the hygiene of the three of them a lot. Actually, beast girls look cute, but their long hair, furry ears and tail are breeding grounds for bacteria, so you don't have to worry about them this time.
Sure enough, when I hugged Xiaokong to sleep at night, I felt that her whole body smelled delicious. Boom!
In the middle of the night, Luo Yu was awakened by a burst of thunder. He glanced at the three beast girls sleeping next to him. He carefully got out of bed and walked to the balcony. During the heat wave, the sky was usually cloudless, but now it was filled with dark clouds. There is a hint of moisture in the air, and the wind blowing in the face brings a hint of coolness. Turning to look at the small lake, the wind pump began to rotate rapidly. All these signs were saying one thing: it was going to rain.
Boom!
There was another thunder in the sky, and the first drop of rain fell on the dry land, and was quickly absorbed by the soil.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
As the thunder sounded, heavy rain began to drip down.
It's raining.
Luo Yu's first reaction was, fortunately, all the canned meat was sold during dinner. Let those profiteers who hoard goods at high prices jump off the building. In an instant, the patter of rain suddenly turned into a downpour, falling all over the world.
Luo Yu could even see the green smoke rising from the ground.
It was the water vapor produced when the hot ground collided with the cold rain.
The heat wave is over.
After looking at the world, it was so exciting that many people ran into the rain to enjoy the blessings of God.
Naker, fortunately, I sold the canned meat. Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, can you tell fortunes?
Luo Yu, yes, I watched the sky at night and found that this rain will have a devastating impact on the vegetable fields.
Your vegetable fields must be protected. Fang Yameng, vegetable plot?
The vegetables I planted have withered long ago. Elena, my vegetables are all wilted, and I feel that vegetable prices will soar.
Alice, fortunately, I listened to Luo Yu and built an ice cellar before, and saved a batch of vegetables. Naker, oh, let's talk about tomorrow. Today is a day worth celebrating. Luo Yu, aren't you driving? Fang Yameng, what? Core, do you know what driving means? Naker, what do you mean? I have the ability to pay attention to human beings. It seems that everyone is happy when I mention driving.
Luo Yu, the midnight car god took off. Kerr came to trade. I will give you the Band-Aid swimsuit. Remember to put it on and show me the screenshot.
Fang Yameng, Core, don't trade.
Luo Yu, just tease the girls in the group, hum. Affected by the heavy rain, the chat atmosphere in the group was very lively, and it also gave Luo Yu inspiration. Since it can be canned meat, it can also be canned vegetables, and even juice can be made. Everyone's vegetable plots are withered, so you probably want to take some vitamin supplements, right? The heavy rain has been falling, and the world of Tiandao has fallen into a carnival.
Everyone is celebrating the subsidence of the heat wave.
At this moment, no one will think about what disasters are waiting for them ahead. The next morning, the pouring rain was still falling. Luo Yu woke up and clicked on the prompt, warning, the world of Tiandao has fallen into a special climate, heavy rain.
After the heat wave ended, it turned out to be a heavy rain.
Of course, the threat of heavy rains is much smaller than that of heat waves. Dry lands and small lakes with dropped water levels will dilute the threat of heavy rains. At this stage, there will not be two major threats happening at the same time.
Luo Yu walked to the balcony and looked at his territory. The sky was gloomy, and although the heavy rain was not as heavy as last night, it was still falling. The temperature has plummeted from 50 degrees to only 27 degrees, which is already a normal temperature in summer. It is really unexpected that the heat wave subsides so quickly. The price of canned meat in the auction house has dropped to 100 silver, and no one has bought it yet. It can be said to have plummeted. The temperature has dropped, and many people form teams to kill big snakehead fish during the heat wave. Now that everyone can obtain aquatic products, meat prices will naturally plummet. Many people in the world are ridiculing the profiteers who hoard goods, and Luo Yu feels secretly happy. This wave of certain profiteer groups may have lost hundreds of thousands or even millions of silver. This is the end of not knowing how to advance or retreat. After turning off the world channel, he looked at the vegetable patch. A canopy had been built on the vegetable plot before, and the drainage ditch and other facilities were also very complete, so there were no problems. After looking at the water storage situation in the territory, the 4 wind-powered water pumps were running at full speed, and the water pumped up basically filled the water tank and half of the water tower. Luo Yu believed that now was the best time to store water. He clicked on the construction page and started building the water tower again. Beautiful water tower, 30,000 stone bricks, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 silver, 100 jade, water storage capacity, 16 tons. A large amount of stone bricks were purchased in the previous transaction. Click OK, and another water tower is completed. After the construction was completed, the water tower immediately began to store water. This beautiful water tower cost such a high price, and the aesthetics went up by 2 points. In fact, it is difficult to improve the beauty. Thanks to the many beast girls in the Luo Yu family, each one is as young and beautiful as a mobile vase. Speaking of animals, after the temperature dropped, the animals no longer needed to live in the entertainment room. Luo Yu directly ordered that all animals except the beast mother were not allowed to enter the entertainment room, and they could go wherever they should. Livestock such as cows, bulls, and hens returned to the animal training grounds, while the bugs went to the quarry. Badgers also went to dig stones, and the big scorpions also went to the mines to dig. The mineral veins increased by 10% and can be dug. The rainstorm did not have much impact on these animals, and everything in the base began to return to normal. Warning: the water level in the small lake in the territory has reached the 90% warning line. There is a prompt. Luo Yu hurriedly looked at the small lake. The wind pump was running fast and full of power, and the water level of the small lake was obviously rising. If it was someone else's territory, it would not have much impact if the water overflowed, but it was different in my own territory. If the water level spread, the cotton field would be flooded. If I want the small lake not to overflow, Luo Yu has 3 options to choose from. First, dig a ditch to drain the water out of the territory. Second, increase or deepen the overall volume of the small lake. Third, build a dam. First of all, the first option is certainly safe, but according to the Heavenly Tao world, draining the water from the small lake will cause the loss of aquatic resources. There are big octopuses, big snakes and many turtles in the lake, and there will be more in the future. They all rely on aquatic resources, and Luo Yu will not allow them to be lost. The project of increasing the area of the small lake is ridiculously large, and it will encroach on land area. As for deepening the lake, it is impossible to do so. Luo Yu learned from the big octopus that there is also an air wall at the bottom of the lake, which makes it impossible to dive to the deepest point. Although there are 3 options, there is only one way in front of Luo Yu: building a dam. Building a dam actually has another advantage. Simply surrounding the lake can effectively reduce soil erosion and will not reduce the overall fertility of the territory. No problem, build it. Click on the building page or the wall interface. Luo Yu plans to build a 20 centimeters high mini wall. This is to block water, not people. 20 centimeters is enough. If it is not enough, just stack it up. When choosing materials, he used stone bricks and iron ore together to reinforce the mini dam and prevent it from being washed away by waves. Click to build, and the mini wall began to spread along the shore of the lake. In just a moment, it surrounded the lake. Although the cost of mini walls is very low, there are many of them. This time, 30,000 bricks were consumed for 10,000 iron ore. The consumption of bricks is really fast. Fortunately, the small water discharge dam has been completed, so there is no need to worry about the water level overflowing for the time being. I looked at the base score. The mini dam plus the previous beautiful water tower increased the score by 1,000 points. Now the overall score has reached 21,500. Do you want to build defense facilities? Luo Yu's eyes instinctively looked to the south of the territory.
In the wind and rain, simple fortresses stood firm, and automatic crossbows lay quietly on the top of the stone pillars, ready to fire at any time.
Ha!
The area of the territory has expanded before, and the edge of the territory has exceeded the coverage of the crossbow.
Luo Yu frowned slightly.
The area of the territory will continue to expand. In order to consolidate the defense in the south, the crossbows need to be continuously extended.
The cost of crossbows is still a little expensive.
He always felt that this was not a solution.
This way of building bunkers was a bit stupid. Master, it's time to eat.
Xiao Jin walked to the balcony to remind Luo Yu that breakfast was eggs, milk and tomatoes, which did not need to be cooked, so Xiao Jin was now preparing breakfast. Luo Yu collected his thoughts, gently touched her head, and went to wash and eat. In the morning, the rain did not show any signs of decreasing, but Luo Yu received another reminder: your powerful heat absorption platform is not working. He hurried to the roof and saw that the stone bowl was full of water. It was a miracle that it could work. Luo Yu laughed and placed the stone bowl at an angle of 60 degrees. Most of the water inside flowed out, which did not affect the heat supply. Looked at the power, heat output, 1000. The power of the heat collection board next to it was only 100. The heat function was much less effective on rainy days, which would stop some of the firewater pumps from working.
This reminded Luo Yu. The amount of water needed for the territory every day is calculated.
Now that the wind is strong, there may be no problem, but when there is no wind and the weather is relatively cold, the territory may be out of water again.
This thermal energy absorption device is like this.
When the weather is hot, the power exceeds the standard, and when the weather is cold, there is no output.
When the weather cools down, the problem arises again, and we have to find a way to solve it.
Click on the thermal energy technology, and after searching for a while, Luo Yu's eyes lit up and found a solution. Thermal energy storage box. Thermal energy storage box design 1, copper ore 10,000, gold 5,000, silver 100,000. This thing is slightly cheaper than the lightning collection box, but it is also very expensive. But there is no way. The thermal energy storage box is a necessary equipment for an automated base, and it is also one of the prerequisites for unlocking thermal energy weapons. After looking at the mineral resources in the territory, there are 20,000 copper mines and 7,000 gold mines. I have to say that the Golden Scorpion King is still awesome. He finds a gold brick every once in a while, and Luo Yu digs there sporadically, so he has so much gold without realizing it. Now he only needs a design drawing.
Luo Yu searched on the auction house, but didn't find it. He tried to shout in the world. Human race, anonymous, collect the design drawings of the thermal energy storage box, and the price is right.
Originally, I shouted with the mentality of giving it a try, and someone really sent a trading box.
Black Water Tribe, anonymous, you collect the design drawings, right? I have one. What do you plan to exchange it for?
Then, he put the design drawing on the trading interface, and it was genuine and priced well.
Luo Yu showed a hint of joy in his eyes.
Of course I exchanged it for silver.
How much is it? You name the price.
Black Water Tribe, I don't want silver, I want vegetarian food. 3,000 vegetarian food. I will trade the design to you, buddy. No matter how you look at it, you have made a profit.
Profit?
Luo Yu replied with a sneer. The price of vegetarian food will skyrocket soon.
No, it has already skyrocketed.
3,000 vegetarian food can only be sold for 300,000 silver.
Do you think I am a sucker?
Besides, at this juncture, how many people do you think can come up with such vegetarian food?
Black Water Tribe, you have a point.
Then how do you say the deal?
Luo Yu, well, I happen to have some inventory here.
I will give you 1,500 vegetarian food, which is all my belongings, and then I will give you 50,000 silver.
This is the only amount I can give.
Black Water Tribe, do you really have 1,500 vegetarian food? Luo Yu didn't waste any words and directly put 1,500 vegetarian food on it. How about it, buddy? Each variety has complete vitamins, and the Tiandao world has opened up secondary trading of food.
You should know what price this batch of vegetarian food can be sold for? If it can be processed again.
You are a smart person, you should understand. The Black Water Tribe was silent for a while, but still replied, okay. Since you have such a complete variety, I will trade with you. But I want to remind you that you traded all the vegetarian food to me, so take care of yourself. The transaction was successful. You got the design of the thermal energy storage box, got it. Luo Yu smiled. This time the collection of the map was still very smooth. He was going to build a storage box. And once the design is used, there is no need to collect the design to make similar items in the future. This deal is still very profitable. Click OK, the light flashed in front of the eyes, and a square red box as tall as a person appeared. Thermal Energy Storage Box, stores 50,000 units of thermal energy, and escapes 1% of thermal energy every day. Placing it in a closed space can greatly reduce thermal energy escape. Just like a battery, if you leave it for a long time, there will be current loss. The same principle applies to this box, but the escape rate is not very high, and there are ways to alleviate it. For such a big box, Luoyu did have to build a building specifically for storing energy. Hot. Temperature. Resistant room. The internal environment is rough, which can effectively resist the heat emitted from the inside, so that the walls will not melt or the building will collapse. It is better to choose a hot. Temperature. Resistant room. It is ugly, but practical. This hot. Temperature. Resistant room is adjacent to the water pump room last time. This is the purpose of this area in Luoyu's plan. Put the heat storage box into the hot. Temperature. Resistant room and install the energy pipeline, and it is considered completed. However, there are not enough energy supply pumps now, so this thing is a decoration for the time being. After doing all this, Luoyu opened the auction house and checked the price of vegetables. However, in one day, it has soared to 80 silver per unit. This price is about the same as when he first entered the world of Tiandao, and Luoyu estimated that it will rise again. The vegetable field may be able to withstand the heavy rain, but the previous heat wave was too terrible. How many people can have automatic sprinklers like Luoyu? Luoyu's vegetarian food now has 50,000, and he can sell it for 4 million silvers, which is a huge sum of money. However, Luoyu did not choose to sell it now, because the growth of vegetables is not achieved overnight, unlike meat, which can be caught and shrimped immediately once the heat wave subsides. The price will only get higher and higher in the future, and Luoyu plans to sell vegetarian food, juice and other products in can form to maximize the benefits. The directly unlocked sealing production technology can not only make meat cans, but also canned vegetables, which are similar in principle. Walking into the kitchen, Luoyu's cooking level has reached LV6, and he started to make canned vegetables. This day was another day spent in the kitchen. As the sun set, Luoyu directly made 200 canned vegetables and consumed 2,000 vegetarian units. Opening the auction house again, vegetarian food has risen to 90 silvers, and people all over the world are calling for vegetarian food. Of course, the price of vegetarian food will not be as outrageous as meat before. Now meat can make people full. Not eating vegetables is nothing more than a lack of vitamins, which will not be fatal in the short term. Besides, some races don't need to eat vegetables, such as the cat girl Kur, who doesn't like vegetables and can eat meat white and tender. At present, canned vegetables are already on sale in the market. Luoyu is not the only one who has discovered this business opportunity, and the price is relatively stable at around 1,300 silver. Luoyu raised his mouth and priced his canned vegetables at 1,500 silver, and added a sentence after the product information. This canned vegetable contains a variety of vegetarian mixtures, with high nutritional value. Most of the canned vegetables on the market are single, and Luoyu's mixture immediately attracted the attention of consumers. Soon, 200 canned mixed vegetables were sold out, and Luoyu made a profit of 300,000 on the spot. He smiled in his heart, making a lot of money and practicing cooking level. It's comfortable. Should I try to make juice tomorrow? He thought so in his heart and started to make dinner today. After having dinner with the little cuties, he looked at the weather outside. The rain had begun to subside, but it looked like it would rain for another day or two. The warning water level of the small lake has reached 96%, but Luoyu is not in a hurry. There is a mini dam after the warning water level. It was completely dark at this time, and he took a bath in the bathtub as usual. In the bathtub, he remembered that in his hometown, someone said that people born in the year of the tiger would feel more comfortable with massage. Speaking of tigers, Xiaojin, come and help me massage my shoulders. Oh. Xiaojin wrapped a bath towel around him and walked behind Luoyu, gently massaging him. When you were doing entertainment activities, strength +1, the goal was achieved, and Luoyu smiled lightly. Xiaojin, why are you wrapped in a bath towel when taking a bath? Isn't it too formal? Xiaojin's face turned red, and he hurriedly said, it's not formal, it's, oh, master, you are perverted. Luoyu laughed loudly. Although it was raining outside, he felt much better. At this time, someone spoke in the group. Naker, how are you going to spend the silver earned during the heatwave? Elena, of course, I'll use all my silver to improve my attributes. All 3 attributes have reached 100. Fong Yameng. I'd like to call you a ruthless person.
Alice, I also improved my attributes. Nyoda, me too, I improved my physique like crazy. Fang Yamun, hey, did you use all your attributes to improve your attributes? Luo Yu, what about you? Luo Yu, I improved the attributes of the small animals at home. Naker, yes, you are a beast master, you can improve the attributes of animals at grade level. Strength is very important. Fang Yamun, that's true, but I think you still need to improve some personal attributes, Luo Yu. Luo Yu, yes, I have already improved it a long time ago. Unfortunately, it's hard to improve yourself with silver now. Everyone, Fang Yamun, damn it, you are so good again, I want to improve my attributes too. As a result, everyone used the 400,000 or 500,000 silver they earned this time to improve their attributes. My goodness, everyone improved their attributes to 100, and their combat power was off the charts, but they also returned to a state of poverty again. Nakor, I feel full of strength. Luo Yu, congratulations, Kor, you have advanced from a bath scrubbing girl to a scraping girl. Nakor, who wants to help you scrub your bath, annoying. Fang Yamun, Kor, you really misunderstood him this time. He said that your output was low before, but now it's a little bit higher, goose. Elena, pfft, it's quite vivid. Nakor, Luo Yu, you bully me, dare you come to the arena, I'll give you a good scrape. Luo Yu, I would like to, but I'm in the black iron rank. I will be ridiculed if I enter the ordinary field, otherwise you can come to the black iron field to find me? Nakor, you, wait, I'll beat you up then. Elena, is Luo Yu already in the black iron rank? I have to work harder too. Fang Yameng, yeah. I'm going to PKC too. After the attributes were raised, everyone became very interested in the arena. Luo Yu also entered the black iron field and started his gold gambling game again. As usual, 500 gold. As soon as the room was opened, someone came in immediately. The people who came were the two brothers of Li Wuxing who were defeated by him that day. The long-haired man said coldly in his robe, room 9527, you despicable human are here, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Luo Yu was surprised, oh? You really dare to come? Nonsense. We are the fiery twins, we are not afraid of anything. The short-haired man said coldly, I am not afraid to tell you that the two brothers have filled up their strength with silver. Today is the day you die. Luo Yu smiled sarcastically when he heard this. Indeed, a wave of heat made some gifted races or smart guys make a lot of money. I think many people's attribute points have reached 100. 100 is indeed very high, but it will be very difficult to get attribute values above 100. 100 is just the beginning. Luo Yu said calmly, stop talking nonsense, 500 gold, let's start. Okay. Both brothers took out their long swords. 3.2.1, start. The countdown ended, and the two stars of fiery fire rushed towards Luo Yu from the left and right, and slashed out with the long swords in their hands. This time, they used all their strength. Dang, dang. With two muffled sounds, Luo Yu swung the Tiangong knife in his hand continuously, shocking the two people back a step. The two people showed disbelief in their eyes. They had 100 points of strength when they were at full strength, but the human race in front of them actually shocked them back a step. This means that this person's strength exceeds 100, and it's not just 100, but probably a little bit beyond that. The long-haired man exclaimed in horror, why do you have such a strong power? Not only him, but also the people who came to the room to watch the battle all widened their eyes. Except for those terrifying races, 100 strength is the limit of strength at this stage. Did this person eat some kind of treasure? It's so terrifying. Luo Yu sneered, why? The fiery twins are just this capable? The two were furious when they heard this, and the short-haired man said in shock, even if your strength exceeds 100, so what? Watch this. The two brothers attacked again, waving their long swords continuously, and the rolling sword light swept towards Luo Yu. Dang, Luo Yu also chopped horizontally and vertically, and performed the second level windsword technique. Not only was he not suppressed by the two brothers, but he overwhelmed them. Everyone watching the battle could see that the owner of room 9527 not only had a strength of over 100, but also agility of over 100. The two brothers had strength but no agility, so they were directly suppressed by speed. The key is that this person seems to have martial arts, which are quite powerful. He has the upper hand against two people, which is amazing. Puff! With a muffled sound, Luo Yu's Tiangong knife just brushed the long-haired man's shoulder and cut off his hand. The second level Quangfing sword technique plus the characteristics of a fighter made Luo Yu's sword more powerful than before. At first glance, it just brushed past,
but in fact, it cut off his arm. The long-haired man screamed and retreated repeatedly, but this person had a good physique and did not disappear on the spot. He shouted, "I can't hide my weakness anymore, use it." "Good." The short-haired man shouted, and light appeared beside him. The next moment, 3 black snakes as thick as arms appeared beside him. This person is also a beastmaster. The black snake was very fast. It quickly swam around Luo Yu's left and right and back, and launched an attack at the same time. Attacked from 3 directions, Luo Yu could only move forward to dodge, and he saw clearly that there was a green poisonous snake hidden on the ground in front of him, hiding murderous intent. Brothers are all snake charmers. At this moment, feeling the threat from 3 directions, and seeing that there was only one way out, Luo Yu's mind flashed with thunder, and he actually solved the confusion in his heart. Yes, why did he spend so much money on the south? The attack can only come from one direction. Stupid. I was too stupid before. Luo Yu suddenly understood, but laughed, then turned around and chopped the black snake behind him with the Tiangong knife. Puff! The black snake was split in half, but the black snakes attacking from the left and right were about to bite him. The 2 brothers showed excitement in their eyes. Everyone watching the fight thought that Luo Yu had no chance of winning, but at the moment when the black snake bit Luo Yu, a light suddenly appeared around Luo Yu. Bang! Bang! The 2 black snakes hit the purple light and bounced back to the ground. Then Luo Yu killed them one by one. Light shield? Everyone was dumbfounded. This man actually has a light shield. Is there a shield belt now? It's outrageous. It's too outrageous. The 2 brothers of Li Wuxing almost popped their eyes out, and they didn't know what to do for a while. The opponent has a shield to resist damage, so what's the point of fighting? Luo Yu sneered, "Are you playing with snakes in front of me?" With a fingertip, the red-scaled python appeared with a bang, and took advantage of the 2 people's stunned moment to sweep over with its tail. Puff! The long-haired man, who had already broken an arm, was severely whipped in the wound and died on the spot. The short-haired man reacted suddenly and dodged in a hurry, but suddenly heard a dull running sound. He looked up and found a white rhino and a huge elephant rushing towards him. "You fucking..." Before he finished speaking, he was directly picked up by the rhino, and then hit by the elephant's nose and died directly. K.O. You defeated the opponent in 6 minutes and 27 seconds, you got 500 gold and 1080 silver. After getting 500 gold, Luo Yu waved his hand, put the animal away, and quietly waited for the next challenger. No one challenged. At this moment, Luo Yu showed too much strength, and no one dared to go up. Actually, everything else is fine, everyone is a capable person, but the main thing is that the shield is too outrageous. Who dares to go up without breaking the defense? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Luo Yu found that no one came, so he had no choice but to exit the room. Suddenly, he found that Zerg 4444 also opened a room, and it was a gold field of 200, and it was now empty. 4444 was an old acquaintance. Luo Yu clicked in directly. The mantis man was slightly stunned when he saw Luo Yu, and then laughed and said, "Very good, you are here again. This time I maxed out my agility, you will definitely lose today." Luo Yu said nothing, looking at the mantis man like a lamb to be slaughtered. 3.2.1, Start. The PK started, and the 2 sides actually fought back and forth. After 10 minutes, Luo Yu very difficultly killed the mantis man. You get gold *200, sure enough, the mantis man immediately spent another 200 gold to enter the room. This time, Luo Yu's victory was more difficult than last time. You get gold *200, the mantis man gritted his teeth and said, "I found your weakness. I will use the last 500 gold to win back the money with interest." His words were full of resentment, and also revealed a key piece of information: he only had the last 500 gold. The battle started again, and this time the stakes increased to 500 gold. 3.2.1, Start. K.O. Luo Yu chopped the mantis man to the ground with a knife. Luo Yu looked at the stunned mantis man and laughed, "Since there is no money, let's stop here today. Next time, get more gold, and I will play with you again." After saying that, he left the room. Having earned 1,400 gold tonight, Luo Yu happily left the arena. The next morning, the rain was still falling, but it was much lighter than before. The temperature on rainy days was very cool, and it was only 21 degrees, which was a comfortable temperature. Luo Yu looked at the prompt and got a buff that improved mining efficiency. There is also a prompt from the Heavenly Dao world: the heat wave has ended. Affected by the heat wave, the summer will be extended by 5 days, and there are 9 days left until the end of the month. The heat wave is very choking, and the extended 5 days are very precious. It is precious time for everyone to arrange defense facilities.
Luo Yu also needs to improve his strength.
It is not easy to improve his own strength, but there are many great animals in the territory, so he can add a wave of attributes.
Last night in the PK field, it was obvious that everyone's strength was getting stronger.
Many people died in this heat wave, and the strength of those who survived was more or less enhanced. Luo Yu knew that the various values of his territory were relatively high, which would gradually widen the gap between him and the general public, but this would take time. At this stage, he should strengthen the strength of the animals.
The stronger the animals, the stronger the overall strength of himself and the territory.
At present, the animals in the territory that can enhance their strength are the 3 attributes of the Wolf King, the strength and agility of the Golden Scorpion King, the native chicken, the elephant, the rhino, the golden beetle, the silver-armored ladybug, and the red-scaled python. 8 animals, all of which have grades. As for Dai and the big bull, they have no grades and cannot be strengthened for the time being.
Luo Yu calculated that if he added them all to 100, a total of 61 W silver would be needed.
Now the territory has 232.6 W silver.
Spend it. If you don't spend it, will you keep it for later?
After clicking plus randomly, the strength of all graded animals in the territory increased rapidly. After a while, there were still 171.6 W silver in the territory, and the 3-dimensional strength of all graded animals reached 100. Now the elephants and rhinos can carry and pull goods better, the Golden Scorpion King can mine more efficiently, and the hens can lay more eggs every day, so it can also serve as a better hidden weapon. Luo Yu felt that the defense of the Golden Scorpion King was enough now, and what he lacked most at this stage was stone bricks.
He made up his mind and sent the Scorpion King to the quarry to mine.
Such a powerful Scorpion King would not be killed by falling stones, right? The mining speed of the Scorpion King was faster than that of the ground badger and the digging worm combined.
Hurry up and produce stone bricks. Luo Yu has a big plan in mind.
While making canned vegetables, Luo Yu began to study thermal defense technology. The previous thermal energy collection box technology unlocked part of the thermal energy defense technology. If you want to completely open this technology tree, you need 20 W silver and 2 W gold. Gold has always been a difficult problem for Luo Yu. Even though the current gold production is already quite a lot, it still feels like it is never enough.
Luo Yu clicked on the auction house and looked at the gold price.
Gold is now more and more precious, and the ratio with silver has reached 1 to 130. If you want to buy enough gold for 2W, you need 2.6 million silver. Good guy, even if Luo Yu is rich, it is not enough. A tall building starts from the ground, work hard to make money and save money. Another whole day in the kitchen, this time the canned vegetables sold total 40W, and the silver recovered to 211.6W. In the evening, I looked at the stone bricks. Today's cut plus the previous storage, there are 7W stone bricks.
This number is not enough, save for another day.
In addition, the rock collapse in the quarry today did not cause any damage to the Golden Scorpion King, but it killed 2 digging worms. He had lost a worm before, and for the sake of mining efficiency, Luo Yu decided to buy a batch of digging worms.
Tamed animals can also be put on the auction house.
Of course, only ordinary animals are on the shelves at this stage, and there are no graded animals. After searching, it was found that there were quite a lot of digging worms for sale, and the price was 1,500 per worm. Luo Yu simply bought 20 worms, which could be consumed for a long time. Directly send the new worms to work in the quarry, and now they are divided into 2 batches, one to dig during the day and one to dig at night, 24 hours a day.
Dig to death and that's it. During the bathing time at night, Luo Yu received another 1 point of strength reward.
The group was originally very lively at this time, but it was a bit quiet today.
Everyone is fighting happily in the arena. Luo Yu also entered the arena. 2 hours later, he earned 1,000 gold and successfully completed today's gold earning task.
Speaking of which, I can be said to be invincible in the black iron field, but I haven't upgraded to bronze strength yet. Some guys of high level races are already in the bronze segment. Of course, the bronze field is not open now, so there is not much difference, but it is easier to take bronze level mercenary missions.
Another day passed.
Luo Yu woke up in the morning and looked through the window to find that the rain outside had stopped, the sky had cleared, and the temperature was 24 degrees.
This is the feeling of a summer morning. Is it finally over?
A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the bright sunshine made him feel even happier. Well, Xiao Dai on the bed turned over lazily and put her little feet on Luo Yu's legs. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart and caught her little feet and tickled them gently. Xiao Dia's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and she woke up slowly. She found that her feet were held by the master, and her face turned red. Master, you are awake, look at her little appearance, so cute. Tip, you get agility +2 when you are doing entertainment activities. Luo Yu pinched her feet and laughed. Get up, accompany me to wash up. Oh, Xiao Dai is very well behaved now. In the morning, when eating breakfast, Luo Yu gave the swimsuit style to Xiao Dai and asked her to make 10 pieces according to the sample to test the water. Xiao Kong ran to fish happily, while Xiao Jin continued to cut stones. Walking out of the big villa, Luo Yu found a problem. There are many mosquitoes flying everywhere in the base, especially outside the wall. The rainy weather for several days made the land very muddy. There are stone bricks and drainage ditches in the base, but the sanitation outside the base is really very poor. There are many pools of water, many flies and other flying insects, which makes Luo Yu feel uncomfortable. Tip, the continuous heavy rain has plunged the Tiandao world into a disease crisis. Various viruses have begun to spread. The weaker the physique, the greater the risk of infection. Warning, your territory has been invaded by the Axa-virus. 6 animals, including the digging worm and the ground badger, have been infected with Axa muscle syndrome. If they are not cured quickly, the virus will spread. Luo Yu was slightly stunned when he saw the prompt, and hurriedly looked at the status of several animals. Sure enough, they all showed unhealthy, Axa muscle syndrome, mobility 0.5%, blood filtration 0.2%, consciousness 0.2%, cardiopulmonary function reduced by 10%. This symptom looks terrible, but it does not seem to be life-threatening, but it will greatly reduce work efficiency. And it is contagious, which is quite troublesome. After a while, Luo Yu gathered the 6 sick animals together. After reading carefully, Luo Yu found that this disease requires long-term bed rest treatment. According to the physical condition, it starts at 2 months and consumes 3 herbs every day. Looking at the sickly insects and animals in front of him, Luo Yu sighed lightly. Don't worry, it will be fine soon. The voice fell, and he killed them all with a knife. Just kidding, 3 herbs a day can also be contagious, so I won't kill them and keep them for the new year. Throwing the corpse into the incineration pit, Luo Yu solved this incident safely. Looking at the health value of the territory, the highest value is 103, and the current value is 28 hygiene value. These mosquitoes flying around are the source of the virus. If you are not physically fit, you will be infected. And even if you are physically fit, there is still a possibility of infection. The World Channel and the Regional Channel are in an uproar again, and the small groups are starting to complain. Fong Yumum, oh, my 2 wolves and kitten are sick, flu, hate, the hygiene value is so low. Knocker, you are fine, a base member I recruited before got Axa muscle syndrome, what should I do? Alina, what should I do? This disease is contagious, just kill it. Knocker, her attributes are very good, I can't bear to kill her. Luo Yu, if you can't bear to kill her, just build a house to isolate her, but there is still a risk of infection. Core, some things can't be helped. The attack will be at the end of the month, and there will be captives with good attributes. Knocker, okay, that I will choose to exile. Nyoda, members of my territory are also sick, so I can only exile them. Exile is a means for the Lord to clear out members of the territory. It can only be used on members, not trial participants. In addition, animals can also be released to leave the territory. It's just that releasing people or animals with infectious diseases is not the optimal solution in essence, and it may cause a larger area of infection. Of course, it is not necessarily the case in the world of heaven. Nakor and Nyodo were still soft-hearted. Of course, no one said anything. Kindness is not a fault. Alice, may diseases stay away from every living being. Fong Yumum, I hope no one will get sick again. Everyone sighed for a while, and Luo Yu said, I think first, mosquitoes are one of the sources of disease transmission. Now is not the time to sigh. We must improve the hygiene value as soon as possible. Raising the hygiene value to more than 60 can ensure the safety of the rest of the members of the territory. Everyone agreed that their small group had selected the physique before, and it was lucky that no trialists won the bid. There are many trialists in the World Channel saying that they are sick, which is quite troublesome. Nyoda, by the way, I was browsing the Regional Channel before and saw that Julai got a repellent technology scroll. Do you want to buy it? Luo Yu himself has the characteristic of Zerg Nemesis, which is invulnerable to all insects, but other people in the territory do not have it. Repellent technology is still very necessary. Luo Yu, it would be best if you can buy it, please contact him. Soon, Nyoda replied, Julai's small group also needs this technology scroll, but they are short of money.
If we can offer 500,000 silver, he will be willing to buy it. Fang Yumum, oh my god, 500,000 silver, why don't you go and grab it?
Nyoda, he has a good relationship with our group, he wants to sell it on the market for 600,000. Alice, after buying this scroll, I have to find a way to get a shared technology scroll. Elena, I made some money in the arena these days, but the value of the insect repellent technology and the shared scroll together is probably an astronomical figure.
Luo Yu looked at the auction house.
Now the shared technology scroll is also on the shelf, but the price is 800,000, which is really an astronomical figure.
This adds up to 1.4 million. Alice, Luo Yu, what do you think?
Luo Yu was silent for a while and then replied, I think it is not worth spending 1.4 million yuan just to improve the hygiene value and unlock the shared insect repellent technology. Whether this money is used to build the base or improve personal attributes, it is better than unlocking the insect repellent technology. Let's use the money to improve the physique of the other members of the base. The higher the physique, the lower the chance of infection. If there is really an infection, kill it if it should be killed, exile it if it should be exiled, and I will think of other ways.
Luo Yu is the core of this group. Everyone is a girl, and they almost instinctively choose to believe in Luo Yu.
The girls agreed one after another. As for Nyoda, he has always blindly trusted Luo Yu.
The road is made by people.
It seems that there is only one road, but even if it is a place that was once full of thorns, it will become a road after walking. Looking at the insects flying everywhere, Luo Yu fell into deep thought.
How to drive away these annoying insects?
Standing on the balcony of the villa and thinking for a long time, he vaguely had an idea.
Practice is the only criterion for testing truth, give it a try. Walking on the muddy land, Luo Yu walked to the edge of the territory and dug a square pit with a tiangong knife.
Clicking on the floor page, after laying a simple stone floor, Luo Yu threw a milk tablet made of special milk into the pit and then filled it with water. The milk tablet dissolved in the clear water, emitting a strange fragrance. After standing there and waiting for a while, Luo Yu found that no insects flew over.
He was a little disappointed.
He turned his head and saw a group of flies flying around not far away. These flies were as big as thumbs, and they were carrying a large number of pathogens.
Ha! Is it because of me?
Luo Yu, who had the Zerg nemesis, was here, and the insects dared not approach. Sure enough, after he walked a little further away, these insects dared to fly over. These disgusting flies were seen flying around the small puddle, and some jumped into the water and licked the clear water. As the fragrance spread, more insects dared to come in this direction and jumped into the clear water. Although the milk tablets are not as attractive to living creatures as a full portion of special milk, and will not attract attacks, their attraction to insects should not be underestimated. Luo Yu showed a hint of joy in his eyes, found a few pieces of wood nearby, lit a fire and threw them next to the puddle.
Many flies were immediately engulfed by the flames.
Seeing a large number of flies turned into ashes, Luo Yu felt indescribably comfortable.
He looked at the health value of the territory and it rose by 1 point.
No matter how much it rose, since it rose, it proved that the method was effective. Looking at the burning flies, Luo Yu showed a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This fly meat is quite powerful. It is so resistant to burning, and the flames are a bit slow to devour their bodies. After a while, Luo Yu found that the flies did not dare to come up.
Life is instinctive. Not every animal has the courage to fight the fire.
After a group of flies died, other flies circled in place and did not move forward. The health value began to drop again.
After Luo Yu pondered for a while, he thought of a way. Heartbroken grass. These damn insects know fire, but not poison. You lick it, you try to lick it again. Although the heartbroken grass in his territory has not yet matured, there are still a few heartbroken grasses dug from Elena's territory before.
Luo Yu made a new pit, laid simple floor tiles inside, and then ran to the cowshed to milk the cow.
100 times critical hit triggered, another half bucket of special milk was squeezed out.
The cow felt that her body was hollowed out and fell into a state of depression again. Luo Yu put most of the special milk into the ice cellar, and scattered the rest in the pit. Because of the floor tiles, this special milk will not seep into the ground. Luo Yu put on gloves, broke off a small section of the heartbreak grass and threw it into the milk. Soon, the venom of the heartbreak grass seeped into the milk, and the smell of milk began to spread. Flies and various insects that smelled the smell flew over in groups. No matter what kind of insect it was, they died suddenly after licking the milk and died on the spot in the pit. At the same time, the dead flies also had the toxins of the heartbreak grass in their bodies, and were also stained with a trace of the smell of special milk. These corpses also had a strong attraction for other insects. One person spreads the news to 10 people, 10 people spread the news to 100 people, and all the insects that come here die. Insects are very sensitive to smells.
Soon, flies and messy spiders and centipedes in the entire territory all rushed to this direction.
They were very scary in groups, but there were no insects in other places.
Luoyu saw that the pit was about to be full, so he threw a torch in.
Ha! The flames burned fiercely, and countless insect bodies were burned. The health value of the territory rose rapidly, but it recovered to more than 60 in a moment.
Luoyu was overjoyed.
After taking a screenshot, he told everyone about his experience. After understanding it, everyone was surprised and called Luoyu a clever ghost. He distributed some special milk to everyone, not much, just a little bit was enough.
Elena also distributed the heartbreak grass to the people in the group.
Everyone followed the same method, and sure enough, the health value of the territory rose. The increase in health value means a decrease in the risk of disease. This sudden disease disaster has found a way to deal with it.
Looking at the blazing flames, Luoyu's face showed a hint of pride. He was really a little genius. Turn around and make canned vegetables to make money.
2 hours later, Luoyu came to the burning pit again and found that these flies were very resistant to burning. It had been 2 hours, but they had not been burned out yet.
It would probably take another hour.
At the same time, because the Tiandao world as a whole was mired in mud, more insects flew in from outside the territory, and the sanitation value began to decline again. Luoyu estimated that it would fall below 60 in another 2 hours. This means that after the bodies in the pit are burned out, it is necessary to rearrange milk and heartbreak grass to burn the insects, and the time is about once every 3 hours. As for how long it will be repeated, it is unclear. It depends on when the sanitation situation in the Tiandao world will completely improve. 3 hours later, the sanitation value dropped below 60, and the insect bodies in the pit were burned to ashes. Luoyu was ready to arrange it again, but when he was arranging it, he suddenly had an idea. The heat wave is over, and the power of my heat collection board has dropped sharply. Flies are so resistant to burning. If I put a collection board here, wouldn't I be able to collect heat continuously?
Isn't this much better than wood?
Thinking of this, Luoyu showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth.
After clicking on them all, he spent some iron ore to buy an iron rack and prepared to put the collection board on the iron rack to be influenced by the flame.
The temperature of the upper part of the flame is much higher than the temperature of the bottom.
Only by putting it on it can the function be maximized.
Heat collection board, stone bricks *1000, silver *1000, copper ore *1000, beast soul core *1. Clicking on the auction house, the current price of the beast soul core is 6W.
Luoyu simply bought 2. Now that I have money, it's okay to make one more board.
After a series of operations, he put the 2 heat collection boards on the shelf, and then arranged the pits again. Soon, swarms of flies flew over again. Seeing that the bodies were almost accumulated, a torch was lit and the incineration pit started working again.
Thermal energy collection board, current power 1000, 1000 power.
It has reached the upper limit. Luoyu was overjoyed and hurriedly built an energy pipeline to the thermal energy collection box.
Why not to the pump room?
Because of the strong winds and heavy rains a few days ago, the wind pumps were working crazily there, filling up 2 water towers and a water tank. Now there are 6 fire pumps running, and there is no need to run more. The extra energy is directly sent to the energy storage tank for emergency use. Thermal energy storage box, 3000/50,000. Looking at the stored energy increasing, Luoyu was happy. Flies are not useless. After returning to the villa and washing, Luoyu asked Xiaojin, who was cutting stones, to look after the burning pit every 3 hours. Xiaojin is the most efficient in everything she does, and she has an explosive physique, so there is basically no risk of infection. This job is still the most suitable for her. Xiaojin nodded obediently and ran to the burning pit to check. Luoyu smiled faintly and started to make canned vegetables. At dinner time, he put the 200 cans made today on the auction house and earned another 300,000 silver. This money came so quickly. In the evening, the arena time continued. There were fewer people today than yesterday. After 5 games, he earned 800 gold and went offline to sleep. When he got up the next morning, he immediately checked the hygiene value, 73 points. Maintained at the safety line. Looking at the World Channel again, I found that more people were infected with diseases of all kinds, not fatal, but disgusting. The small group was calm, and no one got
sick again after using Luo Yu's method. This method really saved everyone a lot of money.
Luo Yu and Elena were also generous, and distributed some special milk and heartbreak grass to everyone, helping each other. Beside him, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong have woken up and are getting dressed.
Xiao Jin ran out every 3 hours last night to set up the burning pit.
Now she is still sleeping, so I won't disturb her. After breakfast in the morning, Luo Yu looked at the situation of the thermal energy storage box. It reached the level of 18,000/50,000 overnight. Not bad, it will be full in a few days. Early in the morning, Luo Yu directly cut all the stones dug by the digging worms and the ground badgers last night. With the inventory from the whole day yesterday, there are now 100,000 stone bricks.
You can consider starting the plan in your mind. Strike array.
Yes, the previous battle with the fiery twins gave Luo Yu inspiration.
He wanted to build a strike array to completely eliminate the enemy from the east at the entrance.
The design of the strike array is complicated, but Luo Yu already has a detailed blueprint in his mind. He walked to the edge of the territory in the east, looking at the fog in front and the looming air wall. Luo Yu determined the direction. Every attack comes from this position. All attacking units or neutral units enter from this area in front of him, and Luo Yu has basically calculated that the intersection hidden in the fog should be about 5 meters wide.
And the strike array is to be built from here. First, Luo Yu has to build a corridor so that the attacking units must enter the strike array along the corridor he built.
As for the walls on both sides of this corridor, Luo Yu chose to make a mechanical wall.
This is an advanced wall that appears after unlocking the city wall technology. Its hardness depends on the material.
The reason why it is called a mechanical wall is that it can hide terrible things such as automatic traps in the wall. Just like the tight fireproof floor tiles can bury spikes underground, the mechanical wall can do the same.
This is the wall that Luo Yu fell in love with at first sight.
Mechanical wall, each section stone 200, iron or 20, silver 20, gold *2. Each section of the mechanical wall is 5 meters high, 1 meter long, and half a meter wide, so the cost is very expensive, and even gold is used.
Luo Yu started to build the first section of the wall close to the air wall,
and the two walls were 6 meters apart and began to extend. The distance was 6 meters, close to the air wall, which ensured that all the units coming in would be in the wall at the first time. The two walls extended a little, and immediately turned at a right angle after 5 meters and began to extend to the left. The reason why it suddenly turned instead of leading to the position in a straight line was because Luo Yu wanted the opponent to stay in the corridor as long as possible, so that the mechanisms on both sides could kill more enemies. At the same time, turning and turning can also make more reasonable use of space.
There is only one principle: the longer the enemy stays in their strike formation, the higher their mortality rate.
The corridor extended 60 meters to the left, and suddenly another corner extended to the right. This time, it extended 120 meters to the right. If the entrance is the center point, then turning 60 meters to the left and then turning 120 meters to the right can balance the left and right. In this way, the total length of the strike formation is 126 meters, which is also better.
Why the number 126?
Because Luo Yu will build arrow towers and automatic crossbows on both sides of the corridor, both on the left and right sides.
The number 120 meters is the coverage of the arrow towers and automatic crossbows.
When the enemy enters the corridor, no matter which end they are at, they will be attacked by arrows from both sides, which is difficult to defend. A corridor with a straight entrance, then turns left for 60 meters, and then turns right for 120 meters, and the first section of the strike array corridor is laid out. Total cost, 25,200 stone bricks, 2,520 iron ore and silver, 126 gold. Other things are fine, but the consumption of stone bricks is really high.
Luo Yu plans to build 3 sections of such a serpentine corridor. After having the template of the first section, the next 2 sections will be easy and will be built quickly.
The total cost of stone bricks is 76,000, iron ore and silver is 7,600, and gold is 380. The first ring of the strike array that Luo Yu expected has been built. The second ring is naturally to prevent attackers or other units from climbing over the wall from above. Luo Yu spent iron ore to buy a large number of iron spikes and installed them on the top of the mechanical wall.
These iron spikes are so dense that there is no space for handholding or footstepping. If you really have the courage to climb over one, you will definitely be disabled.
Only those who can fly or have super agility and can jump 5 or 6 meters high can jump out. If there is really such a method, Luo Yu can only do it himself. The construction of iron spikes consumed a lot of iron ore for Luoyu, but he has saved a lot of iron ore these days, which is enough. The third step is the arrow tower. There must be an arrow tower at each corner, a total of 6 corners, which means 6 towers are needed. Automatic attack arrow tower, 3,000 pieces with 30,000, iron or 5,000, silver asterisk 2,500, it takes 180,000 wood and 30,000 iron ore to build 6 arrow towers. There is indeed a stock of iron ore, but Luoyu is not willing to use up all the stock. Anyway, the price of iron ore on the market is not fluctuating, so just buy all of it. 18W wood, currently at a price of 1 minute and 2.5 seconds, is 45W. 3W iron ore can be bought with 6W silver, plus the 15,000 silver consumed by 6 arrow towers, a total of 52.5W silver. Currently the base has 252.6W silver, and it cost a fraction of that. Money really allows you to do whatever you want. Click on the auction house to buy. Before a burst of buying, all kinds of materials in front of him piled up like a mountain. Luoyu directly clicked to build. In just a moment, 6 arrow towers stood outside the wall. The range of the 6 arrow towers almost covered the entire corridor, but Luoyu knew that this was not a killer. After all, the enemy entered the corridor, and there were walls on both sides of the corridor. It would be good if the rain of arrows could hit half of the time. Luoyu's real killer was to build a firepower. Intensive strike formation at the exit of the corridor. It was also the real core of this formation. This would require the use of the 38 automatic crossbows built before. In order to defend the south, Luoyu spent a lot of money to build 38 automatic crossbows. He traded 4 with others, and there were 34 left, which could all be placed on the firepower formation. Put them on both sides. If an enemy came out of the corridor, he would be shot by 34 crossbows. I'm afraid he would be shot into a sieve on the spot. The corridor is so narrow that not too many people can rush out at once, which means that every person who comes out will die. However, the layout should be done carefully. Luoyu started to build the wall again, but this time it was not a mechanical wall, but a much cheaper high-end wall. The advanced wall extends from the corridor and is built in a square shape, with a length and width of 100 meters, and a wide opening on the front of the square. 100 meters is also calculated, which is exactly the crossfire range of the crossbows. The advanced wall was built quickly, and Luoyu dismantled all the automatic crossbows on the south and installed them on the walls on the left and right sides of the square strike formation. There are exactly 17 automatic crossbows on one side. Such an arrangement can not only carry out crossfire strikes on enemies coming out of the corridor, but also cover enemies escaping outside the strike formation. 17 crossbows on each side, a volley of fire is really life-threatening. In this way, the strike formation is basically completed. The strike formation cannot be completely closed. When you come out of the corridor, there is an open space in front, which is also the direction leading to the territory. Luoyu will not block this road, so should he go? Moreover, blocking it completely with a wall is not conducive to subsequent construction and fire from the territory. Later, he planned to build high-performance defensive weapons such as lightning towers and flamethrower towers, which are extremely accurate and have a long range. Therefore, the front cannot be completely blocked by walls. But such an open front is not possible either. Luoyu clicked on the defensive building and built wooden chevaux de frise. A row of wooden chevaux de frise directly blocked the front, but it was not completely blocked. The wooden chevaux de frise connected the two ends of the high-level wall and opened two 2-meter small openings for people to pass through. These two small openings allow animals to carry corpses, and Luoyu can also collect spoils conveniently. Of course, the opponent can also rush out of the strike formation through these two small openings, but how could Luoyu leave such an obvious flaw? He built a row of half-man-high sandbags behind a row of wooden chevaux de frise. He, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Kong could hide behind the sandbags and shoot with bows and arrows, slingshots, etc., which was equivalent to a row of bunkers. First hit those guys who might rush out of the strike formation. In this way, he and the animals can also participate in the defense. It is a little difficult to obtain attribute points now, and the probability of obtaining attribute points by participating in the battle is higher. After the sandbags are built, this strike array is truly completed. But Luoyu is still not at ease. He built two automatic crossbows at the two exits behind the sandbags. These two crossbows cannot attack the frontal enemy due to the angle problem, but once someone really rushes out of the strike array from the small intersection, they will be shot from behind by the hidden crossbows. The secret attack from behind is often fatal. If the strike array really can't stop the enemy, these two crossbows can also take the opponent a little time to destroy, so that Luo Yu and the little cuties behind the sandbags have time to retreat to the wall of the main base and launch a second round of defense. Perfect. Looking at the winding but majestic strike array in front, Luo Yu feels invincible. Luo Yu feels that his strike array is better than the Bagua array. As I said, practice is the only way to test the truth. Luo Yu is happy and ready to summon a wave of attacks. Because there are too many flies now, the special milk will be eaten by flies first if it is used to summon an attack, so he decided to use the random attack summoner, current number, 2/3, wait a minute, if I use it with 100 times crit, will the attack strength be increased by 100 times? Luo Yu suddenly had an idea, but he suppressed it the moment it came out. It's too terrible. If a large scale attack of tens of thousands of people is really summoned, the current strike formation may not be able to withstand it. In order to better observe the operation of the strike formation, Luo Yu built a watchtower behind the row of sandbags. He stood on the watchtower and chose to use the random attack summoner. You are using the random attack summoner, and the random difficulty is being selected for you. Unfortunately, you have drawn an extremely difficult attack, which will be 4 times more difficult than a normal attack. Tip: the prince of the Scarsa tribe is leading a large number of tribal warriors to attack in order to retaliate against you. The attack will arrive in 2 hours, please be prepared, it's only 2 hours away, no rush. Luo Yu took advantage of this time to make canned vegetables. The price of canned vegetables has not fallen in the past few days. Just as I guessed before, vegetables cannot grow overnight, and this high price will continue for a while. In 2 hours, 60 canned vegetables were made and directly put on the auction house. Seeing that the time was almost up, Luo Yu took the 3 little cuties to the strike formation. As soon as I got on the watchtower, I immediately received a prompt. The Scarsa tribe has arrived at your territory, the attack has begun, and the attack unit, 480 people, 480 people came in one breath at the extremely difficult level. The current score of the territory is 23,000. In the case of non-month.end attacks, the ratio is 200 to 1, that is, 200 points to 1 attack unit, and in the case of ordinary attacks, there should be 115 people. But this is an extremely difficult difficulty, which is 4 times the normal difficulty, which is 460 people. Because the hatred between the Scarsa tribe and Luo Yu's territory is relatively high, the difficulty is increased by 20 people again, and the result after conversion is 480 people. This scale is basically equivalent to the intensity of the attack at the end of the month. Tip: not long ago, a large number of attackers appeared at the place where the east corridor connected to the air wall. The leader was the prince who was captured by Luo Yu and then sold for money. He should be the chief of the tribe now. Luo Yu estimated that there were more than 100 people crowded in the corridor, and there were more people who had not come in. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as this group of people appeared, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Shouldn't they appear on a grassland? What kind of place is this? Wall? In the city? Did the lord of this place get kicked in the head by a donkey? Built the city at the edge of the territory? The tribesmen had never encountered such a situation before, and everyone was confused, but at this time, the 6 arrow towers opened fire directly. 6 rows of arrow rain fell rapidly, killing 8 people on the spot. What's going on? The tribesmen who came to attack immediately panicked, and they ran for cover one by one, but they were surrounded by walls, and the arrows were shot from all directions, and they couldn't avoid the attack of the rain of arrows. Swoosh! Another row of arrows rained down, knocking down 6 more people. The young chief roared, "Shields! Quick! Shields!" Shields appeared, and the soldiers hid behind them one by one, which slightly alleviated the rain of arrows, but the rain of arrows was still falling, and moving slowly with shields, they would be shot at randomly. A large number of tribesmen crowded at the corner of the entrance, and more people had not come in yet. This was the first time something had happened. In the panic, a chief shouted angrily, "Evil lord! You can't stop our warriors from advancing with these evil buildings." Luo Yu on the watchtower laughed and said, "Sixth Prince, we meet again, don't talk so much. Do you recognize this formation? Come and try it if you dare." "Pooh!" The young chief shouted, "Why don't you fight? Today I will destroy your territory and avenge your father. Forward! Charge!" Tip: Ska the tribe's soldiers are inspired, and all attack power increases by 5%, after all, he is a chief. He can get all the buffs with just a few words, which is interesting. The buffed soldiers began to charge forward fiercely, but there was only one corridor in front of them, and they could only advance along the route set by the strike formation. Someone tried to climb over the wall, but was immediately stabbed to death on the iron spikes on the wall. Luo Yu had already calculated that unless he exploded quickly, it would be impossible for ordinary soldiers to climb over the wall. Braving waves of arrows, the group of soldiers rushed through the first corner. They originally thought that there was a grassland after the corner, but to their surprise, there was still a corridor in front of them. The first corridor they rushed through was 60 meters long, and 30 or 40 warriors had already lost their lives, but the corridor in front of them was twice as long as the previous one. This kind of spiritual shock made many soldiers hesitate. Needless to say, if you try to walk down this corridor, you will have to leave countless bodies behind. Rush! Charge, for your king, for your dead comrades, charge! The shout of charge was uttered by a woman. Luo Yu on the watchtower looked intently and found that it was a beautiful female warrior wearing simple armor. Tip, inspired by the queen, the movement speed of all Skala tribe soldiers increases by 5%, oh? Still a queen? Luo Yu's eyes showed interest. Sure enough, under the queen's encouragement, the soldiers moved significantly faster. But this is not enough. Arrows rained down one after another, and each arrow tower sprayed out a row of arrows. The crossfire of the 6 arrow towers converged in this not-so spacious place. Even if some of the arrows hit the wall, they still had to hit the wall. It's your own life. The soldiers charged hard, but fell down in rows. Not everyone had a shield. A soldier without a shield is in trouble. Luo Yu took a spear, cut off the tip of the spear, and said to Xiao Jin beside him, "I'll knock the queen unconscious, and you jump up and capture her alive. Are you confident that you can do it?" Xiao Jin chuckled and said, "It's a piece of cake. If you hadn't restricted my performance, I could have killed them all by myself." Boast. Luo Yu laughed and threw the wooden stick in his hand. The wooden stick spun towards the beautiful queen and hit her chest with a bang. Puff! Even though he had simple armor and a goggles, he was still hit so hard that he spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Queen! The young chief not far away screamed and hurriedly went to rescue, but suddenly a golden figure jumped in from outside the wall, punched one by one, and directly killed the 2 female soldiers beside the queen, carrying them unconscious. The unconscious queen jumped out of the wall. No! The queen has been arrested. Chief, your wife has been captured. The lord of this territory likes to take off women's clothes. The queen will be raped, what should we do? Shut the fuck up. The soldiers who saw this scene screamed, and the young chief roared, his face turned livid. He glared angrily at Luo Yu in the watchtower, and his eyes were about to spit out fire. The opponent's movement speed buff disappears. Xiao Jin carried the queen up to the watchtower. After Luo Yu tied her up directly, he let Xiao Dai fly down and put her on the wildebeest's back. The wildebeest immediately ran back to the base. A set of operations was performed smoothly, and a prisoner was able to do it. Kill! Kill this bastard! The young chief roared, but the roar was ineffective. Arrows continued to rain down from the sky. Nearly 100 people had fallen to the ground, either dead or incapable of fighting. This is a veritable corridor of death. Rush past the corner in front, and you'll find the grassland. We rushed to the watchtower and cut this lord to death with 1,000 knives. Everyone was inspired again and rushed up screaming, but the reality is often cruel. There is no love around the corner, only pure love warriors. No, there's just another corridor. The chief who was the first to rush through the corner and the elite soldiers around him froze on the spot looking at the identical corridor in front of them. The long corridor, the familiar corner at the end of the corridor. This time, the heroic young chief could not tell whether there would be another corridor behind the corner at the end of the corridor. The rain of arrows from the sky is still falling, and the arrow tower never knows that it is still shooting when it is tired. The warrior next to him held up his shield and smiled bitterly. "Chief Dorno, this territory is too evil. Let's withdraw first and then make a long-term plan when we get back, right?" "No." Young Dorno gritted his teeth and said, "This bastard caught Mei Lin. We still have many soldiers. We must rescue my wife, otherwise she will." "No, get out of here." The heroic chieftain actually charged forward waving a dagger, and the soldiers were inspired again. They followed Dorno and began to charge. The death corridor ruthlessly harvested lives. This 120-meter corridor killed and injured more than 100 warriors. Finally, they rushed through this corridor at the risk of serious casualties. What was in front of them was still a corridor. A long, 120-meter corridor. Luo Yu's strike array had a total of 6 corners and 4 death corridors to lead to the real strike array.
The one in front of them was the third corridor. Confused. Looking at the identical corridor in front of them, the warriors showed confused expressions in their eyes. Does this corridor really have an end? Could it be a maze or something like that? Dorno gritted his teeth and wanted to launch another attack, but was stopped by the warriors around him. Chief, the casualties are too great. Next time we will bring more shields, better armor, and better diggers. No! Dorno roared, let's charge one last time. I want to save my wife. Charge! The chief had already charged, and the soldiers had no way to retreat. They could only bite the bullet and charge for a distance. After suffering huge casualties, there was another corridor in front of them. This time, they went from confusion to despair. The corridor of death was renamed the corridor of despair in their hearts. Luo Yu on the watchtower laughed and said, "What's wrong, Dorno? Is that all your courage? Maybe if you rush through this corridor, you will see the vast grassland." Dorno stared at the shield and roared, "I know your name is Luo Yu. Evil man, God will punish you. The end of the month is coming soon, and I will bring you the final judgment under the blessing of the great gods. Let's go." Dorno said a few harsh words and turned around and left. Hint, the attack of the Scarsa tribe was repelled by you, and the other party is running away. You get a battle reward, free attribute points +8. Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu smiled. After the super threat event of the heat wave ended, the Tiandao world opened a new function. There will be a tribute points reward after the battle. The specific number of rewards is related to the scale of the battle. Luo Yu's extremely difficult attack gave 8 attribute points. This matter has been discussed in the world and in small groups for a long time, because now some people have reached the full value of 100 attribute points, and the next step is a watershed. Whether to focus on strength, physique or agility, this is the choice of warriors, tanks, assassins and archers. Luo Yu does not have this worry. This attribute point is extremely precious to others, but it is nothing to him. You can increase your ability value by interacting and entertaining with the little cuties. Just add it casually. After adding 8 free attribute points to 3 strength, 3 physique and 2 agility, Luo Yu looked at the soldiers who were running away. Want to run now? Can you really run away? If you want to go, you have to pass through the death corridor. The arrow tower will not care whether you run away or not. Any hostile unit within its sensing range will be attacked by arrow rain. And if you turn around and run, the bodies of your dead companions will become something like a roadblock. The terrible rain of arrows fell from the sky, and the nearly 200 soldiers who turned around and ran away were basically left behind, and only about 20 people actually ran away. Those who can escape are all real warriors with well-equipped and shields. After 2 hours, this extremely difficult attack is over. The enemy was completely wiped out before they even saw the real strike array. This efficiency is really something Luo Yu didn't expect. Just a few corridors and 6 arrow towers repelled the attack of 480 people. The real output is actually only the arrow towers. This strike efficiency is almost 4 times that of the past. No, Luo Yu thinks it is more than 4 times, the strike efficiency may be 6 times. If it is the original 4-sided defense method of the wall, 30 arrow towers are enough to repel such a large scale attack in the same amount of time. Wonderful, really wonderful. Luo Yu is very satisfied with the strike array he designed. The next step is to happily count the spoils. The first thing is to treat the prisoners, and the location is in the open space of the front strike array. Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai kept carrying the prisoners who were not dead, while Luo Yu and Xiao Jin used herbs, cloth, and other bandages to treat them. Prisoners are all money, and they can also improve their medical level, so why not do it? It's just that the herbs are consumed a little quickly, but the territory is now fertile enough, and with the previous blessing of harvest, there are enough herbs. Now is the time when diseases are rampant, and the wounds are easily infected due to poor sanitary conditions. Luo Yu and Xiao Jin are racing against time with the god of death, fighting for 2 hours, saving people for 4 hours, and being busy for half a day to treat all the living prisoners. A total of 37 prisoners were captured, including 21 men and 16 women. There are also 18 people who did not survive the bleeding state or prompted that the wound was infected, and Luo Yu gave up on treatment. 18 people are also money. It's a pity that they can't be treated in time. This is still Luo Yu's 200% bonus to the overall work speed. 1 person is 3 in medical treatment, but it can't be treated. For the first time, he felt that there were not enough doctors in the territory. Of course, a few of them were infected because the quality of treatment was too poor. There was no way, his medical level was only LV3, and he did his best.
However, after a round of treatment, Luo Yu's medical level also reached LV4, and he was finally able to improve the quality of treatment. All the prisoners were escorted back to the prison, and there was a prompt immediately: "Your prison level is insufficient, and the prisoners will escape after they are all awake." Good guy, isn't this a 100% escape? These injured and unconscious prisoners were sold in the market, and the price was half of the half, which was not worth much. Who would buy some injured prisoners? It also increases the risk of prison break riots. Although there are still many things to deal with now, Luo Yu still decided to build a wave of prisons first. Advanced Prison, Building Materials *200000, Silver *20,000, Iron 10,000. Advanced prisons were what he had chosen before, but now Luo Yu no longer likes advanced prisons, and wants a luxurious prison. With the strike array, he is not afraid of increasing the score, and he will do whatever he wants to increase the score. Luxury Prison, Building Materials *250000, Silver *50,000, Iron *25,000, Gold 2,000, Jade 2,000. Most of the materials for building a luxury prison are available, except for the lack of so many stone bricks. To build the strike array, all the 100,000 stone bricks I had saved were used. How long will it take to dig them out? Stone bricks cannot be put on the auction house. After thinking about it, Luo Yu had no choice but to barter in the world. Although his territory score is very high, there are not many that can be used and exchanged for stone bricks. After a moment of hesitation, he sent a world message. Human race, anonymous: vegetables for stone bricks, the ratio is 1:30, no bargaining, large quantities are welcome. Vegetables are the most scarce thing now. Luo Yu believes that only vegetables can be exchanged for stone bricks in a short time, although he is obviously losing money. Stone bricks can be found by digging, and vegetables are the most scarce thing at this stage. Sure enough, as soon as the news came out, many trading boxes popped up immediately. Because the conditions had been announced before, that is, this ratio, everyone traded very quickly. Luo Yu traded with 20 people in succession, and finally gathered 250,000 stone bricks, and they were all black spot stone and granite level stone bricks. He didn't want ordinary ones. Of course, he also sold 8,000 worth of vegetables in the market, which was close to 800,000. After all the materials were gathered, Luo Yu began to choose the location of the luxury prison. The location of the prison should also be carefully selected. Even if it is a luxury prison, there is still the possibility of riots, so the location must be carefully selected. Luo Yu needs to build the prison in a relatively safe location. In the end, he decided to build it not far from the animal taming field, and set the gate facing the animal taming field. This location is where animals sleep. Strong animals such as wolf kings, elephants, and rhinos are here. Once there is a riot, you will run into Luo Yu's captive animals when you go out. How could some unarmed prisoners be their opponents? Luo Yu is very satisfied with his choice of location. Click build and a beautiful prison will be built. When I walked in, I saw that they were all single rooms, and each cell was well decorated, with a separate bathroom, sink and single bed, as well as bookshelves and other furniture. If this was covered with carpets, it would be a single apartment. The environment inside the luxury prison is very good. There is no disgusting smell like the low-level prisons. The air is clear, the sun is bright, and the patterns on the walls are also quite beautiful. The prison has 3 floors, each floor has 20 such cells, as well as interrogation rooms, torture rooms and other evil places. In addition, the 3rd floor is the essence of the prison. There are 3 beautifully decorated large rooms with all the furniture. They are the best choice for holding important prisoners or prisoners you want to recruit. After all, the better the environment, the greater the chance of recruitment. Luxury prison reduces the risk of escape by 90%, increases recruitment success rate by 50%, improves prisoner comfort, health value, recognition, and work efficiency. Take a look at the panel. Number: Earthsia Kingdom 23333 base score, 24,200 points health value, highest 113 points, currently 21 entertainment value, 120 points aesthetics, 200 strength, 113 physique, 111 agility, 116 life skills, shooting LV13, beast taming LV9, cooking LV7, medical LV4, mining LV9, planting LV8, tailoring LV10. Personal characteristics: Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars. The luxury prison was given a score of 1,200, with the maximum health value increased by 10 points, the aesthetics increased by 10 points, and the entertainment value was given 5 points. By the way,
What the hell is 5 points of entertainment value? Have fun doing some entertainment programs with the captives? Some evil thoughts flashed through Luo Yu's mind, but it was unclear whether his thoughts were consistent with those of most people.
He nodded with satisfaction and started to imprison all the prisoners into the luxurious prison. The queen was naturally entertained in the VIP prisoner room on the 3rd floor, but she was fainting now and had nothing to talk about. Sure enough, after the change of environment, the expressions on the faces of those prisoners who were awake became much more relaxed. Tip: the risk of jailbreak in your territory disappears. With a faint smile, Luo Yu did not immediately check the prisoner's personal attribute status. There was still a lot to do, so there was no rush. After getting out of the luxury prison, he first connected the water pipes, filled the prison with water, and then demolished the original old prison.
After being dismantled, the hygienic value increased a little, which is quite good.
Then, he looked towards the strike formation. The first step in post-war disposal is to strip off all the clothes of the corpses and collect them. At this moment, the 3 little cuties had gathered the corpses in the open space of the strike formation. Luo Yu was thinking about taking off the corpses' clothes himself, when he suddenly thought that 10 of the prisoners were only slightly injured.
You can let them do it.
Immediately, Luo Yu called these people out of the prison and ordered them to take off their clothes with handcuffs and footcuffs. The luxury prison made these people much more obedient, and they all started working in a hurry after hearing the orders.
They were asked to take off all their clothes and throw all the corpses into the incineration pit.
These tasks were originally done by Luo Yu and the little cuties, but the prisoners did them all.
Comfortable.
At this moment, 3 little cuties were holding the pipe to flush the water. The formation was full of bloodstains, and mosquitoes were flying around. The health value of this place was pitifully low. Luo Yu directly connected a pipe to the strike formation, and then separated 3 more pipes, and asked them to hold a stone brick pipe and rush there.
Water.
Anyway, there is plenty of water in the water tank, just flush it and that's it. As corpses began to be thrown into the incineration pit, the blood stains on the ground were cleaned, and the health value began to increase.
Luo Yu walked to the incineration pit. This incineration pit was not far from the strike formation. It was a building incineration pit that Luo Yu had renovated before. It was large and deep and could accommodate more than 1,000 corpses. There is an iron heat-resistant cover on top, which locks in the temperature inside to the maximum extent and prevents ashes from flying around. Heat-resistant floor tiles are laid inside, and a pipe is connected to the sewage outlet, which can drain all the messy things in the incineration pit out of the territory. The water flow valve is located 20 meters away from the incineration pit. After the incineration is completed, you only need to open the valve to release the water. The water washes away everything and drains it outside the territory.
At this moment, all the corpses had been thrown in, and a special torch was thrown into the incineration pit by Luo Yu.
Feeling the heat transfer, the gap in the heat-resistant iron cover above closed automatically with a bang.
The inside was already on fire, but the outside was nothing unusual at all.
The health value of the territory is still rising.
At the same time, with the high temperature, the iron cover is faintly turning red. Needless to say, the current cover must be very hot. Luo Yu directly purchased 2 beast soul cores, then made 2 thermal energy collection plates and threw them on the iron cover.
Thermal energy collection plate, 1000 power. Sure enough, the power is full. Corpses also need to glow and heat. An energy pipeline leads to the thermal energy storage tank. Luo Yu turns and walks towards the 3 little cuties. Isn't it more interesting to play with them in the water than facing the incineration pit?
Reminder, when you are doing entertainment activities, you get +1 physical fitness, handle corpses, collect clothes, collect spoils, put the clothes of the dead into the clothing recycling station, have fun with beast girls, etc.
After doing all this, it is already dusk.
After a big battle today, Luo Yu and the 3 little cuties did not eat first, but took a bath. You used the colorful shower head to wash away the filth and fatigue of the war, maintain your purity, and reduce the risk of disease, the system prompt appears. The diamond level shower head is really comfortable. He and the 3 little cuties took a shower together and walked into the big pool in good health. Soaking in the warm pool water, Luo Yu felt relaxed all over and began to count the spoils of this time. Captives, 37 people recovered leather of various types, 9,638 units various iron weapons, 421 swords, spears, bows and arrows silver, 159660 gold, 980 emerald, 1733 herbs, 203 The harvest from this battle was still very huge, and it was considered a big gain, especially the harvest of gold and jade, which made Luoyu overjoyed, but Luoyu had no use for many things, so it was better to cash them in. All the swords, spears, and halberds are put on the auction house, with an average price of 200 each, which is very cheap.
Luoyu doesn't want any leather either.
He has a lot of cotton cloth and beast girl hair. These leathers are not used for the time being, so he sells them. After a series of operations, he made a small amount of money, which was very satisfying. Of course, the most valuable are these captives. After earning 1,200 gold today from the arena, Luoyu began to check the attributes of the captives.
First of all, it is the queen. At first glance, it's not to mention that her attributes are quite good.
3-dimensional 50, 55, 48, and there are 2 more personal characteristics. Movement incentive, can inspire nearby friendly units to increase movement speed, beauty plus 10, recruitment success rate plus 10%, taming success rate plus 10%, both personal characteristics are pretty good. However, Luoyu saw a special description on the character interface: this character belongs to the core of the tribe, will not lose memory, and personal characteristics cannot be transferred through scrolls. This discovery surprised Luoyu.
Is there still a special character?
He hurriedly read the records of this type of character in that description of the Heavenly Dao world and found that the personal characteristics of special characters cannot be lost, but can be copied. This requires the use of personal characteristic copy scrolls. After clicking on the auction house to check, Luoyu really found this kind of scroll, and the price is not expensive, 200,000 per scroll. People nowadays still don't know what the huge use of this scroll is, and use it as a transfer scroll. Little do they know that the real powerful personal characteristics can only be copied, not transferred. Luoyu didn't stop, and bought 4 directly, 2 for his own use, and 2 for storage. 800,000 spent, but the scroll was in hand. Luoyu was very straightforward, and directly chose to copy Meilin's 2 personal characteristics, and then used them himself. You get personal characteristics, handsome, 1 star, you get personal characteristics, mobile incentive, 1 star. The handsome personal characteristics are very suitable for Luoyu, adding animal taming and beauty, which makes him feel comfortable. Tip: the beauty of your territory exceeds 200, and you get agility plus 2. Luoyu took a long breath and took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, Luoyu woke up and got the buff, Action Frenzy.
This buff is actually very powerful, and it has never been broken, which is quite outrageous. He checked the prison status and found that everyone is in good condition.
The luxurious prison also has a slight effect on the injuries of the prisoners. There are 37 prisoners in total, 27 of them woke up.
Luoyu gave them a simple meal and immediately sent them to work.
Some people cleaned the territory comprehensively, while others went to the quarry to mine.
These days, Luoyu summed up a rule that the quarry will collapse every once in a while, but it will be safe for at least 1 day after the collapse. It collapsed last night, crushing a bug to death. Let the captives dig stones today. If I'm unlucky enough to crush a few of them, Luoyu will accept it.
Among this group of captives, there are several mining skills above LV6.
With so many captives joining, the efficiency of digging stones has been greatly improved.
In addition, the sanitation value of the territory will be slowly improved. It has not been cleaned for a long time.
While the captives are here, clean it up inside and out. After breakfast, Luoyu looked at the situation of the incineration pit.
All the bodies had been burned overnight, but the pits on the other side where the insects were burned were still burning. This wave of mosquito invasion has not ended yet. The thermal energy storage box is in good condition, and the storage progress is more than half.
Looking at the World Channel, there are more sick people.
In the regional chat, several familiar faces are also saying their last words.
It seems that they have given up treatment. Luoyu can only say with everyone, rest in peace.
As for the small group, Luoyu's method did not cause any problems.
Luoyu was just thinking about attacking the formation when a prompt came: your important captive Meilin has awakened and is currently in a weak state. Awake?
Seeing the prompt, Luoyu showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and turned to the luxury prison. A moment later, on the 3rd floor of the luxury prison, Meilin sat on the big bed with an indifferent face, looking at Luoyu coldly. This woman is still very beautiful, but her face is not very good at the moment. She has no blood color, and her weak state makes her look sick.
Is the wound infected?
Luoyu walked up to check her wound, but Meilin hugged her chest and said angrily, "Kill me, I will never obey you even if I die."
Bang!
Meilin was pushed directly onto the bed by Luoyu, and then Luoyu tore off the woman's coat, revealing the white skin inside. You, Mei Lin's face flushed with humiliation as she looked at the man in front of her, while Luo Yu stared at her chest and frowned slightly. Sure enough, it's infected. Why is it so troublesome? He directly lifted Mei Lin up, handcuffed her hands and tied them behind her back for his treatment, but at this time Mei Lin thought Luo Yu was going to do something, and her eyes were dripping. This reaction was much more real than other native women. After all, she is the queen, a special person. Luo Yu has no time to care about these things. In his eyes, Mei Lin is a cash cow, and he is waiting for Dorno to redeem his beloved wife. If she dies from infection, it would be a big loss. Luo Yu Medical has at least reached LV4. After carefully observing the wound, he found that it was just a little bit infected. Fortunately, it was okay. He took out the herbs and treated Mei Lin again. It should be fine. Seeing this woman staring at him with red ears and tears in her eyes, Luo Yu touched her slightly swollen face and said softly, "It hurts. Be honest, I won't do anything to you, but if you dare to resist, don't blame me for being cruel." Mei Lin turned her head away in humiliation, and tears fell again. This move was not like a native, but like a captured rich lady. Luo Yu felt that he looked like a big villain now. Okay, villains are villains, whether it's a lady or a native queen, it's the same to Luo Yu, and interests are the most important. In his own words, women will only affect the speed of my knife. But beast mothers won't. Just when I was wondering whether the young chief would redeem his beloved wife, I actually received a reminder. The chief of the Scala tribe hopes to trade prisoners with you. Trialists can trade with indigenous forces. If they have a good relationship with the tribe, there will even be caravans coming to the territory to trade. According to the Tiandao world, the natives do not have such a thing as a system, but they can communicate with the trialists through the wizards of the tribe. In terms of communication, the wizards can seamlessly connect with the trialists' systems. It's quite a magical wizard. After clicking OK, a transaction box pops up immediately. Dorno, despicable lord, give me back my wife. Luo Yu, very good, you finally came to me on your own initiative. I can give it back to you, but it depends on your sincerity. Dorno, what do you want? What do you want? Luo Yu smiled and calmly stated his conditions: 500,000 silver, 500,000 stone bricks, 50,000 gold, 50,000 jade. Dorno, wishful thinking. Our tribe doesn't have so many resources. Luo Yu, really? Looking at Merlin, who was in a disheveled state and hugging her chest, Luo Yu directly took a screenshot of her posture and attached it to the transaction box. Dorno, I just took off Merlin's top now. If you can't take out these things, I will take off her pants next. To tell you the truth, Merlin is quite beautiful. I am very interested in her, and one of my Tauran brothers is also very covetous of your wife's beauty. You should know the consequences. As he said, he also sent the photo of Nyoda. A strong minotaur wearing animal skins and holding an axe. Ah! Dorno immediately sent a message, evil. You scum! Don't hurt my wife. I really don't have these things, but I have something else instead. An object was placed on the trading box. Luo Yu looked at it carefully and his eyes almost popped out. Territory core. Yes, the Scala tribe not only attacked my territory, but also other territories in the nearby area. Luo Yu figured it out. Some trialists who did not resist the attack of the natives were killed by them, and the territory core fell into the hands of the tribe. After figuring out the key points, Luo Yu pretended to be righteous and said, "It's hateful. Your evil tribe killed friends in the universe and is the public enemy of us trialers. 1 core is not enough, 10. Give me 10 cores and I'll let your beautiful wife go home." 10. Dorno hurriedly replied, "Evil lord, you are too greedy. Our tribe can't take out so many territory cores." Luo Yu frowned slightly and said, "Why? Didn't your tribe even destroy 10 territories? Dorno, we did destroy many territories, but the territory cores were handed over to the wizards for sacrifice, which could bring more resources to our tribe, all of which have been used before. At present, only this one can be traded with you." Really? Luo Yu showed a trace of disappointment in his eyes, and replied, "Stupid, if it is not enough, won't you launch an attack? I will give you 3 days. Come back to trade with me when you have collected 10 territory cores, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Dorno, no, the wizard has not received guidance from heaven, we cannot attack without authorization, otherwise we will be punished by heaven. I am willing to collect the requirements you made before, plus this territory core for you. This, Luo Yu touched his chin. It seems that the day of the attack by the heavenly Tao world has not come yet, and he cannot force these natives. He directly put the clothes of Mei Lin that he had just torn off into the trading box. Forget it, I am a reasonable person, I will give you 1 day to collect the gold and other resources I need. I will return your wife's clothes to you first, and you trade the core of the territory to me now, which will be regarded as a deposit between each other. My wife's clothes, you can imagine how much Dorno on the other side gnashed his teeth, but there is no way. Luo Yu left him with a very fierce impression, and the Minotaur brother made him feel creepy. If he angered this evil lord, he might really do something unpredictable. He had no choice but to make sure. Transaction successful, you get a territory core *1. Luo Yu was overjoyed and closed the chat window directly. He walked to Mei Lin and touched her face, and laughed. Your Highness, don't be afraid. What I said just now was to scare your husband. How can I bear to do something cruel to you? By the way, you must be hungry. Have lunch soon. At this moment, Mei Lin is a real cash cow in Luo Yu's eyes. If you want to be trustworthy, treat this queen well. Laughing, he walked out of the room and slammed the door shut. When he reached the first floor, he had already used the newly obtained territory core, but what surprised him was that this core was different from the previous one. All territory resources were only increased by 5%, it should be 10% in theory. Standing at the entrance of the stairs and reading the instructions carefully, Luo Yu understood. The core of the territory is also divided into different grades. Although it is generally 10%, some poorly developed territories only have 5%, while very well-developed territories may have 20% or even 30%. Therefore, for the tribe, conquering those well-developed territories is also very profitable. Mei Lin's clothes were exchanged for 5%, which was a loss. Directly choose to use it, the resources of Luo Yu territory reached 144%, and the mineral resources reached 149%. Thinking like this, he had already walked to the first floor, but he found that the wounds of the 2 prisoners were slightly infected. Luo Yu also treated them by the way, which increased his medical experience points. Just as he was about to leave the prison, he suddenly had an idea. Doesn't the territory not have enough doctors? Isn't it enough for me, Shao Kahn, and Shao Dai to improve their medical level? There are so many prisoners in front of you. You can drag them out and beat them, give them minor injuries and then treat them. After they are cured, continue to beat them. Repeated beatings and treatments can improve your medical level? Immediately, Luo Yu thought of the 5 points of entertainment value added by the high-end prison. I had an idea in my mind. Let's talk about it in the evening. Let's work now. He walked to the watchtower in front of the strike formation, looked at the strike formation in front of him, and began to summarize the gains and losses of the previous battle, intending to improve the strike formation. Although the other party had not even rushed through the death corridor, Luo Yu still found a problem. The corridor was too easy to walk, and except for the arrow tower, there was nothing else hindering them. The corridor was too easy to walk. Apart from the arrow tower, there was nothing else hindering them. If it weren't for the fierce firepower and the opponent didn't bring many shield soldiers in this attack, they would still be able to walk out of the corridor of death. The purpose of the corridor is twofold. First, to slow down the opponent's movement speed. Second, kill the enemy. The arrow tower is currently very effective in killing enemies, so it is necessary to slow down the movement speed as much as possible. Luo Yu pondered, and when he looked at the burning incineration pile, where insects were being burned to death, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. It's not about setting a fire. If you set a fire, you won't be able to capture any prisoners, and everything will be burned down and you will make a profit. If fire doesn't work, you can use water. Use water to make the land muddy. But this must be done carefully. If you use it incorrectly, it will destroy your own strike array, but if you use it well, it can effectively slow down the opponent's movement speed. Just imagine, if all the land in the strike formation becomes so muddy that it is difficult to pull it up even if you step on it, wouldn't the opponent's movement speed be greatly slowed down? At this time, you have to use another very practical technology, terrain transformation. This is a more advanced geological technology that can only be unlocked after unlocking carpet technology. Terrain transformation, 50,000 silver, Beast Soul Core *2. The price of unlocking technology should not be underestimated, but for Luo Yu, who now has a huge sum of more than 2 million, it is just average. After directly choosing to unlock and clicking on the relevant interface, Luo Yu discovered a variety of terrain modification methods. Transformation is also divided into levels, including low level, intermediate, and high level. Unlocking the intermediate transformation requires a land fertility base of more than 200%, which is currently not reached. However, there is no need for intermediate transformation, it is already included in low-level transformation. Slowdown swamp, movement speed reduced by 70%, health value reduced, good guy, the deceleration effect is really outrageous and the cost is very cheap, but reducing the health value is something Luo Yu doesn't want to see. The health value is actually a very critical value and cannot be dropped voluntarily. After some research, Luo Yu locked his sights on a special kind of ground. Speed bump, movement speed reduced by 50%, this kind of speed bump does not reduce the aesthetics and hygiene value, but your feet will get stuck when you step on the speed bump, which may be fatal. Although the speed bumps will stick to each other regardless of whether they are friends or foes, Luo Yu himself will not enter the corridor. Of course, it will indeed affect Luo Yu's time to collect the loot, but there is no shortage of time, let's build it. The cost per square meter of the speed bump is stone bricks 50, iron or 20, and silver * 20. In fact, the cost is still relatively expensive, but in order for the strike formation to attack the enemy more effectively, Luo Yu decided to make it. As for stone bricks, because the production capacity has increased now, it can barely support it. If you build it first, someone will send stone bricks soon. After eating, Luo Yu finally waited for Dorno's transaction application. What an infatuated man, he sent the ransom so quickly. Clicking OK, Dorno put all the supplies on the transaction interface, and Luo Yu redeemed the queen as agreed. He smiled and sent a message, then that's it, we have a happy transaction. By the way, the end of the month is coming soon. You can bring your warriors to attack a few more waves. I'll be waiting for you. Dorno was already so angry that his scalp was numb. Without saying a word, he clicked OK and closed the transaction interface directly. The transaction is successful, you get 500,000 silver, 500,000 stone bricks, 50,000 gold, 50,000 jade, the hatred between you and the Skada tribe increases, get rich. Earn money with blood. Gold is enough to unlock lightning technology and thermal defense technology, and stone bricks are enough to support territory construction for a period of time. Wonderful. Luo Yu discovered a way to get rich quickly. Capture the chief's woman. If he hadn't been unable to leave the territory, he would have taken the 3 cuties to rob the tribe on the spot. This is so cool. But even after receiving such a huge sum of money, Luo Yu still kept a clear mind. He immediately opened the mercenary plaza and changed his personal description. Top mercenaries help defend against attacks for free, provided that there are special characters such as the queen, the chief's fiancé, daughter, etc. in the attacking unit, or the chief himself. After the battle, you only need to send the special characters to me as a reward. After changing his personal description, Luo Yu happily put everything into the warehouse, and then clicked on the warehouse to check out the various resources currently available. Silver, 2,913,000 timber, 1721 iron ore, 16328 stone brick, 509208 copper mine, 10308 jade, 52376 gold, 55700 platinum, 1000 diamond, 0 big money, really big money. Luo Yu immediately prepared to unlock the Thunder technology. Thunder storage box, design drawing *1, copper mine *20,000, gold *20,000, silver *1000000. The gold was enough, but the copper mine was still 10,000 less, so Luo Yu simply chose to buy it in the market. Nowadays, people's mining level has also improved, and many people are still selling copper mines. The price is 150, which is a bit expensive. Luo Yu is very rich now, so he can just buy it and be done with it. After spending 50 W silver to buy enough copper ore, you can directly choose to unlock it. You have unlocked Thunder technology. A golden box appeared in front of him, which was about the same size as the heat collection box, but obviously much more expensive. This was the lightning storage box, and it was also the prerequisite for unlocking all lightning technologies. Lightning storage box, 0/50,000, there was no electricity at present, so naturally there was 0 storage. Luo Yu suppressed his excitement, carried the lightning box back to the base, and put the box in the insulation room, leaving it there for the time being. He clicked on the relevant technology page, and the entire lightning technology tree was very complicated, most of it was dark, and there were only a few buildings that were lit. Lightning storage box, copper ore *20,000, gold *20,000, silver *1000000. The second time you build this box, you don't need a design drawing, and Luo Yu doesn't need to build this box again, at least not for the time being. Lightning rod, copper ore *1000, gold *1000, silver *20,000, beast soul core *1. The lightning rod is used to attract lightning. Even in the weather without lightning, it can absorb the free lightning elements in the air and slowly increase the lightning energy reserve.
But the price. Sure enough, like the thermal energy plate, it requires a beast soul core. Next, read on.
Electric fence, per meter copper or *500, gold *50, silver *1000.
The function of the electric fence is the same as the Earth's power grid. It is a lightning defense device.
Luo, you can use it as an electric fence, or it can be arranged on the corridor of the strike array for defense.
However, there are also disadvantages. The power of this primary electric fence described is limited.
It can only paralyze people for a few seconds, and it consumes a lot of electricity. Luo Yu finally fixed his eyes on the electric shock tower that he had been thinking about before. Electric strike tower, primary copper or *50,000, gold *50,000, silver *500,000. This price is so expensive.
What is the concept of 50,000 gold? However, the description of this electric shock tower is mouth-watering.
Electric strike tower, attack range 5,000 meters, including air, accuracy 100%, attack interval 20 seconds, power, instant kill below 100 physique. What makes Luo Yu happy the most is that this thing is not a building, but a furniture, which means that it can be critically hit. However, judging from the description, it consumes a lot of lightning storage. At present, there is still a shortage of 1.5 W gold.
Luo Yu plans to build a lightning rod instead of building it. Lightning rods are naturally built on the roof of a building.
It is absolutely safe according to the description, but Luo Yu still does not plan to install lightning rods on the roof of his villa.
Just in case.
Just install them in the warehouse in prison. Lightning rod, copper or *1000, gold *1000, silver *20,000, beast soul core *1. First build 3 lightning rods, buy the beast soul core and click to build, then install 2 on the roof of the warehouse and 1 on the roof of the luxury prison. Then use the energy pipeline to connect to the lightning storage box, and everything is done.
I looked at the situation of the lightning rod. On days without lightning, the rated lightning absorption per day is only 300, and 3 rods are 900. It will take a long time to store them.
At this time, he hopes it will be windy and rainy. Speaking of which, the critical attack has not been used in the past few days.
It just so happens that the mineral resources have increased now. Luo Yu plans to try his luck and see if he can dig out a large piece of gold. Do it as soon as you think of it.
Luo Yu went to the mine and stood in front of the rock wall, preparing to pick up the pickaxe. Suddenly, he found that the golden scorpion king who was mining on the side had his eyes narrowed at this moment, as if he was groping for something in the rock wall. This expression was like a man touching something soft through the curtains, with a face full of enjoyment. Luo Yu looked at the big scorpion beside him strangely, as if he understood something a little. He silently said in his heart, 100x critical hit triggered. The prompt appeared, and the next moment, the Scorpion King clamped out a large yellow stone from the rock wall. A huge gold nugget. Just as Luo Yu thought, the golden Scorpion King could find a piece of gold every once in a while. It used to be a small piece. Just now he tried it and it was a critical hit. Animals belong to him, and in certain specific circumstances, the behavior of animals can also be critical hits. For example, cows produce milk, beast girls produce hair, and Scorpion King digs gold. You get gold *10,000, 1 W gold. Good guy, earning 1 W gold in one breath. This is too cool. Luo Yu was so excited that he wanted to hug the Scorpion King and give him a kiss. Hurry up, keep digging. Luo Yu asked the Scorpion King to keep up the good work. Encouraged by his master, the Scorpion King stuffed his pliers into the rock wall again. Luo Yu stopped digging and stared at the Scorpion King's expression with wide eyes. Pieces of iron ore and copper ore were dug out, but the Scorpion King never showed that enjoyable expression again. Luo Yu waited for half an hour and had no choice but to give up. The randomness was too strong. He couldn't stare at this scorpion 24 hours a day, right? The key point is that even if he stared at it 24 hours a day, it might not be able to dig up gold nuggets in a day. Shaking his head, Luo Yu put away the gold and started digging himself. He planned to accompany the Scorpion King to dig today, and pay attention to the Scorpion King's expression at the same time. When he showed that enjoyable expression again, he would immediately attack. What if he was lucky enough to bump into it? Until the time for dinner, the Scorpion King did not show the greasy uncle's lecherous expression again. Luo Yu was disappointed, touched its head and left the mine. This time of mining, it fully demonstrated his fast working speed. The mining efficiency was more than 5 times faster than when he just entered the Tiandao world. Now there are only 6% of the mineral resources left, which is on the verge of exhaustion.
It can be mined for another day. After dinner, Luo Yu took the three little cuties into the prison.
At this time, everyone in the prison had finished their meal.
After working for a day, they lay lazily on the bed.
This luxurious prison has such a good environment.
In addition to working, there is no survival pressure like in the tribe.
After only 2 days, the obedience of each person is more than 60%.
Life is quite comfortable.
Luo Yu gathered all the captives, gave each of them a wooden stick, and formed a circle.
He stood in the circle, took a stick, pointed at the captives standing there and said, "You, and you.
10 people come up together, practice with me." The people who were called looked at each other, and one of them knelt down and cried, "Lord, King.
Don't kill us."
"Who wants to kill you?"
Luo Yu said angrily, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? Use the sticks in your hands to fight me.
Hit me hard, and if anyone dares to work without putting in effort, I'll kill him."
As soon as these words came out, even if 100 of the prisoners were unwilling, they would not dare to disobey, and they immediately rushed towards Luo Yu one by one. After a crackling battle, 10 people were not enough for Luo Yu to fight?
They were all knocked to the ground by him, and each one suffered some minor injuries.
Luo Yu also got a reminder: you will gain strength +1 by performing recreational activities, entertainment? You call this entertainment? Luo Yu complained in his heart, but just adding attributes would be enough.
Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai, drag the injured ones down for treatment.
Don't delay your work tomorrow.
The 2 cuties practiced their medical skills on the spot. Luo Yu pointed to the dozen female prisoners, hooked his fingers and said, "Come on together, if you hate me, use all your strength to kill me."
Bar. A female prisoner in her early 20s said seriously, "Lord, we don't hate you. It's so beautiful here. We eat vegetables, meat, and milk, and you look so good looking. We are all very grateful to you, admire you, and don't hate you at all."
"Ha?
Do you dare not to hate me?" Luo Yu said angrily, "You bastard, do you think you don't need sparring if you flatter me?"
For a moment, the sound of fighting sounded again in the prison.
An hour later, Luo Yu broke out in sweat and left the prison with the little cuties feeling comfortable, leaving behind a group of prisoners who had been knocked to the ground in a mess. Luo Yu's attack was very measured, and the physical constitution of these prisoners was higher than that of ordinary people. A minor injury could be cured even if they slept for a day without treatment. After treatment, you can recover in one night, and it will not affect your ability to go to the quarry during the day to risk your life. After this meal, the entertainment activity increased his strength by 2, agility by 1, and also received a lot of medical treatment, making him feel comfortable. Sure enough, attributes can increase very quickly during a fight, provided that there is entertainment value to support it. At night, Luo Yu soaked in the bath happily. Xiao Kong was the most obedient and consciously ran over to rub his master's shoulders. You perform recreational activities and gain physique +1, you can get it by beating your shoulders and adding 1 point of physical fitness. Sometimes the entertainment value is high. This is also the busiest time in the group. Naker, Yu Meng, see you in the arena today. I still don't believe I can't beat you. Fang Yameng, Kiki, Zionese is still not convinced, right? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Elena, whichever room you are in, I will come too. Nyoda, I will join too. Alice, we haven't seen each other for a few days, why don't we find a room and chat together? Luo Yu, are you coming? Luo Yu, okay. Arena, General Field Room 4396, this is the room built by Fang Yameng. After Luo Yu entered the room, everyone was there. Brother, you're here. Nyoda laughed and gave Luo Yu a hug, and Luo Yu was also very enthusiastic. You need to make good friends with this brother Nyoda. The reputation of the Taoran cannot be overshadowed. Fang Yameng beside her said in surprise, You? Oh my god, I was thinking before that you, one of the rumored masters of mankind, might have something to do with you, but I didn't expect it to be you. Seeing the surprised expressions on each of the girls, Luo Yu smiled lightly and said, It's just good luck. Yameng, have you changed your hairstyle? Short hair suits you very well. Ah. Fang Yuming's face turned slightly red, with a cute curve at the corner of her mouth, and she said playfully, I thought you couldn't find it, straight man. Of course you can find it. Luo Yu has developed a habit of observing the hair growth progress of beast girls. When meeting a girl, first check to see if the other person's hair is long. Not to mention Fang Yuming had a short haircut, even if it was trimmed a little shorter, Luo Yu would be able to notice. Seeing Luo Yu looking at him with a faint smile, Fang Mingyu's face turned redder and redder, and she suddenly hummed, Well. I want to challenge you first today. The gambling capital is 1 silver. But, to be fair, you give me 1 arm and 1 leg. Luo Yu rolled his eyes when he heard this and said amusedly, you are really fair. Okay, I accept your challenge, but how about we exchange our bets and the loser meets one of the winning party's conditions? Ha! Fang Yameng blushed immediately, and she said tentatively, let me ask you, if you win, what do you want me to do? Get dressed. Luo Yu smiled and said, Band-Aid swimming, shut up. You pervert. Who wants to show you such a perverted swimsuit? Disgusting. Watch me beat you up. Fang Yuming's face turned red, and after a soft drink, she took out an iron sword and the battle began. Bang bang bang. After striking 3 swords in succession, Luo Yu stood motionless, while Fang Yameng was shaken back a little. She giggled and said, it's very powerful. I'm going to use martial arts. I agreed that you would give me 1 hand. She rushed forward again, this time using the martial arts Qingfeng sword technique. I have to say that Fang Yameng is actually very powerful, her power has reached 100 points. Each sword strike is powerful and heavy, and ordinary people cannot withstand a few of her sword strikes. But Luo Yu's strength is 115 points, and he can completely block the Qingfeng sword technique with 1 hand. Moreover, because the Guangfeng sword technique is the 2nd level and has the characteristics of a fighter, it is much more powerful than the Qingfeng sword technique. It can only take more than a dozen moves. Yameng couldn't hold it any longer. Luo Yu said with a smile, you guys come together, just in time to practice teamwork. Good. Naker immediately took out the dagger. Elena and Alice looked at each other. Since the Captain Luo Yu said to practice team coordination, let's practice it. Both women took out their bows and arrows, and Nyoda also took out his axe and slashed at Luo Yu. Under this situation, Luo Yu would naturally not give up another hand. The people in his team were not weak, and they could just enhance their own strength. He cheered up, and with 1 enemy against many, he was evenly matched with everyone for a while. If it weren't for Elena and Alice's skillful bows and arrows, he would even be able to reach the top. After all, his attribute points are a bit higher, 115 strength, 119 agility. These attribute points are not as simple as numbers. For example, Elena's bow and arrow can hit a person with 100 agility, but 101 agility exceeds her hit rate. It seems that there is a difference of 1 agility, but the hit rate will be quite different. Luo Yu is an agile person. Even an elf who is good at archery would find it difficult to hit Luo Yu. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Nyoda was hit by a knife first. Because he was in training mode, he would not leave the room but could not join the battle group for a short time. Immediately afterwards, Naker was also stabbed, while watching. Fang Yameng was the only one left in the melee fight. She was obviously panicking, and ended up with a single blow. The next moment, Elena gave up her bow and arrow and rushed forward. Her melee weapon was a dagger. It must be said that Elena was better at melee combat than Yameng in core. She could be called a melee archer and an old archer. After fighting with Luo Yu for more than a dozen rounds, she was chopped on the neck by a knife and fell to the ground. She stayed aside. Alice was still drawing her bow and arrow, but unfortunately this beautiful light elf was already alone. Luo Yu came in front of her. Sister Alice, with her long silver hair, panicked and held the bow and arrow to resist, but Luo Yu flicked her forehead lightly. K.O. After a round of training, none of the 5 people could beat Luo Yu alone. Nyoda looked at Luo Yu with admiration, while the girls were surprised and admired him. There was already a hint of admiration in Nakor's beautiful eyes. Everyone knows that Luo Yu is powerful, but no one expected him to be this powerful. Fang Yameng exclaimed, you are really strong, it feels harder to fight than the boss, fortunately you are not the enemy. Alice had a faint smile in her eyes. Elena looked at Luo Yu and said, come again, I won't let you win so easily this time. Nakir whispered, Yameng, why does Luo Yu use a knife to chop us, but is so gentle to Sister Alice? Fang Yameng rolled her eyes at Luo Yu and whispered back, he is good at everything except bullying us, and he is also obsessed with looks. At this moment, Luo Yu made a summary. He smiled faintly and said, in fact, everyone is not weak, but there is no coordination and synchronization. It feels like they are fighting on their own, so I can defeat them one by one. We are practicing a coordinated battle, but we can't practice blindly. We must summarize methods and practice scientifically and effectively. Everyone nodded. He was calm and composed. Luo Yu at this moment made the girls feel safe. Nakir looked at Luo Yu and felt her heart beating wildly. Although Fang Yameng said that Luo Yu was obsessed with looks before, her bright eyes were also slightly shining when she looked at him. Nyoda laughed and said, Luo Yu, you are right. We will practice as you ask us to. Everyone discussed together. Everyone was very happy to be able to get together and chat in their busy lives. But at this moment, Fang Yameng frowned slightly and said, there is a prompt. Someone wants to enter our room for a team battle. Team battle, another mode of the arena. This mode will not increase the rank, but because there are many people and the stakes are high, and good performance can improve the status in the team, and at the same time train the team's collaborative combat effectiveness, etc., this mode is very popular. Especially after the heat wave ended, everyone experienced the various benefits of teaming up to fight boss, and this mode became more and more popular. The number of team battles in ordinary fields has exceeded the proportion of single duels. It is worth mentioning that there will be boss events in the Tiandao world. If the boss appears in someone's territory, the team needs to destroy it together. As for those who don't have a team, they can only hire mercenaries. Unless you can kill the boss with the strong defense of the territory. Now Luo Yu's team, because there are more girls, everyone has just entered the arena, and the running.in between team members is not in place. If you PK with other teams, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Well, theoretically, it's more dangerous than safe. Everyone looked at Luo Yu, and Luo Yu smiled faintly. Agree, it's okay. Fang Yameng nodded carefully, and after agreeing, the other end of the room flashed with light, and 10 people appeared. 10 people, a full team. Luo Yu saw it clearly. Among the 10 people, there were 3 golden lions, who should be warriors. The 2 winged people should be assassins, the 2 tree tribe monsters must be tanks, and there were 3 blue-haired water tribes holding bows and arrows. Except for the lack of characters such as doctors, the configuration can be said to be very complete, and they are all male, giving people a very fierce feeling. The leading golden lion man has a bronze emblem on his chest, and he is a bronze level character. Bronze level. Although Luo Yu has the strength of bronze level, because he only PKs a few times a day, the number of games is not enough, so he is still certified as black iron level, and has not been upgraded to bronze. This golden lion man is actually bronze level. In addition to the strong man who was bronze level, a man from the water tribe and a man from the wing tribe are also black iron level. This team is extremely strong. They came here to bully the weak. Luo Yu and others were looking at each other, and the other party was also looking at Luo Yu and others. After seeing clearly, more than half of the 10 people on the other side showed a sarcastic look in their eyes. The strong man of the Golden Lion tribe stepped forward and sneered, "It is rare to see the black iron level of the human race. Your team looks vulnerable. But since you are here, we will teach you how to conduct team battles." A man of the Wing tribe beside him laughed and said, "Captain, did you see that this team has rare dark elves and light elves? I have seen so many energetic girls, and their race is the rarest and most beautiful." Another person also laughed strangely, that human woman and cat girl are also rare top-notch. This is a top-notch team. Really? A cold-looking man of the water tribe said in surprise, "I think this human man is pretty good." Everyone opened their mouths, and the 2 team members beside him instinctively walked away a little, and Luo Yu also felt a chill. Good guy, it turns out to be a pervert. At this moment, Nyoda on our side looked a little at a loss. Fang Yameng and Naker instinctively hid behind Luo Yu, Alice frowned, and Elena had an angry expression on her face. Luo Yu stepped forward and said calmly, "You came here to bully noobs, right?" "Yes." The strong man of the Golden Lion tribe snorted coldly, "I will take a few team members to slaughter you trash and gain some experience in the arena so that you can upgrade to black iron. Stop talking nonsense and get started." Luo Yu said calmly, "You can use us to gain experience, but you have to have the ability to do so. How about this, since we bumped into each other, let's have some fun. The stakes are 1 million silver." Hiss, Naker and Fang Yameng gasped, Alice and others also widened their eyes, and the group of people on the opposite side were also shocked. 1 million. Even if it is a small team, this is a large number. Luo Yu didn't waste any words and directly paid 1 million silver coins and placed them in his own betting column. He looked at the man from the Golden Lion clan and sneered, "Come here if you want to gain experience points. You can't even take out 1 million, right?" Everyone was shocked, not only by Luo Yu's courage, but also by his wealth. In this era where 10,000 is considered a huge fortune, Luo Yu can casually spend millions of silver as gambling capital, which shows how rich he is. The Golden Lion man gritted his teeth. Now it was no longer a matter of experience, but a matter of face. Because of the appearance of the $1 million gambling game, there are already spectators in the room. If I am scared, how can I be the boss in the future? Moreover, the opponent only has 6 people, while we have 10. The opponent is the strongest black iron, but I am bronze. No matter how you look at it, you won't lose. Next to him, a man from the Wing clan whispered, "Boss, the people on the other side are trying to scare us away because of their money. Let's all chip in. It should be enough." The strong man from the Golden Lion tribe glanced at the team members, and when he saw everyone nodding, he gritted his teeth and took out all his belongings, 300,000 yuan. The other 9 opponents also took out their own wealth with a grin, and 1 million was enough. This, Fang Yameng and others suddenly became nervous, and more people were watching the battle in the room. $1 million gambling games are rare. The golden-haired man said solemnly, "Let's get started." "Okay, come on then." Luo Yu looked calm and calm. 3.2.1, start. The moment the countdown ended, the arrows from the opposite side had already shot over. At the same time, 2 tree tanks walked in the front, and 3 warriors followed the tree tribe to approach Luo Yu. In addition, their assassins had already left the team, and the 2 archers hid in a corner where they were not easily shot. Arrows flying from the front were generally borne by the tank characters in the front, or blocked by the warriors. The opponent had already RUN.IN and had very skilled combat skills. In addition, the opponent had obvious strength, but did not rush up rashly. Team battles are not single-player battles. Rushing fast is not only useless, but will immediately be besieged by the opponent, which is equivalent to giving it away for free. Dang, dang. Luo Yu waved the Tiangong knife and directly blocked the 2 arrows flying. Then he nodded to the 2 elf girls. The 2 girls understood and immediately retreated, and began to draw their bows and arrows at the same time. The arrows shot directly at the 2 tree men on the opposite side. In order to avoid being shot by the opponent's archers, archers usually hide outside each other's range. This depends on who has a better bow and who has stronger strength. Obviously, both sides now have iron bows, 100 strength, and archery skills are not considered for the time being. Judging from the apparent strength, neither archer can shoot the other, and they are all shooting at the opponent's front tank. Swoosh! The 2 elves' arrows, one was blocked by the tree man's shield, and the other shot at the tree man's leg. The tree man frowned and pulled out the arrow on his leg. It was just a frown, and it didn't seem to cause any substantial damage. Luo Yu looked indifferent, waved his hand, and a light flashed in front of his eyes. He summoned his own animals. The attribute values of the rhinoceros, elephant, red-scaled python and wolf king are all 100. Hiss! Beast tamer. All are iron-level animals. Oh my god, why does he have so many iron-level animals? Some people in the audience gasped. No wonder the other side dared to fight 10 people with 6 people. It turned out that there was an animal tamer. Fang Yameng hurriedly summoned her cat when she saw this. She said it was a kitten, but it turned out to be a iron-level big cat. It looked a bit like a lynx and looked quite fierce. It's a giant lynx. There are actually 2 beast tamers. This team is incredible. The audience's eyes widened, and the people in the opposite team also looked ugly. The other side looked like a soft persimmon, but I didn't expect that there was such a trick. Luo Yu glanced at the roaring large lynx, and without any nonsense, he waved his hand directly, and the rhino and elephant rushed over. This is a rhino and elephant with all the attribute points maxed out. I heard that your tanks are tough, right? Come on, let's compare them again. Swoosh! The opponent's arrow shot at the white rhino in the front, but failed to break the defense. Bang! The next moment, the irritable white rhino hit one of the opponent's tree men, who was knocked back on the spot and one of his legs was broken. Then, the elephant rushed up, and its impact was even stronger than that of the rhino, knocking another tree man out directly. The opponent's formation was broken on the spot. Luo Yu saw the opportunity and took out the Yang Yu bow and shot an arrow. Swoosh! The arrow shot out. The Yang Yu bow was a gold-level bow and arrow. The power of this arrow was greater than the bows and arrows shot by Alice and Elena. This arrow pierced a man of the Golden Lion tribe. The man was pierced through the chest by an arrow and disappeared on the spot. The opponent's personnel were reduced. This super animal trainer is also a top archer. Everyone exclaimed again, even Alice and other members of the team were slightly stunned. They didn't expect Luo Yu to be so powerful. But now is not the time to be amazed. The next moment, the Wolf King and the red-scaled python have swept up and the 2 sides started a melee. Not far away, Luo Yu whispered, "Kor, Yumlung, did you see those 2 sneaky assassins? Keep an eye on them, don't let them get close to attack Alice and Elena." "Yes. I can do it." The 2 girls were a little panicked at first,
but when they heard Luo Yu's words, they calmed down and tightened their weapons.
At least they knew what they should do. And Luo Yu shot another arrow. Puff! Another chill, the opponent was shot dead by Luo Yu again. What a powerful arrow! Gold level, definitely a gold level bow and arrow. If we don't deal with this super beast master, no matter how many people there are, they won't be enough for him to kill. How to deal with it? 5 animals have entangled the warriors and tanks of the Golden Lion group. Tell me how to deal with it. More and more spectators watched the game, and everyone was talking about it. They originally thought that it would be a one-sided situation. Now it is indeed one-sided, but the direction of the reversal is reversed. It has become one-sided towards Luo Yu's side. This reversal caught everyone by surprise. In the field, the opponent's 2 assassins were closely watched by Fong Yumeng and Nakur. There was no chance to burst out their agility and kill one person instantly, and the 5 animals entangled all the opponent's melee personnel. 2 of the 10 members of the Golden Lion team died suddenly, and the only ones left who could play freely were the 2 archers. But it was obvious that they didn't dare to move forward at all. Luo Yu's bow and arrow had a much stronger range and power than them. They could never walk into Luo Yu's range and could only attack animals from a distance. At such a long distance, elephants, rhinos, and red-scaled pythons were not afraid of bows and arrows at all, and they could only scratch them. The large lynx was extremely agile, and the wolf king also had full attributes. If they couldn't shoot, the opponent's archers would be useless. Luo Yu's existence completely destroyed the balance of the battlefield. How could they fight? His Yang Yu Bao killed one person with 1 arrow. As long as he shot one more person to death, there would be no room for recovery in the battle. Everyone with a discerning eye could see this key point, and the golden-haired man also knew this. When he saw Luo Yu draw his bow and arrow, he suddenly burst out with all his strength and slashed at the Wolf King who was entangled with him with a sword. The Wolf King narrowed his eyes, knowing the power of this sword, and retreated to this side, and the golden-haired man took advantage of this gap and roared towards Luo Yu. This man is a bronze-level expert after all, and his reaction, speed and other abilities are far superior to ordinary people. He will rush in front of Luo Yu before he draws his bow and solve the problem in close combat. The golden-haired man is very fast. Seeing this, Luo Yu directly gave up his bow and arrow and took out the Tiangong knife. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes. Everyone knew that victory or defeat depended on this one move. At the moment when the metal and iron collided, Luo Yu silently said a sentence in his heart. 100 times critical hit triggered. The next moment, the sword in the golden-haired man's hand and Luo Yu's Tiangong knife suddenly collided with each other. Puff! Without any suspense, the Golden Lion tribe strongman was split in half with his sword under the 100-fold critical strike. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and everyone was stunned until the golden-haired man's body disappeared. All the audience in the room were in an uproar. This knife was shocking. What a style! Boss! The water tribe man screamed and was hit to death by the rhino, while the elephant rushed towards an archer of the opponent. A moment later, the team of the Golden Lion man was wiped out. K.O. Your team won. It took 14 minutes and 37 seconds. You get gambling money and room audience income. 17W. The gambling money is automatically distributed evenly to each member of the team. At this moment, the battle was over. Everyone was looking at Luo Yu with admiration. Nakir even hugged his arm excitedly and giggled. So awesome, so awesome. He actually killed a bronze master with 1 sword. Oh my god, Luo Yu, I admire you so much. Fong Yumeng was also looking at Luo Yu excitedly, and Yoda just pretended to stand in front of the 2 elf girls to help block the arrows. It was like he got a huge sum of money for nothing. He admired Luo Yu so much that he had already regarded himself as Luo Yu's most loyal brother. Seeing everyone looking at him so excitedly, Luo Yu smiled lightly and said, maybe my sword is better than his, I'm just lucky. Here it comes, Luo Yu's catchphrase, lucky. Can you be considered lucky if you kill someone with 1 sword? The girls all laughed softly. Everyone was used to Luo Yu's humble words and admired him even more in their hearts. Win without being arrogant, calm and composed. What a handsome man. Next, Luo Yu practiced team cooperation with everyone. Seeing that the time was almost up, everyone left the arena and it was time to go to bed. When he opened his eyes in the morning, it was another morning. Luo Yu had breakfast as usual and arranged today's work. There are still some mineral resources. Let's go to the mine today to dig them all up. It is the right way to collect gold as soon as possible. On the way to the mine, Luo Yu suddenly remembered an event and went to the warehouse instead.
Clicking on the nameplate at the door of the warehouse, he found what he wanted and smiled. Thermal Technology Core, Lightning Technology Core, there are these two cores in the warehouse. After unlocking a large category of technology, the core will be given. After having a warehouse, the core will automatically appear in the warehouse. Luo Yu forgot it before, but now he remembered it and was overjoyed. He hurriedly took out the two cores and installed them on his Lord bracelet. Each core can increase the quality of buildings by 5% and the resources of the territory by 1%. This means that the power of defense equipment such as arrow towers and automatic crossbows has increased by 10%, and various resources have increased by 2%. Now, the resources in the mine have returned to 8%, which is comfortable. A moment later, Luo Yu stood in front of the rock wall of the mine. He silently said a sentence in his heart, and then swung a pickaxe. Triggered by 100x critical hit, you get Jade *6000, fainted. This wave of critical hits gave a bunch of Jade, and I will make Jade bedside tables in the future. Okay, there is still one chance for 100x critical hits, but Luo Yu will not use it again. This critical hit is reserved for backup. Just like last night, you can kill the enemy in a critical moment. The bronze-level Golden Lion Clan expert last night was indeed powerful. Luo Yu knew that he could not take him down in a few rounds. He got angry and directly hit him and killed him in a second. 1 million gambling money, what this and that, just hit and kill him in a second. After digging the mines for the whole morning, Luo Yu and the little cuties took a walk on the grassland after lunch in the afternoon. The weather has been quite cool these days, with the temperature around 24 degrees. Walking on the grassland, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong were playing, and Xiao Jin beside them said, "Master, the muddy situation has improved a lot in the past few days, and the mosquitoes have almost been eliminated. Does the heat collection plate need to be removed? Well, you can remove it later and put it on the roof." Okay. Xiao Jin nodded obediently, and Luo Yu touched her tiger ears absent-mindedly, but his eyes were looking at the strike formation in the distance. Last night he had a dream. He dreamed that when the Skarsa tribe came to attack, everyone was looking up at him, which made him feel like he had become a living target. When he woke up in the morning, he was thinking, what if a sharpshooter came to the tribe and he was standing on the watchtower and was shot down by someone with a bow and arrow? The shield can only resist 2 attacks. We can't just expose ourselves to the enemy's sight. Luo Yu thought so in his heart, and after pondering for a moment, he had an idea. War fog. Wouldn't it be enough to let the war fog cover the strike array? This not only blocks the enemy's sight, but also allows them to be trapped in the death corridor for a longer time. Isn't it wonderful? After figuring out the joints, the next step is very simple. Just build another one. Warfog diffusion box, iron *10,000, silver *10,000, gold *500, jade *500. Rebuilding no longer requires a blueprint, and this amount of money is just a drizzle for Luo Yu now. He directly chose to build, and a light flashed in front of his eyes, and the fog box appeared. Xiao Dai, take the fog box to the strike array and put it behind the sandbags. Okay. Xiao Dai responded, picked up the box and spread her wings to fly over. In this way, the strike array was also hidden in the fog of war, and the defense of the territory was strengthened again. Luo Yu was satisfied and was ready to end his walk. As he was walking, Xiao Kong suddenly fell to the ground with a hum. Wu hum, Xiao Kong cried out in grievance. Luo Yu immediately went forward and picked her up. Just as he was about to complain, he found that half of the box was exposed on the ground, and the other half was still buried in the soil. You get Xiao Kong's treasure box *1, good guy. It turns out that it's not that he walks unsteadily, but that Xiao Kong is passively triggered and gives the box in various ways. After opening it, Luo Yu saw that there was a scroll lying inside, not other messy things, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. You get a scroll of changing weather in the territory, random, *1, huh? Is there such a thing? After reading the description, Luo Yu showed a smile on his face. This scroll can instantly change the weather in the territory. Whether it is windy, rainy, hail, lightning, or sunny, spring, flowers blooming, it is all random. As long as you are lucky enough, you can even get the blessing of harvest and holy light. Luo Yu didn't know why the blessing of harvest was included in the weather, and he didn't want to know. Anyway, it could be opened. He smiled lightly. This is a good thing. What if there is any extreme weather? If others have heat waves, he will make a fortune with hail. Thinking of this, he put away the scroll of weather changes, touched Xiao Kong's little face and said, "It's not a loss for us to fall this time. I will help you take a bath when we go back." Woo! Xiao Kong called sweetly and immediately hugged Luo Yu's arm.
What else can I say? Cute.
In the afternoon, Luo Yu went to make canned vegetables, and Xiao Dai's swimsuits were all finished. Luo Yu put them on the shelves together with the captives and various miscellaneous spoils, ready to make a big profit. He set the price of the swimsuit at 5,000 silver.
Luo Yu calculated this price.
The rich races who know how to enjoy don't care about the 5,000 silver, and the poor races won't buy it even if you bid 1,000.
Swimsuits are for designated groups of people.
World Channel, Human Race, Anonymous High.in swimsuits are now on sale.
Please check for detailed instructions. Summer is coming to an end, and there are not many opportunities to play in the water. Buy now.
Luo Yu didn't care after sending this message. Compared with the profit of swimsuits, he valued the captives more. The reason why he put the captives on the shelves so early was that he found that these 36 captives would eat about 3,000 silvers of his food every day.
Vegetables are expensive now.
It's not profitable to keep them and dig stones. I checked the market price of captives. Now it's near the end of the month, and captives are getting more expensive.
Many people buy captives to recruit them.
After recruiting, they will strengthen the strength of the territory and resist the attacks at the end of the month. At this stage, the price of captives has risen to 30,000, the same for men and women.
Luo Yu has seen the attributes of these captives. None of them have good personal characteristics.
It should be 30,000 per person, but Luo Yu put them on the shelves for 40,000 per person. Because after he refreshed the auction house several times, he found that the transactions of prisoners were very fast. Basically, they were bought up not long after they were put up.
This proves that the market demand is greater than the supply.
Luo Yu is not in a hurry to sell. He has a luxurious prison, so he doesn't have to worry about prisoners escaping like others. Sell slowly, and it will definitely be sold before the end of the month.
Even if it can't be sold, you can still have some boxing with the prisoners for entertainment. Luo Yu spent the whole afternoon making canned vegetables.
Now the price of canned vegetables has fallen a little, but it still remains above 1,000 silver.
It is very profitable. Who would complain that they have too much money?
In the evening, Luo Yu checked the silver. Today, he made a total of 270,000 by selling canned vegetables, various trophies, leather and other things.
He looked at the gold again.
It's a pity that he didn't dig much gold today. The mineral resources are really going to be exhausted this time.
It will definitely be gone tomorrow.
It is impossible to make so much gold by relying on minerals and PK in the arena to make money at the end of the month.
Alas, what are you keeping so much silver for? Spend it.
To build the electric shock tower, there is still a shortage of 14,000 gold. Luo Yu clicked on the auction house to check the current gold price, 1:150. In other words, it takes 2.1 million silver to buy all the gold.
Buy.
Luo Yu made up his mind and started to sweep all the gold reserves in the auction house.
It took only a moment to buy them all.
I have made a lot of money recently, but even so, after this wave of consumption, there are only 900,000 silver left. Electric shock tower, primary copper or *50,000, gold *50,000, silver *500,000. The gold is all there, but the copper ore is not yet there. Because everyone's mining level has risen, the prices of iron ore and copper ore in the auction house have fallen recently, and the ratio of copper ore is 1:10, 40,000 copper ore is missing, and 400,000 silver is needed.
Buy. Good man, the remaining 50W is exactly the basic construction fee. After all this consumption, the family is really out of money.
Money can always be earned, and the defense of the territory is the most important.
Luo Yu took a deep breath, calmed down and walked out of the room.
He decided to place the electric shock tower on the wing of the flower bed behind the villa. As for the 5-kilometer range radius, as long as it is placed at the center point, no matter which angle the attack comes from, the range can cover it. Before clicking OK, Luo Yu silently said in his heart, 100 times critical hit triggered. The electric energy strike tower you built has changed, upgraded from the original primary to the top electric energy strike tower, attack range 50,000 meters, including air, accuracy 100%, attack interval 5 seconds, power, instant kill below 500 physique, adjustable, each lightning release consumes energy, 100 lightning energy reserve. The light flashed in front of me, and the electric shock tower appeared. The top-level electric tower is similar to the electric tower in the previous game Red Alert, but it looks much more beautiful. After all, it is the top level, and in addition to copper, it also costs a lot of gold and silver. When I looked at the territory score, it increased by 2,000 points. This is a defensive weapon, and it has increased by so much points.
It's awesome.
Compared with the primary one, the range has increased by 10 times, the attack interval has decreased by 4 times, and the maximum instant kill power has reached less than 500 physical fitness, and it can also be adjusted. If Luo Yu likes a certain attacking unit, he can just manually adjust it to stun him.
Wonderful.
I finally built the electric shock tower, now I don't have to worry about attacks at the end of the month.
For the strike array and electric shock tower, all you have to do is sit there and watch, right?
In addition, this top-notch electric shock tower not only increases the score, but also increases the beauty, adding 20 points in one breath. The beauty of the territory has now reached 230 points.
Sure enough, a prompt came: when you look at the scenery, you are affected by the beauty of the territory, and your constitution +1, huh? Does it count as just standing here and looking at the scenery?
Luo Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, he felt indescribably comfortable. A big thing was done and all the family's money was spent.
Make money, make money.
Luo Yu kept up his efforts and ran to the kitchen to make canned vegetables. Just put it on the shelves right after you make it, without any hesitation. When I came out of the arena at night, I sold captives, canned vegetables, swimsuits, etc., and earned a total of 150,000 silver and 600 gold. Finally, he regained a little blood. The next few days were like the calm before the storm, always calm. Luo Yu sells swimsuits, cans, and captives, stores stones, competes in the arena at night, and lives a step-by-step life. During this period, the number of critical hits was that 2 swimsuits were critically hit, 1 was silver grade, 1 was gold grade, and a total of 48W silver was sold. Together with other bits and pieces sold there, the amount of silver in the territory returned to 97W. Of course, this is because canned vegetables are still at a high price, and captives are also expensive, so it is usually impossible to achieve this profit-making efficiency. Then there was a mining critical attack. This critical attack produced a lot of copper ore, and the copper ore resources in the territory were restored to 1W. However, after this critical attack, the ore veins were completely exhausted.
Now all units that can mine are working in the quarry.
A lot of stones were cut out, almost 10W. A critical attack is used to store special milk, which is a good thing. Every time the cow's condition is completely restored, Luo Yu will milk the cow with a critical attack and store the special milk.
This is a good thing.
Even if it is not used to attract monsters, drinking it by yourself can also add buffs. At present, he still has 1 critical hit that is useless, so he keeps it. There were still 3 days before the attack at the end of the month. In the early morning of this day, Luo Yu had just finished breakfast when the prompt suddenly appeared. Warning, ancient threats, some ancient spaceships have floated over this area.
The spaceships will randomly land in the territory of some trialists.
The ancient creatures sleeping in the spaceships are hostile units. After waking them up, they will attack where they are.
The territory of the tester. Tip: you can also choose not to wake them up, and the flying boat will park for 2.5 days and leave on its own.
Luo Yu was slightly startled when he saw the prompt. This time, a distant threat event occurred.
Judging from Tiandao's explanation, this kind of time is very dangerous.
I looked at the World Channel, and all of them were talking about ancient events.
It seems that everyone has the same incident this time.
Luo Yu was thinking about talking in the group when another prompt came.
Tip: an ancient spaceship is about to land in your territory.
It will inevitably land in a non-base core area, please be prepared. Holy shit!
A ship is coming to my territory.
After receiving the prompt, Luo Yu immediately ran out of the villa to observe. Good guy, a huge, tattered wooden boat slowly landed with a bang on a large open space to the west of the territory.
Luo Yu immediately ran over, and Xiao Jin and the other cuties also hurriedly followed.
Tip: if you approach the ancient flying boat within 30 meters, the ancient creature sleeping in the flying boat will be awakened. Luo Yu received the prompt before he even got close and stopped on the spot. Taking a closer look, the shabby airship in front of me was about 30 meters long.
It looked a bit eerie.
A stream of cold air was slowly emanating from the airship. Under the influence of this cold air, the surrounding vegetation was gradually changing.
Wither away.
Withered flying boat: the withered smell emitted by the flying boat will wither the vegetation and have no effect on humans and animals. There are unknown ancient creatures inside the flying boat. Luo Yu's heart sank as soon as he saw the introduction of this flying boat. This kind of flying boat is a type that cannot survive without fighting. The withered smell it emits will destroy your vegetable and cotton fields.
Luo Yu knows that the intensity of such special events is also linked to the score of the territory. If his territory has such a high score, God knows what is sleeping in it. Looking inside through the dilapidated deck, I found that the guy sleeping inside the cabin seemed to be quite big, but I couldn't see clearly what it was. It was hard to land in the west, where the defense was weakest. It was so uncomfortable. At this time, the regional channel had exploded, and some people's territories had also won the bid, and the flying boat fell directly on the head. Some of them were flying boats with no attributes, which was better, others were withered flying boats like Luo Yu, and even more uncomfortable were the spiritual flying boats. This flying boat will release psychic shockwaves every once in a while, causing a certain animal species around the territory to go crazy and then attack the territory. If by chance, there happens to be such an animal in your territory that has been swept away by the mental shock wave, then congratulations, you have completely hit the jackpot. Strong fortresses are often breached from within. On the regional channel, a man from the Aqua tribe said, "Fuck, the flying boat that fell at my house released a psychic shock wave, and all the dogs went crazy. It's over. My 12 dogs are going crazy. Oh my god, don't bite me. A certain XX, if you eat dog meat at night, remember to leave some for me. A certain XXX, brother, don't say anything else. Have a good trip. I hope there are no flying boats and dogs in heaven." Everyone congratulated the unfortunate guy one after another, and at this moment, someone in the group also spoke. "Nuker, oh. A big flying boat has also arrived in my territory. It's just without attributes." After saying that, he also came with a screenshot. Luo Yu took a look and saw that the size of the flying boat was the same as his own, but it had no attributes and was not a threat. He could just wait for a while and it would fly away on its own. Fang Yameng, it's okay, no one in our group will get into trouble. Alice, please goddess of light bless my friends. Elena, I think this is an opportunity to activate the flying boat and get the equipment to kill the boss. Luo Yu, what do you think? Luo Yu also uploaded a screenshot of his own flying boat. My damn flying boat is a withered flying boat. The plants at home are going to be in trouble. The girls were immediately worried, and Nyoda said on the spot, "Boss, I have also activated visitor technology, and I am here to help you." Fang Yameng, I'm coming too. Nakor, Luo Yu's territory score is ridiculously high. We have to pay a lot of money to go to his territory. Alice, don't worry about that. Are you going to Luo Yu's territory? Luo Yu, don't be nervous. Don't you know my strength? I can handle it myself. Listen to me, I think this is an opportunity. Ancient creatures will definitely produce good things. Those of you who haven't registered as mercenaries should register. There will definitely be a lot of business this time. Let's go on missions as a team to make money. Okay. Fang Yameng, we believe in you, but Luo Yu, you have to trust us too. If you can't stand it, you must tell us at any time. We are a group. No matter how much money you pay, you won't get into trouble. Nakor, Luo Yu, don't get into trouble. Luo Yu knew that everyone was sincere. He smiled lightly and replied, "Don't worry, I'll try the water first to see what this ancient creature is capable of." After ending the team call, Luo Yu began to ponder whether to move all the crossbows in the strike formation here. Beside him, Xiao Jin whispered, "Master, I sense a hint of danger. The monster sleeping inside should be quite powerful. Don't be careless." Luo Yu nodded carefully after hearing this. Even the proud Xiao Jin said that the monster inside was powerful. It seemed that it was really powerful. After thinking for a while, Luo Yu decided to spend some money. The maximum distance of monster sensing was 30 meters. Luo Yu began to build a wall around the ancient flying boat with a limit of 50 meters. First, surround it and install crossbows on it, which can at least block the monster for a while. I have an electric shock tower, which shoots lightning every 5 seconds. If I can block it for a while, I can shock it a few more times. I looked at the lightning reserve, lightning storage box, 1800/50,000. With the current lightning reserve, the electric shock tower can be used 18 times, which Luo Yu thinks should be enough. Build it. After a while, a circle of intermediate walls with automatic crossbows on it, the first layer of defense equipment was built. Luo Yu spent a little more money to build a watchtower. He put 50 javelins in the bracelet and climbed the watchtower. Around them, there were 3 little cuties. Xiao Dai was a little nervous, while Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin were excited. Although they were cute, they actually liked fighting. Luo Yu said in a deep voice, "Get ready. Xiao Jin, use your skills immediately." Oh. The hunting time has begun.
Xiao Jin was even more excited, and the next moment, Luo Yu held a javelin and threw it hard at the ancient flying boat.
The javelin spun and blasted at the flying boat. This time, it was so powerful that it directly penetrated the hull.
Tip: your behavior awakened the creatures sleeping in the ancient flying boat. There was a terrible roar coming from the flying boat, as if some ferocious creature was about to be born. Boom! With a bang, the deck of the flying boat exploded, and a giant jumped out of it. Roar! The giant let out a long roar to the sky, which could be said to be 100 miles away. This was a male giant wearing animal skins and holding a stone stick. He was over 7 meters tall, with strong muscles and a scruffy beard, and looked very fierce. Titan Giant, ancient race unknown information. The Titan Giant's eyes looked at Luo Yu on the observation deck 50 meters away, and his huge eyes were full of murderous ferocity.
These eyes really made Luo Yu feel cold. That day, humans remembered the fear of being dominated by giants again.
Such a line popped up in his mind. The automatic weapons in the territory responded immediately, and the first to attack was the lightning tower.
Ziz!
A blue lightning bolt struck out from the orb on the top of the lightning tower, and exploded on the Titan Giant's body with a bang, blowing a bloody hole in his chest on the spot. The speed of the lightning was too fast, and there was no way to hide. Roar! The Titan Giant, who had just awakened, was severely injured, and the bloody hole in his chest continued to bleed, and his huge body began to retreat. At the same time, the crossbows installed on the wall fired one after another, and the arrows shot at the Titan Giant and pierced into the flesh. Although it was scraping, so many arrows scraping together still had some power. Ah! Xiao Jin's tiger roar came out, and the tiger roared in the forest. The Titan looked at Xiao Jin on the watchtower, and seemed to be a little afraid. Hint: the tiger roar skill takes effect, making all the opponent's attributes point 10%, the prompt appeared, but Luo Yu frowned. Although it worked, he did not fall into a state of panic, and only reduced the opponent's attributes by 10%. Xiao Jin was still in his infancy and could not exert his full power. Roar! The ancient giant also roared, pulled out a few crossbows from his body, and rushed directly to the wall beside him.
Bang! With a loud bang, a large area of cracks appeared on the wall that was hit.
Wall destroyed, current durability, 30%, 70% of the durability was knocked off in one go. Luo Yu chose to repair the wall immediately, and the durability of the wall began to recover immediately. The next moment, he shot out another javelin in his hand. Swoosh! The spinning javelin was extremely fast, aiming directly at the giant's throat. The giant seemed to know that this javelin was powerful, and no longer accumulated power to hit the wall, but swept the stone stick in his hand horizontally, accurately smashing the javelin out. With this move, the agility value is definitely higher than Luo Yu.
This is a flexible giant.
However, although this time it did not hit, it also prevented the giant from destroying the wall immediately, allowing the durability of the wall to be restored a little, which is valuable.
Ziz! The electric shock tower released another lightning, accurately hitting one of the giant's arms. Bang!
A cloud of blood mist exploded, and the giant's arm was blown into a bloody mess by the terrible electric arc.
The top-level electric shock tower, with a 5-second attack interval, can instantly kill creatures with a physical fitness below 500. The giant was hit twice in a row and was seriously injured.
The giant roared in pain and hit the wall with the stone stick in his other hand. Boom! This furious blow directly collapsed the wall, but before the giant stepped out of the wall, Luo Yu's javelin shot out again. This time, it was thrown while the giant was exerting force.
The giant had no time to resist.
The javelin pierced the giant's neck fiercely, and a ball of blood spurted out of his neck on the spot.
The giant roared in pain and pulled the javelin from his neck violently.
Blood flowed, but he did not fall down.
The look he looked at Luo Yu was even more hateful. This giant has such a strong physique.
Swoosh, 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 the automatic crossbows on the wall were still shooting, and a large number of arrows pierced the giant's body.
Although they did not cause much damage, they made him bleed profusely. The giant was covered with wounds and looked extremely embarrassed.
Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept out. The giant had just stepped out of the wall and smelled the fragrant breeze, and almost staggered and could not stand firmly. Charm skill takes effect, power is reduced, reducing the opponent's action power by 5%, like the tiger roar. Although it cannot be fully effective, it still reduces the opponent's ability value. The giant was charmed for a while, and after standing firm, he instinctively looked at Xiao Dai, with a trace of desire in his eyes, but a stone that shot away hit the giant's eyeball fiercely. Roar! The giant roared wildly in pain and instinctively covered his left eye, but blood still remained.
This was shot in the eye by Xiao Kong's slingshot.
After Xiao Kong evolved, the range and power of her slingshot increased a lot. Her stones were used to hit the soft parts of people, especially the round things, which were her primary targets.
For example, eyes, or something else. Ziz. After one wave of attacks came another, the electric tower was ready for cooling, and another lightning bolt struck the giant. Bang! This one hit the giant's already injured chest, and it blew it apart.
Under such a blow, the giant fell to his knees with a bang, and let out a desperate roar. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
The automatic crossbow was still firing arrows crazily.
The giant supported himself on the ground with stone pillars, and blood kept dripping from his body.
He was seriously injured.
After maintaining this posture for 5 seconds, the electric shock tower fired again.
This lightning directly blew his head, and the giant's entire head was blown into a bloody mess.
Then there was smoke and it was scorched.
Boom! The huge body fell to the ground with a bang and could not get up again.
From the time the giant jumped out of the deck to the moment he fell to the ground with a bang, it took no more than 20 seconds.
The top electric shock tower was too powerful. Who could withstand it? Seeing that the giant had not completely died, Luo Yu turned off the automatic attack function of the electric shock tower, and continued to operate to turn off the automatic crossbow. He jumped off the watchtower, holding the Yang double swords, and slowly walked towards the giant. The giant was dying, and looked at Luo Yu, Xiao Jin and others who were walking slowly with despair. When he got close, Luo Yu tentatively released the taming technique.
Hint: ancient creatures cannot be tamed by taming. It's not that they can't be tamed, but they can't be tamed by taming. Luo Yu doesn't know the specific method, and it's unclear whether this function is open.
Looking at the dying giant, Luo Yu said calmly, "Can you speak? Any last words?"
The giant opened his mouth, and his weak voice sounded, "The great
God will punish you, Before he finished speaking, Luo Yu stabbed the knife directly into the giant's charred head and killed him on the spot. Are you going to say something harsh again?
There is no difference between saying such last words and not saying them, so don't listen to them.
Congratulations on killing the ancient Titan giant."
The prompt appeared, and then the giant's body slowly dissipated.
These ancient creatures will not leave corpses after death.
But in a moment, the giant's body completely disappeared, leaving only a huge stone stick and the huge animal skin clothes. Luo Yu pulled the fur coat aside, and there were many boxes under the coat.
"Shipping," Luo Yu hurriedly said in his heart.
100 times critical hit triggered. One of the rewards has a critical hit, and the effect is increased by 100 times. I thought all the rewards were critical hits.
Luo Yu was greedy at the moment. "I checked the harvest, not bad.
You get silver * 200,000, you get territory core, 10%, *1, you get martial arts, body skills Xiaoyayu * 1, you get flying boat energy core *1, you get props, tracking chestnuts *10, you get personal characteristic scroll *1, first of all, the territory core, this giant actually gave a territory core, and it is 10%. In the eyes of Luo Yu, who can consume all the territory resources every month, the territory core is the most valuable thing, nothing else.
Use it on the spot.
You use the territory core, the territory area increases, current territory resources, 156%, mineral resources, 161%, Luo Yu only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the area of the entire territory expanded again. The area is large, and the area of the future construction area and planting area will also be larger. However, if the attack array is used, a new death corridor must be arranged, and the air wall at the edge of the territory must be close again. These are what he had calculated before. Xiaoyayu body skill, increase the chance of evasion after practice, no need to hesitate, use it directly. You have learned Xiaoyayu body skill, current body skill, first level. This is Luo Yu's second martial art. The body skill is very good. The body shape becomes agile and becomes a miss monster, an all-round warrior. After learning the body skill, he looked at the flying boat energy core.
This is a square crystal with various runes engraved on it.
It is very beautiful. Flying boat energy core, stable output of 1000 units of energy per day, and the output energy can be converted into any form of energy unit, wonderful. Luo Yu finally understood why the ancient flying boat could fly and fly for so long. It turned out to be because of this energy core.
It outputs 1000 units of energy stably every day.
At present, the thermal energy in the territory is sufficient, but the thunder energy is very scarce. When the time comes, a pipe will be connected to the thunder storage box and it will be done.
If other element energy systems are unlocked in the future, they can still be converted. Strong. Luo Yu thinks this core is powerful. He looked at the tracking hairy chestnut again. This strange prop looks a bit like a lychee, the size of a ping-pong ball, and is a kind of automatic attack hidden weapon. Tracking hairy chestnut, a one-time prop. After using it on the target, it is likely to stun the target. Good stuff. In the future, if there are beast girls or other people or animals you like entering the territory, use it directly. After knocking them out, tame them or imprison them. Not bad, I'll take it. Putting the hairy chestnut into the storage bracelet, Luo Yu looked at the last scroll that exploded. Personal attribute scroll, hero, legendary personal attribute, above diamond is grandmaster, above grandmaster is king, above king is legend, above legend is epic, and he actually produced a legendary personal attribute. This critical hit was a bit fierce. No, too fierce. Heroic characteristics, 1-star maximum comfort temperature plus 10, minimum comfort temperature 0.10, global working speed plus 20%, global success rate plus 20%, personal beauty plus 10, global attack speed plus 20%. Looking at the introduction of this personal characteristic, Luo Yu was stunned. This characteristic can only be summarized in one word, that is, strong. Is it so strong with only 1 star? The heat wave has been experienced, and the importance of the upper and lower limits of the comfortable temperature is self-evident. The key is that this is not added by equipment, but directly improved by the body. Such enhancement is more precious. Increasing working speed and success rate are also very powerful. I won't mention the beauty. The most powerful is the attack speed. All abilities in the world of Tiandao can be displayed in a digital form. With the same level of martial arts and the same strength, others can cut 1 knife, while Luo Yu can cut 1.2 knives. Others shoot 1 arrow, while Luo Yu can shoot 1.2 arrows. Everyone who plays games knows that attack speed is very important for ADC, and warriors also rely on attack speed. Luo Yu had never heard of anything that could increase attack speed, but today he saw it. Invincible. This feature is simply invincible. Luo Yu chose to use it on the spot, and his whole body was shining. He could feel that he was strengthened by a mysterious force. He wanted to upgrade the feature with silver, but was prompted that to upgrade personal features above diamond level, he needed to buy special upgrade coupons in the mall. What kind of online game routine is this? Tiandao is also an old operator, Luo Yu complained in his heart, opened the mall, and after searching for a while, his eyes almost popped out. Legendary characteristic upgrade scroll, 10 million silver? 10 million. Luo Yu closed the mall on the spot. 8 digits, what kind of cosmic joke are you kidding? No money. We don't do these bells and whistles. After studying everything that exploded, Luo Yu looked at the stone stick left by the giant. Compressed stone stick, composed of compressed stones, which can be purchased in the system mall to restore the decompressed spiritual liquid, huh? Luo Yu's eyes showed curiosity when he saw the introduction. Judging from the description, this compressed stone stick was obviously not for trialists. After he clicked on the system mall, he spent 2,000 silver to buy the decompressed spiritual fluid. There was only a drop of spiritual liquid in a small bottle. After Luo Yu dropped the spiritual liquid on the stick in front of him immediately lit up and began to expand slowly. Seeing this, Luo Yu hurriedly backed away. After waiting for a moment, the iron rod expanded 20 or 30 times in size and turned into a giant rod that could hold up the sky. Compressed stone sticks have been restored to granite sticks. Looking at the giant stick in front of him, Luo Yu suddenly realized that this is what the stick originally looked like. It was compressed by the mysterious ancient power into a form that is convenient for giants to use. Its density and power have increased. Now after being decompressed, it has restored its original appearance. I'm afraid this stick can cut out more than 10 or 200,000 stone bricks, right? Luo Yu handed the Tiangong knife to Xiao Jin beside him and said, Xiao Jin, if you have time, make 2 cuts. Let's try to cut this stick into bricks before the end of the month. Xiao Jin nodded seriously and said, Master, you don't need to end the month, I can cut it in 2 days. Luo Yu smiled and nodded, looking at the large piece of animal skin clothing. Sure enough, it is also made of compressed material. After decompressing it with spiritual fluid, it simply formed a roll of leopard skin, a total of 50,000 units of leopard skin, and it was said to be brand new leopard skin. These leopard skins can be used to lay carpets, make sofas, etc. to increase comfort and beauty. This wave of thieves is comfortable. What a good man. The Titans are such a good guy. A moment later, Luo Yu held two swords and walked into the ancient flying boat with three little cuties. The flying boat was much cleaner than expected, and there were no other creatures. Luo Yu found that there were some simple furniture and other things in the flying boat, but the reminder was that they were ancient items, and placing them in the territory would reduce their appearance. The entire airship and all furniture are made of compressed materials and can be decomposed. After Luo Yu left the flying boat, he decisively bought 10 bottles of spiritual liquid and dropped them all on the flying boat. Immediately, the light in front of his eyes began to flicker. In the blink of an eye, the flying boat disappeared, replaced by a lot of raw materials. Timber *200000 iron *50,000 copper *30,000 silver *10,000 jade *5,000 gold *3,000 platinum *50 good guy, this wave of blood has been earned. Especially for wood, because the trees in most people's territories have been cut down, the price has now skyrocketed, reaching 1:5. 20 W of wood is equal to 100 W of silver. It turns out that the flying boat itself is a huge wealth. Awesome! The ancient events are amazing. Tip: you decompose the ancient spaceship, the event is over, and you receive the battle reward, free attribute points plus 10, yo. 10 attributes. It's more than what the raid on extremely hard difficulty gives you. In fact, this should be the case. First, Luo Yu's territory score is higher. Second, the Titans are actually very powerful. If it weren't for the Lightning Strike Tower, we would have to pay a lot of money to deal with them. With 10 attributes, Luo Yu added 4 strength, 3 constitution, and 3 agility. Looking at the panel, we can see that there have been a lot of changes recently. Number: Earthsia Kingdom 23333 base score, 26,000 points health value, 113 points, currently 74 points entertainment value, 120 points aesthetics, 240 strength, 119 constitution, 115 agility, 122 personal characteristics, hero, legendary, 1 star, movement encouragement, 1 star, handsome, 1 star. Martial arts, Xiaoyu. Luo Yu was satisfied with his increased strength. He ordered the elephants and other animals to come over and move all the resources back to the warehouse, while he watched the World Channel. Sure enough, World Channel is seriously polarized. Some people felt that they were unlucky enough to have crashed into an ancient spaceship, and some of those who did not have a spaceship in their territory also felt that they were also unlucky and had missed out on such a good thing. After checking the team channel, everyone was waiting for news that Luo Yu was safe and sound. Luo Yu, I've done it. There's just a gap in the wall. There's no other loss. Fong Yameng, great. Nuker, I knew you would be safe. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Luo Yu smiled and said, good luck, he was killed by my defense facilities. By the way, the things from the ancient flying boat are pretty good. Do we want to gather in the territory? Fong Yameng, okay. Let's gather for a group fight. A moment later, Naker's territory. Outside the walls of her base, an ancient flying boat was lying peacefully on the grassland. Everyone was there now, watching from a distance. Luo Yu said, if you get within 30 meters of the flying boat, the ancient creatures will be awakened. We don't know what is sleeping inside yet. To be on the safe side, let's build a wall first. Korra, do you have enough bricks? Yes. Korra nodded vigorously and said, I was thinking of building a warehouse, so I should have enough bricks. Luo Yu smiled and nodded, use the spaceship as the center of the circle, and build a wall with a radius of 40 meters. Just tear it down after defeating the boss, the loss of bricks will not be big. Korra did it immediately, and the wall was built in a moment. Everyone climbed up the wall, and Luo Yu said seriously, we will stand separately at that time, and all use bows and arrows to shoot. Whether it will be close combat or something else in the future depends on the specific situation. With this tactic, everyone will stand separately. The people in the small group followed Luo Yu's command and began to stand separately. Luo Yu held a spear in his hand and looked at all directions of the wall. After seeing the team members nod, he shouted, 3, 2, 1. Let's fight. After the voice fell, the javelin in Luo Yu's hand shot out directly and pierced into the flying boat fiercely. Roar! A loud roar sounded, and then the deck exploded, and a huge body appeared. Reminder, your team has activated the ancient creature, Asper Worm. What appeared in front of me was a huge black caterpillar, with a huge mouthpart at the front. The caterpillar is about 3 to 4 meters long and as thick as a water tank. It looks quite ferocious. As soon as the strange insect appeared, it opened its mouth and sprayed out a stream of green liquid, hitting Luo Yu directly.
Luo Yu reacted very quickly and jumped away immediately, shouting at the same time, "The strange bug will spray venom, attack immediately." Swish swish swish.
The bows and arrows in everyone's hands began to shoot. Fang Yamon, Nakur, and Nyoda had limited shooting levels. They were powerful but not accurate. The two ADCs Elena and Alice had excellent bow power and accuracy. With two pops, two arrows pierced into the body of the strange insect, causing its body to burst with green plasma. At the same time, the Luo Yu people who had dodged had not yet stood firm, but a javelin was shot out. Puff! With a muffled sound, the javelin directly penetrated the body of the strange insect and pinned it to the ground. But the strange insect twisted its body and broke the javelin. It didn't care about the wounds on its body and opened its mouth to spit out green venom. The target is still Luo Yu. Obviously, it also knows that Luo Yu is the biggest threat here. Luo Yu hurriedly dodged, but he didn't expect that the strange insect sprayed venom very quickly, with continuous chunks. Luo Yu's agility came into play at this time, and he dodged all of them continuously, but for a while he didn't have the time to throw the javelin. It's just that the monster is dealing crazy damage to Luo Yu, and other team members are also dealing crazy damage to it, especially the two archers. The monster is a living target. The arrow shot out, and blood mist continued to erupt from the monster's body. It finally couldn't bear it anymore, and turned around and opened its mouth to spit out venom at Elena, who was the most powerful. In terms of combat power alone, Elena is second only to Luo Yu in the team, and her agility is also 100 points. Elena turned sideways to avoid the venom, and Luo Yu said loudly, "Whoever the monster is targeting, jump off the wall to avoid it temporarily, and then come up and shoot after it targets someone else." It was not difficult to get up and down the fence with 100 points of agility. Everyone followed suit. For a while, the venom of the strange insects could only be sprayed on the fence to corrode the stone bricks, but it could not hurt anyone at all. With this method, even the most agile Nyoda in the team will not be injured. Speaking of which, Nyoda got 17W silver for no reason before, so he gave himself a boost of attributes. Now his attributes have improved in all aspects, and he looks a bit like a tank. Finally, I can keep up with the big army a little bit. After dodging shots like this 3 or 5 times, the monster insect was covered with wounds, but its agility seemed to be limited and it had no ability to jump out of the wall. At a certain moment, Luo Yu saw the right moment and threw the javelin in his hand hard, directly hitting the monster insect's open mouth. Puff! Green blood splashed, and the strange insect whined in pain, then stiffened and fell to the ground. Tip: your team killed the Aspire worm, kill him now? Luo Yu was slightly stunned, he didn't expect it to be so easy. Then I thought about it, the score of Core's territory was only 3,000, and I was almost 30,000. The difference was 10 times, and the intensity of the incident would naturally be much different, so I was able to defeat it easily. The corpses of the strange insects in front of her began to dissipate, Naker cheered, and the girls all had beautiful smiles on their faces. A moment later, in the kitchen of Nakir's base, everyone was busy cooking, preparing to have a meal together to celebrate and discuss the spoils of war. Fang Yuming handed a tomato to Luo Yu and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that you could get so many supplies by decompressing the spacecraft. Is this a welfare incident before the attack at the end of the month?" Luo Yu took the tomatoes and started cutting them. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the main reason is that we are too strong. If it were anyone else, this bug would not be easy to deal with." Nakir added firewood to the stove and giggled, "It must be strong. I feel like I am getting better and better. Oh, Captain, let's distribute the spoils quickly." Luo Yu looked at everyone and saw that everyone looked expectant. He smiled lightly and said, "In this way, we will share all the raw materials of wood and iron or decomposed equally. A territory core with 5% resources should be left to core. After all, this is an incident in her territory." Everyone nodded in agreement. Luo Yu continued, "I will use the shared technology scroll that was released. Sterile technology is still somewhat important. We won't sell it. We don't lack the money." "Agree." Elena said, "These technological scrolls are often not available for purchase with silver." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Luo Yu directly chose to use the shared scroll. You use the shared technology scroll to unlock technology, sterile technology. Seeing the system prompts, Luo Yu showed a faint smile in his eyes. He was ready to unlock the sterile technology before, but got stuck on the purifying water prop. Now the scroll comes out directly. He is very happy. When you go back, you can build a medicine workbench, and then you can build a hospital. These prerequisites are all sterile technology.
Everyone also had smiles on their faces.
Luo Yu said, "We are very lucky.
We also have a low-level shared technology scroll.
Do you have any basic technology to share?"
Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Low-level basic technologies were actually easy to unlock, and there was nothing to share.
Luo Yu asked curiously, "Have all your sewing table technologies been unlocked?" "I do, how about sharing this?"
"Good."
Fang Yameng chuckled and said, "It just so happens that the cotton in the territory has matured, and autumn is coming. We can consider making a wave of clothes." Everyone had no objection.
After agreeing, Luo Yu shared his sewing table technology. You shared the technology and started to randomly inherit various abilities from team members. You inherited the taming experience from Fang Yameng, and the taming level was upgraded to LV10. You failed to inherit Alice's ability. You inherited, because the number of critical hits was used up. The shared inheritance this time was the original version. I inherited some experience from Yameng, upgraded the taming level, and inherited 2 points of physique from Nyoda.
These attribute points and experience points are equivalent to free, which is good.
In this way, everything was distributed.
Nakor asked curiously, "It reminds me to solve the incident and give 2 free attributes. What should I choose?"
"Agility." Everyone almost said in unison. Luo Yu smiled and said, "As an assassin, your 100 points of strength are enough for the time being. First click on agility."
"Oh." Nakor obediently clicked on agility. After a while, everyone at the table looked at Luo Yu in surprise. Fang Yameng said in surprise, "Luo Yu, your cooking skills, were you a chef before?"
Seeing everyone looking at him like this, Luo Yu laughed and said, "Your cooking skills have improved."
"You like it? I'll make more next time."
I love it very much."
Nyoda was wolfing down a chicken leg, and the girls all chuckled. After chatting for a while, Luo Yu smiled and said, "Let's get to the point. Have you unlocked the mercenary technology?"
"Yes, we had planned it before.
This time, we will go out on mercenary missions as a team to fight the boss."
During this period, everyone has been in the arena, and with the previous defeat of the Golden Lion team, the experience has skyrocketed, and they have all been upgraded to the Black Iron level.
Black Iron level allows you to be a mercenary.
Now the world is asking the mercenary group to help solve the boss at home, and Luo Yu and others are naturally unwilling to miss this opportunity. After asking, everyone has unlocked the mercenary technology, even Nyoda has unlocked it. After all, people's mining level has risen, and crystal stones are not so rare.
Now there are not many organized mercenary teams like Luo Yu and his team.
Once they go to the mercenary square, they will definitely be robbed. Even if they make excessive demands, I am afraid that someone will agree.
Luo Yu smiled and said, "What do you think is the appropriate reward for our mercenary mission?"
Fang Yameng, "Money.
A lot of money."
"Elena, there are 6 of us in total, so we should ask him for 60,000 silvers, right?"
Nakor said,
"No, there are so few mercenaries now, we have to ask him for at least 120,000.
Alice, Luo Yu, what do you think?
Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Luo Yu smiled and said, "Those who can pay so much money have some strength, and people may not be willing to hire mercenaries.
Those who are not strong can't pay so much money. My suggestion is free."
"Ha?"
Everyone looked at Luo Yu one by one, and Nyoda laughed dryly and said, "Boss, is this free? Let's discuss it again."
Luo Yu laughed and said, "Our mercenary group label says that it will help solve the ancient threat for free, but all the income from the ancient flying boat will belong to us." When this was said, everyone was stunned at first, and then they all reacted.
Fang Yameng chuckled and said, "Smart. The profit of the flying boat is far greater than silver."
"Agree." Nakara immediately raised her hand, and Alice and others also smiled.
"Alice, Luo Yu, you are the captain, you set it up." Luo Yu smiled and nodded.
After clicking on the mercenary square, he first registered the mercenary group and then filled in the mercenary information. Yuling Xiaozhu Mercenary Group, free help to solve the ancient flying boat in the territory, all the profits belong to this mercenary group, click if you are willing. As soon as the mercenary group information was posted on the wall, business came immediately. Everyone received a prompt. Someone signed an agreement to hire your mercenary group and is waiting for the leader to confirm.
Everyone looked at Luo Yu, and Luo Yu smiled and said, "Are you full? Let's go? Everyone, let's go."
After the selection was confirmed, a light gate appeared in front of everyone. Luo Yu led the way in, and Nyoda immediately followed. The girls held hands and stepped into the light gate together. This was their first collective mission, and a great mercenary group was born. When they came out of the light gate, a man from the Black Wolf tribe stood in front of them to greet them. He was not surprised at why there were so many beauties in the Yuling Xiaozhu mercenary group. At this moment, he said anxiously, "Dear bosses, my territory is a withered flying boat. If the withered breath spreads, my vegetable garden will be ruined. Please help me." Luo Yu looked at the territory and found that there was a wall, which was good. He smiled lightly and said, "Don't panic, since we are here, we will naturally solve it. But we will guide the monsters to the wall to make it easier to kill them, and may destroy your wall. Is there any problem?" At this point, what else can there be? The man nodded repeatedly. A moment later, Luo Yu and others stood in various directions of the wall, but saw Luo Yu throwing a javelin. Although the distance was a bit far, the javelin still hit the ancient flying boat. Ancient creatures awakened, a giant spider appeared in this territory, and it ran straight to the wall as soon as it appeared. It ran a short distance before a spear pierced its body, and then an arrow pierced its epidermis. The spider began to spurt blood, and it looked like this spider was worse than the strange insects in Nakir's territory. Kir's territory score was naturally not comparable to Luo Yu's, but it was still much stronger than ordinary trialists. This giant spider was a bit difficult to defend alone, but it was not good enough in front of the mercenary group. Luo Yu thought this was an opportunity to practice coordination ability, increase combat experience and courage in actual combat. He shouted, "Yumeng, Kir, Nyoda, the four of us go up and fight, and Elena and Alice will cover us with bows and arrows." Hearing Luo Yu's words, the three of them immediately went down the wall together. Luo Yu was not holding the Ye-Yang double swords, but an ordinary long sword. He was the most agile and rushed to the front and chopped the spider, cutting off one of its legs. Then, Kor, Yumeng and Nyoda all launched attacks. 10 minutes later, the giant spider let out a desperate hiss and fell to the ground, indicating death. The battle is over, you get a reward from this battle, attribute point +1, give 1 attribute point, Luo Yu points to physical fitness, Yumeng and the others also +1 attribute, it's better to have it than not. The Black Wolf Tribe's trialists breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the spider was dead, and thanked Luo Yu and others repeatedly. Luo Yu, on behalf of the mercenary group, said a few polite words to him, and then he began to collect spoils and disassemble the ancient flying boat. The 2 fangs given by the spider were good, and there were also many other odds and ends. After the mission was over, according to the agreement, all the spoils would follow Luo Yu and others back to the place where they triggered it, which was Kor's territory. For a while, a lot of spoils were piled up in Kor's territory, and according to the previous agreement, everyone shared them equally. This time, 5% of the territory core was given to Luo Yu, and the 200 power flying boat energy core was given to Alice. It's not that everyone will have a share in the future after this mission, so everyone is happy. After Luo Yu used the territory core, he looked at the data and found that the fertility and other resources reached 161%, the mine cave 166%, and now the Orvain has recovered to 15% of the resources. It's time to mine again. In fact, this mission took less than an hour before and after, and everyone thought they should continue to work hard. Luo Yu also hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to earn more. There were a lot of resources after the ancient flying boat was unpacked. Even if 6 people shared it equally, it would be a huge sum of money. Actually, if he brought all the animals in the territory, he could fight the ancient creatures alone, but to accept this kind of ancient mission alone, he needed a silver dot level mercenary or above. Now the highest level in the entire Tiandao world is bronze. It's a good opportunity to make money with everyone, so why not? Everyone just drank a glass of water, and another business came. Luo Yu stood up and said, "Let's go." Oh. Everyone walked into the light gate excitedly. That day, everyone went on a mission together and returned home at 9 o'clock in the evening. A total of 6 mercenary missions were completed. After using the diamond showerhead at night, Luo Yu's fatigue was swept away in the bathtub, and he felt comfortable all over. Tip: you get +1 strength when taking a bath. By the way, there are still 5 attributes that haven't been added. This time Luo Yu directly added 5 attributes to the Constitution, so that the Constitution is also 120 points. All 3 attributes are over 120, which looks comfortable. After these mercenary missions, although the team occupied all the resources of the ancient spaceship, there was actually no special technology or props worth paying attention to, and the things that were exploded were far inferior to those in their own territory. Others' territories are rated too low, and the intensity of the attack is unbearable to watch. On the contrary, a lot of various resources were obtained. To be honest, the ancient flying boat itself is the biggest benefit, and various types of wood and iron ore are too important for the construction of the base. At present, Luo Yu is too lazy to count, because the ancient flying boat will exist for 3.5 days, and everyone has agreed to go out for mercenary missions in the next 3 days.
We will count together when the time comes. The group is quite quiet now. It seems that everyone is tired.
Not everyone can take a bath and wash their hair like Luo Yu to get rid of fatigue.
Taking advantage of this time, he entered the arena to earn gold.
In one night, he let elephants, rhinos and other animals go into battle together to beat up other trial participants, and earned another 500 gold.
It is said that there are really many gamblers. There are always people who do not believe in evil and enter his gold field. It is simply giving money.
After that, for 3 consecutive days, they have been doing mercenary missions, and everyone is working non-stop. In 4 days, 25 tasks were completed successfully, and no one was injured. Everyone has accumulated valuable practical experience in these few days, fully honed their skills, gained a lot of attribute points, and countless materials. It can be said that it was a great harvest. After taking a shower at night, Luo Yu lay on the bed and opened the warehouse to summarize it.
Silver, 148,9032 timber, 380000 iron ore, 120,000 stone bricks, 907000 copper ore, 80,000 jade, 70,000 gold, 8,000 platinum, 1150 diamond, 0 fur cloth, 8W. These few days can be said to be a huge profit.
All kinds of resources in the territory are very abundant. Because the ore veins have increased, Xiao Jin is busy cutting all kinds of stones produced by the ore veins. The big stone pillar has not been cut yet. Don't worry about stone bricks, you can consider construction.
There are also 18 free attributes.
Luo Yu has 6 points for each attribute. After a series of operations, the panel changes as follows. Number, Earthsia Country 23333 base score, 26,200 points. Hygiene value, 113 points, currently 90 points. Entertainment value, 120 points. Aesthetics, 240 strength, 126 constitution, 126 agility, 128.
Luo Yu yawned and thought to himself, I will build a bedside table tomorrow.
Thinking of this, he slowly fell asleep.
Boom! A thunderbolt woke Luo Yu up in the middle of the night.
It was raining heavily in the sky. Luo Yu just walked to the balcony to observe, and suddenly a thunderbolt fell directly on the lightning rod in the warehouse. A look at the thunderbolt box directly increased the thunderbolt reserve by 2,000.
Luo Yu showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth.
If he wanted to store thunderbolt quickly, he had to be struck by thunder directly.
Hint, you watch the thunderstorm, affected by the beauty, and gain agility +1.
Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, reminded himself to prepare for the change of seasons, then went to bed, hugged Xiao Kong, and slowly fell asleep. In the early morning, the sun shone through the curtains into the room.
Luo Yu, who woke up, felt a little cool, and autumn was just around the corner.
Hint, you get a buff through sleep. Cost calculation, you save 10% of the cost when building items, shopping in the system mall, etc.
What a buff! The buff given every morning will make Luo Yu happy.
After breakfast, Luo Yu walked to his room. According to the plan, he would improve the decoration of the villa today. The first is the bedside table. Luxurious bedside table, building materials 500, gold 200, silver *1000. The building material is directly jade. Click to build. Affected by the cost calculation buff, the construction cost is saved by 10%. Luo Yu saw the opportunity and silently said a sentence in his heart. 100x critical hit trigger, changes to the luxurious bedside table you built. Colorful Lucky Cloud Jade luxurious bedside table, diamond level beauty +10, comfort increased, entertainment value +1, hygiene value +1 when connected to a bed, increase rest efficiency by 10%, positive buff acquisition probability +10%. Wow, it is directly matched with the big bed, both are diamond level. Looking at the colorful bedside table in front of him, Luo Yu felt the luxury and extravagance. This is called a room. Affected by the beauty, you gain physical strength +1, the attributes are added randomly again. Luo Yu had considered it before. In addition to the bedside table, he also needs to build a dressing table. The dressing table is for girls. There are 3 little cuties sleeping together in the room. Let them dress up every day after getting up, which will increase the beauty. The beauty is the attribute value.
No problem, it was used for a critical hit.
7. Color Auspicious Cloud Jade Luxury Dressing Table, Diamond Level Beauty +15, Increased Comfort, Entertainment Value +5, Hygiene Value +3. There is a high probability of getting a beauty increase buff when dressing up. What appeared in front of him was a very beautiful dressing table, white jade and gold decoration, with a large mirror, and various rouge and powder on the dressing table, all of which are female products. Luo Yu called the three little cuties over. Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin didn't feel much about the dressing table, but Xiao Dai liked it very much. Tips: Xiao Dai gets a buff after dressing up, plus 5 points of beauty. One day, under Luo Yu's coercion, Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai also dressed up, and indeed increased their beauty by 5 points. To be honest, the three of them did look much prettier after applying lipstick and rouge. When I looked at the territory's beauty, it was directly raised to 280 points. Cool. When I looked at the territory's rating, it skyrocketed by 3000. Although the big bed is diamond. Grade, it is a necessity, and the added score is acceptable, but the dressing table and bedside table are luxury items, directly 1500 each. Okay, there is a lightning tower, no need to be afraid. In this way, there are some furniture in the room, but it is not enough. Lack of wardrobe. There are still 2 critical hit opportunities. Luo Yu will do it once and for all, and directly build a jade wardrobe. After another operation, a beautiful wardrobe appeared at the edge of the room. 7. Color auspicious cloud jade luxury wardrobe, diamond level beauty plus 10, comfort increased. When storing clothes in the wardrobe, the clothes will be slowly and automatically repaired. Wow, it can also be automatically repaired. This is simply a bug-like attribute. Some people in the world have long said that the price of repairing some silver clothes after they are broken is too expensive, and the sewing level requirements are also high. The key is that you will also wear them when you wear them. Now it can be automatically repaired directly. Every night, Luo Yu just needs to put clothes and pants in the wardrobe to offset the wear and tear. Won't it be brand new the next day? Awesome! If you want to talk about practicality, it has to be a wardrobe. Wardrobe, dressing table, bedside table are all there, and the next is curtains. There is no need to crit for curtains and mural decorations, because they are calculated in meters, and there is no need to crit for 1 meter. Luo Yu started directly. Beautiful jade pendant curtains, per square meter cloth *100, silver *50, jade *100, gold *3. Once the curtains are installed, the whole room is obviously much more beautiful. Then there are carpets and tiles. Comfortable and beautiful high-end carpets, per square meter various furs *90, cotton, cloth, *30, silver *30, gold *3. As for the color of the carpet, it is better to distinguish it from the color of the entertainment room, and choose a warm green for the room. The light flashed in front of my eyes, and it was all done. Now look at your bedroom again, it is so beautiful and comfortable. The 3 little cuties are very happy. Who doesn't want the place where they live to be clean and beautiful? Speaking of which, my little beast girl has a lot of hair, sometimes it sticks to the carpet, which will reduce the hygiene value of the room over time. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to change the floor tiles. Replace the floor tiles with sterile floor tiles, and then lay carpets on them. Double hygiene, double comfort, double enjoyment. Let's do it! Sterile floor tiles, per square stone bricks *100, silver *100, iron or *50, gold *5, just choose to lay all of them, even through the carpet. Luo Yu can see the light flashing. Lifting a corner of the carpet, the pure white sterile floor tiles are not so beautiful, but the hygiene value will increase a lot, so the overall hygiene of the room will be improved. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction, and then suddenly there was another prompt. Prompt: the overall evaluation of your bedroom, unbelievable, you get plus 5 free attribute points, and get 5 extra free attribute points at the end of each month. It's done. Luo Yu laughed. According to the Heavenly World description, once the beauty, comfort, wealth, hygiene, etc. of places such as bedrooms, entertainment rooms, and workrooms reach a certain level, the system evaluation will be triggered. After the evaluation reaches the standards of incredible, extraordinary, and paradise on earth, there will be different rewards, and this kind of reward is permanent. There will be a wave at the end of every month. Cool. This wave is really comfortable. Save the critical hits in the future, and critically hit the carpets, curtains, wall hangings, etc. 1 square at a time, and then you can have a bedroom in paradise on earth. Luo Yu had a dream of spring and autumn, and his mood was really good. His room was temporarily decorated like this. There are still many rooms in the villa, and the living room, guest room, kitchen, etc. are not decorated. It just so happens that there is a buff of cost calculation, and the materials are enough, so decorate them all. But before that, Luo Yu first added the 5 attribute points he got, and added strength. You choose to increase 5 points of strength. Current strength, 131, the attribute has reached 130, which is actually far away from the standard value of 100. Later, Luo Yu began to decorate the rooms in the villa. The floor tiles of the whole villa are all sterile tiles, which has increased the hygiene value. On the sterile tiles, the aesthetic carpets are laid. The rooms are green, the corridors are red, and the basement is dark gray. Except for the kitchen, bathroom, toilet and other places where water is needed, all other places in the villa are carpeted. The curtains are also jade pendant curtains. Luo Yu also placed luxurious bedside tables, dressing tables and wardrobes in each guest room. These decorations are not for people to live in, but for increasing various values. He hopes that one day he can raise the evaluation of the whole villa to an incredible level. This wave cost Luo Yu a lot of basic materials such as stone bricks, iron ore, furs, and cloth. Similarly, because of the actuarial buff, he also saved a lot of raw materials. I looked at the warehouse inventory. Don't panic, there are still a lot. After being busy in the whole villa for the morning, the prompt came. The ancient flying boat was guided by the mysterious power, left the landing power, and went to wander in the starry sky again. The ancient event is over. Looking at the world, it can be said that some are happy while others are sad. Those who are capable can make a fortune, while those who are not capable can only stare blankly or have been eliminated. In summary, the threat of ancient events is not as great as the heat wave. At present, the biggest threat to the world of Heavenly Tao is still various extreme weather conditions, which are too scary. It will be lunchtime, and the group has become active. Alice, the attack is coming at the end of the month. Everyone, build more defense facilities in the next few days just in case. Fang Yameng, yes, we are already building arrow towers. There are so many materials now. Nakir, I want to build an arrow tower too. The world says that arrow towers are the most powerful. Elena, arrow towers are powerful, so don't fall behind in your own practice. Nyoda, I finally built the wall. Boss, your territory has a high score, so you must pay attention to safety. Luo Yu, don't worry, I am still a little confident that I can survive the attack this month. Fang Yameng, just a little? Luo Yu, I suspect you have unlocked thermal weapons, right? Luo Yu, not yet, let's build something else first. Fang Yameng, if you have money, thermal weapons are still powerful. I am saving money to build a thermal energy collection box. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. He hasn't got thermal weapons yet, but he has unlocked thunder energy. Luo Yu, indeed, energy technology is the general trend. While the price of beast soul cores has not skyrocketed, I think we can buy a large number of them and prepare to build thermal energy collection panels. In addition, not only heat energy, but also other energy items need beast soul cores to build. Nakaur, oh. I was confused, now I have a construction idea. Everyone agreed that Luo Yu's words provided them with ideas for territory construction. Someone in a team develops very quickly, which is a natural advantage. Luo Yu is equivalent to exploring the way for them. With someone like Luo Yu, they will take fewer detours. Everyone chatted while eating lunch. Nakara wanted to visit Luo Yu's territory, but everyone found that they needed to pay a 30,000 yuan visit fee to visit Luo Yu's territory. Outrageous. The visit fee became more and more outrageous, which directly dispelled their idea. After eating, Luo Yu looked at the panel. After all kinds of luxurious and beautiful carpets, sterile materials, etc., the territory score directly reached 31,000 points. The aesthetics also reached 305, and the hygiene value soared to 187. Hint, you are the first trialist in this area to achieve a score of 30,000 or more, and you will receive rewards, 3,000 gold and 3,000 jade as encouragement. Hint, you are the first trialist in this area to achieve a beauty of 300 or more, and you will receive rewards, 1 potted plant upgrade coupon and 3 free attribute points as encouragement. Huh? Potted plant upgrade coupon? Luo Yu showed curiosity in his eyes. After checking, it was the literal meaning, upgrading the quality of a potted plant. He first put 3 points of attributes on the physique, and increased the physique to 130 points, and then prepared to use the reward coupon. Wash the dishes after you 3 finish eating. Okay. The 3 little cuties nodded, and Luo Yu went to his room. There was a pot of shining amanro flowers in the room. There is still one last chance for a critical hit, so use it. Luo Yu muttered to himself and chose to use the upgrade coupon on this beautiful flower. The flowers began to emit light, making people feel very comfortable. You use the upgrade scroll on the shining amanro flower, and it is advanced to Holy Amanro Flower, Grandmaster level, Holy Amanro Flower, Beauty plus 30, Hygiene value plus 30, global working speed plus 20% within the light coverage, sleep efficiency plus 20%, disease blocking plus 20%, blocking filthy demons, blocking insects, special function, 1 drop of purified water can be produced every month, good guy, it was directly promoted to Grandmaster level. This effect is too fierce. Luo Yu's eyes showed shock. Although the score increased by 2000, it was worth it. Blood profit. I also need purified water for a gold level soft armor. Look, it's almost the end of the month, and it can be used. Under the cover of this holy light, Luo Yu felt very comfortable. It would be a waste to just put this thing in the bedroom. I'll just carry it with me when I work in the future. Anyway, I have a storage bracelet, so I can take it wherever I go. It won't be damaged if I handle it with care. Besides, how can a master level flower die just like that? Today, all kinds of values have risen too much, and Luo Yu is a little worried again. Now that the base score has risen so much, there are still a lot of materials. Let's build a wave of defense facilities. After a while, he walked to the front of the strike array alone and fell into thought. Now there are 2 options. First, build more arrow towers. This is the simplest and crudest way, and the effect is also immediate. The second option is more complicated. First, upgrade the arrow tower, and then unlock the firepower blessing effect in the thermal energy application. Connect the upgraded arrow tower to the thermal energy storage box, so that the arrows released by the arrow tower will carry thermal energy and increase the power. Third, directly build a thermal energy bunker and stick it in the strike array. Luo Yu first checked the instructions of the thermal energy bunker. Thermal bunker releases thermal fireballs to bombard enemy units, with splashing effects after explosion, and high thermal energy consumption. At a glance, the required materials: thermal bunker, compressed thermal conductive material *50000, iron or *10000, copper or *5000, silver *10000. The cost is expensive. The thermal conductive material technology needs to be unlocked, and the unlocking price of 5W silver is not expensive, but the cost of the material itself is too expensive. A thermal conductive stone brick requires 5 ordinary stone bricks, 5 copper ore, and 5 silver. In other words, to gather these materials, a total of 25W stone bricks, 25W copper ore, and 25W silver are required. Although gold is not required, the cost is really a bit outrageous. In addition, Luo Yu carefully read the instructions and found that the bunker could not defend against air attacks. After experiencing the ancient flying boat incident, Luo Yu even realized that the enemy might not come from the ground, but there would be enemies in the sky. Air defense has been put on the agenda in his mind. Arrow towers and lightning towers can defend against air attacks, but bunkers cannot, so it is more cost-effective to upgrade arrow towers at this stage. Luo Yu is not a person who drags his feet. Now that he has decided, he will do it. Arrow tower upgrade: stone bricks *30000, silver *30000, gold *500. There are 12 arrow towers in the territory, 6 of which are in the strike formation and 6 are around the base wall. Luo Yu directly upgraded them all with one click. You choose to upgrade 12 arrow towers. Total consumption: stone bricks *360,000, silver *360,000, gold *6000. Are you sure? Without any hesitation, Luo Yu chose to confirm. Upgrade successfully. As the prompt appeared, all the arrow towers flashed, and the original wooden arrow towers became stone arrow towers. Arrow tower: 2 stars, range 250 meters, 10 arrows fired in a single attack, can be connected to elemental blessing. The range of the 2-star arrow tower increased by 50 meters, and the number of arrows fired in a single attack increased by 4, but in terms of these two attributes, the firepower of the upgraded arrow tower is basically equivalent to 1.5 unupgraded arrow towers. The key is to be able to attack with elemental blessing, which is what Luo Yu wants. Clicking on the thermal energy technology interface, Luo Yu chose to unlock the thermal energy blessing technology, spending 50,000 silver in one go. After unlocking the technology, it is now possible to bless some building facilities with thermal energy. This is not just a simple blessing on defense facilities such as arrow towers, but also on other buildings, provided that the quality of the building is above high-end. For example, a large villa is high-end, and after blessing, the walls and floors will heat up. Isn't it autumn soon? Heating walls and the like is a good choice to resist the cold. Of course, this type of building heat energy consumption is very large. We will talk about this later. First of all, we should strengthen the arrow tower. He directly pulled a new energy pipeline from the thermal energy storage box, first connected to the arrow tower of the territory, and then a straight line to the strike formation, connected to the 6 2-star arrow towers. As for the reason for pulling a new pipeline, it was simple. Luo Yu wanted to connect a valve, which was usually closed for him, and only opened when needed to add thermal energy. Arrow heat energy attachment. After hitting the target, the heat energy will invade the wound, causing the wound to worsen and the pain to increase, and there is a certain probability that the opponent will enter a state of heatstroke. Puff, can you still get heatstroke? Luo Yu almost laughed out loud. He got heatstroke after being shot by an arrow. It's a magical function. But it's good this way. If you get heatstroke, you will fall to the ground and faint. After fainting, you will no longer be the target of the arrow tower, which may greatly increase the capture rate of prisoners. Pretty good. The thermal energy arrow tower is done. Automatic crossbows and flying axes are all furniture that can be loaded and unloaded. They cannot be connected to thermal energy pipelines. Let's do it this way for now. Luo Yu still had one thing to do, which was to expand the strike formation. Because the territory area had increased, the strike formation could not reach the edge after the edge of the territory was expanded, so a corridor had to be added. As the corridor increased, the arrow towers had to be increased to ensure complete firepower coverage. After a series of operations, the strike formation was connected to the edge of the territory's air wall again. At the same time, 2 2-star arrow towers were erected, and speed bumps were laid on the ground, all completed. Looking at the enhanced strike formation, Luo Yu was relieved. At this time, Shao Kong was fishing, Xiao Jin was cutting stones, Xiao Dai was making swimsuits, the captives were digging wildly in the quarry, and the animals were carrying, patrolling, sleeping, and doing everything. Luo Yu found that he was the only idle person. He went to the warehouse to check the consumption of various resources. After this wave of large-scale construction, the resources were consumed very severely, basically 2/3 of them were consumed. In addition, Luo Yu was surprised to find that he didn't have much meat. Yes, the meat has been sold several times. There are so many captives and bugs in the territory recently. After the animals such as rhinoceros, elephants, and wolf kings are upgraded, they also need to eat meat, and their appetite is much larger than before. It is not a lot for large animals to eat 20 units of meat a day. Small animals and bugs such as Dai and badger beast also need to kill 10 units of meat a day, which is considered a small amount. Then Luo Yu and the 3 little cuties, so many captives, the entire base consumes more than 800 units of meat every day. Now there are more than 4,000 meat left in the territory. It seems that it will not last long. In fact, Luo Yu has nothing to worry about, because the fertility of the territory is very high now, which causes crops to grow very fast. Crops will mature before the meat is eaten up, so there is no such thing as famine. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to prepare for a rainy day and store more meat resources. I walked to the lake and looked at the aquatic resources of the lake. There were still 122% left. You don't know until you see it. It's outrageous. It's almost the end of the month, and the reserve of aquatic resources is higher than the initial state. The big octopus, the big python and the turtle have been eating for almost a month. The fish are eating more and more. It's outrageous. After next month, the aquatic resources will be reset. No matter if you have consumed 0% or haven't eaten a single fish, they will be reset to the highest value anyway, just like the effect of the mineral vein. It's a waste to keep so many resources. I have to find a way to catch the aquatic products and solve the problem of meat shortage. I can even sell the extra ones. In his spare time before, Luo Yu used wisteria to weave a fishing net, but it is undoubtedly impossible to catch all the aquatic resources with one fishing net. At this time, I have to use my brain. Luo Yu walked into the pavilion, touched Shao Kahn's little head, and had an idea in his mind. After a moment, he took the fishing net in his hand, hung a piece of special milk on the hook, and then stretched out the fishing rod. The piece of milk was not put into the water, but placed about 3 meters above the water surface to lure fish. Tick. The piece of milk slowly began to melt under the sunlight, dripping a drop of liquid into the small lake below, and the fragrance spread, immediately attracting a large number of fish and shrimp. Luo Yu went down with a net directly, and caught dozens of kilograms on the spot. These fish and shrimp were still alive and kicking. Luo Yu hurriedly sent a world message: fresh aquatic products just out of the water have been put on the auction house. Friends who like fresh aquatic products should buy them as soon as possible. The current market price of a unit of aquatic products is about 5 silvers, which is quite cheap. Luo Yu believes that it is fresh, so he put it on the shelf for 6 silvers and marked it as fresh aquatic products. There are too many people in the heavens and the worlds, and it is not just the people on earth who like fresh fish, everyone likes it. And the price is not expensive, it was sold out as soon as it was put on the shelf. Luo Yu continued to work hard, catching fish and selling them at the same time, using up the excess aquatic resources to make money. He was particularly excited about this kind of work. He kept catching fish until the sun went down, earning 350,000 silver in one breath. Looking at the aquatic resources, 50% was consumed in one afternoon. If the price of aquatic products remains at this level, that is to say, Luo Yu can sell about 1.2 million silver from aquatic products every month. It's a huge sum of money. This is the benefit of increasing territory resources. That night, everyone entered the arena, and Luo Yu, who was taking a bath, did not participate. In his words, he is too strong. You can't learn anything by following me to gain experience. You can try to form a team without me. At first glance, it makes sense, but Luo Yu doesn't want to play house with them. Yes, they are good looking, but earning gold is obviously more attractive than hanging out with women all day. Luo Yu is not there. Elena also said that she would act alone, and Nyoda said that he would train alone. In the end, Yu Meng, Ke-er and Alice formed a team together. This is also the norm in the future. That day, Luo Yu encountered the Zerg in the Black Iron Field and earned 1,200 gold. This wave is comfortable. Looking at the experience bar, there are still about 10 wins to bronze, and it should be able to upgrade before the end of the month. In the next 2 days, Luo Yu basically caught all the aquatic products, leaving only some small fish and shrimps for the big octopus and other animals to eat. As for whether they can catch them, it depends on their own ability. One night before the attack, Luo Yu upgraded his rank to bronze, and his personal suffix in the mercenary square was finally bronze.level mercenary. Bronze.level mercenaries are out. No, the appearance fee is much higher, and it is easier to receive the mercenary missions you like. The critical hits of the past few days have all been used up, and they are all used for mining. Luo Yu has dug up all the ore veins, and there is no ore left. All the critical hits have produced platinum. The platinum of the territory has reached 3,000, which is not bad. In the morning, Luo Yu got up in high spirits. The day of the attack has finally arrived. The end-of-month attack is like a big test for all trial participants. Those who can survive will develop better, and those who can't survive will be finished. I habitually looked at the buffs. I was lucky this morning. I was given a shooting accuracy buff, and the hit rate of all shooting actions plus 50%. At present, Luo Yu has 3 buffs, one is fatigue recovery, 2 days, one is action frenzy, 7 days, and one is shooting hit rate increase, 1 day. In the morning, Luo Yu, who was standing on the balcony drinking milk, got a buff for viewing the scenery, all attributes +1. This is the credit of the dressing table. The 3 little cuties put on makeup, and the beauty level came up immediately. As a result, all attributes were given +1 this time, which is comfortable. In the morning, everyone in the world and regional channels prayed for each other, hoping to survive this disaster safely. Every time there is such a big threat, many people say their last words and confessions on the world channel, which is very exciting. When a person is about to die, his words are good. Various revelations emerge in an endless stream, such as he is the king of guns, the king of electricity, he used to peek at girls taking a bath, he actually has an illegitimate child outside, and he used to meet his ex-boyfriend while his husband was away on a business trip. It's a whole truth or dare show. Luo Yu watched it with relish. The group was also very active, and everyone was ready to deal with the attack. Just after breakfast, the system prompt appeared, a mysterious force swept the entire Tiandao world, and various indigenous creatures began to gather and prepare to launch an attack. Will this be the first wave of attacks again? As if to confirm Luo Yu's thoughts, the prompt appeared again, warning, various indigenous creatures in this area will attack immediately, please be prepared, the first wave. This area was attacked again in the first wave, and just like last month, new prompts followed. Soldiers from the nearby Skarsa tribe began to attack your territory, and they seem to have adopted a smart tactic. Skarsa tribe again? Luo Yu called out, and the animals immediately acted according to the plan he had set long ago. The Wolf King, Rhino, and Elephant followed Luo Yu and the 3 little cuties to the strike formation, and the other animals huddled inside the wall and waited. The 3 animals stood behind the sandbags ready to attack the enemies rushing out of the strike formation at any time, while Luo Yu and his friends went up to the watchtower. After waiting for less than half a minute, a large number of Skarsa tribe soldiers appeared at the entrance of the strike formation.
Luo Yu looked at the attack summary and found that there were a total of 660 attacking units this time. The number of real attackers must be more than 660, because if the soldiers have mounts, the mounts and soldiers are counted as one unit. Looking around, some soldiers were riding mounts such as wild boars and bison, and some were riding spiders, which was very cool. The entrance to the strike formation could not accommodate so many soldiers at the same time. A large number of people had not yet entered. Luo Yu found that each soldier seemed to have a shield, some of which were made of iron, some of which were made of wood, and some of them even carried a bag, but he did not know what was inside. Swoosh! The rain of arrows fell directly, knocking down more than a dozen people on the spot. Because of the fog of war, the soldiers had to wait until the arrows were very close before they could react, so it was difficult to defend effectively in the first place. The young chief of the Skarsa tribe, Dorno, shouted, "Fuck his grandma, it's the fog of war, this evil lord has upgraded the position again. Put up your shields." Everyone instinctively put their shields on their heads, and a burst of arrows fell. This time, only 7 or 8 people were knocked down, and the effect was much worse. "Warriors, move forward." With the young chief's shout, the tribal soldiers began to move forward with their shields. Tip: the soldiers of the Skarsa tribe are inspired by the chief, and their overall attack power increases by 5%. Tip: the soldiers of the Skarsa tribe are inspired by the queen, and their overall movement speed increases by 5%. 2 buffs were put on the soldiers' heads. Although they were howling, they found that they were not running fast. The ground under their feet seemed to have sticky force, which seriously slowed down their progress. The rain of arrows above their heads kept falling, and although the shield was very effective, people were still shot to the ground. "Oops, it's a speed bump." The beautiful queen beside Dorno gritted her teeth and said, "Husband, the fog of war makes the warriors unable to see the direction, and the speed bump makes the warriors unable to move their legs. Even with a shield, they will suffer heavy losses. Immediately execute the first step of the plan." "Okay." Dorno followed his wife's advice and shouted to the soldiers around him, "Pass the order, let the mounts charge." The order was passed down quickly, and a large number of animals rushed out of the enemy's crowd. Wild boars and wild dogs rushed forward desperately, and the one rushing in the front was a big rhino. The bows and arrows fell on it, but they did not stop it from moving forward. Suddenly, there was a sound of arc, and blue lightning cut through the fog of war. The rhino rushing in the front was directly electrocuted to the ground and died on the spot. The electric shock tower took action. In the fog of war, no one could see what was going on. It didn't matter whether the rhino was dead or not. The most important thing was to charge. A large number of animals rushed forward, and Luo Yu, standing on the watchtower, had a full view of everything. I have to say, this is a good tactic. The animals have thick skin and flesh, which attracted a large part of the arrow tower's firepower, which made the warriors behind them safer. And if there are any traps, the animals can also clear the mines first. It seems that Dorno did a good job after returning. But this is far from enough. They have just entered the corridor of death, and there is a long way to go. Swish, 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 most of the arrows went to the animals, but some arrows fell on the heads of the tribal soldiers, and they all used shields to resist. It was okay for those who used iron shields, but some soldiers were not strong enough, and those who used wooden shields found something wrong. Their shields were actually smoking. Fire! Fire! Someone screamed, the wooden shield was on fire. At the same time, someone shouted, "Chief, Queen, our soldiers got heatstroke after being shot by arrows." What? Dorno roared, "Bullshit, being shot by arrows will only cause bleeding, not heatstroke. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will feed you to pigs." The soldier immediately stopped talking. Merlin, who was beside him, glanced around and found that the wooden shield was indeed burning. Some soldiers had thrown their shields away in fear. But throwing away the shield in this situation was equivalent to exposing oneself to the rain of arrows. Merlin thought of something vaguely, frowned and said, "Husband, I heard from the wizard that these outsiders may have elemental blessings, and the arrows of these bows have thermal energy blessings." Elemental weapons? Dorno shook his head and said, "Impossible. The great wizard has given guidance. The current group of outsiders are very weak and cannot have elemental weapons. Merlin, let's not think so much, warriors just move forward bravely." He gave another encouraging voice, and the soldiers rushed forward in the rain of thermal energy arrows under the obstruction of speed bumps and war fog. Time passed by minute, and after a large number of animals were killed, they finally rushed through the first corridor of death. Forward! Victory is ahead! The soldiers crawled over the corpses of the animals and moved forward. Ziz!
Another lightning flashed by, and a soldier who shouted the loudest was hit by lightning and fell directly to the ground.
On the watchtower, Xiao Jin asked curiously, "Master, do you need me to roar like a tiger?"
Luo Yu smiled faintly and shook his head. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? We don't have to fight ourselves for problems that can be solved with a defensive formation. Xiao Jin nodded, not quite understanding, and at this moment Luo Yu watched all this calmly. They had only walked through the first of the 7 death corridors.
It was not the time for him to take action at all. Now all the attacking units have entered the death corridor.
Luo Yu calculated in his mind that if the current attack efficiency is maintained, it would be difficult for this group of people to walk through 4 corridors even with shields.
Now it seems that thermal energy blessing is still very effective. The probability of heatstroke is really not small.
Not only the soldiers who were hit by arrows suffered from heatstroke, but also some of the animals that were hit by arrows suffered from heatstroke. These animals can be tamed and kept by themselves, or they can be sold, which is better than selling meat. In addition, the speed bumps and fog of war are very effective. Luo Yu roughly compared it with the last time, and the opponent's speed was more than twice slower.
The 8 2-star arrow towers are very powerful. These arrow towers are hidden in the real fog.
Maybe the people of the Skarsa tribe can't see them, but Luo Yu can see them clearly. The arrows are shot out in rows, which is amazing.
This firepower is really twice as fierce as before.
If this goes on, this group of people in the tribe will be vulnerable.
Luo Yu clicked on the energy interface and looked at the lightning and heat energy reserves.
Lightning storage box, 14500/50,000, heat energy storage box, 37080/50,000. The energy reserve is sufficient, and the electric shock tower can still strike 145 lightning bolts.
The consumption rate of heat energy is not fast.
At the current consumption rate, it can last for more than 5 hours. Let alone 5 hours, Luo Yu thinks it is a miracle that this group of people can last for an hour. He operated it and reduced the power of the electric shock tower.
Now it can kill people with less than 500 physical strength instantly. After adjusting it, it can kill people with less than 20 physical strength instantly.
It doesn't need such a strong power.
Electric shock is more economical than electrocution.
However, no matter how powerful it is, the power consumed each time is the same, which is quite unscientific.
Ziz!
Another arc of electricity struck out, and a female archer who was rushing in the front froze all over. Her body began to twitch violently for a few times, and then fell to the ground and fell into a coma.
This is a prisoner.
Luo Yu showed a smile at the corner of his mouth and glanced at the chat box in the group.
No one was talking at this time. Everyone was concentrating on facing the attack.
The regional channel was a bit tragic. Someone's wall was broken, and it seemed that he was gone. This summer, there were a lot of natural disasters such as heat waves, mosquitoes and diseases, and many people did not have the energy to arrange defense measures.
After exiting the regional chat, Luo Yu looked down again.
The soldiers who had rushed through the first death corridor were still advancing with difficulty.
Suddenly, Luo Yu found that Dorno
and Meilin were discussing something.
Wait, it seems that there are not 660 people? Luo Yu felt something.
Yes, the hint is that the other party used a smart tactic,
and it seems that there is a backhand. Sure enough, Luo Yu's idea was soon confirmed.
Air raid alarm, a group of soldiers from the Skasa tribe are attacking your territory by airborne.
Luo Yu was surprised and looked around.
He found that there were black spots in the sky to the east. Upon closer inspection, it was a soldier wearing a fur glider, gliding from the sky. It is estimated that he jumped directly from the mountain and glided all the way into the territory.
It's amazing. Looking at the gliding soldiers swooping down quickly, Luo Yu showed curiosity in his eyes. At such a fast speed, how can they stop? Won't they crash into the wall and die?
As he thought in his heart, the gliding soldiers had already rushed to the sky within 500 meters of the core of the base.
Ziz!
The shock tower opened fire, knocking one person over on the spot. He lost his grip on the glider and fell directly from the sky, smashing to pieces. Zzzzzz, the electric arcs were continuously fired into the air, and the enemy's air force was destroyed one by one. However, the enemy had 60 people and there was only one electric shock tower, so it was difficult to wipe out all the enemies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When approaching the base, the arrow tower opened fire, and arrows kept flying into the sky.
Although the upward shooting power was reduced, these were arrows with heat energy.
There was no need to attack to cause much damage. As long as the arrows were inserted into the glider, they would be ignited immediately. The soldiers who originally dived towards the base turned into a ball of fire in mid-air, flew around for a while and fell directly, igniting a grassland. Luo Yu saw it clearly. These soldiers seemed to want to rely on diving to cross the wall and directly enter the core area, but they did not seem to expect that the arrow tower could ignite the glider. I still have foresight. I upgraded all the arrow towers with heat energy, otherwise there would be no such effect. At this time, the catapult was also throwing stones into the sky. Although the hit rate was touching, it was full of oppression. If they insist on landing inside the wall, they will all be shot to death by the arrow tower before landing. The key is that you can't see the specific landing location because the entire core area is shrouded in the fog of war. What if they land near the crossbow arrows? Wouldn't they die on the spot? Therefore, this group of elite glider soldiers decided to land far away and not attack the core area inside the wall, but attack the strike formation from the rear after landing. Go behind the enemy. Primitive tribes can also fight guerrilla warfare. Puff, 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 puff. After the remaining glider soldiers circled in the air, cloth packages appeared on both sides of the glider. The cloth packages swelled up under the action of the air. At the same time, they folded the glider and floated down. Is this a primitive paratrooper? This is unscientific. Luo Yu opened his mouth and was stunned for a moment. It is hard to imagine that a primitive tribe has such elite paratroopers. But think about it, there is nothing strange. I can shoot them with one arrow and cause heatstroke. Doesn't the tribe have an air force? 60 paratroopers, 10 were killed in the sky, and the remaining 50 people fell to the ground. Under the command of the captain, they rushed directly to the strike formation. They were lucky to land in a position that was just out of the attack range of the catapult. At this time, the longest range defensive weapons in the core area of the territory could not reach them. It can be said that they rushed forward all the way. Looking at the rushing paratroopers, Luo Yu sneered and sent animals to fight. The rhino, elephant, wolf king and red-scaled python rushed directly to Lu. The rhino rushed the fastest and knocked over a soldier. These are all graded animals, and their attributes have been upgraded to 100 by Luo Yu. Even if these paratroopers are very elite, their average attribute is only about 20. How can they be the opponent of animals? The long swords in their hands can't even break the epidermis defense of the rhino and elephant. But in terms of lethality, the wolf king is still the most ruthless, and it feels like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No matter how many sheep there are, they can't beat a tiger. That's the situation. Zizi, the electric shock tower is still discharging electricity, taking away a lucky person every 5 seconds. This group of paratroopers has graded animals in front and the defense array of the base behind, so they are finished. In fact, they were finished from the moment they entered the base. Luo Yu remembered something. Animals without grades can evolve through continuous fighting. Thinking of this, Luo Yu directly sent all the animals in the territory out to besiege the group of paratroopers. Dai rushed the fastest, followed by the silver-armored ladybug, the ground badger, the bugs, etc., all rushed out wildly. There was no need to look at the group of paratroopers. They were dead. Luo Yu looked at the fierce battle with a smile on his face. Suddenly, an explosion startled him. He turned his head and saw a cloud of green smoke rising from the attack array. Boom! Boom boom boom! The explosions happened one after another. Luo Yu saw it clearly. One by one, rats with bulges on their backs, as if they were carrying a hump, kept rushing out. Once attacked, they would explode. Oh, it's an explosive rat. Shout-I exclaimed softly, Master, this kind of rat will explode once attacked. The power is not small. Luo Yu understood without her saying anything. Does it mean that I should not attack the rats? The key arrow tower is not under my control. Luo Yu looked at the rats that came out of the soldiers' backpacks below and frowned slightly. He never thought that there were creatures like self-destructing rats. It was simply a breath of fresh air in the evolution world. Dorno showed a ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth and said sternly, Quick, dig the walls that have been blown up. Shield cover. Under the cover of shields, soldiers with high mining skills began to dig the mechanical walls frantically. Some walls whose durability was greatly reduced by the explosion were dug at this moment, and the durability dropped rapidly. It turns out that the role of explosive rats is to blow up walls. With airdrops and explosions, Dorno really put a lot of effort. Under the cover of shields, several walls were dug frantically. Although the rain of arrows was still constantly killing the opposite side, once the wall was dug through, the arrow tower would be exposed to the attack range of the opponent's soldiers.
Even a 2-star arrow tower could not withstand the beating of so many soldiers. This is all made of money. Luo Yu knew that he had to take action. He first clicked on the repair button, and the durability of the mechanical wall was quickly restored. Then, a javelin appeared in his hand and was thrown directly. Under the huge force, the javelin pierced the shield on the spot and pierced into the body of the excavator fiercely. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 more javelins were thrown out, and the other 2 excavators were also stabbed to death on the spot. Why is this guy throwing so fast? Meilin's face was a little pale. There was intelligence that Luo Yu's javelin and bow were powerful, but they didn't expect such a fast attack frequency. Swoosh! Another javelin was thrown out, and the soldier who just wanted to fill the position to dig was stabbed to death on the spot. Whoever dared to dig the wall, Luo Yu would stab him with a javelin, and he would only attack the enemy's engineers. In the death corridor, the explosive rats were still charging, and the rain of arrows fell all over the sky, but the excavation action was stopped. Meilin gritted her teeth and said, "Husband, the Lord's javelin here is powerful, and our plan to dig through the wall may not work. Charge, while there are still animals clearing the way, there is still a chance to charge." Dorno looked around after hearing this. Because of the fog of war, he didn't even know where Luo Yu stood to throw the javelin. This unknown feeling made him feel uneasy. Hesitation will lead to defeat, and when the time comes, there is no need to care so much. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. I'll listen to you. Charge. Let's defeat this demon from the front." The chief shouted again, and the soldiers' momentum, which had originally fallen, rose again, and they advanced one by one. Seeing that this group of people stopped digging the wall, Luo Yu smiled. After all, repairing the mechanical wall is very expensive. Dorno has made great progress and can force himself to take action personally. Unfortunately, they have just rushed through the second death corridor, and they are still far from breaking through the strike array. The arrow tower is still tirelessly firing thermal arrows. The paratroopers on the grassland have been almost killed by animals and lightning towers. Although some animals are injured, and even insects and badgers are killed, it doesn't matter. The injured can be treated and their medical skills can be increased. The dead are considered to have died gloriously, so just buy another batch. There is no need to panic if you have money. It has been half an hour since the attack began, and Luo Yu thinks it is coming to an end. He looked at Dorno and Meilin and the crowd below and found that the two supported each other and seemed to have a very good relationship. The couple has such a good relationship. If one of them is captured, the other will definitely not abandon or give up, right? How enviable. Luo Yu took out a lychee, determined the target and clicked to use it. Swoosh! Tracking Harry Chestnut, flew directly downwards, aiming directly at Meilin. Obviously, Luo Yu is going to repeat his old tricks and catch Meilin to blackmail Dorno. Just as Mao Lizhi was about to hit Meilin, Meilin suddenly slipped and staggered just to avoid Mao Lizhi's attack. As a result, the Mao Lizhi hit Dorno's head directly. Boom! With a muffled sound, Dorno opened his mouth and fell directly on his back. Husband! Lord Chief! The people nearby immediately became a mess. Luo Yu saw that he had hit the wrong person, so he didn't care and immediately said, "Xiao Jin, follow me, let's catch him alive." The next moment, Luo Yu and Xiao Jin got off the watchtower directly and rushed towards the death corridor. Luo Yu jumped over the 5-meter-high wall with a single movement. He slashed horizontally and vertically with Ye Yang's 2 swords, cutting down several stunned soldiers on the spot. The same was true for Xiao Jin beside her. No one could stop her for one round when she swung the Tiangong sword. The master and servant seemed to be in a no-man's land, but in just a moment, they cut down more than a dozen soldiers and rushed to Meilin. And in front of Dorno. "It's you!" Meilin fiercely pulled out the long sword from her waist and slashed at Luo Yu. She heard a clang as the long sword was blocked by Ye Yang's 2 swords and broke due to the difference in quality. "Ah, didn't my father say that my sword is the best sword in the village?" But it broke instantly, Meilin muttered to herself in annoyance, but Luo Yu laughed when he heard it. It turns out that the swordsman in the village has always been a ghost. As he spoke, he pushed Meilin to the ground, snatched the unconscious Dorno from her arms, and said with a smile, "Meiling, if you want to save your husband, bring us the resources." After saying that, she was about to leave. When Meilin saw this, she screamed, "They want to kidnap the chief. Quick, surround them." Suddenly a large number of soldiers rushed over. Xiao Jin held the Tiangong knife in front to clear the way. Anyone who was hit would be cut in half. The power of more than 300 soldiers was too terrifying. Luo Yu waved away 2 accidentally shot arrows from his own bow and laughed loudly, "Meilin, keep in touch."
After saying that, he jumped out of the death corridor. At the same time, Xiao Jin also jumped up and jumped out directly. This is the agility gap. Asshole! Mei Lin screamed desperately, "Asshole lord, I must kill you with my own hands. Rush out of the death corridor and save the chief." When the soldiers heard the queen scream, they were inspired again and began to charge crazily. However, speed bumps are so disgusting. A 50% deceleration doesn't matter whether your morale is high or not, it just slows you down. Arrows rained down from the sky, with no intention of stopping. On the other side, the group of paratroopers had all been annihilated on the grassland, and the electric shock tower moved its attack target back to the soldiers in the death corridor. Syssisis, stun one lucky person stably for 5 seconds. Being stunned is better than dying in battle. A moment later, Luoyu stood on the watchtower, looking at the soldiers advancing slowly below, knowing that the overall situation was decided. Of the original more than 600 people, only 100 people are still holding on. They are very good and have already rushed to the 4th death corridor. After rushing through another corner, the soldiers found that there was fog in corridors ahead. Even the bravest warriors could not bear it anymore. Someone immediately advised, "Queen, our warriors have been almost exhausted. If we go on, we will only be able to bear it, we'll increase the losses. Quickly retreat." Mei Lin obviously did not have Dorno's commanding ability. She was in the strike formation and it was difficult to retreat, because retreating still had to go through the corridor of death, and there were fallen soldiers on the ground, which made it even more difficult. The really smart thing to do is for some of the warriors to continue to charge forward, and she herself runs away with a small group of elites. At this moment, after hearing the suggestions from the warriors around her, Mei Lin hurriedly gave the order to retreat. The army was defeated like a mountain. As mentioned before, the city cannot be evacuated. The remaining more than 100 soldiers were shot down in a matter of seconds. Only a few truly elite warriors protected Mei Lin and escaped from the death corridor. At a certain moment, the arrow tower stopped roaring, and the cacophony of various wars ended. Congratulations on successfully resisting the attack at the end of the month. Rewards are distributed at the end of the month, and you get rewards: 330,000 silver, 33,000 iron ore, 33,000 wood, 33,000 stone bricks, 33,000 copper ore, 3,000 gold, 3,000 emerald, silver. Level treasure chest *1. You capture the tribal chief and receive additional rewards. Technology treasure box *1. You get free attribute points plus 10, because the opponent uses airstrikes, explosions and other attack methods. You receive additional combat rewards. Mall scroll discount coupon, 30% off, *1, the chief of the Skatha tribe is captured by you, and Queen Merlin will temporarily take over as the chief. The hatred between you and the tribe will increase. A series of prompts appeared. Although this attack was very powerful, it was still resolved relatively easily. Luoyu took a look at the situation in the group. Everyone was silent. They should all be concentrating on responding to the attack. The next step is to deal with post-war matters. A moment later, looking at the large group of prisoners in the open space of the strike formation, Luoyu's face was full of smiles. This time, a total of 97 prisoners were captured. Most of them fainted due to heatstroke or were stunned by electric shocks. Essentially, they did not have much injuries. They were treated one by one, and those who could not be cured were redeemed at a low price. Because Luoyu's overall work speed was very fast, it took only half an hour to treat all the captives. There were 85 people in total, all of them were put in the luxury prison. Now there are exactly 100 people in the prison, including the 15 captives that were not sold before. The first and second floors of the luxury prison can hold 200 prisoners together, without the risk of being overcrowded. As for Dorno, he was thrown into the VIP prisoner room on the 3rd floor, which was the room where his wife was imprisoned before. Although the beauty is gone, the fragrance is still there. Luoyu still takes good care of the couple. I haven't had time to check the attributes of these captives. I will check them carefully when I have time. I looked at the situation in the prison. Even if there are so many captives, the risk of jailbreak is still very low. After all, it is a luxury prison. Do you feel at home? After dealing with all the captives, the next step is to deal with the bodies. The 15 captives who were not sold out last time were called out to carry the bodies, strip the clothes off the bodies, and then throw the bodies into the incineration pit with the animals. These operations have been very skilled. Because there are many animals that can be carried, the bodies will be disposed of quickly. On the other side, Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai and Xiao Jin are collecting the spoils. Each soldier would carry some things, the most common of which were herbs, dried meat biscuits and silver. Some wealthy soldiers would also produce rare minerals such as gold and jade. In addition, the large number of weapons left by the tribal soldiers was also a kind of wealth, so they were allowed to slowly collect them.
Luo Yu continued his treatment work. After the captives were treated, it was time to treat the animals. There were more than 100 mount animals in this attack. Because of the fierce rush, most of them were dead, but some of them survived. The first thing Luo Yu treated was a black iron level gibbon. He didn't know which dead ghost used the gibbon as a mount, but it didn't matter. Gibbons can use tools and are much smarter than ordinary animals. Although they are far inferior to beast girls, they are also pretty good. This black iron level gibbon was shot in many places by arrows and was bleeding all over, but fortunately his life was saved. Luo Yu began to treat the animal quickly. There is a chance to tame the animal directly during the treatment process. He is now a 4-star beast master with a taming level of LV10, so the chance is not small. Sure enough, after helping the gibbon to treat the last wound, a prompt appeared. You tamed the gibbon directly during the treatment. Gibbon, black iron, advanced intelligence, adult male strength 29, constitution 28, agility 35. The small attribute is not bad in the black iron level, and the advanced intelligence is very good. Luo Yu is rich now, so he simply increased all its attributes to 100. After spending 358,000 silver, the gibbon became lively on the spot. This injury may lie down for 7 or 8 days on an animal with a 28-point constitution, but on an animal with a 100-point constitution, it is nothing. The gibbon rubbed Luo Yu affectionately, jumping around him and looking very lively. Luo Yu smiled and said, "Go, help the 3 beast ladies collect spoils." Ho ho ho, the gibbon called twice and ran to help happily, while Luo Yu continued to treat the animals. There was only one animal with a grade, and other wild boars and bisons were saved if they could be saved, and their meat was eaten if they could not be saved. After a series of operations, 12 animals were rescued, all of which were large animals that could be ridden. Luo Yu tamed them all very simply. These animals without grades were no longer of much help to him, and they could be sold or given away depending on the situation. It was a pity that no explosive rat survived, otherwise it could be thrown out as a grenade, which was a pity. Your medical level has been upgraded to LV6, your animal taming level has been upgraded to LV11, the life skills have been upgraded again, especially the improvement of medical skills, which made Luo Yu very happy. Now there are 10 free attribute points, and Luo Yu still adds them in a balanced way. For strength, 3 agility, 3 constitution. There was no rush to open the treasure chest, but a 30% discount scroll from the mall made Luo Yu more excited. Originally, it cost 1000 W silver to buy a legendary feature upgrade scroll, but it became 300 W after use. This number did not seem so far-fetched. When throwing the javelin before, Luo Yu had clearly felt how obvious the attack speed increase was for his all-round improvement. Don't be in a hurry, just accumulate slowly. At this time, Shao Kong ran over with a bag. Wu-hu, she called out happily. Luo Yu took it and opened it, and said in surprise, "Is this a cigarette?" What was in his hand was rolled up with yellow leaves, similar to cigarettes. After checking the properties, it was indeed tobacco. Ulan leaf cigarettes, cigarettes made from dried ulan leaves and ulan silk, a psychoactive substance. Long-term smoking will damage organs such as the lungs and throat. People with a physical fitness of 100 or above will be immune to damage. If addiction cannot be relieved, they will fall into a mental state, withdrawal reaction, small, threat, small, isn't this just cigarettes? Luo Yu showed a funny look on his face. He looked into the bag and saw a lot of cigarettes, flints, fire sticks, and even ulan leaf seeds. He was an old smoker at first glance. Luo Yu himself did not smoke, but this was an opportunity to make money. Now that the territory was expanding rapidly, Luo Yu was thinking about expanding the planting area. Well, let's leave a piece of land to grow tobacco. Seeing Shao Kong standing in front of him obediently, Luo Yu wanted to touch her head, but found that his hands were dirty, so he knelt down and kissed the little cutie on the cheek, making Shao Kong giggle. You get +1 strength by playing entertainment. Puff, Luo Yu couldn't help laughing out loud, feeling happy, and continued to work. More than an hour later, Nakor was the first to speak in the group. Is everyone okay? Luo Yu, I'm fine here, how about you? This opened up the topic, and everyone had actually survived the crisis. Even Yoda relied on his own force to kill the tribal soldiers who came to attack, but no one spoke first, fearing that it would affect others. Elena, I came with 60 people, but they all died under the city wall. Fong Yamong, all dead? Did you touch the juice of the heartbreak grass on the arrow? Elena, yes, I thought it would be a fierce battle. Everyone, you are cruel. After chatting, it was about 60 units in scale. Fong Yumeng was the most, with 100 units. The number of attackers was actually quite large, but the previous mercenary missions had given us a lot of raw materials, and everyone listened to Sister Alice and used them to strengthen the base's defense. With arrow towers and automatic crossbows flying everywhere, plus their already strong strength, it didn't seem difficult to survive the attacks at the end of the month. Of course, they all went into battle themselves, unlike Luoyu, who just watched the battle the whole time. Fong Yumeng, Luoyu, there must be a lot of people attacking your territory, right? Are the animals all right? Luoyu, well, there are more than you. The rhinos and elephants at home are thick-skinned and strong, so they are fine. By the way, I caught some pigs and cows. I'll give you one each. You can use them to transport goods. Fong Yumeng, no need to give them to me. I have tamed a bunch of them and was thinking of giving them to you. Who wants a big wild boar? I'm scared of it. Alice, I've cured some of them, but unfortunately my taming level is not high, so it's a bit difficult to tame them. Fong Yumeng, Sister Alice, I'll help you tame it. Knocker, and me, Luoyu, come and help me tame the giraffe, okay? Luoyu, sure, just touch the little ear as a reward. Knocker, oh, touch it if you want, but you can only touch me, not my sister, Elena. Fong Yumeng, I can help too. Can you let me touch Core's ears too? Alice, do you humans like cat girls? Fong Yumeng, I like it. Core is super cute. But I think my liking is different from some people's, right Luoyu? Luoyu, Yumeng, are you biased against me? I'm not what you think. Fong Yumeng, what's that like? Goose 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 goose. Nyoded, boss, I have captured 2 female prisoners and I can't recruit them. Please help me. Luoyu, if you sell the captives and buy 2 more, wouldn't it be equivalent to direct recruitment? Attributes are not important to you, right? Nyoda, huh? Boss, you are really a genius. Everyone was chatting and dealing with the aftermath. Luoyu checked the regional channel and found that the situation was far from as optimistic as in his own group. The intensity of this attack was greater than the one in the spring. It was not that the proportion of people had changed, but that the methods of the attacks were more diverse. Some dig tunnels, some dive, and some are just as unlucky as Luoyu and encounter air raids. It can be said that the sea, land and air were all challenged. Everyone on the regional channel suffered heavy casualties and they were all complaining. Those who complain are considered good, but some even have no chance to complain. Luoyu sighed lightly. His life was relaxed and comfortable, but the environment was still very cruel. According to the last experience, the first wave of attacks will last 4 hours. The mercenary mission must be sent out after this wave of attacks is over. Let's work together while we have time. Luoyu stuffed various clothes of the deceased into the fabric recycling table. After more than 3 hours, things were almost done. Luoyu checked the various items added in this wave. Weapons of various types, 428 pieces silver, 5.6W herbal medicine, 903 strains gold, 2030 jade, 4,903 various types of cloth and fur, 3W at present. All the corpses have been thrown into the incineration pit, and the heat absorption panels have been installed. It should be able to replenish all the heat energy consumed, and there is still some excess. To Luoyu's surprise, after a battle, even though Adadai's whole body was covered in bruises, he was promoted to a higher level. This silly dog has finally evolved into a black iron silly dog. Luoyu has already filled up all its attributes, and Dui, who was originally injured, is now full of energy and helping to carry supplies. Among the old faces in the base, there are still big bulls, cows, and wildebeests that have not evolved. Luoyu has a plan in mind, but there is no rush. Once again, he summarized his current territory supplies: silver, 120W wood, 33W iron ore, 90W stone brick, 89W copper mine, 7W jade, 8W gold, 1W platinum, 3000 diamond, 0 fur cloth, 6.5W. The materials are still very abundant. Next, Luoyu will build a large workshop and hospital, which will require a lot of materials. Just after coming out of the warehouse, Luoyu saw the prompt coming. The first wave of attacks ended this month. Survival rate, 43.1%, Luoyu sighed secretly after seeing the prompt. Sure enough, the survival rate was lower than last month. The world and regional channels are discussing this wave of attacks. Some are imparting their experience, some are showing off, and some are crying miserably. There was also a lively discussion in the group, and everyone got a lot of trophies. It seemed like it was taking off again. By now, everyone has finished their busy work and is ready to take on the task. Elena said that she wanted to take on the mercenary mission by herself, and so did Luo Yu. Both of them liked to work alone. The three girls, Kor, Yamong and Alice, teamed up to take over the mission, while Nyoda was still counting the loot. At this moment, Luo Yu was eating lunch and quietly waiting for business to come to him. His personal statement is that he only accepts mercenary missions with special characters. After all, only by catching special characters can you be qualified to negotiate. After eating and taking a shower, an hour has passed, but there is still no business coming to the door. I am already a bronze level mercenary. How much do I look down on the human race? Luo Yu was thinking about whether to change the description when a reminder suddenly came. The human race, female, has signed an agreement to hire you. Do you want to accept it? Oh? Human female? This was the first time Luo Yu received a mission from his own clan. He quickly dried his body and dressed neatly before choosing to confirm. A door of light appeared, and Luo Yu stepped in. After his eyes were spinning, he appeared in a strange environment. At this moment, Luo Yu was inside a wall. There were several automatic crossbows on the wall. There were several small houses inside the wall, which was a relatively ordinary territory. Standing in front of me are three girls who are all from Earth. They are all well dressed, with necklaces, earrings, bracelets, etc. However, the clothes of these three people do not seem to match this territory. Of course, these are not important. What is important is that Luo Yu has seen them. You are RTN Group? The most beautiful girl standing in the middle nodded quickly and said, yes, are you our fan? Luo Yu smiled lightly and said, now is not the time to talk about fans or not. Let's go up the wall first. With that said, they walked directly towards the wall. The three idol girls looked at each other and nodded, as if communicating something. RTN Group, a popular idol girl group in the past. The most famous one among them is Miss Guan Xiaoyan, who looks sweet and is very popular. With the overwhelming publicity, even people like Luo Yu who don't care about entertainment know them. Walking up the wall, Luo Yu looked at the 40 or 50 people rushing over, and his eyes immediately locked on a woman in red armor. Few people in the tribe wear armor, so it seems that this young woman is a special person. Beside him, three idols climbed up the wall. Guan Xiaoyan approached Luo Yu and said timidly, the attackers this time are the natives of the Alpha tribe, and the woman in red armor is the princess. Mr. Mercenary, you will protect us, right? Luo Yu laughed and said, my mission is to drive away the attackers for you. Of course I will. After that, he didn't waste any words, took out the javelin directly, and threw it out on the spot. Swoosh! The javelin accurately pierced a shield soldier, and the huge force directly pierced the shield, and the man was nailed to death on the spot. This move made the three beautiful idols stunned. The shield soldier seemed to be 200 meters away from the city wall? How much strength does this have? And it hit the target at once. Mr. Mercenary is a good archer. The other two girls pulled Guan Xiaoyan's clothes. Guan Xiaoyan nodded gently, and her eyes were shining when she looked at Luo Yu. You don't need to think about it to know that this handsome young man who looks to be in his early 20s is definitely a strong man. The top powerhouse among the human race. She gently fiddled with the long hair on her temples, showed a confident and charming smile, and said softly, what a trick. Mr. Mercenary, your strength should be at least 100 points, right? Luo Yu nodded casually, flipped his hand and took out another javelin, and threw it out with a swish. Puff! Another shield soldier was mercilessly pierced by a javelin. The shield soldiers are Luo Yu's primary target. Only when the shield soldiers are eliminated can the automatic crossbow take advantage. Swish swish. The javelin in Luo Yu's hand never failed, one shot at a time. In the blink of an eye, 6 shield soldiers had been stabbed to death. So strong, the 3 female stars all had admiration in their eyes. Not to mention his strength, Luo Yu's outfit looks ordinary, but if you look closely, you can find the clues. The Lord bracelet on his left hand and the storage bracelet on his right hand are finely made, and they look good at first glance. The purple clothes also have various patterns and colors. Under the sunlight, there is a faint purple light. Even though Luo Yu hides the purple light shield, if you look closely, you can still see a little outline. This gives Luo Yu a hazy and mysterious feeling. Luo Yu's shoes are also trimmed with silver, which makes them silver-great at first glance. The 3 girls are all celebrities, and the celebrities observe these clothes more carefully. From this look, they are basically certain of one thing. Luo Yu is not only powerful, but also very rich.
Most importantly, he is young and handsome. He is simply the perfect lover.
Guan Xiaoyan looked at Luo Yu even more eagerly.
At this moment, the attack from the tribe below had already reached within 100 meters.
3 automatic crossbows began to release arrows. Luo Yu flipped his hands and took out the golden Yang Yu Bao.
Without missing a beat, he killed an enemy with one arrow. It fell to the ground.
Gold level bow and arrow? Can you easily hit a running target from 100 meters away? Guan Xiaoyan gently covered her mouth.
After the three of them came to the world of Tiandao, relying on their beauty and communication skills, as well as the fans they had accumulated before, they lived a good life.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have so many gifts of jewelry on me.
If several well-established fans hadn't faced the threat of attack this time, they wouldn't have wanted to hire mercenaries. Out of various considerations, they happened to find a bronze-level human mercenary who met the conditions.
This made them think about it. Life in the Tiandao world is hard, and who doesn't want to be taken care of?
The Luo Yu in front of them met all their psychological expectations. Guan Xiaoyan felt that the men who were fans of her and claimed to be strong were like jackdaws compared to phoenixes compared with the man in front of her. Facing such an outstanding man, it is impossible not to be tempted. Seeing each target being shot over by Luo Yu, Guan Xiaoyan winked at the girl next to her. The girl named Xiaotong immediately came closer and asked with a smile, "Mr. Mercenary, are you so?"
"Awesome, a lot of girls must like it, right? Do you have a girlfriend?" That's when the probing began.
Luo Yu shot down another archer again and said funnily, "Miss Xiaotong, when you open your mouth, I smell the fragrance of tea. I guess the final summary of the topic is, your girlfriend is really scary."
Unlike me, the commander feels sorry for Geijai, right? Ha 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 ha. As soon as an expert takes action, he will know if there is any. Luo Yu's opening directly blocked what she wanted to say next. You titanium straight man. Xiaodong's face turned red with anger, and Guan Xiaoyan and another girl's faces were not very good looking either.
From these few words, it could be heard that this man did not take them seriously at all. Their confident appearance and figure are not in this man's eyes at all. Swish swish. The bow and arrow in Luo Yu's hand were still shooting, and there were no arrows missing.
People kept falling down.
In the awkward atmosphere, the three beautiful idols discovered that every arrow shot by Luo Yu failed to hit the vital point. These people he shot over can all be captured and made prisoners. Although the three celebrities were annoyed that Luo Yu was so incomprehensible, they were also shocked by his ability. At the same time, they were secretly grateful to this man for keeping his hand. These captives are a great wealth.
This man is really strong. And he seems to be a straight man, but there is a gentleness. Although Luo Yu mocked them, Guan Xiaoyan was even more curious about Luo Yu and her mood became even more enthusiastic.
After the three people exchanged glances, they all understood each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. This man must be captured. At this moment, the attacking natives below had already rushed within 50 meters.
20 of these 40 people were shot over by Luo Yu. It seemed that they could no longer hold on. Luo Yu took out a Maelizi and clicked to use it.
The Maelizi hit the red-armored woman like a precise guided missile. She screamed and was knocked unconscious on the spot.
"Princess!"
The surrounding soldiers gathered around, but Luo Yu jumped off the wall directly. With a wave of his hand, the big rhinoceros, elephant, a Tian gibbon appeared at the same time, roaring and rushing over. Bang bang bang, 5 animals with 100 attribute points rushed over collectively, knocking all the soldiers protecting the princess to the ground.
Finally, ran up to Luo Yu with the princess in his mouth, wagging his tail continuously. "He who knows me is dumb."
Tip, you successfully assisted the lord here to repel the tribal attack, and the mercenary mission is completed. The princess was caught and ran away directly, completing the task easily, and a smile appeared on Luo Yu's lips. The three female celebrities on the wall looked at Luo Yu's back with extremely shocked expressions in their eyes. There was even a hint of love and admiration in Guan Xiaoyan's eyes. This man is not only an archer, but also a beast master.
What a strong man!
A moment later, Luo Yu threw the princess on the back of the rhinoceros in the open space within the wall. According to the agreement, the princess was now his prisoner. Just as he was about to leave, Guan Xiaoyan beside him said hurriedly, "Mr. Mercenary, thank you for protecting us.
If you don't mind, would you like to stay and have a cup of tea before leaving?"
Luo Yu smiled lightly and said, "No need, the task is completed, I will leave first, you can do what you want."
"Wait a moment." Xiaotong called out to Luo Yu again, "Mr. Mercenary, we have made it so obvious, don't you feel it at all? We are all humans. As long as you nod, the three of us are willing to live in your territory. Oh my god, what kind of nerdy straight man would ignore us like this? Xiaotong seemed a little hard to understand Luo Yu's thoughts, and Luo Yu also had an incomprehensible expression on his face. He asked strangely, go and live in my territory? Yes, it seems that the world of heaven does have this function. But why do you want to give up your territory? Don't you want to become stronger again? Guan Xiaoyan asked seriously, can I become stronger even if I go to your territory? Mr. Mercenary, don't you like us? You feed us, protect us, and we take care of you, okay? Or are you afraid that you won't be able to support us? Don't worry, we are not that delicate. Looking at the natural expressions of the three girls in front of him, Luo Yu laughed. He said kindly, we are all children who grew up under the red flag. The textbooks teach self-reliance and tenacity. Did you go to primary school properly? Although I don't have much ability, I have my own hands and feet, so I don't need anyone to take care of me. Speaking of which, I see that your limbs are also sound. Why do you need people to raise you? Women can hold up half the sky. You three girls together can't hold up this small sky? As far as I know, pets only need to be kept by people. Are you pets? After a conversation, the three beautiful idols were speechless. Including Guan Xiaoyan, they all looked at Luo Yu with embarrassment. Seeing that the atmosphere was quite awkward, Luo Yu smiled lightly and said, okay, you can find me when we talk about business. Don't talk to me about topics like relationships. You also know that I am only a straight man. By three beauties. Stop. Guan Xiaoyan still wanted to say something, but Luo Yu had already stepped into the light door. On the same spot, the three beautiful idols all looked unhappy. They were both annoyed by what Luo Yu said before, and also very upset that such a good man ran away. At the same time, I still feel a little ashamed. Sometimes, simple principles are written in primary school textbooks. The world of heaven is so cruel, and it is so difficult to meet such an outstanding man as Luo Yu, who is also of the same race. It would be a shame to miss it. Guan Xiaoyan looked at the system prompts and found that the other party's name and number were all anonymous. She had never had a private chat with him, and there was no chat record. She would not be able to find this man if she tried to find him in the future. While she was feeling annoyed, another girl beside her who had been silent thought of something and said, although the face of the person in the arena is blurred, the figure is really similar. He seems to be you among the top 100 human beings on Earth. Real? There was a hint of surprise on Guan Xiaoyan's face. After hesitating for a moment, she clicked on the arena and searched for US information. Sure enough, she found that the body shape, characteristics, clothing, etc. were almost the same. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she chuckled, no man can escape my grasp yet. You, right, just wait. Luo Yu, who returned to the base, had already forgotten about the three female stars. In the past, Luo Yu might have thought the three idols were beautiful, but when he often got along with two great beauties, Fang Yamen and Alice, Naker's cuteness and Elena's sassiness were incomparable to them. There is no harm without contrast. I have so many beauties in my harem, so I don't want to raise a few idlers. He brazenly called the beauties in the team his harem. After boasting, he walked into the prison and threw the princess into the prison. When they reached the third floor, Dorno woke up. He looked at Luo Yu angrily and said, Evil Lord, I want to duel with you. Do you dare to duel with me? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Dorno was kicked to the ground. Luo Yu pointed to his clothes and said, Duel with me? Did you see my clothes? They are glowing. I stand and let you hit me, can you break my defense? Stay still, or I'll beat you all over the place. Dorno was kicked, finally understanding his position at the moment. He lay on the ground unable to get up for a while. It's not that he was hurt, but he felt a little sigh in his heart. What a comfortable carpet. It's more comfortable than my bed. I really want to sleep here, this was the real thought in his mind at the moment. Then he realized that his thoughts were too shameful, so he stood up hurriedly and sat on the sofa beside him. What a comfortable sofa. I really want to sleep. Luo Yu naturally had no time to pay attention to this idiot chief, because at this moment he received a prompt. The chief of the Alpha tribe wishes to have a call with you to discuss the princess ransom issue. Mei Lin didn't come, but the other party came first. When the dialogue box was opened, information immediately jumped over. Alpha, my lord, please return my child to me. I can agree to anything you want. Luo Yu secretly thought that the chief was quite polite, but in the face of interests, he would not be polite. He directly replied, 10 territory cores, I will ensure that your daughter is safe and sound. As he spoke, he also sent a screenshot of the princess. Alpha, oh. What a rich carpet. This rich lord, the prophet of tribal wisdom, told me that only 2 territory cores can be traded at most at a time. Your request is too much. Luo Yu, really? Then just trade a few more times. In this way, you give me a territory core first, and I will return your daughter's socks to you. Alpha, rich lord, the prophet means that the same trading object can only trade 2 cores at most. Otherwise, the supreme god will punish you. Luo Yu frowned when he saw this, and replied with a wait, then carefully read the various instructions of the heavenly Tao world on trading with the tribe. The maximum amount of each transaction is 2 territory cores. Once this amount is exceeded, you can't even put a piece of silver in it. This is a means to balance the entire world, and there is nothing you can do about it. After Luo Yu confirmed this, he said, in this case, then 2 10% territory cores. The other party was very straightforward and directly put 2 territory cores on the trading box. Luo Yu took a look and found that they were indeed 2 10% cores. Great! He laughed, walked to the unconscious princess, and took off all her clothes. After taking it off, he found that the armor was still silver level, and the lining and pants were black iron level. She is really the daughter of a rich family. Putting the princess's image on the shelf made Alpha slightly stunned. Rich lord, why do you treat my princess like this? Please don't hurt her, don't take screenshots, don't post related photos among your trial participants, please trade immediately. Alpha quickly clicked on the transaction, and Luo Yu replied with a smile, don't be offended, chief, it's just for money. Who made your daughter dress so well? Don't worry, I'm not interested in building a weird welfare website, and I won't take screenshots. After saying that, he clicked OK. Transaction successful, you get the territory core *2, done. Luo Yu smiled. He had checked the attributes of this princess before. She was a special person, but she didn't have any good personal characteristics. There was no need to worry about the transaction. With a flash of light, the princess disappeared, and the territory core was obtained. Seeing that Dorno was still looking at the place where the princess disappeared, he said with a smile, is it so beautiful? In my opinion, this princess is not as good looking as Merlin. Dorno said angrily, you really did something terrible to Merlin. She said no. Asshole lord, I want to duel with you. Luo Yu laughed, I just pushed her, I really didn't do anything else. You have to believe your wife. Humph. Dorno snorted lightly, and his originally ugly face eased a lot. It seems that he still believes what Luo Yu said. Indeed, given the current position of both parties, there is no need to lie at all. Dorno was secretly grateful to Luo Yu for not doing evil to his wife. After hesitating for a while, he said, although the Alpha tribe is far away from here, I heard that this tribe is very powerful. The chief of the tribe is a man who protects his shortcomings and is also a smiling tiger. You stripped the princess clothes, I don't think he will let you go. Oh? Luo Yu asked curiously, do you still have contact with each other? There is another thing I am curious about. What does the red dot next to your Scarsa tribe on the map represent? Is it another tribe or some ferocious beast? Dorno shook his head and said, I can't tell you about this information. After becoming a captive, some knowledge about this world has been sealed by the great gods. Luo Yu frowned slightly when he heard this. Sure enough, it is unlikely to understand this world through captives. It is mainly through self-exploration. He asked curiously, according to you, the Alpha tribe will come to attack me? Dorno shook his head and said, the distance is too far, so they won't have to travel a long distance, but they will hire tribes near your territory to attack you, and even hire you trialists to attack. Ha? There is such a saying? Luo Yu was surprised, and just as he was about to ask, a prompt appeared. New information disclosed, when the relationship between the trialists' territory and the indigenous forces rises to a certain stage, you can participate in the indigenous attack and play your own role. When the territory is attacked, you can also call on the indigenous forces with good relations to come to the rescue. The new intelligence information surprised Luo Yu again, which means that you can attack other trialists' territories with the indigenous people? This is a bit cruel. It is completely an act of plundering other people's resources and the core of the territory. Once this information is made public, it will probably cause a bloody storm, and Luo Yu feels that he is definitely not the first person to know this information. Prompt: are you willing to share this information with the team? Luo Yu chose to share. Although we don't have this demand for the time being, we still need to let everyone know the information. Just a reminder. Sure enough, the group immediately became active. Fang Yameng and Nakor felt a little scary, and Elena thought that they should take the initiative. Everyone had their own ideas. Luo Yu told everyone not to leak this information for the time being. While talking, another prompt came. The acting chief of the Skasa tribe hopes to talk to you to discuss the ransom of Dorno, here. Luo Yu smiled and clicked OK. Mei Lin, evil guy, let my husband go immediately. Luo Yu, Mei Lin, can you change your temper? If I get angry, your husband will be unlucky. Mei Lin, you. Humph. Don't hurt my husband. I'll treat you better. Luo Yu doesn't care about attitude, he only cares about the ransom. Luo Yu, as usual, 2 territory cores, I guarantee your husband is safe. How about it? You should have attacked a lot of territory cores this time. Just 2 cores, it's easy for you. Melon, impossible. The wizard said that the hatred between us is too high, giving you the territory core is like digging your own grave. I can give you a lot of resources, but don't even think about the territory core. Luo Yu, really? That's good, your husband is delicate and tender, he doesn't look like a native, my Minotaur brother has been interested in him for a long time, you should know that my brother is not afraid of meat. If you dare to say no again, I will give Dorno to him immediately. You should know the consequences, right? While saying this, he also sent the photo of Nyoda. The same photo, the same couple, the same threat method. You devil. Don't give my husband to that monster, trade immediately. Melon seemed very excited, and directly put 2 10% territory cores on the trading box. Didn't the wizard say that the territory core cannot be traded? Is it possible now? It seems that Nyoda's deterrent power is very strong. I'm determined to be his brother. He looked at Dorno and said, you are free. You and Mei Lin are welcome to attack at any time. Dorno said strangely, what did you talk about with Mei Lin? She is a woman with her own ideas. She shouldn't agree to your conditions easily. Luo Yu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, she has her own ideas? She is brave but brainless. It seems that you don't know your wife. Okay, bye. After that, he dragged Dorno's image to the transaction box. The transaction is successful, you get 2 territory cores, your hatred with the Skarsa tribe increases, 2 more. Luo Yu showed a deep smile in his eyes. No need to say, just use it. You choose to use 4 territory cores, current territory resources, 201%, current mineral resources, 206%, above 200%, some technologies can be unlocked. Attacking is the key to Luo Yu's wealth. He left the prison with satisfaction. The prison door slammed shut, Luo Yu looked back and wondered if there were too many people in prison. The half-year scoring mechanism will be updated this time, so prisoners will not be counted in the score, right? Moreover, there will be a food crisis. Speaking of the food crisis, he immediately reacted. Many dead animals were piled together and slaughtered quickly. After a while, he came to the lake and began to slaughter the carcasses of animals at a high speed. All kinds of internal organs were thrown into the minecart and taken to the incineration pit for burning. He didn't want to throw these things into the lake again, which would reduce the hygiene value of the entire territory. There were 60 or 70 animals killed. Even with Luo Yu's cooking level and overall work speed, there was a lot of work. In fact, he could let the prisoners slaughter them, but for the sake of food hygiene and safety, he didn't do so, but did it himself. It's better to be safe than sorry. He was really afraid that the prisoners would poison him. In this way, while slaughtering animal carcasses, he waited for new mercenary tasks to come. As a result, no one hired him again when the sun set, because the conditions he proposed were too strange, and everyone chose to believe some mercenaries who wanted money. After all the animals were slaughtered, the meat was carried back to the warehouse by Ah Dai and Ah Tai, and automatically entered the ice cellar. Because they were all riding animals, they earned 40,000 meat this time, so there was no need to worry about the meat crisis. After returning to the villa, Luo Yu took a bath with a diamond showerhead. After washing away the dirt and traces of war, the diamond showerhead really gave him a feeling of being washed clean and comfortable. A moment later, he was soaking in the bathtub and enjoying the little cutie's shoulder massage and back massage services, while chatting with everyone, and the prompt came. This month-end attack is all over, and the overall survival rate is 41.08%, the data came out, and the loss was indeed greater than last month. Behind the cold numbers are the lives that have passed away. The world of heaven is cruel. This is a place that tests all personal qualities such as courage, wisdom, and strength. The strong will become stronger, while the weak can only struggle to survive and become stronger. Of course, even if so many trialists died, there are more than billions of creatures in the heavens and the worlds. There are still a lot of trialists in the whole world of heaven. The big waves wash away the sand, and some weak races are eliminated. Luo Yu knows that as time goes by, the challenges he faces will only become more severe. He likes this feeling. Compared with the comfortable life in the past, he likes the present life more. But occasionally he misses his sister. He tried to find his sister many times in the world, but there was no response. He searched for his sister's name with visitor technology, and found thousands of results at the same time, and most of them were too far away to access. His sister was his only hope now, a trialist who could live together. Luo Yu felt that his sister must still be alive, and maybe alive and well. He believed that as long as he kept moving forward, he would always find her. The next morning, an autumn breeze blew the emerald curtains. When Luo Yu woke up, he heard the jingling sound of emerald pendants hitting each other, which was crisp and pleasant. The three little cuties were still crowded around him as usual. They seemed to feel the coolness of autumn and hugged him tighter. It's a pity that beast girls are different species after all. Even if they look like humans, Luo Yu likes them very much, but his feelings for them are mostly like a master treating a pet, and he really doesn't have much desire. Of course, there is no big desire, but small desires are constant. Occasionally teasing and bullying them is also a pleasure. It is said that you should not touch a tiger's butt. In order to exercise his courage, Luo Yu occasionally tries it. When you are doing entertainment activities, you get strength +1, sure enough, he got the favor of the god of courage and got the blessing of strength. Seeing Xiao Jin hugging him tighter, he smiled and continued to look at the prompts. Autumn is coming, and the territory resources are restored to full value. Tip: the territory scoring mechanism has been updated, and all trialists and territory members will be forced to calculate the score. This prompt surprised Luo Yu. He hurriedly checked the territory score and came to a value of 36,225. He checked the panel again and found that it had indeed changed. Number: Earthsia Country 23333 base score, 36,225 points. Personal score, 3225. Health value, 187 points, currently 74 points. Entertainment value, 121 points. Aesthetics, 335. Strength, 138. Physique, 134. Agility, 133. Personal characteristics, hero, 1 star. So many personal scores? Luo Yu opened his mouth, vaguely remembering that his personal score was only 70 or 80 before, but now it has reached a terrifying 3,000. He hurriedly checked the formula for personal scores. Each attribute point is equal to 1 score, and for all life skills above LV3, each additional LV1 is equal to 10 scores. All personal characteristics, regardless of level or star level, are scored 100 points each, and all martial arts are scored 500 points each. Combined, Luo Yu's attribute value was scored 405 points, life skills were scored 420 points, personal characteristics were scored 900 points, and martial arts skills were scored 1,500 points, which is exactly 3225. After looking at the data again, the average personal score in the Tiandao world is now 175 points. Luo Yu knows that this 175 points is inflated, and the real average should be much lower than this 175. Just like the per capita income on Earth before, he is an ordinary person, and the average with the capitalists is also a 10 billion asset. The median value can really reflect the data, but the Tiandao world has not announced this number. Luo Yu estimates that the median should be only around 130, or even less. In addition, my own score is also a bit exaggerated. The territory scoring mechanism is updated every 6 months. This update only calculates personal ability, but does not include equipment. Luo Yu asked himself whether the value of this outfit is higher than that of the original body. In addition, each attribute point is counted as 1 point, which is a very rough algorithm. A very simple example: an ordinary person's strength is 10 points, and a strong man's strength is 15 points. Although there is a difference of 5 points in the score, an ordinary person will be killed instantly when encountering a strong man. Under the formula algorithm of the heavenly Tao world, the higher the attribute of the same creature, the higher the attribute value he will increase later. This is a cost-effective attribute point. Relatively speaking, the lower the basic attribute points of the creature, the lower the cost-effectiveness of the attribute value he possesses. The real algorithm should be a very complex formula. Such a rough algorithm in the heavenly Tao world is equivalent to letting the strong take greater advantage. Just like Luo Yu, who has a higher branch, in disguise thinking, it is equivalent to adding less score, and the fewer scores, the smaller the attack intensity, and the greater the survival rate.
The more people in the territory, the more low-level members, and the more low-cost attributes, the more ineffective the attack intensity will be. The same is true for life skills and personal characteristics. The upgrade from LV11 to LV12 increases the score by 10 points, and the upgrade from LV3 to LV4 also increases the score by 10 points.
Can the meaning be the same?
Luo Yu's hero feature increases the score by 100, and the minor feature also increases by 100.
They are two completely different concepts.
Obviously, the Tiandao world hopes that the trialers in the territory will become stronger and stronger, rather than more and more territory members. Luo Yu immediately understood the core meaning of this rough algorithm.
Looking at the world, everyone is discussing personal scores.
I increased my score by 5,000 in one go.
Are there any scumbags in the Milky Way with higher scores than me? Is 5,000 awesome? There are dozens of people in my territory, and my score increased by 8,000 at once. Do you compare with me?
Sorry, my score increased by 12,000. The Milky Way and Taurus are all garbage.
I am an Earthling in the solar system.
My territory has increased its score by 1.5 at once.
Do you compare with me?
The Milky Way is always the god. Everyone is comparing and showing off, and few people mention the problem of the core algorithm.
The average score of the Tiandao world is not even 3,000 now. Can it withstand the attack if so many scores are added at once?
Some guys just don't use their brains. Seeing the chat content of the world channel and the regional channel, Luo Yu shook his head and stopped paying attention.
It doesn't matter.
Anyway, he is the beneficiary of this algorithm, a huge beneficiary. At the same time, he was secretly glad that the algorithm update did not include animals in the score, nor did it include territory resources and captives, otherwise he would be panicking. Luo Yu got up and stretched to welcome the new day.
I looked at the temperature. The temperature in the early morning was 14 degrees, which was actually a little cool.
This day, it really changed. Washing and eating breakfast step by step, the three little cuties at the table ate meat patties in a daze.
Xiaodai eats nectar every morning, which she collected herself.
Looking at her enjoyable expression, Luo Yu was very strange.
Nectar is not honey, and it doesn't seem to taste good. Xiao Jin eats the same simple dishes as Luo Yu.
With this attribute point, she also eats more.
The portion she eats in the morning is enough for Luo Yu's lunch before. Xiao Kong frowned and embroidered her eyebrows.
She always liked to secretly pick out the tomatoes and other vegetables that Luo Yu put in the lunchbox, but when she saw Luo Yu looking at her, she would show a wronged expression as if she had done something wrong, and endure the pain to eat the vegetables.
This little look is so cute.
After breakfast, they have developed a habit of going to the dressing table to make up to increase their beauty. Look, Luo Yu is walking on the grassland to feel the arrival of autumn, and the prompt comes. Affected by beauty, your agility when appreciating the scenery +1. At this time, the friends in the group also got up. After reading the updated content, everyone had different reactions.
Nyoda and Kura obviously didn't think too much, Elena and Alice seemed to be thinking, and Fang Yumeng directly raised the question in her heart. Fang Yumeng, is the score update wrong this time? Why do I feel full of malice from the update? Is Luo Yu here? What do you think?
In addition to the three trialists, Fang Yumeng's territory recruited the most female members of all kinds, and increased her score by more than 5,000 in one go.
This smart girl is a little panicked. Luo Yu laughed in his heart.
Before, there were so many members in their territory helping with the work, and the three of them were lying on the armchairs and enjoying the scenery comfortably.
Now you know you are panicking.
Luo Yu said all his thoughts and speculations, and this time it exploded. Among the 6 people in the group, except Luo Yu and Elena, the other territories have recruited a lot of members, especially after the attack yesterday. The prisoner market is very active. Everyone made a lot of money before, and they bought the prisoners they needed one by one, and the number of members increased greatly. Now, in Luo Yu's words, these are all low-cost. Effective ratings.
Knock here, Luo Yu, what should we do now? Are we selling them anymore?
Luo Yu, look at the current price of prisoners. Everyone searched the price of prisoners after hearing this, and they were all surprised when they saw it.
If there is any slight movement, the market will immediately reflect it.
Compared to the average price of 18,000 yesterday, the price of prisoners is only 9,000 now, and smart people are already selling prisoners.
Naker, this.
I just bought 10 female archers yesterday. What a loss, Luo Yu. I've already bought them, so this is the only way for now. Let's improve the cost-effectiveness of the points and increase their attributes.
Well, the premise is that loyalty must be high.
Fang Yamun, indeed, the tactics of having more people are at a disadvantage now. The price of prisoners with average attributes will plummet, while the price of prisoners with strong personal characteristics will soar. Everyone has to take the route of fewer but better. As they chatted, the group basically reached a consensus that in the next period of time, the cost-effectiveness of the members of the territory should be improved, and the attributes should be the top priority. Of course, even if the attributes of the members are increased to 100, the cost-effectiveness is still very different from that of the trialists with 120 attributes. Under this rule, the more powerful the individual creatures are, the higher the cost-effectiveness of the various abilities added. As they walked and talked, Luo Yu walked into the vegetable field and began to open up a new planting area. The score update actually had little to do with him. It was nothing more than that the prisoners were cheaper. The Lone Ranger route he took at the beginning was obviously correct. In terms of cost-effectiveness, animals are now more cost-effective. After all, animals are not included in the score. However, according to the nature of updating every 6 months, it will be included sooner or later. Luo Yu has already started to prepare for a rainy day. Now, he plans to open up a ulan leaf planting area and sell cigarettes to make money in the future. The current fertility of the territory is 201%, which means that the planting cycle will be shortened by half, but because of the drop in temperature, most of the actions show non-ideal growth progress, growth rate 0.10%, the current temperature is not low. When the temperature drops, this value will continue to change until it stops growing. The growth cycle of ulan leaves is 20 days. At the current growth rate of 191%, it will be almost mature in 10 days. Luo Yu hopes to take advantage of the 10 days of early autumn to harvest the first wave of ulan leaves. This time, the planting area of ulan leaves is very large. Luo Yu's overall work speed is high, and the planting level has also increased. The current planting speed is very fast, but it can be done in just 1 hour. Thinking about the lack of everything in winter, he planned to plant more crops and harvest them before the temperature dropped completely, so he wanted to expand the planting area. The area was doubled, and the location was the extension of the western wall. The current resources are sufficient. Luo Yu simply clicked to build a wall. After the area doubled, he began to sow in the new planting area. In one morning, he finished all the work. Next, Luo Yu connected the pipeline, purchased the beast soul core to build an automatic sprinkler, and so on, all done. Only Luo Yu dared to add a new planting area in autumn. His territory is highly fertile. If it were someone else's territory, it would be a waste of effort. It was already afternoon. Xiaodai flew to the vegetable field with a lunchbox. After handing the lunchbox to Luo Yu, she said with some concern, "Master, there are too many captives and newly added animals in our territory. It can eat 2,000 units of food a day. Although we have a lot of reserves, we can't hold on like this." Luo Yu smiled and nodded. He naturally thought of this problem. Now the price of captives is low and it is not easy to sell. It is obviously not cost-effective to keep such a large group of people to dig and clean. He is going to build an evil building, a fighting arena. The fighting field, also known as the Colosseum, allows captives, wild beasts, and other creatures to fight in it for entertainment. The fighting field will increase a lot of entertainment value. Not only will it increase the entertainment value, but the trialists can also enter the system's special fighting field channel and register to become the fighting field owner. After successful registration, the virtual image of the fighting field in your territory will be projected into the room of the channel, which is equivalent to a live broadcast, presenting the process of fighting and fighting beasts to the audience. This is an entertainment activity. The audience watching the fight can have a chance to get attribute points, increase their combat experience, and satisfy their own entertainment value needs. As the owner, you can get a lot of money and a chance to get attribute points. There is no one in the fighting field channel now. Luo Yu plans to give it a try. He estimates that after this score update, there will definitely be people like him who will engage in the fighting field business. Although the Tiandao world has an anti-monopoly mechanism, competition is inevitable, so either don't do it, or do it in a big fighting field. Luxurious fighting arena, 1 million stone bricks, 500,000 wood, 1 million silver, 100,000 cloth, 10,000 gold, 10,000 jade, 3,000 platinum. This building material is very scary. Luo Yu has already taken the messy spoils to the auction house to sell, and he has sold a lot. He looked at the existing resources in his territory. Silver is definitely enough. Although it takes 100,000 stone bricks, he can really take it out. After all, the big stone pillar has not been cut yet.
500,000 wood is currently short of 170,000, but it can be bought. The fighting arena needs 100,000 cloth.
There were 60,000 before, plus 10,000 cloth from slaughtering animals, and there is still 30,000. The cotton will be ripened the next day or the day after tomorrow, so it is not a big problem. 10,000 gold, 10,000 jade, and 3,000 platinum are all available at the base. After this summary, Luo Yu found that he could build a luxurious colosseum in a few days. He smiled and climbed up the watchtower to observe where the luxurious colosseum should be located.
The 100*100 core area must not be able to accommodate it.
The luxurious prison occupies a large area in the core area. In addition, the subsequent workshop and medical room must also be built in the core area. Expanding the territory area is already a top priority. After standing on the watchtower and observing for a while, Luo Yu has determined the basic development route for this month. For territory buildings, expand the base area, build a fighting field and a workshop, and add an electric shock tower for defense. This requires a lot of stone brick resources support.
Xiao Dai beside him asked curiously, "Master, have you sold the swimsuit last time? Are we still making swimsuits?"
Luo Yu smiled and shook his head and said, "Keep the furs and cloths for the future.
Xiao Dai, you and Xiao Kong go fishing together."
Okay. Xiao Dai showed a beautiful smile on her face, flapped her wings and flew out of the watchtower and flew towards the pavilion.
Luo Yu went to the mine to mine. 204% of the ore veins, dig them up. Luo Yu spent the next 2 days mining.
His overall work speed was too fast, and with the miner's characteristics, he was simply a mine maniac. He and the Golden Scorpion King were digging there crazily, and they could dig out 20% of the ore vein resources in a day.
It must be said that the Golden Scorpion King was also outrageous. Its mining level could be upgraded.
As the level increased, its mining efficiency became faster and faster. Various iron and copper mines were produced one after another, but the delivery rate of stone bricks was already very low.
But it didn't matter.
The bugs and badgers in the quarry worked there 24 hours a day, and there were enough stones to supply. Of course, more stones were produced, and more bugs were crushed to death. However, because the ore vein resources were updated, the probability of bugs was also updated. One was tamed after another, and the proportion of bugs in the quarry was not reduced very fast.
If it was really not enough, just buy it.
In addition, the critical hits of the past 2 days were also used for mining, and 1,000 units of platinum and 1 crystal stone were produced each time. This is a good thing for unlocking technology, so keep it. In the past 2 days, Luo Yu's mining level has reached LV10.
There are a lot of various resources in the territory. Luo Yu can already build a fighting arena.
On the morning of the 3rd day, Luo Yu habitually watched the world chat while eating breakfast.
Sure enough, the world has changed its direction now. The original comparison and showing off are gone.
Everyone is worrying about how to offset the newly added scores. Basically, everyone realizes that the more people a territory has, the better it is, but the more elite the better. The price of captives has already started to dive, from the previous 9,000 to the current 6,000, and the price of animals is increasing, from the average price of 3,000 to 6,000.
All of this is within Luo Yu's expectations. After breakfast, Luo Yu walked out of the west gate of the wall.
The fighting field was built here, but because the luxurious fighting field occupies a large area, the moat needs to be filled.
Luo Yu thought about it carefully before. After the strike array, the moat seems to be useless. It's time to withdraw from the stage of history. If you need it again in the future, just dig it. What we have to do today is to fill the moat. Drainage is simple.
Block the water inlet connecting the small lake to the moat, and then a thick pipe channel to the outside of the territory will be done.
The main reason is that the amount of sand filling is huge.
Luo Yu alone would need several days to do it, but he has a lot of prisoners. After calling out all the prisoners, Luo Yu directly gave the order to fill the moat.
Let's get started.
The water was released first, and then the sand and stones were filled. 100 people worked for a full day, and finally the moat was filled. After imprisoning all the prisoners, Luo Yu came to the open space to the west and clicked on the building page. He simply clicked build. There was a flash of light in front of my eyes, and a beautiful ring-shaped building gradually appeared in front of me. The overall style of the fighting arena is similar to the Colosseum in ancient Rome, but of course it is not that big, only 60 by 60 meters. The audience is all watching online, and there is no need to accommodate so many people, so this area is just right.
Luxury fighting arena,
a place where prisoners, animals, etc. can fight and fight, with aesthetics +10, health value +10, and entertainment value +20. Tip: you have the qualifications to register as a homeowner on the Fighting Arena channel. Tip: when you build large-scale entertainment facilities, your entertainment value will be affected, and all your attributes will be +2. Looking at the luxurious fighting arena in front of him, Luo Yu was very satisfied. He didn't rush to read the instructions carefully. Now the entire fighting arena is exposed outside the wall. Let's add more walls first. There are still some stone bricks. After a few operations, the wall extended again from the west, wrapping the entire luxurious fighting arena inside. Luo Yu dismantled 4 automatic crossbows from the strike formation and mounted them on the wall to increase defense. Done. Walking into the fighting ring, Luo Yu felt a wave of savage and ferocious aura, and his blood was boiling and he wanted to find someone to fight. This is the feeling you want. Luxury fighting arena: each time you fight, the chance of obtaining attribute points is 30%, the chance of obtaining personal characteristics, 0.3%. When watching the battle, the audience has a 5% chance of obtaining attribute points. When fighting in the fighting arena, the owner of the fighting arena has a chance to obtain attribute points no matter where he is or what he does. The chance of obtaining attribute points is 60%. This is the advantage of the luxury fighting arena. Generally speaking, it is good to have a 2% chance of obtaining attribute points while watching a battle, while the luxury fighting arena is 5%. Moreover, as the master, Luo Yu has a 60% chance of getting points as long as there is a battle in the fighting arena, which is a pretty high probability. For things like attribute points, 1 point and 2 points add up to a lot. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu was ready to start work tonight. After dinner, he clicked to enter the system fighting arena interface. Registration as a fighting ring owner: the territory must have a fighting ring building, the personal arena level is black iron or above, and 10W of silver must be paid. You meet all the requirements. Do you want to pay for the silver registration? Luo Yu chose OK, and a prompt immediately appeared. Please select the name of your fighting arena. After thinking for a while, Luo Yu named it Galaxy Coliseum. The name should be simple and concise. We won't do any fancy things and just go straight to the Coliseum. World News: the human race, Anonymous, has established the Galaxy Coliseum. Trialists can go to the Fighting Arena channel to watch. There is a chance to obtain attribute points when watching, which will enhance the entertainment value. This is the world news pushed by the system. This effect is much better than shouting in the world, and it immediately ignited the topic. Everyone started pouring into the room. The room is actually a projection of the luxurious Coliseum in the entire Luo Yu base. After everyone enters the room, they have their own seats, and these virtual seats are quite high. The upper limit of seats in the luxury fighting arena is 10,000. 10,000 creatures were watching the battle in the stands at the same time, and the amazing thing was that although everyone was in different places, high and low, the visual presentation was the same. Immediately, the entire fighting arena was bustling with activity. In Tiandao World, people gathered in small groups. There were not many opportunities for gatherings like this on such a large scale. Wow, who built this luxurious fighting arena? It's so beautiful. Where is the rich man? I want to meet him. Judging from the name, this rich man must be from our galaxy. Don't worry about this and that. Why is there no show on? Come on, put on a show. Let's do it. The 10,000 seats were filled instantly. Luo Yu didn't expect the number of people to gather so quickly, and he was caught off guard for a while. The fighting arena you run is full, and you will receive a reward, free attribute points +2. The daily limit has been reached. Looking at the 10,000 people in his room, Luo Yu knew what to do. He looked at Xiao Jin beside him and said, "Go, grab a male prisoner and throw him into the fighting ring." Xiao Jin chuckled and said, "Has it finally started? Master, I also want to fight. Can the animals send me to fight?" Luo Yu rolled his eyes. She was quite conscious and thought she was an animal, but you don't think so. And how could he possibly let the beast girl next to his pillow engage in hand-to-hand combat? Not to mention anything else, there were so many people in the room, and Xiao Jin, who looked so pretty, must have been talking dirty words before the fight started, and even Luo Yu was ridiculing him. "Just for some money, it won't be a waste," he said angrily. "Just stop it and go ahead." "Oh." After Xiao Jin responded, he walked quickly to the prison. After a while, the door to the fighting arena was slowly opened, and a relatively strong good-looking native slowly walked in with a look of horror on his face. As soon as he appeared, the room immediately exploded, and everyone cheered. Many people were urging him to get on the animal quickly and start fighting quickly. Luo Yu also knew that there was no point in procrastinating, so he went straight to a previously tamed wild boar.
The wild boar in the fighting arena let out a low roar. Under normal circumstances, tamed animals will not actively attack captives, but the fighting arena is a special building. In this type of building, all creatures will become warlike, and some animals below the intermediate level of intelligence will be wild and even attack their owners. Look, the roar of the big wild boar is even deeper, and although the male captive is terrified, he is an indigenous warrior after all, and often fights for life and death, so he immediately entered the state. Roar! The big wild boar roared and rushed forward, and the male captive also shouted loudly, and he didn't retreat or give in. Bang bang! The big wild boar hit the captive, and the male captive also punched the wild boar's head hard. If it were on Earth, an unarmed adult male would not be able to beat such a huge wild boar, but everything in the world of heaven depends on the attribute value. As long as your attribute is high, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl can kill an elephant with one punch. The male prisoner seemed to be as strong as the wild boar. Although he was knocked away by the wild boar, his punch almost knocked the wild boar unconscious. Okay. Go, go, go. Punch. This wild boar is so stupid, bite it, push its butt. Oh, this male warrior has such developed muscles, I like him so much. Is the landlord here? Sell this male captive to me. I'll pay a high price. The scene immediately became lively. Everyone had been holding back for so long in the world of heavenly Tao. In this atmosphere, they all cheered and cheered. Every time flesh and flesh collided, cheers would break out. The audience's entertainment began to rise, and naturally the fatigue value decreased. The waist was no longer sore, the legs were no longer painful, and the eyes were no longer blurry. Looking at the lively scene, Luo Yu thought of another function. Start a gambling game. But the gambling game in the fighting field is not as complicated as the previous gambling companies. It is just a simple and rough bet on the outcome. The winning party will split the money of the losing party. The more bets, the more wins, and the less bets, the less wins. The specific system will calculate there is no dealer in this gambling method. Luo Yu himself does not make money, but earns a popularity. When the popularity was high just now, 2 points of attributes were given. When everyone was cheering, a gambling bar appeared in the air of the fighting field. Wild boar versus warrior. Everyone was in high spirits, and immediately started to bet. Naturally, the wild boar had an overwhelming advantage. The bets on both sides were 4.6 million, 19.7 million. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. He spent 100,000 silver to buy the male warrior to win. Others could not view the attributes, but Luo Yu could. The male warrior's strength and the wild boar's were both 24 points, but the male warrior's agility was 27, and the wild boar's agility was only 15. It was clear who would win and who would lose. If the bet limit was not 100,000, Luo Yu would dare to bet 1 million. As long as the operation was proper, Luo Yu would win the bet. In the fighting arena, a man and a beast were fighting and killing each other. Because they could only fight with bare hands, there was no bloody scene as imagined. However, such a program that makes people's hormones soar is really popular. Now, more and more people are pouring into the fighting arena, but now the fighting arena is only one room, Galaxy Coliseum, and it is full and can't be entered. This made many people in the world curse and jump, scratching their heads anxiously. Luo Yu naturally saw all of this, and he had an idea. 15 minutes later, as the wild boar was knocked over by a punch, the male warrior won. Boom! The iron gate opened, the male warrior breathed a sigh of relief and walked into the iron gate, while 2 thinner captives ran out and dragged the wild boar down. Although the wild boar was unconscious, some punches and kicks were actually nothing. You get 120,000 silver, the prompt appeared, Luo Yu bet 100,000 and won 20,000. Sometimes money is so easy to make. Those who won money in the fighting field were more excited, while those who lost money wanted to win back a city, and shouted to start the next game quickly. Luo Yu was not in a hurry at all, he had something to do now. In a room on the second floor of the fighting arena, Luo Yu personally treated the wound of the male warrior named Banan, patted his shoulder and said, "Not bad, you will have an egg in your 3 meals starting tomorrow." "Thank you, Lord." Banan was flattered, seemed very happy, and hurried to thank him. "Is this about an egg?" "No. This is a matter of face. There are so many people in the prison, and everyone eats the same dry meat patties. I have an extra egg, which is a beef pie, and it is face." "Speak louder." After Luo Yu treated Banan, he treated the wild boar. He works fast and can heal the external injuries in a few minutes.
As expected, although the beating is broken, it is not too serious. It will be fine after a day or two of rest. Your medical experience increases, and the medical level is upgraded to LV7. The experience bar was originally about to upgrade, and now it is upgraded directly. Making money and practicing medical treatment, both are not delayed. In fact, it was just past dinner time, which was the time when everyone was the most idle. The second match must be held, but it must be done well. The first thing is the tickets. We are counting on the tickets to make money. The luxury fighting arena ticket can receive up to 20 silvers per person, but because it is luxurious, it is equipped with 20 VIP rooms and 200 VIP seats. Luo Yu certainly will not waste this opportunity to make money. He simply set the fighting arena ticket at 20 silvers per person, the VIP seat is 20 gold per person, and the VIP room is 200 gold for the night. Taking advantage of the fact that there is only one fighting arena on the market, the price is raised. Tip: the owner of this fighting arena room has set an entrance fee, and you need to pay the entrance fee before watching. The audience who were originally shouting were kicked out of the room in an instant, and for a while they started cursing in the public channel of the system fighting arena room. But cursing is cursing, and money still needs to be paid. Because everyone found that the fighting field has a good entertainment effect. Improving your entertainment mood can reduce the threat of negative emotions, and a good mood can also improve work efficiency. 20 silver, not expensive. Ordinary people pay 20 silver, but some people notice that there are VIP seats in VIP rooms, which is different. So many people are watching together. How face.saving is it to sit in the VIP seat? VIP rooms are even more face.saving. Bring your own woman or a group of women to sit in the VIP room, how comfortable it is. Sure enough, the second match was packed before it even started, including the VIP seats and VIP rooms, all of which were occupied. There are so many races in the universe, and there are still many rich people. Luo Yu looked at the income and found that he had earned nearly 200,000 silver and 8,000 gold from tickets. Wow, that's 8,000 gold. I'm rich. Luo Yu was so excited that he almost cheered, and the second match was arranged immediately. This time, Luo Yu found a female warrior to fight against 4 ground badgers. Female warriors are still popular, and Luo Yu deliberately asked her to wear something sexy. The whole audience immediately whistled and cheered, and the atmosphere was pushed up again. Luo Yu naturally started to gamble again. He knew the accurate 3-dimensional attributes of this female warrior, so he was sure to win. While everyone was watching the fight, Luo Yu began to arrange the programs for the next 3 days and made a schedule. Big Wild Boar vs 3 Wild Wolves, Banan vs Devil Muscle Man, Strong Man vs 3 Female Warriors, whatever is interesting and attracts the audience. Why only 3 days? That's because the world of Tiandao adopts a balance mechanism. Projects like fighting arenas that are easy to form monopolies and have relatively low costs have many restrictions. Luo Yu's luxury fighting arena is also limited to 4 days of operation per month. To lift this restriction, you need to buy a business extension coupon in the system mall. Permanent day scrolls from fishing boxes are better, but no matter which one, it is very difficult to obtain. In other words, the resources that Luo Yu can harvest from the fighting field every month are easy to calculate. Similarly, the weapon house and prop room that will be opened in the future will have many restrictions. This is a strong anti-monopoly mechanism. Although the world of heaven is cruel, it is relatively fair. During the 4 days of the Colosseum every month, Luo Yu plans to open it once every 10 days on average, and open it twice at the end of the month to make money steadily. Influenced by this business opportunity, some people in the world have begun to collect materials to build their own fighting fields. Because of the anti-monopoly mechanism, the competition will not be so fierce. After arranging the time, Luo Yu entered the arena to fight. Watching the fighting field is just for fun. If you want to enhance your combat power and increase your combat experience, you have to go to the arena. Luo Yu now basically PKs 5 times a day, rain or shine, and has never lost a single game. He can be called the lone warrior in the black iron field. After earning another 500 gold in the arena, Luo Yu took a bath and slept peacefully with his little cuties. When Luo Yu woke up in the morning, he got a visual buff, plus 100% vision. The world in front of him became clear all of a sudden, which was a brand new experience. If he had this vision before, he could clearly see the room of the beautiful sister in the building next door from his balcony. Unfortunately, the big sister is nowhere to be found now, so he can't use her strengths. After breakfast, Luo Yu opened the fighting arena and took a brief look at the content left by the audience in the guest book yesterday. After flipping through it, it was basically nothing to say, but there was also some information he liked.
Is the boss of the Galaxy Coliseum here? Do you want to sell Banan? I like him very much. The price is negotiable. My ID, Shwizu66551, is the boss here? I want to buy the female warrior from yesterday. She is so sexy. Also, do you have those sexy clothes for sale? My ID.
Many people left messages wanting to buy the captives that appeared yesterday, which made Luo Yu smile.
Why are the captives so cheap? That's because there is no publicity and no packaging. Before becoming stars, celebrities were just ordinary people.
After being packaged by the agency, they immediately became handsome men and beautiful women. There is no doubt that after several shows yesterday, the captives that appeared became little stars. Especially Banan, with his strong muscles, sparse stubble, and firm eyes, it goes without saying that he is definitely the type that women of all ethnic groups like. Luo Yu clicked on the transaction interface and sent a transaction box to Shwizu66551.
Aquatic, female, Shuexiang, huh? Are you the boss of the Galaxy Coliseum? Human, anonymous, yes, I heard you want to buy my Banan, right?
Shuexiang, great, I dreamed about Banan yesterday, sell him to me, just name the price.
Luo Yu laughed in his heart. How can you talk business like this? Isn't it obvious that you want to be ripped off?
He specially selected a muscle photo of Banan and dragged it to the transaction box. Banan is the star of our Coliseum, and I like him very much, but out of conscience, I hope he can have a good home.
Since you really want to buy it, then 100,000? He tentatively offered a price.
Now the market price of captives has been falling again and again.
Even if Banan looks good, he can only be sold for 10,000 at most. Luo Yu directly offered a tentative price of 10 times. Shuexiang, 10W? Boss, I don't allow you to insult Banan.
He's worth at least 20W. I'll pay 30W, sell him to me immediately, I don't want him to suffer in the hands of an ignorant lord.
Is this a fan? Love it. Luo Yu, sorry, I was careless.
The girl's words really made me wake up and enlightened. I decided to change my ways and pay attention to Banan.
40W, my Banan is definitely worth this price. Shuexiang, is it right? You finally understand.
The young lady who was obsessed with Banan directly put up 40W silver and clicked OK. Luo Yu was afraid that the other party would regret it, so he used his hand speed to the extreme and clicked OK at the speed of light.
Transaction successful, you get 40W silver. After getting the huge sum of money, Luo Yu directly put Shuexiang on the blacklist.
Love can easily make people lose their minds, but after calming down, she will find that she is SB.
What if she asks for a refund? Just block her and end it all. However, after the transaction was successful, Luo Yu's conscience was condemned.
Yesterday, he promised Banan to give him an extra egg every day, but he sold it after eating a meal, and there was no time to replenish his body.
It must be very hard to get there. Come on, Banan, see you again. Luo Yu thought so in his heart and clicked on another person's transaction box. Luo Yu was talking about business all morning and sold 7 captives. Of course, not every guy is like Shuexiang. Most people are normal.
The 7 captives were sold for a total of 600,000. If it is sold at the current market price, it would be good to sell 50,000.
What is this? This is packaging and exposure.
No matter who it is, after being packaged and promoted, some people will treat them as treasures, and they will pay for them without blinking an eye. In one day, Luo Yu has made back his investment in the fighting arena. The first person to eat the cake is sometimes so comfortable. However, I used up a lot of my materials yesterday to build the fighting arena, so I still have to summarize it. Silver, 90W wood, 0.8W iron ore, 70W stone bricks, 1.7W copper ore, 8W emerald, 6W gold, 9,000 platinum, 1,000 diamonds, 0 fur cloth, 1W. A lot of silver was earned back, iron ore and copper ore were not consumed much, and almost everything else was sharply reduced. Especially the stone bricks, which are gone again.
Next, Luo Yu plans to build a workshop and a hospital. There is no way, just accumulate slowly.
Fortunately, there is still a little bit of the big stone pillar that has not been cut. If you can't build big things, it is enough for repairs.
In the afternoon, Luo Yu went to mine again.
You and the Golden Scorpion King dug a piece of iron ore, and I dug a piece of copper ore. Seeing the mineral resources being consumed, Luo Yu felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Just like doing daily tasks in the game before, if the resources are not consumed every month, I always feel that I am at a loss, and I must consume them all to feel comfortable. I was happily mining, and Xiaokong's humming voice came from behind.
Wu, master, look.
Xiaokong handed the box in her arms to Luoyu, and it was indeed her exclusive box. Since evolving, Xiaokong has gradually learned to speak, and the probability of opening a box has also increased. Luoyu thought that there were still some critical hits that were not used, so he opened it. He silently said in his heart and opened the box. 100 times critical hit triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Beast Girl Picture Book Contract Collection Book. Beast Girl Picture Book Contract Collection Book. The book includes all the Beast Girls in the current Tiandao world. Every time you light up a picture book, there will be a related attribute bonus, huh? Can you get something like this? Luoyu's eyes showed a strong curiosity. After flipping through this thick picture book, almost all the picture books were dark. The unlit picture books only had a black picture outline. Only the 5 picture books of Night Butterfly, Charm Butterfly, Xuanqiu Beast Girl, Jinyue Beast Girl, and King Sabera were lit. Night Butterfly Picture Book Light Up Feedback, Strength +1, Constitution +1, Agility +2, Taming LV +1, Charming Butterfly Picture Book Light Up Feedback, Strength +2, Constitution +2, Agility +5, Increased Mental Strength, Personal Beauty +5, Xuanqiu Beast Girl Picture Book Light Up Feedback, Strength +2, Constitution +1, Agility +2, Luck +5. You activate Hidden Attribute, Luck, Jinyue Beast Girl Picture Book Light Up Feedback, Strength +5, Constitution +5, Agility +5, Luck +10, there are many hidden attributes in the world of Heavenly Dao. Luoyu hurriedly looked at the panel. Sure enough, in the column below Agility, the attribute column of Luck appeared. The initial value is 0, and the current luck value is 15 points, all given by Xiaokong. There are still many things affected by luck, such as collecting more when harvesting crops, better quality of milk when milking, less likely to be fatally injured when attacked, and higher hit rate when shooting others, etc. Luck is everywhere. 15 points of luck is equivalent to 15% of fortune, which is a powerful attribute. Looking at the cute Xiaokong in front of him, Luoyu hugged her and kissed her twice, making Xiaokong's face flushed and giggling. Jinga Sabera's Picture Book Light Up Feedback, Strength +20, Constitution +20, Agility +18, Luck +10, All Melee Personal Characteristics +1 star, Medical Level +2, wow, Xiaojin alone gives more attributes than Xiaokong and Xiaodai combined. After all, she is a Diamond level Tigress, awesome. Luoyu was so excited that he checked his panel at the first time. Number, Earthsia Country 23333 Base Score, 39,225 points Personal Score, 3387 Health Value, 207 points, currently 155 points Entertainment Value, 151 points Aesthetics, 380 Strength, 170 Physique, 165 Agility, 1168 Luck, 25 Life Skills, Shooting LV 13, Taming LV 12, Cooking LV 7, Medical LV 8, Mining LV 10, Planting LV 8, Tailoring LV 10. Martial Arts, Wine Blade, 2nd level, Free and Easy, 1st level, Stealth, 1st level, Personal Characteristics, Hero, 2 stars, Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars, Miner, 2 stars, Tamer, 4 stars, Chef, 3 stars, Brewer, 1 star, Fighter, 2 stars, Handsome, 1 star, Mobile Incentive, 1 star. The panel has changed a lot, and the base score has increased by 300, which is given by the fighting field. Attribute points, life skills, and personal characteristics have all increased, but what shocked Luoyu the most was the hero characteristic. 2 stars. The hero characteristic is 2 stars. This characteristic is counted as a melee characteristic, and Xiao Jin's illustration collection adds 1 star to this characteristic. Oh my god, this is a super characteristic that costs 1000 W silver to upgrade once. Awesome. Invincible. Luoyu hurriedly looked at the characteristics. Hero characteristics, 2 stars maximum comfortable temperature +20, minimum comfortable temperature 0.20, global working speed +40%, global success rate +40%, personal beauty +20, global attack speed +40%, wow, all attributes have doubled, and the attack speed is 40% faster. Luoyu took out the Yangyu bow in a flash, drew the bow and put the arrows on it, and shot 3 arrows in a row. Sure enough, the speed of raising the hand and shooting the arrows was much faster. Shocked, it turns out that the ADC is me. He laughed, and his mood was really good. Tip, affected by the beauty, you gain strength +1 when you enjoy the scenery. Now Luoyu's attributes have greatly exceeded the limit of 100. He doesn't know what the attributes of powerful races such as the Dragon Clan are, but he asks himself if he can easily kill the Black Iron level masters.
Bronze.level masters may not be able to stop him for 3 rounds. After moving around in place for a while and adapting to his new strength, Luo Yu kissed Xiao Kong again and started mining. At present, with the blessing of various buffs and clothes, his overall working speed has reached 300%. The efficiency of mining is so terrifying that he can be called a human excavator. Iron ore, copper ore and other materials were dug out, and the resources of the ore veins also decreased rapidly. Finish the digging early and get off work early, just do it. While digging, Luo Yu's thoughts also diverged. This newly obtained Beast Girl illustrated book is very powerful. At present, it is the most valuable thing in his territory. I am afraid that the clothes on his body are far less valuable than this illustrated book. I have to find a way to collect Beast Girls. In fact, he has always had this idea. With the continuous development of the territory, he and the 3 little cuties are a bit too busy. If they are captured, they can only do some rough work. Where can I catch Beast Girls? That night, Luo Yu had a dream when he fell asleep. He dreamed that his big bed was full of cute little Beast Girls. His collecting habit was satisfied, and he planned to double the size of the big bed. But just when he wanted to check the resources of the territory, he found that it was all fur. All the resources are gone, and only fur is left. Where is my gold? Where is my jade? Luo Yu woke up suddenly and found that it was Xiao Kong's tail on his face. No wonder he had a nightmare with a face full of fur. Xiao Kong's sleeping posture is hard to describe. Luo Yu put her down and looked out the window. His eyesight doubled, allowing him to see things clearly at night. The moonlight outside is beautiful, and the big birds flying in the sky are also beautiful. Wait a minute, big bird? Luo Yu was startled and quickly looked at the prompt, only to find that there was a prompt. The scouts of the Black Wind Pirates are investigating the terrain of your territory. Warning, you have discovered his whereabouts, and the scout has changed to a hostile unit. This type of prompt will only be issued after you discover it yourself, which is different from ordinary attacks. Z. At the moment it turned into a hostile unit, the lightning strike tower immediately attacked, and a bolt of lightning hit the Black Eagle flying 600 to 700 meters high in the sky. Ah! There was a scream from the back of the Black Eagle, and 1 person and 1 eagle spiraled down, crashing into the small lake with a bang. The small lake splashed all over the sky. Luo Yu finally came to his senses, jumped up from the bed, woke up Xiaodai and said, "Quick, hug me. Just give me a hug, my master hates me." Xiaodai, who was wearing pajamas, had a blushing face and a shy expression. "No, I mean to carry me to the small lake." "Ha? Oh." Xiaodai immediately hugged Luo Yu, and without bothering to put on her clothes, she spread her wings and flew to the small lake with her master in her arms. But, it's still too late. When they arrived at the small lake, 1 of them and 1 eagle were eaten by the big octopus. Beside the small lake, the big octopus blinked and looked at Luo Yu innocently with its big eyes. The big snake next to him was obviously very annoyed. The octopus had robbed its delicious food. It dared not speak out in anger. Looking at the innocent big octopus and the annoyed red-scaled python, Luo Yu sighed inwardly. After all, they only have intermediate intelligence, and they act according to their nature. In their thinking, the enemy units should not eat them and keep them for the new year? To be honest, Luo Yu thinks that the wisdom of the big octopus may not even be intermediate intelligence. It is probably the intermediate intelligence evaluation forced by the diamond score. What is the origin of this Black Wind Pirate group? Luo Yu frowned slightly, and suddenly thought of what Donauer said before. The Alpha tribe didn't really hire some messy forces to deal with him, right? There are even scouts, so they should not be underestimated. If I hadn't just woken up and got a vision buff, I wouldn't have noticed it. Maybe this is luck. They can ride big birds, are they all Air Force? Luo Yu was calculating in his mind, but Xiaodai beside him said curiously, "Master, the big octopus has something wrong with his expression." Luo Yu was stunned when he heard the words, and found that the big octopus's expression became distorted, and then spit out a black thing. After spitting out, he showed a comfortable expression. Xiaodai immediately fished the black thing out of the water and handed it to Luo Yu. "Master, this seems to be a hand crossbow." Luo Yu nodded. This was indeed a hand crossbow, but it was not a simple hand crossbow. Heavy hand-held crossbow, with a range of 100 meters, huge power, and high accuracy, it can easily kill creatures with a constitution of less than 50. Judging from this heavy hand crossbow is quite powerful. Luo Yu's heart once again raised the danger level of the Black Wind Pirates, and he must take strict precautions. A gust of autumn wind blew by, and the autumn night wind was already a bit cold. "If you have anything to do, I won't talk about it tomorrow." Go back to your room and sleep. In the early morning, Luo Yu woke up early. While eating breakfast, Luo Yu spoke in the group. Did you read the reminder? Was there any special reminder last night? Fang Yameng, no, what happened to you over there? Alice, Luo Yu, do you need our help? Luo Yu, it's okay, there's just a little thief here, and I've already sent him away. Elena, is it a theft incident? I have encountered it once before. It was really stupid to steal the territory of the Dark Elves in the dark. Luo Yu chatted with them for a while, then checked the regional channels, and finally confirmed that the Black Wind pirates were only targeting him. After breakfast, Luo Yu began to set up defenses. I originally planned to build a luxurious workshop first, but now it seems that it is better to build anti-aircraft equipment first. After searching on various pages, Luo Yu still felt that the electric shock tower had the best air defense effect. Electric energy strike tower, elementary copper or asterisk 50,000, gold asterisk 50,000, silver asterisk 500000. The 5W gold became a stumbling block again, but this time, Luo Yu didn't panic at all. He has many other resources that can be exchanged for gold. With the improvement of our mining level and the recovery of mineral vein resources, gold production has increased. At this time of the month, the price ratio of gold was 1 to 110. If you just buy it with silver, you will definitely not be able to afford it in a short time, but Luo Yu can exchange it for something else. The barter method is more cost-effective than the auction house. World, anonymous from the human race, collect gold and exchange it for all kinds of minerals, meat, animals, and furs, and some trade. Immediately a lot of trading boxes popped up. Actually, everyone's demand for gold is not as big as Luo Yu's. Luo Yu wants to make everything luxurious, so he consumes a lot of gold. At this stage, iron ore and stone are the most consumed to build ordinary, solid buildings of this kind. Clicked on a transaction box, and the other party was a girl from the Wind tribe. She first sent a cute expression, brother from the human tribe, I have 5,000 gold. Do you have any copper mines? Talk to me. Would you like to change it? Luo Yu, the girls from the Wind clan are so cute. Do you have any photos? Give me a photo, and my brother will give you 50 copper mines for free. Young lady from the Wind clan, no, brother human clan, you are so bad. Oh, why don't you trade? Luo Yu smiled and liked to tease some cute girls, but cuteness is cute, and it is impossible to spend more money on them. According to the auction house's ratio, 5,000 gold can be exchanged for 15,000 copper ores. Luo Yu put 13,000 copper ores on it and said, the little sister is so cute, I'll give you another set of clothes. Really? That's great. The little sister of the Wind clan is cute but not stupid. The demand for copper ore is obviously greater than that for gold. Although there is a 1-to-3 ratio, it is true that they have a large amount of goods. Now that the other party can take out so many copper ores at once, the transaction is still not a loss. The key is that my cuteness has worked, and I also gave you clothes. After clicking OK, she excitedly said, thank you, little brother, I like this dress very much. Wait a minute, what is a band-aid swimsuit? It looks like there is so little fabric. How should I wear this? Luo Yu, everyone is in trouble in the world of Tiandao, so save as much fabric as possible. You can wear it by just clicking. You can try it. Send me a screenshot after trying it. I have other colors. Oh. I'll try it. After this try. Hate it, little brother, you are a pervert. Room 76598 of the arena, come if you want to see it, I will beat you to death. That's it. The other party crossed out the transaction box, and Luo Yu laughed in his heart, is this considered a date with a beautiful woman? He silently wrote down the room number and prepared to find time to have some fun. Then, he clicked on another transaction box, but this time he met a man from the Barbarian Pig tribe. Barbarian Pig tribe, male, anonymous 3,000 gold for 150,000 iron ore. Okay. Luo Yu made a deal with him very straightforwardly. He had recently dug out a large wave of iron ore, and the total amount of iron ore in the base exceeded 1 million. It was good to consume some. In the following time, Luo Yu kept clicking on the trading box, exchanging iron ore, copper ore, jade, fur, and even animals and captives for gold. After a whole day of trading, he finally collected 50,000 gold. Of course, this also consumed a lot of his resources, especially mineral resources. After checking, there were only 3,000 iron ore left, and only 50,000 copper ore. This was the copper ore that Luo Yu deliberately saved. Now the demand for copper ore has really increased. This wave of exchanges can be said to be a big loss, but it doesn't matter.
The mineral resources have been dug for several days and there is still 150%, so there is no need to worry for the time being. Build the lightning tower. Walking outside the big villa, Luo Yu scanned the area and decided to build the lightning tower in the garden at the front door. Electricity strike tower, primary copper *50000, gold *50000, silver *500,000. While building it, Luo Yu silently said a sentence in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger, top electricity strike tower, attack range 50,000 meters, including air defense, accuracy 100%, attack interval 5 seconds, power, instant kill below 500 physical fitness, adjustable. Sure enough, the top electric shock tower was hit again. In the blink of an eye, the top electric shock tower has appeared. Now, the anti-air power is much stronger. The defense of the entire base has become much stronger, and Luo Yu is relieved. Hint, you are the first trialist in the nearby area to achieve a score of more than 40,000, and you will receive rewards, gold *5000, jade *5000, wood *5000, giving a wave of small rewards made Luo Yu smile. Now that the defense of the territory has been strengthened again, he can consider building new buildings. Luxury workshop, stone *300,000, silver *50,000, iron ore *50,000, copper *50,000, gold *5000, jade *5000. Wow, this price is much more expensive than a big villa. At present, except for the gold and jade just given, everything is lacking, especially stone, which is always lacking. Luo Yu is ready to come with a ruthless wave. After a moment, he gathered all the captives in front of the quarry and said in a deep voice, "All of you, go into the quarry and mine stones for me. You also know that the quarry may collapse at any time. This lord is training your agility and courage. Whoever mines more stones will have the priority to fight when the fighting field opens next time." This ignited the enthusiasm of the captives. Although the food and accommodation here are good, they are captives after all. Once they are bought at a high price, they will immediately become members of the territory. If you are lucky enough to meet a gentle and normal lord, then you will have a bright future. The premise of all this is to have a good performance in the fighting field. The higher the price you are sold, the more the buyer will cherish you. This is a simple logic. Let's go. As soon as Luo Yu finished speaking, the group of people rushed directly into the quarry and started to work. Luo Yu asked Xiao Dai to be responsible for recording. People should be trustworthy. Who dug how many stones naturally recorded it. Of course, the quarry is really dangerous. Whether they get hurt or crushed to death depends on their own luck. At this time, Xiao Jin was busy. The stones were constantly pulled by elephants and rhinos. Xiao Jin waved the Tiangong knife and cut them crazily. Stacks of stone bricks kept appearing. Looking at the jumping numbers of the stone bricks in the base, Luo Yu was very satisfied. After checking Xiao Jin's forging level, he had already reached LV14 without realizing it. Although cutting stones is not considered forging, it is at least a kind of handwork, and it will slowly add some forging experience. When the workshop is built, Xiao Jin can be responsible for forging. It would be nice to open a weapon shop in the system store street to make money. In the evening, I looked at the stone bricks. Originally, I could produce about 30,000 stone bricks a day, but today I directly produced 100,000 stone bricks a day. This production capacity surprised Luo Yu. But it also paid a certain price. 9 captives were injured by stones, and 2 of them were seriously injured by headshots. After treatment, Luo Yu sold them back to the Skarsa tribe for 2,000 yuan each. Not to mention, the medical level is also increasing by treating the wounded, which is quite good to practice. According to the current accumulation of stone bricks, a workshop can be made in 3 or 4 days. After dinner, Luo Yu was taking a bath and chatting comfortably, and sure enough, there was a prompt, impression of hygiene value, your physique +1. Looking at the fighting arena channel, dozens of fighting arenas appeared at the same time today, and 2 of them were luxurious specifications. There are still many rich people, and someone came to compete immediately. Of course, Luo Yu was not too worried. Under the anti-monopoly mechanism, the competition would not be so fierce. In the evening, he entered the arena as usual and earned 400 gold today, but as his fame grew, fewer people came to him for competition. The 5 PK games were over and I was preparing for the arena when suddenly a system prompt came. Tip: the total number of games played in the Tiandao World Arena has exceeded 10 billion, activating the world's best martial arts club, the world's #1 Budokai, starting from the first day of winter. trialists can register through the regional arena, and the winner will receive generous prizes. As soon as the news came out, the entire Tiandao world was in an uproar. Luo Yu carefully read the instructions of the world's #1 martial arts club. In fact, the rules are quite simple. First, draw lots in the area to PK, and the top 10 will advance. It's that simple. The prizes have not been announced yet and will not be made public until the competition begins on the first day of winter. For a time, the entire Tiandao world became excited, and everyone was gearing up to prepare for the martial arts meeting. But there are also clear-headed people who must first survive this long autumn before they are eligible to participate in the martial arts tournament. There is also a lively discussion in the group. The girls all want to participate in the martial arts competition. Everyone should hone their martial arts skills this month and strive to get a good ranking next month. Luo Yu reminded them that no matter what happened, the first priority was to survive or to resist various disasters. It only makes sense to think about other things if you can ensure your absolute safety. Disaster always comes when it makes people relax, and the same goes for attacks. At dawn, Luo Yu, who was sleeping, suddenly received a reminder. Alert! The Black Wind Pirates are attacking your territory and are expected to arrive in 1 minute. Luo Yu frowned slightly, put on his clothes and walked to the balcony, looking at the sky calmly. At this moment, Fish Belly just appeared in the sky, and black dots flew towards the territory under the rising sun. Alert! The Black Wind Pirates have arrived and they will attack immediately. The prompt sounded again, and because of his sharp vision, Luo Yu saw clearly that 40 Black Hawks appeared in the sky to the east of the territory. Riding on the back of the Black Hawk were pirates wearing light armor. They were holding crossbows and looked very powerful. Sure enough, it's the Air Force. Whoa! A one-eyed pirate shouted, "This territory is not bad, and there is also the fog of war. No wonder the brother who came to investigate is here. The money given by the Alpha tribe is not enough, we have to ask them to add more money. What do you think, leader?" The one-eyed pirate looked at the strongman leader next to him who was carrying a big sword. The leader laughed and said, "Money must be added, but this territory looks very rich. Brothers, we are blessed. Rush!" The leader shouted loudly and began to dive, intending to rush directly into the fog of war. He seemed to have absolute confidence in himself. The pirates all shouted and laughed, and followed the leader's flight path to kill him. Z! An arc of electricity suddenly shot out from the fog of war, electrifying the leader at the front. Bang! There was an explosion, and the leader, his men, and his eagle were blown up into a ball of blood missed by the electric arc leader. The pirates all screamed. The leader's 200-strong physique was electrocuted to death. It's an electric shock tower. It's definitely a very high-level electric shock tower. Z! Another bolt of lightning rushed out of the fog of war, electrocuting another pirate riding a Black Hawk into a ball of blood mist. For a moment, the pirates were stunned by the electricity. The Black Eagles were frightened and flew around in the sky, and some did not dare to get close. Luo Yu stood on the balcony with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky lightly, with a smile on his lips. "Master, it's cold outside, please wear some clothes." Shaodai gently put a coat on Luo Yu and said softly, "Can I help you warm a glass of milk?" "Well, go ahead." Luo Yu smiled and nodded. To be considerate, it would have to be Shaodai. She was the only one who woke up at this moment. Xiaojin and Xiaokong were both very good sleepers. As long as they were not woken up, they would not wake up even if there was thunder outside. Did I increase the power of the lightning strike tower too high? Luo Yu thought this in his heart, but lowered the power a little. It has been adjusted from the original 300 Constitution instant kill to 200 Constitution instant kill. I hope someone can survive such a blow. In the sky, after experiencing the initial panic, this group of pirates immediately elected a new captain and all swooped towards the base. These pirates are very powerful and have great ability to adjust. However, some things cannot be solved by just adjusting. Zitsizi, the 2 lightning towers discharged again. Bang bang. There were 2 explosions, and 2 pirates exploded again, but this time, they did not directly explode into blood mist, but were blown into a bloody mess. People and birds would definitely not survive, and the things they carried with them might be preserved. Why such a short attack interval? Are there 4 electric shock towers in this territory? No way. The one-eyed dragon exclaimed, they are still 3 kilometers away from the core of the territory. Even if the Black Hawk flies very fast, it still takes a few minutes. Was there 5 seconds between attacks just now? A sense of fear arose in the heart of the one-eyed dragon. In the past, when he robbed other territories or tribes, he had always been successful, but this time he hit the wall. Zitsy, 2 more lightning bolts steadily took away the 2 pirates. As the newly elected leader, he roared, "Quick! Forward at full speed!" The Black Hawks flapped their wings and dived because they wanted to accelerate. To dive, they had to lower their altitude. Although the speed was a little faster, they were within the shooting range of the arrow tower. Swish swish! There were a total of 8 arrow towers in the strike array hidden in the fog of war. The moment the pirates flew at low altitude, they started shooting. These are 2-star arrow towers that can release 80 arrows in one breath, and they are also the type with thermal energy. Watch out for bows and arrows. The pirate group reacted extremely quickly, and Black Eagle was extremely agile, dodging in the air to avoid arrows. However, there are always unlucky people who don't have time to avoid and are directly hit by arrows. The Black Eagle, the mount of the female companion next to One-Eyed Dragon, was shot. He asked with concern, "White Snake, are you okay?" Snort! The woman known as White Snake sneered, "How can the Black Eagle be hurt by just a few bows and arrows? Even a 2-star arrow tower can't easily stop it. Wait a minute. Black Hawk, what's wrong with you?" Before she finished her words, she discovered something unusual. The Black Hawk under her suddenly lost its strength. After flapping its wings a few times, it began to fall. Heatstroke. Ah! The temperature at night is only 12 degrees. Why did you get heatstroke in autumn? White Snake! The One-Eyed Dragon exclaimed, and the White Snake screamed. She and the Black Hawk fell to the ground in a spiral. The Black Hawk fell to death on the spot, and she fell on the Black Hawk. Although she didn't die, she was also knocked unconscious. But she was an elite of the pirate group after all, with a physical fitness of more than 100. She was able to stand up in such a situation. She just stood firm and was immediately attacked. Swoosh! An arrow pierced her shoulder, and a heat energy was transmitted from the arrow. She opened her mouth and knelt on the ground with a plop. "This arrow has fire poison." As the voice fell, she fainted on the spot. "Not good. These are thermal arrows, don't get hit." The One-Eyed Dragon shouted, and the pirates were terrified. Where did the Lord here come from? Why did he have lightning and thermal weapons so quickly? It is very likely that he is a trialer from the legendary Fire Phoenix clan. Everyone be careful, the flames will burst out at any time, don't get burned. The pirates talked loudly and avoided the war fog that enveloped the strike formation. But because it was a 2-star arrow tower, the range was farther than before, and before they avoided it, another batch of arrows were thrown, killing 3 pirates. Charge! The One-Eyed Dragon roared loudly, "The enemy's arrow towers are all at the entrance, and the real core area has weak defense. Charge! As long as we rush into the fog, we will win." The roar of the One-Eyed Dragon inspired everyone. The pirates made strange noises again, and the Black Eagle also made a crisp cry, and the morale was greatly boosted. Zizizi! 2 more lightning bolts appeared, killing 2 pirates. This has not yet started the direct battle, and nearly 10 people have died in total, which is something they could not imagine before. You know, pirates are all top-notch players, and their attributes are basically around 100. At this stage, the combat effectiveness of ordinary pirates is stronger than the average level of trialists. 40 pirates in Air Force, if they go to plunder other people's territories, they are almost invincible. Looking at the 2 companions who were electrocuted, the One-Eyed Dragon gritted his teeth and said, "The chief of the Alpha tribe actually asked us to attack this kind of territory. More money, more money. Charge!" The Black Eagles spread their wings and rushed to the core area of the territory at their fastest speed. The pirates were eager to know what the territory hidden in the fog was like. Just as they were charging, suddenly, everyone heard the sound of breaking wind. Swish, 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 a rain of arrows came on the front, which caught the pirates off guard and shot down 4 people. Fuck, One-Eyed Dragon, didn't you say there were no arrow towers? What is this? This is at least 10 arrow towers firing at the same time. One-Eyed Dragon, fuck, how did I know this lord was so rich? Fuck, didn't this guy build anything but arrow towers? Can arrow towers be eaten as a meal? The pirates were all cursing, and the oncoming rain of arrows was just one wave after another. Zizizi! 2 more lightning bolts struck out. Every time the pirates heard the arc sound, they were terrified because they didn't know whether the target of the electric tower would be them this time. The arc sound was like walking around the gate of hell. It was terrifying. Many people peed their pants when they heard the arc sound. Bang bang! 2 explosions, the 2 lucky guys were taken away on the spot.
The one-eyed dragon roared, "Brothers, the other side's 10 arrow towers are the last defense. Charge! There are 150 meters left, charge!" Before the voice fell, a row of arrows came towards them again, and 3 companions were shot down again. This also made the other pirates feel relieved. After all, the arrow tower also has a cooling time. The last distance only needs to block 2 more waves of arrows to rush into the fog. Now is the interval between the arrow tower and the electric tower. Charge! Every pirate was slapping the black eagles to make them burst out at their fastest speed. Take advantage of this interval, charge! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A row of arrows came towards them. Attack interval? The arrow towers do have intervals, but the pirates have rushed into the range of the automatic crossbows. 6 automatic crossbows opened fire, and there was no interval. Puff! The 2 pirates who rushed to the front were caught off guard and were directly hit by the automatic crossbows. Fortunately, the crossbows did not carry heat energy, and they only felt severe pain but did not suffer from heatstroke. Lord here, I will kill your whole family. Can you make so many defense facilities to feed us? You don't want to give us pirates a way to live, right? One pirate collapsed, but collapse could not save him. What greeted him was a stone. Yes, a stone. Before, the distance was too far and they were flying, so Luoyu did not let the automatic catapult fire. Now the distance is close and they are flying in a straight line, so they can fire. Bang! The stone collided with the fast-flying Black Hawk and smashed it into a meat pie. Catapult! Damn you, you always give me some new tricks, give me cannons and crossbows. The one-eyed dragon roared, and the pirates took out cannons and crossbows while charging, and now they are within their range. The power of cannons and crossbows is stronger than that of automatic crossbows. Bang bang bang, the crossbow strings sounded, and thick cannons and crossbows shot into the fog of war. These pirates are all masters. Although they can't see the target, they can attack in the direction of the arrows. Crackle a burst of noise, 2 arrow towers were attacked. Unfortunately, this is a 2-star arrow tower, no longer made of wood, but a mixed structure of wood and bricks. Although it lost a little durability after being attacked by cannons and crossbows, it only lost a little durability. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Zizzle, boom. The sounds of arrow towers, automatic crossbows, electric shock towers and catapults complemented each other. When this group of islands rushed into the last 40 meters, there were only 18 people left. At the last distance, the remaining pirates all showed ferocious expressions on their faces. The one-eyed dragon roared, "Destroy the shock tower first." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of breaking wind in the fog in front of him, and then a black shadow shot out. He instinctively tilted his head to let the black shadow pass, but a female pirate behind him was not so lucky. Ah! With a scream, the female pirate was hit in the face by a stone axe, and her head was directly split in half. Fuck, it's a flying axe launcher. Alpha tribe, you are cheating us, we will destroy your tribe when we go back. He secretly thanked himself for his quick reaction, and cursed the chief of the Alpha tribe in his heart. However, just as this thought came up, he felt a fragrant breeze. Ha! What a nice smell, is it pollen? At a certain moment, his only remaining eye showed confusion, and then suddenly woke up. Not good. This is poison powder, hold your breath and don't inhale the poison powder. But when the pirates realized it, it was too late. Whether it was the pirates or the Black Hawk under them, they had already inhaled Xiaodia's pollen. After Xiaodai evolved, the power of the charm pollen was incomparable. No matter how elite these pirates were, no matter how fierce the Black Hawk was, after a sudden inhalation, their mobility would be reduced by 30%. The speed of the Black Hawk slowed down. The last bit of distance can be said to be the speed of life and death. If you slow down a little, you may die. Zizi, 2 arcs of electricity struck out again, taking away the 2 lucky ones, and at the same time, a rain of arrows shot out. This time, because of the pollen of the charm butterfly, Black Hawk's mobility was greatly reduced, resulting in this wave of arrows not being able to avoid it. Puff puff puff, continuous sounds of entering the flesh sounded, and a row of arrows actually shot down 8 people. The last 9 pirates were left. Damn it! It's the night butterfly. This lord has kept the night butterfly beast girl in captivity. When I break the territory, I must severely ravage all the night butterflies. The one-eyed dragon spoke fiercely. The last 20 meters. The last 9 pirates even felt that they had entered the fog. Seeing victory was just around the corner, suddenly, there was a strong sound of breaking wind in the fog. Swoosh! A high-speed rotating javelin rushed out and directly pierced a black eagle,
and the pirate on the Black Eagle was also pierced. After killing 2 creatures, the javelin rushed to the sky with unabated momentum. Seeing the power of this javelin, the remaining 8 pirates felt extremely cold in their hearts.
Is this thrown by a person? Even if the dead ghost leader has 150 points of strength, he can't throw such a javelin, right? Do you still want to attack? Is there any point? Fear spread in everyone's heart. The moment before they rushed into the fog, they instinctively controlled the Black Eagle to turn around and fly upwards. They no longer dared to rush into the fog. They did not have the courage to face the existence that could throw such a fierce javelin. Fear often makes people lose their minds, which in turn accelerates their own demise. Choosing to fly upwards is equivalent to exposing the belly of the Black Eagle. Swoosh, 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 a wave of arrows came, and all the remaining Black Eagles were pierced by arrows. The thermal arrows and the pollen of the charmed butterfly finally made the Black Eagles unable to bear it, and they began to fall. Bang, 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 the last Black Eagles and pirates all fell down and fell to the ground. Add money, add money. The one-eyed dragon screamed, and as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit on the forehead by a stone axe. Hint, the pirate group has been completely destroyed. Congratulations on resisting this attack. Hint, you killed the leader of the Black Wind pirate group, and the hatred between the pirate group and you has increased. You get a battle reward, free attribute points plus 15 points. Seeing the prompt, Luoyu sighed softly. The defense of the territory was still not strong enough. If he hadn't made a move at the last moment to scare the pirates, this group of people would have rushed into the fog. This was something he didn't want to see. He hoped that all the attacking units would not even have the ability to rush into the fog. Xiao Dai, wake up Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin, let's go down and take a look. Okay. Xiao Dai responded sweetly, and Luoyu jumped directly from the balcony and walked slowly towards the stone gate. By the way, he added the newly acquired attribute points. 15 attribute points, just 1 attribute plus 3 points. As for the attribute of luck, it cannot be allocated with attribute points, it can only be increased in various special ways. The next time is naturally to treat and collect prisoners and Black Hawks who are not dead, collect spoils, throw the pirate bodies into the incineration pit, and slaughter and eat animal bodies. He was busy from dawn when the attack was launched until noon, and Luoyu took a bath and ate lunch comfortably. It must be said that the richness of the spoils this time was beyond his expectations. The 40-man raiding unit received a total of 10,000 gold, 14,000 jade, 50,000 silver, 20 small accessories, 40 ordinary cold weapons, and 32 cannons and crossbows. Pirates are rich. Really rich. In addition, 6 living pirates were captured, 3 men and 3 women. What surprised Luoyu was their attribute values. The 3 attribute values of these 6 captives were basically 100 points. One of them, a female pirate named White Snake, had a strength of 130, agility of 135, and a physique of 136. It is worth mentioning that the one-eyed dragon was not dead. Although a hole was split in his head, his vitality was very tenacious and he was rescued by Luoyu. The attributes of this one-eyed dragon are stronger than those of the White Snake, with a strength of 147, agility of 120, and a physique of 155. To be honest, the attributes of these elite pirates are a bit scary. Just one person can destroy a base with a score of about 4,000. Captives with this kind of attribute will definitely sell for a sky-high price. Even if they are not sold, they can definitely become stars by making money in the fighting field. Pirates are really an excellent group. After lunch, Luoyu walked to the animal training field. At this moment, a wounded Black Eagle was lying on the haystack. Looking at the Black Eagle as big as a calf, Luoyu showed a look of love in his eyes. This is the only Black Eagle that survived, and he must tame it no matter what. He walked in front of the Black Eagle and stretched out his hand. You used the animal training skill, you successfully tamed the Black Eagle with a 68% chance, it succeeded in one go. Combining your own beauty, luck, animal training level, animal tamer, etc., you can tame the Black Iron level animal in one breath. Black Eagle, adult male, intermediate wisdom strength 31, constitution 35, agility 48, the attributes are pretty good, mainly because it can carry people. This is a rare flying pet, which will be very useful for mercenary missions in the future. The tamed Black Hawk stood up with difficulty and wanted to rub Luoyu's arm affectionately, but it was seriously injured and grimaced in pain when it moved. Luoyu smiled faintly and touched the Black Hawk's head. He named it Air Force One, or Kong Yi for short. Kong Yi was very happy with his name. Luoyu clicked on its attribute panel and began to add its points with silver. After a series of operations,
Air Force 1, Strength 100, Agility 100, Constitution 100, immediately, Kong Yi became active, flapping his wings and flying around. The original serious injury became a minor injury that was insignificant.
Kong Yi, you will patrol the sky when you have nothing to do in the future, and see if there are any big fish, rabbits or other things in the territory that are hunting, understand?
Kong Yi called out twice crisply, and immediately began to faithfully execute the order.
Animals with intermediate intelligence have no active judgment ability, but there is no problem in executing mechanical orders.
Luo Yu smiled faintly and was about to go to the mine when a prompt suddenly came. Tip: because there are prisoners with high attributes being held, the risk of jailbreak in the luxury prison has increased. Current jailbreak risk, 50%. The 50% jailbreak risk surprised Luo Yu.
Indeed, the attribute values of these pirates are quite powerful.
There may be pirate groups attacking in the future, and this jailbreak risk will become the norm. Luo Yu is not worried about the safety problems caused by jailbreak, but is afraid of losing money.
Once the prisoner escapes, the prisoner will be killed by the arrow tower and the electric shock tower at the first time, which is a big loss. After seeing the prompt, Luo Yu pondered.
It is definitely unrealistic to build a luxurious prison now. It is too expensive, and it only reduces the risk of jailbreak by 20%.
The prison may be upgraded in the future, but not now.
Treating the symptoms but not the root cause.
We need to consider other aspects. How can we reduce the risk of jailbreak?
After clicking on the construction page and flipping through it, Luo Yu saw a small thing and his eyes lit up. Barbed wire. When installed in a prison, it reduces the risk of jailbreak by 3%. A 3% risk reduction is actually nothing, but barbed wire can be modified.
The direct electrification effect should be much stronger.
As soon as he thought of it, Luo Yu pulled out a ring of wire on the wall of the luxury prison, and then an energy pipe ran through the wall and led to the wire ring. You build an iron wire grid and reduce the risk of jailbreak by 10%.
The current risk of jailbreak is 40%, is there still 40% left? Luo Yu touched his chin and started thinking again.
After thinking for a while, he finally decided to build an arrow tower inside the prison. Yes, building defensive facilities such as arrow towers inside the prison will greatly enhance the deterrent effect and thereby reduce the risk of prison escape.
In addition, the pirate group's attack in the middle of the night also sounded a big alarm bell for Luo Yu. The base needed more air defense firepower.
Although the firepower of the arrow tower is far less powerful than that of the electric shock tower, it is better than nothing. Arrow tower 2-star, wood asterisk 30,000, stone brick asterisk 30,000, silver asterisk 32500, gold asterisk 500, iron ore asterisk 5,000. To be honest, it's quite expensive, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Resources must be used. Resources spent on defense are more worthwhile. Now there are enough other building materials, but not enough wood.
Luo Yu looks at the circle of fragrant leaves beside the small lake. The original maturity period of the geranium tree was about 60 days, but due to the high fertility of the territory, the growth cycle was shortened by half. And because of the territory's health value, it occasionally received a buff that increased the plant growth progress.
Now the forest is basically all mature. It's ready to be cut down.
Luo Yu did some mental calculations. If he cut them down now, they should still be able to mature before winter completely sets in.
If he didn't cut them down, it would be a waste.
Moreover, the weather has gradually cooled down, and the price of wood in the auction house has started to rise a few days ago.
It has now risen to 1:4. It is not suitable to buy wood to build an arrow tower. Cut wood.
But before that, we have to take a good look at the personal characteristics of this group of prisoners to see if there are any outstanding characteristics that can be copied. Checking them one by one, he found that the one-eyed dragon and white snake that he originally had high hopes for had no personal characteristics, which made him a little disappointed. When he saw the last bald man, Luo Yu's eyes lit up.
This guy has the characteristics of a gardener. Are you a bald guy?
Gardener, 1-star planting speed plus 20%, crop harvest plus 20%, poison resistance plus 20%, this feature is okay. After checking the auction house, a personal attribute transfer scroll was sold for 60,000 yuan.
This price is obviously exaggerated, and we will not suffer this loss. World Channel, Human Race Anonymous, receive a personal attribute transfer scroll, a personal attribute copy scroll, which can be exchanged for things, and some can be traded. Not long after waiting, the transaction frame was sent over. Opposite me was a wood tribesman from Jupiter in Virgo. He directly placed a scroll on the transaction frame and said, "Brother, do you have any gold there? I won't cheat you either. You can take the scroll for 5,000 gold. The current market price of 5,000 gold is 55,000 silver." Luo Yu said angrily, "You haven't tricked me yet? Do you think I don't know how to count?" This, the Mu tribesman asked hurriedly, "Then how much do you plan to give?" Luo Yu, 3,000 gold is the most. This scroll can only spin low-level characteristics. Don't you think a low-level characteristic can be worth more than 50W? Wood tribesman, 3,000 is too little, let's go for 4,000. 4,000 gold transaction. The two negotiated for a long time, and Luo Yu even agreed to the price of 3,000 gold. The Mu clan people did not want their scroll to rot in their hands. After all, the price of the scroll is now at a high level. Finally, the deal was settled for 3,000 gold plus a ballista. The other party was about to close the dialogue box, but Luo Yu asked, "Wooden man, you are good at plants. Do you have any interesting plant seeds to sell to me?" "Oh." The other party became interested and asked, "What kind of one do you want?" "Luo Yu, have you eaten fruits that can increase attribute points, or tree seeds that grow quickly and yield a large harvest? Do you have any?" "People from the Mu tribe, the fruit you mentioned is a natural treasure. The worst natural treasure requires a fertility level of over 300%. Are you kidding me? I don't have a tree with a large harvest, but I did cultivate a red thunderwood seed before, which can be used to make furniture. Do you want it? Luo Yu, put it up and let me take a look." The other party put the seed on the transaction box, and Luo Yu immediately became interested when he saw it. Red thunderwood grows slowly, but can absorb lightning and accelerate growth. The texture of red thunderwood after adulthood is excellent. It can improve the appearance and comfort when making furniture, etc. It is also one of the materials for making the thunder prop. Improving aesthetics is already in line with Luo Yu's requirements. This can also be a thunderous effect, which immediately greatly increases Luo Yu's interest. He had read the information about the thunderbolt. If he was lucky, one shot of thunderbolt could knock out more than a dozen attacking units at the same time. "Luo Yu, how do you want to sell it?" "The Wood Tribe man, do you really want it?" "Brother, it's autumn now. Once you plant it, it will stop growing soon. There are very few lightnings in autumn and winter. If you want to harvest it, you have to wait until at least the year after next. I advise you to develop your defense honestly and don't do these fancy things." Luo Yu smiled faintly and replied, "You are a real person, but I have my own use. So, in view of your kind words, I will give you 100 gold to buy this seed. Although the red thunderwood is good, the growing conditions are a bit harsh, and 100 gold per seed is indeed a very high price." The Wood Tribe, deal. The friendship between Virgo and the Milky Way will last forever. The transaction is successful, you get a red thunderwood seed *1. After crossing the transaction box, Luo Yu first used the characteristic transfer scroll. Immediately, the gardener characteristic of the bald brother was transferred to the scroll. Luo Yu clicked to use it, and the prompt came. You get the gardener trait, 1 star, tip, your trait has reached 10, and you cannot get new trait. You can choose to forget the trait or go to the mall to redeem your personal trait slot before you can continue to add trait. Huh? Are these 10? Looking at the trait panel, hero, Zerg nemesis, miner, tamer, chef, brewer, fighter, handsome, mobile incentive, gardener. It's really full of 10 traits. Most of them are very practical, but the brewer and mobile incentive are a bit fancy. But it's impossible for Luo Yu to choose to forget. Click. I opened the store and looked at the personal characteristic slots. One characteristic slot can add 5 characteristic quotas, but the exchange conditions are: personal characteristic slots, crystal stone *5, coral stone *5, moonstone *5, pure young stone *5, obsidian *5. Although these can be mined by mining, the probability is Luo Yu has been mining for so long, and only 1 crystal stone has been produced. This requires a total of 25 stones to be collected. Okay, you are ruthless. Luo Yu directly closed the interface and said nothing. Let's go chop trees first. With his overall working speed and strength, he can chop wood very quickly. He chopped a fragrant leaf tree to the ground in 2 strokes. You get wood *100, fragrant leaf tree seeds *4, the cut fragrant leaf tree disappeared directly and turned into a pile of wood and 3 seeds. The initial wood gain of the scented leaf tree is 60. Luo Yu planted 500 scented leaf trees in the previous wave, and 1,000 scented leaf trees in the second wave. That is to say, after all the trees in this batch are cut down, 60,000 wood can be obtained. However, affected by the luck value, planting, and gardener characteristic level, this value is directly pulled to around 100. After 2 hours of chopping, Luo Yu chopped all the wood, and a total of 100,000 wood was given, which can build 3 arrow towers. Arriving at the prison, Luo Yu began to operate. After a while, the prison was surrounded by flashing lights, and 3 2-star arrow towers appeared one after another. Looking at the current jailbreak risk, a 2-star arrow tower reduces 10%, and the current jailbreak risk is only 10%. The remaining 10% is just like this for the time being. When the resources are sufficient, build another arrow tower or think of other ways. Looking at the time, it is now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At present, the prisoners are working in the quarry. Xiao Jin is cutting stones, Xiao Kong is fishing, and Xiao Dai is making bedding and other things. Everyone has their own things to do, and Luo Yu went to the small lake again to plant trees. At present, there are 1.8 W wood left in the territory, which is almost enough to replenish defense facilities such as arrow towers and automatic crossbows, but if you want to build anything else, it will be stretched. This time, Luo Yu decided to expand the planting area and expand the planting area of the fragrant leaf forest to 5,000. Solve the problem of wood shortage in the territory in one fell swoop, and see if you can make a wave of money in winter. This is a big project. At present, Luo Yu's planting level is LV8. With strength and other data, the gardener's characteristics and the global 350% working speed, it only takes 1 minute to plant a tree. 60 trees can be planted in an hour, come on. Xiao Kong, who was fishing by the small lake, saw that her master was planting trees at a fast speed, and she also threw away her fishing rod and ran over to help. As the sun was setting, Xiao Dai found that the master had not prepared dinner. She walked out of the house and saw that the two guys were working hard. They were very smart to select some captives with high planting levels to help with planting. She also helped the master to work, and finally even Xiao Jin came together. The family had to be neat and tidy. This made the speed much faster. On this day, Luo Yu and others ate something casually, worked from the afternoon to late at night, and planted all 5,000 trees directly. The planting level soared to LV10, and Xiao Kong's planting level even reached LV11. Xiao Kong is good at planting, and planting a tree gives more experience. Maybe this is a talent. The captives were all exhausted and went to bed early. In the big bathroom, Luo Yu washed off the dust and fatigue on his body, enjoying the massage of the little beast girls, but fell asleep unknowingly. Luo Yu woke up in the morning and found himself sleeping in a warm big bed, with 3 little cuties around him. I was too tired yesterday. I guess that Xiao Jin carried me back to the room last night. With a faint smile, he got up and started a new day of work. The family had breakfast one after another. Luo Yu walked to the west of the territory, clicked to build a small wall, and planted the red thunderwood. This is the red thunderwood planting area that Luo Yu plans to open up. Because this plant absorbs lightning, Luo Yu planted it farther away to prevent thunder from harming his own forest. At the moment of planting, he silently said a sentence in his heart. 100 times critical hit triggered, red thunderwood growth progress critical hit. As soon as the prompt sounded, the planted seedlings quickly sprang up, but in a moment, it turned into a small red tree. The branches and leaves of this small tree are all red, which looks pretty. Red thunderwood, current maturity progress 70%, this kind of wood grows slowly, and even if it is critical hit, it is not fully mature. Luo Yu still has 2 critical hits, but he is not going to use them for the time being. He naturally has his own way. Doesn't red thunder would absorb lightning? Okay, arrange the lightning rod. Lightning rod, copper or asterisk 1000, gold asterisk 1000, silver asterisk 20,000, beast soul core asterisk 1. The cost of a lightning rod is around 21 W silver, which is actually very expensive. Luo Yu wants to try whether it has any effect on the growth of red thunderwood. It would be best if it works, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Just connect an energy line directly to the lightning storage box and it's done. It just so happens that the electric shock tower has been newly added, so the more lightning, the better. I bought the beast soul core from the auction house, and after clicking to build, a golden lightning rod appeared on the top of the small tree. A lightning rod can absorb 300 lightning energies per day. I will come back later to see how effective it is. After doing all this, Luo Yu went to the mine to start mining. Luo Yu dug for 6 hours and his mining level reached LV11. He felt a little tired mentally and ended today's mining trip. Yes, mental fatigue rather than physical fatigue. Doing the same thing over and over again for 6 hours at a high intensity would make anyone tired. At this time, you need to relax and recover your spirit. If there are no appropriate entertainment facilities in the territory, it will not be able to effectively relieve mental fatigue. In this case, it is easy to get sick in a few days, so the entertainment value is actually very important for a territory. Luo Yu's territory entertainment value is naturally enough, and the entertainment method he chose today is swimming. Swimming with the little cuties. It stands to reason that swimming in autumn will catch a cold, but because Luo Yu has the hero characteristics, the minimum comfortable temperature is 0.20. The lower limit of human comfort temperature is about 15 degrees. Due to his characteristics, even if Luo Yu is not wearing anything, his comfort temperature is 0.5 degree. He can swim in ice water without blinking an eye. The three little cuties all wore the swimsuits Luo Yu prepared for them to play in the water. Seeing them playing together, Luo Yu felt more and more relaxed. When you engage in recreational activities, your constitution +1, Xiao Jin, go get my juice. Ouch! Xiao Jin jumped up from the water and went to get the juice in her swimsuit. Now the prisoners were all in jail. She was not afraid of people watching, so she just walked freely. After a while, Luo Yu happily took a sip of apple juice and felt comfortable all over. He touched Xiao Jin's wet tail and said amusedly, Xiao Jin, when you were wandering outside, did you meet any other beast girls? Wu, Xiao Jin blushed immediately, lowered his ears and whispered, no, don't touch your tail, it will itch. When you perform recreational activities, your strength +1, if you don't let me touch you, I will grab your tail. Luo Yu secretly laughed in his heart. While playing with Xiao Jin's tail, he said with a smile, have you ever encountered it? Yes, yes. Xiao Jin blushed slightly and said, in my limited memory, I vaguely remember a pair of beast mother sisters in the nearby mountains. One has green hair and one has pink hair. I can't remember the specific species. Oh? Luo Yu immediately became energetic and began to inquire carefully, but unfortunately, after Xiao Jin was tamed, many memories were lost. From her vague description, it can be known that the level of the beast sisters should be not low. According to the instructions on the Beast Girl illustrated book, generally there are only 3 or less types of beast girls in an area. Xiao Kong, who exists in his area, is already around. Xiao Dai was caught during a mission, and Xiao Jin was wandering around. It is very likely that these 2 sisters are the last 2 beast girls in the area. You have to find a way to seduce him. If something happens one day and someone kidnaps you, you will lose your blood. At present, the base is very short of manpower. Once Xiao Jin is made in the workshop, he needs to forge it. Xiao Kong is for fishing and planting, Xiao Dai is for sewing, and there is still a shortage of stone cutting, cleaning, and cooking. These are just needs. In addition, those responsible for animal training, fishing, long-range shooting, etc., the more beast girls the better. Luo Yu wished that there were 100 beast girls in the territory now, then he would really have peace of mind. Before going to bed, Luo Yu went to take a look at the situation of the red thunderwood. The original growth progress was 70%, but now it has reached 75%. Boy, this is growing very fast. Since 1 lightning rod is effective, will 2 lightning rods make you twice as happy? The money was originally used to develop the base. Luo Yu did not stop doing anything, and directly made another lightning rod, installed it on the red thunderwood, and then went back to his room to sleep. In the early morning, he came to the red thunderwood immediately. From this look, he was indeed twice as happy, and the growth progress was 100%. After cutting it down with Ye Yang's double sword, I got red thunderwood *150 and red thunderwood seeds *3. It takes 1,000 units to make a red thunderwood dining table. Keep up the hard work. Luo Yu planted 3 red thunderwood saplings, and then hit the lightning rods on the 3 red thunderwoods. A little adds up to a lot. Maybe one day, this place will turn into a forest of red thunderwoods, which would be comfortable. However, after making 3 red thunderwood seeds in a row, the family's money was also consumed a lot, and only 20 W of silver was left after using it in a mess. A moment later, in the basement. Xiao Dai seemed a little bored while operating the sewing machine, and Luo Yu gave her the task of making quilts to store and prepare for sale in the winter. Seeing the master coming over, Xiao Dai regained her energy, held Luo Yu's arm affectionately and said, Master, I have made 70 quilts. When are you going to sell? No rush. Luo Yu smiled lightly and said, first make 100 quilts, and then make cotton padded clothes and trousers according to the drawings I gave you. Our opportunity to make money will come soon. Xiao Dai nodded happily. She thought of something and said, Master, we have almost used furs and cloths. Then I looked at our food in the morning. Because there are too many prisoners, the meat and vegetables are consumed so fast. You have to find a way to open source it. Luo Yu naturally knew about this, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll find a way. Don't work too hard. You can swim and play billiards if you have nothing to do." "Understand. Well, thank you for your concern, master. I already got attribute points from swimming before." Xiaodia's little face was flushed, and her eyes looking at Luo Yu were obviously full of admiration. Luo Yu naturally knew that his little cutie admired him, so that was it was good. He checked Xiaodia's attributes by the way. Strength 102, Constitution 104, Agility 103, the various values of the base not only affect the trialists, but also the beast girls with top intelligence are the beneficiaries. After all, they can also carry out entertainment activities and so on. Apart from being classified as animals, they are almost the same as the trialists in other aspects. On this day, Luo Yu did not go to the mine, but rode Air Force One and took off. Good guy. After flying up to an altitude of 1,000 meters, Luo Yu felt a little panicked. What if Air Force One was unstable? He was probably the first trialist to fall to death from the sky. Fortunately, all three attributes of Air Force One reached 100. It seemed that it also felt the worry of its owner, and it flew smoothly. Luo Yu looked down at the earth. From a high altitude, the territory below was not as prosperous as he had imagined. The buildings were still not enough. Except for the solid defense on the east side, the defense on the other three sides was still very flawed. Looking further away, there was still a fog. Even with the vision buff, Luo Yu could not penetrate the fog and see what was happening in the fog. The plan to find the specific location of the two beast girls from the sky failed. Of course, he did not intend to succeed. The airspace limit of the territory is 5,000 meters. If you go up, you will encounter an air wall. After taking off and getting familiar with it for a while, Luo Yu basically mastered the method of riding the Black Eagle. He has a high level of animal training, and his natural advantage allows him to master animal-related matters faster. A moment later, the Black Eagle hovered 50 meters above the territory. Luo Yu took out the special milk from the storage hand and let the Black Eagle hold it. He lay on the back of the Black Eagle and looked at the blue sky, quietly waiting for the attack to come. Meat, fur, etc. are all in short supply. He needs a wave of animal attacks to enrich the resources of the territory. Affected by the aesthetics, your agility +2 when you look at the sky. Time passed by, and as the Black Eagle circled, the scent of the special milk had covered the entire territory. After waiting for a while, a prompt appeared. Warning, a group of bucktooth beasts are attracted by the special milk and are attacking your territory. The attack is coming. A moment later, a group of calf-sized beasts with big buck teeth and 6 legs rushed into the strike formation from the east. This was a normal attack. The territory was now rated high, so even if it was a normal attack, 200 units came at once. Luo Yu rode on the back of the Black Hawk and looked down. This group of ferocious buck-toothed beasts rushed directly into the death corridor, rushing forward desperately. ZZ! The electric tower began to attack, and the arrow tower sprayed arrows into the death corridor, all of which were arrows with heat energy. The buck-toothed beasts were not even at the black iron level, and their attributes were basically no more than 20. How could they rush through the death corridor? They were wiped out after just 2 turns. Luo Yu got off the Black Hawk and called a group of captives to help. It was still the same. The dead were slaughtered, and the living ones were treated and tamed and then put on the auction house. A few were left for the fighting field business and that was it. Luo Yu had already formed an industrial chain in his mind. Animals are easy to sell now. First of all, more and more fighting arenas are opening, and everyone needs animals to support the scene. In addition, now that the weather has cooled down, everyone has to keep some animals in captivity. When winter comes, they can kill them and eat meat. It is better than starving. 50 bucktooth beasts were sold in this wave, with an average price of 4,000, and 200,000 were earned in one go. 3 strong ones were left to fight in the fighting arena to make money. A lot of bucktooth beast meat was produced, totaling 100,000 meat. Even if the territory consumes 5,000 meat every day, it can last for 20 days. Luo Yu does not have much demand for meat before winter. Bucktoothed beasts produce ordinary fur, a total of 20,000. The fur consumption of a quilt is about 500, which means that 40 quilts can be made, which is a huge amount of money. Unfortunately, the beast girl was not lured over. After looking at the special milk, the current effectiveness has evaporated by 70%. Basically, the special milk produced by the cow can only attract one wave of attacks, and the cow needs 7 or 8 days to recover after producing a wave. Taking advantage of the last bit of effect of the special milk,
Luo Yu drank the milk directly. You take special milk, physical fitness +2. At lunch, Luo Yu saw Ah Dai and Atai fighting outside the house. Two black iron level animals were fighting each other. Both of them had 100 attribute values and no one could do anything to the other. It was really a dog-eat-dog fight. After the fight, I found that both guys had added 1 point of physical fitness, which gave Luo Yu inspiration. Yes, you can let the cow fight with other animals. If you can be promoted to black iron level, then you can click on the attribute. Clicking on the attribute may shorten the interval between milk production. Thinking of this, he immediately started the experiment. In the fighting arena, the cow and the bull were surrounded by 4 bugs, and the two sides started fighting each other. Luo Yu in the stand saw all this and nodded with satisfaction. After a while, the 4 bugs were defeated. After Luo Yu treated the animals and gained a wave of experience, he felt that the bugs were too rubbish and he didn't plan to use bugs anymore. This time, he used captives for training. After a while, 2 captives were thrown into the fighting arena. Luo Yu chose a man and a woman this time. The attributes of these 2 captives were similar to those of the bulls and cows, so they had a greater chance of advancing. There was a crackling fight, and the two fought evenly. Luo Yu treated both sides again. Now the 2 cows were exhausted, so Luo Yu let them go and continued tomorrow. I still don't believe that I can't upgrade my rank. As for the 2 captives, they continued to go to the quarry after treatment. The base will not keep idle people. Luo Yu is waiting for the 6 pirates with super attributes to recover. These 6 guys are definitely good at digging stones, and they have high physical fitness. They may not be crushed to death even if the quarry collapses. The one-eyed dragon was shot in the head by a stone axe but survived. What a joke. In the evening, while eating at the table, Xiaojin suddenly said with surprise, "Hey, I have gained a little strength. The meal the master cooked today is really delicious." Luo Yu was slightly stunned. He said that he cooked every day, but he had never observed the specific cooking level. He took a look and found that the cooking level was LV8. In fact, LV6 can make exquisite dishes. Exquisite dishes: basic meat *10, basic vegetables *10, nutritional value, intermediate, shelf life 10 days, food poisoning probability 10%, attribute point acquisition rate 2%. The probability of obtaining attribute points for exquisite dishes is obviously higher. Let's start with exquisite dishes tomorrow. In the evening, Luo Yu carried out entertainment activities as usual. While taking a bath, he entered the arena. As soon as I entered the arena, there was a prompt: the warm-up event for the #1 martial arts tournament in the world has begun. If you win 5 games in a row in the exclusive channel, you can participate in the lottery and have a chance to get diamonds, platinum equipment and other items. Pre-heating event? Did Tiandao hire a planner? Luo Yu laughed and entered the exclusive channel. Oh my god, there are too many people and I have to queue up. You are currently in the queue, 1,038,210,272. Because your territory score is higher than most people, you can cut in line. You are currently in the queue, 17th, damn. I cut in line with 1 billion trialists at once. Luo Yu opened his mouth. The benefits of a high score are finally here. I can cut in line with 1 billion people at once. By the way, there are still 17 people in front of me. What the hell are they? Their territory score is higher than mine? There are always people better than you, right? The group is getting lively now. Fang Yumeng, oh my god, the queue is over 30,000, how about you? Knocker, I'm over 70,000, but it feels like the number is jumping very fast. Alice, I read the instructions. If you lose a battle, you will be kicked out of the channel. All battles are randomly arranged. You may meet an opponent or a team. Nyoda, then should we team up now? Alina, if we team up, it will be calculated according to the last person in the queue of the team. Lanyo, what's your rank? Nyoda, I'm 50732, 818th place. Luo Yu, more than 50 million? I'm about to enter the channel, how about the ones with similar scores team up first? Na Core, wow. We are holding Luo Yu back, so sad. Fang Yumeng, it's not called holding back, we are a small pendant on his legs. Goose. Nyoda, hold the big thick legs of the boss. Elena, I won't team up with you either, I want to test my personal strength alone. Alice, okay, let's stick to the original arrangement. Luo Yu and Elena will act alone, and I will be with Core and Yumeng. Luo Yu sent a smiling expression: strive for consecutive victories and get a regional seed player. Nyoda, Goddess Alice, have you forgotten something?
While chatting with everyone, Luo Yu's eyes blurred and he entered an unfamiliar environment. You enter the warmed-up arena, current competitive map, Stone Forest, your opponent, T-Turtle Team, 10 people. Luo Yu was slightly surprised. This was not a room battle like the arena, but a battle in an open stone forest. Looking around, there was a grassland with stone pillars erected on the grassland. The air wall surrounded this area. It was estimated to be a circular area with a radius of about 1.5 kilometers. In other words, Luo Yu needed to defeat his opponent in this circular stone forest. If the arena is a head-on battle of strength, then here it is not just strength, but also wisdom, tactics, etc. The warmed-up for the world's first martial arts competition turned out to be in this form. It seems that the real competition is also carried out in this map form. Speaking of which, it's 1v10 at the beginning, which is quite outrageous. Luo Yu hid behind a stone pillar at the first moment. After a glance, he found several opponents. The opponents seemed to have discovered him and hid immediately. For a while, the whole stone forest was silent. After a moment of silence, a hen suddenly flew out of the stone forest. In such a highly concentrated state, any movement will stimulate the archer's shooting instinct. Swoosh! 2 arrows shot out from the dark and shot directly at the hen. What people didn't expect was that the hen flew in the air and dodged the arrows. This hen is so agile. Both archers had this idea, but the next moment, an arrow shot out from the shadows and pierced the male archer's throat with a puff. What an accurate arrow! The man opened his mouth, fell to his knees with a plop, and died suddenly. Luo Yu, who killed one person, smiled and commanded the hen to fly onto a stone pillar again. After the hen flew up, it moved its head a few times, as if it had found its target, flapping its wings in one direction while calling and jumping. Oh! Luo Yu immediately turned sideways and threw out a javelin. The javelin made a sound of breaking wind, and under the high-speed rotation, it actually smashed the stone pillar directly into pieces. A fiery Martian holding a long sword fled in a panic, and the next moment he was pierced through the throat by an arrow. Not good. This man is a master of playing with chickens. Kill the hen first and then kill him. A sharp shout sounded not far away, and a strong man jumped out from behind the stone pillar where he was hiding, and chopped the hen on the stone pillar with an axe in his hand. Not only him, but almost at the same time, 6 or 7 people with spears, long swords, and shields rushed towards the hen. Luo Yu's hen looks like a hen, but because its attributes are full, it is a fighting chicken among hens. It actually flew into the air, evading the weapons that were chopped down very flexibly, and turned into a chicken light and flew past a sword-wielding man. 3 chicken claw marks appeared in the man's throat. He covered his throat and turned his head to look at the hen flying away in disbelief. What kind of chicken is this? As the voice fell, the body disappeared directly. The next moment, several bows and arrows were shot continuously, and several members of the T-Turtle squad were hit by arrows continuously. They looked at the man who was drawing the bow and arrow not far away, and they were also shocked. Before disappearing, a thought flashed through their minds: is the shooting speed of this archer a bit fast? Damn human race, die! The strong man roared and rushed towards Luo Yu with an axe. Almost at the same time, a black light suddenly shot out from the ground. A black poisonous snake wandered near Luo Yu from some unknown time and suddenly attacked. This is the method of the animal trainer. But at this moment, Luo Yu showed a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. He slashed the venomous snake in half with the moon blade in his left hand, and slashed the axe in half with the yang blade in his right hand. Ah, the strong man disappeared without even saying a word. In an instant, only 3 people were left in the 10-man team, a female archer, a male beastmaster, and a girl holding a short sword and carrying a box on her back, who should be a medical herbalist. Looking at the 3 pale-faced people not far away, Luo Yu waved the moon and yang double swords, walked forward and smiled faintly. You are a team with excellent personnel configuration. But unfortunately, it's still not good enough in my eyes. What do you think? Do you want to withdraw or do you want me to do it? The female archer of the fiery tribe shouted angrily, you can defeat us, but you can't trample on our honor. Before she finished speaking, she was slapped on the neck by a hen flying behind her. You cheated? Bang! The female archer's body shattered and disappeared, and almost at the same time, Luo Yu threw out the double swords in his hand. One of the second-level methods of the Quangfing sword technique, the hand-off sword. The double swords flew out, circled around the 2 of them, and flew back to Luo Yu's hands. The male beastmaster and the female herbalist covered their necks at the same time, but their throats were cut. Luo Yu took the 2 swords and said calmly, honor is important, but victory is more desirable. Remember, always pay attention to your back. Honor without victory is just a joke. Bang, bang. The two figures began to dissipate, and they looked at Luo Yu with a hint of shock. Today's battle left a deep impression on them, and the figure of this young man remained in their hearts forever. K.O. You defeated the T-Turtle team and won the first victory. The progress to receive the Easter egg, January 5th, you have 5 minutes of repair time. After 5 minutes, the system will automatically match you with an opponent. After pretending to be powerful, Luo Yu smiled and touched the hen's head. Everything in the world of heaven cannot be calculated by common sense. Who would have thought that a harmless hen has 100 strength and agility? With a smile, Luo Yu simply didn't wait and chose to enter the next game directly. After clicking OK, the sky and the earth spun in front of him, and Luo Yu appeared in a brand new environment. You enter the warm-up arena, current competitive map, island beach, your opponent, aquatic, anonymous, one person, in front of you is a beach, and on the other side of the beach stands a tall man with blue skin and a harpoon in his hand. This is Luo Yu's opponent, the aquatic. Speaking of which, the water tribe still looks very similar to the human race, while the sea tribe is just a strange shrimp soldier and crab general. After confirming that Luo Yu is a human, the water tribe man laughed grimly and threw the harpoon in his hand towards Luo Yu. Dang! With a muffled sound, Luo Yu did not retreat or avoid, but stood in place. When the harpoon approached Luo Yu, it was directly bounced away by the invisible light curtain. The purple light shield is activated automatically. Diamond.level clothes still need to be activated occasionally. I feel that I have the style of a master. It's cool. Fuck, shield? The water tribe man was shocked and jumped directly into the sea. He soon swam to a very far distance and threw out another small harpoon. Bang! The harpoon was blocked by the shield again. The water tribe man in the distance laughed and said, "Human race, I want to see how many times you can activate the shield. Come down and fight me if you have the guts." Luo Yu's forehead veins jumped and he waved his hand directly. Boom! A huge octopus appeared in the air, and fell into the sea with a bang. The next moment, it rushed directly towards the man from the water tribe. What the hell is that? Fuck you, seafood guy, what a big octopus! The man from the water tribe exclaimed, but the next moment, he was hit on the forehead by the huge tentacles of the octopus. Bang! With a bang, the man from the water tribe disappeared on the spot. You are not qualified to fly my kite. Luo Yu took the big octopus back with a wave of his hand, and a prompt appeared at the same time. K.O. You defeated the opponent and won the second victory. The progress to receive the Easter egg, 2/5. After winning another game easily, Luo Yu waited for a while to let the purple light shield charge up, and then played the third game again. In the next half an hour, Luo Yu fought 3 games in a row, all of which were against the Mavericks, and all were crushing victories. Maybe if he met a strong team, he would be troubled, but the Lone Ranger. Unless it was a high-level race, it was not good enough. After winning all 5 games, Luo Yu was teleported to an empty room with a golden egg and a silver hammer next to it. You won 5 games in a row and got rewards, 8,000 silver and 1 chance to break the golden egg. In this warm-up room, you get 500 silver for winning 1 game, 1,000 for winning 2 games, 2,000 for winning 3 games, and so on. It is also a way to make money, provided that you can win. Silver Luo Yu didn't care much. He walked to the golden egg and hesitated when he picked up the hammer. According to the instructions, after breaking the golden egg, there is a high probability of getting some rare metals, such as a pile of gold and jade. If you are lucky, getting a piece of platinum is considered good. The delivery rate of various stones such as diamonds and crystal stones is very low. In the best case, you can get a powerful pet egg. According to the probability of breaking a pet egg is probably not even 1 in 100,000. Before Luo Yu smashed it, he silently said in his heart, 100x critical hit triggered, can this also be a critical hit? Overjoyed, Luo Yu smashed it directly. Crack! The golden egg split into 2 halves, and 2 stones emitting soft moonlight appeared. Moonstone, a rare and precious material, it is a material for unlocking advanced technology and exchanging various high-level items. 2 moonstones were given at once. Luo Yu's eyes showed surprise. He expected that a critical hit would 100% produce a special stone, but this time he actually produced 2, which was really a pleasant surprise. After all, there are 25 points of luck blessing, and the luck has improved. After smashing the golden egg, a light flashed in front of his eyes, and Luo Yu's consciousness returned to his body. In the bathtub, he took out 2 moonstones in his hand. The stone was more beautiful under the moonlight.
This stone can be placed in the room to decorate and increase the beauty.
After taking a shower, the little cuties were combing each other's hair. Their hair was quite long, so they would shave it in 2 days. Luo Yu thought so, returned to the room, and placed 2 moonstones on the bedside table. He looked at the aesthetics and added 10 points directly. Affected by the aesthetics, when you appreciate the strange stone, your strength +2, the aesthetics is getting higher and higher now, and the probability of giving 2 points of attributes has increased. Just when I was thinking about going to bed, the group became lively. Nyoda, oh my god, I met a small team in the first round, and I was eliminated directly. Elena, I also met a small team, but I eliminated them. Nyoda, Elena, I have tolerated you for a long time. Fong Yamun, Elena is great. The 3 of us are in the 3rd round now, but we are surrounded and feel dangerous. Nakir, Yamun, stop chatting, you go up, I will cut the opponent's archer on the flank first. Fong Yamun, oh. I feel that the opponent will cut me first. They are still PK, and the topic ends here. Luo Yu smiled faintly and closed his eyes to sleep. In the morning, it was another beautiful day. I looked at the situation of the stone bricks. It was still a little short of building a luxurious workshop. It was estimated that it would be almost done tomorrow. While eating breakfast, it suddenly rained outside. The autumn rain was drizzling, and Luo Yu looked at the temperature. Unknowingly, it was only about 10 degrees. This day is getting cold very quickly. By noon, Luo Yu felt something was wrong. The rain was getting heavier. It was drizzling in the morning, but now it was raining heavily. Looking at the small lake, the wind pumps were spinning rapidly, and the wind outside was very strong. Tip, affected by the mysterious power, a typhoon blew up in the Tiandao world. Please be prepared for flood control, typhoon. Luo Yu frowned and cursed in his heart, you didn't bring a typhoon during the summer heatwave, but you brought a typhoon when the weather is cool in autumn. Are you trying to torture people to death? The world immediately started cursing, and people in the group also spoke up. Just when Luo Yu wanted to say something, another prompt suddenly appeared, blessed by the mysterious power, all crops in the Tiandao world have entered the mature stage, huh? Harvest blessing? Luo Yu was stunned again, and then reacted. Luo Yu, everyone, all the crops are ripe. We must harvest them all before the typhoon reaches its peak, otherwise there will be nothing to harvest in the whole autumn. Nyoda, what a bullshit blessing. It's pushing people to a dead end. Fong Yamun, everyone, please be safe and don't get sick. Elena, no point in talking more. Go harvest the crops. Alice, may you all be safe. Under the reminder of the harvest blessing, the typhoon became even stronger, the sky was dark, and the strong wind blowing in the face was at least level 12. I opened the map interface and saw the wind force. Oh my god, it was directly level 12. Tiandao also said that we should be prepared for flood prevention and control, but the wind is so strong after just a few words. Prepare? Are you allowed to? Luo Yu originally wanted to mobilize the captives to help, but now the wind is definitely not strong enough. It would be a suicide for them to go out in this situation. The whole territory was in a storm. At the gate of the villa, Xiao Jin shouted, Master, which crops should be harvested first? Cut the trees first. In the rainstorm, Luo Yu shouted loudly, the planting area is blocked by drainage ditches and walls. There is no great danger for the time being. Cut the trees first. Yes. Xiao Jin also responded loudly and rushed into the wind and rain. After all, she is a diamond-level beast girl with 3 dimensions over 300. The rainstorm and typhoon can't do anything to her. Woo! Xiao Kong also jumped into the wind and rain and rushed over with Xiao Jin. Although her attributes are far inferior to Xiao Jin, she is a mountain beast girl. She is not very afraid of wind and rain. Xiao Dai, on the other hand, although she also has a strength of more than 100, is a delicate and weak type. Seeing that she was about to rush out, Luo Yu grabbed her and shouted, Xiao Dai, stay at home and sew a raincoat. No! Xiao Dai couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears on her face. She shook her head vigorously and said, I want to be with you. Don't hide at home alone. Silly. Raincoats are definitely selling well now, and you are the most important. Go quickly. Make a few for us first. Otherwise you will get sick. Luo Yu's voice seemed to be blown away by the strong wind. Xiao Dai wiped the water drops on her face, nodded vigorously, and turned to run to the basement. Looking at her back, Luo Yu showed a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he also rushed into the wind and rain. This time he rushed out and almost couldn't stand up against the typhoon.
Good guy, I almost couldn't stand with my strength of 179 and my physique of 174. I'm afraid that the typhoon has reached level 15 or above while I was talking. Luo Yu rushed into the prison directly. The prisoners were lying on the bed leisurely, but when the door opened, the strong wind hit them and scared them to jump up. Bang! Luo Yu closed the door and ran to the second floor. One-eyed dragon, white snake, you guys come with me to cut wood. Ah? The one-eyed dragon smiled and said, This lord, there is such a strong typhoon outside. We have just recovered. I'm afraid. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped to the ground. Luo Yu said angrily, What are you talking about? Hurry up. Be careful or I will kill you. Seeing Luo Yu's bad expression, the pirates were silent and followed him into the wind and rain. The storm was really fierce. People with 80 strength might not be able to stand firmly. Fortunately, Luo Yu had strong attributes and those pirates were elites among elites. Under the influence of the blessing of harvest, the fragrant leaf forest that had just been planted had all matured. A full 5,000 trees were all in the strong wind, toppling here and there. I'm afraid they can't stand it for much longer. Shao Kong and Xiao Jin were already cutting wood. The two girls were very efficient, especially Xiao Jin, who was amazing. She might not be as good at planting as Shao Kong, but her strength was too strong, and she had a global work speed buff, so she worked too fast. Luo Yu stuffed the swords into the hands of several pirates and shouted, What are you still standing there for? Work! The moment the pirates got the swords, their hearts jumped and a hint of ferocity appeared in their eyes. Tip, some prisoners get weapons, and the risk of jailbreak increases by 50%. The 6 pirates just communicated with their eyes and suddenly saw the golden back in the wind and rain. Jinju Sabaru? The pirates' hearts trembled, and they immediately stopped. Hint, the prisoner has discovered an invincible existence, and the risk of escaping the prison is reduced by 60%. Current risk, 0%, shocked, the warden is right next to me. Luo Yu glanced at the 6 pirates who were desperately chopping trees, and a hint of amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. The storm did not seem to stop at all. If the strength of the people chopping trees was not above 100, they would have been unable to bear it. Luo Yu felt the pain of the rain hitting his face, and estimated that the wind was getting stronger. He shouted, Xiao Jin, you continue to chop trees with the prisoners, and Shao Kong and I will go to collect cotton first. Okay. Master, don't worry, I will take good care of them. Xiao Jin responded loudly, and Luo Yu pulled Shao Kong and rushed into the cotton field at a high speed. The cotton field is planted in the inner circle, and the outer circle is the fragrant leaf forest. Because the dense forest blocked most of the strong wind, the cotton field was fine. Luo Yu and Shao Kong started to collect cotton without saying anything. Luo Yu even bought 2 seal iron trucks in the mall. Both of them worked very fast, especially Luo Yu, whose efficiency in collecting cotton was several times faster than that of machines. In a short while, a truck was filled. Rhinoceros, elephant, gibbon, come here. The characteristics of the animal trainer were activated, and the rhinoceros and elephant who were hiding from the wind and rain in the animal training field appeared directly in front of him. Pull the car to the warehouse. Gibbon, you are responsible for opening and closing the door. Remember, don't let the wind and rain wet the things in the warehouse. Both large animals nodded, and the gibbon jumped on the spot to show its understanding. It was highly intelligent. Except for not being able to speak, it could basically clearly interpret the orders issued by its master. The transportation and storage were arranged properly, and Luo Yu and Shao Kong were collecting cotton at a rapid speed. In adversity, people either completely fall or burst out with powerful potential. Luo Yu belongs to the latter. At this moment, he felt that the speed of collecting cotton had exceeded his limit of working speed, that was so fast. Tip, when you work, you get +1 physical fitness. In just over 10 minutes, all the cotton was harvested, and all that was not transported in time was stuffed into the storage bracelet by Luo Yu. Turning his head to look at Shao Kong, her whole body was completely wet in the wind and rain, but her eyes were firm and there was no fear at all. Looking at the attributes, her strength and physical fitness have been trained, and the planting level has reached LV12. Come on, follow me to the vegetable field. Luo Yu picked up Shao Kong and ran directly to the vegetable field. At this moment, the ground was already a little muddy. He took a look at the hygiene value, which was rapidly decreasing. Now he couldn't care about so many things, so he had to rescue the vegetables first. Rushing into the vegetable field, the vegetables were indeed blown all over the place, but it was not as messy as imagined. The entire planting area was not exposed, but surrounded by a 5-meter high wall. 5 meters high, it can effectively block the strong wind. At this moment, all the vegetables were ripe under the influence of the harvest blessing. Without saying a word, Luo Yu and Shao Kong started harvesting again. This vegetable is much easier to put away than cotton. Just pull it out and stuff it into the tin cart and you're done. They were busy from the afternoon until around 8 o'clock in the evening. Luo Yu and others finally finished all the work. All the fragrant leaf trees have been cut down, and cotton, vegetables and other crops have been successfully put into the warehouse. If you want to sow seeds, you will definitely not be able to sow them now. Let's wait until the weather is better before trying sowing seeds. Reminder, affected by typhoons, the risk of disease in the territory increases. After receiving the prompt, Luo Yu hurriedly went to take a shower with his little cuties. He took off his wet clothes and rinsed the diamond shower head comfortably. The warm water really made his whole body feel soothed. Tip: when you use diamond nozzles, the risk of disease is greatly reduced. With the diamond nozzle here, it's hard to get sick. After soaking comfortably in the bath, Luo Yu immediately opened the panel and looked at the overview of the base. The animals were all hiding in the taming grounds. The low-level taming grounds were actually not very well ventilated from all sides. Luo Yu was not too worried about the graded animals, but was more worried about the ungraded burrowers, zerg and the like. Neither bulls nor cows have grades. Even if animals have strong immunity, they can still get sick if they are exposed to strong winds and rain for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the virtual map of the territory, clicked on the construction page, and built a corridor between the low-level animal training ground and the entertainment room. The wind and rain outside were so strong that ordinary animals would be blown away as soon as they left the training ground. There was no other way but to build a corridor and move the animals to the entertainment room first. There is no carpet on the first floor of the entertainment room anyway, so the animals can live there temporarily, and then a luxurious taming arena will be built. There are now a lot of stone bricks. After clicking build, a corridor formed by 2 walls appears in the base. Many times in Tiandao world, there is no need to personally command the animals. Luo Yu clicked on the regional interface and divided the entertainment room into an animal activity area. Then click on the animal interface and divide all non-level animals into this animal activity area. Immediately, the animals who received the order began to leave the training ground and entered the entertainment room along the corridor. They generally would not leave the arranged area without orders. Tip: animal disease risk reduced. After doing all this, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally the work was done. My own buildings are all luxurious, and I really am not afraid of them being blown down by the typhoon. Next, I just need to drink juice in the villa, tease the beast girl, and wait for the disaster to pass with peace of mind. I watched the World Channel and it was terrible. Drawing it up, God, if you want me to die without having to do all these bells and whistles, I will die right now for you to see. Wind, keep blowing, blow away the fog of this world, and blow away the confusion in my heart. Collect the raincoat at a high price. There are people who curse, people who are middle-aged, people who do business, and people who do everything, but the overall tone is a bit tragic. The same goes for regional channels. Many people gave up treatment and just hid in their houses and waited for the typhoon to pass. No one in the small group spoke at this time. Luo Yu thought that everyone was busy working. To be honest, Luo Yu was worried about them and didn't even think about going to the arena. Under such extreme weather, ordinary base members and animals can't help at all. Fang Yameng and the others may have their own attributes maxed out, but it would be difficult for them to minimize the losses just by relying on them. A little difficult. After thinking for a while, Luo Yu decided to lend a helping hand. He said in the group, "How are you doing? Fang Yameng, don't mention it. We are still rescuing the vegetable fields, so let's not talk about it for now. Nuker, meow meow, I'm cutting down a tree, the wind is so strong." Everyone was indeed rescuing, and just as Luo Yu thought, only they, as trialists, could withstand the terrible weather in their territory, and ordinary base members were of no use at all. Luo Yu said in a deep voice, "If you want to reduce losses and prevent diseases at the same time, you must raise the attributes of all members of the territory to 100, at least the strength and physique must be full. Naker, we don't have enough money, so let's do this for now. Luo Yu, if you don't have enough money, come to me. If you don't have enough people, come to me. I have money and prisoners. I can lend it to you first, and then just return it to me. Nakor, ah. Great, Luo Yu, lend me 20W quickly, and I'll get some of their physiques up first. Fang Yameng, then I'm not polite, Luo Yu, just lend me 15W. Elena, I need 25W, and I will return double to you then. Alice, I also have 25W, and I will definitely return it to you.
Nyoda, boss, I don't need it anymore, because everything that can be blown away has been blown away.
Luoyu, okay, please wait a moment. Luoyu currently doesn't have enough money in stock, but he has a lot of things that can be sold quickly, such as bedding. I originally planned to sell it in winter, but in such extreme weather, the price of quilts and other items that can keep out the cold has skyrocketed. Luoyu set the price of a quilt at 3W. At this time, a price increase of several times is nothing. Shaji, anonymous, the quilts at the auction house have been put on the shelves.
If you need them, hurry up and buy them. We will not wait until the expiration date.
The 30 quilts on the shelves were sold out instantly, and 90W of silver was sold on the spot.
In the group chat, Luoyu first clicked on Fong Yumeng's transaction and directly put 150,000 silver on it. Fong Yumeng, thank you. Let's talk later.
Luoyu, tell me if you need help.
Fong Yumeng, yes. Thank you.
Then he traded with Nakor and others and lent out all the money.
Even Yoda lent him 200,000 yuan, letting him use it well.
At this time, it was true that a friend in need was a friend indeed. Although it was stormy outside, everyone felt warm in their hearts. Fong Yumeng and the others immediately filled up the attributes of the territory members who had not been fully upgraded on the spot.
Only 100 strength and 100 physique could work in the storm. 2 hours later, it was more than 10 o'clock in the evening.
The team members finally completed the harvest of the crops. Although there were losses, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the losses were controlled to a relatively small extent.
Nyoda was so tired that he went to bed directly.
The girls were all soaking in their bathtubs and tubs, chatting comfortably.
Nakir, Luoyu, thanks to you. My sister and I like you more and more.
Luoyu, words are not enough, send me a screenshot to let me see if you really like it.
Nakir, meow. You know we are taking a bath, but you still want to see the screenshot. I won't show it to you.
Luoyu, no?
Kor, is this your attitude when talking to creditors? If you send me a screenshot now, I can consider not charging you interest.
Nakir, you hate it, you bullied me again, I'm blushing. If you have the ability, come here to collect debts now, ha ha ha. Luoyu also made a smiley expression.
He loved teasing Kor the most.
Alice, thank you, Luoyu. I will always keep your kindness in my heart.
Luoyu, Sister Alice, you are serious.
We are all on the same team, and it is our duty to help each other. You can pay back the money anytime, and it doesn't matter if you don't.
Fong Yumeng and Nakir spoke almost at the same time, then I can't do it too?
Luoyu, no. When the weather gets better, you guys can return the money to me quickly.
Fong Yumeng, Nakir, Elena, Luoyu, you are such a beauty.
While everyone was chatting happily, Alice thought of something and brought up a topic. I saw a paragraph when I read the description of Heaven's Way before. In extreme weather, animals in nearby areas may wander to the territory to seek shelter, provided there is a wildlife sanctuary.
If you have extra stones, you can try to build one.
Maybe strange animals will come to seek shelter. Fong Yumeng, I have a professional mining team that has mined a lot of stones.
Thank you, Sister Alice, for the reminder.
Luoyu was also moved in his heart. He may not have a professional mining team, but he has a professional quarry death squad.
Aren't the stone bricks rolling in?
Quickly clicking on the building page, he actually found the animal shelter building in the corner. Like other buildings, they are divided into primary, intermediate, high-end, luxury, and luxury. The higher the level of the shelter, the better the shelter effect. Luoyu was thinking about the two little beast girls. After thinking for a while, he prepared to find a luxurious shelter.
Just as they were about to start construction, Fong Yumeng said to the group, "Huh? Not long after I finished the construction, it seemed like an animal came over, a group of sheep," he said and sent a screenshot. "So fast? Miss, you didn't even read the instructions?"
Luoyu was complaining in his heart, when the sharp-eyed Nakir said, "Yumeng, the color of your screenshot is wrong.
There are pink and cyan sheep in the flock."
As soon as these words came out, Luoyu's heart moved, and he hurriedly took a closer look, and he really discovered it at this glance.
Could it be those two beast girls that Xiao Jin mentioned? Fong Yumeng, yeah.
I checked the territory summary, and now there are two beast girls in the wild animals column. One is called Yang Jiaofia, and the other is called Yang Jiaoqingya.
They are sisters. Wow. Their attributes are so high, I can't do anything with them. Nakir, let Luoyu go, he is awesome. Alice, Luo Yu, if you have time, you can help Yu Meng. Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, come quickly. Fang Yameng immediately sent a visitor invitation, and Luo Yu naturally wanted it. He exploded with 174 points of agility, dried his body at the speed of light, put on his clothes and pants, and clicked OK. A light door opened, Luo Yu stepped in, and with the world spinning, he appeared in Fang Yameng's territory. Ah! There were screams from girls, not one, but three. After taking a closer look, he was actually teleported to the bathroom of Fang Yuming's house. When the mist filled the air, Fang Yumeng and the other two girls at home were in the bathtub. The three girls squatted down and hid their bodies in the bath almost at the same time. The HR manager girl blushed with embarrassment, while the younger sister looked at Luo Yu with a shy face. Fang Yumeng held her chest and stammered, You, how did you come so fast? Luo Yu looked at Fang Yumeng and said calmly, Who would have thought that you would set the teleportation point in the bathroom? It's okay, I'll close the door for you. After saying that, he actually closed the bathroom door, then walked directly to the bathroom window and looked through the gap. Because of his vision buff, he could clearly see the two beast girls hidden among the sheep in the distance, even through the storm. That's great, Yu Meng, she really is a beast mother. What a great guy you are. Fang Yumeng hid her body in the water and said with a red face, Luo Yu, you go out first, and we will find a way to capture the beast mother after we put on clothes. It's okay, just wear it now, don't worry about me. Luo Yu looked intently at the beast mother outside the window, pretending to be calm and said, Yu Meng, Sister Lan, Xiao Doubting, we are all old friends, you don't need to see each other outside. The girl known as Xiao Doubting couldn't help laughing, and looked at Luo Yu with admiration and a little shyness. Sister Lan gently covered her hot face, wanting to laugh but feeling embarrassed. Fang Yumeng said in embarrassment, See you outside. It's very strange. Luo Yu, get out. Go. Well, seeing Yu Meng getting angry, Luo Yu hurriedly opened the window and jumped out. Fang Yumeng looked at the window that was shaken by the strong wind, blushed and gritted her teeth. This bastard scumbag has no gentlemanly manners at all. Sometimes I really want to stab him to death. Xiao Doubting chuckled and said, Sister Yumeng, didn't you praise Luo Yu before for being responsible and a man? Are you a scumbag again now? I think brother Luo Yu is quite good. Sister Lan also chuckled and nodded, well, he is good at everything except teasing Yu Meng. Both girls laughed, Yu Meng spat softly, her face turned red, and she didn't know whether she was angry or shy. After a while, Sister Lan and Xiao Doubting went to have supper together, while Fang Yumeng and Luo Yu were in the living room of the small villa, lying next to the window and opening the window a crack to observe the two beast girls in the distance. As a lord, Fang Yumeng could check their attributes, and after sharing, Luo Yu also had a clear look. Sheep's horn green sprout, platinum level, juvenile strength 201, constitution 188, agility 155, sheep horn scarlet bud, platinum level, juvenile strength 159, constitution 190, agility 200. The attributes of the two beast girls are terrifying, and one is a strength type and the other is an agility type. Luo Yu carefully read the description of the beast sisters. Although their attributes are very high, the description shows that they are quite timid. Once frightened, they will run away immediately. Only after they are tamed will they become brave. Moreover, not only do these two beast girls' hair grow faster than ordinary beast girls, their tears are also very rare items. The tears of green buds and red buds can promote the birth of plants and make them grow rapidly. To be honest, this passive is almost comparable to Xiaokong's lucky box. Fang Yumeng beside him whispered, Luo Yu, what should we do? This attribute is too powerful to beat. Luo Yu felt that Fang Yumeng was a little close to him, and the faint fragrance on his body made him somewhat distraught. Luo Yu? Fang Yumeng saw that Luo Yu had nothing to say, and immediately understood something, blushed slightly, and said angrily, What are you thinking about? You are not allowed to recall, as long as your head is as forgetful as a chicken. Quickly find a way to tame the beast girl. Luo Yu said with a smile, Okay, if you forget, you will forget. It's not easy to tame these two beast girls. Check the instructions. They will run away when frightened. Then it will be difficult for us to catch up with him quickly. Fang Yumeng is a smart girl. She whispered, You mean to lure them here and lock them in a certain building, and then we can take them down in one fell swoop? Children can be taught. Do you have a better place to trap people here? Have. Fang Yumeng pointed down and said, There is a basement in the small villa, which can temporarily trap them. But the entrance is inside the villa, how can we lure them in? A smile appeared on Luo Yu's lips. Special milk was something that even Xiao Jin could seduce, and he happened to have 2 drops of yuan liquid. It seems that he is going back to his old business.
However, it was very windy and rainy outside, and it was difficult for the smell of milk to be conveyed at once, so it was necessary to slowly approach the two little horned beasts.
Look at me.
Luoyu was about to go out immediately, but he was stopped by Fang Yameng. Luoyu, if the opponent is so agile, he will be discovered.
Once they go berserk, even if you fight 1 against 2, she was caring about Luoyu.
Luoyu smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, I have my own way.
When the time comes, each of us will have a little cutie. I want Fia."
Puff, Fang Yameng chuckled and said, "Do you like pink girls?
Macho sex?"
No, Luoyu said seriously, Xingya's strength is high, which will help you even more.
Fang Yameng was stunned for a moment, but Luoyu had already jumped out of the window.
Looking at his back, Fang Yameng gently touched her cheek and found that it was a little hot. "This guy, why do you suddenly say such things?" she whispered to herself, but her face turned even redder. At this moment, Luoyu had no time to pay attention to what Fang Yameng was thinking.
The concealment skills he acquired that day finally came into play at this moment.
In the dark night, under the violent storm, Luoyu seemed to be integrated with the darkness, slowly approaching the sheep and the two beast girls. The other party didn't notice at all under the shelter of the shelter. 20 meters away from the shelter, Luoyu gently put down a milk tablet made of special milk, and then quietly retreated. The milk tablets melt slowly, and even if it is hit by rain, it is difficult to wash away all the fragrance. After a while, the beast mother with a keen sense of smell smelled the fragrance of milk tablets. Xingya and Feiya walked out of the awning together and walked in the direction of the milk tablets. Walking closer, Feiya picked up some melted milk pieces on the ground, sniffed it and licked it gently, with a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes.
"Sister, this food is delicious."
The innocent Xingya took the breast piece handed over by her sister, stretched out her little tongue and licked it, and then a beautiful smile appeared on her face. There's more there. After all, Feiya was more agile and had keen observation skills, and discovered a milk tablet not far away. In the rain, she happily ran over, picked up the milk tablets, licked them a few times, and then ate them directly, with a look of enjoyment on her face.
It's so delicious.
The pink-haired Feiya slurped her milk tablets, so cute.
These milk tablets do not contain guayuan liquid.
After all, they are outside the base. God knows how fast these two little things can run. If they find poison and run away, and disappear before the guayuan liquid takes effect, then
it's over.
They absolutely couldn't miss it, so Luoyu would rather waste more milk pieces and try to keep them as close to the central area as possible.
Fortunately, I saved a lot before, which is enough to consume. Besides, Feiya took her sister's hand and ran over happily, picked up a milk tablet and handed it to Xingya. "Sister, this is for you."
Xingya nodded happily, and the two sisters seemed to have a good relationship. While looking for milk tablets to eat, the two cuties unknowingly entered the fence.
At this time, Xingya found that she had broken into someone else's territory.
A look of fear appeared on her face. She pulled Feiya and said, "Sister, we have crossed the line." Feiya also had a worried look on her face. She looked around and found that the door of the small villa was open and two breast pieces rolled down on the steps leading to the basement.
This put her in a dilemma.
Even if they are top-notch wisdom, they are still labeled as animals, and this breast film is too attractive to them. After hesitating for a while, Feiya took a bite and whispered, "Sister, the Lord here must have gone out for something. We ate his food and left our hair to compensate him when we left.
Let's go." As he spoke, he took Xingya's little hand and walked towards the door.
Walking into the gate, the two beast girls stood on the steps of the basement. Xingya picked up a piece of milk tablet and handed it to her sister. The two little cuties immediately sat on the steps and ate it happily. At this moment, the cover above their heads suddenly closed. Xingya and Feiya were so scared that they shuddered and immediately pushed the cover open. But it was too late. The two milk tablets contained the returning origin liquid. Returning origin liquid, colorless and tasteless, it can forcibly return the attributes of the user to 10 points within 2 hours after taking it, and seal the grade in all special skills. The original attribute value of 200 became 10 points, and they completely became weak little cuties. Xingya pushed the iron door above her head hard, but it didn't move at all. Feiya heard the footsteps and the candlelight coming from the darkness below, and she was so scared that tears came out, and she hugged her sister. Xingya was also very scared and hugged her sister as well. As they approached, Luoyu and Fang Yameng looked at the two beast girls who were hugging each other, with tears in their eyes and looking at them in fear. They all showed joy in their eyes.
Fang Yameng walked in front of them and said softly, "Don't be afraid, we are not bad people. In the future, You can stay with your brother and sister, okay? Fong Yumeng was very friendly. After all, she was a woman who was born with a Beastmaster and LV3 beast taming level. After these few words, the two beast girls stopped crying. You fooled us into scamming, bad guys. Xiao Fia said a little angry and a little scared. Fong Yumeng said softly, I'm sorry, brother and sister shouldn't treat you like this. As compensation, I will definitely take good care of you in the future. From now on, will you stay with us? Looking at Fong Yumeng's beautiful face and feeling the kindness from her, Xingya and Feiya looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded lightly. Ha? Do you agree? Looking at the smiling Fong Yumeng, Luo Yu was a little surprised. Yu Meng's method of taming animals is completely different from his own. Luo Yu's beast taming methods are relatively rough, either knocking him unconscious or intimidating him, or directly stepping on his opponent's face to threaten him. The most typical case is the Xiaojin tragedy. Just tie them up and tame them. A black cat or a white cat is a good cat if it catches mice. The results will be the same if the methods are different. Fong Yumeng chuckled and said, Luo Yu, you come first. Good. Luo Yu stepped forward and grabbed Feiya's little hand, smiled lightly and said, Don't be afraid, close your eyes. Feiya closed her eyes very obediently. The next moment, a light flashed on her body and she was tamed. You have a 98% success rate in taming the Horned Scarlet Bud, Sheep Horned Scarlet Bud, Platinum level, Juvenile Strength 159, Constitution 190, Agility 200, currently both are 10, Territory Beauty plus 10, Owner Luck plus 5, Current Hair Growth Progress 100%, Planting LV8, Sowing LV6, Cooking LV3, Medical LV11. The tears of the horn buds can increase the growth progress of crops, 3000%, lasting for 1 day. Courage, after Feiya becomes a pet, her courage increases greatly, and the global work speed is plus 50%. Companion Halo Shield, Feiya is a companion pet that produces a pink aura when accompanying its owner, which can resist a flying object attack. Rocket Headbutt, Feiya's horn impact is extremely powerful. Star Combo, Feiya will throw darts continuously, hitting objects within 50 meters. Looking at this attribute, Luo Yu was in a daze. I won't mention the aesthetics of the basic attributes. First of all, this 3000% figure scared Luo Yu. The 30 times growth effect in 1 day is so powerful. Of course, this premise is that you have the ability to collect Feiya's tears. The shield aura can block a sneak attack. The key is that Feiya is a long-range attack. Shao Kahn's slingshot and Fei Mei's darts can form a fire net. By the way, what's up with this courage affix? Not easily scared to tears? I don't need Feiya to have any courage at all. This is deliberately increasing the difficulty. After being successfully tamed, Feiya was immediately different from before. One of the characteristics of companion pets is that they are clingy. Feiya wiped her tears, stood up and took the initiative to hug Luo Yu's arm, staring at Luo Yu with eyes full of joy. Admiration. Now I can't even see my sister, I can only see my master. On the other side, Fong Yumeng also tamed Xingya. Xingya also hugged Fong Yumeng's arm, while Fong Yumeng was stunned on the spot. Oh my god. Luo Yu, the attribute of Xingya, is this Beast Girl? She stared at the little girl next to her with a look of disbelief. Luo Yu was used to big scenes and said with a smile, okay, let's see what you can do. We still have things to do. Ha? Fong Yumeng came back to her senses and asked curiously, is there something to do? What else do we have to do? Tame the sheep. Have you seen those sheep? The wool on their bodies has been dragged to the ground. Right. Wool. Fong Yumeng chuckled excitedly. At this time, Xingya said, Master Sister, Feiya and I can bring the sheep over. Feiya nodded and said, Brother Master, just let me and my sister go over. Fong Yumeng was about to nod, but Luo Yu shook his head and said, No. It's stormy outside, how can Yumeng and I let you go out? Of course Yu Meng and I did such a dangerous thing. Right, Yu Meng? Seeing Luo Yu blinking at him, Fong Yumeng reacted, nodded repeatedly, yes. I can't bear to leave you, owner. Feiya and Xingya were so moved that their eyes filled with tears. Seeing this, Luo Yu felt happy and said again, You are all my and Yu Meng's little babies. As long as we are here, we will not let you suffer. Ouch, master. Feiya and Xingya's tears immediately flowed down. Luo Yu hurriedly took out the cup he used to drink milk to collect their tears. Luo Yu, Fong Yumeng looked at Luo Yu at this moment and couldn't help laughing. This smile was like a lily blooming, so beautiful. After a while, the two little beast girls stopped crying and hugged their master tighter.
Luo Yu put the cup filled with tears into his storage bracelet and blinked at Fang Yameng.
It seems to be saying, it belongs to me.
With a smile on her face, Fang Yameng nodded gently to express her approval, and at the same time quietly gave him a thumbs up.
The next step is to tame the sheep. With Thea and Xingya, taming is easy.
The problem is that once they leave the shelter, the sheep will be blown away by the strong wind. Finally, Luo Yu came up with a solution and asked Fang Yameng to buy a metal car from the mall. After taming a sheep, they immediately crashed into the metal car and transported it back to the animal training ground when it could not fit. Fang Yuming's animal training ground is intermediate, one level higher than Luo Yu's, which can block wind and rain. After 4 or 5 times of going back and forth, all 54 sheep were finally tamed and pulled back.
At this time, it was already late at night. Except for Nyoda, no one in the group had slept yet. Fang Yumeng proposed to divide the sheep into 6, 9 for each family. Luo Yu also agreed to this proposal. Nakir, Alice, and Elena objected. They were receiving gifts without merit, and they had to pay even if they gave them. But the objection was ineffective.
Fang Yameng insisted on sending them, saying that they were all family members and it would be awkward if they did not accept them. As a result, each of them had 9 sheep, 4 males and 5 females.
Luo Yu was a little tired after returning to the territory.
After taking a bath with Xiaofia, he carried her to the big bed and fell asleep slowly. Fia seemed a little surprised that her master had so many beast girls around him, and even a King Sabalu, but these were not important to her. Now she was just like Xiao Kong and the others, and only had Luo Yu as her master in her eyes.
Luo Yu was also very satisfied with getting a beast girl, and he slept very sweetly.
When I woke up in the morning, the 4 little beast girls around me were all clinging to me. Although I was very happy, I was also troubled. The originally spacious bed seemed a bit crowded. There are 2 ways to expand a diamond-level bed. The first is to expand it at a high price. The second is to build another diamond bed. If the 2 beds are put together, they will automatically become one. If you want to separate it, just click disassembly, it's very easy. Luo Yu prefers the latter, because the expansion materials are fixed, and if you build a large bed, you can use critical strikes.
The premise is that you can critically hit the diamond bed.
Although the number of critical hits has been refreshed, now is not the time to get into bed, so just squeeze in.
Luo Yu doesn't mind at all being squeezed together with the cuties.
Tip: you get the buff, action frenzy while sleeping, opening the curtains. Although it was already early morning, the sky outside was very dark and it was still raining heavily. Wu chirp, Xiao Kong rubbed his eyes and sat up. After looking at the sky outside the window, he said in a daze, "Master, it's raining today.
Xiao Kong won't be fishing anymore."
"Well, would you like to go mining with me today?"
"Good." Xiao Kong likes to be with his master the most.
Xiao Kong came close to her, and Luo Yu seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly pushed Xiao Kong away, jumped up from the bed, and rushed to the balcony. At first glance, the water level of the small lake was indeed full. It seemed that it had just overflowed. Reminder: the lake is overflowing, and the current loss of aquatic resources is 1%. Fortunately, only 1% was lost, and the upper limit of aquatic products was not harmed. According to the instructions on the world of heaven, abnormal situations such as small lakes overflowing or lake water being discharged out of the territory will lead to the loss of aquatic resources. Maybe you can't see a few fish and shrimps flooding out, but they just disappear. If the situation continues to be serious, the upper limit will be lowered, which is the most terrible thing. The upper limit is lowered and cannot be restored even when resources are updated at the beginning of the second month.
This is a permanent loss. Luo Yu didn't bother to wash his face or brush his teeth. He hurriedly clicked on the construction page and started building the dam. The 20 centimeters mini-dot fence built before was definitely not going to work anymore. After checking that the number of stone bricks was sufficient, Luo Yu planned to build a flood control dam seriously. Flood control dams are divided into simple, strong, beautiful, and luxurious grades.
After Luo Yu took a general look, he decided to build the beautiful grade. It's all done, please add some ratings if it looks good. Beautiful flood control dam, per meter stone bricks *50, iron or *50, gold *1, jade *1, the cost is slightly different from that of the wall.
The dam consumes more iron ore to ensure it is stronger. After clicking OK, Luo Yu stood on the balcony, and a beautiful dam immediately appeared where his finger pointed. The dams are all 1 meter high and 30 centimeters thick.
Not to mention, they are very beautiful with various patterns on them.
Now is not the time to appreciate it.
Luo Yu drew a circle around the lake with his fingers from a distance, and the original mini-wall was replaced by a beautiful dam. Please select a flood discharge location. The dam naturally has a flood discharge point, which is usually not used, but if the water level is high one day, and it happens to be attacked from the north, and it happens to be difficult to resist, Luo Yu can choose to discharge the flood to kill those bastards. Of course, it will definitely cause a lot of losses to yourself. The flood discharge location is actually to build several gates on the dam. Luo Yu opened one gate in the southeast and northwest of this circle of dam. After everything is built, the beautiful dam is completed. Sure enough, the flooding of the lake stopped on the spot, and the water resources were no longer lost. It was this that consumed a large amount of Luo Yu's stone bricks. At first glance, there were only 3,000 stone bricks left in the original large number. The so-called plan can't keep up with changes, that's all. After watching the World Channel, it was full of resentment. Tiandao, I.re.u seafood plate, why don't you do this? You've wasted so much effort to create a Tiandao world just to torture us, right? Let me tell you a secret, Tiandao is my son, and I am the Lord of Tiandao, or Tianai for short. You are the Lord of Heaven and I am the ancestor of Heaven. What should I do if there is flooding? Will it flood my home soon? Please ask some kind person to take me away. I don't want to work hard anymore, the world is miserable, but the regional channels have some nutritional content. Portino, Central Tribe everyone, I think ditches should be dug. Losing aquatic resources is better than drowning. Lu Chongwei, humanity on Earth, what you said is easy. It's raining heavily. How many people do you have to dig ditches? What should I do if I get sick? Terry, Zentredian buy prisoners. Take advantage of the low price to buy a batch and dig ditches. You can only waste money and eliminate disasters. Okamoto Hikawa, hey, why are there no man-made dams? Simple dams are not expensive to build. Luo Yu, brother Okamoto, what kind of work did you do in the past? Okamoto Hikawa, brother Luo Yu, just by listening to it, you can speak Japanese at the level of a colonel. Lu Chongwei, Luo Yudi and I want Huanyangdi to work. He Qian, human from Earth, can you three speak human language? Zhu Lai, don't speak your planet's dialect on the regional channel. Find a way quickly. Dio, Kobold, I have an idea, which is to build a dam to surround my home, so I don't have to worry about sleeping in the water. Everyone in the regional channel spoke enthusiastically, and two solutions were summarized, which are nothing more than building dams and digging ditches. In the group, Fong Yumeng asked curiously, what do you think? Simple dam or digging ditches? Elena, build a dam. Alice, I also think we need to build a dam. When winter comes, the overall aquatic resources will be compressed. If we dig ditches now and cause a large amount of aquatic resources to be lost, it will make winter particularly difficult. Nyota, I have stones, I have a lot of stones, I love mining. If you don't have enough stones, come to me. Nakor, I haven't mined all the stone bricks from the last crustal movement, and I saved some before. If you don't have enough, come to me. Luo Yu, simple dams are not good. I don't know when the rain will stop now. Once the water level is too high and causes a dam to burst, it will be a failure. My opinion is to build the second type of solid dam. Did you see that a solid dam can adjust the proportion of iron ore and stone bricks by itself? If you don't have enough stone bricks, you can use iron ore instead. In addition, I have a lot of iron ore here. If you don't have enough, come to me. Fong Yumeng, I agree to build a dam. Na Kor, agree. Nyota, I agree too. Alice and Elena both agreed on the solid dam plan. Luo Yu, everyone, let's start immediately. If you have any difficulties, please tell us in the group. Anyone who can help will definitely help. Everyone in the group was busy, but Luo Yu keenly captured the business opportunities. How many people are capable of building a dam? If they want to survive this small lake flooding, most people will choose to dig ditches. So the question is, digging trenches requires a lot of manpower. Where do these manpower come from? Captives and animals capable of digging. The price of captives that originally hit rock bottom will definitely bottom out and rebound. The market is always the first to react. When I went to the auction house, I saw that the price of the captive had returned to 6,000. I'm afraid it was already rising last night. Luo Yu has more than 100 prisoners in his hands. Those pirates will definitely not be sold. As for others, let's not rush, let's let the captives dig out rocks first, because he thinks the price of captives will definitely rise. After breakfast in the morning, Luo Yu directly organized all the prisoners to come to the quarry, regardless of the wind or rain outside, where they dug stones wildly.
Humanism doesn't exist at all. Okay, I'm planning to sell them anyway, so let me use my spare time before selling. The heavy rain didn't stop, and although the strong wind was not as exaggerated as yesterday, it was at least level 11. It was blowing so hard that it hurt my face. Well, at this time, the quarry is protected from wind and rain, but it's actually not that cruel. In the afternoon, the price of captives had begun to soar, and everyone found that there was not enough labor to dig ditches by themselves. If you want to dig, you have to dig a big ditch to drain the water. Small ditches are of no use at all. Luo Yu discovered that the water level of the small lake was rising rapidly, and it had exceeded the flood level by 50 centimeters. In other words, the water level is 0.5 meters higher than the beautiful dam. The current dam is 1 meter high, which is a bit dangerous. Need to continue to increase the height. This will require more stone bricks. For the first time, Luo Yu felt that building a beautiful dam was not the right choice. The price of raising the dam was 4 times that of a solid dam. Now, the price of captives on the market has soared to 1.2 W. After Luo Yu thought for a while, he placed a batch of 20 captives, 10 men and 10 women, with the lowest attribute points. The price is set directly at 2 W. No one is buying it now, but that won't be the case after a while. And he couldn't sit still at this moment and had to do something. Xiao Dai, let's make the quilt. Xiao Jin, you can continue cutting the stones. Xiao Kong and Fei Ya follow me. He walked into the mine with the 2 cuties. Both of them were powerful. Luo Yu gave them a pickaxe and said, let's do it. Dig hard and I'll buy you some milk later. Oh. Fei Ya and Xiao Kong both cheered and started doing it without saying anything. Fei Ya's mining level is LV4, and Xiao Kong's level is higher than LV6, but they both sleep on big beds and have the buff of action frenzy, which makes them mine very fast. The hammers tinkled like a symphony. But when it comes to mining speed, Luo Yu is faster. If their mining is like a symphony, then Luo Yu's mining is like a rapper chanting sutras. That digs out faster than a rapper can spit out lyrics. All kinds of iron ore, copper ore, silver ore, and rocks were rolling out, and the rhinos, elephants, gibbons, and golden beetles behind them had no time to move them. As for another little mining expert, the Golden Scorpion King, he was sent to the quarry to dig stones. The speed at which it digs out rocks is also very impressive, and its skin is thick and thick, so it is not afraid of being smashed. Time passed slowly, and after 3 hours, the 2 little cuties were still digging in high spirits, while Luo Yu was a little tired. It's not a matter of attribute value, it's a matter of mental exhaustion. He's really not as good as Beast Girl in this regard. There is no such thing as mental exhaustion among animals. As long as they still have the strength, they can happily work until they collapse. However, trialists or territory members do not have such endurance, so they have to have fun and relax in between. Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. While moving his body, he looked at the prompts. Not to mention, there is a surprise. Tip: the captive you listed has been purchased. In one afternoon, all the captives priced at 2 W were sold out at once, making a profit of 40 W in one go. He is short of money at this moment, and this money is very comfortable. This time he put 20 more prisoners on the shelves, and they were also the ones with the worst attributes among the remaining batch, 15 men and 5 women. This time the price is 3 W. If it can be sold, I will sell it. If it cannot be sold, I will lose some deposit. It doesn't matter. The captives have just been put on the shelves, and the prompt comes: warning, the water level in your territory is high and flooding is about to occur. The dike built this morning is about to overflow now? Luo Yu was startled and rushed out of the mine. At this glance, he found that the small lake in the strong wind was like a bowl of water that was about to be overturned and was about to be splashed out. Looking at the stone bricks in the territory, he saw that another 50,000 pieces had been cut in one day, and there was still a lot of iron ore. Luo Yu chose to increase the height of the dam without saying anything. Increasing the height of a dam is not like building a dam directly. Relatively less materials are required, and the amount of height increased will increase the consumption. Luo Yu increased his height by 20 centimeters this time, consumed all the stone bricks, and finally stabilized the water potential. Looking at the rain outside, it had dimmed slightly, but Luo Yu knew that the decrease was temporary. The typhoon is still there, and the low pressure is still there, so the heavy rain may pour down at any time. We have to keep up the good work. After working for another hour, the captives could not work anymore, so Luo Yu had no choice but to let them go back to the prison for the time being. There is hot water in the prison, so you can take a bath or eat, so don't worry about it for the time being. Xiao Kong and Fei Ya are very motivated, especially Fei Ya, whose physical strength is outrageous. The mining speed is not slowed down at all.
Looking at the level, she has upgraded one level in mining in one afternoon. Shao Kong has also upgraded one level in mining, and she is also a physical monster. After doing physical work for an afternoon, the strength and physical fitness of the two little beast girls have also increased a little bit, which is okay. After dinner, the heavy rain outside turned into moderate rain, which finally eased the water a little. Just as I was about to take a bath, the prompt suddenly appeared again: the risk of jailbreak in your prison has increased, please pay attention, huh?
Didn't you just build 4 arrow towers? Luo Yu frowned and walked towards the prison angrily. Bang!
Kicking the door open, Luo Yu was about to get angry, but the scene in front of him made him stunned. Although they were all locked up in the cell, the male and female prisoners were accusing and quarreling with each other at this moment. After understanding the situation, Luo Yu showed a helpless look on his face. It turned out that everyone took a shower as soon as they came back.
Luo Yu did not separate the barracks for male and female prisoners.
The prisoners were seen bathing, which made them angry. It was time to replan the area.
In fact, Luo Yu had neglected it before.
This luxurious prison has 3 floors.
The 3rd floor is for special people. Aren't the 1st and 2nd floors just right for male and female prisoners? Bang!
After closing the prison gate, Luo Yu operated it, and the iron locks of all the cell doors opened automatically.
Come out!
Luo Yu shouted loudly, and everyone dared not disobey and came out one by one.
Female prisoners were okay, knowing to wear clothes to cover their shame, but many men came out with bare chests, which was quite outrageous.
Go back and put on your clothes and pants for me, or I will castrate you. Luo Yu shouted angrily, and the male prisoners were silent and ran back on the spot.
After a while, Luo Yu began to distribute. From now on, female prisoners will be held on the 2nd floor, and male prisoners will be held on the 1st floor. Do you hear me?
I heard you.
Everyone said in unison. There was no other way.
The world of Tiandao did not have any humanitarian stripes such as prisoner management regulations. Once the Lord was in a bad mood, killing a few prisoners was just a matter of words.
Luo Yu looked at the one-eyed dragon.
His head was chopped by an axe. He helped him sew 70 stitches to save his life. Now the scar is like a big centipede lying on his head, which is very ugly. No wonder the beauty of the prison has declined recently.
What beauty can we talk about with him?
Luo Yu said unhappily, one-eyed dragon, find a rag and cover the scar on your forehead for me.
It makes me sick.
Yes, I will follow the Lord's orders.
Yes.
Luo Yu got back to the point and said, from now on, all the male captives on the 1st floor will be taught to you to manage.
If this situation happens again, I will only ask you.
Yes. Lord, rest assured, I will manage all the male captives.
One-eyed dragon stood at attention, and the remaining eye showed excitement. This is an official position.
People want to move up, and a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier.
Well, that sounds good.
Luo Yu said lightly, how do you prove it to me?
The one-eyed dragon was stunned at first, and then he understood something.
A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he slapped another male pirate companion beside him to the ground with a slap. He stepped on his face and said, Lord, it was this green ghost who started the trouble. He was the first to peek at the female captives bathing, and whistled that they had great bodies.
Really?
Luo Yu said in a deep voice, this must be investigated clearly.
Which female captive did he say had a great body? Let this female captive stand up and prove it. The one-eyed dragon immediately shouted, did you hear that?
Lord, I want to check whether your bodies are as great as the green ghost said.
Why don't you stand up? The female captive stood up because of the Lord's majesty.
Luo Yu's forehead veins jumped when he saw this.
What's the matter? You all think you have great bodies, right? He waved his hand and said, okay, I won't do it again.
That Xingue, you took the lead in making trouble. I should have killed you, but considering your excellent performance in digging stones just now, I will let it go. In the future, you will be the deputy captain of the male captives and assist the one-eyed dragon in management. Xingue didn't expect that he would not be killed, but also get a small official position. He jumped up and knelt down and kowtowed, saying, thank you, Lord, for your appreciation.
I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes.
He turned his head and glanced at the one-eyed dragon, with a hint of pride in his eyes, while the one-eyed dragon frowned slightly when he looked at him, obviously wanting to calculate, tell tales or something like that. The expressions of these two people fell into Luo Yu's eyes, but he was secretly happy in his heart.
The superiors should never let a subordinate dominate at any time.
They need someone to check and balance them, so that they can control everyone in their hands. This is the mind of the emperor, which cannot be known to outsiders. Although Luo Yu has never been an emperor, he understands this principle to some extent. Similarly, he also set up a captain and a deputy captain for the female captives. The captain was naturally White Snake, and the deputy captain was Red Spider, also a pirate woman, a figure of more than 100 in 3 dimensions. Speaking of which, whether it was pirates or people from the tribe, the names were quite strange. After tidying up the prison, Luo Yu announced on the spot that each of them would be given a can of vegetables tomorrow morning in order to reward the captives. All the captives cheered, and they all thought that the Lord was a good person, giving them such a good place to live and canned food. He was simply a living bodhisattva. This is the method of some groups, hitting you with a stick and giving you a sweet date, selling you and you have to help him count the money. When leaving the prison, Luo Yu checked the risk of jailbreak, 0%. There was no risk at all. Luo Yu felt that this was related to his good management of the prisoners in the prison. Before, physical methods were used to reduce risks, and it seemed that he still needed to be more flexible. He reminded himself in his heart and walked back to the villa. A moment later, Luo Yu and the 4 little cuties were soaking in the warm bath, and it was time for some fun again. By the way, Feya, I see that the milk production progress of those ewes is almost 100%, how is your progress? My progress, Feya instinctively looked down, then reacted, crouched in the water with her arms around her chest, blushed and spat, you are the one producing milk. Master is a pervert, disgusting. Affected by the entertainment value, you gain physical fitness +2 when you are entertaining. Luo Yu laughed, and his mood suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. Shout I, go get me a glass of juice. Oh. Shout I stood up, and Luo Yu entered the arena, the exclusive warm-up channel for the world's first martial arts competition. Tip, affected by bad weather, all channels in the arena are closed and will be opened after the typhoon. This tip was a bit unexpected. What does a typhoon have to do with a virtual channel of yours? Could it be that the network cable was broken by the typhoon? Luo Yu complained in his heart. He was still thinking about collecting rare stones as soon as possible. After a while, he took a sip of the juice handed by Xiao Dai, and Luo Yu began to browse the world channel. As usual, a lot of scolding. The world channel has been boring lately, just full of people cursing the way of heaven. It seems that everyone is being tortured. Regional channel, He Qian, is Yu Meng here? Does your team need bricks? He Qian is in the same team with Lu Chongwei, Brother Okamoto, and a few others. There is also a fiery Martian and a Zenithian in their team. Fang Yameng, bricks are never enough. Qianqian, do you have a lot? He Qian, yes. I got a lot of bricks in a special event before, and I have enough for the team. If you need them, you can exchange with me. Fang Yameng, is Luo Yu here? Luo Yu, I'm watching. He Qian, what do you want? He Qian, we want wood to build some defensive equipment such as arrow towers. Zhu Lai, He Qian, you are going too far. Do you know the price of wood now? It's 1:6, and winter is coming. You are exchanging stones for wood now. Isn't this taking advantage of the situation? He Qian, you stupid pig, what do you have to do with me? Fang Yameng, Qianqian, this wood is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. We don't have enough. Do you want anything else? He Qian, can you exchange it for some meat and vegetables? Zhu Lai, now everyone's aquatic loss is so serious, you want meat, right? Luo Yu, that's fine. Zhu Lai, Luo Yu, do you have a lot of meat? Luo Yu, fortunately, I was lucky to get some before. He Qian, trade with me. In fact, this He Qian is still very smart. There have been no large-scale animal attacks since autumn, and the strong winds and rainstorms have destroyed many people's vegetable gardens and aquatic resources. The prices of these two things will definitely rise in the future. Especially vegetables, which will become a rigid demand again. Stone bricks are something that can be produced continuously. Now everyone has a large demand, and there will be no demand after the typhoon. We should take advantage of this wave to make a fortune. Luo Yu agreed because he has a lot of meat and a lot of aquatic products, and the special milk can attract monsters, so he is not afraid of eating up all the meat. Luo Yu, the ratio of meat to bricks is 1:10, and vegetables is 1:15. What do you think? He Chuan, okay, we are real fellow villagers, no problem. Of course no problem. I am afraid that this ratio will change a lot in the future. Now it seems that she is a little bit at a loss, but she will definitely make a lot of money in the future. She directly put up 25W bricks and said, 1W meat, 1W vegetables, do you have any? Luo Yu saw that she was so straightforward,
But he put up 2W meat and 2W vegetables even more straightforwardly. I see that you have a lot of bricks, trade this batch first, and you can rearrange them. Each yen, okay. After a while, the prompt came, transaction successful, you get 50W bricks, 2W meat and vegetables are not a particularly large number for Luo Yu. Just yesterday, he received nearly 7W vegetables in one wave. There were a lot of bricks on the open space in front of him. Luo Yu immediately raised the beautiful dam by 1 meter. He saw that the water level in the territory summary was completely out of the warning line, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After spending 250,000 stone bricks in one go, there is still 250,000 left, so there is no need to rush to use it. Because the urgent need has been alleviated now, stones will continue to be produced in large quantities, and the dam can be continuously raised according to the situation, so it is not as tense as before. Luo Yu clicked on the transaction one by one, and Fang Yamon, Nakir, Alice, and Alina gave them 50,000 stone bricks each. Nyoda didn't need it because he had given up treatment. Luo Yu, including the silver owed to me in the last wave, each of you owes me at least 300,000. Beautiful ladies, is there any problem with this account? Luo Yu sent a bill of exchange and asked them to sign it, including Alice. White hair control, face control, what are you talking about, but you still have to collect the money. The 4 girls signed the bill of exchange very straightforwardly. This bill is a common bill of exchange in the world of Tiandao. If it is not paid within the time limit, it will be offset with other materials in the base. For example, if you have no money, then when the due date comes, your house, walls and other buildings will be automatically demolished, exchanged for bricks, silver and the like, and automatically returned to the creditor. It is so violent. Unless the creditor agrees to postpone. Nakir, 321,173 silver. Luo Yu, you calculated it very clearly. Fang Yamun, hey, there is no interest. Luo Yu, how much money do you have? I borrowed it all. Luo Yu, I unilaterally declare that Fang Yuming's interest is 10% per day, and there is no cap on the interest compounding. Fang Yamun, who cares about you? Goose goose goose. Alice, Luo Yu, I will definitely pay you back the money as soon as possible. Luo Yu, no need, Sister Alice, you can pay it back whenever you want. Elena, what about me? Luo Yu, give it back to me as soon as possible. Elena, damn man. Naker, Fang Yamun, Nyoda, boss, I owe you money too, why don't I write an IOU? Luo Yu, I was thinking about this, I used your photo to scare people before, so that money can be regarded as portrait fees. Take 2 more brutal photos for me later, your photos are scary. Nyoda, okay. I promise you'll be satisfied. Luo Yu happily chatted with everyone, and his mood was completely relaxed. The storm could not destroy his territory, and the friends who got this wave of stone bricks could also get through smoothly. Reassurance. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Yu still habitually looked at the prompt. Affected by the entertainment value, you gain strength +2 when you engage in entertainment activities. It's early in the morning, and I don't have any entertainment. Luo Yu looked at the cute girls crowded around him, and immediately understood why the system thought he was entertaining. Pulling open the curtains, it was still raining outside, probably moderately. Last night, the rain was on and off, and it seemed that the typhoon would not pass for a while. The current water level is maintained at 75%, so there is no need to worry about overflowing for the time being, but we still have to work hard to cut stones today. After breakfast in the morning, Luo Yu's first thing was to cut the hair of the beast girls. The little cutie's hair was quite long, which was not convenient for work and easy to get dirty. It was just right to collect a wave of beast girls' hair. I helped them cut their shoulder-length hair and got 700 units of beast girls' hair in one go. Originally, the 4 beast girls should have 400, but Luo Yu's beast taming level and other factors directly gave him nearly double. After so much time, the beast girl's hair has accumulated to 3,000 units, which is finally enough to make sheets and quilts. The sheets, pillowcases and quilts made of beast girl hair are very beautiful and comfortable. These beddings are related to the acquisition of their own attribute values, so of course they have to be the best. The number of critical hits is enough for now, so I will make them when I have time. After the haircut, the little cutie went to work in high spirits. Under the leadership of their respective captains, the prisoners also went to the quarry to mine in an orderly manner. Luo Yu took some time to look at the prisoners' situation. There was a huge difference between being managed and not being managed. Although the original group of prisoners were also digging stones, their efficiency was really not good. But now, because there are captains and vice captains supervising,
and the captains and vice-captains seem to be competing, their voices are louder than each other. This has accelerated the work efficiency, and more stones have been produced. Luo Yu smiled faintly, returned to the room, and began to observe the pot of flowers. The holy amanro flower produces a drop of purifying water every month. Luo Yu forgot about it before, but now he remembered it and observed it carefully. Sure enough, he found a drop of crystal clear water on a petal. Purifying water washes away all filth, can be used to purify equipment, make advanced medicines, etc. Luo Yu carefully collected the purifying water, then took out the golden soft armor from the bracelet and dripped the purifying water on it. A circle of light appeared on the golden soft armor, and the next moment, a prompt came: the purifying water has purified the golden soft armor, and it is no longer the clothes of the dead, done. Luo Yu showed joy in his eyes. He didn't need any armor, but he could sell it. You can also exchange it for various things. Gold-level defensive items are actually more expensive than gold-level weapons. World, Human Anonymous exchange golden soft armor for characteristic upgrade scrolls. Some are private chat. Characteristic upgrade scrolls are things that cost 10 million yuan in the mall. Are you crazy? Use golden-level armor to exchange? Brother, you don't understand this. No one will buy it for 10 million yuan, and upgrading the characteristics of LV1 will not improve much. Golden armor is a life-saving thing. At a critical moment I don't have an upgrade scroll, but I have a transfer scroll. Do you want to exchange it? Personal characteristic copy scrolls for a large number of stone bricks, exchange for a trade. Luo Yu was waiting for business to come to him, and suddenly saw someone using personal characteristic copy scrolls to exchange stone bricks. This can't be missed. He directly sent a transaction frame, but the other party seemed to have entered the transaction state. It seems that there are many people who want to take advantage of the opportunity. At this time, a transaction frame was sent to Luo Yu. After he confirmed it, the other party actually put a feature upgrade scroll directly up. Trolls, Anonymous, give me the golden soft armor quickly. Trolls? This is a relatively high-level race, why are you in such a hurry? Luo Yu asked tentatively. Brother, you are in such a hurry, what happened? Trolls, nonsense, ant-like humans, trade the golden soft armor immediately, I am too lazy to tell you. Oh? Although Luo Yu wanted the golden soft armor very much, he was also very curious. He replied, if you don't explain it clearly, I will feel uneasy. Tell me, do you have a premonition of what is going to happen? The trolls were silent for a while, and seemed a little impatient, but looking at the soft armor, they still said, heavy rain will wash out unclean things. You are a low-level race with a low score. It has nothing to do with you. Trade it immediately. There is nothing wrong with this statement. The territory scores of races such as trolls and blood demons are at least 2W. Luo Yu didn't say much and clicked the transaction. The transaction was successful. You get a personal characteristic upgrade scroll, unlimited, the things are in hand. Although he was very concerned about what the troll said, Luo Yu was so excited that he chose to use the scroll directly. Use the personal characteristic upgrade scroll, unlimited, to upgrade the hero characteristics to 3 stars, hero characteristics, 3 stars maximum comfortable temperature plus 30, minimum comfortable temperature 0.30, global working speed plus 60%, global attack speed plus 60%, global success rate plus 60%, personal beauty plus 30, luck plus 30. Good guy, the attributes have been comprehensively improved again, and 30 points of luck have been newly activated. Attack speed 60%. And now the luck value is 60 points. Awesome! A piece of gold soft armor that was robbed in exchange for this 1000W scroll, a huge profit. This wave of improvement made Luo Yu full of confidence, and he could operate well in the world's first martial arts meeting in winter. However, what the troll said just now made Luo Yu vaguely concerned. What kind of dirty things? After I created the beautiful dam, the score of the territory has reached 43,225 points. If they really want to attack based on the score, it will definitely be my turn. Luo Yu thought that he should strengthen the defense of the territory. Thinking of this, a trading box suddenly popped up in front of him. It turned out that the guy who had just exchanged the stone bricks for the characteristic copy scroll clicked his trade. Moonlight Clan, Anonymous, this scroll can be exchanged for 50W stone bricks or food of equal value. Luo Yu took a look and directly XCD the trading box. 50W, what a joke. He left the room and walked to the basement. Although it was a rainy day, because the whole villa was made of sterile floor tiles, it didn't seem damp at all. The flowers in the basement were blooming, which was actually quite beautiful. The automatic sewing machine was working, and Xiao Dai was sitting on a small bench on the side, operating it happily. Seeing Luoyu coming, she immediately stood up and ran to Luoyu, holding Luoyu's arm and said, "Master, you are here." Affected by the beauty level, you gain agility +2 when you look at a beautiful woman. After all, the beauty level is 395, and the attribute points were given quite suddenly. Luoyu smiled lightly and said, "Well, I miss you. Come and see you. The master is so kind." Xiao Dia's face was flushed with an affectionate expression. After talking to Xiao Dai for a while, a blue quilt appeared at the outlet of the sewing machine. Wolfskin bedding, thermal insulation. Xiao Dai was about to stuff the new cloth and fur into the sewing machine, but Luoyu smiled and said, "Let's make something else, I'll do it." "Oh." Under Xiao Dia's gaze, Luoyu put in 300 units of Beast Girl's hair, clicked on the pillowcase production, and said something silently in his mind. Triggered by 100 times critical hit, but in a moment, the discharge port emitted colorful light, and a pillowcase appeared. Colorful Shinyun pillowcase, diamond level rest efficiency increased by 15%, disease recovery increased by 15%, positive buff acquisition increased by 15%, aesthetics +20, territory score +200, comfort improved. Wow! Diamond level. Master is great. Xiao Dai looked very happy, and Luoyu was also smiling. Most of the pillowcases had whiteboard attributes, so only diamond level ones could add some extra attributes. After all, it's just a pillowcase. Tip: you are the first trialer with a territorial beauty score of over 400 in the nearby area, and you will be rewarded with gold *1000 and emerald *1000, another extra reward. Luoyu smiled faintly, and then remembered something. His big bed plus bedside table, and now pillowcases, seemed to improve rest efficiency. A look at the properties. Wow, rest efficiency increased by 85%. This is almost equivalent to half the sleep time to recover fatigue. No wonder I woke up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the middle of the night recently, and I was very energetic. I had to count sheep in bed for a while before I fell asleep. It turned out that this was the culprit. Luoyu was thinking about whether he should enter the arena in the middle of the night in the future and do 2 midnight activities. At the same time, he stuffed 1,200 units of Beast Girl hair into the sewing machine. This time I chose to make a quilt cover. 100 times critical hit trigger. Next, Luoyu crid the quilt cover in bed sheet according to the plan. Although the size is different, the properties are almost the same as the pillowcase. They are all colorful diamond level. This time the rest efficiency has reached 105%. Midnight Insomnia Party, Midnight Realm Field, Decisive Battle until dawn. After doing all this, Luoyu touched Xiaodia's little head, and turned around and left the basement in her admiring eyes. After making diamond.grade bedding 3 times in a row, Xiaodia's admiration for her master has been endless like a torrent of water. In the following time, Luoyu was still mining, but he kept thinking about what the troll said just now. Unclean things will attack the territory with high scores? Can I stop them? What kind of defense equipment is effective against unclean things? While digging wildly and thinking about his own things, suddenly, a crisp sound of metal clashing sounded in his ears, and Xiaokong fell to the ground with a cry. Luoyu looked closely and found that it turned out that Xiaokong had dug up an exclusive treasure chest while mining. He hurriedly picked up the treasure chest. Anyway, there was one last chance for a critical hit, so he might as well use it. Seeing that Luoyu was about to open the box, Xiaokong and Fia both leaned over, blinking their beautiful eyes with anticipation. 100 times critical hit trigger. When the treasure chest was opened, the golden light inside was dazzling. Looking closely, it was a fist-sized piece of gold. Fia picked up the gold nugget, bit it with her teeth, and said excitedly, "Master, it's Gangjin." "What is Gangjin?" Xiaokong was quite curious, but Fia stuffed the gold nugget into Luoyu's hand, hugged Xiaokong and giggled. "Xiaokong is so powerful, Gangjin is a good thing." "Ah, my hands are so dirty, I made you dirty too, woohoo." Hug. Luoyu naturally didn't care about the 2 beast girls, now he only had this gold brick in his eyes. Genjin, 500 units materials for making and upgrading high-level weapons, and can also be used as construction materials instead of gold. Ratio, 1 Gangjin equals 100 gold. After carefully reading the instructions, Gangjin is generally used to make weapons and protective gear above the Grandmaster level, which can greatly increase the sharpness. Now Luoyu's Yang double swords are enough. He didn't have the ability to make such things, so he just used it for construction. 500 units of Gangjin equals 50,000 gold, which seems to be able to be used to build an electric shock tower. But the critical hit times are gone, so I'll build it tomorrow. Putting the Gangjin into the storage bracelet, Luoyu continued to dig wildly. Various minerals such as iron ore, copper ore, and silver are constantly produced.
Because the level has been raised, gold can be dug occasionally. Compared with Luoyu, the two little cuties around him are much worse. They usually dig out stones. That's okay, stones are also very important now. There is always a process to improve the mining level. Now the mineral resources consumed by them are regarded as investments. Speaking of which, after digging for so many days, the mineral resources of this mineral vein are consumed very quickly, and only 110% is left.
It was mainly dug by Luoyu. His overall work speed is outrageous.
Okay, finish the digging early and complete the task early.
The rain was intermittent throughout the day. By the evening, Luoyu had raised the Meishan Dam to 3 meters, using up all the stones left before and the stones dug today.
It won't leak now, will it?
I took a bath at night and gained 2 points of strength as soon as I lay on the bed.
The new bedding is so awesome.
The little cuties also fell asleep comfortably. They didn't need pillows or anything, because Luoyu's arms and legs were their pillows. It was another beautiful morning.
Tip, you get Action Frenzy, 2 days, the Action Frenzy buff has accumulated for almost a month. Luoyu immediately looked at the water level. It overflowed 2 meters and the dam was 3 meters high. Fortunately, it was okay.
Today, the rain outside was much lighter, but the wind was still howling. The clouds in the sky have been squeezed dry, but the wind is still so noisy. The world of Tiandao is indeed a magical place. The captives that were previously on sale for 30,000 yuan have been sold out. There is a shortage of people everywhere for flood relief.
It is not easy for everyone. While eating breakfast, Luoyu was browsing the World Channel.
I didn't know until I saw it.
I was shocked.
My aquatic upper limit has been reduced by 30%.
30% is not bad.
I dug a big ditch to drain the water.
It has dropped by 40%, look at the price of meat.
I estimate that on average, the entire Tiandao world has lost more than 30% of its aquatic resources per person.
I watched a treasure chest lying away, I lost 70% of my water, you are nothing.
Luoyu laughed secretly and posted a message, I built a 3-meter-high dam, and not a drop of water leaked out.
Fuck. Damn. Go to hell. Fuck the human anonymous. The human race, the god among ants.
The regional channel was also complaining that everyone's upper limit of aquatic resources had been lost a lot, but in their own small group, the friends were all smiling.
Not here, I want to tell the world loudly that I didn't let any fish escape. Fang Yameng, Luoyu's bricks helped a lot. I always feel that I owe him. Luoyu, is there anything we can help you with?
Elena, he wants us to wear band-aid swimsuits.
Alice, excuse me. What exactly is a band-aid swimsuit? Luoyu, Elena, you know me well.
But this time, Laonyo and I have a private chat and have developed a new style, a hemp rope swimsuit.
Do you dare to wear it? Fang Yameng? Luoyu, you really don't hide your identity as a LSP, right? Not here, ha 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 ha. Luoyu is good at everything, but he likes to tease us, but I don't hate him. No date, boss, when did you discuss this with me? Luoyu, you don't have any vision at all. I don't have a little brother like you.
Nyoda, I remembered, the boss did discuss it with me before, and I was the one who proposed the hemp rope swimsuit.
Look at my memory. Fang Yameng, I thought of a word to describe Nyoda. Luoyu, I know what you are going to say, ha ha ha. This girl definitely wants to lick a dog, no, she should lick a cow. Chatting with everyone is always so fun. After breakfast, today's arrangements are still the same as before.
The little beast girls were doing whatever they were supposed to do, and the captives went to the quarry to dig out rocks. However, because the prisoners were constantly being sold, several leaders showed a touch of sadness in their eyes.
This team is getting smaller and smaller.
Luoyu walked to the garden and was about to build an electric shock tower. Electric energy strike tower, elementary copper or asterisk 50,000, gold asterisk 50,000, silver asterisk 500000. We have just enough copper ore, but if we don't have enough gold, we can use gun gold instead. If we have enough money, we can make a lot of money by selling prisoners.
We also have enough silver, let's start it.
After clicking build, Luoyu said something silently in his mind. Triggered by 100 times critical hit, top electric energy strike tower, attack range 50,000 meters, including anti-air, accuracy 100%, attack interval 5 seconds, power, instant kill below 500 constitution, adjustable. Another top-level electric shock tower was erected in the territory.
It was still built near the villa as before.
The big villa is Luoyu's home base, and its defenses are naturally the most stringent. There used to be one main entrance and one back entrance of the villa, but now they are built on the left side entrance.
Luo Yu nodded secretly.
He learned from watching TV and novels that thunder and lightning are the most lethal to things like dirt.
Now there are 3 electric shock towers in the territory. You can come over if you have any monsters, I am not afraid of you. The newly built electric shock tower gave him infinite courage. As he walked towards the mine, he checked the resource summary of the territory. Silver, 50W wood, 12W iron ore, 4W stone brick, 1050 copper ore, 1500 jade, 6.5W gold, 1.2W platinum, 1000 diamond, 0 fur cloth, 7.1W meat, 11W vegetables, 6.5W. What is lacking now is stone bricks and copper ore, but everything else is fine. Having said that, the number of jadeite is a bit too much, it is time to consider adding a wave of beauty. In the morning, Luo Yu was digging in the mine when he suddenly saw a prompt, geological mutation occurred in the quarry. He hurried over to take a look, but saw a tragic scene. Stone thorns suddenly protruded from the quarry floor, and some of the death squads who were quarrying the stones were stabbed to death. Excessive logging will cause a dangerous incident.
The captives had brains and ran away immediately if something abnormal happened on the ground. They could accept the death of 2 people, but all the bugs died. All the diggers were stung to death. However, the badger beasts reacted very quickly, and 4 of them died. Intermediate wisdom is still much better than low-level wisdom. Looking at the one-eyed dragon and others standing in front of him, Luo Yu sighed. The earthen pot will be broken without leaving the well, and the general will inevitably forget before the battle.
My dead brother, please go all the way.
After sighing in a pretentious manner, Luo Yu added, one-eyed dragon, organize people to throw the corpses into the incineration pit.
The other brothers immediately cut off all the protruding stone thorns and sent them to Jinj Sabe. Go to Mr. Liu.
Yes.
The prisoners went to work immediately. There can't be another geological mutation immediately, right?
It doesn't matter if 2 prisoners and some bugs are killed. They are all death squads. There is no one who can't die. The so-called blessing is a blessing in disguise. These large number of raised stone thorns are ready-made stone bricks. Just cut them with a small amount of gold and you're done. In just 2 hours, 15W of stone bricks were cut out. Standing on the wall, Luo Yu looked at the sky and saw that the clouds were squeezed dry. The water situation was under control. With these stone bricks, Luo Yu plans to build a water tower and some wind-powered water pumps. First, be able to take advantage of the current strong winds. Second, it can also alleviate some of the skyrocketing lake water, of course, just a little bit. The main thing is to store more water to prepare for emergencies.
God knows what weird disasters will happen next.
Wind-powered water pump, 10,000 stone, 500 silver, 500 iron ore, requires natural wind, beautiful water tower, 30,000 stone bricks, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 silver, 100 jade, water storage capacity, 16 tons. Luo Yu directly built 3 beautiful water towers and 5 wind-powered water pumps this time, using the newly obtained stones. A row of wind-powered water pumps rotated rapidly in the small lake. Luo Yu heard the clear water being continuously poured into the water tower, and a smile appeared in his eyes. By dinner time, the rain finally stopped, the howling wind gradually weakened, and everyone in the world celebrated the end of the disaster with joy. Everyone in the group was also chatting excitedly. Everyone did not lose aquatic resources, and they were all victors. At night, Luo Yu had just finished taking a shower and was getting ready to go to bed when a reminder suddenly came.
Alert, typhoons cause flash floods. There are some ancient creatures hidden in the flash floods.
They will control the territory with a flash flood impact score of more than 30,000 points and seize resources and territory cores. Please be prepared. Everyone received this prompt immediately, and everyone was stunned. The world channel and regional channel immediately became lively. No, ancient creatures are attacking.
This is a flash flood. Isn't this going to destroy the base? It's over. Silly X, didn't you see that the score is above 3W? Are you worthy of being hit by a flash flood?
Oh, it requires more than 3W.
Turns out I'm not worthy. That's okay. The big guys with more than 3W are so powerful, they can easily deal with flash floods, right big guys? God's punishment, this is a means of balancing the laws of heaven. Who made you develop so fast?
You deserve it. In the channel, everyone was in a strange mood, and Luo Yu had already heard the rumbling sound of flash floods, coming from all directions.
Boom! Boom boom boom!
The muddy flash flood rushed into the strike formation from the east entrance.
This was a mudslide. Under the impact of such a terrible mudslide, the durability of the walls of the strike array decreased rapidly, and Luo Yu directly chose to repair it without saying anything. Wall durability, 38%, under repair. Wall durability, 71%, 42%. The durability of the mechanism wall is higher than that of the fence, and the repair speed is also faster, but the silver consumption is very high. The rolling mudslide surged past the first corner and rushed into the second corridor of death, frantically consuming the durability of all the walls along the way. Fortunately, it was a mechanical wall, and the repair speed was fast enough. If it had been replaced with another wall, it would have been washed away. The mudslide rushed through 3 turns along the way, and it could not rush at the 4th turn. A large amount of stones and other things were accumulated at the corner, finally preventing the mudslide from rushing through the entire strike array from the front. The mudslide could not move forward, but it was still pouring in from the outside. It seemed that it could not rush, but it was about to overflow. At a certain moment, the rolling mudslide overflowed directly from the top of the strike array wall and spread to the surroundings. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The sound of the mudslide heard at that time came from all directions, and it seemed that all gathered at the entrance to the east. This once again confirmed his idea. The air wall at the bottom of the other direction not only blocked Luo Yu from going out to explore, but also blocked everything from the outside from coming in. As for the upper part, it seems that the air wall cannot stop the flying birds at present. In the east, the mudslide quickly overflowed outward, and the arrow tower began to be impacted, but fortunately it was a 2-star arrow tower, most of which was made of stone and was relatively solid, and the repair speed was also very fast. Luo Yu clicked on all the repairs in a flash. It only took a short while, but he had already spent nearly 50,000 silvers on repairs. How expensive is that? The flash flood lasted for about 10 minutes. The overflowing mudslide was not as lethal as the one that rushed in directly. Moreover, Luo Yu's territory was very large, and a lot of mudslides overflowed, but only in the east. Looking at the mudslide that gradually calmed down, Luo Yu began to be alert. Sure enough, a tentacle stretched out from the rolling mudslide in the strike array. Black tentacle. More and more tentacles began to appear, and then a large number of black tentacle monsters that looked similar to squids jumped out from the mudslides everywhere. There were a total of 20 of them, and the largest one, the tentacle monster that was the size of an elephant, even had a human face, which looked extremely hideous. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment the tentacle monsters appeared, the arrow tower immediately started shooting, but what surprised Luo Yu was that the bodies of these tentacle monsters were very elastic, and all the arrows that hit them were bounced back. Stupid low-level creatures, do you think some bows and arrows can do anything to us? The human-faced tentacle monster actually spoke, and the voice was very harsh and loud, which made people feel dizzy. Ah! After the voice fell, the human-faced tentacle monster screamed again, and the harsh sound waves rolled over. Luo Yu only felt dizzy and nauseous. The ancient evil tentacle creatures roared mentally, affecting all trialists and territory members. Mental attack. He shook his head and looked at the little cuties around him, but there was no reaction at all. They are animals, not trialists and members. Xiao Jin. Oh! Xiao Jin immediately understood what Luo Yu meant and made a deafening tiger roar. Roar! An even more powerful sound wave swept out, directly suppressing the scream. Jin Subal. Is there such a thing in the territory of despicable low-level creatures? The human-faced tentacle monster's expression became even more distorted and hideous. It actually opened its mouth and spit out a black round bead, which shattered with a bang, forming a billowing black smoke. The black smoke gradually turned into a ghost face, which made people feel terrified when they saw it. Master, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong looked at the ghost face in the sky in horror, and even Xiao Jin showed uneasiness on his face, hiding behind Luo Yu one by one. The only exception was Fia, who stood in front of Luo Yu and was very courageous. Fearful ghost face. All creatures who see the ghost face will fall into a state of fear, except those with special abilities. This exception includes Fia and Luo Yu. Fia has the courage skill, and is not afraid of any enemy. Luo Yu has the hero characteristic and is also immune to fear. He sneered, if that's all you have, then you can die. Zizizizi. 3 bolts of lightning burst out and hit the 3 tentacle monsters on the spot. The 3 little tentacle monsters were struck by lightning and black smoke came out of their bodies, but what surprised Luo Yu was that they were not dead. Lightning Tower. Ah! The human-faced tentacle monster screamed again, as if it was a charge, and rushed directly to the territory regardless of the arrow tower's shooting.
They were originally very fast, but this time the impact was much slower. The tentacle monsters found that their bodies were slightly hot and inconvenient to move.
Heat energy arrows. Despicable race, die.
The human-faced tentacle monster opened its mouth again, and this time it sprayed out a cloud of black mist. This cloud of black mist was about the size of a room and floated directly towards Luo Yu. It was obvious that the fog of war could not block the sight of this monster.
This black fog is very filthy at first glance.
I don't know how many viruses and bacteria are in it.
If you are hit, you will get sick and bleed on the spot.
The dirty thing that the troll said came to attack, and now it seems to be really dirty.
Luo Yu was still standing on the balcony at this moment.
Seeing this black fog floating over, he rushed into the room quickly and took out the holy Amanro flower. This holy flower can block the filthy evil demons.
The holy Amanro flower is a master level flower.
The light covers a large area.
The light spreads from the balcony of the villa.
When the black fog touches the light, a scream comes out from the black fog and it dissipates on the spot.
Complete defeat. The black fog is no match for the holy light. Holy flower. You actually have such a thing. It must be destroyed. All pure things must be destroyed. Kill, kill, kill. The terrifying face of the human-faced tentacle monster was completely twisted together.
Dozens of tentacles swung wildly, and its speed was a few points faster than before, rushing towards the base.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The catapult was launched and smashed towards the small tentacle monster. These small tentacle monsters slowed down a lot after being attacked by heat energy. They couldn't dodge for a while, and a stone hit a small tentacle monster.
Bang!
With a bang, the small tentacle monster was smashed and sprayed a ball of black water, and blood and flesh splattered. But the terrifying thing is that the tentacle monster with half of its body smashed off is still rushing forward, and it is not dead at all.
What monster? Luo Yu was really shocked.
These ancient creatures can always come up with some new tricks. He decided to go all out and directly adjusted the power of the 3 top-level lightning towers to the maximum value.
Kill instantly if the physical fitness is below 500. Zizizizi.
3 arcs of electricity struck out again, directly splitting the 3 tentacle monsters and exploding them. All the flesh and blood that exploded were emitting black smoke, as if their souls were being burned by lightning. They screamed horribly and stopped moving.
Completely dead. Good.
Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. After seeing this scene, the human-faced tentacle monster kept screaming, urging the tentacle monsters to move forward quickly, while using mental attacks to try to scare the trialists in this territory into idiots.
If it were another territory, its screaming tactics might really work, but unfortunately, Luo Yu's territory only had him as a trialist, and he had heroic characteristics. As for the prisoners, they couldn't hear it at all.
The luxury prison was designed for the warden to do some shameful things like torture in it, and the sound insulation effect was so strong.
The mental attack effect is invalid.
Zizizizi, 3 more full forehead lightning struck, killing 3 tentacle monsters.
Under the continuous lightning, there were only 10 tentacle monsters left. Zizizizi. The electric arc flashed, and only 7 were left.
But it must be said that even with the thermal energy attack, these tentacle monsters were still very fast, and they were only about 150 meters away from the city wall. Despicable creatures, when we rush in, we will make sure you die without a burial place. The human-faced tentacle monster let out a sharp cry, but it was greeted by arrows. A large number of thermal energy arrows fell from the sky, densely shooting at them. Because a new 2-star arrow tower was built to prevent jailbreaks, plus the previously built ones, Luo Yu's territory has 10 2-star arrow towers, and one wave of shooting is 100 arrows. The thermal energy arrows fell and shot at the tentacle monsters, especially the fastest human-faced tentacle monster. The dense arrows shot at it, although they were all bounced back by the flexible skin, but the force was mutual. The arrows were bounced back, but the human-faced tentacle monster was also beaten back by the force of the arrows.
Even it retreated, not to mention those little tentacle monsters.
At the same time, the tentacle monsters felt their body temperature rising continuously, as if they were melting from the inside.
The arrows were rebounded, but the arrowheads were very hot.
Even if an arrow only transmitted a trace of heat poison, you can imagine the impact of so many arrows shooting at them. Zizizizi, after retreating continuously, 3 more tentacle monsters were taken away by the electric shock tower. At the same time, the internal temperature of a tentacle monster was too high, and it suffered from heatstroke and died directly. Luo Yu looked at the tentacle monsters that were retreating continuously by the arrows and breathed a sigh of relief. These tentacle monsters seemed to be finished. He had seen before that every time a tentacle monster died, something seemed to fall out, like some metal things. Zizizizi, including the human-faced tentacle monster, the remaining 3 tentacle monsters were hit by the arc again. The 2 small tentacle monsters exploded directly, and the human-faced tentacle monster was also smoked by the arc. It seemed that he was seriously injured. The arrows in the sky were now all shot at the human-faced tentacle monster. It was the only one left. Under such dense arrow shooting, the human-faced tentacle monster was directly hit more than 10 meters away even though it was powerful. At the same time, its originally black skin turned fiery red. It seemed to realize that it was about to die suddenly, but it let out a sharp long howl again. I will curse you to be filled with endless fear, Zizizizi. Before the curse was finished, it was directly concentrated by 3500. Output lightning and exploded on the spot. Curse is invalid, this is the attack speed. Hint, you killed all the ancient creatures and successfully survived this flash flood, you get a battle reward, free attribute points plus 10, you attracted the attention of the ancient crypt kingdom in the nearby area and listed you as an attack target, bang. The various things exploded by the human-faced tentacle monster were scattered on the ground. Luo Yu laughed and walked out of the villa slowly. As for the kingdom or not, if you dare to come, you will die. Is the electric shock tower kidding you? Electric shock tower, forever the god. After a moment, looking at the spoils in front of him, his eyes were full of excitement. Congratulations on getting the item, Weapon Empowerment Technology Scroll, congratulations on getting Silver *20W, congratulations on getting Gold *1W, Jade *1W, Platinum *2000, congratulations on getting Earth Spiritual Fluid *1, congratulations on getting the Personal Attribute Scroll, Sharp as the Wind, Platinum level, congratulations on getting Earth Element Fruit Seeds. The human-faced tentacle monster exploded a lot of things that made Luo Yu overjoyed, and they were very valuable at first glance. Collect them all, now we have to deal with the aftermath first, and study these spoils later. The world is still full of yin and yang, but the high-level races have also spoken. Dragon Clan, Anonymous, what are these things? They are difficult and disgusting, even more disgusting than the Blood Clan. Blood Clan, Anonymous Earthworm, please speak more clearly, or I will peel your skin off. But then again, these tentacle monsters are disgusting and difficult to deal with. Demon Clan, Anonymous, the mental attack is interesting. It drove more than a dozen of my mates crazy. I will remember this account. Angel Clan, Anonymous, are you a demon clan not crazy? That's a pity. In the past, it was rare to see this group of races speak in the world. Once the real high-level races spoke, those who were originally weird immediately dared not speak, and the whole world channel was refreshed. In the regional channel, an angel girl also spoke, but just said, alas. Ancient creatures are not easy to deal with. Has anyone been attacked like me? No one dared to speak. It is said that the angels are not only beautiful, but also a very powerful race, which is somewhat suppressed. In the small group, Fong Yumong asked tentatively, Luo Yu, you won't be attacked? Luo Yu, lucky, I got a pot of flowers that restrain filth before. As he said, he took a screenshot of the Holy Amon Luo flower and put it in the group channel. Fong Yumong, oh my god, you were really attacked, and the big guy with a 3W score is right next to me. At the same time, after seeing the Holy Amon Luo flower, the girls were also amazed. Elena, Luo Yu, you actually raised a holy flower. Are you determined to stand on Alice's side? Alice, Luo Yu, this flower is so holy. You are blessed by the goddess of light, I am very happy. Nakor, so beautiful, you are so lucky. Fong Yumong, is this luminous plant technology? So beautiful, but why is there no such flower on my technology tree? While Luo Yu was chatting with everyone, he looked at the large amount of flesh and blood formed after the explosion of the human-faced tentacle monster. Contaminated meat, after being eaten, it will be infected with various diseases. Burying it in the soil can gradually transform the soil in the area into cursed soil and accelerate the growth of some special plants. Oh? These meats are kind of interesting. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. These filthy meats could also transform the land. The cursed soil had been seen in Elena's territory before, and it was very suitable for the growth of strange plants such as heartbroken grass and poisonous mushrooms. Not just this piece of filthy flesh, every tentacle monster has the same effect and can cover a certain area. These corpses are not only useful for meat, Luo Yu discovered the secret of their ability to rebound bows and arrows. The skin of the tentacle monster, it is elastic, absorbs damage and removes strength, and can be used as a material for making some weapons and clothing. In addition to the usefulness of skin and meat, after each small tentacle monster dies, some materials will drop out, mostly copper or in gold. These tentacle monsters are so disgusting that Luo Yu is not willing to let the cuties handle the corpses and let the prisoners do it. After a while, looking at the 2 rows of prisoners standing in front of him, Luo Yu said loudly, "I know everyone is very tired from work during the day, but we must display the spirit of continuous fighting and hard struggle. Everyone should not sleep tonight. The spoils of war are let's deal with the corpses and dig out all the debris flowing into the strike formation, okay?" Good. One-eyed Dragon and 4 other minor officials responded immediately, while the other prisoners were helpless. Of course Luo Yu doesn't care about so much, as long as he still has breath, he has to work. By late at night, the prisoners had collected the trophies, and the monster's dirty meat was gathered in a corner in the west of the territory, forming a cursed soil area of about 300 square meters. The prisoners are now cleaning up the mudslides in the strike formation. Under the moonlit night, Luo Yu walked alone to the cursed soil area and carefully transplanted the heartbroken grass. After transplanting the broken intestines one by one, the growth rate increased from 200% to 600%. On the cursed soil, the growth rate of heartbroken grass is 3 times that of the outside. However, Luo Yu also discovered that the cursed soil is polluting and will gradually pollute the surrounding land over time. You must know that ordinary crops cannot be grown in cursed soil. After transplanting the cuttlefish, Luo Yu tried transplanting the ulan leaves, and it was also effective, reaching a growth rate of 600%. Cursed soil also has an acceleration effect on spiritual crops. A smile appeared on Luo Yu's face. Next, he had to find a way to frame this area to prevent the cursed soil from contaminating other places. This is actually very simple. Just build a sterile wall and build sterile floor tiles under the soil to completely seal it off. There is still silver now, let's make it. After a few operations, the cursed soil in front of me became an evil vegetable garden, dedicated to growing all kinds of strange things. At this time, the one-eyed dragon ran over and said respectfully, "Lord, the stones carried by the mudslide are all black stones. Should I ask the brothers to clean them and send them to Lord Xiaojin?" Oh. When Luo Yu mentioned the stone bricks, he immediately became energetic. How many are there approximately? Currently, at least 200 to 300,000 stone bricks can be cut. Very good. Luo Yu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Do as you say." As he spoke, he took out a vine whip from his hand and said, "One-eyed dragon, you have been doing well recently. I will give this whip to you. If you don't like it, you can whip it. Remember, this whip represents me, and it is Shang Feng's sword. I think you should understand its meaning." Clear. The remaining eye of the one-eyed dragon was full of excitement. He knelt down and took the cane whip, and went to work. Luo Yu smiled faintly and went to take a shower as soon as he returned to the villa. You used the diamond nozzle to wash away all the dirt on your body and gain +1 physical fitness. The little cuties had already gone to bed, and Luo Yu soaked comfortably in the bath alone and began to study the spoils of this time. Weapon Empowerment Technology Scroll. Give attributes to weapons of gold and above grade, so that they have attached effects when attacking. After reading it carefully, Luo Yu learned that this was a bit like a special effect. After unlocking the technology, and placing the Yang swords on the thermal energy storage box for a period of time, the Yang swords would absorb and store thermal energy until fighting with the enemy. Released when? In other words, if Luo Yu cuts him, he will not only bleed, but also suffer from heatstroke. It's quite outrageous. The same is true for the Thunder Box. When the Yang sword collides with another person's weapon, if the other person's weapon conducts electricity, it will cause the other person to get an electric shock. An even more outrageous attribute. They're all weird technologies. Luo Yu laughed loudly and clicked on the relevant technology page. Weapon Empowerment Technology. Weapon Empowerment Technology Scroll *1, Gold *50,000, Jade *50,000, Silver *50,000. Hey guys, look at the cost. The ridiculous technology cost is also ridiculous. Luo Yu discovered that when this technology tree is unlocked to the back, it can not only empower weapons, but also armor. It is very likely that someone will chop you, and you will be electrocuted or suffer from heatstroke. Who can withstand this? At present, gold is far from enough, but jade is enough. Silver has just made a wave of sterile materials, and more needs to be accumulated. The big problem is gold, which is never enough. Thinking of the lightning tower he built with Gengjin before, Luo Yu felt careless. This cost is not fair. Earth Shielding Liquid. one of the natural treasures. After taking it, physical fitness plus 20, planting skills plus LV3, individual permanent immunity plus 20%, blood circulation plus 20%, personal beauty plus 5, this natural treasure is much stronger than the previous Shulong fruit. Luo Yu directly poured the small bottle, and a drop of pure white liquid entered his mouth. Then, the small bottle disappeared. You are taking the Earth Sholing liquid, and it is taking effect. Luo Yu felt that his whole body was slightly hot, and he felt indescribably comfortable from the inside out. This is a kind of joyful feeling from the heart. When life is evolving, the cells are cheering. After a while, the effect was fully effective. Number, Earthsia Country 23333 base score, 43,835 points personal score, 3397 health value, 207 points, currently 71 points entertainment value, 151 points aesthetics, 450 strength, 183 physique, 195 agility, 176 luck, 60 blood circulation efficiency, 120% immunity, 120% life skills, planting LV13. 2 new affixes, blood circulation and immunity, have been added to the personal panel. It seems that these hidden affixes need to be unlocked slowly. Having said that, why is there no affix for personal beauty? I also want to see how attractive I am. After going through the explanation of Tian Dao, I learned that the beauty added by the individual life is counted in the overall beauty of the territory. Because the aesthetics of each race are different, there is no need for the attribute of charm value. Luo Yu knew that he had become better looking. He might be a handsome guy in the eyes of the human race or a race with similar aesthetics to the human race, but in the eyes of some other races, he might be an ugly man, or even a food. Keep looking at the loot. Jianrui Roughing, Platinum Level Movement Ability plus 20%, Global Working Speed plus 20%, Immunity plus 20%, Immune to all deceleration effects. This personal characteristic is awesome. It is a Platinum level characteristic. If nothing else, it is immune to all deceleration effects. It is already very awesome. Speaking of which, his current heroic characteristics are 60% of the global working speed, sharp as the wind 20%, diamond clothes 100%, plus the 50% working speed of action frenzy that he has had for many years. This data has reached 230%. If there are bonuses for doing certain specific tasks, and then some strange buffs are added, it would be really amazing. Having said that, if your personal characteristics are full, this means that you need to give up one characteristic. Among my many attributes, the winemaker attribute is relatively useless, or is of little use for the time being, and it's you. Of course, he won't really give it up completely, he has to find a way to preserve this characteristic in other ways. Personal characteristics copy scrolls or transfer scrolls can be used. I searched the auction house and found that the transfer scroll was not for sale, and the copy scroll was asking for 80W. So expensive. Luo Yu thought of the guy who wanted to exchange the replica scroll for stone bricks, and tentatively sent him a private message. Do you still have your copy scroll? Moonlight Clan, still in hand. If you want, give me food in exchange. Luo Yu secretly laughed in his heart. Now that the rain has basically stopped, the demand for stone bricks is not that great immediately, and food has become a top priority. Luo Yu, yes, but the price of food in the market is so high now, I will give you 1.5W of meat at most. Moonlight Clan, then let's make a deal. This time, this guy is very straightforward. Meat and vegetables are easy to sell, and he can also resell them. Once they are resold, they will be worth silver. The transaction is successful, you get the personal characteristics copy scroll. Luo Yu smiled faintly. Meat can be easily caught with a fishing net. This scroll is rare to see. He first tried to use a scroll to copy the super characteristic of the hero, but failed. It was prompted that ordinary copying scrolls could only copy life-like characteristics. Not even the Zerg Bane can be copied. Okay, Luo Yu copied the characteristics of the winemaker to the scroll according to the original plan. You choose to give up the winemaker characteristics, are you sure? After confirmation, the brewer's characteristics are gone, and there is an extra space in his characteristics column. You choose to use Jianrui Roughing, Platinum Level, characteristics, are you sure? Click OK, the light flashes, and it takes effect immediately. This time, all attributes have been strengthened again. Looking at the time, it was already 2:30 in the middle of the night, but Luo Yu didn't feel much sleepy. Click on the map, and the white dots on the map are still moving, which proves that the prisoners are still working. Since the prisoner leader was set, there is no longer need to worry about capturing foreign workers.
Continue to digest the spoils.
DUN fruit seeds, heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Need to unlock special crop sowing technology. Sowing soil fertility is above 350%. After looking at it, I just edged the description box. The territory's fertility is only 206%, so it's early. Luo Yu read a summary of other resources. This time he got 5,000 gold, 7,000 jade, 500 platinum, and 1,000 copper ores.
Not bad, the explosion rate of these remote monsters is actually pretty good.
After a while, he lay down on the big bed, closed his eyes and fell asleep slowly.
Luo Yu woke up at dawn the next day.
Although he only slept for more than 3 hours, his sleep efficiency was too high.
He woke up naturally when he was full. After washing up, Luo Yu strolled towards the east of the territory.
The strike array has all been cleaned up. The various stones that were cleaned up were piled at Xiaojin's cutting site, and the soil that was cleaned up was piled into a small hill. The prisoners were lying on the ground crookedly, looking exhausted. Luo Yu woke up all the prisoners and asked the women to go to the wall of the strike formation first, while the men ordered them to take off their clothes and stand in a row.
A water pipe came directly through. Luo Yu held the water pipe, and the gurgling water washed the male prisoners one by one.
The prisoners were so dirty. If they walked into the prison like this, God knows what germs they would bring in. Although the method was a little rough, the water was hot water, and Luo Yu connected a new pipe from the bathroom.
Many prisoners looked at Luo Yu with a touch of emotion in their eyes.
The Lord here allows them to eat well, live well, and have hot baths.
It's just like a kind father.
After rinsing, Luo Yu waved his hand and said, "Cyclops, take this person back to the prison and have a good rest after breakfast.
I'll give you a day off today." "Thank you, Lord." Everyone knelt down with emotion. Seeing this, Luo Yu said angrily, "Why are you kneeling? I just washed you clean. Put on your shoes and get out of here."
Yes.
Everyone didn't even dare to take clothes.
They covered themselves a little and ran to the prison. After a while, it was the turn of the female prisoners.
Luo Yu always treated everyone equally.
He also asked them to take off their clothes and stand in front of him, and washed them one by one with warm water. This time, Luo Yu took a long time to wash them clean. Shao Kong brought all the fragrant leaves over.
To these female prisoners, Luo Yu's tone was much gentler. He said, "You can't wear these clothes anymore. You can use the fragrant leaves to cover them temporarily. We will give you new prison uniforms later. Pay attention, everyone must cover up.
If anyone doesn't cover up or deliberately flirts in front of the male prisoners and causes chaos, I will give her to my Minotaur brother." As soon as these words came out, the female prisoners' faces, which were originally a little red, showed fear.
"White Snake, let them cover up before going back. Take these fragrant leaves back and give them to the one-eyed dragon when you go back."
"Yes." As the leader of the female prisoners, White Snake is naturally capable.
"Yes."
As the leader of the female prisoners, Baishi is naturally capable.
After a while, the female prisoners left, and Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief.
He felt his heart beating hard.
To be honest, the scene just now was very pleasing to the eyes.
Well, the female captives usually hunt in the mountains, and they all have great figures. The key is that these natives look like mixed-race people, which is in line with the aesthetics of Earthlings.
Luo Yu feels very comfortable watching them.
Tip: affected by the aesthetics, your physical fitness +2 when you are doing entertainment activities. Given 2 points of physical fitness, the blood and chi are indeed more full.
Well, this kind of collective bathing can be held more often in the future. Luo Yu smiled in his heart after receiving the prompt.
The water used to wash the prisoners came from a pipe connected to the diamond nozzle, which directly washed away the filth on the group of people, so they can rest assured. Then, he asked the gibbon to collect all the clothes taken off by the prisoners, washed them with the water sprayed by the diamond nozzle, and then loaded them and transported them back.
Finally, the water pipe was removed and everything was done.
It was no longer raining and the wind was much weaker than before. It seemed that the typhoon was about to pass.
I looked at the temperature.
The current temperature was 7 degrees, which was already quite cold. The weather changed suddenly with the autumn rain.
After a while, Luo Yu threw all the prisoners' old clothes into the fabric recycling station.
Various materials appeared one after another. With the large amount of cotton cloth rescued before, he planned to make prison uniforms. Prison uniforms do not need to be of high quality, as long as they can cover the body and have some warmth.
At present, there are about 60 prisoners, so 60 sets of prison uniforms will be made first.
The uniform fabric of a set of prison uniforms is set at 800 pieces of cloth, which will cost a total of 48,000 pieces of cloth, and it will take some time. The weather has not completely cooled down yet, so there is no rush. That night, a prompt appeared: "The storm is over, please prepare for the aftermath of the disaster." The World Channel and the Regional Channel were cheering and celebrating the end of the disaster. Everyone in the small group was relieved and said that if the rain continued for a few more days, there might not be enough bricks. While everyone was chatting, the prompt appeared again. Affected by the previous typhoon, a large number of ancient flying boats floating in the sky were destroyed. Now all kinds of wreckage will be scattered. Please be prepared, Naker, ancient flying boat. Those ancient monsters are about to appear. Everyone be careful. When everyone received the prompt, their reaction was the same as Naker. Luoyu hurriedly ran to the balcony and looked up at the sky, but saw a meteor shower in the sky, and a large number of light points were falling here. Seeing this scene, Luoyu was shocked. If it fell, wouldn't it raise the entire territory to the ground? He rushed into the room immediately, picked up Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai in one hand, and shouted, "Xiao Jin, take Fia and follow me." Oh! Xiao Jin immediately hugged Fia, and the five of them jumped directly from the balcony and rushed into the ice cellar under the warehouse at the fastest speed. This ice cellar can be used as an air-raid shelter at critical moments. In the ice cellar, Luoyu nervously waited for the moment of destruction, but there was no explosion or shock wave for a long time, and a prompt appeared: "The wreckage of the ancient flying boat has fallen to your territory." Falling? Scare your father to death. He breathed a sigh of relief, and after leaving the ice cellar, he climbed up the watchtower and saw a piece of spaceship wreckage in the south of the territory. It is hard to imagine that this pile of wood falls from the sky, which has violated the law of gravity. Maybe this is the world of heaven. Bringing the four little cuties closer, there are a total of 5 spaceship wreckages. There are no ancient creatures in the wreckage, but there are many other resources. Luoyu used the decompressed spirit liquid very straightforwardly and dripped it on the wreckage, which immediately turned into various piled-up resources. Wood *150000, silver *150000, gold *15000, emerald *15000, flying boat energy core *1, random item treasure box *1. After decomposition, a lot of resources were given. As expected, the world is saying that no one has been attacked by ancient creatures. This is a pure welfare event. Welfare after a disaster? Fong Yamun, 30,000 wood and silver, 3,000 gold and jade. What about you? Elena, me too, we gave exactly the same. Nakor, huh? Me too. Nyoda, why do I only have 1/3 of yours? Alice, it seems that the rewards are given according to the territory score. People all over the world say that 10,000 scores are one level. Fong Yaman, huh? Didn't Luoyu give 3 times the resources? Luoyu, well, almost. It's weird that it's almost the same. He gave 5 times the resources and 2 special items. Fong Yamun, by the way, Luoyu, trade with me quickly and return your money. She sent a trading frame over. After Luoyu confirmed, she put 3,100 gold and said, "Here, all the gold is given to you, our account is settled." Luoyu, Yuming has a good reputation. Girls who keep their reputations are the most beautiful. Come to me next time if you have difficulties. Just ask. Fong Yamong, oh? What if I don't pay back? Luoyu, it's okay, it's okay. I can pay it back in other ways. I have my own way. Fong Yamong, did I think wrongly? I always feel that you are talking about strange things. You just like to bully me. Hate it, transaction successful, you get 3,100 gold. Luoyu directly chose to destroy the loan slip, and the account was cleared. Alice, Luoyu, trade with me. I will pay you back the gold like Yamung. Okay. In the following time, Luoyu traded with everyone. His friends paid off all the money they owed Luoyu. Even Nyodi gave his 1,000 gold to Luoyu. Luoyu didn't want it at first, but Nyodi insisted, so Luoyu just let it go. After all, too many rejections hurt feelings. This wave got 17,000 gold in one go, plus his own 15,000 in the previous savings, a total of 49,000 gold. Silver also made a lot of money. Wouldn't it be possible to unlock weapon empowerment technology? It feels good. But before that, Luoyu did some cleanup work first. The animals moved the resources into the warehouse, and Luoyu installed the energy core in the energy room. It provides 1,000 energy a day. In the long run, this thing is very valuable. There is also a treasure chest.
Open it with the critical hit count tomorrow morning. Luo Yu returned to the villa and took a bath while paying attention to the information on various channels. Tips: the typhoon is over, the warm.up channel for the world's #1 martial arts tournament is open, and a new mode is updated at the same time, Territory Battle Mode, one of the 4 PK modes of the martial arts tournament. The territories of the two sides will be projected on the same map, and the various weapons and equipment, trialists, members, animals, etc. of the territory will be comprehensively battled. Reminder: this mode is an important mode of the world's No.1 martial arts tournament, and the rewards will be more generous. This tip directly detonated the entire Tiandao world. Oh my goodness, a new mode has been released. The first mode, Individual Battle. The second mode, Team Battle. The third mode, Territory Battle. The fourth mode, Unlimited Chaos. The World Channel was the first to explode. The territory war is open, you despicable races, you are finished. My territory score is 1.5W, I want to see how many people are better than me. Hee, it's time to show your real skills. Go to the Territory War channel, I will marry whoever has the highest territory score, I am from the succubus. Hey, isn't the succubus one of the strongest races in the world? Do you still need to marry someone? The regional channel also exploded, Brother Okamoto, He-Chien, July, etc. Everyone seemed very excited. In the group, Fang Yumling spoke first. Friends, the territory war is open, I won't form a team tonight. Not here, go to the channel quickly, there will be a lot of people queuing up later. Elena, I prefer individual battles. Alice, opening the territory war should be the most beneficial to Luo Yu, right? His territory has a score of 30,000. Nyoda, the most disadvantageous to me. Luo Yu also replied with a smile, I don't know the specific operation mode yet, let's go into the channel and take a look. He clicked on the warm.up channel and chose the territory war. Queuing, your current position, 50894527839196, the unit of this queue number is trillion. It is detected that your territory score is high, allowing queue jumping, current position, 135, oh? There are many people with higher scores than me? While waiting in line, Luo Yu checked the instructions for the territory war. After a while, he entered the channel, but did not enter the battle mode immediately. The first time he entered the channel, he was allowed to familiarize himself with the rules and various settings for 5 minutes. Tip: it is detected that there are 2 unconnected positions in your territory. Only one position can be displayed in the territory war. You can move the defense facilities of the other position, this means that your strike formation is far away from the main base and cannot appear in the territory war at the same time. This is simple. Luo Yu put all the 2-star arrow towers and automatic crossbows in the main base. Then he familiarized himself with the various setting rules of the territory war, and the time was almost up. Luo Yu felt dizzy and appeared in a brand new area. This is a plain with a 10-meter wide river in the middle of the plain. His base is 150 meters away from the central river, and there is also a base 150 meters away from the other side of the river. It should be the territory he needs to fight. Territory of the human race, Anonymous, score 43835, vs Territory of the Snow Tribe, Snowman, score 20171, tip, the game will start in 1 minute. Please set the location of your base, the placement of defense facilities, territory members, the attack position of territory animals, etc. Good man, this is a bit like playing chess. Is the river in the middle the boundary between Chu and Han? Now you have 1 minute to freely place the defense settings, just like placing chess pieces. Luo Yu took a look. The animals were all there. Even the big octopus and the big snake were in the taming field. The entire territory was projected, and it was a real time projection. The animals were sleeping in the taming field, while he and the beast girls were bathing in the bath. With the war imminent, taking a bath with the little cuties, this is quite embarrassing. Since we have already taken a bath, let it go. Luo Yu calculated in his mind that 150 meters is the limit of the layout of defense facilities such as arrow towers and crossbows. If you want to rely on arrows to blow up the opponent's territory, it must be placed close to the river bank. But the opponent will definitely place it close to the river bank, which may cause a situation where the arrow towers of both sides will shoot at each other as soon as the battle starts. In addition, the entire territory can be moved, and the farthest it can be moved to is the edge of the air wall, which is about 2 kilometers away from the middle of the river. The closest is to be able to move directly to the river, but cannot cross the river. Luo Yu immediately understood that in this mode, whoever has the longer arm has the advantage. Speaking of the longer arm, The 5-kilometer range of the electric shock tower is longer than the entire grassland. Who dares to be longer than me? He made a prompt decision and moved the territory directly to the edge of the air wall. On the other side, there were 4 people standing on the wall. Among them, the very handsome man should be the Lord Xuanan, and there was a beautiful snow girl beside him, who was also a trialist. It should be Xuanan's wife or relative. The snow plan is actually quite powerful. It must be that they surrendered in the later period or the 2 territories merged. There are also 2 men who are members of the territory, and they should have joined as captives. The 4 of them stood on the wall, and the snow girl was surprised and said, "The human race's territory has a score of over 40,000. Husband, it seems that we are no match for them. Should we just give up?" Hearing this, Yukio said helplessly, "Don't fight yet, don't do this. Promise me that you can only surrender to me, okay?" "Oh," Yuki.Anna blushed. Xuanan looked into the distance and said proudly, "So what if it's 40,000? Didn't we see human territory before when we went on mercenary missions? Most of this greedy race's territories are flashy and inflated. Did you see that he fled directly to the air wall? He probably wanted to delay the 1-hour battle." But, the snow girl looked ahead and said hesitantly, "The fog of war. Husband, the other party has such a thing as the fog of war, which is very detrimental to us." As he was talking, a prompt floated in the sky. The human race, anonymous, proposed a bet of 100,000 silver for this game. Do you accept it? If you do not accept it, you will automatically lose. Yukio took a look at the basic overview of the opponent's territory and found that there were only 1 trial member and 0 territory members. There is only 1 person in the entire territory. Bang! When Yukio saw this situation, he punched the wall and said angrily, "You only have 1 person's territory, and you still dare to bet on it. It's too much. Come on, come on." He ignored his wife's advice and directly placed a 100,000 bet. Tip: the match will start in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Start. At the moment of the start, the snowman shouted, "30 members and all animals in the territory, charge." Yes. The 2 members of the territory behind him shouted and immediately prepared to charge. But as soon as he finished speaking, the fog of war in the distance flashed a few times, and then 3 arcs of electricity shot out and hit the wall. Boom! Boom boom! The terrible lightning exploded on the wall, directly blasting out 3 huge gaps. The bombed places were emitting white smoke, which looked very scary. Is this lightning? The beautiful snow girl opened her mouth into an O shape, and the snowman next to her almost popped his eyes out. There is electricity on the other side a few kilometers away. The other party may have thunder that can hit the tower. Take advantage of the CD of lightning to rush up. The snowman roared, and as soon as he finished speaking, 3 more lightnings hit him. Boom boom boom. The wall collapsed, and an automatic crossbow in the territory exploded. Zzzz, boom boom boom, firing once every 5 seconds. The lightning's firing rate was outrageous, and the lightning that kept shooting out almost blinded the opponent. The entire base was in chaos, and the defense facilities became live targets. The members of the territory wanted to rush out, but they didn't dare to. They hid behind the wall one by one, hoping not to be electrocuted. The snow girl said anxiously, "Husband, I can't stand it anymore, just surrender and don't be tortured like this, Zizi." Before she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck her, and the beautiful woman exploded directly. Ah! The snowman was stunned when he saw his wife explode in front of him. He looked at the human base in the distance shrouded in the fog of war, with despair in his eyes. It's hard to imagine what kind of existence can rely on his own strength to make the territory score so exaggerated. And there are such exaggerated defense equipment. On the other side, Luoyu was lying in the bathroom, looking at the enemy base that was constantly bombed outside the window, with a faint smile on his lips. Electric shock tower, always the god. Tip: the opponent chose to give up the competition, and you won this territory war. You get 100,000 silvers. Originally, Luoyu only had 100,000 silvers left, and now it has reached 200,000. As soon as the prompt appeared, the world spun in front of him, and he appeared in an empty room with a golden egg in the room. Territory wars can only be carried out once a day, and there is a chance to smash the egg if you win. This time Luoyu did not choose to crit, but smashed it directly to see his luck. Bang! The hammer fell, and the prompt appeared. You get the prop, fertilizer cultivation box, gold level, *1, fertilizer cultivation box, 1 square fertility increased by 1 times. A wooden box appeared between the flashing lights in front of him, and it was empty inside. I will study it later. After Luo Yu opened the golden egg, his consciousness returned to his body. He first looked at the territory overview. The arrow towers and automatic crossbows that were moved from the strike array were still in the strike array. The territory war was just a virtual battle projecting various things in the territory, and it would not affect anything in reality. Even if the snow girl was blown into a ball of blood mist, it was nothing more than being taken out of the channel, and there would be no problem in reality. Luo Yu found that the mode of territory war was completely a battle of defense equipment. Long-range high-precision defense facilities such as electric shock towers were very effective, but he also knew that electric shock towers were not invincible. If the opponent has lightning rods or electromagnetic gravity guidance-related equipment, then the power will be greatly reduced. If you want to be invincible, you need to develop in an all-round way. Not only do you need electric shock towers, you also have to develop and research strange defense equipment such as thermal bombardment cannons and wind blade launch towers. In fact, Luo Yu is still looking forward to getting a good ranking in the #1 martial arts conference. He didn't have to be in the top 100 in the entire Tiandao world. No matter how conceited he was, he didn't think he could be a match for those super races. Those monsters with 3-dimensional strengths of over 1,000 would be a disaster. He hoped to be in the top 10 in the region. In addition to rewards, the top 10 in the region could get some official positions granted by Tiandao and receive more settlement funds every month, commonly known as salary. In addition, there are more benefits for having an official position. The specific rewards have not been announced yet, but these are what Luo Yu is looking forward to. At this time, the people who finished the first round of territory PK have come out, and everyone has been discussing it on the World Channel and Regional Channel. Damn, I met a guy from the Blood Clan with a 50,000 territory score, and I killed him in 1 second. I used a row of automatic crossbows across the river to kill the opponent. The Zerg's territory looks like a large ant nest. The shoe.bottom race is well deserved. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Taurus is a bunch of garbage. What kind of cow shit territory? I want to report the Knoll clan for cheating. Are you a pack of wild dogs on the grassland? I kept merging territories, and I met a territory with a score of 100,000, with more than 70 Knoll trialists in it. What the hell is this? Brother, what's your problem? There was only one human trialist in the territory I met. He was the only one in his territory, but his score was over 40,000. He came up and sent 3 lightning bolts to me and killed my wife. Fuck. One person with a score of 40,000. You must have met a Superman among the human race? Brother, those are 3 lightning strike towers. You are so unlucky to meet such a weirdo. He is also unlucky? I met the Sky Demon clan. You are more unlucky. Are you okay? Brother, you are so unlucky. The World Channel was full of discussions. Luo Yu looked at it for a while and didn't find any particularly nutritious topics. There was no technical speech on how to place the defense settings. Everyone talked about the Superman electric shock tower and so on. They were all bragging about me. It was boring. He entered the individual battle and team battle channel of the martial arts competition warmed-up area again, ready to win a few more games to get a golden egg. As a result, I found that I couldn't enter. I could only get 1 golden egg every day, and I couldn't enter any warmed-up channel after that. Okay, I'll go to the arena to play a few games and sleep. The next morning, the warm sunlight poured in through the light-transmitting curtains. The wind and rain had completely stopped, and the sun came out again. This muddy land can finally be improved. There are many things to do today, the first of which is to plant various crops. After arriving at the vegetable field, Luo Yu first studied the fertility enhancement box he got yesterday. Luo Yu filled the box with soil, and after reading the instructions, he found that the fertility of the soil in the box reached 412%. Sure enough, it was doubled on the original basis. The fertility of the seeds of the earth element fruit is required to be above 350%, isn't that enough? Luo Yu was overjoyed and buried the seeds of the earth element fruit directly, while silently reciting a sentence in his heart. 100 times critical strike trigger, the seeds buried in the box immediately began to germinate and grow vigorously at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, they grew into a seedling. Earth element fruit shrub, current growth progress, 33.33%, 1 critical strike can ripen 1/3, and it can be harvested in 3 days, which is very good. In order to prevent this precious fruit from being stolen by passing birds, Luo Yu directly moved the box to the balcony, and let the silver-armored ladybug lie on the balcony to bask in the sun, closely protecting this natural treasure.
After doing all this, Luoyu began to sow all kinds of vegetables, fruit trees, cotton, scented leaf trees, red thunderwood, etc., which had matured and been harvested under the blessing of the harvest, are now being sown one by one. This is a big project, so he, Shao Kong, and Fia will start working first. The captives still go to the quarry to mine. The new prison uniforms have not been made yet, so they continue to work covered with leaves. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, men and women work in batches. The male captives go to mine stones in the morning, clean up in the afternoon, and do miscellaneous work such as tidying up various weeds, removing insects, and leveling uneven places in the entire territory. The female captives mine stones in the afternoon and do miscellaneous work in the morning. The division of labor is clear, and it's okay if they don't see each other? Xiao Dai is working hard to make prison uniforms, while Xiao Jin is cutting stones as usual. This kind of life has passed peacefully for 3 days. All the vegetables and fruits have been planted, 5,000 scented leaf trees have been planted, and the prison uniforms have been made. The prisoners have new clothes to wear. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Now it seems that this group of prisoners is much more pleasing to the eye. On the balcony, Luoyu looked at the ripe Earth Yuan fruit and carefully picked it. You get Earth Yuan fruit *1, Earth Yuan fruit seed *1, your planting skills are improved. Current level, LV14, after picking, the Earth Yuan fruit bush disappeared, and a light yellow fruit and seed fell into Luoyu's hand. After burying the seed, Luoyu looked at the fruit in his palm, and his eyes showed joy. Earth Yuan fruit, strength +20, agility +20, constitution +20, blood circulation efficiency +10%, good guy, much stronger than Zhulong fruit. Before Luoyu ate it, the idea of wanting to crit appeared again in his mind, but he suppressed it as soon as it appeared. A crit may get a lot of points, but it is equivalent to eating 100 Earth Yuan fruits at the same time, and there is a high probability that the body will explode and die. This point is mentioned in the crit description. Luoyu dares to do anything, but he dares not take risks with his body. It is better to stack attributes honestly. After taking the Earth Yuan fruit, a warm current rose from his lower abdomen, and Luoyu felt comfortable all over his body, indescribably comfortable. A look at the panel showed that there were indeed big changes. Number, Earthsia Country 23333 base score, 43,895 points. Current territory resources, 201% current mineral resources, 206% personal score, 3457 health value, 207 points, currently 188 points entertainment value, 151 points beauty, 450 strength, 195 constitution, 217 agility, 199 luck, 60 blood circulation efficiency, 140% immunity, 140% global work speed, 230%, attack speed +60%. A lot of stones have been accumulated in the past few days. Maybe my luck was higher when I smashed the eggs before, and I was given a large piece of gold. It's time to build a luxurious workshop. Luxury workshop, stone *300,000, silver *50,000, iron *50,000, copper *50,000, gold *5000, jade *5000. The workshop is built on the open space between the villa and the warehouse. You can go back to the villa after work. If you need materials, you can go directly to the warehouse to get them. It is very convenient. No need to say, just build it. After clicking OK, the light flashed in front of you, and a beautiful 3-story small building appeared. This is the workshop. The overall appearance of the workshop is dark gray with a technological style, which means that technology will rise steadily in the future. The overall area is similar to that of the entertainment room, and the interior is the same as the entertainment room at the beginning. There is nothing inside, just a rough house. At present, the workbenches in the territory are automatic sewing, fabric recycling, and forging tables. The cooking table is in the kitchen. In other words, it is enough to use the first floor, and the second and third floors are not used for the time being. Still the same, carpets, walls, sterile floor tiles, lighting flowers and other things that increase the beauty and hygiene value are built. Comfortable and beautiful high-end carpets, per square meter various furs *90, cotton, cloth, *30, silver *30, gold *3, beautiful wall interior, per square meter stone bricks *10, silver *10, jade *3, gold *1, sterile floor tiles, per square meter stone bricks *100, silver *100, iron *50, gold *5. After a series of operations, the entire first floor of the workshop became very beautiful.
Luo Yu moved all the workbenches over, and the first floor of the luxurious workshop was completed.
The little cuties were all here, stepping on the carpet with bare feet, and they were all very happy. Especially Xiao Dai, she has been working indoors for a long time and needs a beautiful environment the most.
And it is not only beautiful, the luxurious workshop as a whole also increases the global work speed by 50%, otherwise, can it still be called luxurious?
Hint, affected by the beauty, your strength +2, hint, affected by the entertainment value, your agility +1, looking at the excitement of the little beast girls, Luo Yu also showed a faint smile on his face. He clicked on the furniture page and prepared to build a sofa. Comfortable luxury sofa, fur cloth 2000, gold 500, jade 500, silver 10,000, rest efficiency improved, beauty improved, comfort improved. Luo Yu directly built 3 independent sofas, so that it is more comfortable to sit and work. 3 luxurious sofas appeared in front of her eyes, and Xiao Dai sat on them excitedly, giggling, they are so soft and comfortable. The little cuties also sat on them, and only Xiao Jin stood beside Luo Yu with a smile, watching everything. I looked at the territory score, and after all this operation, the territory score went up to 49556, which was a big increase. Luo Yu knew that it was not the luxury workroom that added so many points, but the carpets, walls and sofas.
Such luxury goods have higher points. He looked at the current resources in the territory again.
Silver, 50,000 timber, 11.8 W iron ore, 3,000 stone bricks, 5,000 copper ore, 1,500 jade, 60,000 gold, 0 platinum, 1,500 diamond, 0 fur and cloth, 14,000. This wave directly made them very poor, and they were left with only jade. Jade, for example, is about as precious as gold, but its uses are not as wide as gold, so the ratio of jade sold in the market is about 1 hour 70 minutes, which Luo Yu thinks is not a good price. Gold is 1:120, and the price difference is too big when the preciousness is the same.
Luo Yu was thinking about selling aquatic products to make money in the afternoon.
Xiao Jin beside him said, Master, I remember to put a toolbox next to the workbench to speed up the work.
Also, can you build a practical table next to the quarry and mine to improve efficiency?
Okay, this is a good suggestion. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction.
It is indeed a top-level intelligent animal. Sometimes it is smarter than me. He laughed. Not to mention, there are a lot of things to build.
The captives all went to work, and the little cuties also went to do what they should do. Luo Yu stood on the balcony of the big villa, took out the random treasure chest he got before, and silently said a sentence in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger, congratulations on getting the prop, invisibility cloak, a 1-time prop, it will be in an unattackable state within 30 seconds after use. Luo Yu read the instructions carefully. It must be said that this is a life-saving magic clothing. After using it, the opponent cannot attack himself, but he can attack others.
Unfortunately, it was not as Luo Yu imagined that he could become a transparent person. If he could become transparent, he would have many more uses.
Laughing, Luo Yu put the invisibility cloak into the storage bracelet and started his own money-making plan. Now the territory has only 50,000 silvers, and the score is more than the silver, which makes Luo Yu feel very poor. The way to make money has been thought of before, selling cigarettes. The previous harvest blessing ripened the ulan leaves that had just been planted. A full 20,000 units of ulan leaves and rhizomes can be made into cigarettes after drying with fire. Drying requires fire, and using fire may cause risks.
If a strong wind blows, the territory may be set on fire.
He built a separate wall outside the base, with an area of about 50 square meters, and built a circle of fireproof floor tiles outside the wall, which basically eliminated the possibility of wildfires. First, he used the iron ore to build some racks, put the ulan leaves and ulan rhizomes on them, then took some wood to lay them out, lit the fire, and the billowing flames immediately began to burn. Perhaps there are other ways to make cigarettes on Earth, but Luo Yu saw that this is how ulan leaves are made. After watching it for a while, he saw that the originally wet ulan leaves were being dried.
He smiled faintly and went to the mine to mine.
At the same time, he asked Xiao Kong to watch the fire to prevent it from being completely burnt.
It was afternoon, and Luo Yu went to the tobacco curing area. After extinguishing the flame, he collected the dried ulan leaves and rhizomes.
He put a new batch on it, explained a few words to Xiao Kong, and then went to the workshop. He first cut the rhizomes into tobacco, and then slowly began to roll them. This is a delicate job, but Luo Yu works very fast overall, and a ulan cigarette can be rolled in 30 seconds. After rolling for a whole afternoon, Luo Yu felt a little tired and stopped working. He looked at the pile of yellow Wulan cigarettes in front of him.
He rolled 500 cigarettes in the afternoon. He lit one and took a puff. He found that the taste was good. Even a non-smoker like him would not feel choking or irritating. After taking a few puffs, Luo Yu threw the cigarette away.
Non-smokers should not smoke.
There is no benefit at all.
When a cigarette with a chance of adding attribute value is developed, it can be held in the mouth for fun. Wulan cigarette, mellow taste, addictive, withdrawal time, 1 hour, withdrawal reaction, mild, slight damage to the body after smoking, immune to 100 or above physique, no entertainment value. The withdrawal time of 1 hour means that after addiction, you need to smoke one every hour, otherwise you will have a withdrawal reaction.
What surprised Luo Yu was that there was no entertainment effect at all.
In other words, smoking is meaningless except wasting silver. If there is any meaning, it is to satisfy one's addiction to cigarettes, nothing more.
There are no cigarette boxes or anything like that now, just put it on the auction house and it's done. The cigarette market is completely blank now. Luo Yu believes that it should not be sold too cheaply, and cigarettes should be turned into a luxury product. It is the means used by capitalists on earth to reap money, light luxury. Pricing is particular, you have to be able to afford it, but you may eat instant noodles for more than half a month, and take it out with a little face. He priced a Wulan cigarette at 100 silver. Now people have a higher mining level, there are more territory members, and the output of silver has increased. 100 silver, no big deal.
He put all 499 Wulan cigarettes on the shelf, and then sent a message to the world.
Human, anonymous Wulan cigarettes have been put on the auction house.
Those who need them can buy them. Smoking is harmful to health, so be careful when buying.
Fuck cigarettes. Wulan cigarettes are cigarettes. Oh my god, I have been holding back for half a year. Buy them now. A cigarette after a meal makes me feel like a god. I would like to ask my human friends, what are cigarettes?
It is a specialty of the Milky Way, something that makes people feel very comfortable.
This small advertisement immediately caused a sensation.
The Wulan cigarettes on the shelves were sold out within 3 minutes, and Luo Yu made 50,000 silver on the spot.
Ha! It feels good, this is the smell of cigarettes. Not bad, it feels better than Lacoon.
If it was released before, it would cost 100 yuan a pack.
How much advertising fee did Lacoon give you?
I will pay double for Golden Leaf.
This specialty of the Milky Way is really good. Is the brother who sells cigarettes here? Keep putting them on the shelf. You are selling hundreds of them now, are you kidding me? Brother who sells cigarettes, do you have any women's cigarettes?
The world immediately responded to the new product.
They were all old smokers, and they praised it. It was really a rave review. At the same time, Luo Yu received many transaction applications, hoping to buy cigarettes alone. Of course, Luo Yu couldn't sell it alone. Scarcity makes things expensive.
If it was supplied in large quantities, the price of this cigarette would not be maintained. At 9 o'clock in the evening, all the Wulan leaves and rhizomes had been smoked and roasted, and all were stored in the warehouse.
Cigarette rolling is a delicate job.
Prisoners are not allowed to do delicate work.
They can only do rough work. There are 4 little cuties in the territory.
One cuts stones, one makes bedding, and one fishes.
Currently, only Feya has some free time. Her task is to clean the villa and entertainment room. Prisoners cannot enter these buildings, so she can only clean them to maintain a relatively high hygiene value. There is no way. It is better for Luo Yu to do it for the time being. He can teach Feya occasionally.
That night, Luo Yu entered the territory war channel as usual, and joined a team of N people.
After entering the game, it was still the same map.
This time, he faced a centaur trialist. Its base was quite simple, with only a few defensive crossbows and a group of base members and animals. The electric shock tower just shocked the opponent twice and they surrendered.
Luo Yu was directly teleported into the egg dot smashing room. Bang! This time, a large piece of gold was produced by egg dot smashing again. How wonderful!
On the second day, Luo Yu spent the morning mining, and the afternoon making cigarettes to earn 50,000 silver. In the evening, he entered the territory war channel to smash eggs as usual. This time, he used 100 times crit. Under this crit, he smashed 2 pieces of lapis lazuli directly.
Wonderful!
With this warmed-up channel, there is hope to collect and open personal characteristic slots.
It was another morning. After breakfast, Luo Yu looked at the reserve of stone bricks.
There were already 300,000 stone bricks. He walked to the side of the mine and prepared to build a small workshop, mainly for cutting stones. In this way, the stones produced from the quarry and the mine can be directly cut into finished products and then pulled back at once, reducing some road transportation time. At the same time, because there is no need to cut stones inside the base, it also improves a certain hygiene value, killing two birds with one stone. Although it is a small workshop, it can't be too shabby. As usual, a luxurious workshop is just a few times smaller in area. After a series of clicks, a small house with a beautiful appearance appeared in front of him. When he walked inside, he saw that the area was about 150 square meters. Luo Yu spent some resources to decorate it, and it immediately became much more beautiful. Reminder, your territory score has reached 50,302. It is detected that you are the first trialist in this area to reach 5W score. Extra reward, gold * 10,000, beautiful. Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu smiled. This small workshop made a profit, and it was a big profit. But before Luo Yu was happy, another prompt appeared, warning, your territory wealth has attracted the attention of nearby indigenous forces, and the Black Wind Pirates will attack you, oh? Luo Yu was not surprised but happy. If the reward of 10,000 gold is a big profit, then the attack of the Black Wind Pirates is a blood profit. These pirates are all characters with explosive attributes. After a while, Luo Yu returned to the villa and collected all the animals. However, after waiting for a while, a whistling sound came from the sky in the east. Warning, 50 pirates invaded your territory, 50 people. More than before. The joy in Luo Yu's eyes became even greater. Small black dots appeared on the horizon and were approaching rapidly. In the next moment, the lightning tower took action. Zizizizi. 3 lightning bolts shot out at the same time, but the leading female pirate of the other party actually threw out a silver needle. Zizizi, 2 lightning bolts were attracted and struck directly on the silver needle, and the other lightning bolt struck a pirate and knocked him down directly. Luo Yu adjusted the attack power of the lightning tower when the pirates attacked, adjusting it back from 500 attacks to 100 attacks, trying to catch more people. But this time, the other party actually threw out the lightning rod. It seems that the other party has already thought of a way to deal with lightning. Charge! Kill all the creatures in the territory, rob everything. Save my brother. This time the leader of the pirates was a young woman who looked very heroic. Zizizizi, 3 more lightning bolts struck, and this time one of the lightning bolts was attracted and struck the ground where the lightning rod fell, blasting a pit with a bang, and sparks came out, igniting a grassland. At the same time, the other 2 lightning bolts struck 2 islands, and they spiraled down, their lives and deaths unknown. The scene in front of him made Luo Yu frown. The lightning rod was indeed something he had not expected. In other words, as long as the lightning rod was thrown out at a certain distance, the attack of his lightning tower could be offset. Swoosh! The pirates in the sky in the distance rushed here at a very fast speed. Just as Luo Yu guessed, the leading female leader threw another lightning rod. This time she was lucky and attracted 2 more lightning bolts, and only lost 1 pirate member. 3 lightning towers? The female leader frowned slightly. There were more than the intelligence said, but why couldn't the lightning rod completely avoid the lightning bombardment? She also had a question in her mind. Beside her, the scarred pirate man shouted, Chief! The lightning rod can't completely avoid lightning. It must be that the Lord's luck value is too high. Luck value. The female leader suddenly realized that the lightning rod has a high probability of attracting the lightning of the lightning tower, but if the opponent's luck value is high, then this probability will be suppressed by the opponent's luck value. As a result, it cannot fully exert its effect. Thinking of this, the female leader showed anger on her face. Lightning rods are all expensive, but they are suppressed by luck, which made her difficult to accept for a while. Charge! Charge at full speed, rush into the fog of war. On the other side, Luo Yu also basically understood that it was his luck value that had an effect. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 2-star arrow tower below kept shooting heat arrows, and another pirate was hit by the arrow and began to suffer from heat stroke. These losses were all expected. This time, the pirates seemed to be determined to rush into the fog of war to eliminate Luo Yu, the enemy. Another lightning rod was thrown out, and 2 lightning bolts were attracted. Looking at the pirates rushing at a fast speed in the burning grassland, Luo Yu's originally relaxed expression became a little solemn. As expected of a pirate, he should be dealt with seriously. He took out a prop, a hairy chestnut. Click to use it, and with a whoosh, the tracking hairy chestnut rushed out quickly and hit the female leader at an extremely fast speed. What is that? The female leader seemed to be very agile. She instinctively shrunk her head and actually avoided the attack.
Unfortunately, this was not an arrow but a prop with built-in tracking. After being dodged, the chestnut spun in mid-air and turned around and hit back. This time it hit the black eagle under the female leader. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black eagle fell into a coma on the spot and fell straight down. Leader! The pirates all exclaimed, watching the female leader fall to the ground with the black eagle and shattered into pieces, but at the moment of falling, the female leader suddenly jumped up from the black eagle. Bang! The black eagle was broken into several pieces, and the female leader actually landed steadily on the ground under such circumstances. She took out another lightning rod from the cloth bag on her waist and threw it forward with force. Zzzz. 2 lightning bolts hit the lightning rod. Seeing this scene, she showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth. Brother, I will definitely save you. After muttering to himself, he actually rushed towards the fog of war ahead on foot. Oh! This woman is quite fierce. Luo Yu looked at the female leader who was rushing over, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. But it was just a trace of shock, he was not too worried, even if he could weaken the lightning tower, this was just the beginning. The pirates in the sky charged very quickly, hundreds of meters away from the fog of war. At this time, the arrow tower showed its power. Unlike before, this time 4 2-star arrow towers were added. The moment they entered the range, the overwhelming rain of arrows shot out, directly knocking down 7 or 8 pirates. Charge! The female leader who was also charging below roared, and the pirates above seemed to be encouraged, and they gritted their teeth and charged in the rain of arrows. After losing more than a dozen pirates, they had rushed to about 50 meters away from the fog of war. Victory is just around the corner. But suddenly, the sound of a tiger roared. Roar! The tiger roars and all the beasts in the forest surrender. As soon as the roar comes out, all the black eagles are frightened and hover in the air and dare not fly forward. 2 black eagles are even scared and fall on the spot. Without exception, all the black eagles are in a state of fear. What a powerful tiger roar! The long knife in the female leader's hand split a stone that hit her in half, and there was a look of shock in her eyes. I didn't expect that there are such fierce creatures in this territory. Looking up, the black eagles are circling and dare not move forward, and the place where they are circling is within the range of the arrow rain. Under the rain of arrows, they have become live targets. Zzzz. 3 more lightning bolts blasted out, this time taking away 3 pirates steadily. The electric shock tower prioritizes attacking targets close to itself. The last lightning rod thrown fell at a distance of 150 meters, and the pirates had already rushed in about 50 meters. The lightning almost greeted the face. Seeing the rapid loss of the pirates, the female leader made a prompt decision and roared loudly, "Jump off the Black Hawk and rush in on foot." The pirates were all ruthless. If they were not ruthless, they would not be pirates. After hearing this, they began to let the Black Hawk fly lower and jumped directly from a height of more than 10 meters. They were basically fine when they landed on the ground. "Leader, we are here." The remaining 20 pirates rushed to the female leader. The female leader pushed away the rain of arrows falling from the sky and shouted, "Rush in, find the prison first, and be sure to rescue my brother One-Eyed Dragon. Charge!" The pirates all roared and rushed forward. This group of people was really powerful. They were very fast. The long swords in their hands could push away arrows. They were also very agile and difficult to hit. Of course, even if they were powerful, they would occasionally hit. These arrows were different from ordinary arrows. Once hit, they would have fever and heatstroke. Even if they had a high physique, their mobility would be impaired. If their mobility was impaired, they would be hit by more arrows. This was a vicious cycle. A moment later, 4 pirates were shot in the hands and feet, and fell to the ground dizzy. Luo Yu, standing on the balcony, looked at the pirates charging hard below, and sighed slightly. The 2-star arrow tower has limited killing power against these pirates with too many attribute values. Xiao Jin nodded and said, "Yes, master, compared with ordinary arrow towers, these 2-star arrow towers only increase the number and range of arrows, but the speed of arrows has not increased. Agility of about 120 points can be avoided." Beside him, Xiao Dai said, "Master, these pirates are very close, do you need me to cast the charm butterfly powder?" Xiao Dai's butterfly powder is also a range attack, which can greatly reduce the opponent's mobility. Once it is cast, these pirates are probably dead. Luo Yu asked curiously, "How long does it take for your butterfly powder to accumulate completely?" 3 days. After getting the answer, Luo Yu smiled and said, "Then save it first, and use it when you can't bear it anymore." As he said, he looked at Xiao Kong and Feiya and said, "The distance from the balcony to the enemy is about 90 meters. Is it within your range? I can. I can too. The two little cuties raised their hands excitedly.
Shao Kahn took out the slingshot, took out a small black spot stone from his waist, and shot it out with a whoosh. A male pirate had just avoided a row of arrows, and suddenly felt something, and was about to dodge to the side, but the stone was too fast, and he was hit before he could fully move. Bang! The stone hit the pirate's forehead, and the man opened his mouth, fell to the ground, and entered a dizzy state. Swoosh! 2 more stones hit a pirate, knocking him to the ground again. Ha! What kind of defensive weapon is this? Looking at the companion lying behind her, the female leader showed shock in her eyes, but soon, she changed from shock to shock. More than a dozen darts flew out from the fog of war in front of her, and all of them were thrown at her. Ding ding ding, after blocking several darts in a row, she exclaimed softly, looked down, and saw that her pants were cut by a dart, and a trace of blood appeared on her snow-white thigh. Turning around, 2 companions were unable to dodge and were stabbed by this wave of darts, and died directly. Ah, their physical fitness is above 120. Who threw this dart? The strength must be above 150. The female leader gritted her teeth and grabbed a pirate's body in anger and used it as a shield. Everyone followed suit and used the body as a shield. On the balcony, Faya grabbed a bunch of darts from the small bag on her waist again, shouted softly, and threw them out with force. This one can throw at least 20 pieces, and they are very powerful. Luo Yu looked at Faya strangely. He originally thought that Xiao Faya was throwing the darts one by one, but it turned out that they were thrown out in waves. Is this a cute little sheep? It is simply a human dot-shaped shotgun turret. Who can withstand this? Swish swish. The arrows were filled with powerful darts and stones, and the pirates around him kept falling. The last 30 meters had become a place of death. There was a hint of despair in the female leader's eyes. Suddenly, a strong sound of breaking wind came from the front. The female leader turned around instinctively, only to see her right-hand man next to her, a middle-aged pirate man, being hit hard by a javelin, and spitting out a puff. Blood. Yes, hit instead of pierce. The head of the javelin was wrapped with a thick layer of cloth, as if the person throwing it intended to save the person's life. Want to live? Seeing this, the female leader gritted her teeth and roared, "Despicable lord, kill if you want, we will not be prisoners." As the voice spread, the other pirates around him looked at each other with a hint of fear on their faces. The ants are still living an ignoble existence. We are all pirates, bad guys, and not righteous heroes. Being a prisoner is better than death, right? This, leader, if it doesn't work, should we withdraw first? Another female pirate beside her whispered, but the leader glared at her and retreated with her neck shrinking. For a time, the fighting will of this group of pirates plummeted. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the fog of war ahead, "Little sister. Don't go any further, the Lord here said he will kill me. Surrender quickly. Elder brother." Hearing the familiar voice of the one-eyed dragon, the female leader was shocked, but at this moment, a chestnut shot out and hit her on the head with a dong sound. Ah, sneak attack, despicable lord, the female leader felt like stars were popping up in her eyes. After holding on for 3 seconds, she lay down on the ground with an ordinary sound, not knowing who was going on. After a few moments, the attack was over. Tip: you successfully resisted the pirate attack, the Black Wind Pirate's hatred towards you increases, and you gain free attribute points plus 12, Luo Yu saw the prompt and smiled. Adding the 10 points given last time, this will have 22 attribute points. Use it. Luo Yu ordered 8 points of strength, 7 points of agility and 7 points of constitution. Strength, 206 constitution, 214 agility, 208 come on, follow me to arrest someone. I was busy until the evening, catching 19 pirates with high attributes and 23 Black Hawks. If nothing else, I can say that I got rich instantly just from this wave. Among them, the female leader has the strongest attribute value. This female leader is called Homely, with strength 170, agility 209, and constitution 166. In addition, this woman also has a personal characteristic, agile movement, dodge rate plus 30%. No wonder she was able to dodge Mao Lizi's attack immediately. This characteristic coupled with her high agility is actually very powerful. Look at this attribute. It is much stronger than his brother Cyclops. Not to mention the innate skills, this attribute is almost comparable to Faya. When Luo Yu saw such fierce attributes, he felt a little moved and wanted to recruit her. The other pirate attributes also fluctuate around 125 points on average. You can imagine that if these people sell them on the market, they will definitely sell them for a sky-high price.
In addition to the prisoners, there are 40 manual ballistas. Including the remaining ones from the last time, there are 71 ballistas in total. I saw before that some people were selling these ballistae in the market for 1W of silver, which was about the same price as a prisoner. Also, these black wind pirates are extremely rich. They have collected all kinds of gold, jade, and copper mines to supplement their territory. Luo Yu treated the injuries of these pirates, etc., and the medical level was also improved a lot. In short, although the intensity of the pirate attack was high, the benefits were much greater than that of the tribe. Luo Yu placed the 3 lightning rods separately. Although the score was added, the lightning reserve does not need to be exhausted this time. It is comfortable. Take a shower and go to bed. We can talk about anything tomorrow. In the early morning of the next day, Luo Yu woke up as usual and looked at the prompts, and got 2 powers. After breakfast, he went to the luxurious prison alone. As a very humane lord, Luo Yu allowed the one-eyed dragon to take care of his sister. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, one-eyed dragon saw Luo Yu coming and hurriedly knelt down and said, "See you, Lord, thank you for not killing my sister." Luo Yu snorted and ignored the one-eyed dragon, and walked up to Hong Li. Seeing the beautiful woman in front of him staring at him angrily, he said calmly, "What? Not convinced?" Hong Li snorted coldly, "Ha, despicable lord, if I hadn't worried about my brother's safety, I wouldn't have lost to you." Luo Yu heard this and sneered, "The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. What's the point of saying this now? Hong Li, you are different from your brother. You are a special person. If I let you go back, some conditions in the territory will be exposed. But for the sake of the one-eyed dragon, I don't want to kill you. What do you think I should do? Sleep with her?" The one-eyed dragon said seriously, "Lord, my sister is born with outstanding strength and looks down on ordinary men, so she is still very pure and will not taint you. You accept her, she can become your powerful assistant." As soon as these words came out, Luo Yu was stunned. "Good fellow, you are quite interesting as a brother. You are going to offer your sister directly, right?" Hong Li's face flushed, but she didn't say anything. In the world of Heavenly Tao, once you become a captive, you cannot resist the Lord, unless there is an incident like a prison break or a riot. In other words, she can only be disposed of by this man at will. Take her in? Luo Yu looked at Hong Li, not knowing whether she was angry or shy. At this moment, she was blushing and turning her head away from him. Indeed, Hong Li is very beautiful, and her shy and angry expression is also very appropriate. At a certain moment, Luo Yu had a little impulse in his heart. But soon, this impulse was suppressed by reason. In the world of Heavenly Tao, prisoners can indeed be disposed of at will, but this is like a hole. Once it is opened, it will be out of control. Today he can ask Hong Li to serve him, and tomorrow he can ask other female captives to do so. With the scale and energy of his territory, he will play with different tricks every day, and in the end he may lose the mentality of a strong man. What is this? This is both enjoyment and degradation. Spending a lot of time with women every day, what's the point of talking about development? In the world of heaven, degeneration is the beginning of destruction. Only by constantly climbing can you become the strongest self in your heart. Luo Yu is determined to become the best man in the world. Regarding matters between men and women, Luo Yu has already had a standard in his mind. He is not a monk, so it is really difficult for him to avoid customs. But if you really want to find a partner, you should also find a trial person with the same identity, and you should also find a woman who has the same goals but will not hold you back. What can move forward side by side is not a vase kept at home. For example, those in the small group, Luo Yu felt good if he stayed with them. Of course, he thinks it's great, but the problem is that others don't want to. After retracting his divergent thoughts, Luo Yu stared at Hong Li. He came here not to chat, but to increase the level of hatred. I have carefully read the relevant content about the hatred level of the indigenous forces in the description of Tian Dao World. After catching the opponent's special character, you can perform various humiliations to increase the hatred level. Especially if you humiliate the leader and make him hate you, he will continue to attack you once he returns. Pirates are all characters with explosive attributes, not to mention the benefits of raiding. Luo Yu likes pirates the most. Looking at the white and beautiful Hong Li in front of him, Luo Yu said, "That's all, for the sake of the one-eyed dragon, I'll let you go back." As soon as these words came out, both one-eyed dragon and Hong Li's eyes showed joy, but then Luo Yu said in a deep voice, "But before that, I must let you know how powerful I am. Lest you be ignorant of current affairs and come to harass my territory again. Take off. Take off your clothes and pants. Ah, Holly seemed to realize something, and her whole body began to tremble. The one-eyed dragon's eyes lit up. Since the Lord was about to take action, at least his sister would be relatively safe. And once my sister can take over, my voice in this powerful territory will definitely increase greatly. This is called brother being more valuable than sister. He hurriedly said, "This, Lord, please enjoy it slowly, I will retreat first. Little sister, serve the Lord well." As he spoke, he exited the room. Luo Yu looked at the one-eyed dragon strangely. Your sister tried her best to save you. This is how you treat her. The one-eyed dragon is becoming more and more likable. Luo Yu secretly smiled in his heart, but with a bad look on his face, he said, "What? Not willing? Your brother has offended many people when he was my prisoner leader. Do you think that if I give him his position, in the dead of night, will the prisoners who were persecuted by him before seek revenge from him?" Holly glared at Luo Yu angrily, her face flushed but speechless. Tip, Holly's hatred towards you has increased because she is the pirate leader, and the Black Winged Pirate Group's hatred towards you has increased. Under Luo Yu's sharp gaze, Holly took off her clothes in humiliation, and her body was completely displayed in front of Luo Yu. To be honest, although she has a good figure, she has a lot of scars and sword wounds on her body, both old and new. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu didn't feel bad at all. Instead, he had a good impression of this Holly in his heart. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Scars are the badge of a warrior. Holly, you are an outstanding female warrior. Tip, it has been detected that you have forced 200 prisoners to take off their clothes, 110 for special characters, and you have obtained the personal characteristics. Cruel Warden, 1 star, Cruel Warden, 1 star. The risk of prison escape within the jurisdiction is reduced by 10%, and the prisoner work efficiency is increased by 10%. Tip, your personal characteristics are full and cannot be obtained anymore. Please give up a certain characteristic within 3 days or purchase a blank scroll to reproduce the characteristic." Luo Yu's mouth twitched when he saw the prompt. He didn't expect to get another feature, but it is full now, so he will re-engrave it first. Looking at Holly, who was holding her chest and shaking her head slightly, Luo Yu said calmly, "Kneel down. You, asshole, either you kill me, or I will make you pay the price." Holly gritted her teeth, but still knelt in front of Luo Yu. Tip, Holly's hatred towards you increases. It was nice to have good feelings for her, but Luo Yu originally wanted to increase his hatred. The higher the better, so naturally he would not let this woman go easily. He stretched out his hand and said calmly, "How do you natives express your surrender?" "Ah, you let me." Holly was so angry that tears came down, but under Luo Yu's gaze, she still held Luo Yu's hand with both hands, opened her mouth gently, and pressed it against the back of Luo Yu's hand. Kissing the back of the winner's hand is an indigenous way of expressing submission. A warm touch came from the back of her hand, and Luo Yu also felt her body trembling slightly. It must be very shameful to kneel on the ground naked and make such an action, right? Tip, Holly's hatred towards you is rising rapidly. The effect is here, and you will feel ashamed for a while. While Luo Yu stretched out his hand to enjoy the winner's treatment, he operated the system with the other hand. I opened the auction house and searched, but I couldn't find anyone selling blank scrolls. There is no other way but to make a wave of acquisitions in the world. Human Race Anonymous, receive a blank trait re-engraving scroll. Not long after, someone immediately sent the transaction box. Elf, Anonymous, I have the scroll you want. I need a powerful bow and arrow that can attack from a long distance. Do you have it? Luo Yu, you really found the right person. Do you want the ballista? He put a crossbow on the trading box. The other party looked at it and said, "How many crossbows do you have like this? If you have 10, I will trade." This request surprised Luo Yu. It seems that he underestimated the price of crossbows. Blank scrolls are not sold in the auction house. It is worth at least 300,000, right? He put 10 crossbows on it very simply, and immediately put a blank scroll on it. Transaction successful. You get a blank feature replica scroll *1. This type of blank scroll has no transfer and copy functions, and can only copy the newly obtained features that have no place to place. And after replicating it, it cannot be traded. Luo Yu simply replicated the feature of the warden, put it into the bracelet, and looked at Honli in front of him. He saw the prompt, Honli's hatred for you is rising rapidly. In just a moment, 5 hatred prompts appeared. Is it really that shameful? Luo Yu gently lifted Honli's face with 2 fingers, brushed her slightly sexy red lips, and smiled faintly. Very good, I received your sincerity. Put on your clothes, cover your eyes and follow me. Honli felt her heart was about to jump out when he brushed her red lips.
She instinctively touched her lips and looked at Luo Yu with hatred in her eyes. But her brother was in his hands, and she was a captive, so she didn't resist for the time being. When we get back, we must gather people and destroy this damn lord. There was a light flashing in her eyes. She silently put on her clothes and covered her eyes with the cloth given by Luo Yu. The next moment, she felt that she was held under the armpit by the lord with one hand and left the prison. A moment later, when she took off the blindfold, she was already at the entrance of the strike formation, which was the edge of the eastern territory. Luo Yu slapped her but with a snap and laughed, "Don't come again. If you are caught by me next time, it will not be as simple as just taking off your clothes and covering your back with your hands. Get lost." After that, he threw Hongli out of the territory. Done. I don't know how much the hatred value is, but it must be very high. Looking at the air wall in front of him, Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Brave female warrior, come again. If you can bring 10 waves of pirate attacks, if you are still a virgin at that time, maybe I will accept you." After saying this to himself, Luo Yu smiled faintly and shook his head, then jumped out of the strike formation and walked slowly towards the base. Speaking of which, the system has been prompting that the hatred has increased, but there is no specific value. Luo Yu flipped through the instructions and learned that a related technology needs to be unlocked before the specific value can be displayed. Checking the technology interface, it was found that there was a display of the indigenous power value. This technology is the prerequisite for all communication technology with the indigenous people. At a glance, it actually takes 10,000 gold to unlock it. The reward just now was spit out. Hate it. You have unlocked the technology, a power interface really appeared. Scarsa Tribe, Black Iron Force Hate 78, Black Wine Pirates, Silver Force Hate 80, Ancient Crypt Kingdom, Silver Force Hate 16, Alpha Tribe, Bronze Force Hate 37, it was clear at a glance. Luo Yu was very satisfied with the Black Wind Pirates' hatred for him. Of course, Luo Yu could also choose to have a good relationship with these indigenous forces, such as releasing some ordinary captives. After the relationship is established, it can be traded, etc., which is still good. But it is far worse than fighting. Considering that he now has 24 high-attribute pirates, Luo Yu's demand for ordinary captives is not so great. He immediately put most of the captives of the Scarsa tribe on the auction house. The 2 men and 2 women left behind have a better image and can be used to fight animals to make money. Luo Yu estimated that captives would be worthless in winter, so he took advantage of this time to sell them at an average price of 30,000. More than 50 captives were sold out in less than half an hour, and Luo Yu made a huge profit of 168 W. The current silver has reached 190 W. In this way, the food burden of the territory has also been reduced a lot, and Luo Yu has calculated that the output of stones will not be too much less, because the basic attributes of the pirates are high, and the efficiency of stone mining is much higher than that of ordinary captives. Luo Yu's plan to make money has not yet ended. After washing his hands, he walked into the workshop and started making cigarettes. While making cigarettes, he put various items on the shelves. The first is the cannon crossbow that the pirates bring. He found someone selling cannon crossbows before, and the price was 1 W, but now he can't find it. Luo Yu thought it should be something that the higher race put on the auction house after repelling the pirates, and it was immediately sold out. The reason why there is nothing to sell now is that few people can encounter pirates at this stage. If they really encounter them, Luo Yu thinks that their chances of survival are not high. I exchanged 10 crossbows for a scroll before. Luo Yu thinks this thing should be easy to sell. I put it on the shelf for 25,000 each. I will put 10 on the shelf to test the waters. The world speech has been used. Now Luo Yu is advertising in the regional channel. Luo Yu, I've put 10 hand-held crossbows on the auction house. Go buy them if you want. Dong, Luo Yu, you're so strong. You're selling crossbows. We need you. Are you interested in joining our 007 Tiandao men's group? Fang Yameng, Vinci, Luo Yu is our leader. What do you mean? Dong, please call me Dong. Fang Yameng, okay Vinci. Dong, Fang Yameng, I've tolerated you for a long time. Do you dare to fight me in the arena? Elena, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Dong, oh, it's Elena, that's fine. Our 007 men's group and Yuling Xiaozhu are friends forever. Okamoto Hikawa, Yoshi, a man of insight is a hero. Your country, the famous saying is fully reflected in Brother Vinci. Brother Luo Yu is the harem of the women in Yuling Xiaozhu. Even I dare not touch them. You are too bold. Luo Yu, Okamoto Rikawa, tell me clearly who is whose harem, and I will stab you to death with a knife.
Amamiya AI, I always think that the name of devil is cute when it comes to Xiaoguijiang. Okamoto Rikawa, Ijiang, do you want a crossbow? I will buy it for you. Han Yashuan, dog licker. Okamoto Rikawa, so you are Han Sang from the universe country. Do you want to declare the sovereignty of the Tiandao world? There are many friends from neighboring countries in this regional channel.
Everyone brought the custom of spitting into the Tiandao world and started to spit trash at each other again.
He-Chen, there is really a crossbow. Luo Yu, you are good. Can you sell it for 20,000 each? Luo Yu, that's not a good idea. I need the money to build a few arrow towers. He-Chen, okay. Luo Yu, can we be good friends? Several girls in our group want to meet you. Before Luo Yu replied, he received a friend request from He-Chen. She was willing to pay 1,000 silver for a friend position. They were all from the same hometown. After hesitating for a while, Luo Yu still chose to confirm. He-Chen, private chat wow. Luo Yu, your territory score has 5 question marks, strong. Unable to access, so strong.
Yu Meng and the others are so lucky to know you in advance.
Luo Yu, private chat He-Chen, your speech makes me smell a pity for Gigi. He-Chen, ha, Luo Yu, you are really like what Yu Meng and the others said, a steel straight man.
I am even more curious about you, but I guess Yu Meng will chat with you privately now, so I won't say anything, that's it.
He-Chen ended the private chat, and Luo Yu showed a funny expression on his face. This woman's level is a little high. As she said, Fang Yu Meng spoke in the small group, Luo Yu, are you quite popular recently?
Not here, that's right, even Xiao Rou from my tribe wants to know him.
Luo Yu, it's not me who is popular, it's my crossbow. Fang Meng Yu, you know it very well. By the way, I want your crossbow too. Sell it to me. Luo Yu, okay, let's have an event in our group, 30,000 each, buy 2 get 1 free, how about that? I want it.
The girls spoke almost at the same time. Luo Yu smiled faintly, and clicked on the transaction one by one. We are all family, so it's okay to sell it at a lower price. Not to mention, none of the 4 girls refused to pay, and I don't know how they make money. It seems that they don't feel any pain at all.
I can only say that everyone has their own little tricks. As for Nyoda, he was directly ignored, he couldn't afford it.
He made 240,000 by shipping 12 crossbows in one go, and when he looked at the auction house, he saw that the crossbow he put on the shelf was also bought, and he got 300,000.
This money comes quickly.
Luo Yu simply put all the remaining crossbows on the auction house, 30,000 each, whoever wants to buy can buy it. Anyway, he is the only commander on his side, he can't use these things.
This crossbow was really good to sell. By the evening, all the crossbows were sold out.
With the cigarettes he made in the afternoon, Luo Yu looked at his wealth and it came to 4.3 million.
Wow, he is now rich. The characteristic upgrade scroll that was out of reach can be purchased now.
With an excited heart and trembling hands, Luo Yu clicked on the mall and clicked on the characteristic upgrade scroll, unlimited. You choose to buy the mall characteristic upgrade scroll, which costs 1000 W silver.
It is detected that you have a mall discount coupon.
After using it, you only need 300 W silver to buy it.
Are you sure? Confirm. Luo Yu excitedly pressed the OK button.
At the moment of pressing the OK button, Luo Yu tried to recite a sentence silently. 100 times critical hit successful, the light flashed in front of his eyes, and 2 ancient scrolls appeared.
Success!
The mall critical hit has not been used this quarter, and Luo Yu has been waiting for this moment.
Unexpectedly, it succeeded.
Although it was just one more, it was 1000 W per scroll.
Invincible.
He opened the 2 pictures and saw that they were full of wonderful runes and they were constantly flowing.
It was hideout stuff at first glance.
You choose to use the characteristic upgrade scroll for the hero's characteristics.
Are you sure? Click to confirm again.
He felt that his whole body was glowing, and he felt comfortable from the inside out. Hero characteristics, for stars maximum comfortable temperature plus 40, minimum comfortable temperature 0.40, global working speed plus 80%, global attack speed plus 80%, global success rate plus 80%, personal beauty plus 40, luck plus 40, 4-star hero characteristics. You choose to use the characteristic upgrade scroll for the hero's characteristics.
Are you sure?
Hero characteristics, 5 stars maximum comfortable temperature plus 50, minimum comfortable temperature 0.50, global working speed plus 100%, global attack speed plus 100%, global success rate plus 100%, personal beauty plus 50, luck plus 50, tip, grandmaster. Level and above characteristics can be upgraded to 10 stars.
At this moment, Luo Yu was simply overjoyed.
The maximum and minimum comfortable temperatures of the 5-star hero characteristics are a bit abnormal. With this data, you won't feel cold even if you wear a short-sleeved shirt in winter.
Not to mention the success rate and attack speed, the luck value is also increased by 20 points. I found that the luck value is really useful when fighting with pirates before. If it weren't for my luck value that crushed this group of pirates, I'm afraid the effect of the lightning tower would have to be halved. It's a pity that there are no discount coupons now, and it's quite far to upgrade the characteristics to 6 stars. And the characteristics above the Grandmaster level can be upgraded to LV10, which can only be expected soon. Anyway, today is a blood profit, an extremely comfortable day. At this time, the sun has set, and Luo Yu is taking happy steps to go back to cook. On the way, he found that the Golden Scorpion King was carrying a gibbon on his back, and the gibbon was carrying a cloth bag and walking towards the warehouse. He was slightly stunned and walked over. When he got closer, he opened the cloth bag and saw that the golden glittering almost blinded his eyes. A bag full of gold. Luo Yu was still wondering why the gold produced by the Golden Scorpion King was so little during this period. It turned out that all the gold was collected by the gibbon. Luo Yu didn't know why the gorilla wanted to accumulate gold, and he didn't intend to understand the gorilla's behavior. He just told it to store it directly in the future and not to do anything weird. He opened the bag and saw 20,000 units. Luo Yu thought that the pirates would attack again in the near future, and it would be the best way to build another electric shock tower. Look, the fighting arena is open today, let's do it. After dinner, Luo Yu ran to take a bath as soon as possible, clicked to enter the fighting arena channel, and opened it directly. During this period, everyone was nervous during the typhoon, plus PK in the warm-up channel, so they needed to relax. The Galaxy Coliseum is open. Hey, is it open? I want to see the Muscle Man. I prefer sexy fighting beauties. Everyone rushed into the Coliseum, but it was crowded in a moment, and even the VIP seats in VIP rooms were full. Although there are many Coliseums in the Tiandao world, there are only a few luxury.level Coliseums. The luxury.level ones can accumulate entertainment effects faster and have a greater chance of obtaining attribute points, so they are of course more popular. And the Galaxy Coliseum has a good reputation. Sometimes the show effects are explosive, and everyone is looking forward to the opening soon. It hasn't started yet, and the ticket money of 20W silver and 8,000 gold has been paid. In the huge virtual Coliseum, everyone is shouting and cheering, and Luo Yu's voice amplified N times is heard. Hello everyone, I am the owner of the Galaxy Coliseum. Banan, who was widely loved by everyone before, was spotted by a rich woman and bought at a high price. Here, I hope every fan of Banan will send him blessings. I hope he won't be too tired. As soon as Luo Yu finished speaking, there was a laugh at the scene. By the way, who are the serious people who come to see the Coliseum? Those who understand will understand. Everyone immediately expressed their opinions loudly. There is a saying in our Milky Way that if you work hard enough, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. Banan is a very determined person. Maybe he can really grind it into a needle, ha. Wow, does your Milky Way have such a wonderful saying? Why grind it into a needle? Do you look down on my toothpick? Toothpicks are good. Toothpicks can pick locks. You don't need tools to jailbreak. Maybe one day Banan will run away from that rich woman. Everyone spoke up, and the whole audience laughed. The entertainment effect increased rapidly. At this time, someone shouted loudly, I heard that the rich woman who bought Banan is a female vampire. You scums are so outspoken. Don't you want to live? Vampire? The whole audience was silent. Luo Yu almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw this. What kind of people are they? They bully the weak and fear the strong. His voice sounded again, although Banan is gone, we have also entered a lot of new warriors in the Colosseum during this period. But let's welcome my beloved general first. Come out, General Jinjia. The iron gate opened with a bang, and the golden beetle slowly crawled out. Everyone cheered immediately when they saw it. Golden beetle, a kind of insect with extremely strong defense, good stuff. The boss has opened the function of checking basic attributes. I saw that the attributes of this insect are all 100 in 3 dimensions. It should not be underestimated. This boss is conscientious. He actually disclosed the attributes. However, if you don't know the characteristics, you can't immediately judge the strength. Golden beetle, charge, tear the captives into pieces for me. The atmosphere was heated again, and the iron door on the other side also opened with a bang. This time, a young girl came out. Everyone was stunned when they saw this girl, and then they showed shock in their eyes. Although this girl was dressed sexy, her three-dimensional attributes exceeded 100. Fuck! I look like a legendary pirate in this outfit. Oh my god, a pirate girl, it looks good. Who is this boss? He can actually catch pirates. The boss is a human. It's unbelievable that the human race can run like this. Everyone was talking about it, and the odds bar appeared in the sky. It was time to bet. Even if they knew the attribute points, everyone was even more hesitant. From the perspective of the attributes of the girl and the golden beetle, it seems that the pirate girl has the advantage, but the golden beetle can defend against explosions and can fly with its wings spread. It's hard to say who will win. Luo Yu looked at all this and smiled. This is the effect he wants. There is traffic with topics, and traffic can guarantee ticket money. As for who wins or loses, he doesn't care at all, as long as the money is in hand. A moment later, the battle began, and Luo Yu already knew the result of the battle, so he didn't need to watch it. Of course the girl won. How can she accumulate popularity if she doesn't win? With popularity and packaging, she can immediately become an idol-level figure, just like mass production on an assembly line, providing Luo Yu with money continuously. With a faint smile, he no longer paid attention to the Colosseum, but entered the warm-up channel. This time he didn't participate in the territory war, mainly because the territories of the opponents he encountered were too rubbish, and they were bombarded and surrendered in a few hits, which was not interesting at all. It's better to fight alone or one-on-many, so that you can hone your martial arts and prepare for the next world's #1 martial arts meeting. Luo Yu easily defeated his opponent in the first 4 matches. If he wins the 5th match, he can enter the Golden Egg Room. The world in front of him was spinning, and he appeared on the wide prototype arena, while on the other side, there was a flash of light and 10 people appeared. To be precise, it was 10 Zergs. 2 Beetle Tank Zergs, 2 Mantis Assassins, 2 Centipede Warrior Zergs, and 4 Spider Archers. To be honest, these Zergs look a bit like humans. The Beetle Zerg carries a beetle shell, the Mantis Zerg has a mantis knife for its arm, the Centipede Zerg has 6 arms, and the Spider Zerg has a human-like upper body and a spider lower body. Overall, they are not disgusting, but a bit cute. Humans? And just one person? The Beetle Man sneered and was about to make some ridicule, when the Spider Woman beside him suddenly said, "You? Are you the you from the human race? Oh? The guy who was called the nemesis of our Zerg race?" The eyes of the Zerg race changed immediately, and each of them showed a ferocious look on their faces, but Luo Yu was indifferent. He took out the Yang double swords and sent a bet at the same time. The original bet was 10,000 gold, but it turned out that the other party's small group only had 5,000 gold in total, so 5,000 gold was used as the bet. When the other group of insects saw that Luo Yu dared to bet 5,000 gold, their faces immediately changed. If they did not accept it, they would be judged as losers, and they only needed to win one more game to enter the Golden Egg Room. Come on. You. Today we will beat you out of your psychological trauma and keep you away from the PK field from now on. The Beetle Man said fiercely, and at this time, the countdown had begun. 3.2.1. Start. At the beginning, the 4 Spider Archers immediately shot their arrows, and the Mantis Assassin rushed towards Luo Yu. They were fast, but Luo Yu was even faster. He just moved his toes and almost floated backwards. The free and easy body movement was deployed, and the distance was immediately opened. At the same time, the Yang double swords that were originally used to cover up disappeared, replaced by the Yan Yu Bao. Swish, swish, swish. Luo Yu fired 3 arrows in a row, and the target was a Mantis Assassin. The Mantis Assassin obviously didn't expect Luo Yu to suddenly shoot arrows. He was not prepared and could only block it with his Mantis arm, but how could such a mere defense be able to block Luo Yu's golden longbow and more than 200 strength? And there was also a 5-star Zerg Nemesis feature blessing, there was no way to fight. Puff, puff, puff. 3 muffled sounds, the Mantis Assassin was shot dead on the spot. Quick, shoot an arrow to suppress him. Another Mantis Assassin shouted loudly, but just as the voice sounded, Luo Yu fired 3 arrows in a row. Seeing the bows and arrows coming at a rapid speed, the Mantis Assassin was stunned. His 4 archers were relatively good, but they had not yet shot the second arrow. Why was this Yu able to shoot 2 and 3 consecutive shots from behind? What firing rate is this? His eyes widened, and in the next moment, 3 arrows penetrated his body and killed him on the spot.
The mantis assassin's body dissipated, and at this time, the spider archer fired the second arrow. Because Luo Yu's speed was too fast and was beyond their range, the 4 arrows could not be shot at all. No, this person's attack speed is ridiculously fast.
Everyone hide behind me.
The beetle men shouted loudly. They spread out their hard beetle wings in front of them, and at the same time protected the spider archers and centipede warriors behind them.
After preparing their defense, they quickly chased after Luo Yu. Puff puff puff.
3 more muffled sounds were heard, and 3 arrows hit the outstretched wings of a beetle man. The man grunted and seemed to be injured, but he did not fall to the ground immediately.
He still covered the crowd and rushed toward Luo Yu. Passed. Not bad, the defense is okay. Luo Yu put away the Yang Yu Bao and took out a javelin.
Swoosh! The javelin pierced forward with a strong rotation, and with a puff, it shot through the hard wing shell of the Zerg in front of it, and also pierced into the chest of the beetle man. Good, such a strong force. The beetle man opened his mouth, fell to the ground with a bang, and his body gradually dissipated.
In less than half a minute after the start, Luo Yu had killed 3 people in a row.
This won't work, rush up quickly. A centipede warrior shouted, but unexpectedly, Luo Yu did the opposite and rushed over directly. The Yang double swords in his hand slashed horizontally and vertically, and the power of 208 combined with the second-level wind swordsmanship and the Zerg Nemesis characteristics directly split the other beetleman in half.
A tank was killed by Luo Yu in seconds.
Fuck, I'll kill you. The big knives on the 6 arms of the centipede warrior slashed at Luo Yu at the same time, but before he could make a move, Luo Yu made a move first, and slashed horizontally with the long knife in his right hand. Puff! The centipede man was cut in half and disappeared on the spot.
What attack speed! Why is the knife so fast? Several insects exclaimed. At this time, another centipede warrior's big knife slashed at Luo Yu, but unfortunately, even though Luo Yu's knife force was too old to change his moves, Xiaoyu's body movement was extremely agile, and he just dodged it with a toe.
Martial arts. This is definitely a martial arts. The centipede man slashed the air with a knife, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Knife skills are martial arts, and body skills are also martial arts. This Yu has both martial arts. This thought came up, and the faces of these insects showed horror.
The martial arts dropped by the big black fish cannot be traded. The martial arts that can be traded can only be opened in the treasure chest.
The martial arts opened in this kind of treasure chest have appeared in the auction house, and the price is 8 figures. It is normal to have 1 martial art, but it is rare to have 2 martial arts. After avoiding the centipede warrior's broadsword, Luo Yu floated to one side. The 4 spider archers reacted suddenly and drew their bows and arrows at the same time, but Luo Yu's attack speed occupied an overwhelming advantage at close range. He threw the double knives in his hand directly. The double knives rotated at high speed, and after circling rapidly, they killed 2 spider archers on the spot, and then flew back to Luo Yu's hand.
The knife left the hand. This is a skill that comes with the Quanfeng sword technique.
The long knife flew out of the hand at a close distance, and then flew back after a sudden attack.
It's very cool. Luo Yu likes the skill very much.
Swoosh, swoosh.
The remaining 2 spider archers shot arrows at Luo Yu.
At such a close distance, Luo Yu used the knife again. Even with his agility, he only had time to avoid 1 arrow, and the other arrow hit his back.
Bang! The arrow was deflected by the light curtain on Luo Yu's body.
Several Zergs could vaguely see that Luo Yu was covered with a layer of purple light shield, which disappeared in an instant.
Shield light shield. Oh my god.
The remaining 2 spider archers and centipede warriors felt their scalps tingling. If the 2 martial arts are already the best of the best, then the shield light shield is simply a bug for the current trialists.
There is no fight.
The 2 knives flew out again and flew around the 2 spider archers. The heads of the 2 spider men and women moved at the same time and their bodies dissipated.
Only the last centipede warrior was left. He looked at Luo Yu in horror and didn't even have the courage to resist for a while.
Puff! With a muffled sound, Luo Yu cut the centipede warrior in half with 1 knife, and the battle ended.
K.O. You defeated the Zerg Beetle team and won 5,000 gold.
Progress to receiving the egg smashing, 5 out of 5, a prompt appeared, and Luo Yu was teleported into the familiar egg smashing room. The critical hit has been used, it's time to show real luck. With a bang, the golden egg cracked and a crystal stone appeared.
Luo Yu was overjoyed.
80 points of luck value had an effect.
This is equivalent to a small critical hit.
Currently, there are crystal stones *3, moonstones *2 and lapis lazuli *2, which is one step closer to the goal.
After leaving the warm.up channel, Luo Yu looked at the fighting field. It was still going on. Now it was a show of 7 burrowing beasts fighting male pirates.
Everyone likes to watch this kind of brutal game. Luo Yu smiled faintly and chatted with everyone in the small group for a while. He learned that Elena was the first person in the team to smash the golden egg except himself. Yu Meng and her friends currently have the best record of 4 out of 5 in comprehensive battles, and they are only one step away from hitting the golden egg.
In the territory battle, they have already hit the golden egg. I looked at the proportion of people who can hit the golden egg.
According to statistics during this period, only 1/780 million people have hit the golden egg through battles. For territory battles, it is 1/2, and you can hit it if you win. The difference in these numbers is outrageous, which shows that in the world of Tiandao, the main goal is to develop the territory. On the morning of the second day, after having breakfast, Luo Yu treated the prisoners and animals injured yesterday to gain some medical experience.
I looked at the message board of the fighting field.
The pirate girl who went into battle yesterday was very popular, and many people were asking for prices. The other pirates who appeared on the show also received rave reviews, and some wealthy groups offered prices of around 1 million, hoping to buy these pirate captives. In addition, big bulls are also very popular and many people want to buy them. It's impossible to sell animals, but pirates can. But instead of selling silver, he sells gold. If he wants to build an electric shock tower, he still needs 1.2 W gold. Arriving at the animal training ground and looking at this dilapidated place, Luo Yu felt that it was time to build a luxurious animal training ground, but before that, he would build an electric shock tower. After shaving all the wool from the 9 previously tamed sheep at the animal taming farm and collecting the eggs, Luo Yu returned to the villa kitchen. After washing his hands, he casually made lunch while contacting the person who wanted to buy the pirate captive yesterday.
Human race, Galactic Coliseum owner, you are the one who wants to buy my Degwain, right? Zenith Starman, Lashia. He's the boss?
I've admired his name for a long time.
Boss, I am the captain of Roche's team. First of all, do you want to sell the bilberry? Cranberry is the pirate girl who appeared at the beginning yesterday. She is pretty good looking and has a 3-dimensional figure.
Except for a few freckles on her face, she is very good.
She was the most dazzling star yesterday. Luo Yu replied, sorry, the bilberry is not for sale now. If your team is interested, you can wait for the comprehensive auction in the middle of the month.
I will put her on the shelves by then.
Roche, okay, but the competition at the auction is too fierce. It seems we have no hope. The mid-month auction is also called the autumn auction.
Like the world's #1 martial arts conference, it is held once a year.
It is a grand event. There are only 5 days left before the auction. Luo sure, boss, we want to buy Degwain and Kuguanan, is 150 W okay?
Luo Yu smiled faintly and replied, you can sell these 2 now, but I only accept gold, 15,000 gold, you can take these 2 away.
Rashi, boss,
gold is now 1:120, your price is 180 W, Degwain and his attributes are just over 110 points, can you make it cheaper?
Luo Yu said very straightforwardly, it's already the cheapest. Now you buy an ordinary captive and give them full attributes.
It will cost hundreds of thousands, and you also know how big the difference is between 100 points and 110.
The other party hesitated for a while and said, okay, wait a moment, we will exchange gold. Luo Yu's eyes lit up when he saw this.
These 2 Degwain and his attributes were the 2 with the worst attributes among so many male pirate captives, and they were easily sold at a high price. Just like Luo Yu said, the basic attributes of rich people nowadays are also hovering around 100 points.
If the 3 dimensions have 10 points more, they will almost crush each other in battle.
With 2 members with 110 attributes in the territory war, the advantage will immediately soar.
This price seems expensive, but it is actually reasonable. After a while, the transaction was successful and Luo Yu got 15,000 gold.
With the gold saved, there was still some gold left to build the electric tower. As for metals such as copper and iron ore, the veins have long been able to guarantee output.
Build it.
After a series of operations, Luo Yu's territory once again built a top-level lightning tower. He looked at the situation of the lightning reserve box. It is currently 30,000/50,000, which is enough. Although a lot of resources were consumed, the defense of the territory was strengthened again, and it can be considered to build some other buildings. Luxury animal taming ground, 300,000 building materials, 30,000 wood, 30,000 iron ore, 10,000 copper ore, 10,000 gold, 10,000 jade, 100,000 silver. At this glance, all the other materials are enough, but gold is not enough.
Now gold has become a huge problem.
After thinking for a while, Luoyu spoke in the regional channel. Emerald for gold, the ratio is 3-2, come and trade with large quantities.
Nyoda, boss, I have gold, trade.
Nyoda is a good brother. He directly traded all 2,000 gold to Luoyu. Luoyu naturally would not let him suffer a loss, and even got 500 more jade. When the small group saw that Luoyu needed gold, they all traded with Luoyu. Although the amount was not as much as Nyoda, Luoyu got 5,000 gold in total. To be honest, Luoyu was a little touched, so he gave them more jade, and he would never let his people suffer a loss. The number of territories in this area is at least 6 figures, so there is still a certain amount of trading capital. After a while, Luoyu really collected 10,000 gold.
Luoyu first drove all the animals out of the base.
This ordinary animal training ground was no longer acceptable. It was not only large in area but also ugly.
Just demolish it.
This time, he did not choose to build a luxurious animal training ground on the spot, but planned to open up a new large area outside the base, which can be used as both an animal training ground and a pasture for grazing to reduce food pressure. This pasture area is built in the west, far away from the main battlefield, with an area of 200 by 200.
With the current fertility of the territory, it is enough for the time being.
Of course, it cannot be built next to the base, because Luoyu will build a city wall to turn the base into a small city next, and this pasture is naturally built outside the city.
After selecting the location, Luoyu first built a wall. If grazing, an intermediate wall will do.
After a series of operations, a square area with doors on all 4 sides was built. Then Luoyu built the luxury animal training ground in the center of the entire area. Click to build, and the light flashed in front of my eyes. A beautiful animal training ground was built. All kinds of animal sheds are like small single rooms, with troughs and feeding troughs, and there are patterns on them, which are very beautiful. The most eye-catching thing is the emerald bead on the top of the animal training ground, which is very beautiful. Luxury animal training ground, overall animal training success rate of the territory plus 30%, animal evolution probability plus 3%, territory hygiene value plus 20, aesthetics plus 20, animal injury recovery rate plus 30%, fatigue recovery plus 30%, a series of attributes all prove the power of the luxury animal training ground. Luoyu carefully read the concept of animal evolution, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Animal evolution means that animals advance directly, from ordinary to black iron to bronze. The luxury taming ground has an advancement light shining once a month, which is emitted from the emerald orb on the roof.
The selected animal has a 3% chance of advancing to the next level. From a probabilistic point of view, 300 months can steadily allow an animal to advance. I looked at the overview and the next advancement light will shine in 24 hours, which is this time tomorrow. Tip: affected by the hygiene value, your physical value plus 1, all animals were moved to the luxury taming ground again, 1 animal in a small single room, and they looked very happy to move to a new home. Next, Luoyu connected the water pipes, installed sewage pipes, drainage ditches, etc., and was busy until noon before he finished. His eyes looked at the 23 black eagles that had been tamed before. These are all black iron. Level animals, all tamed by Luoyu. If they are sold, they will be a huge asset. Luoyu originally did not intend to sell them, but the black eagles are too big and have an amazing appetite. Air Force One at home eats nearly 400 units of meat every day, which is equivalent to about 3,000 silvers a day at the current meat price. This is just one, and 23 have to eat 7,000 silvers of food every day. The consumption is too large. They can't eat grass like cattle and sheep.
If they are allowed to eat fish, it won't take long for them to eat all the fish in the small lake.
By then, the big octopus and the big snake will be hungry.
The key is that these black eagles can't do much work at ordinary times, and keeping such a group is simply a burden.
Not all animals are better.
Luoyu planned to keep about 7 of them, 1 mount each for himself and the little cuties, and 2 more as backups, and deal with the rest as he could. The Black Hawk is still recovering from his injuries, and the autumn auction is about to take place.
If they are sold together then, they should be quite popular. After looking at the territory score, I unknowingly reached 59309. If you add a few hundred more, you can get rewards. Luoyu was thinking about building a diamond bed. The current bed sleeps 5 people and is really crowded.
But now there are no more critical hits, so I can endure it for 2 more days. In the afternoon, Luoyu was rolling a cigarette, and suddenly the ground shook.
Tip: under the influence of mysterious power, geological movements occurred in the world of Tiandao. Oh? Luo Yu's face lit up with joy when he heard this. Geological movements are generally benign events, and this is a bonus.
He immediately ran to the balcony on the second floor of the workshop. At a glance, he found that the south of the territory had changed.
However, stone pillars were protruding. In the blink of an eye, an area of 200 to 300 square meters was transformed into a stone forest. Tip: a granite stone forest appears in your territory.
The granite stone forest will be crushed in 2 days.
Stones cannot be produced after crushing. Please deal with it as soon as possible, granite. Luo Yu's eyes became even more joyful, and he passed immediately. The little cuties also followed Luo Yu towards the stone forest.
When they got close, a group of monkeys suddenly jumped out of the stone forest. Underground rock monkey, Frenzy, a fierce carnivore that will actively attack testers and livestock. There are still such small-scale attacks hidden in the stone forest.
Recently, they need a lot of meat to feed the black eagles, so this is coming.
Kill these monkeys. Swish swish. A handful of darts flew out, and Feiya shot 7 or 8 monkeys to death on the spot.
Shao Kong also fired a slingshot repeatedly, hitting all of them in the head. For a moment, the rock monkeys that rushed out fell one by one. Roar!
A rock monkey king that was more than 2 meters tall roared out and rushed forward. Xiaojin rushed forward with a swish of a tiger claw, and directly scratched 3 blood marks on his chest. His flesh and blood were blurred for a while, and he could not survive at first sight.
Rocket headbutt.
Feiya made an impact, and the horns of the goat slammed into the rock monkey king. The small body exploded with huge force, and the monkey king was directly pushed away and died suddenly on the spot. Luo Yu waved his hand, and the rhino, elephant, gibbon and other transport animals came over to dispose of the body directly.
Feiya was also taken to take a bath by Xiao Dai.
Her little head was now covered with monkey blood. These violent animals cannot be tamed.
Even if they are knocked unconscious, you have to find a way to cure the violent animals before they can be tamed. Curing the violent animals requires surgery, which requires a high-level medical level and an operating room. There is nothing left but to kill them all and eat their meat.
Of course, the meat is absolutely safe, frenzy is not contagious, and the meat is the same as ordinary animals after killing. In fact, this symptom is like falling into a debuff, and it is all caused by the damn mysterious power. Luo Yu slowly walked into the stone forest with Shao Kong and Xiao Jin. He was very satisfied when he looked at the protruding stone pillars around him.
These are all fine stones.
A large number of stone bricks are needed to build the city wall, which is just right. However, these 59 stone pillars need to be cut within 2 days, otherwise they will shatter. After patting these stone pillars, they were very hard and could not be cut open even if they were not strong enough. Luo Yu felt that even if a stone forest appeared in many people's territories, they would be unable to do anything. Even if Tiandao World gives out benefits, you still need to be able to get them. How much you can take depends entirely on your own ability. Shao Kong, let the one-eyed dragon come over with all the prisoners. Woo!
Shao Kong called softly and went immediately.
After a while, one-eyed dragon came over with all the pirate prisoners. When they saw Luo Yu, they all knelt down and kowtowed. This is the latest popular kowtow ritual in prisons, and it looks like it was done by a one-eyed dragon. Looking at the group of pirates in prison uniforms in front of him, Luo Yu waved his hand and said, "Everyone, get up." After a clanging sound, a large number of shovels, pickaxes and other working tools appeared on the ground. Luo Yu said calmly, "These new tools are given to you. Within 2 days, break all the stone pillars or dig them into stones. Lord Xiaojin will cut them. If it's done, I can let you eat 0.5 more eggs every day. If you can't finish it, then everyone's meals will be halved and you'll have to get up an hour early every day to go to the quarry. Do you hear me?" The prisoners dared to be angry but dared not speak out. They had no choice. The Lord here was too ruthless, and there were also scoundrels like one-eyed dragon and white snake who couldn't resist. And everyone knows that although the work is a bit harder, the living conditions in the luxury prison are really good. Start! The one-eyed dragon shouted, and the prisoners immediately began to work, not to mention they were very energetic. It's hard to imagine that these people were such fierce pirates before. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction and took Xiao Jin back to the workroom. After washing his hands, he rolled tobacco and watched various chat channels. Geological movements have occurred in everyone's territory, and the time limit is 2 days. Everyone is busy digging rocks, but there are fewer people speaking. Fang Yameng, there are 10 stone pillars coming out of my territory.
They are all so hard that I can't seem to finish digging them all. Elena, I also have 10 mines. These are all granite. It's a pity that I can't dig them all. Naker, hey, are you all 10? Why am I 9? Alice, mine is 11. It's written in the instructions. It's calculated based on the territory score.
And there will be hidden ores inside the stone pillars.
The specific probability is affected by the overall luck value of the territory. The higher the luck value, the better. Not core luck value? I don't think I have unlocked it. Fong Yamong, it's not unlocked at all?
It seems that special props are needed to unlock the luck value, but not unlocking it does not mean that there is no luck value, but there is no specific value displayed.
Elena, Luo Yu, how many do you have?
Fong Yamong, he has a score of more than 30,000, more than 30, and it won't rise to 40,000 recently, right?
Luo Yu, not many, I have a little more than you. Fong Yamong, well, a little more than us.
Nyota, I only have 3, and Alice, generally speaking, there may be disasters after such welfare events. There has been a typhoon at the beginning of autumn, and there is a high probability of an attack next.
Everyone be prepared. Okay. Everyone responded in unison. Sister Alice is still very trustworthy. While chatting, Naker suddenly discovered something and said in surprise, "Huh? What is this? Come and see."
Naker sent a screenshot in the chat box, and a small furnace appeared from the collapsed stone pillar.
After a while, everyone ran to Naker's territory to gather.